Reborn on Blue Star for 18 years, waiting for my cheat, only to become the weakest priest? Don't worry, my full class name is Forbidden Spell Priest. I start with the passive, Goddess's Blessing. Skills require no chanting, mana is multiplied by 100, and the first 3 forbidden spells are free. While other priests are still healing people, I've already erased an entire novice leveling zone from the map with a single Judgment of Light. All prospective class changers, the ceremony begins now. In the class change plaza, young men and women were filled with anticipation. Chen Xiaoming, class change complete. Life class, chef. A young man collapsed to the ground, his face a picture of despair. Wang Tian, class change complete. Combat class, mage. A young man was enveloped in a 7-colored light, instantly becoming the center of attention, an object of envy for all. Centuries ago, a game descended upon reality, causing a massive change on Blue Star. Now, anyone who reaches the age of 18 can undergo a class change, leveling up by killing monsters and completing quests to become stronger. Han Chen, class change complete. Support class, priest. As the beautiful instructor announced, a staff-shaped glow fell upon Han Chen, and his face instantly turned ugly. 18 years of waiting since his rebirth on Blue Star, and his cheat turned out to be the most useless support class. A century ago, the gods had nerfed the priest class. Its equipment and skill drop rates plummeted, and its skill effects were greatly weakened, instantly dropping it from the divine altar to the cesspit. Look, some unlucky bastard became a priest. Ha, this guy's done for. He can't heal, his support is minimal, and his damage is like scratching an itch. He's finished. The surrounding mockery was endless. Han Chen sighed. After 18 years of transmigration without a cheat and a normal family background, his only hope was now shattered. He reluctantly opened his status panel. Han Chen. Class, Forbidden Spell Priest, First Advancement. Level, LV0. HP, 100. MP, 100. Goddess's Blessing Passive, 10,000. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Agility, 20. How can it be so high? Han Chen was stunned. A normal class's initial stats wouldn't exceed 10, yet his were all maxed out at 20. He immediately checked his skill panel. Goddess's Blessing, passive. No chanting required to cast skills, can be terminated at any time, mana is multiplied by 100, recovers 10% per second, first 3 forbidden spells consume no mana. Judgment of Light, active skill. A light element forbidden spell with the power to annihilate all life. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Forbidden Spell Priest, Judgment of Light? Han Chen was stunned for a full 3 minutes, and his classmates thought he had gone insane. Then, he was overcome with ecstatic joy. This wasn't a priest, this was a god. It finally came. His cheat was the class itself. Han Chen, don't just stand there. His best friend, Li Feiyu, patted his shoulder in comfort. Don't worry, I became a warrior. I'll carry you from now on. Han Chen came back to his senses, a brilliant smile on his face. He asked in return, have you ever seen a priest one-shot a monster? Before his friend could react, he left the plaza under the assumption that he was going home to cry. He couldn't wait to test his power. He went straight past the low-level zones to the level 5 to 10 poison marsh. Facing a dozen level 5 poison toads, Han Chen directly cast the forbidden spell, Judgment of Light. Instantly, the space distorted. A giant golden sphere of light, like a falling sun, gathered above the marsh and then crashed down. Boom! A blinding golden light engulfed the entire poison marsh, its terrifying power even triggering the city's defensive barrier. Nearby players and guards were scared witless by this apocalyptic scene, thinking some top-tier expert was passing by. When the light dissipated, the instigator, Han Chen, gulped as he looked at the massive scorched crater before him. My god, the power of this forbidden spell is too terrifying. He had just wanted to test a skill, but he ended up destroying the entire leveling zone. If he hadn't stopped casting in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I need to be more careful in the future. At that moment, a stream of notifications flooded his mind. Congratulations on killing a level 5 poison toad, EXP plus 10. Congratulations on killing a level 10 elite poison toad, EXP plus 50 and a tier 1 skill book. Congratulations, you have reached level 25. A cascade of white light flashed around him as his level skyrocketed. Level 25 already? He was dumbfounded. A level that others might take months to reach, he achieved with a single skill. I can't stay here. He collected all the loot and quickly fled. Among the spoils, he was thrilled to find 2 pieces of blue equipment and a rare priest skill book, Healing Spell. You have learned a new skill, Healing Spell. It automatically evolves into the forbidden spell, Holy Light Guardian. Another forbidden spell? Holy Light Guardian, active. Grants you and surrounding targets 50% damage immunity, instantly restores HP and MP to 100%, and provides continuous regeneration. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Insane. Han Chen was once again shocked by his own skill. With this, who could even get close to him? He sold the equipment and the unneeded warrior skill book at the exchange, receiving 350,000 blue star coins. For someone who used to earn only a few dozen coins a day, this was a huge fortune. Money was indeed easy to make with strength. He planned to head to the wild boar forest to level up to 30 for his second-class advancement. On his way, he passed the lowest level zone, the mutant rabbit garden, and saw a group of people fawning over their school's heartthrob, Yifan. Yifan had awakened the hidden class, Necromancer, and was looking smug. He saw Han Chen and immediately began to mock him. Well, if it isn't Han Chen, a priest is such a waste. You don't even dare to farm the lowest level rabbits? Because the school belle, Lu Bing, had shown interest in Han Chen, Yifan had always seen him as a rival. I'm in a good mood today. I can carry you for free, Yifan said contemptuously. No, thanks, Han Chen refused directly. I'm a necromancer. I can get you to level 5 in 1 day. You're rejecting me? Yifan laughed as if he'd heard the world's biggest joke. Han Chen almost laughed out loud. Level 5 in a day? Your grandpa is already level 25. Your necromancer class is no different from a life class in my eyes, Han Chen said lightly and walked away. Is he crazy? How dare he look down on a necromancer? Yifan's sycophants started to jeer. Han Chen shook his head and kindly reminded them, you should probably leave. What if it's dangerous here? F***CK off. What danger could there be in a level 3 zone? Han Chen said no more, walked to the nearby wild boar forest, and once again cast Judgment of Light. A dazzling golden light bloomed from the forest, and its terrifying power swept into the mutant rabbit garden. Boom! Yifan and his group were sent flying before they could react, spitting blood and screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Han Chen, having successfully reached level 30, left peacefully. After a warm dinner at home, he refused his beautiful sister Han Yu's invitation to go shopping and began to plan for his second-class advancement quest. He decided to keep his forbidden spell priest identity a secret until he was strong enough to protect himself. The next day, wearing a mask, he went to the class change sanctum. Hello, I'm here for the second-class advancement quest. The beautiful receptionist, a high elf-like lady, was surprised to see someone so young attempting the second advancement. When Han Chen placed his hand on the class change divine stone, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Detected that the class changer is a priest, level 30, issuing the second-class advancement quest. Your second-class advancement quest difficulty is Hell. Please proceed to the ancient demon ruins and kill the ancient demon boss. Due to the high difficulty, a level 50 NPC warrior will assist you in this quest. Hell difficulty? Others might despair, but Han Chen just smiled. With his forbidden spells, what was hell difficulty? Could the ancient demon boss even withstand a single Judgment of Light? Put. Ace, what the hell? How can a mighty warrior like you have the audacity to call yourself that? This is a hellish difficulty second job quest, and 3 job changers have already failed before you, one of whom was a mage. Han Chen responded with an O and asked, and then? Ace glanced at Han Chen and said, you, a priest with no combat power at all, I advise you to give up this job quest and go back to take another one. Am I being looked down upon by an NPC? You, an NPC, are trying to act tough with me? Han Chen scoffed, and a surge of magic power erupted from him as he instantly released Holy Light Guardian. A sacred white light enveloped the two of them in an instant. After feeling the powerful support effect, Ace showed a shocked expression. In 3 minutes, there's a 50% chance to be immune to damage, recovering 5% of health and mana per second, and increasing current health by 30%. This is a forbidden spell. Ace looked at Han Chen in disbelief. With such a godly support effect, even in a hellish difficulty dungeon, these monsters absolutely couldn't kill him. How do you feel now? Han Chen asked. Respected priest, I feel an infinite power coursing through me. Although he was just an NPC conjured in the dungeon, he was quite human-like. Then why aren't you rushing to kill the monsters? Yes, my priest. Ace hoisted his giant axe and charged towards the group of black monsters. The red light of the giant axe swept out like a rainbow, and a skill called Falling Sky struck down, bursting forth with a blinding red glow that shook the ground. Under attack, the eyes of these black monsters suddenly glowed red, their sharp claws surrounded by a circle of black light, looking completely frenzied. But with the aid of Holy Light Guardian, it seemed Ace's health never dropped. These black monsters were all level 35, and there were 28 of them. After an exhausting series of slashes from Ace, he finally cleared all the black monsters. Meanwhile, Han Chen just watched from a distance, not intervening. These were merely minor monsters, and the final ancient demon boss hadn't even appeared yet. Scenes like this with groups of black monsters were scattered everywhere, and after clearing them all, the ground ahead suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive fissure from which countless boulders tumbled down. A gigantic shadow crawled out from the crack. It looked no different from the previous black forms, but its body was at least 5 times larger than those black monsters. The ancient demon boss has appeared. Us shouted frantically, even with such a powerful boost from you, priest, I still find it hard to deal with it, because my setting is that I can never defeat it. I've been waiting for you. Han Shen smiled, raised his staff, and without needing to chant, directly unleashed the judgment of light. Boom! Ace was instantly stunned, frozen in place. The endless golden light of annihilation enveloped the entire ancient demon ruins. The figure of the ancient demon boss was completely swallowed up, turning to dust. Moments later, the golden light slowly faded, revealing a massive pit in front of Han Shen. The ancient demon boss hadn't even had a chance to say its lines before being defeated in an instant. Ace's mouth hung open for a long time, and his hands gripping the giant axe trembled slightly. Is this really a priest? Even a hidden class mage isn't this overpowered. Congratulations, you have killed the level 40 ancient demon boss and gained a large amount of experience. The experience will be awarded after submitting the job change quest. Please take the ancient demon boss's heart back to the job change temple to submit the quest. Is that it completed? Just as I expected, it was that simple. Ha, what's this? Han Shen picked up an item dropped by the ancient demon boss. Experience orb, a purple treasure that, when used, can directly boost a character by 20 levels but not exceeding the first transfer limit. It has a very low drop rate from hell difficulty transfer quests and is only usable by non-living profession players. Wow, directly increasing by 20 levels? Doesn't that mean a level 10 player can use the experience orb to jump straight to level 30 and then undertake the second transfer quest? Truly a purple treasure. This thing could easily sell for over $1 million. But Han Shen doesn't plan to sell it. He intends to give it to his best friend, Li Feiyu. With this forbidden spell, making money will be incredibly easy. He can train Li Feiyu up, and they can team up for dungeons in the future. After all, most dungeons after the second transfer require a team to enter. No matter how strong one is, help is still needed. Then, Han Shen quickly stored the other dropped items in his space, planning to check them out slowly once he returned. Leaving the ancient demon ruins, that purple vortex appeared again. It seems this transfer's secret realm is protected by mysterious forces, making it difficult for his forbidden spell to completely destroy it. Isn't that Li Feiyu? On the way back, Han Shen spotted a familiar figure not far away. At that moment, Li Feiyu was teaming up with others to hunt level 10 mutated wild boars. Bang! A level 10 mutated wild boar was cut down by Li Feiyu in one strike. Yahoo! I'm finally level 10. Li Feiyu shouted excitedly and turned to see Han Shen. You guys adjust for a bit, I'll be right back. Li Feiyu quickly ran over to Han Shen, complaining. I said, Old Han, why haven't you been answering your phone? I've been trying to call you for half the day. Han Shen suddenly remembered that today was the billing period and he didn't have enough balance to be charged, so his phone was shut off. Sorry, I forgot to top up my phone. Saying this, Han Shen casually recharged 10,000. Wow, Old Han, where did you get so much money? Li Feiyu was shocked by Han Shen's extravagance. We'll talk about that later. You came at the right time, I was just about to look for you. Han Shen smiled. You're right to look for me, I'm already level 10 now, a pro. Let's go. I'll take you to level up. Without waiting for Han Shen's agreement, Li Feiyu dragged him over to his teammates and said, This is my good buddy from childhood, can he join us for leveling? The 4 teammates didn't have much objection. Although having one more person would mean sharing experience. If the other's profession was decent, it wouldn't be a problem and could even speed up monster farming. What's your buddy's profession? Ahem. Seeing Li Feiyu's expression, the 4 instantly changed their faces, knowing that Han Shen's profession probably wasn't good. Priest. Han Shen was quite direct. Priest? The most useless support profession? The 4 were dumbfounded and immediately refused. Sorry, your buddy is a burden, we don't want to team up with him. Li Feiyu was furious. Since you don't welcome my buddy, then let's disband. After saying that, Li Feiyu directly left the team, taking Han Shen away to a lower level training area. Old Han, if I don't get you to level 30, I wouldn't be worthy of our friendship of over 10 years. Li Feiyu said grandly. Old Li, I'm so touched. Even though you're also broke, you've never looked down on me from the beginning to the end. Even when I became the most useless priest, you didn't give up on me. You're a true brother, I didn't misjudge you. Hearing Han Shen's emotional words, Li Feiyu felt a bit flustered. Could it be that Old Han was feeling down? Don't. Old Han, you haven't even married yet. You haven't enjoyed the joys of being a man. What's wrong with being a priest? Priests can also shine in the future. I'll be the man behind you, always supporting you. Li Feiyu was so moved by his own words. Han Shen inexplicably tightened his butt. Goodness. So you're that kind of good buddy. Han Shen stopped teasing him, otherwise, who knows what kind of bromantic incident might occur. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Where to? You'll know when we get there. The job change temple? Looking at the golden sign, Li Feiyu was completely stunned. I said, Old Han, what are you bringing me here for? Is this where we should be? Seriously, wasting leveling time is wasting life. Li Feiyu was speechless. He was only level 10 and Han Chen was probably still level 0. Were they here to visit the job change temple? Here. Han Chen handed an experience orb to Li Feiyu. What is this item? Li Feiyu was taken aback. After taking a quick look, he was petrified. Once he came to his senses, he quickly wrapped it in his arms. Holy crap! Old Han, where did you get this awesome thing? Seeing Li Feiyu's reaction, Han Chen smiled knowingly. Don't be so surprised, the latest batch of job changers won't exceed level 20 and no one is coming to this job change temple for now. As for how I got this item, you'll find out later, just use it. What? Use it for me? Old Han, you're the priest, it's more suitable for you. It's harder for you to level up. Hearing Li Feiyu say this, Han Chen confirmed in his heart that he hadn't misjudged him. Although this guy was a bit poor, loved to show off, and was a bit of a slacker, he was genuinely sincere towards him. I'm already level 30, I can't use it. Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Old Han, you're level 30? Han Chen nodded. No way. How did you do that? Are you a demigod or something? Cheating? Get out of here, you're the demigod. If I'm a demigod, then that's great. Li Feiyu quickly used the experience orb to level up to 30. Han Chen remembered something and reminded him, later, when you take the job change quest, don't use your real name. Li Feiyu nodded. I understand. Playing it safe is the way to go. Entering the job change temple, Han Chen walked towards the quest submission area. Hey, old Han, you're going the wrong way. That's for submitting quests. This side is for taking quests. I'm not going the wrong way. What the hell? Old Han, when did you complete the job change quest? The shock Li Feiyu experienced that day could be said to be the most he had felt in 18 years. Hello, I'm here to submit my job change quest. Han Chen took out the ancient demon boss's heart and handed it to the old man in charge of collecting quests. Ancient demon boss's heart? Looks like you're quite strong. The ancient demon ruins is the hardest job change quest for the second job. The old man praised him, then placed the ancient demon boss's heart on the altar. The altar suddenly burst into a dazzling array of colors, soft as a beautiful woman's skin, enveloping Han Chen. Before he could fully enjoy the sensation akin to a woman's caress, the light vanished, and Han Chen couldn't help but mutter, so fast? Wasn't there supposed to be at least 5 seconds? Han Chen somewhat understood what some girls meant by quick draw. A divine voice echoed in Han Chen's mind. Second job change complete. Immediately, a halo resembling a celestial realm appeared behind Han Chen, quite mysterious. Having graduated from high school, Han Chen had naturally learned about related knowledge. This was the job change halo, which would appear at the start of the second job change. Each time a job change was completed, an additional halo would be added, up to a maximum of 9, which meant reaching the 10th job change. This halo was merely proof of the job change and could be hidden, though many people would keep it visible since it was quite flashy and cool, a symbol of strength. After successfully changing jobs, Han Chen felt a tremendous boost in his physical abilities, as if he had been sublimated, even his slightly nearsighted eyes became sharp and his strength seemed to surge. After hiding the job change halo, Han Chen quickly checked his attribute panel. Han Chen occupation, Forbidden Spell Priest, second transfer, level. LV 42 health points, 2000 mana points, 2250, 225,000, strength 385, constitution 400, spirit 450, agility 385, free attribute points 210. Is this the attribute after the second transfer? So powerful. Level 42? It seems the experience from the ancient demon ruins has come through. Not bad, I've leveled up 12 levels. Unfortunately, I can't farm the ancient demon ruins as a dungeon, otherwise, I could run it a few times, level up to 60 and then take on the third transfer quest. Ancient demon boss, listen. Is this human language? Looking at the 210 free attribute points, normally, a priest would focus on spirit to increase mana and magic attack, but Han Chen doesn't lack mana or output, so survival is the priority. Thus, Han Chen directly allocated all free attribute points to constitution, increasing health and defense. Constitution, 621, health points, 3105. Thick health is the hard truth. Thinking about awakening 2 new skills after the second transfer, Han Chen quickly opened the skill panel to check. You have learned a new skill, Mental Strike, automatically transforming into Forbidden Spell Desolation God's Grief. You have learned a new skill, Blessing Technique, automatically transforming into Forbidden Spell Divine Oracle's Wish. Desolation God's Grief, active skill, a world-destroying storm formed by mental power, ignores any defense, leaving the attacked in despair, consuming 100,000 mana points, cooldown 15 minutes. Divine Oracle's Wish, active skill, group buff, the power of the divine descends to the mortal realm, increasing all attributes of self and teammates by 500%, lasting 5 minutes, consuming 100,000 mana points. Cooldown 15 minutes. Got it. It's confirmed. No matter what skills I learn, they will transform into forbidden spells. Old Han, I've received the transfer quest. Luck's not bad, it's a simple task. I'm going to do the transfer quest now. Once I finish my second transfer, we'll go farm dungeons. Li Feiyu came over and said. Han Chen nodded. The transfer quest can only be done solo, not in a team, otherwise, Han Chen could help Li Feiyu out. Seeing that it was getting late, approaching noon, Han Chen found an independent private room, ordered a luxurious meal worth 5,000 blue star coins, and also requested a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Before the transfer, such a meal was only a fantasy. After a hearty meal, Han Chen finally checked the items dropped by the ancient demon boss. Wow, there are actually 2 purple items. Universal equipment, Ancient Demon Amulet, purple, level, 30 spirit, plus 150 durability, 100 special effect, cooldown minus 20%. Good stuff, Han Chen exclaimed. What he wanted most right now was equipment that reduces cooldowns, and he didn't expect to get it so soon. With this, the 3 forbidden spells with cooldowns could have their cooldowns reduced a bit. Warrior equipment, Demon Blade, purple, level, 30 strength plus 200 durability, 100 special effect, hallucination, passive, each hit on a target not exceeding one's own level by 10 has a 30% chance to cause the target to hallucinate, preventing them from casting skills. Han Chen was speechless. This equipment is simply top tier for a first transfer warrior, especially that hallucination effect. It's incredible. This equipment can be temporarily used by Li Feiyu, and later it can be sold. Then, Han Chen browsed through the other equipment and found that most were blue items, none suitable for him. What's this? Han Chen discovered a dull-looking piece of equipment, a seemingly ordinary holy staff. Unidentified, it turns out to be unidentified equipment. Identification has a certain chance to reveal super rare equipment, like the best red gear for the first transfer. Immediately, Han Chen made a special trip to the Longsha trading hall, rented a private room, and spent 100,000 blue star coins to purchase a level 30 identification scroll. Identify. The holy staff of light instantly radiated a charming red glow. What the hell? Is that red? Priest equipment, holy staff of light, red, level, 30 magic damage plus 500 constitution plus 300 spirit plus 400 agility plus 300 durability, 500 to 500 special effects. Light shield, active single target skill, releases a light shield that can absorb 5,000 damage, cooldown 5 minutes. Light shockwave, active area skill, releases a shockwave at the location, can push back and injure targets, causing magic damage, cooldown 5 minutes. Damn. One word, awesome. Han Chen breathed heavily. The added attributes were almost on par with the level attributes, and they were all 3 basic attributes. The most crucial part was that there were actually 2 active skills, which were exactly the life-saving means he needed. Absorbing 5,000 damage might not seem high, but it's not low for the early stages. An explosive-type assassin, even after the second class change, couldn't deal 5,000 health damage in one hit, which was enough time for him to react. Truly worthy of being a red item, it was indeed amazing. Holding the glowing holy staff of light, Han Chen felt a sense of strength. However, he wouldn't swagger down the street with it. After storing it in his inventory, he took out the 3 skill books dropped by the ancient demon boss. Warrior skill book, Windwalk. Mage skill book, Magic Swamp. Knight skill book, Charge. Han Chen decided to keep Windwalk for Li Feiyu. With a skill that increased movement speed, he would at least have one more means of survival. As for the other 2, he planned to sell them. However, Han Chen didn't intend to sell them at the trading post. He prepared to auction them instead. Although the selling price might be lower than at the trading post and the transaction time longer, there was also the chance of encountering a big spender and selling at a high price. After all, he still had 250,000 blue star coins and wasn't in a hurry for money. At that moment, his phone rang, and seeing the caller ID, it was Li Feiyu. Beep. After connecting, Li Feiyu's voice rang out, "Old Han, I completed the class change task and even found a treasure chest. I'm waiting for you at the class change temple." A treasure chest. That was a rare item. It randomly spawned all over the world. The known levels of treasure chests include greenwood chest, green iron chest, purple copper chest, silver chest, and gold chest. Among them, the gold chest is the rarest, and the treasures it yields are often extremely valuable. There have been instances where someone encountered a respawn gold chest in the wild and opened it to find a rare golden equipment of the 10th class, which still ranks first on the Dragon Kingdom's equipment leaderboard. Li Feiyu was taking a simple class change task, so it was naturally easy for him to complete. He didn't expect to be so lucky as to find a treasure chest while finishing the task, but he didn't know what level the chest was. After checking the Pin Xiao Xiao app again, he found that there were still no priest skill books, so Han Chen had no choice but to meet up with Li Feiyu first. Just as he walked out of the trading post, a few people approached him, all wearing matching outfits with the words Lingyun printed on their chests. It was the renowned Lingyun Guild of Yunhai City. Guild. It was a product born after the game descended. After the game descended, Blue Star expanded more than tenfold, and there were many misty areas across the land that remained unexplored. Countries around the world continuously sent people to expand their territories, but the results were minimal because these misty areas were a paradise for monsters. However, if one obtained a guild token, they could gain a piece of guild territory in the misty areas. In these areas, they would not be attacked by monsters. Therefore, guilds became an important part of exploring the misty areas. Moreover, joining a guild could also provide numerous benefits. The rewards from guild tasks alone were very tempting, not to mention the monthly dividends. The Lingyun Guild was established by a hidden profession powerhouse in Yunhai City, and it was said that the city capital had to give the president of the Lingyun Guild some face. To join a guild, one needed at least to be at the second-class change and pass an assessment, unless personally invited by a guild big shot. Han Chen was somewhat curious about how the guild members ended up at the trading hall, as they usually wouldn't come here. However, he didn't want to provoke such a behemoth for now, so he proactively stepped aside. You, a priest, actually advanced to the second tier. Are you interested in joining our Lingyun Guild? The leading woman suddenly spoke to Han Chen. Although she was wearing a mask, she could tell at a glance that he had already advanced to the second tier, which indicated that this kid was extraordinary. Naturally, the woman intended to recruit Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback. How did they know he had advanced to the second tier? He recalled that those who had advanced to the third tier or above could use detection skills to view the basic information of those below their level. However, it seemed that they only recognized him as a priest and couldn't tell he was a forbidden spell priest, which relieved Han Chen a bit. Seeing that Han Chen didn't respond, the middle-aged woman thought he hadn't heard her clearly and spoke again. Kid, I am Mu Hongyun, an elder of the Lingyun Guild. A young second-tier priest like you can achieve better development by joining the guild. Experience boosts, guild rewards, skill book distribution, and so on. There are many benefits. Han Chen was puzzled, but priests are the most useless support class. Why would you want to invite me? Nonsense. There are no useless classes, only useless players. Although priests have a hard time obtaining equipment and skill books, for our Lingyun Guild, we can still manage to get them. As long as you level up and learn the skills, you won't be worse than T0 support classes. So, what do you think? Are you interested? The conditions sounded good, but Han Chen had no intention of joining any guild. Once he joined, he would inevitably have to participate in guild activities, and when it came to teaming up to farm monsters, he would have to use his skills, which would expose the secret of the forbidden spells. Sorry, I don't plan to join a guild for now. If I change my mind, I'll be sure to contact you at Lingyun Guild first. Han Chen didn't close the door completely. Unappreciative. A member of the Lingyun Guild snorted coldly. Mu Hongyun waved her hand and smiled. Alright then, if you're interested, just give me a call. After taking the business card that Mu Hongyun handed over, Han Chen accepted it seriously and then turned to leave. Elder, should we follow him? A member whispered. Do you think our Lingyun Guild is like those arrogant people from the Aoshi Guild? I have a feeling he will contact me. After saying that, Mu Hongyun smiled coldly and stepped into the trading hall. Earlier, a level 5 skill book, Iron Fist, had appeared in the trading hall, indicating that someone in this batch of players had managed to obtain it, at least by defeating elite monsters or bosses. For such talent, major guilds would actively send out invitations. Therefore, upon receiving the news, Mu Hongyun rushed to the trading hall to gather information and see if she could find the player who had dropped the skill book to recruit them into the guild and cultivate new blood. Returning to the job change sanctuary, Li Feiyu had already completed his job change and was waiting at the entrance. Old Han, I'm here. Han Chen quickly walked over and asked with a smile, what treasure did you get? Shoo, let's go. We'll talk at my place. Li Feiyu's home was not far from Han Chen's, and since Han Chen was also planning to go home, he followed along. Li Feiyu's parents were not home. They were similar to Han Chen's parents, both working long hours to make a living. Bang! Li Feiyu took out the treasure chest, which turned out to be a purple copper chest with a high probability of yielding good treasures. Old Han, your luck is better than mine. You open this chest. Whatever good items come out, whoever can use them gets to keep them. If no one can use them, we sell them and split the profits 50-50. No problem. Han Chen eagerly opened the chest. 1%, 2%, 3%, about 10 minutes passed. Ding! The chest opened, bursting forth with a bright light. Han Chen reached in and pulled out a special item. Impostor badge, gold, a rare item that can disguise levels and alter appearances, undetectable by any job class below the 10th transition. It is a quest item for tracking the thief god's whereabouts. Collecting 3 impostor badges unlocks a legendary hidden quest. My goodness! A golden rare item, and it triggers a hidden quest. This is a great find. I've only just transitioned, and while I possess forbidden spells, I'm not yet at the point where I can act recklessly. Moreover, in this game world, who knows if my special class hides some unknown secret? I'm still unclear about the situation, so it's best to play it's safe for now. With this item, I can ensure a smooth early game and reduce unnecessary troubles. Once my strength is sufficient, I won't need to hide anymore. Putting it on. Following the prompt, Han Chen disguised his level as level 10 and then revealed his level to Li Feiyu. Ha! Old Han, how did your level change to 10? Is it because of that badge? Li Feiyu wasn't foolish and quickly guessed it was the special badge from earlier. Imposter badge can change levels. This thing is fated for me. As a priest, my level is too high and easily raises suspicion. Han Chen shamelessly replied. Come on, old Han, have some self-respect. If you want it, just say so. But you're right, leveling up too fast will raise eyebrows. Old Han giving him. The experience orb was enough to show that he considered him a true brother, and naturally, Li Feiyu wouldn't hold back. After all, this is your treasure chest, and coincidentally, I have a warrior skill book, Wind Walk, that's perfect for you. Take it and learn. Han Chen handed the skill book to Li Feiyu. Wind Walk is an active skill for warriors that increases movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds and requires level 30 to learn. Wow! Old Han, come here. Li Feiyu exclaimed in delight, wanting to hug him. This is a fantastic skill. With high movement speed, not only can he easily kite monsters, but it can also save his life in critical moments. Old Li, you can't do this, you need to learn to be calm. Right. From this moment on, I, Li Feiyu, will no longer be a bumpkin who has never seen the world. From now on, I will be a brave warrior who remains unflinching even when Mount Tai collapses before me. At this moment, Han Chen took out the demon blade. This is a warrior weapon I obtained during my transition. It's just right for you, so use it for now. When Li Feiyu saw the attributes of the demon blade, he was so excited that he jumped up and down, unable to contain himself, wanting to express something but could only stammer in his excitement. Seeing him act so wildly, Han Chen shook his head and said, I'll be leaving now, we'll go dungeon farming together early tomorrow morning. Li Feiyu clutched the demon blade, unsure of what to say. Han Chen was speechless. Just a second ago, he was talking about remaining calm in the face of danger. The next moment, he was so excited he couldn't even speak. He was hopeless. It's not surprising that Li Feiyu was acting this way. Anyone would go crazy seeing such an exquisite purple weapon. You have to know that in the entire Yunhai city, purple equipment below level 30 is extremely rare, mostly consisting of white and blue gear, let alone such a top-tier purple weapon. Once this gets out, it will surely cause a stir. After returning home, Han Chen changed into a new outfit and used the impostor badge to alter his appearance, so he no longer needed to wear a mask. After all, there are no more than a handful of strong individuals above the 5th transition in the entire Yunhai city, and those big shots wouldn't casually visit the auction house. Therefore, Han Chen felt completely at ease. Auction houses are generally run by the wealthy and powerful. The most recognized auction house in Yunhai city is the Wanbao Auction House, established by the Su family, the first family of Yunhai city. It is reputable and the handling fees are not high. Welcome to Wanbao Auction House, how may I assist you? As soon as he entered the auction house, a charming young lady approached to offer her services. Looking at the familiar, resplendent hall and the bustling scene of people coming and going, Han Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wealth and extravagance of the Su family. He had visited this auction house a few times with Li Feiyu, each time only able to watch others auction off treasures with a twinge of envy. But now it was different. He no longer needed to envy others. I've come to sell some items and participate in the auction. Alright, sir, please follow me. Soon, under the guidance of the young lady, Han Chen arrived at a luxurious private room. Sir, may I ask your name? Li. Okay, Mr. Li, this is our auction house's appraiser, Mr. Qian. In order to auction items at Wanbao Auction House, we need to determine their value. Generally, items that are not deemed valuable cannot be auctioned, so we hope for your understanding. Han Chen had checked this rule online beforehand, and it seemed reasonable. One couldn't just bring any random item to auction that would tarnish one's reputation. I understand. These are just some items I no longer need, so I asked Mr. Qian to appraise them. With that, Han Chen laid out a dozen blue items and 2 skill books. Mr. Qian, who had been squinting, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. A dozen blue items, all level 30, with decent attributes, and they were top-tier blue items. The new batch of job changers had already completed their transitions, and many would be looking to acquire such equipment. After all, in a little while, these new job changers would reach level 30 and find them useful. Good equipment was hard to come by, and equipment with great attributes was even harder to find. Naturally, these blue items were in high demand and suitable for auction. What surprised Mr. Qian even more were the 2 skill books, one of which was a mage's skill book, making him take notice. Magic Swamp, a powerful area control skill available to level 30 mages. What a great skill. It will definitely fetch a high price at auction. Night Charge, also a powerful attack skill that can only be learned by level 30 knights. Night skill books are also very rare, they are valuable but hard to sell. These are all good items, very good items. Mr. Qian held the 2 skill books, grinning from ear to ear. In recent years, Wanbao Auction House hadn't had particularly good treasures to auction, and the foot traffic was not as high as before. But with these 2 skill books, Mr. Qian believed they could restore the auction house's reputation. Young brother, your treasures are all very precious. I need to consult with our manager to see if I can secure some benefits for you. That would be great. Han Chen naturally wouldn't miss out on any benefits. Not long after, Mr. Qian returned, smiling, young Brother, our manager said that as long as you auction these treasures at Wanbao Auction House, we will only take a 10% service fee from you. Normally, we take 20%. Great, what procedures do I need to complete? Han Chen nodded. This was a good benefit. To protect our guests' privacy, there is no need to complete any procedures. Just leave a phone number so we can notify you via text when the auction is complete. This is the star card, with an initial password of 888,888. It represents our star VIP at Wanbao Auction House. This is your auction proof. If the money doesn't arrive after the auction, you can always go to the adjudication court to file a complaint against us. At that time, you just need to keep an eye on the auction updates on our official website. Once all your items are auctioned off, the money will automatically be deposited into this card and you can transfer it to your own account at any time. Additionally, with this card, in the future, when you sell items at our auction house, we will only charge a 10% service fee. And participating in auctions will also come with discounts. Han Chen didn't expect the service at this auction house to be so thorough. This way, others wouldn't be able to investigate his information, ensuring his safety and privacy. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your help. After putting the star card into his wallet and storing it away, Han Chen prepared to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around and said, by the way, if there are any third job transition certificates up for auction, please let me know. To complete the third job change, in addition to going to the temple to accept and finish the third job change quest, you also need a third job change certificate to finalize the transition. This certificate is not easy to obtain, it requires defeating powerful bosses, and the drop rate is low. Having the auction house keep an eye on it will at least make things a bit easier. After all, leveling up on your own is quite fast. Old man Xian chuckled. No problem, little brother, take care. When he got home, his dad, mom, and older sister were all out. Han Chen had no choice but to take out his newly bought phone, insert the SIM card, and install the commonly used apps. When he opened the Douyin app, all he saw were monster fighting videos. He clicked on the trending topics. The top-ranked one was titled, A New Batch of Job Changers from Longwa Surprises with the Fastest Second Job Change Talent. Han Chen was startled, thinking his job change had been discovered. He worriedly clicked to check, only to find it was about a rich second-generation kid from a guild called Aosher who, with the help of a group of high-level job changers, reached level 30 and completed his job change in less than 3 days. This made Han Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He thought he had been found out. Looking at the barrage of comments asking for sponsorship, for help leveling up, and for dual flying, Han Chen couldn't help but admire how convenient it was for the wealthy to level up. Just take a pretty girl, set up a tent, and do push-ups inside, and the levels would shoot up. Unlike ordinary kids who could only progress step by step, carefully spending a lot of time to reach level 30. Han Chen also checked the class group chat, where everyone was discussing Wang Tian and other mages leveling up were comparing their levels. Of course, his status as a priest was also a hot topic, with many discussing whether he had reached level 3. Li Feiyu even commented, besides me, how could you all understand old Han's majestic might? Naturally, during the sea battle, Li Feiyu was quickly overwhelmed and silenced. Does this old Li even know how to talk? What does he mean only he can appreciate his own majestic might? Does it have to be so gay? At that moment, Han Chen scrolled up to find information about Ji Fan. Hey, have you heard? Yi Fan was seriously injured and is bedridden this morning. It seems he lost his manhood. No way? What happened? What else could it be? He suddenly encountered a golden light explosion in the leveling area, injuring his manhood and suffering severe internal injuries. Yi Fan was seriously injured and bedridden? Han Chen was dumbfounded. He only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect to end up seriously injuring him and robbing him of the joys of being a man. The hidden profession, the necromancer, being suddenly injured would definitely attract the country's attention, and they would surely send someone to investigate. Sigh, even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't change his old habits. He was too impulsive. It seems he needs to be more composed in the future. The next morning, Li Feiyu ran over. Xiaoyu, have you had breakfast? Come eat something. Su Xiao asked with a smile. Aunt Su, I've eaten. I'm looking for Han Chen. Saying this, Li Feiyu glanced at Han Yu's room and quickly entered Han Chen's room. It wasn't that Li Feiyu had a crush on Han Yu, but rather that he had often been beaten by Han Yu since childhood, being accused of leading Han Chen astray and being uneducated. Old Li, why are you here so early? Han Chen yawned. After all, he had already told his family last night that he would go out leveling up with Li Feiyu and might not come home. Old Han, I couldn't help but mess around in the leveling area with the demon blade last night, and someone noticed. Now someone is calling my house, wanting to recruit me into a guild, Li Feiyu hurriedly said. What the hell? Han Chen was speechless. How reckless can you be? Don't you know not to flaunt your wealth? What guild? There are strong and weak guilds. You can tell by looking at the guild ratings. Yunhai City has more than one guild, but the best one is the Lingyun Guild, which helps the weak and is known for being helpful without monopolizing the wild areas, recognized as a good guild. If it's the Lingyun Guild, then that's fine. It's the Lingyun Guild, Li Feiyu said. Is it really the Lingyun Guild? Han Chan was dumbfounded. Old Han, do you know anyone from the Lingyun gang? Li Feiyu could tell from Han Chen's expression that there was something more to it. I ran into Elder Mu Hongyun from the Lingyun gang at the trading hall yesterday. She even gave me a business card, wanting to recruit me. Should we consider joining? I won't be joining any gang, but you might want to think about it. When are they coming to find you? They'll be here at 11. Han Chan quickly got up to discuss a strategy with Li Feiyu, since the demon blade had been exposed. If Li Feiyu didn't join a powerful gang, he would surely attract unwanted attention. In that case, it would be best to push Li Feiyu into the spotlight, exposing him in front of the crowd while he himself remained in the shadows. With a gang as a cover, Li Feiyu's level would rise quickly without raising suspicion. After a hurried breakfast, Han Chen followed Li Feiyu home, waiting for the Lingyun gang to arrive. Yunhai City. Lingyun gang's base. A tall and luxurious building. Elder Mu, have you recruited any talents? A sharp-looking middle-aged man at the head seat smiled at Mu Hongyun. Vice President, I've recruited a few good candidates. There are 5 mage job changers from Laming School, but unfortunately, the hidden-class necromancer Yi Fan is currently bedridden with serious injuries. I've heard he can hardly speak now. As she spoke, Mu Hongyun placed the photos and information of Wang Tian and the others in front of the vice president. By the way, Vice President, I also found 2 talents, a level 42 priest and a level 32 warrior. The priest seems uninterested in joining any gang, but the warrior is quite intriguing. Mu Hongyun respectfully handed over the gathered intelligence to the imposing vice president. The vice president picked up the information, reading as he spoke. An extremely ordinary kid who suddenly reached level 30 and completed his job change task yesterday. Last night he also revealed a level 30 purple weapon for warriors. From the weapon description, it's clear that the demon blade can only drop from the ancient demon ruins boss, but usually it drops white or blue items. I didn't expect a purple item to appear. It must be from a difficulty level above hard. Among the newcomers, Yi Fan has the strongest talent, but his serious injuries are delaying his level up. It seems this weapon is very likely obtained by Li Feiyu himself. He must be a super genius. Otherwise, it would be difficult for an ordinary warrior to clear the nightmare or hell difficulty of the ancient demon ruins. In any case, a boy with no background reaching second job change so quickly is worth our effort to recruit. Only by continuously absorbing talents can our gang rise to a 4-star level faster. Mu Hongyun nodded. I understand, Vice President. I will recruit him into the gang today and won't let other gangs get ahead. Go take care of it. As for the priest you mentioned, I will secretly send someone to investigate in Yunhai City. Before 11 o'clock, Mu Hongyun arrived at Li Feiyu's home with a few people. Upon seeing Han Shen, Mu Hongyun curiously sized him up, noticing he was just an ordinary level 10 priest, likely a classmate of Li Feiyu. Because Han Chen was wearing a badge, they did not recognize him. I am Elder Mu Hongyun of the Lingyun gang. I would like to invite your son to join our Lingyun gang. Mu Hongyun got straight to the point. Li Feiyu's parents were ordinary folks and had never encountered such a good opportunity. Upon learning that their son was already level 30, they were incredibly shocked, but they also knew that their son's path should be decided by him, as long as he was successful. That was enough. Li Feiyu, following Han Chen's earlier guidance, began to converse with Mu Hongyun. I want to clarify that the reason I reached level 30 so quickly is that I found a treasure chest in the wild which gave me an experience orb item, directly leveling me to 30. So, do you still want me to join the gang? Mu Hongyun was taken aback. So that's how it is. No wonder Li Feiyu could reach level 30 in just one day. This makes perfect sense. I can only say that this little guy is really lucky. Of course, just by completing the Ancient Demon Ruins job change quest, you're qualified to join our Lingyun Guild. Here's our membership contract, take a look. Li Feiyu carefully flipped through it with Han Chen. The contract is fine, but I need to add a clause. I won't participate in any guild activities before my 3rd job change, and you will still provide the benefits. If that's acceptable, I'll join the Lingyun Guild. Mu Hongyun frowned, consulted with the vice president, and upon receiving approval, she smiled and signed the contract with Li Feiyu. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Lingyun Guild. Someone will deliver your guild uniform and token to you soon. If you want to participate in the guild's newbie leveling activities, feel free to contact me anytime. After completing all this, Mu Hongyun added Li Feiyu to the guild group and transferred a sum for benefits before leaving. Old Han, I have money now. Let's go to the trading hall to buy some items, then we can level up. The second job leveling area is located outside the city in the Misty Land, which is a dangerous place, and the journey is long, so we need to purchase some supplies. Power Center of Yunhai City. Top floor. All the high-ranking officials of Yunhai City gathered here for a city meeting, including the vice president of the Lingyun Guild, the head of the Judgment Institute, and the master of the Job Change Sanctuary, presided over personally by the city leader. This was not for any other reason but because a big shot was about to arrive in Yunhai City. Why did the city leader suddenly call for the highest level meeting? Some lower ranking officials whispered. I received a secret order. A big shot has been sent to our Yunhai City, so the city leader called for a meeting that only those who have reached at least the 4th job change can attend. Someone said seriously. A big shot? Is it because of Yifan's incident? The crowd could probably guess something. Yes, a hidden profession, specifically a necromancer, which is related to the fate of our dragon country. If there are any losses, the country will definitely take action. Before the crowd could continue their discussion, the city leader of Yunhai City walked in with a serious expression. Silence. Everyone sat up straight. The hidden profession necromancer Yifan has been seriously injured, which has drawn the attention of the state. Soon, a 7th job changer from the Dragon King Guild will arrive in Yunhai City, and we must fully assist in the investigation. With these words from the city leader, everyone was shocked. The Dragon King Guild. That is the strongest 9-star guild controlled by the state, surpassing all other guilds in the Dragon Country. Even the powerful Lingyun Guild is only a 3-star guild, not even on the same level. For the people of Yunhai City, a 6th job changer is already considered a super strong individual, and this time, the big shot coming is actually a 7th job changer. What is a national hero? That is a powerful force recognized by the state. Only 7th job changers can earn the title of national hero. Many people can only see national heroes on the screen throughout their lives, unable to witness their grandeur in person. However, upon careful thought, it makes sense. Yifan is a necromancer, a rare hidden profession that appears once in a century, so it is normal for the state to take it seriously. In fact, after the principal of Laming School reported Yifan's profession, the state immediately arranged for someone to protect him, but before they could make contact, Yifan was suddenly seriously injured. If it weren't for the timely arrival of old Ma, who took him to the highest hospital for treatment, he would have long since perished. The state suspects that a foreign job changer lurking in Yunhai City is secretly plotting against Yifan, this top genius job changer. The Dragon Country's official has issued a bounty secret order. Whoever can provide clues about the person who harmed Yifan will be rewarded with 500,000 national contributions, and capturing the culprit will earn 2.5 million national contributions. The city leader announced another shocking piece of news. This national contribution can be exchanged with the state for anything, including equipment, skill books, special items, and so on. Amidst the shock, there was even more excitement. This was a great opportunity. If one could obtain 2.5 million national contributions, it wouldn't be a problem to break through another job change at the current level. Yes, we will prioritize this matter. Please rest assured, Mayor. The president of the AO Sure Gang took the lead in expressing his stance. Everyone, let's prepare for the welcoming work and disperse the meeting. The meeting concluded. Everyone stopped their current tasks and busied themselves for the 2.5 million national tribute. On the other hand, Han Shan and Li Feiyu had already left Yunhai City, heading towards the nearest misty area leveling zone, the Yi Ghost Spider. To make the journey easier, Li Feiyu extravagantly spent 5,000 blue star coins to rent a Qingyu sand sculpture. This type of flying beast is extremely precious and can only be owned by major powers. In the sky, wearing a helmet, Han Shen could clearly see a patch of mist in the distance, with heavy mist below as well. This was the misty area that appeared after the game descended. Only after exploration would the mist dissipate, while unexplored areas remain shrouded in fog. There's a saying in Blue Star, stay away from the mist, cherish life, because no one knows what might be lurking within the mist or what might spring out. The unknown is always the most terrifying. The Dragon Kingdom also sacrificed countless job changers to explore some of the misty areas. Just like the place Han Shan and Li Feiyu were heading to now, the Ghost Spider leveling zone, which was discovered by the Dragon Kingdom as a suitable leveling area for second job changers, with a low danger level. Along the way, Han Shan also saw many people riding flying beasts heading towards the misty area, and some job changers using flying items. The most common was the Feather of Flight, which, when used, would sprout wings from the user's back, allowing for free flight, though it consumed a bit of mana, making it something only large families could afford. In a word, expensive. Old Han, look quickly, those are the job changers from Shuemen City, and that's the unique flying beast of Shuemen City, Li Feiyu communicated through his headset. This second job leveling zone was located between Yunhai City and Shuemen City, so it was natural for the second job changers from both cities to prioritize leveling here, making it normal to encounter job changers from Shuemen City. Ka! The Qingyu sand sculpture let out a cry. Han Shen knew they had arrived at their destination. At the edge of the Ghost Spider leveling zone, there was a temporary outpost built by a country. Once Han Shen and the others landed, the Qingyu sand sculpture returned the way it came. Although the flying speed of the Qingyu sand sculpture was comparable to that of a helicopter, it still took a full 2 hours to reach their destination, indicating the long journey. I love this sand sculpture, Li Feiyu said reluctantly as he watched the sand sculpture's retreating figure. You love the sand sculpture? Han Shen scoffed. Li Feiyu could only roll his eyes. Old Han, look quickly, that's a teleportation array. I finally see a teleportation array. Li Feiyu excitedly pointed at the teleportation array within the outpost, gesturing animatedly. Passers-by cast disdainful glances. Country bumpkin. Every city has a teleportation array that can transport to various teleportation points, which is extremely convenient, but the only downside is that it's expensive. The cost for a single teleportation is at least 10,000 blue star coins, and the farther the distance, the more expensive it gets. From Yunhai City to Daijing City, the cost can reach hundreds of thousands. It can only be said that this is something only the strong and wealthy can afford. Han Shan said nothing, shifting his feet to distance himself from Li Feiyu, who claimed to be a brave warrior unflinching in the face of danger. Hey, old Han, wait for me. Li Feiyu hurriedly caught up. After passing the outpost, the two arrived at a dimly lit forest, only to be shocked to find that it was teeming with people. All the ghost spider spawn points were occupied, and whenever a ghost spider spawned, it was immediately cut down by a flurry of blades. What the hell? How can there be so many people? It seems like they're all from the same gang, and their levels don't look low, Li Feiyu remarked, looking at the job changers dressed in uniform attire. He had hoped to practice on a ghost spider before teaming up with Han Shan to tackle the ghost spider dungeon. Han Shan also frowned. It seemed like the gang had monopolized the area. Such things often happen in various leveling areas, either to farm bosses or to help newcomers level up. This leveling spot has been reserved by our Watergate City Tiger Gang, please take a detour. A high-ranking job changer from the Tiger Gang, seeing Han Shan and Li Feiyu, brandished his wolf fong club and shouted loudly. This high-ranking job changer did not hide his basic information but revealed it instead. Profession, Barbarian, 3rd transition, level, LV65. He was actually a 3rd transition job changer. Without the forbidden spell, Han Shan knew he would definitely not be his opponent. Old Han, I often see some guilds reserving spots to help newcomers level up on the Douyin app. I didn't expect us to encounter it so soon, Li Feiyu whispered. Han Shan shook his head. The other party seemed to have no newcomers, they were all seasoned job changers, and they were definitely not here to help newbies. However, Han Shan couldn't be bothered. His goal was to farm dungeons, not to grind monsters at these leveling spots. The ghost spider leveling area was not small, and a guild could only reserve one leveling spot in one area, as per the national decree. Since they couldn't pass through here, they would head to the ghost spider dungeon from the other side. Passing by a new leveling spot, they found that there was also a guild reserving it. Old Han, something's not right. Why is there a reservation everywhere? Li Feiyu whispered. Han Shan nodded. He opened his phone to check the information about the ghost spider leveling area and discovered an important piece of information. It turned out that the ghost spider boss would randomly respawn in this leveling area, likely within the next few days. No wonder there were guilds with job changers above the 3rd transition coming here to reserve spots. The boss in the Misty Land has a chance to drop good items like job change certificates. Naturally, every time the Misty Land leveling area spawns a boss, it attracts a large number of high-ranking job changers to compete for it, even sparking battles. The ghost spider boss will respawn in the next few days. They are here to reserve spots in advance, preparing to farm the boss, Han Shan said. So that's how it is. It seems that all the good resources are taken by these big powers, and those without power can only farm small monsters. It's really unfair, Li Feiyu grumbled. No matter which world it is, the survival of the fittest is the truth. Strength is the only truth. Let's go. Since there were reservations everywhere, Han Shan decided not to take a detour and simply stated their intentions. Esteemed leaders, we are newcomers from the Lingyun Guild, and we would like to go farm the ghost spider dungeon. Please let us pass, Han Shan said. Lingyun Guild? Show us your guild token, they replied. The Lingyun Guild had quite a reputation in this area, and these high-ranking job changers would give them some face. We just joined not long ago, and we haven't received our guild token yet, but we have already joined the guild group. Saying this, Han Shan had Li Feiyu open the guild group for them to see. Upon seeing the Lingyun guild group, the group of job changers immediately made way, allowing Han Shan and Li Feiyu to pass. With this means of passage, Han Shan and Li Feiyu moved smoothly without needing to take a detour, heading straight to the ghost spider dungeon. There were many people gathered here, countless in number. Some came to farm dungeons for leveling, some to farm dungeon sets, and some came here to do business. It was like a small market. Ahead was a massive, pitch-black mountain, with a gloomy whirlpool entrance below. The entrance had an ancient stone tablet that read, Ghost Spider Dungeon Level Restriction, LV30 LV60 Team. Restriction, 2 to 6 people clear records, easy, Lingyun Guild, time taken 5 minutes 30 seconds normal, Lingyun Guild, time taken 15 minutes 10 seconds hard, Aoshi Guild, time taken 30 minutes 26 seconds nightmare, Lingyun Guild, time taken 2 hours 5 minutes 42 seconds hell. None this clear time is based on the boss's death time. In the instance of the Misty Land, not only does refreshing records put you on the leaderboard, but it also comes with extra rewards. Once a record is refreshed, it inevitably leads to fame. The reason the completion Records display the guild's name is that once a record is refreshed, the captain can name their own team. Naturally, these captains leave the name of their faction to enhance their visibility and attract more talent, which is also a means to promote their own power. What an impressive Lingyun guild! Han Chan marveled inwardly. The Lingyun guild truly deserved to be the top guild in Yunhai City, holding 3 out of 5 records. If it weren't for the poorly reputed Aoshi guild, which is also a 3-star guild, refreshing a difficult record, the Lingyun guild would have dominated the leaderboard. Surprisingly, there are no records for hell difficulty. It seems no team has cleared it yet, Han Chen thought. They're out. They're out. The Aoshi guild's pioneering team is out. The second transformation players gathered here suddenly became lively. It wasn't that they were die-hard fans of the Aoshi guild, but rather that the Aoshi guild had monopolized the instance entrance, claiming they were afraid other teams would affect their pioneering team and that they needed to wait for their team to exit before they could start their runs. This was simply absurd. There was no scientific basis for it at all. But the Aoshi guild was a 3-star guild, second only to the Lingyun guild in strength, so they didn't dare provoke them and could only wait in frustration. Han Chan and Li Feiyu also looked over as 6 level 60 players stumbled out, each injured, with several of their equipment completely damaged, needing support to walk. The Aoshi guild's medical team, which had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately rushed forward to provide treatment. Did they clear hell difficulty? Everyone looked towards the stone tablet. Suddenly, the tablet emitted a dazzling light and the record for hell changed. Hell, Aoshi guild, time taken 6 hours 38 minutes 55 seconds. Then, an ancient voice echoed from the stone tablet. First clear of the hell difficulty ghost spider instance, each member of the team is rewarded with 1 ghost spider medal, blue. Damn, they really cleared it. The ghost spider medal, it looks like an impressive rare item. I wonder what attributes it has. It must be extraordinary. I really want one. If you want it, then go clear hell difficulty. There's still a chance to refresh the record. Forget it, they spent over 6 hours in their full purple gear, and it took decades of guild experience to clear it. I want to live a few more years. Everyone was shocked, quickly taking out their phones to record this historic moment on social media. Although the Aoshi guild was notorious, at this moment, it didn't change the fact that they were the best. Our team needs a healer. Bring in a strong healer, a healing dad will do. Come on, we absolutely need a tank. Let's speedrun the easy difficulty. I'll offer 50,000 blue star coins if someone can take me through nightmare difficulty. The Aoshi team clearing the hell difficulty ghost spider instance ignited everyone's fighting spirit and they rushed madly towards the instance. Nationwide, there were not many who could clear the hell difficulty instance in the Misty Land, and the fact that the Aoshi guild took decades of exploration to achieve this today showed just how difficult it was. Aoshi guild territory. Upon learning that the team had cleared the hell difficulty ghost spider instance, President Lin Ao was overjoyed. Great. Bring them back for treatment and reward each with 3 million. Congratulations, President. This way, we can promote it widely and attract experts to join. Upgrading to 4 stars is just around the corner. The senior members of the Aoshi guild were also thrilled. Hurry and prepare. Old Han, let's quickly find people to form a team and start running the easy difficulty. Li Feiyu was also pumped up, eager to dive into the instance. Han Chen smiled without speaking and went directly to the instance. Hey, Old Han, is it just the 2 of us? Li Feiyu was stunned. Yes, just the 2 of us. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can find someone else to team up. Han Chen didn't elaborate further. Li Feiyu felt a bit worried. He had the purple demon blade, but it was just a purple weapon. He didn't have any defensive gear. And Old Han was a priest. This guy probably couldn't heal anyone and would struggle with monster farming too, even with a high level. Dang, hell difficulty selection failed. The hell difficulty of the ghost spider dungeon requires at least 3 players to enter. What the? There's this restriction? Han Chen was taken aback. If they wanted to farm good items, they had to tackle the highest difficulty dungeons. Anyway, with the forbidden spell, clearing it shouldn't be a problem. Han Chen glanced around, contemplating whether to recruit another person or just tackle the nightmare difficulty. Just then, a prompt popped up on Han Chen's panel. Rose Guild's Chu Ye has applied to join your team. Do you agree? Han Chen clicked on her information. This girl had no hidden information, and it was all visible. Chu Ye class, Phantom Assassin, 2nd transition, level, LV 60 health, 1400 mana, 3200 strength, 220 constitution, 280 spirit, 640 agility, 820. Phantom Assassin. A very special class, but not a hidden class. 2 handsome guys, can I join you for the dungeon? I can pull monsters. Chu Ye approached, her voice slightly playful. Dressed in the tight black outfit unique to assassins, wearing a mask that revealed her playful big eyes. When Han Chen and Li Feiyu appeared, Chu Ye had already noticed this strange duo. One was a level 30 priest, Han Chen had reset his level, and the other a level 32 warrior. In this ghost spider dungeon, most of the people she knew, and she was sure these 2 were here for the first time. Judging by their appearance, they were likely new transition players. Had it only been a few days? Just level 30 for the 2nd transition? The most important thing was that one of them was a priest. That's why Chu Ye thought about joining the duo to test the waters. If they were newcomers without any backing, she could invite them to join the guild. There was no other way. Her sister had just started the Rose Guild, and as the vice president, she could only think of ways to recruit some talent in this ghost spider dungeon. Meanwhile, she hoped to strike it lucky and see if any big shots were willing to take her through the nightmare. Difficulty to drop a third transition proof, which was in high demand in the market and hard to buy even with money. The nightmare difficulty of the ghost spider dungeon began, and killing the boss had a chance to drop the third transition proof. I've cleared the hard difficulty and know the ghost spider dungeon very well. Let's form a team. Chu Ye squinted and smiled. Hiss. This girl is really beautiful, but still not as good looking as Sister Han. You brat, stop having ideas about my sister. Didn't you feel pain when she beat you? Li Feiyu complained. Old Han, you don't understand. I have no such thoughts about your sister. She gives me a terrifying vibe. Get lost. This girl was dressed in assassin gear with a curvy figure that was undeniable. Han Shen, having lived 2 lives, could naturally see that this beauty wanted to join the team for a purpose, but he didn't know if her intentions were pure. However, he indeed needed a teammate and could consider this beautiful assassin. With the disguiser badge, he could use this item to pose as a big shot leading newbies. After thinking it over, Han Shen chuckled. Aren't you afraid we might hold you back? We're both still new to the second transition. What's there to worry about? The simple difficulty isn't a big deal. Chu Ye was quite confident in her abilities. In her view, these two newbies would at most handle the simple difficulty, and she could solo the simple difficulty of the ghost spider dungeon. At that time, they could see if these two were talents and whether they were worth recruiting. Han Shen smiled knowingly and agreed to let Chu Ye join the team. When they saw Chu Ye's title as Vice President of the Rose Guild, both Han Shen and Li Feiyu were taken aback. Goodness, she's a rich lady. If she weren't wealthy, with her second transformation strength, she wouldn't qualify to be a vice president of a guild. They began to select the difficulty of the dungeon. Ding, hell. Difficulty selected successfully, entering in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the dungeon vortex sucked in Han Shen and the others, plunging them into the bloody ghost spider dungeon. This dungeon was like the Silk Cave, intricate and eerie, with ghost spider monsters roaming around. I'll go pull the monsters. You guys wait here. Chu Ye activated her stealth skill, stepping forward confidently. Spotting a ghost spider, she was about to strike it to draw aggro, but her raised jade hand suddenly froze. What the hell? This health. Chu Ye instantly sensed something was wrong and checked the information on the ghost spider. Ghost Spider, Hell, Level, LV60 Health, 150000/150000 Strength, 900 Constitution, 500 Spirit, 850 Agility, 1200. Skills, Shadow Shift, Poison Spit, Poison Spear, Corrosive Poison Mist. This is ridiculous. The attributes of a small monster are crushing her. This isn't even an elite monster, let alone the final boss. Whoosh! Chu Ye's face turned pale, and she rushed back to Han Shen's side at breakneck speed. Big brother, what difficulty did you choose? Hell! Han Shen replied with a smile. Put. Chu Ye felt like she was spitting blood inside. Are all the newbies this brave now? Just second transformed and already challenging a hell dungeon? Is this what they call a fearless young calf? Big brother, if you want to court death, don't drag me into it. It's a hell dungeon. Do you think we're a big guild's exploration team? Chu Ye regretted it deeply at that moment. She had misjudged them. These two were not talents, they were simply foolish to the extreme. Now she was going to be dragged down by them. Hell-level ghost spider could kill her with a single skill. You idiot. Once you enter the dungeon, you need to last at least 30 minutes to exit voluntarily. These ghost spider monsters will start attacking intruders after 30 seconds. You're going to get me killed. Chu Ye wanted to cry. She hadn't even found a boyfriend like a little wolf dog yet, and she hadn't even given away her first blood. How could she die like this? As a brave warrior, Li Feiyu was also trembling all over. Upon hearing it was hell difficulty, he was completely dumbfounded. The ghost spiders moving around in front of them felt like reapers, and Li Feiyu thought to himself that he didn't want to play anymore. He wanted to go home. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The brave are fearless. Come on, brave my foot. What right do you, a newly second transformed priest, have to say that? Chu Ye was starting to lose it. At that moment, Han Shen had already taken out the holy light staff. The dazzling red glow made Chu Ye's eyes widen in an instant, seeing a glimmer of hope. Could this priest be a hidden big shot? Coming from a wealthy family, she knew some secrets. Super big shots above the 7th transformation often had ways to suppress their levels to enter lower level dungeons, but such high level big shots rarely did this because the cost of suppressing levels was not proportional to the rewards from the dungeon. And the 30 level priest in front of her, so calm facing a hell dungeon and possessing a rare 30 level red gear, could very well be a big shot suppressing their level to help a girl level up. As for looks, many big shots had means of disguise, so that didn't count for much. Watch closely, don't blink. In the next second, I'll be very cool. Han Chen raised the holy light staff high. Li Feiyu was confused. Chu Ye was hopeful. Now she couldn't determine whether the person in front of her was a hidden class priest master. She needed to see his displayed strength. Han Chen directly unleashed the forbidden spell, Desolation of the Divine Grief, without any incantation. A terrifying mental force instantly formed a world-destroying storm, the immense sound of the storm deafening, with flying sand and stones shaking the heavens and the earth. This. Chu Ye was completely stunned, nearly collapsing to her knees. What did she just witness? A cataclysmic mental storm. Such a terrifying mental power caused the elements of heaven and earth to go into chaos. This had to be the kind of mental force possessed by at least an 8th turn Grandmaster Super Boss, right? A boss. Absolutely a boss. Her palms were sweaty. Chu Ye excitedly clutched the stunned Li Feiyu beside her. Suddenly, the mental storm rampaged, sweeping through like the scythe of death. All the ghost spiders fell to the ground, unable to even scream before being obliterated by the mental force, turning into dust, leaving only a pile of dropped items. Ding! Congratulations on killing the ghost spider, level up. The upgrade notification kept ringing. By the time the notification ended, Han Chen had reached level 47 while Li Feiyu had reached level 40. However, due to the disguised badge, Han Chen still displayed a level of 30 in the party, which made Chu Ye even more convinced that this was definitely a super boss helping this newbie level up. As the dungeon seemed on the verge of collapse, the mental storm continued to wreak havoc, and as Han Chen lowered the holy staff of light, the world-ending storm instantly dissipated. At that moment, there was no longer any trace of the Silk Cave. All the caves on this first level had been erased, leaving only a flat ground and the entrance to the second level's vortex. The dungeon space was also filled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. If Han Chen hadn't stopped in time, the power of the forbidden spell might have broken the dungeon's restrictions, and no one knew what would happen then. Goal. A. No chant instant cast skill that seems to be a 7th turn super skill, and he can stop the skill instantly without changing his expression, as casually as eating or drinking. What level of land god is this? Coming back to her senses, Chu Ye looked at Han Chen's godlike figure, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Li Feiyu was no better, staring blankly at Han Chen. Was this really the childhood friend he had known all his life? Could he be a reincarnated deity, awakened all of a sudden? Seeing that a forbidden spell couldn't clear this dungeon, Han Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that the forbidden spell couldn't cross scenes to eliminate monsters, so he would have to reserve the Judgment of Light forbidden spell for the final boss. With that thought, Han Chen turned back and smiled at the two. Stop dazing around, collect the items on the ground, we should head to the next level. Li Feiyu was the first to react, quickly going to gather the items on the ground. Damn it, his brother was so freakishly strong. I'm definitely clinging to Lao Han's thigh, both of them, and I won't let go even if I die. After a while, Chu Ye also came back to her senses and helped out. They entered the second level. This was a damp spider lair, with hundreds of ghost spiders gnawing on the bones on the ground. Watching Desolation of the Divine Grief cool down, Han Chen could only say to the two, there are 4 levels of ghost spiders, the second and third levels are up to you. Ha! No, boss, we can't handle it. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye was instantly bewildered. Lao, teacher, our attributes are too mismatched against the monsters, we're not on the same level. How about you show off again? Based on their years of interaction, Li Feiyu knew Han Chen wanted to act like a super boss in front of the girl, so he naturally had to cooperate, otherwise, it would be easy for someone to investigate. He positioned himself as a disciple, and if someone wanted to find Lao Han through him, he could use the excuse of the elusive teacher to respond. After all, Lao Han had used the disguised badge, changing his appearance and demeanor. Besides himself, no one knew this secret. You don't need to worry. If I let you take action, I won't send you to your deaths. This is also a test of courage for you two little ones. Though the words were said, courage is built on the foundation of strength. But Chu Ye dared not refute. Seeing Li Feiyu bravely charge towards a ghost spider, she could only grit her teeth and sneak forward. Li Feiyu now had complete faith in Han Chen. Even if Han Chen asked him to take down a level 100 boss, he would do so without hesitation. Just as the two were about to engage the monster head-on, Han Chen waved his hand, and 2 forbidden spells were instantly cast. Holy Light Guardian, Divine Oracle's Blessing, Buzz. 2 beams of divine light surged forth, enveloping Han Chen and the others. Bang! Minus 40k. Put. Minus 80k. Li Feiyu and Chu Ye also unleashed their skills on the ghost spider. Upon seeing the damage, the two were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this the damage I can deal? Li Feiyu exclaimed in shock. 20,000 damage. This can't be real, right? Chu Ye also looked at her dagger in disbelief. A second turn skill, Backstab, dealt 80,000 damage? Screech. The ghost spider, receiving damage, erupted in anger and unleashed the skill, Poison Spear. The poison spider spear shot towards the two at incredible speed. Not good. The two were still in shock over their damage and had no time to react, getting hit. We're done for. Bang! -1 2 force damage numbers appeared above their heads. Even in a poisoned state, the damage was -1 -1. But this tiny bit of damage was instantly filled by a mysterious and powerful recovery. What? The two were bewildered, filled with question marks. The ghost spider couldn't break their defense? Suddenly. What the hell? Why has my health skyrocketed so much? My attributes have also increased fivefold. Li Feiyu screamed. Chu Ye looked at her attributes. Her agility had actually become 7,200, leaving her in shock. Her base agility was 820, plus the equipment bonus, it was only about 1,400, and now it had increased fivefold. When she saw a 50% damage immunity aura and the two beams of divine light occasionally surging around her, how could Chu Ye not understand that a big shot had intervened and instantly cast support skills? What kind of support skill was this? Fivefold increase in all attributes, absurd healing and mana recovery, plus a 30% increase in health and 50% damage immunity. Was this really the skill of the most useless support class, the priest? If she were to record what happened here and post it online, it would surely create a nationwide sensation. With just two support skills, a newbie could have the ability to crush a hell level ghost spider dungeon. This was too outrageous, unscientific. Stop dawdling. I'll give you 3 minutes to quickly deal with these hundreds of monsters. I won't intervene. The ghost spiders surrounded them, with one even attacking Han Chen, but it was repelled by the skill, light shock from Han Chen's holy light staff. The two snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with excitement. Ha! A mere hell-level ghost spider, watch me chop you down. Li Feiyu charged into the swarm of ghost spiders, wildly swinging his weapon. A powerful warrior class that could both tank and deal damage was perfectly showcased by Li Feiyu. In less than 3 minutes, the hundreds of monsters on this second level, including elite mini-bosses, were all cut down by the two. Big shot, are you still looking for female disciples? I'm proficient in everything except for washing and cooking. Chu Ye tightly hugged Han Chen's arm, her soft body and unique fragrance instantly making Han Chen feel exhilarated. So refreshing. No wonder that group of mages liked to level up with girls. Seeing that the big shot didn't respond, Chu Ye thought he wasn't interested and had to settle for second best. Big shot, do you need a secretary? Secretary? A female secretary. Han Chen stroked his chin. Chu Ye removed the assassin's mask, revealing a stunning face, like a fairy untouched by the mortal world, captivating yet not her type. She preferred the big peach. Boss, do you think someone like me qualifies to be your personal secretary? Han Chen replied, there's no rush on this matter, we can discuss it later. After enduring a frenzy of monster slaying, Li Feiyu had already entered a state of being indifferent to women, tightly gripping the demon blade, eager to head to the 4th level to take down the boss. Han Chen did not hurry to the 3rd level. After all, the cooldown time for Divine Oracle Wish was now 12 minutes, originally 15 minutes, with the ancient demon amulet reducing it by 20%, so they still needed to wait. After the forbidden spell refreshed, Han Chen finally led the two into the 3rd level, where there were even more elite ghost spiders, and Li Feiyu and Chu Ye almost encountered trouble due to the duration of the Holy Light Guardian running out. In the face of powerful recovery and attribute bonuses, the attacks from these elite monsters were hardly a threat. Thus, the three of them successfully reached the final level, which was filled with elite monsters, but there was no sign of the boss. Through Chu Ye's introduction, they learned that the boss in hell difficulty would only appear after clearing out the smaller monsters. Han Chen nodded, instructing the two to clear the monsters. This time, with his experience, Han Chen did not rush to release Holy Light Guardian. The elite ghost spiders still dealt considerable damage to the two, with hits in the dozens still posing a threat. When the two were on the verge of collapse, Han Chen finally released Holy Light Guardian, instantly restoring them to full health, allowing them to wreak havoc. Once all the elite monsters were slain, the ghost spider's lair began to tremble violently. The boss is about to appear, Chu Ye said. Boom! A massive ghost spider crawled out from deep within the cave, measuring over 10 meters in size, with dozens of eyes glowing with a sinister bloodlight. Theophasia Ghost Spider Boss, Hell Level, LV60 Health, 550000/550000 Strength, 3200 Constitution, 3500 Spirit, 2100 Agility, 4000 Skills, Shadow Shift, Poison Spit, Poison Spear, Corrosive Poison Mist, Spider Ghost Sound, Blood Rage Rampage, Summon Elite Ghost Spiders. Boss Dialogue, I hear the wails of children. Who is slaughtering my Theophasia's children? You have provoked me, and this will be your burial ground. Your blood will give birth to new children. My god, is this the final boss of Hell level? It's terrifying, absolutely comparable to a powerful third transformation class changer. No wonder the Aoshi Guild has been able to clear it all these years, Li Feiyu exclaimed. Judgment of Light. Han Chen casually released a forbidden spell. Boom! The golden light exploded, and not even a trace of the boss was left, only a pile of loot remained. Boss, give us a moment to prepare mentally. Chu Ye was horrified inside. A hell-level boss. Just like that, it was casually taken down by the boss. Ding, congratulations on clearing the level. Since your team has broken the record, please name your team. At this moment, above the ghost spider leveling area, an old man with a youthful face and white hair sat on the back of a massive flying beast. This flying beast, a lion-bodied python, had fur that shimmered like molten silver, radiating a chilling light, with two tails resembling giant serpents. Its wings spread out, measuring several dozen meters in length, blocking out the sun, and with each flap, it stirred up hurricanes that whipped the clouds, exuding an impressive might. This was the powerful 7-star flying beast, the sky lion python. The old man, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out two beams of light as if he could see things from miles away. His gaze was directed towards the ghost spider dungeon. Such powerful energy, it actually shook the restrictions of the Misty Land dungeon, nearly causing it to collapse. With such power, it must be a forbidden spell, but the two transformation dungeon restrictions cannot withstand the might of a forbidden spell unless the caster quickly stops casting. This isn't right either. Even a powerful artifact from the 10 transformations kingdom can't freely control forbidden spells. What on earth is going on? The old man stood up, the Dragon King's guild robe, symbolizing supreme glory, rustling in the fierce wind, his eyes flashing with unusual brilliance. But no matter how he probed, he couldn't obtain detailed information unless he suppressed his level and entered this instance for investigation. After pondering for a moment, the old man sat back down, his eyes returning to their normal murkiness. Still, the matter of Yifan in Yunhai City is urgent. Perhaps some big shot is here mentoring their juniors. According to the information gathered, there had been 2 instances of suspected forbidden light magic in Yunhai City, and Yifan was injured by the residual power of a mysterious and powerful light magic. The old man kept a watchful eye. He then ordered the flying lion python to continue heading towards Yunhai City. Inside the instance. Ding, congratulations on defeating the ghost spider boss Finalizing, level increased by 58 levels. Not max level? Han Chen didn't mind. Anyway, after going out, refreshing the record would yield a large amount of experience rewards, and he estimated he could reach the 60-level second transformation limit. I'm terrible at naming things, so you guys can come up with a name for the team. Han Chen looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Li Feiyu and Chu Ye. Teacher, anything is fine. How about we name it Best Buddies for Life? I think that name works. Li Feiyu quickly responded. Han Chen directly ignored him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Ye nervously spoke up. Big shot, could we name it Rose Guild? That's the guild my twin sister just created, and we need to recruit some talent. Chu Ye was quite anxious, fearing her suggestion would annoy the big shot. Goodness, a twin sister, this is key, make sure to note it down for future reference. Han Chen stroked his chin, pondering. Focusing everyone's attention on the Rose Guild wasn't a bad idea. Having this guild at the forefront could save a lot of trouble. After thinking it over, Han Chen confirmed the name. Ding, team name successfully set, Rose Guild. If you do not leave the instance voluntarily in 3 minutes, you will be forcibly teleported out of the instance. Hearing the prompt, Chu Ye's chest rose and fell rapidly, her heart racing. She didn't expect this big shot to be so understanding. Now the Rose Guild would become famous. It wouldn't be long before a wave of job changers would come to the Rose Guild's territory to apply for membership. Thank you, big shot. You're so impressive. Chu Ye danced with excitement, her voice adorably high-pitched. It's a pity Han Chen asked his sister to give her a pinch, but Han Yu flatly refused, saying that voice was utterly annoying. At that moment, Han Chen immediately looked towards a small cluster of light that had fallen to the ground not far away, looking like a bountiful harvest. This is a 3rd transformation job change certificate. Han Chen was overjoyed. At this time, Chu Ye was also looking at the certificate with fiery eyes, but she knew that this 3rd transformation certificate definitely wouldn't fall into her hands. After all, the big shot's disciple hadn't even reached the 3rd transformation yet. Han Chen gestured for Li Feiyu to take it first. Thank you, teacher. Li Feiyu promptly stored the 3rd transformation certificate in his storage space. The 3 continued to sort through their equipment. Ghost Spider Battle Helmet, purple, one of the Ghost Spider Hell set level, 60 physical damage, plus 10% constitution, plus 500 spirit, plus 300 agility, plus 280 durability, 1000 special effects, thorn power, passive after activation. The body is covered in thorn-like barbs, capable of reflecting 30% of physical and magical damage, cooldown 24 hours. Ghost Shield, active activates a shield effect that can block 1 instance of attack damage, cooldown 24 hours. Ghost Spider Summon, set summons a level 60 Hell Elite Ghost Spider to fight, lasting 1 hour, cooldown 24 hours. Not activated, requires gathering 4 pieces of the Ghost Spider Hell set to activate. Ghost Spider Battle Armor, purple, one of the Ghost Spider Hell set level, 60 health plus 10% constitution, plus 550 spirit, plus 330 agility, plus 400 durability, 1000 special effects, thorn power, passive, Ghost Shield, active, Ghost Spider Summon, set. Ghost Spider Battle Chain, purple, one of the Ghost Spider Hell set level, 60 magic defense, plus 10% constitution, plus 550 spirit, plus 460. Agility, plus 380 durability, 1000 special effects, Thorn Power, passive, Ghost Shield, active, Ghost Spider Summon, set. Ghost Spider Battle Boots, purple, one of the Ghost Spider Hell set level, 60 physical defense, plus 10% constitution, plus 470 spirit, plus 340 agility, plus 560 durability, 1000 special effects, Thorn Power, passive, Ghost Shield, active, Ghost Spider Summon, set. Wow! A set! An entire set of Ghost Spider purple Hellgear. Chu Ye was stunned by the attributes of this set. It's worth noting that the Ghost Spider Purple Nightmare set is only for level 40, and compared to this level 60 Hell set, it's simply incomparable. One is a dragon, the other is an insect. Han Shen didn't react much. With the forbidden spell in hand, the equipment wasn't particularly important. This set could be worn by any melee class, and Han Shen had no reservations, directly giving it to Li Feiyu, who could wear it once he reached level 60. With this set, he would be far ahead of his peers in class change, making him quite the expert. Chu Ye knew she might not be able to cling to the big shot's thigh, but perhaps she could cling to his disciple's thigh. She thought about finding a way to get the big shot's disciple's contact information. Before leaving, Han Shen continued to sort through the remaining equipment, 14 pieces of blue gear, 5 pieces of purple gear, but these 5 purple pieces were not part of a set, they were ordinary level 60 purple gear, including a dagger with a spider pattern. The rest were materials which could be sold for money. Unfortunately, this hell dungeon was a bit stingy and didn't drop any skill books. If others knew what Han Shen was thinking at this moment, they would probably scoff. A whole set of hell gear, and he still wanted more? Chu Ye, since you contributed, this dagger will be your reward. Han Shen generously handed her the dagger, not wanting to lose his demeanor as a big shot. Ha, I get one too. Chu Ye thought she had misheard. The person had taken her to clear a hell-level dungeon and was even sharing equipment with her. It felt like a dream. This dagger was a purple item. Thank you, big shot. Chu Ye felt a surge of joy in her heart. Han Shen waved his hand dismissively, and after collecting the items, the three were teleported out of the dungeon. Buzz. As the three emerged, the stone tablet changed. Hell, Rose Guild, duration 35 minutes. An ancient voice echoed from the stone tablet again. Rose Guild team has cleared the hell difficulty Ghost Spider dungeon. Each team member is rewarded with 1 Ghost Spider medal, purple. In an instant, everyone at the dungeon stopped. All petrified, they stared at the stone tablet. After a long while, everyone gasped in shock. The sound of astonishment echoed through the air. What the hell? What kind of super guild is the Rose Guild? They cleared the hell difficulty in less than 40 minutes. Where is the Rose Guild team? I want to worship the big shots. I want to join the Rose Guild. There must be a big shot carrying them through, otherwise, I wouldn't believe anyone could clear hell difficulty this fast at level 2. Ha ha ha. Everyone, quickly look at the news. The Aoshi Guild is about to be slapped in the face at light speed. They definitely didn't expect their record to be broken so quickly. The Aoshi Guild has spent a fortune to create hype and is currently boasting at a press conference about clearing the hell dungeon, instantly becoming the biggest topic in Yunhai City. But the next second, the president of the Aoshi Guild, Lin Ao, received confirmation that a team from the Rose Guild had cleared the hell dungeon, breaking their record in just 35 minutes, shattering the national record for the fastest clear of a hell difficulty dungeon. What the hell? How have I never heard of this perverted guild? This is it, all our efforts wasted, damn it. Lin Ao was furious and hurriedly ended the press conference. In the Rose Guild, Chuning Xiang was racking her brain on how to recruit skilled players to strengthen the guild. Although the twin sisters were both stunningly beautiful and could easily attract people if they chose to flaunt their looks, they didn't want to sell their beauty. At that moment, an elder of the guild rushed in. President, bad news. What's the rush about? Quick, look at the trending news in Yunhai City. The elder handed his phone to the president. Chuning Xiang took the phone and saw that the hell difficulty Ghost Spider dungeon had been cleared by the Aoshi Guild, and she was also amazed by their strength. When she saw that the record for the hell dungeon was broken the same day by a team from the Rose Guild, Chuning Xiang was completely stunned. How is that possible? When did we send a team to tackle the hell difficulty Ghost Spider dungeon? Suddenly, Chuning Xiang realized. EE had been at the dungeon recently. Aside from her, there weren't many in the guild over there, as everyone else was busy with tasks in their territory. Chuning Xiang quickly called Chu Ye, but no one answered. 35 minutes to clear the hell-level Ghost Spider dungeon? Damn! Who would believe such a thing? For the Rose Guild right now, this could be either a blessing or a curse. At the Ghost Spider dungeon. Ghost Spider Metal, purple, after equipping, poison resistance plus 150%, all attributes plus 100, equipment dropped is automatically stored in the inventory, no distance limit. Quite impressive. Attributes. Especially the no distance limit for picking up equipment, which made Han Shen extremely happy. Just think about it, with the destructive power of the forbidden spell, being able to clear maps in seconds, having to pick up Equipment one by one would be such a hassle. Now with this ghost spider metal, it's a game changer. It's like automatic equipment pickup. So damn convenient. Ding, hell difficulty ghost spider dungeon refresh, all members level. +10. Ding, since your level has reached the second transfer limit of level 60, you can no longer level up. Hearing the notification, Han Shen's eyes lit up. There really was an experience reward, and it was a direct +10 levels. Awesome. After receiving the extra reward, Han Shen decided not to linger any longer, taking Li Feiyu and Chu Ye back to their base to avoid being recognized. At that time, there were many people entering and exiting the dungeon. And since Chu Ye had also turned off her information, it was hard for others to know she was from the Rose Guild. Alright, my useless disciple is already level 60, we should head back. Boss, don't you really need a secretary? Let's talk about that when you're stronger. Although Han Shen also wanted a beautiful girl as his secretary, after all, having a secretary to handle matters and to keep busy when there's nothing to do sounded quite nice, he thought. But right now, he had to be cautious, the more low-key the better. From his experience, women were trouble, yes, very troublesome. Plus, with the matter of Yifan, the country would definitely send someone to investigate, so he had to be careful. Alright then. Chu Ye, who hadn't managed to cling to his leg, felt a bit disappointed. Boss, before we part, can you tell me your name? Once I'm stronger, I'll come to be your secretary. Chu Ye looked at Han Shen with sparkling eyes, her voice a sweet tease that was hard to resist. My name is Li Feiyu. If anyone asks about clearing the dungeon, just say you met a super big shot who can carry you through. After Han Shen finished speaking, he gave a meaningful glance at Li Feiyu beside him. Ha! Li Feiyu's eyes widened, and just as he was about to say something, Han Shen covered his mouth and forcibly pulled up the rented Qingyu sand sculpture. Ka! The Qingyu sand sculpture spread its wings and flew away. With a whoosh. Li Feiyu, this kind of super big shot shouldn't be lying. Anyway, I've already added the big shot's disciple's phone number. So we will definitely meet the big shot again. Such a powerful big shot, could it be the 9 turns unmatched national hero? I'm really lucky. Today. Chu Ye's face flushed with excitement, and then she also rented a Qingyu sand sculpture to head to the Rose Guild territory. Old Han, why did you mention my name? I feel like there's a trap in this. In the air, Li Feiyu looked at Han Shen with displeasure. Han Shen laughed heartily and said, "You don't understand, this is a meme." Meme? What kind of broken meme is that? Don't fool me, but seriously, that girl just now was so pretty. Old Han, did you have any thoughts? Li Feiyu's face turned red, he was embarrassed to admit he had a crush on her. Han Shen couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know that Old Li was smitten? You know, I like mature ones, this kind of girl is nice to look at. That's good. That's good. Li Feiyu secretly rejoiced. As long as Old Han wasn't interested, he could boldly pursue her and then tease Han Shen. I still think your sister is prettier. You get lost. Hey, wait, Old Han, aren't we supposed to go back to Yunhai City? This direction is wrong. Li Feiyu noticed that the Qingyu sand sculpture was flying towards Shumen City. The extra equipment dropped from the Ghost Spider dungeon needs to be sold. If we go back to Yunhai City, we will inevitably raise suspicion. Shumen City has no one who knows us, so it will be much more convenient. Besides, your level has risen too quickly. Even with the cover of the Lingyun Guild, it wouldn't make sense. We need to stay in Shumen City for a while. Remember, we need to keep a low profile. Li Feiyu thought about it and agreed. Right. Old Han is still considerate. As they passed the Ghost Spider leveling area, Han Shen suddenly spotted a huge figure below. Ghost Spider Boss, Wild, level, LV60. That's a wild boss that just respawned. Han Shen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this boss to respawn at a non-leveling point. In the Misty Land, wild bosses usually respawn within their territory, and most of the time, they appear at leveling points, rarely at non-leveling points. Han Shen couldn't help but glance at Li Feiyu, suspecting that this kid might have some hidden luck attribute. At this moment, most of the job changers in the Ghost Spider leveling area were attracted by the dungeon clearing records, so this wild boss, which had just respawned, had not yet been discovered by anyone. Old Han, it's a wild boss. Let's hurry down and steal this boss. Who knows, my third transfer proof might just be in reach. Li Feiyu was instantly excited upon seeing the wild boss. Desolation of the Divine. Han Shen didn't waste time and directly cast a mental forbidden spell in the air. Although it made a lot of noise, at least it wasn't as dazzling as the Judgment of Light, which would attract attention. The sky suddenly changed color. A hellish gray storm swept down from the sky towards the leveling area like a tornado, destroying everything. The high-level job changers at the distant leveling point immediately noticed this terrifying storm. My goodness, what is that? My head suddenly hurts. Just the pressure alone was enough to make their heads feel like they were about to burst. It was a mental shock that even a tiny bit was beyond their capacity to bear. Terrified, they turned and ran. No need to explain. It must be a big shot casting a spell. Such a terrifying power from such a distance indicates that the caster must be an unimaginable existence. Boom! The mental storm struck the wild poisonous spider boss grazing below. Ha! A spider. Grazing? In an instant, the ground was blasted into a terrifying pit and the entire leveling area shook violently. Outside the leveling area, in the misty land, monsters roared, their sounds echoing, causing everyone to feel anxious and flee in terror from the ghost spider leveling area. Seeing the boss fall, Han Shen quickly stopped casting, and the ghost spider metal directly absorbed the light orbs that filled the ground below. Then Han Shen hurriedly controlled the Qingyu sand sculpture to leave quickly. The momentum was fierce and the departure was swift, as if nothing had ever happened here. My goodness! This was the first time using Desolation God's grief in the wild, and its power was shockingly terrifying. That mental impact seemed to affect the ghost spider leveling area. But at this moment Han Shen had no time to think further and could only escape quickly. Old Han, did you get the third transfer proof? Li Feiyu was most concerned about this. As for Old Han's might, he had long since gotten used to it. Han Shen took a glance at his storage space. After leveling up, the space had also expanded, enough for use. A new third transfer proof and some equipment appeared. It seemed he was quite lucky. Every run guaranteed a drop, but he still hadn't gotten a skill book. It seemed there was a reason why skill books were more expensive than equipment. This way, he wouldn't have to specifically help Li Feiyu farm for the third transfer proof. It dropped. Here, we can go together to take the third transfer quest and get our third transfer as soon as possible. With the third transfer proof in hand, Li Feiyu excitedly hugged Han Shen's thigh. Old Han, my future happy life depends on you. Get lost. I'm saying, Old Han, if we could have our own flying pets, that would be much more convenient. At least it would save us a lot of money. The two had already arrived in Shumen City and were taking a taxi to the transfer temple. That's true, but it's not easy to have a flying pet. Flying pets are rarer than transfer proofs, and they are hard to come by. It's better to see if we can farm a flying skill instead. If he could learn a flying skill and advance to forbidden spells, wouldn't he be able to go wherever he wanted? That would be extremely convenient. However, flying skills are incredibly difficult to drop. It could be said that it's much harder than getting priest skills. Being able to farm skill books in the low-level leveling area of Yunhai City was indeed a stroke of luck, but coming to the ghost spider leveling area, not a single skill book had dropped. It seemed he needed to save more money to buy priest skill books in the future. Relying solely on himself to farm, even with forbidden spells, he wouldn't know when he could gather all the priest skills. While they were talking, the two quickly arrived at their destination, the transfer temple in Shumen City. Hey, have you seen the hot topics? It seems a big shot appeared in the ghost spider leveling area, destroying it. They say a pit caused by mental power appeared on the ground, directly affecting the monster respawn rate in the ghost spider leveling area, which has slowed down significantly, and that's a big deal. No way? Let me see. Oh, it really is. But aren't the leveling areas in the misty land supposed to self-repair unless they suffer significant damage? That's relative. If they encounter a national talent level skill damage, don't even talk about recovery. It would be lucky if it doesn't become a monster-free wasteland. Oh my god. A national talent? Which 7 transfer big shot passed by? According to expert analysis, the pit in the ghost spider leveling area was caused by at least a 7 transfer mental magic. What the hell? It's really a 7 transfer big shot? No wonder the pit shows no signs of recovery. Do you know which big shot did it? And why did they target the ghost spider leveling area? Who knows? But I have some insider information. It is said that the hidden mage profession in Yunhai City, the necromancer Yi Fan, has been seriously injured. The country has already sent a big shot from the Dragon King Gang to investigate. I think it must be the work of the national hero from the Dragon King Gang. Everyone quickly check the official website of Yunhai City. It's true that a 7-turn big shot has gone there. It's probably this big shot who did it. When will I be able to join the Dragon King Gang, even if it's just to clean the toilets? Before they even stepped into the transmutation sanctuary, Han Shan and Li Feiyu heard the excited chatter of onlookers discussing the mental storm that had appeared in the ghost spider leveling area. Han Shan took out his phone and searched for the ghost spider leveling area. A whole bunch of the latest news popped up, and there were even quite a few expert analyses. A group of so-called experts analyzing. Goodness, his own forbidden spell had caused such a stir. A 7-turn big shot from the Dragon King Gang has arrived in Yunhai City? Han Chan's heart tightened. He didn't expect the country to act so quickly, sending a 7-turn big shot, and from the Dragon King Gang no less. That's a legendary gang, the only 9-star gang in Longwa, a super gang giant. One of the national treasures of Longwei is the president of the Dragon King Gang. Definitely a 10-turn super big shot. Thinking back to how he had warned his classmates about the danger, and then Yifan got injured by his forbidden spell, it wouldn't be long before this big shot traced it back to him. With that thought, Han Shan felt a sense of urgency for the first time, wanting to become stronger quickly, strong enough to handle everything. I need to hurry and reach the 3rd turn. Stepping into the transmutation sanctuary, Han Shan noticed that there were many more people here than in Yunhai City. But thinking about it, it made sense. Shueman City is larger than Yunhai City, so naturally, more people would come here to transmute. The staff Here were all tall, beautiful, and curvaceous young women. Han Chan and Li Feiyu approached a counter with fewer people in line, and soon it was Han Chan's turn. Hello, I'm here to apply for the third turn task. A young staff member dressed in a maid-like black dress, adorned with rabbit ear decorations, flashed a charming smile. Do you have the third turn proof? You need the third turn proof to activate the third turn task. I have it. Han Chan took out the third turn proof. Okay, please follow me. The rabbit-eared girl led Han Chan into the transmutation room. The room was a bit dark, with only the transmutation divine stone in the center, radiating a captivating glow. It seemed that this transmutation sanctuary had 4 transmutation divine stones, each staff member responsible for one. Truly extravagant. Excuse me, beautiful, do I need to fill out any forms to transmute here? Han Chan asked. Not at all. Our transmutation divine stones are enhanced by the national array, so non-Longwa citizens cannot accept transmutation tasks. Only in cities where the transmutation divine stones are not enhanced by the array do you need to fill out forms to prevent foreign transmuters from mixing in, the rabbit-eared beauty explained. So that's how it is. Shuemen City truly deserves to be a second-tier city, much more advanced and regulated than Yunhai City. After all, while documents can be forged, the enhanced transmutation divine stones cannot be faked. Sir, please place your transmutation proof on the transmutation divine stone to activate the third turn task. The transmutation divine stone will randomly assign you a task, and the difficulty will depend on luck. After completing the transmutation task, bring the third turn proof to the task submission counter to complete the transmutation. I wish you a successful transmutation. Look at that. This is what professionalism looks like. When Han Chan placed the third turn proof on the transmutation divine stone, a familiar, melodious spiritual sound rang in his ears. Detected that the current transmuter's profession is priest, level 60, meeting the requirements for the third turn. Now beginning to issue the transmutation task. Task issued. Your third turn task difficulty is Hell. Task introduction. As a holy priest, in addition to saving the world and helping others, one must also possess strong self-defense capabilities, otherwise, one cannot become a qualified milk-giving priest. You must withstand the attacks of the Cyclops in the Cyclops Hall for 60 seconds. Task hint: if you cannot endure and do not click to abandon the task in time, there is a risk of death. If you successfully complete the task, you will be evaluated based on your remaining health points and receive corresponding rewards after completing the job change. Damn it! Another hellish difficulty job change task. Are they messing with me? I wonder how high the damage from that one eye is. However, with the support of the forbidden spell, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. One eye? If I slightly change my position, will this guy not be able to see me? Quite possible. After accepting the task, Han Chen did not rush to the job change secret realm but waited for Li Feiyu. While waiting, a text message alert sounded. Han Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a message from the Wanbao auction house, informing him that the auction money had arrived 500 W after deducting the small change. Goodness! The second job change mage skill book, Magic Swamp, sold for a whopping 300 W. Han Chen quickly checked the balance on his Xingyao card, which had over 5 million, and hurriedly transferred it to his own card. Looking at the money on the card, Han Chen broke into a smile, suddenly becoming a millionaire. This feeling is so refreshing. Not long after, Li Feiyu walked out with a worried expression. Old Han, I accepted a ridiculous job change task. What's wrong? Did you also get a hellish difficulty job change task? Han Chen frowned. This guy didn't have a forbidden spell on him. If the task was too difficult, he would have to cancel it, but canceling a third job change task would require waiting 72 hours to accept it again. Staying in this Watergate city for 3 days, who knows if those 7-turn big shots would have already come looking for me. That would be troublesome. Not exactly, it's a simple task, but I need to collect 5 types of 2-star herbs, 100 of each. I checked the trading house prices, each one costs 1,000 bucks, so 500 plants would be 500,000. Where am I going to get that much money? He wasn't a herb collecting profession, he could only buy them. What the hell? Buying materials? This job change task is just a money grab. No worries, just 500,000, a small problem. Once I complete the job change task, I'll take you to the trading house. With money, he spoke with a swagger. Really? Wow, old Han, you're too warm to hug. Li Feiyu's eyes sparkled. Get lost, who are we to each other? Han Chen glanced at Li Feiyu, secretly thinking, in the future, if there's killing and arson, it'll be you, Li Feiyu, while I'll be the revered Han Tianzuan. I'm treating you well now, so you better cherish it. The Cyclops Hall wasn't far, it would take at most half an hour round trip. You wait here, I'm going in to complete a hellish difficulty job change task. After saying that, Han Chen entered the job change secret realm as if strolling through a garden. TSK, old Han is really becoming more and more like a big shot, not even glancing at a hellish difficulty job change task. Li Feiyu looked on with envy. Cyclops Hall. This is an ancient stone hall, with mysterious totems carved all around. A giant cyclops, over 10 meters tall, was dozing inside the hall, bubbles coming out of its nose. Sensing someone intruding, the bubble on the cyclops' nose popped with a plop and it opened its huge red eye, drool immediately pouring down. Cyclopes, job change boss, level, LV60 attack power, 10,000. What the hell? 10,000 attack? Although this boss only shows one attribute, it's enough to scare anyone. You must know that a level 60 job changer, even in full tank gear, wouldn't have over 10,000 health points, and with defense added, they definitely couldn't withstand a few hits from this cyclops. No wonder it's a hellish difficulty job change task. I actually have to last for 60 seconds. Dialogue, look what I see. A newly promoted job changer, what a charming scent. I haven't tasted blood in a long time. Come on, stick your head out just a hit, it won't hurt. Hearing this ridiculous line, Han Chen rolled his eyes. Whoever wrote that line, come on, stick your head out. At that moment, seeing the cyclops raising a spiked mace to smash down, Han Chen quickly released 2 auxiliary forbidden spells. Bang bang bang. No matter how fiercely the cyclops smashed, Han Chen remained unscathed. Dialogue, huh? Job changer, your milk is spilling out. Listen to this wolfish line. Han Chen's eyes turned, circling to the right side of the cyclops, which was blind in its right eye. Dialogue, ah. Job changer, I can't see you anymore. Sure enough, it's a big fool, and it's on hell difficulty. 1 minute later, Han Chen walked out. Hey, so fast? Li Feiyu clicked his tongue. Hell difficulty job change task, is it really that simple? 1 minute, not fast? Come on, let's go to the trading hall in Watergate City. 1 minute is not fast. If it were me, it would take at least 10 minutes. I last longer than you. Get lost. Watergate City, Longxia Trading Hall. The architecture of the trading hall here is no different from that of Yunhai City. After all, it's a national standard. Hello, gentlemen, my name is Xiaoru, and I'm very happy to serve you. As soon as they entered the trading hall, a well-dressed young lady came to assist them. All the receptionists were perfect-bodied, beautiful young ladies, quite considerate. We are here to buy materials and also sell some equipment. Can we book a private room? Han Chen politely asked. There were too many people here, and to avoid the inconvenience of a crowded place, Han Chen planned to rent a private room for the transaction. Of course, please follow me. Saying this, the young lady swayed her body, leading Han Chen and the parched Li Feiyu to the private room. For a young man like Li Feiyu, who was inexperienced, Han Chen was already used to it. He probably only qualified as a brave warrior when it came to monster hunting. May I ask what materials you two would like to purchase? Li Feiyu hurriedly listed the 5 herbs he needed. The charming young lady checked on her tablet and smiled. These 5 2-star herbs are in stock, 100 of each, totaling 500,000 blue star coins. Would you like to pay in cash or via Longfu treasure? No rush, we also have some equipment to sell. Can you send your appraiser over to see how much it's worth? Saying this, Han Chen took out the equipment he had previously obtained one by one. Looking at the 20 or so pieces of equipment on the table, including 5 purple items, the young lady's eyes lit up. This was quite a significant transaction, and her commission would definitely not be low. Please wait a moment, I'll call the appraiser over to evaluate. Not long after, a middle-aged woman entered the private room with a slight smile, starting to appraise the equipment piece by piece. Gentlemen, these 23 pieces of equipment, 5 purple, 17 blue, and 1 white, are all level 60, with a total estimated value of 3.7 million. Do you have any objections? 3.7 million. This price was within Han Chen's budget. On the way here, Han Chen had already checked the approximate market price for level 2 equipment, which was similar to the appraiser's estimate. No objections, the estimate is reasonable. After deducting the 500,000 for the herbs, just transfer the remaining 3.2 million to my card. Hearing 3.7 million, Li Feiyu's eyes had already turned into dollar signs, sparkling brightly. 10 minutes later, Han Chen completed the transaction with the trading hall. Suddenly having an extra 3.2 million, Han Chen now had 8.6 million in savings, definitely considered a small wealthy person. I'm very satisfied with your service, this 1,000 is a tip. Looking at the 1,000 in her hand, the young lady's eyes sparkled. This young man was too handsome. After leaving the trading hall, Oldly, give me your card number, I'll transfer you 2.5 million. Don't. Li Feiyu refused. He was a man of principles. This batch of equipment was all obtained through Old Han's efforts. He had only benefited a little. Old Han had helped him with 500,000 to complete his job change task, and he was already immensely grateful, unable to repay him. One must have principles. Seeing that Li Feiyu was adamant, Han Chen began to look at him differently. There were not many who could resist the temptation of money. Han Chen no longer insisted and decided to spend some money to let Li Feiyu experience the thrill of the teleportation array later. Now, Han Chen was no longer the struggling worker who barely made ends meet. His parents and older sister still didn't know about this, and it seemed he needed to buy a new house and a nice car. He had long had enough of that old neighborhood. Returning to the job change sanctuary, the two headed straight to the task submission area, which was not very crowded. Hello, we are here to submit our job change tasks. Okay, please, follow me. The girl in charge of task submissions was a beauty in black stockings, slightly plump but extremely easy on the eyes. You took on a hell difficulty job change task? Or was it an hour ago? The beauty took Han Chan's third job change certificate, glanced at the task difficulty, and her beautiful eyes widened. When did hell difficulty job change tasks become so easy? I took on the task of withstanding the Cyclops. Attacks for 60 seconds. It's not complicated, so it was quick. Han Chan explained briefly. Is that so? The beauty seemed somewhat skeptical. Job change tasks were all sorts of strange, so it was normal for such a hell difficulty task to appear. Who would have thought that an ordinary priest could withstand 60 seconds of a Cyclops' hard hits? That seemed a bit unscientific, right? This is my job change certificate. Li Feiyu also handed over his job change certificate and task materials. Soon after, Han Chen and Li Feiyu took turns completing their job changes. At the divine platform, Li Feiyu couldn't wait to be the first to change jobs, so Han Chen had to wait on the side. As the divine light surged from the platform, it enveloped Li Feiyu, who seemed to be bathing in a rain of light, his body receiving a baptism, and the second divine ring began to appear, looking incredibly cool. Old Han, I changed to the third job, it feels like a dream. After completing the job change, Li Feiyu was extremely excited. It had only been a few days since he had changed to the third job. Great! The brave warrior was acting up again. Han Chen let Li Feiyu continue dreaming on the side and began his own job change. Congratulations on completing your job change task. Task evaluation. Perfect. Task rewards issued, level +5. Buzz. Han Chen's level instantly rose to 65. Immediately after, the familiar divine rings appeared. Two splendid divine rings appeared behind Han Chen, rotating alternately, breathtakingly beautiful. Under the enchanting divine light, Han Chen's physical qualities were also being baptized. He felt as if he had fallen into the bathing pool of the 7 fairies, being massaged all over by 14 delicate fairy hands, an indescribable delight. Unfortunately, this sensation was too short-lived. Otherwise, Han Chen really wanted to keep feeling this good. It was an unforgettable pleasure. Congratulations on completing your third job change. Warm reminder, after reaching level 90 in the third job, in addition to needing the fourth job change certificate, you also need to complete the main task of the priest profession to complete the fourth job change. No need to take on another job change task. The method for the fourth job change has changed. I wonder how the skills and attributes will be after the third job change. Han Chen came back to his senses and opened the panel. He had reached the third job change. Not only did his attributes skyrocket, but he would also gain 2 exclusive new skills for his profession. It would be great if he could obtain a flying skill, but unfortunately, it seemed that priests didn't have flying skills. However, it didn't matter. His skills would automatically advance to forbidden spells. One shouldn't be too greedy. Still, Han Chen was very much looking forward to it. Han Chen occupation, Forbidden Spell Priest, third transition, level, LV 65 health points, 9,100 mana points, 8,200, Goddess's Blessing passive, 820,000, strength 1356 constitution, 1820 spirit, 1640 agility, 1400 free attribute points, 115. Awesome! Health points are about to break 10,000. Other attributes are also over 1,000. It seems that what some experts on Douyin said about the first transition not being a big deal is not without reason. The attribute increase is no small matter. Without good equipment and skills, attempting to challenge higher levels is absolutely impossible unless one is a combat genius. Immediately, Han Chen allocated all 115 attribute points to Constitution. Constitution, 1935, health points, 9,675. Experts suggest that for magic-based support professions, the main focus for attribute points should be on spirit, with Constitution as a secondary focus, in a 4-to-1 ratio to enhance healing output and self-protection capabilities. The expert's words. You know what I mean. For Han Chen, adding everything to Constitution is the most reasonable choice. Seeing the mana points section, the mana value that could astonish the world, Han Chen felt a rush of excitement. 820,000 mana points. My goodness. Enough to freely cast 5 forbidden spells. There's no need to worry about mana consumption at all. In the future, if he gathers priest equipment, the attributes will definitely be even more astonishing. Currently, aside from one priest weapon, Han Chen has no other equipment. He doesn't plan to buy priest gear. With forbidden spells, he can gradually farm them later. Moreover, his level is rising like a rocket, and it's hard for equipment to keep up with his progress. I wonder what type of skills I gained from the third transition. Han Chen quickly opened the skill panel. Goddess's Blessing, Judgment of Light, Guardian of Holy Light, Desolation of Divine Grief, Divine Oracle Prayer, Restoration, Silence. Sure enough, he gained 2 new skills. Just from the names, it's clear they are both support-type skills. It's no surprise, after all, priests are support professions and most skills are support-oriented, with attack skills being rare. Support skills are fine, advancing to forbidden spells is still incredibly powerful. You have learned a new skill, Restoration, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell, Universal Repair. You have learned a new skill, Silence, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell, Divine Zone. Well, before he could even check the descriptions of Restoration and Silence, they automatically transformed into forbidden spells, leaving no surprise at all. Han Shen opened the descriptions of the two new forbidden spells. Universal Repair, active skill, can repair all things in the world, including items, equipment, magic arrays, barriers, materials, etc. Each use consumes 100,000 mana points and has a cooldown of 24 hours. What a great forbidden spell! This forbidden spell skill is simply like a game exploit. If I remember correctly, at higher levels there's a chance to farm ancient artifacts that have been damaged, which can only be dismantled and cannot be repaired. If this repair skill can fix them. Thinking of this, Han Shen was overjoyed. Divine Zone, active skill, a realm traversed by deities. Wherever they walk becomes a forbidden zone. Without the deity's permission, everything is restricted within the zone. Non-deities cannot use skills or move for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. This is not just a forbidden spell, it's a divine-level forbidden spell. Seeing the skill description, Han Shen was completely stunned. 10 seconds. Unable to use skills. Unable to move. And it's a zone restriction. Don't be fooled by the mere 10 seconds. If one cannot use any skills and cannot move for 10 seconds, wouldn't that be like being at the mercy of others? Although Han Shen didn't know how large the Divine Zone was, it was definitely not small. After all, it is a forbidden spell. This is absolutely incredible. A large-scale restriction, in the future. Whether on the battlefield or exploring the Misty Lands, this will definitely be a divine-level support skill. With this skill that can be considered a divine forbidden spell, at least I don't have to worry too much about being investigated. If I were to be discovered by a 7th-turn national scholar, I would at least have the confidence to run away. Once the Divine Forbidden Zone is activated, everyone is imprisoned and I can escape however I want. However, to ensure everything is foolproof, Han Shen decided to spend some money on random teleportation scrolls before returning to Yunhai City. Old Han, I've awakened 2 pretty good warrior skills, how about you? Li Feiyu said happily. Just 2 decent support skills. It's been a while since I came out, it's time to go back, Han Shen replied with a smile, feeling quite good. Hee, old Han, you've made quite a bit of money, why not rent a flashy flying beast? What, don't you like sand sculptures? Li Feiyu could only roll her eyes. Han Shen laughed heartily. Flying beasts are still too slow, let's just take the teleportation array today. Wow, old Han, so extravagant. After leaving the job change sanctuary, Han Shen took Li Feiyu to the Longsha trading house again, buying 10 random teleportation scrolls, spending a total of 100,000. Each teleportation scroll costs 10,000, and they are single-use items. It seems that the living profession of scroll maker is quite lucrative, much better than what my dad and mom do. Old Han, buying so many random teleportation scrolls, you're not planning to become Han Run, are you? Li Feiyu joked. Oh, you little rascal can play with memes too? Li Feiyu rolled her eyes again. Now that everything that needed to be prepared was ready, and having completed the 3rd turn with a certain level of self-protection, it was time to go home. I bet that beautiful and sexy older sister at home must be worried sick. Yunhai City, a certain pedestrian street. Wow, haha, so delicious. Han Yu's little mouth was stuffed full. I say, Han Yu, your brother has been leveling up for several days now, aren't you worried? Not even a phone call? I've heard that leveling up by hunting monsters can be life-threatening, her best friend said. Alright, Xiaomu and that little rascal Xia Yu went to level up. Just as she was about to make a call, Han Yu took another bite of grilled meat and said, forget it, those two are clever, they'll definitely be fine. But you, are you trying to get my brother's attention again? Her best friend covered her face, somewhat speechless. I'm starting to doubt if you're really Han Shen's sister. I doubt it too. Han Yu frowned adorably. Watergate City. At the large teleportation array. To Yunhai City, it costs 10,000 blue star coins. For 2 people, it's 20,000, said the guard in charge of the teleportation array. Ding. Payment successful. 20,000 blue star coins. After receiving the money, the guard signaled Han Shen and Li Feiyu to enter the center of the teleportation array. Relax, it's best to close your eyes, otherwise, the teleportation light will cause your eyes to be blurry for an hour. As the teleportation array activated, all the runes emitted an intense white light, making it uncomfortable for the eyes. Han Shen and Li Feiyu had no choice but to close their eyes. With a slight tearing sensation around them, the next second, the two returned from Watergate City to Yunhai City. You two can open your eyes. Now, we've arrived. A strange voice sounded. Han Shen opened his eyes and found himself in a new environment. This was a fixed point location of the teleportation array. Confirming that he had returned to Yunhai City, Han Shen marveled at the magic of the teleportation array. It was simply a cross-century transportation tool. Aside from being a bit expensive, it was super convenient. This way, he could search for where to farm the 4th turn proof, and then he could directly teleport there, saving a lot of time. Just wondering what the main quest of his profession is? As a forbidden spell priest, it probably won't be that simple. Also, the fact that he is a forbidden spell priest seems to be more complicated than he thought. When Han Chan returned home, it was already past dinner time. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Han Chan greeted. Hanyu, who was munching on snacks while watching a melodramatic show, immediately pounced on Ododo when she saw him return. Another affectionate hug. Oh my, little Mumu, you're finally back. Your sister has missed you to death, worrying about your safety every moment. Looking at his sister, who seemed to have gained a little weight, Han Shen scoffed. His sister's words were deceiving. Don't you know you've put on some weight again? Hanyu exclaimed. Oh, well, being slightly plump is the best. Little Mu, you didn't get hurt while leveling up, did you? Have you eaten? Mom will heat up some food for you right now, Sushio said indulgently. Mom, it's fine, I ate on the way back. Look, I've leveled up to level 10. Han Chen showed his level to his family. For the safety of his family, Han Chen had to continue hiding the truth. Level 10? Good, good. My son, a priest, has leveled up to 10 in just a few days, not worse than most support classes. Truly worthy of being my son. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Han Hao happily took out his treasured liquor. In this rebirth, what made Han Chen the happiest was having such a warm family. His parents would never despise or blame him, always encouraging him in their own way. You still dare to drink? Your hands have long-term ailments from years of working with iron. Drinking will cause you unbearable pain. Sushio snatched the liquor away. But my son just leveled up. I'm happy, so I'll just have a little, Han Hao said. He had no particular hobbies in life, just enjoyed a little drink, but his hand ailments indeed made it hard for him. Mom, give the liquor to Dad. Han Chen felt a bit sorry for his father. His only joy was drinking, yet he had to endure it because of his ailments. But, Mom, I'm lucky. I found a priest skill book that's very useful for healing injuries. I'll treat Dad. Maybe it can help restore his hand ailments. Really? Han Hao was surprised, clearly a bit skeptical. Little Mu, Dad's long-term ailments are something even a second-tier healer can't cure. Are you sure you can do it? Han Yu also expressed doubt. Sister, how can a man say he can't? Just watch. With that, Han Chen held his father's hands, which were covered in burn scars and worn from years of ironwork, pretended to chant for 5 seconds, and then cast Universal Restoration. This forbidden spell claimed to be able to restore all things. Han Shen's hands glowed with a faint green light. The effect wasn't as exaggerated as other forbidden spells, looking quite ordinary, just a circle of light enveloping Han Hao's rugged hands. Restoration complete. Seeing the panel prompt, Han Chen stopped casting. Alright, Dad, feel it and see if your hands have recovered. Han Chen smiled. His father's hands were only damaged from years of ironwork. Han Hao looked at his hands in disbelief. The burn scars were gone, the calluses had disappeared, the aching tendons no longer hurt, and his hands were filled with strength, the skin much smoother. Really healed? Han Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Su Xiao and Han Yu exchanged incredulous glances. Son, amazing. Han Hao, who was usually not one to be overly sentimental, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Han Yu immediately pulled Han Chen aside. Little brother, tell me honestly, what healing skill is this? How is it so powerful? I'll tell you, can you give me a pinch? Han Yu looked at Han Chen with some disdain, hesitated for a moment, and said, Alright, I'll give you a pinch. It's a deal. This is a rare restoration technique for priests. It can heal injuries, but it's limited to some damaged ailments and minor injuries. I can't do anything about serious conditions like cancer. Han Chen didn't dare to exaggerate the introduction of his skills, otherwise he would definitely be suspected. Just being able to heal minor injuries and hidden ailments was enough to astonish his family. Really? Can that ant fix it? Ant? What ant? Han Chen was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you know, the pain. Han Yu's face began to flush a bit. Oh, menstrual pain? I haven't tried that. Next time when my sister's aunt comes, you can ask me to give it a shot. Okay, as long as it works. I will definitely give you a treat once. Let's forget about this time, hee hee. Han Chen, damn, sister, you're being unreasonable again. The next morning, Han Chen was fed up with this old house of less than 60 square meters and decided to buy a big house in the city. Seeing that his sister wasn't working today, he simply brought the beautiful lady along. When Han Yu heard Han Chen say he wanted to take her to buy a house, she thought she misheard. They barely had money to buy a decent outfit, let alone a house. What a joke. Before long, the siblings arrived at the sales center of number 9 Kaishian in Yunhai City, the most expensive housing area in the city. Early in the morning, there were no other customers looking at houses. Hello? You too, my name is Mengqi and I'm glad to serve you. Although Han Chen and Han Yu were quite good looking, it was obvious they weren't wealthy. The salespeople had seen too many rich people and had sharp eyes. We're here to look at houses. Do you have any independent large houses? Preferably close to the Longxia Trading Hall. Han Chen remembered that both his parents worked near the trading hall, so buying a big house there would be convenient for them. Okay, let me check for you. Chun. Mengqi enthusiastically flipped through the materials. Want to buy an independent large house near the city center trading hall? Can you afford it? A salesperson with a condescending attitude sneered from not far away. Although the voice was low, Han Shen, being a third-tier priest, had keen hearing and naturally caught every word. A bunch of snobs, Han Shen muttered under his breath, ignoring them. I found one. It's 200 square meters, 25,000 per square meter, south-north facing, with a layout of 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 balconies, on the 18th floor, and it's a fully furnished house, ready to move in. Chen Mingqi handed the model house and materials to Han Shen. Upon hearing 25,000 per square meter, Han Shen couldn't help but curse the capitalists for their greed. This was just a small place. Beside him, Han Yu blinked her charming eyes and adorably counted on her fingers, 25,200 square meters. My goodness, that's 5 million. Little brother, are you out of your mind? Although Han Shen only had over 8 million now, with the forbidden spell, he was definitely not short on money. Sister, just tell me if you like this house. Han Yu swallowed hard, feeling uncomfortable under the disdainful gazes around her. She had long been uncomfortable living in that small house in the old community. As a girl, who wouldn't want a beautiful big house? But their family was all from the lower class, and the money they earned barely covered their living expenses. They couldn't even afford to splurge on slightly more expensive skincare products, bags, or clothes. I like it, but as long as you like it, that's enough. Come on, let's swipe the card directly. Then take us to see the house. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Was it really that extravagant? 5 million, buying it outright? The salesperson who came to her senses immediately rejoiced. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Han Yu, coming back to her senses, pulled Han Shen outside, sizing him up and disdainfully said, I say, little brother, did some old aunt take a liking to you, and then you get out of here? What are you thinking? Do you think your little brother is that kind of person? Yes, I admit I look good, but I wouldn't sell my looks. Then you. Han Shen leaned close to Han Yu's ear and whispered, your little brother has used up 18 years of luck to get the ultimate skill book from the master, so you understand. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, really? Of course. When has your little brother ever lied to you? By the way, don't tell mom and dad yet, let's give them a surprise. They've worked hard for most of their lives, it's time for them to enjoy some peace. On the other side, in Yunhai City, atop the high city walls, the prominent figures of Yunhai City had gathered here, all dressed flamboyantly, their faces gleaming. They were waiting for the arrival of the national master. Everyone wanted to make a good impression in front of the national master, hoping for future promotion opportunities. I say, do you really need to make it this grand? A voice suddenly rang out in the air. The crowd turned to see a little old man wearing sunglasses and floral shorts, looking completely out of place among them. This old man was Ma Lao, the head of the Transmutation Sanctuary, a 6th-turn master, and a wind mage. The national master of the Dragon King gang is here to investigate the injury of Yi Fan, not to put on a show. With all this pomp, if spies find out, they would have already hidden or left. Aren't you afraid it will affect the national master's investigation? Moreover, with the national master's status, would he care about these worldly formalities? Simplicity is best. What you're doing is simply alarming the snake. Ma Lao said sternly. Is that so? The crowd looked at Ma Lao with disdain. Indeed. If they were spies and knew a 7th-turn big shot was coming, they would definitely avoid the spotlight. Lin Hai also felt he had been careless. It was all his fault for being too excited. Upon learning that a 7th-turn national master was coming, he had failed to consider the implications and rushed to the city walls to welcome him, lacking composure. After all, in the third-rate city of Yunhai, it had been decades since a national master had graced them with a visit, and this time it was thanks to Yi Fan's fortune. Fortunately, Ma Lao had reminded him in time, otherwise, if they had displeased the national master, it would have been a huge problem. Quick! Everyone back to the hall to await the arrival of the national master. Take down all the welcoming decorations here. The city head ordered, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Soon, the bustling city walls became empty, not even a single welcoming banner was left. Seeing everyone had retreated, Ma Lao quickly put away his sunglasses, switched to his Armani glasses, and donned the most formal attire he had. He quickly tidied up his short white hair and finally sprayed on a special perfume that highlighted a gentleman's charm. The once casual Ma Lao instantly transformed, his gaze intense, exuding an astonishing aura, reminiscent of a grandmaster. But that wasn't all. Ma Lao took out a banner he had prepared from his storage space, and with a flick of magic, the large banner unfurled in midair, displaying the golden embroidered words, warmly welcomed the national master to Yunhai City. Before long, a dark shadow appeared in the distance, rapidly flying towards them. Hey, here it comes, as clever as I am. Ma Lao's old face broke into a wide smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Whoosh! A strong wind rose, kicking up dust. But as a magical field appeared, the wind suddenly stopped. Then, a massive figure descended, shimmering silver, resembling a flying beast, with a head like a giant python, a body like a lion, and an aura like a deep abyss. Isn't this the flying lion python that lives in the terrifying forbidden zone of the Misty Land's dark forest? This pressure is at least that of a 7-star fierce beast, truly worthy of the National Master from the Dragon King gang, even his flying pet can crush everyone in Yunhai City. When will I, this little old man, ever have such a powerful flying pet? That would be enough to satisfy me. Thinking this, Ma Lao quickly shouted, Yunhai City's Transmutation Sanctuary head Ma Hunyuan respectfully welcoming the National Master. No need for such formalities. Why is it just you? Holding an ordinary staff and dressed in a white robe, Shin Taishu's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Although he had arrived a bit late, it was due to a sudden terrifying mental storm in the ghost spider leveling area, which forced him to turn back to investigate first, resulting in his delayed arrival. How could it be that as a prominent figure in the Dragon King gang, he arrived in this small Yunhai City and was met by only one person? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Yunhai City had been attacked by foreign spies? No, could it be that his status was still not enough? Lord Wusher, that's because the city mayor and others are waiting for you in the city hall. I have persuaded them many times that when Lord Wusher arrives, they must give a grand welcome, but they refuse to listen, saying everything should be kept simple. So, helplessly, I had to take matters into my own hands and embroidered this banner to represent Yunhai City in welcoming Lord Wusher. I hope Lord Wusher will not blame them. Old Ma's acting was so good that it would be unreasonable not to award him the Golden Horse Best Actor. If the city mayor and others in the city hall knew the situation here and heard Old Ma's words, they would definitely be thinking of countless grass mud horses galloping through their minds. Damn you, Old Ma, are you playing tricks? Yunhai City actually has only you, Master Ma, who understands reason. Fine. I only came to investigate a few matters, so I will rely on you to assist me. As a Gwusher, he wouldn't quibble with a second-rate city's job changers. Upon hearing this, Old Ma was already overjoyed. The opportunity was finally in his hands. As long as he performed well, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits. Yes, Lord Gwusher. Immediately, Shin Taishu took out a prop and the flying lion python instantly transformed into a stream of light and entered the prop to avoid causing a commotion upon entering the city. 7-star beast ring. A rare item that can capture a 7-star flying pet beast, a great treasure. As a 6th turn master, Old Ma naturally recognized the origin of this treasure. Buzz. It was unclear what kind of magic Shin Taishu had cast. The next moment, Shin Taishu and Old Ma appeared in the city hall. This left Old Ma utterly shocked. Was this the power of Lord Gwusher? Indeed, the difference between one turn was like heaven and earth. Seeing Lord Gwusher suddenly appear, with Old Ma dressed formally, how could Mayor Lin and the others not understand that they had been tricked by Old Ma? Damn it! I have been ordered to investigate the matter of Yifan. Master Ma, you will be responsible for assisting me. Shin Taishu ignored the mayor and others. Yes, it is my honor, Old Ma said humbly. The looks from Mayor Lin and the others towards Old Ma were filled with murderous intent. As expected, they had been schemed against by this old trickster. In this way, once the investigation was over, any benefits would surely fall to Old Ma, and they estimated they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Not long after, Old Ma took the previous investigation materials from Mayor Lin. Looking at the predatory gaze of Mayor Lin, Old Ma chuckled, completely ignoring it. Lord Gwusher, this is the intelligence we gathered previously. You did well. A compliment from Shin Taishu immediately made Mayor Lin and the others feel as if they had eaten flies. All of that was their hard work, and Old Ma had done nothing. With just a sweep of mental energy, Shin Taishu quickly memorized the information in these materials. I have understood the ins and outs of the matter. Master Ma, you will come with me. The others can disperse, and also, my arrival must not be made public. As for how to investigate and where to start, Shin Taishu already had a plan. Yes, Lord Gwusher. Mayor Lin and the others could only watch Old Ma smugly, feeling helpless. That bastard, I really want to beat him up, the deputy mayor said angrily. I might not even be able to beat him. Can you take on this old trickster? Mayor Lin retorted. Yunhai City Advanced Job Changer Hospital. Since they needed to investigate the culprit, they had to start with the injured. Several days had passed since Yifan was injured, and now Yifan had awakened and was able to speak. When Yifan learned that his lifeline was gone, he was almost scared to death on the spot. In the following days, Yifan's face was ashen, feeling hopeless. But upon discovering that modern medical techniques were advanced and that he could get a new one later, Yifan finally perked up. Damn it! I'm going to get a new one that's big and thick. Hearing that the national hero had arrived, Yifan quickly climbed out of bed. Yifan, tell me in detail about what happened that day. Once we find the culprit, I will take care of it for you, said Shin Taishu, his words plain yet filled with authority. Yifan felt a bit anxious but also secretly delighted that he was being valued by the country. He recalled the events carefully and recounted everything that had happened that day. You suddenly encountered a burst of golden light and then got injured? Was there anything special that happened before the golden light appeared? Shin Taishu asked, puzzled. Something special? For some reason, the shadow of Han Shen suddenly popped into Yifan's mind, but it seemed impossible. Still, he said, National Hero, my classmate Han Shen warned us before the golden light appeared, saying that danger was coming and we should leave. This. Very good. Master Ma, get Han Shen's information, Shin Taishu said, delighted. This clue was just what they needed. Master Ma immediately made a call to the principal of Laming School, and soon, detailed information about Han Chen was sent to Master Ma's phone. National hero, this is Han Chen's information. Shen Taisu quickly skimmed through it, frowning slightly. This was just a child from an ordinary family, a newly transitioned priest completely unrelated to genius. According to the intelligence, both instances of light magic had destroyed the leveling area with similar power, both unimaginably strong. Before coming to the hospital, Shen Taisu had visited the scene, where remnants of power still lingered, indicating that the caster's strength was not inferior to his, perhaps even stronger. This ruled out the possibility of foreign spies being involved, as they lacked such power. Let's go to Han Chen's house. At that moment, Han Chen was at home, discussing with his sister how to surprise their parents with the news of buying a house. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knocking, Han Yu thought it was her best friend and hurried to open the door. Upon seeing two old men, one of whom seemed familiar, Han Yu frowned. Old man, who are you looking for? Put. Master Ma almost wet himself in fright. My goodness. This is the national hero. Be careful. Hee, this little girl is quite interesting. We are here to find Han Chen. I wonder if he is home. Shen Taisu didn't mind, maintaining his composure. Seeing that Han Yu didn't react, Master Ma quickly spoke up. I am the master of the Transition Sanctuary, here to find Han Chen about a small matter. Hearing this, Han Yu was startled, finally remembering that this old man was one of those big shots often seen on TV. Oh my, so it's Master Ma. Please, both of you, come in. Saying this, Han Yu quickly called out into the house, little brother, the master of the Transition Sanctuary says he has something to discuss with you. Han Yu was reminding Han Chen, she wasn't foolish. With her brother's status, how could a master come personally to find him? Something must be wrong. Coming. Han Chen knew that what was meant to come would eventually come. However, he wasn't flustered, he had already prepared for everything. As soon as Shen Taisu entered the room, he sized up Han Chen, finding him just a level 10 little priest, nothing special, quite normal. Greetings, esteemed elders. I'm honored by your visit. May I ask what brings you here? Han Chen asked, politely and calmly. You must be aware of Yi Fan's injury. Why did you warn Yi Fan and the others about danger that day, right before the wild boar forest erupted with terrifying like magic? Ma Lao didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Beside him, Han Yu leaned against Han Chen, remaining silent, knowing that her ignorance would only lead to saying too much. Han Chen showed no hesitation and explained, because I've had a special sensitivity to dangers that haven't happened since I was young, but it's not always accurate. Oh, you actually have such an ability? Shen Taishu was naturally a bit skeptical. At that moment, Han Chen discreetly nudged Han Yu with his foot and she immediately understood, adding, yes. My little brother has always been particularly sensitive to danger. I remember once on the street, if it weren't for him telling me to stop, I would have been hit by that bastard throwing things from above. Upon hearing this, Shen Taishu and Ma Lao exchanged glances. Shen Taishu then asked a few more questions, probing Han Chen, but gained no useful information and had to give up. After leaving, Shen Taishu fell into deep thought. Master Ma, what do you think? Ma Lao adjusted his small sunglasses and said, calm down, this kid is too calm. Yes, that's right. An 18-year-old from an ordinary family, yet he remains so composed in front of us, which is quite abnormal, but we really can't find any useful information. Since the clues from Han Chen had run dry, finding the spellcaster would likely be even more difficult. Remembering the mental storm magic that appeared in the ghost spider leveling area, Shen Taishu had reason to suspect that there were two transmuters hiding in the Yunhai city area who were not weaker than him. It shouldn't be. How could a small third-tier city like Yunhai suddenly produce two strong individuals? Unless it involved the chosen one. 100 years ago, the national treasure, Mo Lao, risked his life to bring back a divine stone from deep within the dark forest, which bore a divine message. The Dragon Kingdom had summoned the top transmuters from across the country to study it, and only recently had they deciphered the divine message. 100 years later, in the east of the Dragon Kingdom, the Son of God is born. Very few people knew about this, but it was known among the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps some of them wanted to privately obtain the Son of God, so they quietly sent some strong individuals above the 7th transmutation to infiltrate the eastern provinces and investigate secretly. This was not impossible. Did these people discover something? Suspecting that the Son of God was in Yunhai City? Was that why they cast super magic in Yunhai City and the ghost spider leveling area, actually to lure out the Son of God? Thinking of this, Shen Taishu's expression became extremely serious. The matter of the Son of God was of great importance. It must be in the hands of the state and absolutely cannot be controlled by private individuals, or it would definitely lead to a great disaster. Thus, Shen Taishu quickly reported his findings to the president and then said to Ma Lao, Master Ma, bring me the recent list of second transmuters and also call in the employees responsible for transmutation these past few days. Before long, Ma Lao brought in the girl responsible for transmutation and handed over the list. Have there been any particularly special new transmuters recently? Shen Taishu asked while flipping through the records. Special new transmuters? The girl recalled the transmutation work from the past few days and suddenly remembered that strange young priest. I just remembered, there's a boy named Li Feiyu, 18 years old, who completed his transmutation task the day after he finished his second transmutation, and he's a priest, the girl said with great certainty. This matter left a deep impression on her. A priest? 18 years old? Level 30 in one day? Are you sure? Shin Taishu's eyes lit up. The leveling areas in Yunhai City were generally low level, and newcomers could only level up in these low level areas at the start. Even with help, it would be impossible to reach level 30 so quickly. The girl quickly pulled out the information that Han Shen had filled out that day and said, "Sir, please take a look. This is the information that boy filled out that day." Indeed. Looking at the registration date and transmutation status, Shin Taishu was overjoyed. 1 day for a second transmutation? And he's a priest. Could this boy named Li Feiyu be the son of God, foretold by the divine stone? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Because a newly promoted priest reaching level 30 in just 1 day was beyond his comprehension. Most importantly, according to the information registered by Li Feiyu, he came from an ordinary family. That was quite astonishing. Check immediately how many newly promoted individuals named Li Feiyu there are in Yunhai City, Shin Taishu said excitedly to old Ma. Just as he suspected a divine child in Yunhai City, a seemingly super genius young man appeared. What a coincidence. Soon, old Ma had searched for all the names of Li Feiyu in Yunhai City, and among them, there was only one that matched the 18-year-old rookie, Li Feiyu, a student from Laming School. Ha! Why is he a warrior? Seeing the information, Shin Taishu frowned. But thinking that the information might have been filled out incorrectly, Shin Taishu immediately stood up and said, "Let's go to Li Feiyu's house." As the two old men left, Han Shen called Li Feiyu, who naturally knew what to say and what not to say. However, upon hearing that it was the master of the promotion hall and the national scholar, Li Feiyu still felt quite nervous. So, when the two old men arrived, Li Feiyu inevitably appeared a bit flustered. "You are Li Feiyu?" Shin Taishu looked him up and down. If there is no other super genius named Li Feiyu in Yunhai City, then it must be me. Investigation. Shin Taishu secretly cast a high-level detection spell. This detection was astonishing. Shocked, Shin Taishu exclaimed, "What the hell? What happened, National Scholar?" Old Ma asked, puzzled. Then he curiously checked Li Feiyu's level. What the hell? What did they see? Level 60. And a third promotion. Li Feiyu was actually a third promotion class changer. Unbelievable. A rookie who had just changed jobs a few days ago, and you tell me he's already at third promotion? How did you do it? Forcing himself to calm down, Shin Taishu asked. He suspected that this young man before him might very well be the chosen one prophesied by the divine stone. I ate experience balls before the second promotion, and after the second promotion, I had a big shot helping me. Is there a problem? Although Li Feiyu was nervous, he still spoke the prepared lines. After all, Elder Mu Hongyun from the Lingyun Guild knew about his experience ball, so he wasn't afraid of them. Investigating further. A big shot? Shen Taishu and Old Ma were both startled. Could it be that the big shot who harmed Ji-fan was related to Li Feiyu? I'm not afraid to tell you, I met a super big shot. He saw that I had divine potential, took me as his disciple, and led me to farm the Ghost Spider dungeon. If you don't believe me, here, this is the Ghost Spider medal I got for breaking the record in a Hell difficulty dungeon with that big shot. By the way, at that time, because the Hell dungeon required 3 people to enter, I added a girl from the Rose Guild named Chu Ye. If you two don't believe it, you can check. Li Feiyu took out the medal to show the two old men. This. Shin Taishu recalled that when he first arrived at the Ghost Spider leveling area, he felt a powerful force in the Ghost Spider dungeon. Combining that with what Li Feiyu said now, he instantly realized that it was the big shot who had been helping him farm the dungeon. A spiritual storm appeared in the Ghost Spider leveling area, but was it released by the big shot who was helping you? Why would he do that? After learning this, Shin Taishu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. With a super big shot helping him, it was no wonder Li Feiyu reached level 60 so quickly. This also indicated that Li Feiyu was not the divine child he was looking for, which made Shin Taishu feel somewhat disheartened. It's like this. The big shot helped me reach level 60, and on the way back, I happened to encounter a respawning wild boss. At that time, I still didn't have the third promotion proof, so my teacher stepped in. Li Feiyu spoke smoothly, without a trace of lying. Shin Taishu squinted at Li Feiyu. It was clear that he didn't believe what the other party was saying, given how he had come this far and reached this position. However, he couldn't find any loopholes, so he finally asked, "Was it your teacher who destroyed the poison swamp and wild boar forest leveling areas?" "Well, I'm not sure about that. But my teacher is a priest. I only know that he can cast mental attack and support magic. I haven't seen him use anything else. Besides, my teacher is elusive. If he doesn't look for me, I can't find him either." Li Feiyu spoke eloquently, directly interrupting Shin Taisu's next thought of asking her to take them to meet her teacher. Shin Taisu withdrew his gaze and pondered for a moment. It seemed that Li Feiyu's teacher was a different person from the one who released the light magic. Because for a class changer to cultivate mental magic to such a profound level, it was rare for them to have the energy to cultivate light magic to such a terrifying extent. Just like him, who was skilled in spatial magic but only specialized in one type of spatial attack magic, the rest were just sufficient. Alright, I understand. If your teacher looks for you again, please tell him that I am Shintai-su, an elder of the Dragon King Guild, and I would very much like to meet him. Shintai-su left a business card and then left with old Ma. Back at the class change sanctuary. Master Ma, please continue to keep an eye on all newcomers in Yunhai City. If you discover any genius more powerful than Yifan, notify me immediately. If you handle this well, I can help you apply for a spot in the Dragon King Guild. Ah! Old Ma was pleasantly surprised. A spot in the Dragon King Guild. That was something he had never even dared to dream of. Not to mention Yunhai City, even the entire eastern province, obtaining a spot in the Dragon King Guild was as difficult as reaching the sky. After all, among the 28 provinces of Longhua, the eastern province was the weakest. Unless it was someone like Yifan with a hidden profession, they would have to grow to be able to smoothly join the Dragon King Guild. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Old Ma said excitedly. Whoosh! Shintai-su used spatial magic and instantly disappeared. Above the clouds, he summoned a flying lion python and set off towards Shumen City. Among the many cities in the eastern province, only Shumen City and Mingren City had not been investigated. He needed to make a trip to avoid being outpaced by someone with ulterior motives who might find the Son of God. Of course, Shintai-su would also take this opportunity to visit the Rose Guild to find Chu Ye to confirm whether Li Feiyu's words were true or false. Unbeknownst to Shintai-su, his actions were stepping right into the trap set by Han Shen, as Chu Ye's words would completely convince him of Li Feiyu's claims. Thus, this matter was already set in stone. Han Shen, relying on his cunning and Li Feiyu's cover, successfully avoided the investigation by the national scholar. Old Han, it's done. Li Feiyu sent a message to Han Shen. Upon receiving the message, Han Shen let out a sigh of relief. But this was not the time to slack off on leveling up. After some time, when the storm had completely passed, he would find a high-level leveling area to quickly raise his level to 90 and conveniently farm a fourth transition proof so he could complete the fourth transition as soon as possible. Night fell. After dinner, Han Shen and Han Yu gave their parents a big surprise. Seeing the new property deed, especially the one for property number 9 in the Triumph district, Han Hao and Su Xiu could hardly believe it. Where did this property deed come from? Su Xiu was worried that Han Shen had done something illegal outside. Mom, there's no need to worry. I was lucky while leveling up outside and managed to farm a top-tier skill book for mages, which I sold for a high price. Saying this, Han Shen took out the starry card that the Wanbao auction house had given him. Seeing the starry card, the two elders finally believed it. Otherwise, with Han Shen just having completed his class change as a little priest, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a valuable card. Great! Awesome! I can finally live in a luxurious big house. Let's see if old Nyo and the others dare to flaunt their newly bought second-hand house in front of me. My son has made it. He has made it. Han Hao was incredibly happy, tears streaming down his face. He was determined to drink until he dropped that night. The next day, Han Shen's family moved into their new home. On the same day, Li Feiyu sent Han Shen a message. Old Han, Chu Ye asked me to help her take down a wild boss. She needs it for her third job. Advancement proof, and since I have nothing to do for now, I'll head over and make some money. Upon seeing the message, Han Shen smiled knowingly. Li Feiyu had a hell-level ghost spider set, and with the Rose Guild having recruited quite a few skilled players, taking down a wild boss shouldn't be a problem. So, Han Shen replied, alright, be careful. Meanwhile, at the Rose Guild, Chu Ningshuang had gathered the main force of the guild, but the strongest among them was just an 80-level druid with a third job advancement. Although many high-level players had come to the Rose Guild due to the hype around the Ghost Spider Hell difficulty dungeon, they saw that the Rose Guild lacked a strong backing and no big shots to oversee things, so naturally, they didn't join. The remaining members were mostly third job players, many of whom were drawn in by the charm of the twin sisters. Recently, several powerful figures had visited, and Chu Ningshuang felt like she was walking on thin ice, especially the AO Sure Guild, who had been humiliated by the Rose Guild, causing them to target the Rose Guild intentionally, even sending people to provoke them. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a super big shot who intimidated the AO Sure Guild members, the twin sisters might have faced serious trouble. This super big shot was Shintai-shu, who came to confirm some matters with Chu Ye and left after getting the results he wanted. Chu Ye, however, was unaware of Shintai-shu's true identity. She only knew that the person who had just been with Li Feiyu was also a super big shot. President, who else are we waiting for? Our group can easily take down the 80-level Goblin King, said Kai Lang, the strongest member of the Rose Guild, an 80-level druid who could transform into a giant wolf. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. I spent hundreds of thousands on the intel for that Goblin Cave. Its location is secret and won't be discovered by others. Despite being the guild leader, her strength was only at the third job advancement. Even though she was wealthy and wise, she lacked the power to suppress them, so in the face of their doubts, Xuningshuan could only explain patiently. I want to see what kind of expert is worth us waiting for in such a large group, Kai Lang said, his face full of arrogance and a hint of impatience. Hearing this, Chu Ye felt a wave of anxiety. Although this group had signed a contract to join the guild with her sister, contracts meant little if relationships soured. This was the first time the Rose Guild was forming a team to take down a boss, and she was leading the charge while her sister was there to guide her, so naturally, Chu Ye felt a bit uneasy. After all, the Goblin King was an 80-level boss, and its strength was certainly formidable. Having a big shot's disciple around would make things more secure. If the big shot's disciple was willing to help, it would definitely intimidate these guys, making them think twice before disrespecting her and her sister in the future. Not long after, Li Feiyu rode his beloved green-feathered sand sculpture and arrived above the territory of the Rose Guild. Since the Rose Guild was a one-star guild, the territory was small, with few facilities and only about a dozen or 20 members, mostly at the second or third job advancement level. He's here. Chu Ye's face lit up with joy upon seeing the big shot's disciple appear. All eyes turned to the young man who had just arrived. They were eager to see what kind of abilities the person whom the vice president valued so highly possessed. Big shot, let me introduce you. This is my sister, and she is the president of the Rose Guild, Li Feiyu said, looking at Xuningshuan, who looked just like Chu Ye. He was taken aback. Chu Ye's sister had a cold and elegant aura. Was this the legendary double happiness? Hello, Sister Ningxuan. Hello, Sister Yi. Don't call me boss. I have a name, just call me Zhang Tai. There was no way around it. His real name had been used by that bastard Han Shen, so he had to come up with a new name on the spot. That bastard made me change my surname. The two sisters exchanged glances, surprised that the other was so shy, without any airs at all. Sister Yi, I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long? A bit nervous, Li Feiyu didn't know what to say. Chu Yi quickly waved her hand, looking charming and cute, her little face slightly flushed, and smiled. No. Although Li Feiyu wasn't as handsome as Han Shen, he wasn't ugly either. He had a bit of charm, and being the boss's disciple added a lot of points. Xu Ningxuan glanced at Chu Yi, then at Li Feiyu, wondering if they had any special relationship. You guys? Xu Ningxuan couldn't bring herself to say it. Chu Yi immediately explained, oh, sister, don't think too much, we have nothing going on. Truly, being twins, they had a special connection. Ah. Right, President Chu, please don't misunderstand, I'm innocent with E. Li Feiyu wasn't foolish either and quickly followed up with an explanation. Great. Chu Yi held her forehead. Now it was impossible to clear things up. Watching the boy and the vice president being so close, Kai Lang and the others were naturally displeased. We thought we were waiting for some expert, but it turns out to be just a rookie who just hit level 3. Kid, our vice president is not someone you can touch. Have you even grown hair yet? Kai Lang immediately mocked. In his mind, the president and vice president were the ultimate sister flowers. If he couldn't have them, he didn't want anyone else to have them. Who the hell are you? Facing the sisters, Li Feiyu might be nervous, but when someone provoked him, he wouldn't back down. He had fought plenty in school. Besides, he had the mighty Han backing him up. You little brat, how dare you disrespect me? Are you looking for a beating? Afraid of you? Seeing the two about to fight, Xu Ningxuan wanted to stop them but hesitated. She also wanted to see what kind of strength the person Yi called over had. If he was strong enough, maybe she could try to invite him to join the Rose Guild. As for Chu Yi, she had originally called Li Feiyu to intimidate this group, so she naturally didn't speak up to stop it. Seeing that the president and vice president didn't intervene, Kai Lang became even more aggressive and immediately wanted to challenge Li Feiyu to a solo match. Li Feiyu certainly wouldn't back down in front of the sisters and immediately accepted the challenge. The others quickly became lively, eager to see Li Feiyu make a fool of himself. Kid, a toad wanting to eat swan meat needs to have the ability. With that, Kai Lang shamelessly took the lead in attacking. The druid's passive skill activated, glowing green, and Kai Lang instantly transformed into a giant wolf, pouncing towards Li Feiyu to bite him. Be careful. Xu Ningxuan was worried since she didn't know Li Feiyu's background. After all, fighting a level 60 against a level 80, it didn't seem like they were on the same level at all. The skills, attributes, and equipment were all vastly different. But the next second, Li Feiyu's head showed a damage number. -20. How is that possible? No defense break? His constitution is only 1500, and his defense definitely doesn't exceed 3000. How could he not break through? Kai Lang was dumbfounded. Swish! Suddenly, Li Feiyu was enveloped in a cool, hellish ghost spider set, the black and red equipment radiating a charming purple glow, with 8 spider spears on his back, looking so impressive, and in his hand was a blade like a demon's. Quite handsome. Just as Kai Lang attacked, Li Feiyu had already donned all his equipment, and his attributes surged dramatically. At this moment, looking at Li Feiyu's attributes, Li Feiyu occupation, warrior, 3rd advancement, level, LV 60 health, 19635 mana, 13,000 strength, 1900 constitution, 3570 spirit, 2600 agility, 2750 free attribute points, 0 with these attributes, he surpassed the usual 3rd advancement limit of level 90 job changers by a significant margin. Nearly 20,000 health points left everyone present dumbfounded. Among the 3rd advancement levels, this health was even thicker than that of the so-called strongest tank, the Holy Shield Knight. Chuning Shuang and Chu Ye's beautiful eyes simultaneously sparkled with astonishment, both shocked by Li Feiyu's attributes. What the hell? This guy must be cheating. At this moment, Kai Lang's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. What the hell is this? Before he could concede defeat, Li Feiyu unleashed the passive skill of the Demon Blade, Hallucination, rendering him unable to cast any skills for 3 seconds, then struck down the level 80 druid with a single blow. Ah! Kai Lang let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Sorry, bro. I thought you were tough, so I put in a bit of effort. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Next time, you should let me know in advance so I can control my strength. Li Feiyu, step aside, I'm about to show off. You! Kai Lang felt utterly humiliated in front of the sisters and could no longer stay, angrily quitting the guild and storming off. Although Kai Lang left, Chuning Shuang didn't care at all. With such a strong Li Feiyu around, that boss was as good as defeated. Thus, under Chu Ye's lead, the team set off. Watching Li Feiyu and the others leave, Kai Lang dialed a number. Bro, it's me, Kai Lang. I've been bullied. On the other end, Kai Kuan, who was leveling up newbies in the Lingyun Guild, felt a chill run down his spine. Kai Lang was his only younger brother. He had originally been a member of the Lingyun Guild but had joined the Rose Guild to pursue the sisters. What happened? Kai Kuan asked in a deep voice. Upon learning that the vice president of the Rose Guild, Chu Ye, had called over a terrifying level 60 3rd advancement youth whose strength was comparable to a 4th advancement character and that he had injured his brother, Kai Kuan's expression darkened immediately. Bro, I'm tracking them now. Okay, I understand. Stay in touch, I'll be there soon. Although the Lingyun Guild had rules against bullying the weak, the other party was clearly not weak and had injured his brother. No matter what, he had to go and get revenge for his brother. Comparable to a 4th advancement character? How dare you hurt my brother, you will kneel. Kai Kuan was a solid 4th advancement expert, even if he had just recently advanced. Thus, Kai Kuan paused the newbie leveling activity, brought along his followers, and quickly headed over. As Chu Ye's small team arrived near the Magic Mist Mountains in Ningren City, they encountered Kai Kuan and his group chasing after them. Vice President, it's people from the Lingyun Guild, one person whispered. Lingyun Guild? Li Feiyu was taken aback. Bro, that's the guy. Kai Lang pointed at Li Feiyu with murderous intent. Bro? Li Feiyu instantly understood. It turned out this guy's older brother was from the Lingyun Guild. No wonder this little wolf dared to be so arrogant. Kai Lang, what do you want? Chu Ye could tell at a glance that the other party was here for revenge, and naturally, she had to protect Li Feiyu. After all, he was a disciple of a super big shot and nothing could happen to him. Or it would be a huge problem. This has nothing to do with the Rose Guild, you'd better leave. I just want this kid to kneel and apologize to my brother. Kai Kuan dared not tarnish the reputation of the Lingyun Guild, otherwise, he would be in big trouble. What? The Lingyun Guild also bullies the weak? Li Feiyu was not afraid of the other party. Kid, do you dare to insult our Lingyun Guild? Kai Kuan was instantly furious. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't expect them to dare to mock the Lingyun gang. This escalated to a matter of the gang's reputation, and it couldn't just be resolved with a simple lesson. I thought the Lingyun gang was so righteous. With such a gang, it's better not to join. Saying this, Li Feiyu took out the Lingyun gang token and gang uniform, directly throwing them on the ground, then clicked to exit the gang. This made Chu Ye's eyes light up. She saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and thought, no matter what, I must pull Li Feiyu into the Rose Gang. Ding, Li Feiyu has exited the gang. The Lingyun gang interface immediately popped up this message. What? How could Li Feiyu leave the gang? The president of Lingyun was somewhat puzzled and quickly asked Mu Honyun to handle the matter. This was a rare talent. The reason must be investigated. At this moment, Kai Kuan and the others were stunned. They never expected that this young man was actually from their gang. But among the newly added members, why hadn't they seen this person before? Private conflicts within the gang could violate gang rules. Without the consent of an elder or above, anyone who exits the Lingyun gang without permission must compensate 1 million contract and be dealt with according to gang rules. Kid, today you won't leave unscathed. I will definitely take you back to face justice. With that, Kai Kuan was about to make a move. Li Feiyu didn't dare to be careless. Although he couldn't see the other party's attributes, this guy definitely surpassed the third transfer. Seeing the two about to fight, Chu Ye was immediately anxious, but with her strength, she couldn't intervene at all. What should I do? Just then, in the sky above, a large flying pet beast passed by. It was Shintaishu, who had gone to Shuemen City to investigate the divine child without results and was now heading to Mingren City. He glanced below and saw people fighting. Oh, Isn't that little brat down there the boy Li Feiyu I met in Yunhai City? Shin Taishu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then immediately summoned the flying lion python and appeared on the ground in a single spatial leap. Stop! A mere hint of pressure instantly enveloped everyone. How strong! Which senior has descended? Kai Kuan looked in shock at the suddenly appearing Shin Taishu. It's you? National Scholar. Li Feiyu was startled, but then he was overjoyed. But why did it feel like this old man was following him? National Scholar. Kai Kuan and the others were all dumbfounded. Could this old man be the 7-turn national scholar who had recently been rumored to come to Yunhai City? It's over. This kid actually knows such a super big shot. Kai Lang and the others turned pale. At this moment, Kai Lang regretted it. Meanwhile, Chu Ye's eyes sparkled. She never expected that Zhang Tai actually knew the national scholar. If she could pull Zhang Tai into the Rose Gang, then why did you get into a fight with them? Shin Taishu looked at Li Feiyu with a kind smile. It was completely different from the imposing image he had just shown. These bastards, relying on their strength to bully the weak, I exited their gang, and they wanted to drag me back for punishment. I couldn't stand it, so I fought with them. Is that so? Shin Taishu chose to descend, naturally intending to befriend Li Feiyu, to leave a good impression on his teacher behind him, hoping for a chance to meet this hidden big shot. Aren't you leaving? Shin Taishu didn't even look at Kai Kuan and the others. A shocking aura swept out, leaving Kai Kuan and the others pale. The next moment, these people scrambled away in panic. Once this group left, Li Feiyu respectfully said to Shin Taishu, "Thank you, National Scholar, for coming to my rescue." "No problem. When you meet your teacher, don't forget to introduce me," Shin Taishu said with a smile, directly stating his intention. "Please rest assured, National Scholar, I will definitely introduce you." Li Feiyu knew he couldn't refuse and could only agree for now. Given old Han's temperament, he probably wouldn't meet the other party, even if the other party was the National Scholar. "Alright, if anyone gives you trouble in the future, just mention my name, Shin Taishu, Elder of the Dragon King Guild." After saying this, Shin Taishu vanished from the spot. Li Feiyu's face instantly lit up. Damn, clinging to a big shot really feels great. At that moment, the twin sisters exchanged a knowing glance, silently understanding each other. "Big shot, I apologize for any offense earlier, please forgive me." Those who had mocked Li Feiyu earlier hurriedly came forward to apologize, fearing that this big shot would hold a grudge. "It's nothing, I'm not that petty." Li Feiyu waved his hand, exuding the demeanor of a big shot. "Big shot, when we fight the boss later, I will definitely heal you with all my might. My healing is abundant and fragrant." The only support girl in the team puffed out her ample chest, gazing affectionately at Li Feiyu. This made the twin sisters roll their eyes. "Zhang Tai, you just withdrew from the Lingyun Guild. Are you interested in joining our Rose Guild?" You can set the terms. Chu Ye didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to extend an invitation. If it weren't for the presence of others, she would have resorted to seduction. Li Feiyu knew that the higher the guild star rating, the greater the bonuses its members would receive. For instance, the 3-star Lingyun Guild would provide significant bonuses if he completed guild tasks without withdrawing. The Rose Guild was currently only 1 star, offering negligible bonuses. But Li Feiyu looked at the twin sisters. Who cares about that damn 3-star Lingyun Guild? If given a choice, of course, I choose double the pleasure. I can set the terms? Li Feiyu blinked. MHM. The sisters nodded in unison, truly stunning. Li Feiyu pretended to think for a moment and said, "Let's talk about the terms later." "Alright, then let me know when you're ready." Chu Ye was excited and immediately sent Li Feiyu an invitation to join. Ding! Congratulations, you have joined the Rose Guild. Li Feiyu successfully joined the Rose Guild. Fortunately, joining a guild does not automatically reveal personal information unless one chooses to enable that feature. Naturally, Li Feiyu wouldn't enable it. If he did, wouldn't his name be exposed? The president of the Rose Guild has promoted you to the honorary elder position. Buff bonuses activated. Due to the Rose Guild's current 1-star rating, there are temporarily only 2 buff bonuses available. Congratulations, you have received the life buff bonus from the Rose Guild, increasing your health by 2%. Congratulations, you have received the experience buff bonus from the Rose Guild, increasing monster experience by 5%. Looking at the panel notifications, Li Feiyu was delighted. He knew that the higher the guild star rating, the more buff bonuses one could receive, leading to higher attributes and positions, which in turn provided greater bonuses. In a 3-star guild like Lingyun, ordinary members would receive at least a 5% health bonus, but to obtain these bonuses, one must complete specific tasks and activities. Only someone like Li Feiyu, who just joined the guild and was directly promoted to the 3rd highest position, could receive the guild's buff bonuses right away. He also understood that to upgrade the guild's star rating, specific tasks must be accepted within the guild's territory, requiring all members to participate. Only through teamwork could they succeed in the tasks. However, the tasks for upgrading the guild's star rating were more difficult than hell-level challenges. Unless a big shot came to help as an external aid, these big shots would hardly look favorably upon a 1-star guild. A 1-star guild indeed doesn't stand out. He needed to find a way to get old Han to help raise the Rose Guild's star rating. With that thought, Li Feiyu immediately sent several messages to Han Chen. Han Chen sneezed several times and, upon seeing Li Feiyu's messages, scoffed, withdrew from Lingyun and joined the Rose Guild? This kid really can't resist pretty girls. What a loser, actually chose double the pleasure. TSK. Truly shameless. Han Chen was actually a bit jealous. At this moment, the Rose Guild's team had already set off towards an unexplored misty area in the Demon Fog Mountains. To reveal a misty area, a certain level of exploration was required. It was like the Ghost Spider leveling zone, which was originally shrouded in mist, but once the exploration level reached over 100%, the mist completely dissipated, turning it into the current leveling paradise. The exploration level of the Demon Fog Mountains had reached 80%, and although many areas had been revealed, some parts remained cloaked in mist. The boss that the Rose Guild was going to farm was located in the misty area of the Gothland Cave, which was hard to find without a map. From now on, everyone stay alert. In the misty area, our visibility is only 1 meter around us, Chu Ye reminded, and the team began to step into the misty area. At that moment, a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced person peeked out from the grass not far away. He was a scout from the 2-star Wild Wolf Guild, an assassin skilled in stealth, specifically scouting for boss traces in the Demon Fog Mountains. Once he discovered someone farming a boss, he would notify the guild leader to send someone to steal it. This stealthy scout followed closely while messaging the Wild Wolf Guild leader. Leader, I found a strange team. Looking at their guild emblem, it seems to be the Rose Guild, which is currently thriving in Watergate City. The sister flowers are also there. They have entered the misty area. As the most notorious Wild Wolf Guild in Ningran City, they loved nothing more than stealing bosses and robbing others. Although the Wild Wolf Guild leader, Jia Tianlong, was only at the 3rd transfer, many of his subordinates were skilled at the 4th transfer, and he had even spent a high price to recruit a 5th transfer expert to hold down the fort. Moreover, he had a special relationship with the mayor of Ningran City. Although the transmuters in the Ningran City area despised him, they could only swallow their anger. Upon hearing that the Rose team had come to his territory and entered the misty area, Jia Tianlong concluded that the Rose team must be there to farm an undiscovered outdoor boss. Ha ha ha. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow your leader to meet the sister flowers of the Rose Guild. Oh whoa. Jia Tianlong was extremely keen on the sister flowers of the Rose Guild and had long wanted to have a taste of their charm, deciding to go personally. Thus, the Wild Wolf Guild, with a grand procession of 40 people, headed towards the misty area, among them several 4th transfer professionals. In the misty area, under the guidance of the sister flowers, everyone passed through an extremely hidden cave and reached the end of the cave. The journey was relatively smooth, with no dangers encountered. There was actually a dungeon entrance here, with a few words floating above Gothland Cave. This was an outdoor secret realm, unlike the Ghost Spider dungeon, which had special stone tablets to retain records. We're here. Zhang Tai will be the main damage dealer. The rest of you assist him, focusing on healing Zhang Tai, understood? Chu Ye instructed, and everyone nodded. Tai Ge, it's up to you now. Chu Ye looked at Li Feiyu with immense trust. This instantly ignited Li Feiyu's passion. It's just the Gothland boss, don't worry. I'll take them down right now. With that, Li Feiyu was the first to enter the dungeon, followed closely by the others. In such outdoor secret realms, there was no limit on the number of people entering. A few could enter without issue, and once the monsters inside were cleared, the secret realm would disappear. As soon as they entered the Gothland cave, for Gothland wild monsters began to screech and raised their clubs to attack Li Feiyu. Charge! Double strike! Li Feiyu easily cleared the 4 level 80 small monsters with 2 consecutive warrior skills, hardly losing any health himself. Wow, so fierce! The sister flowers were delighted. No wonder he was a disciple of a big shot. This set of top-notch equipment was incredible. Under the charge of Li Feiyu, the team quickly fought their way deep into the cave, arriving at a massive underground altar where the Goblin King sat upon his throne. Xuningshuang boldly tore open a high-level detection scroll, capable of revealing information about monsters up to level 90, and the attributes of the Goblin King immediately appeared before everyone. Goblin King level, LV 80 health, 300000/300000 strength, 1800. Constitution, 1900 spirit, 1700 agility, 1850 skills, frenzied run, goblin charge, petrifying skin, stone throw, goblin taunt, berserk. Looking at the boss's attributes, Li Feiyu was slightly taken aback, as these stats made it seem like a younger sibling compared to the hell difficulty boss of the Ghost Spider. It seemed that level was not the only factor determining strength. However, this boss had quite a comprehensive set of skills, covering attack, defense, speed, and control. To be safe, Li Feiyu activated the Ghost Spider Hell set skill, Summon Elite Ghost Spider. Ah! The inexperienced priestess was startled when she saw the Elite Ghost Spider. Once she realized it was summoned by Li Feiyu, she patted her heaving chest and playfully complained, "Oh dear, you're so mean, you didn't even give me a heads up, and now I'm all what? The priestess's face turned red as she said, "Oh dear, I'm sweating cold on my back, it's all wet." The nearby sisters rolled their eyes, secretly calculating how to kick this little vixen out of the guild. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was filled with fighting spirit and instantly entered battle mode. Dialogue: "Oh ho? A human? And a female? Ah, I haven't picked flowers in many years. Listen to this ridiculous line. You think you're worthy of the name of flower picker? Come and take your life." Suddenly, red light flickered all over Li Feiyu, and he dashed forward in a single leap. The Goblin King was merely a scripted dungeon boss and wouldn't dodge skills. As Li Feiyu unleashed a series of skills, the Goblin King's health rapidly plummeted. Just as it was about to reach the kill threshold, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Look what I've found. Wild boss, Goblin King, I declare, this boss is now under the control of our Wild Wolf Gang." "What? Wild Wolf Gang?" Shu Ningxuan's expression changed. She knew she was being tracked by the Wild Wolf Gang. This was troublesome. The Wild Wolf Gang was a notorious group of thugs, infamous for their reckless actions. If they decided to attack her and the others, the outcome would be dire. Li Feiyu distanced himself from the boss, letting the elite ghost spider hold it off, and felt that things were getting complicated. Although he wasn't familiar with the Wild Wolf Gang, he could guess from the sisters' pale faces and the malicious looks from the dozens of Wild Wolf Gang members that these guys were a bunch of rogues. "Old Han, emergency help. My sisters and I are being targeted by the Wild Wolf Gang trying to steal the boss." Taking advantage of the Wild Wolf Gang members being distracted by the sisters' beauty, Li Feiyu quietly sent a distress message to Han Shen, along with their location coordinates. "Yo, TSK, I've heard about the Rose Guild's pair of twin sisters, and seeing them today, I definitely want to talk about it later, ahaha." Seeing that the other side had the numbers and among them were several high-level players, Li Feiyu could only invoke the name of the super big shot, Shin Taishu. "You'd better not act recklessly. I know Shin Taishu from the Dragon King Guild. If you dare to touch a hair on us, you'll definitely regret it." Regardless of whether it would work or not, he had to find a way to buy time. As long as old Han arrived, everything would be fine. Li Feiyu's words made the overbearing Jia Tianlong hesitate for a moment, but then he thought to himself, this kid looks like a commoner, at most with a bit of talent. The national scholar is a high and mighty big shot, treated with respect in the capital city. How could he possibly know him? After thinking this, Jia Tianlong sneered, "You don't even take a piss to look at yourself, a mere third transition little chicken. Do you think you deserve to know the national scholar? It's really laughable. Come on, take them down, don't hurt those twin sisters, I want to enjoy them later. President is mighty. The brothers will wait until the president is done playing before taking their turns." At this moment, Shu Ningxuan and Chu Ye's faces turned pale. They were indeed rich young ladies, but they had no backing, and their power was naturally much weaker than Jia Tianlong's. Damn it! These bastards! Li Feiyu was a bit anxious. If he had known, he would have asked that old man for a token, with no proof, who would believe that a national scholar would protect him? "You all protect the president and vice president." Li Feiyu rushed out first. At this moment, he could only rely on himself to buy time. "Kid, want to be a hero saving the beauty? You're still too green." A level 70 warrior from the Wild Wolf Gang slashed down with a knife. With a whoosh, minus 20 damage. The blow landed on Li Feiyu, but it didn't hurt at all. What? The group was stunned, only to realize that Li Feiyu was actually wearing a full set of top-tier third transition equipment. Shit, this kind of top-tier third transition equipment can't be bought even with money. Jia Tianlong's eyes lit up, but then he thought, could it be that the other party really has a connection with the national scholar? Li Feiyu activated his speed skill, suddenly increasing his speed by 30%, causing the level 70 warrior to miss his strike. Rage break armor. With a dive, Li Feiyu unleashed the exclusive skill of a third transition warrior. A red light flashed, and a slash landed on the opponent, bursting with red light. Minus 5,000 damage. A level 70 warrior with decent equipment had his health drop to 0 and was directly knocked to the ground. Holy crap, that damage. Jia Tianlong saw the top-tier equipment on Li Feiyu and couldn't help but drool. Damn it. No matter what his identity is, as long as I kill him today and seal everyone's mouths, this set of equipment will be mine. Thinking this, Jia Tianlong looked at a nearby 5th transition expert. The 5th transition expert nodded knowingly and walked out with a giant sword. This was a level 125 Great Knight. No matter how good Li Feiyu's equipment was, under the suppression of level and class attributes, he would still be taken down in an instant. Blood Radiance. Li Feiyu did not give up. His whole body glowed red as he released a warrior skill that could instantly restore 50% of his health and increase his defense. At that moment, everyone in the Rose Guild tensed up, especially the twin sisters, who were so nervous they started biting their fingers. But no matter how brave Li Feiyu was, he was ultimately knocked to the ground. And hiding in the shadows, Shin Taishu could only shake his head helplessly at this scene, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The president of the Wild Wolf Gang had grown so bold that he didn't even put himself in his eyes? It turned out Shin Taishu had Never left. He had been using a space skill to hide his figure and follow Li Feiyu, waiting for Li Feiyu to get into trouble so that the super big shot behind him could appear. Now it seemed that the super big shot was not on this side of the fog mountain range. Just as Shin Taishu was about to step in to save him, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. God's Forbidden Zone. Whoosh! A black and white barrier-like field instantly appeared, covering not only the entire fog mountain range but also enveloping Ningren City. Within the God's Forbidden Zone, no matter the magic released or the flying birds and beasts, everything was frozen in place. The class changers could only move their eyes and speak. They could not perform any other actions. How is this possible? The hidden Shen Taishu was completely stunned. As strong as he was, at this moment he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, unable to move. Moreover, he could sense that this confinement field was absurdly large, likely enveloping the entire Ningren City area. Such a terrifying range of skills must be a max-level forbidden spell. This was a super forbidden spell master, and the nameless figure before him could cast forbidden spells instantaneously, likely on par with the Dragon King's president. My god, Li Feiyu's teacher is an unknown powerhouse? Does our dragon country have such strong individuals? And they are not even known by the state? What's going on? Why can't I move? Jia Tianlong exclaimed, suddenly panicking. President, I can't move either. It seems we've been hit by some control skill. The only fifth-turn expert of the Wild Wolf Gang also became anxious. Only Li Feiyu understood. Old Han must have arrived just in time. Everyone was saved. Tap tap tap. Han Chen, holding the holy light staff, strolled leisurely to the altar, and upon seeing the goblin boss wandering aimlessly, he lightly tapped his staff, instantly eliminating it and causing a shower of items to explode everywhere. To save Li Feiyu, Han Chen had specifically rented the top-tier flying pet, the four-winged Pegasus, to arrive just in time. Immediately, Han Chen lightly tapped his staff again, and the confinement on Li Feiyu and the others instantly shattered. With divine permission, within the Forbidden Zone, they were no longer restricted. This was the absolute authority of the God's Forbidden Zone. At this moment, Han Chen was the god of this Forbidden Zone, even if only for 10 seconds. Chu Ye recognized the holy staff in Han Chen's hand and immediately identified the elderly man before her as Zheng Tai's teacher, the super powerhouse named Li Feiyu. Sister, this is Zheng Tai's teacher, the super powerhouse I told you about. Chu Ye excitedly shook her sister beside her, causing both of them to sway a bit. Li Feiyu happened to glance over and swallowed hard. Teacher, if you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me. Zheng Tai. Zheng Tai? What the hell? This name sounds a bit familiar to me. Han Chen pondered for a moment. With me here, who dares to touch you? I will kill whoever tries. Since he was disguised as a super powerhouse, Han Chen naturally had to act the part. We pay our respects to the senior. Thank you for saving our lives. Juning Shuang and the others knelt in unison. It's over. He can't be the Dragon King Gang Shin Taishu that this kid mentioned, right? He's the disciple of a national hero? The members of the Wild Wolf Gang revealed expressions of despair. From the skills released by this elder, it was clear he was an absolute powerhouse. The capital city had no such terrifying strength. That kid really wasn't lying. National hero, we had no intention of offending your disciple. Please, for the sake of my dad being a childhood friend of the city's mayor, spare us this time, Jia Tianlong hurriedly pleaded. National hero? Do they think I'm that old man Shin Taishu? Han Chen secretly smiled. It seems someone was about to take the blame. Your dad is a childhood friend of the mayor? Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong seemed to see hope, and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Please, national hero, have mercy and spare us. Then what is he? Han Chen roared angrily. With another tap of his staff, a terrifying mental storm erupted. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color. Despite the commotion, only Jia Tianlong rolled his eyes and died on the spot. Not far away, Shin Taishu watched Han Chen instantaneously cast a mental-type forbidden spell, controlling it at will, and was once again stunned. Such strength was simply unheard of. At this moment, Shin Taishu had an 80% certainty that Li Feiyu's teacher might be a super expert hidden in plain sight. This was incredibly terrifying. Such a master must be invited to the Dragon King Gang. This was Han Chen's first time killing someone in this world, but he felt very calm. This was a villain who had aroused public anger, and he had the means to take his life. Oh my god. The president has been killed. Run away. Without the power of the divine forbidden zone to restrain them, the little wolves of the Wild Wolf Gang fled in panic. Han Chen merely watched coldly, not making a move. With the death of the Wild Wolf Gang's president, Jia Tianlong, these little wolves were nothing more than a rabble, and this tumor had been removed. Moreover, Han Chen had used the name of the Dragon King Jiuxin Gang's national hero, Shin Taishu, to kill Jia Tianlong. Not to mention the city lord's childhood friend. Even the city lord himself wouldn't dare to utter a word. Letting these people leave would send this news straight to the headlines. It felt great to have someone else take the blame. In the shadows, Shin Taishu did not dare to show himself. If he appeared now, his secret tracking of his disciple would be exposed, undoubtedly leaving a bad impression on this big shot. Therefore, Shin Taishu decided to continue lurking, waiting for the right moment to emerge. As long as he remained still and this big shot did not deliberately investigate the area, he would not be exposed. This is the item dropped by the boss. Just now, not bad, a third transfer certificate. Han Shan, now in the identity of a big shot, naturally wouldn't be interested in these low-level items. Of course, Han Shan still held back, retaining the only skill book dropped by the boss, which was a priest skill book, making him feel a bit excited inside. Big shot, you absolutely cannot. You saved our lives, we are grateful beyond measure. How can we take the items you dropped? Chu Ningxiang quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Li Feiyu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "President, please accept it. My teacher is extraordinary and has long since looked down on these low-level items." Upon hearing this, Chu Ningxiang finally reacted, offering a charming smile and repeatedly thanking him. Han Shan glanced over. This sister was quite a bit more developed than her younger sister, wasn't she? The other members of the Rose Gang stood by in silence, no one daring to speak. Soon, Chu Ningxiang finished distributing the items, with Li Feiyu taking 70% of them. However, since Li Feiyu couldn't use these items, Chu Ningxiang converted them into blue star currency and transferred 3 million to Li Feiyu, which thrilled him to no end. He had only seen such a large sum of money in his dreams. With this money, he could let his parents enjoy a comfortable life. He felt a pang of heartache for them working hard every day. Chu Ye also received the coveted third transfer certificate and prepared to return to complete her job change quest. "Senior, we will take our leave now." After bidding farewell to the big shot, Chu Ningxiang led her team away. The two sisters were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. They were lucky to have pulled Zheng Tai into the Rose Gang. Once the members of the Rose Gang had walked far away, Han Shen couldn't wait to open the priest skill book he had just obtained. Heavenly Horse Soaring, active skill, after activation, allows for brief flight, lasting 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Requires a third transfer for priests to learn. Wow, a flying skill? Han Shen felt as if he had been kissed by the goddess of luck, soft, gentle, warm, and moist. Learn. He immediately learned it. You have learned a new skill, Heavenly Horse Soaring, automatically transforming into the special flying forbidden spell Wind and Thunder Wings. Wind and Thunder Wings, active skill. The left wing contains the power of wind, the right wing contains the power of thunder. When both wings move, they create a sound of roaring wind and thunder, as well as wind and thunder phenomena, dealing wind and thunder magical damage within a 10-mile radius with a flying speed of 300 kilometers per minute, no cooldown, and a fixed blue consumption of 800,000 per hour. Look at this speed. I fly faster than a high-speed train. Truly a forbidden spell, not a hint of surprise. Han Shen was eager to try out this forbidden spell, but he was afraid that Li Feiyu's eyes would pop out in shock and he would feel unbalanced inside. "Hey, Zheng Tai, why aren't you leaving with them? Don't you want double the fun?" Li Feiyu threw an arm around Han Shen's shoulder and laughed. "Look at what you're saying. Am I the kind of person who values beauty over friendship? In order to repay your life-saving grace, today I'm treating you to a good meal. TCH, I thought you were going to take me to 998. Get lost, my first time will definitely not be at 998. At this moment, Han Shen had already erased the effects of the disguiser badge, revealing his true appearance. Seeing this scene, Shin Taishu was instantly stunned. What the hell? What is going on? Isn't he that level 10 newbie priest, Han Shen? How is this possible? Shin Taishu almost had a heart attack from the shock. A little priest who was ignored by everyone turned out to be a hidden super boss. Wait, isn't he a student who just transferred from Laming School? Aren't his parents ordinary working class people? This can't be fake. Could it be? Shin Taishu thought of the only explanation, that Han Shen is the son of God recorded in the Divine Stone. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain everything that has happened. How could Han Shen possess such incredible abilities at just 18 years old? No wonder he warned Yi Fan and the others about the danger that day. It turns out he wasn't born with a sense of crisis, but rather, he is the son of God, that's all. One is the chosen son of God, and the other is a necromancer. Of course, I would choose the son of God. What's a necromancer worth? I, the necromancer, am a natural disaster? Ugh, no way. After figuring everything out, Shin Taishu's breathing quickened, and he no longer cared about timing. He quickly revealed himself. What the hell? Suddenly seeing a living person appear strangely, Han Shen and Li Feiyu were both startled. Just as Han Shen was about to make a move. Son of God, it is I, Shin Taishu. Upon realizing that the person who suddenly appeared was the seven-turn national scholar Shin Taishu, both Han Shen and Li Feiyu were taken aback. At this moment, how could Han Shen not know that Shin Taishu had been following Li Feiyu? He had been in this gothic cave all along. Well, this old guy knows how to play. Since he discovered my secret, Han Shen naturally didn't plan to let him go easily. National scholar, so you're an old schemer, huh? Han Shen spoke frankly, showing no fear of the other's identity. The son of God is joking, I mean, no harm. In fact, my main purpose for coming here is to find the son of God. Shin Taishu couldn't hide his excitement. The young man before him was the son of God that all the top bosses in Longwa were secretly searching for. He never expected to find him first. The son of God? Although Han Chen didn't understand why Shin Taishu referred to him as the son of God, he couldn't care less at this moment. He still needed to deal with this old man quickly to avoid any long-lasting troubles. Son of God, join my Dragon King Guild. With guild benefits and resources, you will surely become the #1 deity in Longwa at the fastest speed. And with the protection of the Dragon King Guild, others won't dare to easily target the son of God. Shin Taishu sincerely extended the invitation. As long as Han Shen was willing, he would report to the president, and the president would definitely give him the authority to bring Han Shen into the guild. Li Feiyu was once again speechless. The Dragon King Guild is the only 9-star super guild in Longwa. Countless talented transmuters would do anything to get in. As far as he knew, in the entire eastern province, very few could even apply for a spot in the Dragon King Guild. He never expected that this 7-turn national scholar would directly invite Old Han to join, and it would be a direct entry. However, based on Old Han's current performance, being worthy of an active invitation from the Dragon King Guild, he just didn't know if Old Han would agree. Han Shen smiled lightly and said, Dragon King Guild? Sorry, I don't like being restricted by others. I wonder if National Scholar Shen is interested in leaving the guild and joining my camp. Son of God. Your talent is unmatched in the world, but you may not fully understand what a 9-star guild means. Let me give you a brief introduction. Shin Taishu believed that as long as the son of God knew the benefits of joining the 9-star guild, he would definitely change his mind. Joining the Dragon King Guild not only grants a 25% boost to all attributes, but also accelerates skill casting by 100% and increases mana recovery speed by 200%. As for other resistance buffs and enhancement buffs, I won't list them all. This is just the benefits in terms of attributes. Secondly, the 9-star guild territory offers double experience rewards, with the ability to claim a 24-hour triple experience once a week, a 2-hour 5-fold experience, and a monthly elder-led dungeon run. Once you join the Dragon King Guild, you won't have to worry about leveling up, you just need to focus on completing your job change task. Moreover, once you become a member of the Dragon King Guild, you can enjoy discounted benefits for national teleportation fees in state-owned trading houses. Most importantly, our Dragon King Guild's warehouse is stocked with various rare treasures. As long as you have enough contributions, you can even exchange for epic level sets. Is there an epic level priest set too? Han Chen was still concerned about his own equipment. Although Shin Taishu was not clear about all the items in the guild's treasury, there was definitely no epic level priest set. Seeing Shin Taishu stammer, Han Chen knew that the Dragon King Guild's treasury was not as comprehensive as claimed. Ahem, there are none, but we can farm them. As long as the Son of God joins our guild, I dare to guarantee that the Dragon King Guild will do everything possible to help the Son of God farm a complete set of epic-level priest equipment. In order to persuade Han Shen to join, Shin Taishu was willing to go all out and made a promise on behalf of the guild leader. Well, hearing you say that, it seems like the 9-star guild is quite good. Han Chen was indeed a bit tempted. Not to mention the pile of attributes and buff bonuses, just the name of the Dragon King Guild was enough to allow him to move freely throughout the Dragon Kingdom. His job change task would definitely not be simple. While farming monsters was fine, if he needed something that couldn't be bought with money, the Dragon King Guild might be useful. Joining the Dragon King Guild certainly had many benefits for him at the moment. Most importantly, if the identity of the Son of God did not have the protection of a high-level guild, if a big shot targeted him, it would be risky, especially if a 10th transition expert came after him. Without absolute combat power, seeking stability and development was the way to go. But joining directly was not an option. There had to be some conditions. Seeing Han Shen showing interest, Shin Taishu's expression brightened. There's hope. I can join the Dragon King Guild, but I have a few conditions. Please, Son of God, speak. Whether it was a few conditions or dozens of them, Shin Taishu believed the guild leader would agree to all of them. First, why does Shin Guisher always refer to me as the Son of God? I want to know the reason. A dignified 7th transition national expert suddenly treating him as the Son of God must have a reason, and Han Shen wanted to clarify it. To be honest, 100 years ago, our Dragon Kingdom had a national treasure that broke through the rules of the Dark Forest and ventured deep inside, bringing back a divine stone. The divine stone had a divine inscription that read, in 2005, in the east of the Dragon Kingdom, the Son of God was born. Is that true? Then on what basis do you, Shin Guisher, determine that I am the Son of God? To be given the title of God is certainly not something an ordinary person can achieve. Although the priest profession is recognized as the most useless, the Son of God just recently changed jobs and can instantly cast full-level forbidden spells. If that's not the Son of God, I can't think of anyone else who would qualify. Hearing Shin Taishu say this, Han Shen fell into deep thought again. Indeed, he had just transitioned to the forbidden spell priest profession, which was too unreasonable. Could it be that my golden finger is the Son of God? Is there a deep connection with this game? World? Where is that divine stone now? In the supreme cultural center of the imperial capital. Shin Taishu spoke without reservation. Han Shen had already made up his mind he would definitely go see the divine stone one day. However, Han Shen did not plan to head to the imperial capital where high-level professions were everywhere just yet. He needed to level up first, ensuring he had absolute self-defense capabilities before going. Alright, the second condition is that I won't return to the Dragon King Gang headquarters immediately, nor will I participate in any gang activities for the time being. However, what I seek must be fully satisfied by the Dragon King Gang. What I can promise you is that within 3 years at most, I will go to the Dragon King Gang headquarters and will repay the gang in the future, ensuring the gang does not suffer losses. Han Shan did not make his words absolute. With his leveling speed, he might not even need 3 years to possess enough forbidden spells to rival a 10-turn super powerhouse, becoming a national treasure-like existence. No problem. Shin Taishu consulted the president and nodded in agreement. The third condition is that I am the son of God. Apart from my good brother, you, and the president of the Dragon King Gang, I do not want a fourth person to know. Otherwise, I will immediately withdraw from the gang. Agreed. The last condition is that you must stay by my side until I go to the Dragon King Gang headquarters. This son of God doesn't need to say it. I will also stay by the son of God's side. Seeing the Dragon King Gang's sincerity, Han Shen reluctantly said, then I will join the Dragon King Gang. Please send me the application. Li Feiyu, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. The three of them were clearly standing together, but the world on Li Feiyu's side was gray. Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you discussing? Can you consider the feelings of an ordinary person like me? Sigh. It's really infuriating to see how people can be so different. Others are breaking their heads to join the Dragon King Gang, while our old Han is being personally begged by a national hero to join. This kind of treatment is truly unprecedented. Ding, the Dragon King Gang has sent you an invitation to join. Do you agree to join? Looking at the panel prompt, Han Shen chose to agree. Congratulations! You have joined the 9-star Dragon King Gang. Congratulations, you have received a 25% all-attribute bonus from the Dragon King Gang. Congratulations, you have received a 3x experience bonus from the Dragon King Gang. Congratulations, you have received the Dragon King Gang's life blessing buff, increasing your health by an additional 25%. As soon as he joined the gang, Han Shen heard a barrage of prompts. Even an ordinary member of the 9-star gang could enjoy all the benefits. Looking at his skyrocketing attributes and the numerous buff auras appearing at his feet, Han Shen experienced the might of the 9-star gang for the first time. With so many bonuses, it was incredible. Close. Han Shen turned off all the aura effects. At that moment, ding, the president of the Dragon King Gang has promoted your position to Elder and granted you the authority to set your own title. Once set, it will appear in the Elder list of the gang. The president of the Dragon King Gang has enabled your concealment privileges. Except for your title, all your information cannot be probed. What? Alright, so this is what it means to be an elder. No surprise at all. Upon becoming an elder, all the buffs granted by the gang increased again, with all attributes and life blessing rising to 30%. 30%! No wonder it's the 9-star gang. And with his lack of creativity in naming, Han Shen lazily set his title to Elder Han the Demon. Thus, a new member, Elder Han, appeared in the Dragon King Gang elder list. Hiss! Everyone, look! Our gang has a new elder. Instantly, the chat channel of the Dragon King Gang exploded. On the other side, in the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang, a sky full of golden light suddenly appeared. A blazing sun rapidly descended. Boom! A loud noise. As the golden light and elemental power slowly dissipated, the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang became a massive scorched pit. With the explosion of the Wild Wolf Gang's territory, the detestable Wild Wolf Gang was completely eradicated. Upon learning that the esteemed Lord Shin Taishu, a 7-transmutation national scholar, was responsible for the destruction of the Wild Wolf Gang, the mayor of Mingren City, in a bid for self-preservation, immediately arrested the Jia Tianlong family and locked them up in prison, along with all the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Mingren City welcomed a major cleansing. The mayor of Mingren City cursed loudly. Damn it, my son isn't even that arrogant, childhood friend? What the hell are you talking about? This outcome surprised Han Shen a bit. One could only say, Shin Taishu's reputation is truly useful. Meanwhile, Han Shen had his own plans in mind. No matter how good the Dragon King Gang was, it was still someone else's gang. And within someone else's power, one would always be used without realizing it. Although he had lived another life, he couldn't let go of the feelings he had built over 18 years. He wasn't a saint, nor was he a cold-blooded person. In this world, he had his family and brothers. He had to become stronger quickly to protect what he cared about. Strong enough that even the 9-star Dragon King Gang would have to avoid his sharpness. Having lived 2 lives, some things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. He wasn't rebellious, he just needed to test the waters before fully trusting anyone, because in many cases one had to rely on oneself. Oldly, hone your skills well in the Rose Gang. Ha! What do you mean by that? Han Chan rolled his eyes at Li Feiyu, as if he had to explain it for him to understand. The Rose Gang is a decent gang. I'll be back in the future. You should understand what I mean, right? Li Feiyu, who had been a bit downcast, suddenly brightened up and said, "Oh my gosh, old Han, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. It's just that the Rose Gang is only 1 star right now. I know, what I need to do next is help the Rose Gang level up." Han Chen had already met the sister flowers of the Rose Gang. They regarded him as a super big shot. If he personally helped them raise their gang's star level, they would definitely see Li Feiyu as their backbone. This way, it would be much easier for Li Feiyu to take control of the Rose Gang. The most important thing was that he hadn't personally created the Rose Gang. Even if this gang became powerful in the future, no one would easily suspect him. As long as this guy Li Feiyu didn't change his heart, once this force became strong enough, it would be a support for me. Old Li, you better not let me down. With that thought, Han Shen smiled at Li Feiyu and said, "There's no time like the present, let's head to the Rose Gang right away." Half a day later, in the territory of the Rose Gang, the sister flowers and others were all dumbfounded, staring at the arriving Li Feiyu and the 2 big shots. At this moment, Han Shen had transformed into an old man, while Shin Taishu had become Han Shen's old follower. "President, I'm back. I see our gang is only 1 star, which is too low, so I invited a teacher to help us level up. Is that okay?" Li Feiyu said excitedly. "What? The?" Sister flowers were overjoyed, nearly losing their balance and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Tai invited his teacher to help the Rose Gang level up? This happiness came too suddenly. Although the difficulty of the task to level up the gang was comparable to hell, with this super big shot around, leveling up to 2 stars should be no problem. Thinking of this, even the cold and elegant Chu Ningxuan's eyes sparkled with gratitude and a hint of something special as she looked at Li Feiyu. If it weren't for Zhang Tai, she didn't know when her Rose Gang would be able to reach 2 stars. She had considered hiring external help at a high price, but that was exorbitant. The 2 sisters didn't want to ask their families for money. "President Chu, let's get started now," Han Chen said calmly. Chu Ningxuan respectfully bowed and then opened the gang panel, exercising the powers only a president possessed, to apply for a challenge against a 2-star gang. The application to level up from 1 star to 2 stars had no restrictions. It could be applied for directly. 1 click. All members of the Rose Guild received the notification at the same time. Your guild leader has initiated the Guild Star Upgrade Challenge. Please return to the guild territory as soon as possible. Monsters will appear and attack the guild territory in 2 hours. To upgrade the guild, one must apply for the Star Upgrade Challenge, during which monsters will attack. As long as they can withstand the onslaught of numerous monsters and eliminate them while protecting the guild flag, the upgrade will be successful. The Star Upgrade Challenge is a crucial event for a guild. The losses from a single failure can be devastating, leading to the immediate dissolution of the guild and even causing serious injuries or casualties among the members. This is why, in the vast nation of Longwa, there has only been 1 9-star guild, the Dragon King Guild. The difficulty of upgrading from 8 stars to 9 stars is beyond terrifying. Fortunately, guilds can request external assistance for the Star Upgrade Challenge. A 1-star guild can invite 1 external helper, a 2-star guild can invite 2, a 3-star guild can invite 3, and so on. When the Star Upgrade Challenge begins, aside from the guild members and external helpers, all other personnel will be forcibly excluded by a mysterious power, and even someone as formidable as Shin Taishu cannot resist this repulsion. What a powerful rule! Watching Shin Guosher being expelled, Han Chen was also amazed by the strength of the game rules. As the 2 hours elapsed, a vast expanse of black mist suddenly surged around the Rose Guild territory, enveloping the entire area. Within the black mist, red lights flickered, accompanied by roars. The monsters had appeared. The members of the Rose Guild gathered together, some feeling nervous while others looked forward with anticipation at Han Shen, who stood at the front, their eyes wide open, ready to witness the supreme prowess of the great leader. Before long, a large wave of monsters had already filled the area outside the Rose Guild, levels ranging from 30 to 60. Their strength was not particularly strong, but their numbers far exceeded those of the Rose Guild members. A typical 1-star guild would truly lack the strength to deal with these monsters. At this moment, a massive red glow surged within the black mist. Han Chen knew that the boss of this wave of monsters was about to make its appearance. Dialogue: "Oh dear, foolish humans, you are nothing but meat on my chopping board. Hurry! Stretch out your heads. Beheading is the least painful." Han Chen rolled his eyes, making it sound as if he had been beheaded. A humanoid monster wielding a massive blood-red battle knife stepped out from the black mist, its face twisted, its strong body covered in bulging veins, and its barrel-like waist adorned with human skulls. The most striking feature was its emperor green flat top, which was truly glowing green. 2-star boss, green giant race, orc level, LV70. Seeing the monster boss appear, Han Chen stepped forward, took out the holy staff of light, and prepared to unleash the forbidden spell Desolation of the Divine. The moment the monster attacked, aiming to wipe out this group of monsters in an instant. Just as the green giant boss was about to issue the order to attack the Rose Guild, it suddenly froze, as if sensing something terrifying. Impossible! How can there be a divine presence? What the hell? Could this old man be a god? The green giant was stunned. With a god present, what was there to fight about? Why isn't this boss moving? Did it encounter a bug? Not only were the sisters confused, but even Han Chen was baffled. Dialogue, you son of a gun. I hate bullies who prey on the weak the most. I hope I never run into you again. If I do, I'll avoid you every time. Dialogue, little ones, it's raining. Hurry home to collect the laundry. After saying this, the green giant turned back into the black mist without looking back, and with a flash of red light, it vanished without a trace. The small monsters collectively froze for a moment. Then, like a tide, they retreated back into the black mist, disappearing en masse. Ding! Congratulations to the Rose Guild for successfully completing the challenge and being promoted to a 2-star guild. What is going on? The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, speechless. This is already a 2-star guild. Isn't this simpler than eating and drinking? The boss for the guild's star upgrade challenge has become sentient? Knowing it can't win, it ran away? But just then, a red light flickered again in the thick fog, and that green-headed boss actually turned back. It looked at Han Chen not far away, then reached for its furry green chest, tossing a pile of glowing items onto the ground. The green-headed boss raised its large blade, pointing at Han Chen, its tone arrogant and comical. Don't let me see you again. Every time I see you, I'll run. As soon as the words left its mouth, the green-headed boss vanished into the fog in the blink of an eye. Han Chen was stunned. And so were the others. Isn't it amazing? Without killing the boss, it just dropped a bunch of items and left for them to pick up. Outside the Rose Guild territory, Shin Taishu kept stroking his long white beard, his weathered face filled with smiles. Even the monster boss could sense the aura of divinity from Han Chen that was solid proof. Han Chen was indeed the chosen one of the divine stone prophecy. Thus, Shin Taishu reported this situation to President Long Wang. Do everything to meet the requirements of the chosen one. This was the response given by President Long Wang after learning the details. At this moment, everyone in the Rose Guild had come to their senses. Did you see that? This is the kind of aura only a super big shot possesses. Even the monster boss fled without a fight. President Chu, continue applying for the star upgrade challenge. Since those monsters feared him, he would continue to challenge and see how many stars he could elevate the Rose Guild. 2. Yes, big shot. Chu Ningxuan happily continued to click to apply for the challenge. Not long after, the vanished black mist reappeared. This time, the black mist was even denser. A large number of monsters began to pop out one after another. However, this batch of monsters was clearly above level 60, reaching the 3rd transfer level. Swish, swish, a huge red glow appeared, accompanied by the sound of chains. A boss wrapped in chains, wearing an ancient sealed helmet. 3-star boss, Hell Giant level, LV100 dialogue. I come from hell, I will trample the human world. Before the dialogue was finished, the Hell Giant's gaze was fixed on Han Chen, its expression somewhat rich. Dialogue, breaking through the territory is my mission. I will not back down. The green-haired one is just a coward. I will lock it up. I will make it pick up the soap. I will make it suffer greatly. Dialogue, minions, kill for me. We come from hell. What are we afraid of? Roar, roar, roar. The morale of the Hell Legion surged, and the black mist swept toward the Rose Guild territory. Is this the task to upgrade the guild to 3 stars? It's terrifying. Except for Shin Taishu, everyone was stunned by this scene. Just the small monsters were at least level 60, and the boss was actually level 100. Han Chen stood still, the wind swirling around him, still chewing on the lines spoken by the boss. The person who wrote those lines was truly talented. Judgment of Light. Han Chen finally moved, raising his staff high, no incantation needed. The light-type forbidden spell was instant. A huge ball of light appeared in the sky, the holy white light dazzling, like the blazing sun. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, the white light blinding, dispelling the darkness, annihilating the Hell Legion. When everything dissipated, nothing was left in front, as the protective power of the rules ensured that this place was not damaged in the slightest by Han Chen's forbidden spell. Only not far away, the number of light orbs had increased, and Han Chen did not collect the items dropped by the boss, so naturally, no one dared to make a move. At this moment, it was very quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's mouths could fit an egg at this moment. Ding! The Guild Star upgrade task has been completed. Congratulations to the Rose Guild for reaching 3 stars. 3 stars. Is it already 3 stars? I just took a sip of water and got something stuck in my teeth. Upgrading the guild is too easy. No wonder he's a big shot. President Chu, let's continue. Chu Ningxuan swallowed hard, quickly realizing, okay, I'll do it right away. But she found that the task to upgrade to 4 stars was no longer available. Big shot, to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, the guild leader must be at least 4th transition. Are there more conditions? Han Chen frowned slightly. The only one who had surpassed the 4th transition here was Shin Taishu, but he was an elder of the Dragon King Guild and would never leave his guild just to help the Rose Guild level up. My lord, I know a junior, at 6th transition, who hasn't joined a guild yet. Perhaps he can. Hell! Shin Taishu thought of Ma Hanyuan and spoke up. Oh, That would be excellent, call him here quickly. Far away in Yunhai City, Old Ma was personally investigating, searching for exceptionally talented individuals to complete the task of the national scholar as soon as possible. Suddenly, a person appeared silently beside Old Ma, startling him into a retreat. When he saw who it was, Old Ma was shocked. National scholar? What brings you here? You no longer need to complete the task I assigned you. I have a more important task for you. Before Old Ma could ask for details, Shin Taishu grabbed him like a chicken. With a spatial leap, they arrived at the teleportation array, instantly heading to Shumen City, then quickly returning to the Rose Guild with Old Ma. The entire process took no more than 15 minutes. Shin Taishu was indeed a top-tier spatial mage with exceptional travel skills. After experiencing high-altitude teleportation, Old Ma felt a buzzing sensation all over. Before he could regain his senses, he heard Shin Taishu respectfully say to Han Shen, "My lord, this is Ma Hunyuan, the master of the Job Change Sanctuary in Yunhai City. He will temporarily take over as the leader of the Rose Guild, and once the upgrade is successful, he can withdraw from the guild." God, what did I just hear? The national scholar referred to this old man as my lord? Does that mean this old man is very likely an 8th transition national scholar, or even a 9th transition unparalleled national scholar? Old Ma was stunned again. He felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the extremely fashionable Old Ma, Han Shin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little old man was a big shot in Yunhai City, someone he could only see on TV, and now he could casually command him. Old Ma suddenly came to his senses, and amidst his shock, he was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. The national scholar had given him a big gift package. Reporting to my lord, what do you need little Ma to do? As the representative of the 6th faction, Old Ma quickly bowed respectfully to Han Shen. You're quite clever. Temporarily join the Rose Guild, take over the position of guild leader, and accept the upgrade task for the Rose Guild. Han Shen said with a light smile. Little Ma is willing to serve. Immediately, Old Ma became the leader of the Rose Guild and accepted the 4-star challenge task. My lord, the 4-star boss may be intimidated by your might, but it won't retreat automatically. That's the rule of the game world. With its intelligence, it probably won't confront you head-on but will adopt tactics. As long as it destroys the Rose Guild's flag, the challenge will be considered a victory for the monster, so I will stay back to guard. Shin Taishu knew quite a few secrets. Upon hearing this, Han Shen agreed. After all, the Rose Guild was already at 3 stars and could have 3 external aides. Thus, Shin Taishu joined the team to defend the Rose Guild's rear, while Old Ma took charge of the front, and Han Shen personally stationed himself at the Rose Guild's flag. They waited quietly for 2 hours. A massive black mist surged forth. This time, monsters appeared from all directions in the territory of the Rose Guild. It seemed that the 4-star guild was a watershed. The challenge difficulty was far beyond that of the 3-star challenge. Boom! A loud sound echoed. A gigantic figure emerged, revealing a dark earth dragon man. The upper half was human, while the lower half was that of an earth dragon. Its skin resembled stone armor, with astonishing defense, and the ground trembled with each step it took. 4-star boss, evil dragon man race, sub-dragon race level, LV-120 dialogue. Ah, beautiful girls. And their twin sisters. Only children make choices. I want them all. I want double the fun. Dialogue, you little ones, attack for me, but don't hurt my little treasures in my dear heart. Damn. Are you sure this line was preset? At this moment, the twin sisters wore expressions of shame and anger. They had been teased by the game boss. Can you believe it? You're not even a dragon, yet. You've picked up a dragon's bad habits. Pfft. Han Shen scoffed. Dialogue, huh? I seem to smell the scent of a god. Damn, my mission is to forcibly destroy the Rose Guild. Mom, I want to go home. After finishing the line, this boss didn't dare to launch a direct attack. Instead, it played tactics, commanding its monster minions to attack from all sides while it hid behind and directed them. Holy Light Guardian. Han Shen casually released a support forbidden spell. Hiss. Is this the skill of a big shot? So exaggerated. Divine skill. My health just surged by 30%. I gained 50% damage immunity. The members of the Rose Guild were amazed. Shin Tai-su was also stunned by Han Shen's support skill. Instant recovery plus health regeneration per second, 50% damage reduction, and a 30% health boost. This was simply a divine support skill. With such an overpowered support skill, it was unimaginable how the guild could tackle missions, guild wars, and even national wars. Old Ma was also shocked. Although the opponent was a priest, the national hero referred to him as Sir, which was absolutely a national treasure. Next, with Han Shen, Shin Tai-su, and Old Ma guarding the front, middle, and back, no matter how the evil dragon man tried to cause trouble, it couldn't breach the territory of the Rose Guild. Dialogue, you little ones. You're doomed anyway, what are you afraid of? Tear them apart. With a furious roar from the boss, the monsters from all directions surged with renewed morale, charging fearlessly, a sea of them as far as the eye could see. Facing such a level of siege, it would be very difficult to hold the guild's territory without the support of the big shots. No wonder the Lingyun Guild was still only at a 3-star level. Oomph, noisy. Shin Tai-su raised a black staff and began to chant. 3 seconds later, Space collapse. This was a 7th tier space magic skill. Suddenly, the air above the boss twisted, and a black light fell, instantly pulling the boss into a spatial rift. In an instant, the boss immediately dropped a pile of items. Old Ma also took action. Raging Wind Blade, a 5th tier large-scale area attack. Skill, all the winds converged into substance, and countless blades like a whirlwind swept toward those monsters. In no time, the dense mass of monsters was reduced to a few remnants, but their mission was to breach the territory. Even if their leader was dead, they remained fearless. This scene made the twin sisters' blood boil. Leave the remaining monsters to us, don't always let the big shots take action, let's kill. Although Chu Ning Xuan was a woman, the fact that she dared to create a guild showed her fierce nature. Kill, kill, kill. With Han Chen's god-level support status, the members of the Rose Guild were also filled with passion, rushing out to slay all the remaining monsters. Ding! Congratulations to the Rose Guild for successfully advancing to a 4-star guild. All attributes of the guild have been enhanced. Sister, I'm not dreaming, am I? We've just become the first 4-star guild in Shumen City? Chu Ye's pink lips were wide open, her voice trembling with excitement. It's not a dream. Our Rose Guild has become the first 4-star guild in the Shumen City, Yunhai City, and Mingren City area. Chu Ningxiang was very excited, almost losing her usual aloof demeanor and letting out a cry. Among the dense clusters of light, Han Chen spotted a golden treasure chest and unceremoniously stored it in the ghost spider metal. Although there were many good items left, Han Chen had already lost interest. To maintain his big shot image, he simply let the twin sisters pick everything up, and how they distributed it was their business. To elevate the Rose Guild to 5 stars, the guild leader must be at the 5th transfer, the number of guild members must reach 200, with 50 at the 4th transfer and 100 at the 3rd transfer. Most importantly, they also needed a guild star level certificate to accept missions. The previous conditions were not difficult, but the hardest part was obtaining the guild star level certificate. It was said that this item was valuable yet hard to find, with an extremely low drop rate. Many guilds failed to level up and still needed the star level certificate for their next attempt. Han Chen initially thought he could push through and see how many stars he could elevate the Rose Guild to, but it seemed that was not possible now. A 4-star guild was already the highest level here. If a 5-star guild suddenly emerged, the momentum of the Rose Guild would be uncontrollable. Sir, I am the old man Ma Hanyuan, the master of the Transmutation Temple in Yunhai City. I hope you will take care of me in the future. At this moment, the old man Ma slyly introduced himself, as if afraid Han Chen wouldn't know who he was. This little old man was quite interesting. After he left, Li Feiyu would inevitably encounter trouble alone here. If Li Feiyu had this old man's protection, not only would it reduce danger, but it would also allow her to grow quickly. Master Ma, this is my disciple. I will be leaving with Xin Guoshi for a while. Could you temporarily stay in the Rose Guild and look after him for a bit? Han Chen asked with a smile. What? Li Feiyu is the disciple of this super big shot? Old man Ma was shocked. No wonder Li Feiyu, an ordinary warrior, could grow so quickly. It seemed his own realm was insufficient to discover Li Feiyu's hidden talents, otherwise he wouldn't have caught the eye of a super big shot. Shin Taishu, standing nearby, naturally saw through the thoughts of the divine child. He wanted old man Ma to protect Li Feiyu. Having a master of the Transmutation Temple as a backing would naturally be worry-free. As for their Dragon King Guild, after all, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, and for certain reasons they couldn't directly announce it. To protect the Rose Guild, they would just have to make a favor. Master Ma, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you handle the matter well for the sir, you won't need to participate in the Dragon King Guild's entry assessment. This elder can take charge and let you join directly. Upon hearing this, old man Ma quickly said excitedly, rest assured, sir, and please rest assured, Lord Guoshi. Even if I have to resign from my position as the master of the Transmutation Temple in Yunhai City, I will take good care of. Master Ma, my name is Zhang Tai. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Li Feiyu immediately interrupted him. Old man Ma was quite perceptive. He quickly guessed that Li Feiyu was using a pseudonym. As for why Li Feiyu wanted to help the Rose Guild, it was very likely because of the twin sisters. Was it a case of being smitten? Or was there another reason? Old man Ma couldn't guess for now. After thinking, he smiled and said, alright, Zhang Tai, the old man will remember. With that settled, Han Chen spoke a few words with Li Feiyu before preparing to leave the Rose Guild with Shin Taishu. With a whoosh, Han Chen directly cast the flying forbidden spell, Wind Thunder Wings. A pair of incredibly flashy wings instantly appeared on Han Chen's back, with the left wing formed from the gathering of the violent divine wind and the right wing transformed from the annihilating divine thunder. One was surrounded by a whirlwind of yellow light, while the other had strands of blue lightning flowing, possessing the dual powers of wind and thunder. So flashy, so domineering. Everyone present gasped in awe. A big shot was indeed a big shot, and they could only look up in admiration. Shin Taishu was also left speechless. As expected of the Son of God, this is the legendary Flying Forbidden Spell. Moreover, he can sense that this Flying Forbidden Spell actually contains magical power. Could it be that the Flying Forbidden Spell also has an attack effect? Damn it, this old Han is a bit too handsome. At this moment, Li Feiyu felt an overwhelming envy, even a hint of jealousy. Let's go, Han Shen said calmly, flapping the thunder wings. A whoosh and a crackling sound erupted simultaneously as the fierce wind and electric current rushed towards everyone's faces. In the next moment, Han Shen broke through the air. The power of wind and thunder swept and howled towards the sky, dispersing all the clouds and mist, and the sound of wind and thunder echoed through the heavens. Nearby, the job changers, who were teaming up to farm monsters, all looked up in surprise, their faces filled with astonishment. What is that? It looks like the sky has been torn open. This was also Han Shen's first time using the thunder wings, and he was still a bit unaccustomed to it, but at this moment he felt incredibly excited. This feeling was simply more exhilarating than anything else. While someone was idly refreshing the regional guild rankings, suddenly, this person seemed to have seen something incredible, staring blankly for a while before his eyes lit up. He actually saw the Rose Guild ranked 34th with a 4-star rating. For so long, there hadn't been a single 4-star guild in the 3 cities, and the most promising Lingyun Guild had also shown no signs of advancement. Some well-equipped and fast-leveling job changers would naturally choose to leave this city to join higher-star guilds. However, guild rankings are not determined by star ratings but by the guild's activity level, overall combat power, and guild war honor points, so it was not surprising that the Rose Guild was ranked 34th. But it wouldn't be long before the Rose Guild would definitely secure the top spot in the 3 cities. This person immediately clicked on the Rose Guild's information list and saw that the number of guild members was 31/200 in the upper right corner. Suddenly, he was moved. Soon, this news shot to the top of the hot search in the 3 cities, becoming the hottest topic, with everyone on Douyin talking about the Rose Guild. But when these people saw Ma Lao on the guild list, they understood. A 6 transformation big shot, the master of the Transmutation Sanctuary, had actually become an elder of the Rose Guild. It should be noted that every master of the Transmutation Sanctuary does not join any guild because the sanctuary also provides various attribute bonuses, and at the very least, it is no less than a 5-star guild's bonus. Ma Lao was intentionally supporting the Rose Guild. Ma Lao did not hide his information. In fact, for Ma Lao now, it didn't matter anymore. As long as he could cling to the towering Dragon King Guild, this master position was nothing. Mu Hongyun, an elder of the Lingyun Guild, was the one who brought Li Feiyu into the Lingyun Guild. Because of Li Feiyu's withdrawal from the guild, she was supposed to investigate, but after the news of the Wild Wolf Guild's destruction spread, how could she dare to find Li Feiyu? However, she knew that Li Feiyu was already in the Rose Guild. Seeing that the number of members in the Rose Guild had reached 150/200, Mu Hongyun gritted her teeth, directly withdrew from the Lingyun Guild, and immediately called Li Feiyu. Although the Lingyun Guild was good and had a sense of justice, it was still just a 3-star guild, and it was quite difficult to advance to 4 stars. Now that a solid 4-star Rose Guild had appeared, seemingly supported by a big shot behind the scenes, she naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. One must aim high to see further. It wasn't just the Lingyun Guild that saw management members directly withdrawing. Other 3-star and 2-star guilds were experiencing the same situation. Meanwhile, Han Shen, riding the Thunder Wings, indulged in the thrill of fast flying. Damn, my speed actually exceeds that of the high-speed train. I wonder if I can surpass airplanes in the future. Han Shen, standing in mid-air, was overjoyed. Hey, Divine Sun, wait for me. I've cast several space spells and still can't catch up to you. Shintaishu really is a bit too much. Right now, what Han Shen needs to do is to quickly reach the 4th transition. Although he possesses forbidden spells, the higher they level, the slower the experience bar climbs, and the cooldown time for the forbidden spells is too long. Relying on basic attacks to grind monsters would take too long. For an average person, transitioning from the 1st to the 4th level without resources or anyone to guide them could take over a decade, which is why Shintaishu, at his age, has barely reached level 200 at the 7th transition. Divine Sun, how about I take you to grind monsters and get you to level 91st? Han Shen smiled. This old man knows how to get along with people. However, there are level restrictions for forming a party. You can't team up if you're over level 60. Unless you have a rare item that allows you to ignore level restrictions. This item is called a bridge ball, and it's something that's valuable yet hard to find. Using it allows for a party for 24 hours, and if you leave the party, the time is preserved, but it can only be used once a month. Moreover, grinding monsters that are more than 50 levels above you yields no experience. Otherwise, high-level players could easily carry low-level transmuters. But for the wealthy, once a month is enough to take off. Since a national hero has spoken, how could I refuse? Han Chen grinned. Shintaishu immediately took out a nearby map and selected the most suitable leveling area. 3 Evil Pass, monster level 90-120. This level just happens to be within the 50 level restriction. Shintaishu directly used the item and invited Han Shen to join the party, showing no hesitation in using the item. Truly extravagant. Han Shen didn't waste any time and agreed right away, claiming all the doubled experience available from the Dragon King Guild. The 3 Evil Pass is a leveling area formed by various mounds and trees, where the monsters are all magically corrupted, each with glowing red eyes. Monster, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf level, LV 95 health 300,000 skills, Bloodthirsty Pounce for enhancement. Monster, Evil Spirit Black Snake level, LV 110 health for 20,000 skills, Heart-Piercing Poison, Death Entanglement. These monsters are grouped in areas and are all aggressive, charging at you as soon as you step in. But this is the most suitable place for transmuters transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level to team up and grind monsters. The monsters here have low defense, high drop rates, and high experience, so it's naturally occupied year-round. 1 healer, 1 support, and the rest are tanks and damage dealers. This is the most standard party setup. I've claimed this leveling area for today, you all can leave. Shen Taishu spoke, calm and authoritative. Oh, who is that? What a big talker. Damn it, who dares to be so arrogant? Everyone stopped and looked up. Shen Taishu did not hide his attribute panel. Holy crap, is that the Dragon King Guild's emblem? Damn it, a Dragon King Guild Elder, and a National Heroes badge too. Heavens. Level 200. A 7th. Transition Space Grand Mage. As soon as these people saw this information, they were all dumbfounded. If Shin Taishu hadn't hidden his equipment attributes, they would have definitely checked out his top-tier gear one by one. Men love to check out the equipment attributes of super big shots, even if it's not theirs, it's an extremely enjoyable thing to look at. The attributes of top-tier equipment are always the most pleasing to the eye. National Hero, we're leaving right now. You can grind for as long as you want. What the hell are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and go. This group didn't dare to linger for a moment, all leaving without looking back. Some bold job changers didn't venture far, hiding in the distance to watch secretly. They knew that a super big shot was here to help the younger generation level up. Divine Child, find a comfortable place to take a nap. When you wake up, you might just reach level 90, Shin Taishu said with a smile. Han Chen also chuckled to himself. Indeed, having a big shot around made all the difference. Sleeping could lead to leveling up. Flying Lion Python, you grind over there, and I'll grind over here. Roar! The Flying Lion Python was a 7-star. Fierce beast, incredibly powerful. On one side, the Flying Lion Python suddenly unleashed its ultimate move, Toxic Wind for miles. The originally clear leveling area was instantly shrouded in dark green toxic wind, and all monsters that came into contact with this poison began to bleed out crazily. -5220666-91111587-6789345. The monsters in the 3 evil pass couldn't withstand the fierce poison of the 7-star beast and were all killed in an instant. At the same time, Shin Taishu also made his move. A large-scale space magic dimensional explosion instantly cleared a whole area. Ding, your level has increased to level 66. Ding, your level has increased to level 67. Ding, your level has increased to level 68. Due to the team-up, the items dropped by Shin Taishu and his beast pet could be collected by Han Chen using the Ghost Spider metal, ignoring distance. Not only could he level up while lying down, but he could also gather a full load of equipment, which he could sell later for a considerable income, achieving financial freedom in no time. By the way, I wonder what good things that golden treasure chest can yield. Han Chen suddenly remembered the golden treasure chest dropped by the guild boss and immediately opened it. 1%, 2%, 3%. 100%. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a pet egg. A pet egg? Han Chen was taken aback. A treasure chest can also yield a pet egg? This was unheard of. Usually, treasure chests yielded rare items or equipment. The drop rate for pet eggs was even lower than that of the guilds. Star upgrade proof, and they weren't even sold on the market. A pet that could assist in battle and enhance the owner's attributes was far superior to a flying pet. 4. Example, Shin Taishu's Flying Lion Python was a flying pet and its primary function was flying, with limited other attributes and combat abilities. Hatch. Han Chen was overjoyed. Crack. The pet egg began to crack open. Immediately, brilliant colors surged out and the surrounding magical elements became restless. Wow, such a big commotion? It can't be hatching a super holy beast, right? Meow. A crisp cat meow rang out. A palm-sized little kitten jumped out of the pet egg. This cat had all white fur, a long tail, with a blue small ring at the end, ears that were much sharper than an ordinary cat's, and a black collar around its neck. This little guy was surrounded by blue electric threads, and its pupils were actually white, while the whites of its eyes were blue. What a fierce little thing. This little guy looked adorably fierce. Han Chen hurriedly checked this little one's attribute panel. Combat Pet, Little Mantu, can evolve, level, LV0, star level, 1 star, attack power 50 to 100, health 1000, skill, Angels. Protection automatically evolves into a forbidden spell Loyalty Protection skill. Skill 1, Loyalty Protection. When the owner's health drops to 30%, Little Mantu will cast a shield on the owner, immune to all damage and negative effects for 10 seconds. Skill 2, not obtained. After reading the attribute panel, Han Chen's mouth was in an O shape. A combat pet that could evolve. A skill that automatically evolves into a forbidden spell skill. Wow! Han Chen's mood at this moment could only be expressed with this phrase from the national essence. Ding, little man to requests to battle. Han Chen clicked the battle button without hesitation. Little man to gain 5,600 experience. Little man to gain 9,000 experience. Little man to leveled up to level 30. Little man to leveled up to level 60. While the master gained experience points, the pets carried would also receive 30% of the master's experience. Han Chen was overjoyed. Before he could check Little Mantu's upgraded attributes, he heard the notification sound. Your level has reached the third transfer limit of level 90 and you can no longer gain experience. Ha, level 90 already? How long has it been? Less than 20 minutes, right? Although the experience gained in a team was not as high as soloing, with the guild's experience bonus and the speed at which Shin Taishu and the beast pets were farming monsters, it wasn't too slow. Well, it turned out that he reached the maximum level without even needing to take a nap. Xingguisher, I'm already at level 90. Han Chen spoke in the team channel. Whoosh! Shin Taishu recalled the beast pet and returned to Han Chen's side, smiling. As I expected, with the guild's experience bonus, your leveling speed won't be too slow. But as your level increases, the speed of leveling up will gradually slow down. Since the sun has reached level 90, I will help the sun farm a 4th transfer job certificate so the sun can take on the job quest later. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Xingguisher. With Xingguisher helping to farm the 4th transfer job certificate, it was much simpler than searching for bosses on his own. After all, he was an elder of the Dragon King Guild, with numerous sources of information. With just a little networking, he could find out where there were bosses to farm in this area. Ha! Son, where did that little cat on your head come from? Shin Taishu immediately sensed a powerful magical fluctuation from it. I got it from opening a treasure chest, a growth-type pet, nothing to mention. Hearing this, Shin Taishu seemed to be taken aback. By the time he processed it, he exclaimed, What the hell? You opened a treasure chest and got a combat pet? A growth-type combat pet at that? Shin Taishu swallowed hard, looking at Han Chen as if he were a monster. He had gone to great lengths and nearly bankrupted himself to obtain his flying lion python. And Han Chen? He casually opened a treasure chest and got a growth-type combat pet. This is just, son, truly worthy of being the son. Your luck is off the charts. Amidst the shock, Xingguisher received a piece of information with coordinates of several bosses, at least a dozen. Son, let's go farm the bosses. Soon, the dozen or so bosses were taken down one by Shin Taishu, and fortunately, the last boss dropped the 4th transfer certificate. This was still under the circumstances of Shin Taishu having the Guisher badge and guild luck bonus, showing just how terrifying the drop rate was. Son, the guild leader has already arranged for people to farm the epic priest set, but it won't be done so quickly. You also know that priest equipment is hard to farm, and the drop rate for epic priest sets is even scarier. During this time, the sun doesn't need to specifically prepare equipment, since the sun levels up quickly in the early stages. Once you reach the 5th transfer, you can gather a full set of priest equipment. Shin Taishu reminded carefully. Alright, thank you for the advice, Xingguisher. With the forbidden spell, leveling up was naturally not a problem. Now collecting equipment, it was likely that soon the attributes would fall behind. Just like the top-tier priest red equipment, the Holy Staff of Light at level 30, Han Chen no longer cared about it at all. With Little Mantu as his divine pet, that equipment could be sold for money. Then, Han Chen and Shin Taishu rode the flying lion python and began their return to Yunhai City. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, after being discharged from the hospital, was back on track, leading the summoned skeleton soldiers to sweep through the level 30 leveling area. Damn it! Although the injury delayed a lot of leveling time, I will still catch up quickly. After all, I am a necromancer. No one can level up faster than me. Yi Fan felt a surge of pride in his heart. At that moment, a large shadow suddenly enveloped the ground, and Yi Fan looked up in surprise. Is that Han Chen? Yi Fan was stunned. Today, the sky over Yunhai City was clear, and as a necromancer, Yi Fan's vision was enhanced, allowing him to see Han Chen sitting on a giant flying beast high in the sky, along with the esteemed gentleman beside him. Impossible! How could a useless priest like Han Chen be favored by the esteemed gentleman? This is not scientific. This is unreasonable. Yi Fan began to doubt his life. What on earth is going on? The commotion caused by the flying lion python naturally caught the attention of the prominent figures in Yunhai City, who came out to observe but dared not approach. Seeing the esteemed gentleman accompanied by a newbie, everyone felt a storm of disbelief rising within them. Whose disciple is that? From their attire, it seems they are from our Yunhai City. Mayor Lin Hai inquired. It's Han Chen, Mayor. He is the only one from Thunder School who has changed to a priest this year, the principal of Thunder School said in shock. What? A priest? Lin Hai and the others were dumbfounded. How could this be? How could a priest be personally escorted by the esteemed gentleman? He wouldn't be joining the Dragon King Guild, would he? Or perhaps becoming the esteemed gentleman's disciple? Deputy Mayor Yang Jilu also exclaimed. At that moment, everyone was left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The reason Han Chen appeared in his true form was to let everyone know that he had a powerful backer. Moreover, it would make it easier to explain his level and wealth to his family later. Everything would fall into place. Although being so high profile felt a bit unusual, it was incredibly exhilarating. Son of God, we have arrived at the Transmutation Sanctuary. You should go and take the task first. If there are no 4th tier job tasks here, we will have to go to a larger city. After all, Yunhai City is just a third-rate city. Shintai Su said kindly. Then I'll go take a look first. Han Chen stepped into the familiar Transmutation Sanctuary and saw that charming lady again. Hello, I'm here to take the transmutation task. Okay, please register and you can take the 2nd tier task. From the lady's perspective, Han Chen was so young that he probably had just reached level 30, coming here as a newbie for the 2nd transmutation. After all, Han Chen had come wearing a mask last time, so it was not surprising that she didn't recognize him. Moreover, during this time, several first-line combat profession newbies had come for their 2nd transmutation. I'm not here to take the 2nd tier task, I'm here to take the 4th tier task, Han Chen kindly reminded her. The 4th tier task also requires filling out information first. After all, we are not like the cities such as Watergate City, where the Transmutation Divine Stone has special inspection functions. Suddenly, the lady's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she asked, "What did you say? You're here to take the 4th tier task?" "Yes, alright, I've filled it out." Han Chen handed over the form. The lady glanced at the form and immediately gasped, her tongue almost twisting in surprise. Seeing this scene, Han Chen showed a teasing expression. This lady must be very skilled. Did I see that right? 18 years old. Priest. Life profession family. Level 90? My goodness. Where did this monster come from? How long has it been since he changed jobs? And he's already level 90? Isn't the priest the most useless profession? As a child from an ordinary family, logically, no powerful figure would take notice of him and help him level up. Moreover, in Yunhai City, aside from prominent figures like the mayor, who could possibly help him reach level 90 so quickly? This is insane. Unfortunately, Master Ma is not in charge right now and she has no one to report to. Alright, please follow me, Mr. Han. Calming the tumultuous emotions within, the alluring woman revealed a professional smile, her eyes enchanting as she led Han Chen to accept the job transfer task. The way she looked at him gave off a feeling as if she wanted to devour him. It was no wonder, after all, meeting such a super handsome guy, who was already a figure of authority. Which woman wouldn't be moved? Detected current job transfer candidate's profession is priest, level 90, meeting the requirements for the 4th job transfer. Now searching for priest job tasks. Search complete. There are suitable priest job tasks for you. Task issued. Please proceed to the Undersea Palace Secret Realm and find the Mermaid Princess. If the task fails, you will need to wait 3 months before you can accept the job task. Again, only after finding the Mermaid Princess will there be further task prompts, and there is no time limit for the task. Hearing the task prompt, Han Chen was momentarily stunned. It seemed that the 4th job transfer task wasn't that difficult. Moreover, it appeared that there was no difficulty level distinction for job tasks. That shouldn't be the case. After all, he was a forbidden spell priest, and logically speaking, the job task shouldn't be that simple. Shaking his head, Han Chen turned and walked out of the job transfer temple. The alluring woman wanted to say something, but ultimately lacked the courage. Son of God, have you received the 4th job transfer task? Shintai Su hurriedly inquired. I have, but it seems a bit simple. Simple? Shin Tai Su was taken aback. There were no simple job tasks in this world. Although there was no difficulty distinction, all job tasks would not be lower than hell difficulty. Moreover, with the Son of God being so extraordinary, even if it was just a priest, the job task would likely be frighteningly difficult. Seeing Shintai Su's disbelief, Han Chen opened the information for the 4th job task to show him. After a glance, Shintai Su frowned and said, Son of God, this task looks simple, but it is definitely not. Look at the task prompt. You must first find the Mermaid Princess before there will be further task prompts. Han Chen naturally noticed this information, estimating that the difficulty lay in the next step's prompt. Son of God, this task does not indicate that you cannot form a team to proceed. Perhaps I can go in and help. You can rest assured, I will ensure you meet the Mermaid Princess. Soon, Han Chen and Shintai Su arrived at the location of the task prompt, which surprisingly was in the misty area near the Ghost Spider leveling zone. Buzz. The two successfully entered the Undersea Palace Secret Realm. It seemed Shintai Su's guess was correct. Forming a team really allowed them to enter. What greeted their eyes was a massive underwater palace, resplendent with golden splendor, jade pillars carved with dragon patterns, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling by. From time to time, the enormous corals scattered around resembled celestial trees, enchanting and brilliant. Of course, there were plenty of luminous pearls, each the size of a cooking pot, embedded throughout the palace, making the entire palace as bright as day, simply luxurious to the point of being jaw-dropping. Son of God, this underwater dragon palace is not simple. It seems to be a one-time job transfer secret realm. I cannot detect the level information of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals here. They must have long surpassed the 7-star level. What? Surpassed 7 stars? Han Chen was stunned. What the hell? It was just a 4th job transfer task. If Shin Taisu couldn't even see the information of the small monsters, how strong must the bosses here be? Could they have reached the 10-star super sacred beast level? It seemed they had to be extremely cautious here. Forbidden area of the palace, no idle people are allowed to intrude. Sure enough, just after arriving here for a while, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals came to block their way. It seemed that finding the mermaid princess was indeed not an easy task. I am a job transfer candidate who has accepted the 4th job transfer task as a priest, and I am here to find the mermaid princess. Please inform her, Han Chen stated directly. So it's a job transfer candidate, no wonder you can enter here, but meeting our mermaid princess is not that easy. If you can bring out the epic material, the King's Stone, I can take you to meet that old, immortal turtle bastard. Only that old bastard can meet the mermaid princess. Han Chen was somewhat surprised. If he guessed correctly, the turtle bastard the other party mentioned must be the turtle prime minister, right? Goodness, a mere shrimp soldier dares to insult the turtle prime minister? But after all that talk, he just wanted some benefits. He didn't have the King's Stone and didn't know where to farm it, so he could only look at the frowning Shin Taishu beside him. At this moment, Shin Taishu vaguely felt that things were getting complicated, and he somewhat regretted the boast he had just made. Ahem. You can rest assured, my lord, I will think of a way for you. He didn't have the King's Stone, but he estimated that the guild warehouse might have some in stock. So, Shin Taishu contacted the guild leader. After some thought, the guild leader granted Shin Taishu permission to withdraw the King's Stone from the warehouse. Once he obtained the King's Stone, the shrimp soldier immediately changed his attitude. Gentlemen, please follow me. Han Chen glanced at Shin Taishu. The guild leader of the Dragon King Guild was quite generous, wasn't he? Even if he was some so-called divine son, would he just hand over epic materials like that? He felt there was some secret he didn't know about. After a while, Han Chen and Shin Taishu followed the shrimp soldier to the residence of the turtle prime minister. The shrimp soldier holding the fork quickly slipped away, and judging by his lewd appearance, he didn't deserve the question marks above his head. Oh, there really are job changers who have come here. The voice of the turtle prime minister was somewhat sharp and carried a hint of disbelief. Han Chen and Shin Taishu exchanged glances and cautiously stepped into the room, where they saw an old man with a turtle shell on his back. His head was shiny and he wore small sunglasses, sporting a white mustache that resembled a character. Wasn't this the perfect image of the turtle sage? Turtle sage level, LV, health, attack, defense, skills, goodness, all question marks. The turtle sage looked the two up and down. Although somewhat surprised, he still disdainfully said, "You can leave. You are not going to complete the task." Hey, Han Chen got angry and said, "You didn't even say anything. How do you know we can't complete it?" The turtle sage curled his lip in disdain, tilting his head as if to say, "I just won't tell you. What are you going to do about it?" Damn, Shin Guisher, don't stop me. I'm going to take this bastard's shell off and kick it like a ball. Shin Taishu beside him just looked at Han Chen, remaining motionless. Han Chen felt embarrassed. But if he really got angry, he would dare to do it. At worst, they could just abandon the task and safely teleport out. Upon careful thought, Han Chen felt troubled. He suspected that the design of his forbidden spell priest's job task instance was impossible to complete. The turtle sage didn't care about Han Chen's arrogant words and looked at him again, saying, "If you can bring me what I want, I can tell you the next task hint." There it was again, wanting something in return. "Bring me some seeds." Hearing this, Han Chen was stunned. Seeds? What seeds? What rare material was this? I want one that's T-level or above. Goodness, this sentence nearly made Han Chen lose his balance. He never expected that the seeds the other party mentioned would be this old pervert. But how could Han Chen possibly have such things? Even if he did, he wouldn't carry them on him. Moreover, if you want this, do you even know how to use a computer? This is it, the task can't continue. Ahem. My lord, I have some here. Shin Taishu beside him blushed and quietly handed Han Chen a small USB drive. Damn, Shin Guisher, I didn't expect you. Han Chen looked at Shin Taishu in surprise. This guy is also quite the lecher. The old turtle sage, having received the seed, took off his small sunglasses, revealing a pair of dreamy little eyes, looking very pleased. Good, very good. Do you see that entrance over there? Eliminate all those annoying monsters inside, and you will be able to meet the fish princess. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got the task prompt. For him, grinding monsters was a piece of cake, and even if there were question marks above his head, he wasn't afraid. But when Han Chen and the others entered the dungeon, they were dumbfounded. Barnacle monster level? Health, 100,000 defense? Skills, no attack skills. Barnacles? Well, sea turtles indeed hate barnacles the most. Looking at the dense mass of barnacle monsters swaying back and forth with the seawater, anyone with a fear of clusters would probably have fainted by now. What left Han Chen dumbfounded was the next prompt. Due to dungeon rules, no skills can be used in this dungeon. What the hell? No skills can be used? You want me to just auto-attack? There are at least hundreds of these barnacle monsters, and although their health shows 100,000, everything else is a question mark. You want me to just auto-attack? Ridiculous. Shin Taishu beside him was also stunned. Han Chen tried to swing his staff. With a flick, a fist-sized light ball smashed into one of the barnacle monsters. Sizzle. Minus 500 damage. Han Chen was stunned. Damn it, Shinguosher, don't stop me. I must peel this bastard's shell off and use it as medicine. Shin Taishu awkwardly smiled and said, Divine Son, how could I dare to stop you? It's just that this class quest cannot be taken lightly. Fortunately, this dungeon task has no time limit. Although auto-attacking is a bit of a hassle, it can still be completed. After saying that, Shin Taishu also auto-attacked. Sizzle. Minus 1,500 damage. This old guy seemed afraid that Han Chen would fail his class change. But how long would it take to auto-attack to eliminate hundreds of barnacle monsters? Meow meow. At that moment, the little manta that had been circling around Han Chen called out twice, then a blue light surged and flew towards those barnacle monsters. Suddenly, a blue electric net appeared beneath a large group of barnacle monsters, crackling. Minus 5,000 damage. Minus 6,000 damage. Minus 4,500 damage. A large group of barnacle monsters was shocked and trembling. The little mantu actually unleashed a large area attack skill. Great! The little mantu actually isn't restricted by the dungeon rules. Han Chen was overjoyed. It seemed the dungeon restrictions were aimed at class changers. The damage from the little mantu's area attack skill was quite considerable, dealing damage every 3 seconds. Han Chen hurriedly checked the little mantu's attribute panel. Battle Pet, Little Mantu, can evolve, level. LV 90 star rating, 4 stars attack power, 7500-9500 health, 15,000 skill 1, loyal protection, forbidden spell, when the owner's health drops to 30%, Little Mantu will shield the owner, immune to all damage and negative effects, lasting 10 seconds. Skill 2, destruction. Static field, forbidden spell, Little Manta releases a large static field covering 10 targets, dealing massive damage every 3 seconds, no cooldown. Skill 3, absolute hidden arrow, forbidden spell, Little Manta fires an arrow from its tail, hitting enemies while invisible, putting them in a broken armor state, causing massive critical damage, cooldown time 60s hiss. He had rushed to accept the class change task earlier and hadn't had time to check the little mantu's attributes. Now, upon closer inspection, Han Chen was left dumbfounded. Absolute hidden arrow. At that moment, the name of the skill appeared above the little mantu's head. A red light shot towards one of the barnacle monsters at an incredible speed. Han Chen could see the skill being used, but the opponent couldn't. Sizzle. Minus 6,500 damage critical hit. Goodness. This was a barnacle monster full of question marks, yet it could still deal such high damage. With this kind of surprise critical hit skill, the opponent wouldn't even know how they died. Moreover, Little Mantu was Han Chen's battle pet. As Han Chen leveled up, Little Mantu leveled up alongside him. Without needing to complete any star-up tasks, Little Mantu automatically leveled up. Little Mantu also didn't require any equipment, nor did it need to learn any skill books. With each star-up, it would intuitively comprehend skills, and they would automatically transform into forbidden spell skills. With each star-up, Little Mantu's appearance would change as well. Don't be fooled by this little guy's cuteness. It was incredibly powerful. Awesome. This was just so damn awesome. Han Chen was overjoyed. This time, the professional task should be no problem at all. Not only that, but Han Chen also noticed 2 words under Little Mantu's name. Innate. There was a small circular question mark behind the words innate. Han Chen clicked on it. Directly. Pet innate ability. Little Mantu will permanently increase the skill attribute effects for the owner, including all usage effects of the skills, currently increasing by 15% enhancement effect, which increases more as Little Mantu's star level rises. Han Chen exclaimed, what a great find. This was an increase in skill effects, not like the guild's enhancement of personal attributes. This was a bit over the top. Every pet would randomly gain an innate ability after hatching, which directly determined whether the pet was exceptional. Just like Shintaisu's flying lion python, its innate ability was to remove poison effects for the owner, which wasn't particularly impressive. If the flying lion python's innate ability was also related to space magic, it would be the best of the best for Shintaisu. TSK. Han Chen looked at Little Manta swirling among the dense barnacle monsters and found himself liking it more and more. Han Chen's older sister particularly loved cats. Even though she kept them in her room, there was cat hair all over the house. If his sister saw Little Mantu, she might just swoon. Shintaisu, seeing that pets could release skills, was also delighted and hurriedly had the flying lion python join the battle. Minus 2,500 damage, minus 1,850 damage, minus 3,000 damage. Seeing the flying lion python's area attack damage, Shin Taisu was momentarily stunned, realizing just how overpowered Little Mantu was. The flying lion python was not a combat-type pet, even though its level far exceeded Little Mantu's, its area attack damage was still significantly weaker than its single-target damage. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Shintai Su sighed. However, exterminating hundreds of barnacle monsters with 100,000 health each would still take some time. While feeling bored, Hanshin suddenly leaned over to Shintai Su and asked, Xingguisher, I heard there's a guild flower in the Dragon King Guild, a 7th turn knight who is said to be extraordinarily beautiful. You must have a photo, right? Shintai Su looked at Hanshin with some suspicion, thinking that the Son of God didn't seem like someone who would be swayed by beauty. He had never seen the Son of God show interest in those front desk girls, let alone the twin sisters from the Rose Guild. Why? Was he suddenly interested in the guild flower? Thinking this, Shintai Su chuckled and said, I don't have a photo, but she is indeed very. I'm at a loss for words, I don't know how to describe her. However, the Son of God will definitely have a chance to meet the guild flower, but spit it out, Hanshin said impatiently. Shintai Su awkwardly smiled, lowered his voice, and said, Son of God, the guild flower of the Dragon King Guild is the daughter of the guild leader, a precious jewel. Really? Upon hearing this, Hanshin's eyes lit up. Shintai Su felt a bit awkward seeing Hanshin's reaction. Even though the other party was a divine child, this divine child, our flower is only 28 years old and has already reached the height of the 7th transition. Just think about it, really. Think about it. Hanshin shot a sidelong glance at Shintai Su, naturally understanding what the other meant. The Dragon King Gang's flower, the president's daughter. This was someone who was practically born with a silver spoon in her mouth, successfully transitioning. At 18, with all the resources of the Dragon King Gang poured into this precious gem, while someone like Shintai Su spent his entire life only reaching the 7th transition, some people could just lie around and, in merely 10 years, achieve the same. Not to mention humans, this could even infuriate ghosts. Xingguisher, what are you thinking? I'm just curious and asking, Hanshin quickly explained. However, seeing Shintai Su's disdainful gaze, it was clear that the explanation was in vain. Half an hour later, Xiao Mantu and Fei Tianshimao finally wiped out all the barnacle monsters in this instance. Not far away, a purple vortex-shaped exit appeared immediately. Hanshin and Shintai Su exchanged glances and walked straight in. As the scene changed, the sea breeze brushed against their faces, and the two found themselves on an island. It seemed this was also a scene from an instance, as the game had descended into reality. Aside from death being real, the so-called instance scene monsters seemed to be fake. However, in the next moment, Hanshin appeared to see something incredible, his jaw dropping. Huge. So huge. With great capacity. Behind Hanshin and Shintai Su stood an enormous mermaid princess. Not only was she massive, but her other attributes were also impressively large. Well, given her size, it seemed reasonable for that area to be quite impressive too, right? But wait, wasn't this image just like the mermaid princess from One Piece? Dressed in a bikini that barely covered her, with a human upper body and a fishtail below. She had a delicate and cute little face, no, a big face. The mermaid princess also wore fish-shaped hair accessories, had flowing pink hair, sparkling blue eyes, and a pink fishtail with varying shades, especially that ample bosom, so kawaii. The mermaid princess was also surprised to see a job changer appear here, because in this instance setting, the mermaid princess was not supposed to meet any job changers. Did a BUF occur? Hanshin looked up at the mermaid princess, while she looked down at him, both silent. Aside from the gentle sea breeze, it was particularly quiet. Why isn't she saying her lines? Hanshin glanced at Shintai Su beside him and found the old guy drooling. Well, he really was an old pervert. Hey, Xingguisher, stop staring. Even if she really gave it to you, she might not even feel it if you went all in. In the next moment, the mermaid princess lifted her hand and directly placed Hanshin on her chest. Hanshin stood there on her bosom. He actually wanted to bounce a bit but thought it might be inappropriate, so he stood still. I'm a forbidden spell priest, not a rubber man. You look really beautiful. Put. Hanshin never expected that her first line would be this. Great. How am I supposed to respond? Hanshin swallowed hard but quickly regained his composure. Hello, I'm here to complete the 4th transition job task. Could you please give me a task? Hint, princess? The mermaid princess leaned closer to Hanshin, making him feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. 4th transition job task? The mermaid princess looked a bit confused, as she didn't have that option, but if she wanted the other party to complete a job task, she had to issue one. The mermaid princess tilted her head, cutely pondering. Transmigrator, I don't have this task prompt. So logically, you shouldn't be able to complete this profession task. Hanshin was stunned. What is this? After all this trouble, am I being toyed with? What do you mean logically you can't complete this profession task? Who set up this profession task instance? You come out here. However, I happen to have something I need help with. Transmigrator, are you willing to assist me? The mermaid princess said. Cutely. Phew. Hanshin let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could there be a bug? It turns out everything is part of the plot. I am willing, Han Chen quickly replied. That's great, please follow me. You, perverted old man, just wait here. With that, the mermaid princess turned and led Han Chen into the pink palace on the island. Only the perverted old man, Shin Taishu, was left behind. He wiped his mouth, coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness, and then immediately regained the solemnity expected of a national hero. Inside the palace, 2 magical orbs floated on either side, one emitting a sacred flame, the other a black demonic flame. These are the treasures passed down to me by my mother before her death. 2 chaos dragon orbs, but they have been tainted by dark power and need holy power to dispel it. Otherwise, slowly, the area around the underwater palace will be polluted and turn into a dark hell. My healing power is limited. I dispelled one of them, but it will soon be tainted again by the other, and the dark power will grow stronger. So, I need your help to dispel the dark power together and restore the dragon orbs to normal. Ding, Forbidden Spell Priest Profession task issued. Please assist the mermaid princess in completing the task to restore the dragon orbs to normal. Task time, 2 hours. Hearing the prompt, Han Chen perked up. The task had finally arrived. However, this task seemed simple but would definitely not be easy, as it was a Forbidden Spell Priest's profession task. What do I need to do? Han Chen immediately asked. Just cast healing skills on the dragon orbs. You must succeed, otherwise, if we fail this time, I will have no way to suppress this dark power anymore. Han Chen nodded. He knew this was actually testing whether the priest's healing power was sufficient. Heart of the ocean. At this moment, the mermaid princess's body shimmered with blue waves, and her immense healing power immediately enveloped the dragon orbs, continuously purifying the dark power. Holy Light Guardian. Han Chen also began to act the powerful forbidden spell. His healing power was not inferior to the mermaid princess and might even surpass it, which gave the mermaid princess hope. But 3 minutes later, Han Chen could only wait for the cooldown time. Although the forbidden spell was powerful, the cooldown time was frustrating. Big brother, don't stop. If you stop, the dark power will regenerate. The mermaid princess immediately became anxious. Han Chen looked. What the hell? In less than 3 seconds, the dark power he had just purified had actually returned. Did his forbidden spell go to waste? The continuous recovery of Holy Light Guardian couldn't compete with the ever-regenerating dark power. Holy Light Guardian. Buzz. The powerful forbidden spell was released again. After 3 minutes, it was all in vain again. Are you even capable, little dog? The mermaid princess suddenly turned her tone and said something incredibly provocative. But concerning the fate of the underwater palace, the mermaid princess couldn't care about that. Being questioned by the mermaid princess about his capability, Han Chen felt his dignity as a man was trampled. Don't worry, a man can't say he can't do it. Once, Holy Light Guardian cooled down, Han Chen decided to first cast Restoration of All Things, then finish with Holy Light Guardian. Restoration of All Things, although he wasn't sure if this forbidden spell would help dispel the dark power. Han Chen could only give it a shot. This forbidden spell is said to be able to repair all things. The Dragon Ball has been eroded and polluted by dark forces, and relying solely on healing skills to dispel it can only provide temporary effects. To fully restore it, it must be repaired. Green light immediately enveloped the entire Dragon Ball, and the black magic flames emitted a sizzling sound as the black mist covering the Dragon Ball rapidly dissipated. The speed was astonishing, and it wouldn't be long before the dark power of the Dragon Ball was completely dispelled. The mermaid princess beside him was momentarily stunned, stopping to look down at her chest. Although she had no toes, she still couldn't see her fish tail when she looked down. Sigh, what's the use of that? The milk supply is insufficient. Princess, how do I look now? Great. You're amazing, big brother. The mermaid princess's voice suddenly became very sweet. Although there was no pinch, it still made one feel restless. However, the dark power within the Dragon Ball was indeed terrifying. The repair all could only restore it to 99%, not fully. Fortunately, Han Chen was prepared. Holy Light Guardian. ZZZZ. Finally, with the combination of Han Chen's 2 forbidden spells, he barely managed to completely restore the Dragon Ball, making its flames swirl and divine power surge forth. This is so difficult. I barely completed the task with my 2 forbidden spells. Is this the professional task of a forbidden spell priest? This is a bit too hard. If another priest were to take on this task, it would be absolutely impossible to complete. Han Chen decided that he must find a way to gather enough cooldown equipment in the future. When all forbidden spells can be cast freely, his strength will greatly increase. Once the Dragon Ball was restored, the divine power immediately spread out, and the dark forces that had previously shrouded the underwater palace all retreated. Congratulations on completing the professional task. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple to complete your 4th transition. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, the underwater palace would have fallen to the dark forces. The mermaid princess then took out a small box from the deep trench and handed it to Han Chen, saying, to thank you, I'll give you this. A box. Han Chen's eyes lit up. Ever since he opened 2 golden treasure chests, he had developed a fondness for boxes as they could yield excellent items. Han Chen accepted it without hesitation. Big brother, let me take you out. Okay, then I'll trouble the princess. After reuniting with the national hero Shin Taishu, Han Chen and the others were magically transported out of the dungeon by the mermaid princess's bubbles. Whoosh! The vortex of the underwater palace's secret realm also disappeared. It seemed that this was, indeed, a one-time dungeon. However, Han Chen believed that the underwater palace must exist in a certain area of the Misty Land, which was definitely a high-level domain. Son of God, is the task completed? I managed to complete it by luck. On the way back to the Transcendence Temple, Han Chen opened the box given to him by the mermaid princess. Ha! What is this? Han Chen took out a very peculiar fragment from inside. Fragment of Chen contains the ultimate secret of the world. Collecting 3 pieces can form the Chen key, unlocking the Chen secret realm. At this moment, Shin Taishu's gaze was completely drawn to the fragment of Chen in Han Chen's hand. Son of God, this is a world fragment. Where did you get it? The fragment of Chen. That is the highest treasure that countries around the world are desperately seeking. It should be noted that the Dragon King Guild, as the number 1 9-star guild in the Dragon Kingdom, has only found 1-star fragment to date. Do you know it, old Shen? Han Chen was surprised. This is the highest secret of the world. I was fortunate enough to learn this secret from the president. There are 4 types of world fragments, corresponding to the sun, moon, and stars. It is rumored that if one collects the sun, moon, and stars and breaks through the 4 supreme secret realms, one can unlock the secret of the game's world descending. Son of God, this treasure is of great importance. You must not lose it, Shin Taishu said very seriously. This, Han Chen was astonished. He never expected that the gift from the mermaid princess would hold such a shocking secret. How can I obtain this thing? Han Chen asked curiously. You can only get it by clearing a level 300 or above monster dungeon, and it has to be on hell difficulty, with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping. Our Dragon King Guild suffered heavy losses before we managed to get a piece of star fragment. My goodness! Even the 9-star Dragon King Guild had to suffer significant losses to obtain a piece of star fragment, gathering the items that could unlock the secret of the game descending into the real world is naturally a good thing, and for those old-timers, it's even more precious. Soon after, at the job change sanctuary, Han Chen submitted the quest amidst the sweet girl's astonished expression and began his job change. When the light of the job change faded, 3 divine rings appeared behind Han Chen, marking his 4th job change. After reaching the 4th job change, Han Chen could clearly feel some changes in his body. He had become more handsome, already possessing the charisma of a divine being. He opened his basic attribute panel. Han Chen profession: Forbidden Spell Priest. 4th job change. 4th job change talent, number 6. Forbidden Sequence, a power that counters the divine. All your skills will receive the enhancement of Forbidden Sequence power. Skill damage effect plus 30%, damage taken permanently minus 20%, healing effect permanently plus 20% level, LV 90 health points, 38625 mana points, 32,250, 3,225,000, strength, 5,700 constitution, 7,725 spirit, 6,450 agility, 5,600 free attribute points, 0. Seeing the skyrocketing attributes, Han Chen exclaimed in delight. What surprised Han Chen the most was that after successfully changing jobs to the 4th level, he actually gained a talent, and this talent was simply astonishing. Comparable to divine power, all skill effects plus 30%, how outrageous is that? Just think about it, a max level attack forbidden spell is enough to destroy a city, and if its power increases by 30%, it would utterly crush other max level forbidden spells. In the future, as his level increases and his skills advance even further, reaching the divine magic level, the effects would likely become even more insane, easily obliterating everything in sight. I wonder what skills have awakened with the 4th job change. I hope it's a powerful attack skill. For Han Chen at this moment, he urgently needed attack skills. Just having a few more attack forbidden spells would provide some buffer for the cooldown times. He hoped the forbidden spells he obtained would have shorter cooldowns. As for other support skills, with the Dragon King Guild backing him, collecting priest skill books would be much easier in the future. After all, 90% of the dropped priest skill books are support skills, while attack skills are extremely rare. Han Chen opened the skill panel, and 2 prompts instantly popped up. You have learned a new skill, Life Absorption, automatically evolving into the forbidden spell Holy Light Beam. You have learned a new skill, Light Rain, automatically evolving into the forbidden spell Holy Light Nebula. Holy Light Beam, a high-damage single-target forbidden spell skill, no chanting required, fires 3 beams of light at the enemy in succession. Each beam has a critical hit effect. The higher the enemy's health, the greater the damage dealt. Cooldown time 300 seconds, mana cost 200,000. Holy Light Nebula, a powerful area of effect group attack forbidden spell, summons a Holy Light Nebula with a binding effect in the area, dealing devastating damage to enemy units. Everything within the nebula is turned to dust. Mana cost 300,000. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Good. Han Chen felt a surge of joy. He actually got 2 attack skills, and one of them was a high explosion single target forbidden spell. Divine Son, have you awakened your professional talent? Shintai Su, seeing that Han Shen had completed his job change, eagerly inquired, wanting to know what kind of outrageous talent the Divine Son would awaken, as it was an important indicator of future strength. The standard for recruiting new members into the Dragon King gang, one of the most important criteria, is the strength of the talent you have comprehended. I've awakened a priest talent specialization, healing effect plus 20%, damage reduction 20%. Han Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal all his secrets. This talent is extremely powerful, and he needs to be cautious. What? Shan Taishu was left speechless. Although this talent sounds quite impressive, the Son of God is a person of unparalleled talent. How could he not have comprehended a super talent? This simply doesn't match the identity of the Son of God. However, the awakening of talent is a tricky matter. Perhaps the Son of God will awaken an even stronger talent in the future. Olshan, does every job changer awaken a professional talent upon reaching the fourth transition? Han Chen changed the subject. Not necessarily. Aside from hidden professions, which have a 100% chance of awakening a talent, other job changers only have a 1% chance of awakening a talent. When reaching the 10th transition, there is also a chance to awaken a new talent. Overall, a job changer has 2 opportunities to awaken a talent in their lifetime. Our Dragon King President is currently the only super powerhouse in our Dragon Kingdom who has awakened 2 talents. The boost to his strength is not insignificant at all, Shin Taishu explained. Is it possible to awaken 2 talents? Han Chen felt a bit hopeful. If his first talent is so extraordinary, then the second one probably won't be too shabby either. As for failing to awaken a talent, that's impossible. If he failed, he wouldn't be worthy of the title of Son of God. Now that he has reached the 4th transition, Han Chen decided to take the equipment he obtained to auction. He had been out for a while and should return home, otherwise, his sister would keep video calling him every day, which is really annoying. On the other side, in the imperial capital, the headquarters territory of the Dragon King gang, a tall and graceful woman, dressed in shining knight armor and carrying a red dragon spear on her back, walked steadily to the loft where the president was located. Miss, the president is working and has instructed that no one is to disturb him. 2 guards blocked the woman's path. No one? Am I not anyone? The night woman's expression turned cold. Her imposing aura frightened the 2 guards into quickly stepping aside. Bang! Dad, I'm back. The woman removed her night mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, captivating and enchanting. Upon seeing his beloved daughter, the president of the Dragon King gang, known as the Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhonghua, showed a pained expression, thinking, isn't this girl supposed to be challenging the Star Tower? Why has she suddenly come back? Chi-Chi, why are you back? Xianyuan Zhonghua put down the documents in his hand, revealing a doting smile. Aside from a few strands of white hair, he appeared very robust and steady, his body filled with explosive muscles, and scars crisscrossing like a spider web were visible everywhere, enough to show that he had experienced countless bloody battles. I just missed you, Dad, so I came back. Look, I even brought you your favorite Longyan wine. Xianyuan Munchi took out a jar of fine wine. As the flower of the Dragon King gang, she usually maintained a high and aloof demeanor, only showing this delicate side in front of her father. You brought me wine? Speak. What do you want? From Dad? You wouldn't bring me wine without a reason. Don't hide your little schemes. Xianyuan Zhonghua rubbed his forehead. As soon as this girl returns, he starts to get a headache. He hopes it's not about the Son of God. Only Dad knows me. Dad, who is our newly promoted Elder Han in the gang? He was promoted to Elder right after joining. He must be an extraordinary person, so spill the beans. Xianyuan Mengqi came behind Xianyuan Zhonghua and began to massage his shoulders. This is quite a significant matter for the Dragon King gang to have a newly promoted Elder at the 9-star level, so she would naturally pay attention to it, but she was unaware of the situation regarding the Son of God. Xianyuan Zhonghua felt a jolt in his heart. This girl really did come back for the Son of God, and now he had a headache. It's just a new elder, nothing to mention, and not an extraordinary person, just someone the country arranged to come in, and I can't refuse, as her father. To conceal the matter of the Son of God, Xianyuan Zhonghua was lying to his beloved daughter for the first time. Really? Absolutely. Alright, then Dad, you work hard, and I'll go prepare, then I'll head to the Star Tower. After saying that, Xianyuan Mengqi exited the room. Immediately, Xianyuan Mengqi revealed a sly smile. Dad lied, otherwise, his eyes wouldn't show even a hint of evasion. This old devil Han is definitely not someone the country arranged. Remembering that Elder Shin Taishu had been reassigned to the eastern province recently, Xianyuan Mengqi seemed to have thought of something and planned to quietly seek out Shin Taishu alone. Perhaps she could gain unexpected rewards. Letting this girl get in touch with the Son of God, I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Sigh. Xianyuan Zhonghua rubbed his temples inside. He knew his beloved daughter too well, and she would definitely sneak off to find the Son of God. Wanbao Auction House. Sir, when the auction proceeds are in, we will, as usual, transfer the money to your Xingyao card. No problem, then I'll trouble you, Director Su, goodbye. After leaving Wanbao auction house, Shin Taishu closely followed Han Chen, seemingly wanting to say something. Elder Shin, you don't need to. Follow me for now. We'll head to the highest city in the eastern province, Lianhua City, in a couple of days. That won't do, things aren't peaceful lately. For the safety of the Son of God, I must protect him closely. Shin Guosher, are you going to follow me even to the bathroom? Not at all, Son of God. How about we go directly to the imperial capital? With the entire Dragon King gang there, the Son of God would be the safest. Ha! Hearing this, Han Chen looked at Shin Taishu with some suspicion. Shin Taishu felt a bit guilty under the gaze and smiled. If the Son of God doesn't want to go now, that's fine, I'll just follow him to protect him. There was no way around it. Han Chen could only let Shin Taishu follow. Back at home, Han Chen didn't see his parents or his older sister. He had previously transferred some money to them, but his parents were always restless. As for his sister, she was most likely either at her best friend's house or out shopping and eating with her friend. Just as Han Chen was thinking of getting something to eat, he received a message from Han Yu. Ha! Sister's best friend? Some snippets of Douyin flashed through Han Chen's mind, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. The bustling commercial street of Yunhai City. Han Yu's best friend 1 is a model, and best friend 2 is a singer. Due to the changes in the world, the income from their professions is bound to be limited. It must be said that Han Yu's 2 best friends are both beauties, especially that model friend whose figure is even more perfect than Han Yu's. I say, yeah, has your brother arrived yet? I'll tell you. Today is my birthday, and I've made a birthday wish to meet your handsome brother. Han Yu's cheeks were stuffed, and she shot a glance at her model friend, saying, he's already on the way. I'll tell you both, don't bully my brother later. Got it. The two giggled. Not long after. Sister, I'm here. Han Yu stood up in surprise and immediately ran over, giving Han Chen a loving hug. Upon seeing Han Chen, Han Yu's 2 best friends instantly lit up, unable to help but exchange glances, looking at Han Chen like hungry wolves, almost drooling. Alright. Yeah, you really kept us in the dark for so long. With such a handsome brother, why didn't you introduce him to us earlier? Han Yu shot a disdainful glance at the two, thinking to herself, don't you realize how desperate you look? Hey, little brother, let me ask you, are you up for it or not? Han Chen was taken aback by the question. What does up for it even mean? Yeah, little brother, are you up for it or not? Although Han Chen had lived 2 lives, he was momentarily at a loss, but Han Yu, standing beside him, knew better. Her face immediately flushed, and she waved her hand, giving a light slap to her 2 shameless friends. Little brother, don't mind them, come, have some skewers. Han Yu wanted to change the subject, but her 2 friends wore mischievous smiles. After a while, Han Chen finally caught on. How vulgar. Ahem. I'm still a virgin, how would I know if I can or not? Oh come on, is that true? The faucet at my sister's house has been broken for a long time, can you come over tonight to help fix it? Hey, don't listen to her faucet is just fine. It's just that I'm all alone at home, and I'm feeling really bored. How about you come over to my place to hang out tonight? Han Yu felt a bit embarrassed, covering her slightly flushed face, regretting inviting her little brother over. Oh, enough already. Han Yu pouted playfully, wrapping her arm around Han Chen's, saying, little brother, don't mind them, they're just teasing you. At that moment, Han Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His sisters' friends were indeed all beauties and very open-minded. Sis, I know, I definitely won't go to their house. I'm afraid I'll end up leaning against the wall when I come out. Upon hearing this, Han Yu blushed even more, giving Han Chen's arm a hard twist, causing him to grimace in pain. Although they were all joking around, the atmosphere was still quite enjoyable. Not far away, Shin Taishu watched with great interest, feeling a bit old. Despite the dirty talk from Han Yu's 2 friends, they were actually just bold in words but timid in action, not even having boyfriends, and their nails were always kept neatly trimmed. When Han Yu's model friend blew out the last candle, a few men suddenly approached. It's been a long time since I've seen such high-quality beauties. A leading man in a floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops looked utterly amazed. 3 beauties, name your price? This man was quite direct, cutting to the chase. Han Yu and the others immediately frowned. Gat. Lost. Han Yu's model friend was equally unyielding. Hey, you've got quite the temper, but I like it. Don't worry, beauties, I'm not picky, I don't mind. With that, the atmosphere turned playful again, causing the 2 lackeys to burst into laughter. Han Chen directly cast a detection spell on the man, discovering he was actually a combat class, a level 25 swordsman. Well, he certainly looked the part. However, it seemed the man had no hope of leveling up and had started farming low-level monsters, selling the loot for some easy cash. Your sister told you to get lost, so hurry up and leave. Han Chen stood up. Hey, have you grown up yet? Sitting here with 3 high-quality beauties, I've been annoyed with you for a while. With that, the man in the floral shirt actually pulled out an iron sword. He knew these 3 beauties were all from life professions. Although he couldn't tell what profession Han Chen was, he was sure it was also a life profession, which is why he dared to act so arrogantly. Han Chen scoffed and directly summoned his 4th tier divine ring. In an instant, a dazzling light shone, and at that moment, Han Shan looked like a celestial being, coldly staring at the man. The man was dumbfounded. This was actually a 4th-tier big shot. The iron sword clattered to the ground from his hands. It was the first time he felt so blind. The big shot, spare me, spare me. These little punks didn't even bother to take action, simply shouting, get lost. Meanwhile, Han Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. When did her little brother reach the 4th transition? It hadn't been long at all, and he was already at the 4th transition? Her friends, friend 1 and friend 2, were also left speechless, staring at Han Shan and swallowing hard. What Han Shan didn't know was that among the bustling crowd, a man was leaning against a streetlight, observing him intently. Son of the Dragon Kingdom, I've found you. Ha! Shintaishu, hiding not far away, seemed to sense something, scanning the nearby crowd but finding nothing unusual. The birthday party for his sister's friend came to an end, and the model friend, having gotten drunk, kept clinging to Han Shan's arm, insisting that the faucet at her home was broken. This left Han Shan feeling both amused and exasperated. It wasn't until late at night that Han Shan and Han Yu returned home. Along the way, Shintaishu informed Han Shan that the Dragon King gang had received a secret order recently and other countries had already sent high-level transitioners to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, all for the sake of Han Shan. To prevent foreign transitioners from discovering Han Shan's identity as the son, the Dragon King had chosen not to make a big fuss, which was the best way to keep the son's identity hidden. It's best for the son to head to the Dragon King gang sooner rather than later for safety. Shen Lao began to persuade Han Shen again, even though he had previously promised Han Shen that he would only go to the imperial capital in 3 years at most. Although Han Shen didn't understand why these people were looking for him, their intentions were surely the same. But what exactly was their purpose? Han Shen fell into deep thought. It seemed he needed to focus on becoming stronger. Even if he wasn't afraid, he still had family to protect. At Han Shen's home, his parents were sitting upright on the sofa, while Han Yu, having discovered the little bun, was holding it tightly in her arms and petting it vigorously. Such a powerful battle pet had not escaped Han Yu's grasp. Next, Han Shen and Shintaishu exchanged words, mixing truth with lies, and in the end, Shintaishu took out the money Han Shen had prepared and placed it on the table. Regardless of whether his family believed it or not, Han Shen was leaving. After leaving, Han Shen said, Shen Lao, could you arrange for high-level transitioners to secretly watch over my family? Of course, I will have the mayor of Yunhai City keep an eye on them. Thank you, Shen Lao. The next morning, Shen Lao, could you contact the president and have him prepare some cooldown reducing equipment for me and also gather some priest skill books? You can keep a tab, and when I arrive at the Dragon King gang headquarters, I'll find a way to settle it. Han Shen said. What are you saying, son? The president has already given orders. Whatever the son needs, we will do our utmost. The president has already started collecting priest skill books, and as for the cooldown equipment, I'll mention it to the president, as such equipment is harder to come by. Then I appreciate it, Shen Lao. The two passed through the Sangxi Pass leveling area. A tremendous rumbling sound echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up, their pupils constricting, their faces changing dramatically. Damn! Run! It's the nebula catastrophe. Boom! A nebula enveloping the entire leveling area appeared above. If Han Shen hadn't told Shintaishu that he could control it perfectly and wouldn't let anyone get hurt, Shintaishu would have definitely run away. This was terrifying. The power contained within this nebula could absolutely destroy the world. Being hit would leave nothing but ashes. Was this the skill awakened by the sun at the 4th transition? Summoning the world-destroying nebula? And he was still a priest? Boom! The holy light nebula erupted with endless waves of light striking the center of the Sangxi Pass leveling area. A mushroom cloud instantly rose into the air. The holy light mixed with dust formed a terrifying shockwave that spread outwards. Some high-level transmuters who couldn't escape in time were also caught in the chaos, thrown into disarray and spitting blood. Just now, Han Shen had already warned them that it was not suitable to watch here. If they didn't leave, they couldn't blame Han Shen. Fortunately, this area of the Three Evil Pass was a high-level training zone, and a forbidden spell was not enough to destroy it, but to fully recover would take at least a few months. Ding, congratulations, your level has increased to level 105, as expected. After reaching the 4th transmutation, the leveling speed slowed down significantly. A forbidden spell had nearly swept through a training zone, yet it only raised his level by 15? It seemed that reaching level 120 would still take some time. Seeing this, Shintai Su smiled and said, Divine Son, your leveling speed is already astonishing. Even if others have someone to guide them, they wouldn't be this fast. Moreover, what the Divine Son may not know is that after the 4th transmutation, you can start earning titles. Don't underestimate these titles. Their bonuses may seem small at first, but later on, they become quite substantial. I suggest the Divine Son secure a title first, before proceeding to the 5th transmutation. Title? Han Shen knew about this. Ordinary titles were optional, but if it was a top-tier title, that would be a different story. Yes, for example, the best title for the 4th transmutation is Master of Slaughter, which grants a permanent bonus of plus 8% to all attributes. Hiss. Although 8% sounded small, later on, it could rival the bonus from a top-tier piece of equipment. Shenlao, where can I earn a top-tier title? A top-tier title? There is a place in the eastern province where you might have a chance to obtain one, but the probability is very low. It's an epic-level secret realm located near Lianhua City. Considering the timing, it should be refreshing soon. Shin Tai-su thought for a moment and said, that secret realm was controlled by the Dragon King Guild and it refreshed once a year, allowing a maximum of 3 people to enter, serving as an important indicator for selecting talent in the eastern province. If a transmuter who received a guild entry quota could obtain a high-level title in this secret realm, they could directly join the Dragon King Guild. If the Divine Sun wishes to go, I can apply to the president. This year's assessment for the eastern province will be handled by me. With a title that grants permanent attribute bonuses, Han Chen naturally wouldn't miss out. This was something that could directly enhance his strength. Moreover, the title Secret Realm wasn't just for earning titles, there were also bosses inside that could drop good equipment and provide experience, making it a win-win situation. Lianhua City. The Shumen family, one of the 3 major families. At this moment, the head of the Shumen family learned that his grandson, Shumen Bai Pao, had lost his quota for the secret realm, and he was immediately furious, blowing his beard and glaring. Mayor, what is going on? There are 3 quotas. Why was my grandson's cancelled alone? My grandson has the qualifications to join the Dragon King Guild. You must give me an explanation. Head of the Shumen family, the mayor is also helpless. Just now, the Dragon King Guild called me to take 1 quota. You know, the other 2 quotas belong to the Shangwan family and the Beitang family, so we had to sacrifice Shumen Bai Piao. As the legitimate grandson of the Shumen family, Shumen Bai Piao had transmuted into the hidden class of Ice Edge Warrior, second only to the 2 hidden classes of the Shangwan and Beitang families, known as the 3 heroes of Lianhua. At just over 20 years old, he was already enjoying great success and had received a quota to join the Dragon King Guild. He only needed to enter the trial when the title Secret Realm refreshed and obtain a high-level title to become a member of the Dragon King Guild. Unexpectedly, the quota suddenly vanished. This was equivalent to cutting off a bright future. Naturally, the head of the Shumen family was very dissatisfied. Mayor, the great scholar Bei Ao has personally expressed his intention to take my grandson as a disciple. He will soon arrive in Lianhua City. I doubt the mayor is aware of this. This Bei Ao, the great scholar, was an 8th transmutation powerhouse. He was also a super elder of the Dragon King Guild, wielding considerable influence. A super big shot had taken an interest in Shumen Bai Piao. However, the mayor of Lianhua City has already reported the quota, and it is impossible to change it. After much thought, the mayor can only stick to his opinion. After all, it is the command of the Dragon King gang. He is merely following orders. If there are any issues, they will be resolved internally within the gang. Sorry, Master Shumen, the mayor is also acting on orders. You. At that moment, a roar of an ice dragon echoed through the sky. A massive ice dragon soared above Lianhua City, exuding an imposing presence that drew countless gazes. It's the Frost Giant Dragon. In the Dragon King gang, it is said that the mount of the Northern Proud Grandmaster is the Frost Giant Dragon. The Grandmaster must be here to accept disciples. Master Shimon's face lit up with joy. This. The mayor of Lianhua City looked up at the ice blue giant dragon in shock, hesitating. If the Northern Proud Grandmaster really came to accept disciples, then this matter would be difficult to handle. At this time, the Shumen family had already decorated the place and ordered preparations for a banquet, inviting many dignitaries from Lianhua City, all to make Shumen Baipiao the shining star of the night. A disciple of an 8-turn grandmaster holds an incredibly noble status. People had already begun to arrive to offer their congratulations. Even the other 2 prominent families, the Shangwan and Beitang families, came to extend their greetings. The entire Shumen family was filled with esteemed guests, just waiting for the arrival of the Northern Proud Grandmaster. However, they waited for quite a while. The Frost Giant Dragon in the sky showed no intention of descending. The mayor of Lianhua City and others had no choice but to approach and check the situation. As the prominent figures of Lianhua City drew near the Frost Giant Dragon, they saw a stunning woman standing on its back, possessing the beauty of a goddess and the aura of a celestial being, but there was no sign of the Northern Proud Grandmaster. Female. Led, Xianyuan Mingqi this. Seeing that the visitor was not the Northern Proud Grandmaster, everyone was stunned. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is well known that only the Northern Proud Grandmaster's favored beast is the Frost Giant Dragon. How could there be another knight with a Frost Giant Dragon? And a female knight at that? May I ask who you are? I wonder what brings you to Lianhua City, the mayor of Lianhua City respectfully inquired. Although the visitor was not the Northern Proud Grandmaster, she was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control an 8-star Frost Giant Dragon. No need to look further, this frost giant dragon indeed belongs to the northern proud grandmaster. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Please do not make a fuss about my arrival, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Xianyuan Mengqi couldn't be bothered with these people. She had already received news that her father had appointed Shin Taishu as the assessment officer for the eastern province, which definitely had some hidden agenda. Therefore, Xianyuan Mengqi arrived in Lianhua City early, waiting quietly for Shin Taishu to appear. Of course, she needed to observe secretly to see if Shin Taishu was really hiding some big secret. Thus, Xianyuan Mengqi instructed the frost giant dragon to return to the northern proud grandmaster while she concealed herself within Lianhua City. What the? Borrowing the frost giant dragon of the northern proud grandmaster? Who is this woman? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of the northern proud grandmaster? No, that can't be. An illegitimate daughter wouldn't be able to borrow a frost giant dragon. However, no one dared to ask further. It's better to stay out of such matters between big shots. Knowing that it was not the northern proud grandmaster who came, the guests of the Shumen family gradually retreated, leaving the Shumen family members staring at each other in awkward silence. Rest assured, my grandson, since the northern proud grandmaster has said he will accept you as a disciple, he will definitely appear to seek justice for you. Let's see how the mayor will handle this. Master Shumen comforted. A few days later, the flying lion python appeared in the sky above Lianhua City. Shin Taishu, accompanied by Han Chen, arrived at the power center of Lianhua City. At this time, the two geniuses from the Shangguan and Beitang families had already been waiting here for a long time. We have met Elder Shin. Everyone bowed respectfully. This time, the Azura secret realm is being refreshed, and I, as the elder in charge, will oversee its opening. This time, it will be led by Shangguan Feihong from the Shangguan family and Beitang Shiyu from the Beitang family, along with this young man beside me, Shin Taishu. I hope you all can obtain high-level titles. The crowd then turned to the young man next to Shin Taishu, Han Chen, who had altered his appearance. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, the old patriarch of the Shumen family stepped forward. He had initially thought that a person of great significance had taken his grandson's spot, but it turned out to be an unknown young brat, which he could not accept. Elder Shin, what qualifications does this kid have to occupy my grandson's spot? Seeing that the Shumen family was stirring up trouble, the others could only watch with their own thoughts. Han Chen frowned. He did not expect anyone in Lianhua City to dare disrespect Shin Taishu. This is the elder's decision. Do you dare to disobey? Shin Taishu was also furious. This old fool was actually disregarding him, boasting in public, and ignoring the Son of Heaven. This was intolerable. If it were any other time, we would naturally comply with Elder Shin's wishes, but now it is difficult to obey. Just now, I have already called for Bao Degwoshi, and he will arrive shortly. It would not be too late to determine the spots then, would it? The Shumen patriarch revealed a confident smile, believing he had Shin Taishu in a bind. Bao Elder is coming? Shin Taishu frowned. If Bao Elder really came and favored the Shumen family, things would become troublesome. The identity of the Son of Heaven could never be revealed to Bao Elder. It seemed this matter needed to be discussed with the president. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It must be Bao Degwoshi coming. The old patriarch of the Shumen family hurriedly jogged out to greet him. The others had no choice but to follow and see. They saw the enormous frost dragon that had appeared days ago, and this time, an ethereal old man stood atop the dragon. This man was Bao Elder, an 8th tier Degwoshi of the Dragon King Guild, a hidden class warrior. We pay our respects to Bao Degwoshi. The crowd bowed deeply. Rise, Lianhua City's leader. I have heard that you gave my disciple's spot to someone else. As soon as Bao Elder appeared, he directly sided with the Shumen family. Ice Blade warriors were rare and powerful fighters. Although they could not compare to some hidden class mages, for an old warrior like Bao Elder, only such talented juniors could inherit his legacy. Naturally, Bao Elder wanted to speak with Shumen Baipyo. At this moment, everyone from the Shumen family looked proudly at the cold-sweating leader of Lianhua City. Others were also shocked. They did not expect the old patriarch of the Shumen family to be telling the truth. Bao Degwoshi really intended to take Shumen Baipyo as his disciple. Bao Elder, this matter is my decision. Shin Taishu spoke with a frown. Upon seeing Shin Taishu, Bao Degwoshi was polite, as they were both elders of the Dragon King Guild, and Shin Taishu was a rare space mage, highly favored by the president. So it was Elder Shen's decision. I was wondering why my disciple's spot disappeared without reason. I wonder who Elder Shen has given the spot to. He was willing to show respect, but Bao Degwoshi still wanted to fight for the disciples' spot. Han Chen spoke calmly. You? Bao Degwoshi ignored Han Chen and directly smiled at Shin Taishu. Is he your disciple? Elder Bao, it would be best if you did not interfere in this matter. If you really want to fight for a spot for your disciple, it would be better to have the Shangguan and Beitang families give one up. Shin Taishu kindly advised. Whoever took my disciple's spot, I will find them Elder Shin, this is quite reasonable, isn't it? You, Bayo Dugwoshi could give Shintaishu face, but not too much. This was the pride of a Dugwoshi. In the shadows, Xianyuan Mengqi was quite interested in watching the drama unfold, curious to see how Shintaishu would wrap things up. At the same time, she was also intrigued by the abilities of the person following Shintaishu. Shimen Baipiao, you must reclaim the spot in the same manner it was lost. Yes, I will take your teachings to heart. Shimen Baipiao stood proudly before Han Shen and declared, since we both desire the spot, let's settle it with a battle. Are you brave enough to fight me? If I lose, the spot is yours. If you lose, you will obediently step aside. A duel? Han Shen looked at him with disdain, thinking to himself, can you even withstand one of my forbidden spells? At that moment, Shintaishu had already sent a message to the president. Just as everyone thought this farce would end with a battle, Bei Ao, the great scholar, suddenly had his pupils constrict, for he received a private message from the president. What the hell are you doing interfering in Shintaishu's affairs? Get your ass back here. Bei Ao was dumbfounded by the scolding. Can the president be disturbed by what's happening here? This can't be right, it makes no sense. Meanwhile, Shimen Baipiao continued to provoke Han Shen, and Bei Ao was starting to find him intolerable. Shut your mouth. Ha! The sudden reprimand left the Shimen family members stunned. What's going on? Has Bei Ao turned against us? You all just follow Elder Shin's arrangements. After saying this, Bei Ao cast a suspicious glance at Han Shen and then rode off on his frost dragon. He couldn't afford to bear the wrath of the president. Once Bei Ao left, the Shimen family members exchanged glances, feeling as if they had just eaten something foul. What on earth is happening? How can Bei Ao just leave like that? Shimen family head, do you have any objections? Shintaishu looked calmly at the members of the Shimen family. And no objections. With Bei Ao gone, how could he dare to voice any dissent? Thus, Shintaishu completely took control of the situation and directly awarded the spot to Han Shen. Soon, in a misty area on the outskirts of Lianhua City, Divine Sun, only those with a job transfer of 4th rank or lower can enter the Shura secret realm, and no more than 3 people at a time. There are no tricks to farm titles, the only way is to kill. The more monsters you kill, the better the titles you receive. Shintaishu reminded him in a low voice. Alright, I understand. With several forbidden spells at his disposal, Han Shen felt confident that he could quickly clear out whatever monsters were inside. At this moment, Shangwan Feihong and Beitang Shiyu were already well prepared, ready to give their all to obtain high-level titles. As soon as they entered the Shura secret realm, what greeted the three was a dark expanse filled with countless Shura monsters, all clawing and brandishing bloodied blades, bloodthirsty and brutal. Shangwan Feihong, a hidden class lightning control mage known as the Lightning Mage King, excelled in area attacks. Soon, he took the lead in occupying a section of the area and began farming monsters. Beitang Shiyu, a hidden class Tai Chi martial artist, specialized in close combat and was a master of fighting. Although he might not farm monsters as quickly as Shangwan Feihong, he was exceptionally skilled in prolonged battles. Seeing that both had started farming monsters, Han Shen also began to take action. Of course, Han Shen had no intention of casting forbidden spells at the edge. He needed to move deeper for efficiency. Thus, Han Shen activated the Wind Thunder Wing forbidden spell, taking little Mantu with him, and with a thunderous boom, their figures vanished. The two, focused on farming monsters, only noticed a flash of wind and thunder in the sky, followed by a fierce gale. What just flew by? They both shook their heads, returning their focus to farming titles. The Shura secret realm wasn't very large, and Han Shen quickly reached the central area, where a larger number of Shura monsters gathered, all at the 4th rank limit of level 120, with higher health and defense than those in regular leveling zones. However, Han Shen did not see any secret realm bosses. It must be that the boss won't appear until these small monsters are cleared out. It's always set up this way, and Han Shen is no longer surprised. Upon seeing the job changers, the Azura monsters began to roar, and flesh wings erupted from their backs, flying towards Han Shen to attack. What the hell? They can fly too? Han Shen was slightly taken aback. With a flap of his Wind Thunder wings, he created some distance and immediately unleashed a double cast of forbidden spells. Holy Light Nebula, Judgment of Light. The nebula almost enveloped the entire secret realm. The holy light orbs exploded like the blazing sun. 2 waves of destructive energy spread across the battlefield of the Azura secret realm. On the edge, Shangwan Feihong and Beitang Shiyu, who were farming monsters, hadn't reacted yet when a massive shockwave hit them, sending them flying. What the hell? What just happened? Why is there such a terrifying aura? Quick, get out of the secret realm, or we're definitely going to die. The two panicked. Titles are not more important than their lives. So, they hurriedly exited the Azura secret realm. This was too frightening. How did the Azura secret realm suddenly change like this? At this moment, outside the secret realm, the heads of the Shangwan and Beitang families were chatting and laughing. My son will definitely obtain the title of Master of Slaughter, this is beyond doubt. Ha, my son will surely succeed as well, he is a Tai Chi martial artist, a rare hidden profession. Whoosh, whoosh. The precious sons of the two family heads stumbled out of the secret realm, covered in dirt and panic-stricken. How could this happen? Everyone present was dumbfounded. They had just entered the Azura secret realm for a short while. How could they be out already? Why did you come out? Father, there was an incident in the Azura secret realm. A world-ending crisis has emerged. We had no choice but to escape. Seeing this, Shen Taishu chuckled but did not respond. Elder Shen, there has been a change in the secret realm. Should the assessment be paused? The heads of the Shangguan and Beitang families did not want their talented descendants to be eliminated just like that. But there are still people who haven't come out, right? The assessment continues. Shin Taishu appeared calm and composed. Seeing this, the two family heads looked troubled but were helpless. Once you entered the Azura secret realm, you could not re-enter after exiting. Inside the Azura secret realm, it was like a land of natural disasters, with large pits destroyed by forbidden spells everywhere, and the entire secret realm was covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapsing under the power of the forbidden spells. The ferocious Azura monsters lay scattered, turned into corpses. Kill 1,000 Azura monsters, obtain the title of 1,000 Slaughter. Kill 10,000 Azura monsters, obtain the title of 10,000 Slaughter. Kill 1 million Azura monsters, obtain the title of Master of Slaughter. So this is how you obtain the highest level title? It doesn't seem that difficult. Han Chen grinned. Unfortunately, this was a secret realm for farming titles, and the experience gained was not much. Clearing the monsters only leveled him up by 1. Boom! The ground suddenly shook. A massive blood-red magic circle emerged. Han Chen knew that the boss of the Azura secret realm had likely appeared. He saw a gigantic Azura monster, over 10 meters tall, crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, wielding a black scythe, with 4 arms and a crow-like head, surrounded by rolling black smoke, looking fierce and terrifying. Boss, Azura King level, LV 120 attack power, defense power, health points? Han Chen was taken aback. This was just a title farming dungeon, yet the boss's attributes were all question marks? Dialogue: no one can leave my territory alive, and no one can obtain the highest Azura title. Those who dare to challenge my authority will all die by my blade. At that moment, the Azura King spotted Han Chen, and its glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed. Inner voice: what the hell? This little brat seems to have the aura of a god. Could he be the divine son descended to the world? Inner voice: it's over. Looks like my perfect body is about to be ruined today. Han Chen looked at the Shura boss with some suspicion, rarely seeing such serious lines this time. And the next moment, God's forbidden zone, light of holiness, desolation of divine grief. Faced with such a powerful boss, Han Chen naturally did not dare to be careless. Raising his hand to unleash a 3-hit forbidden spell combo, leaving it no chance to react, directly smashing it to pieces, truly obliterating its form and spirit. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Han Chen looked down and saw what seemed to be a decent staff. The ghost spider metal moved, and this piece of equipment fell into Han Chen's hands. Shura staff, unidentified, usable by priests. Ding! Congratulations on soloing the Shura boss, earning the highest title in the Shura secret realm. Shura, with all attribute effects plus 15%. Han Chen was delighted. This was a top-tier title. That so-called Master of Slaughter title was nothing compared to it. I wonder what the quality of this Shura staff is? Meow. The little bun, who had been idly watching, suddenly reminded Han Chen. Han Chen focused his eyes, his pupils constricting, and immediately used Wind and Thunder Wings to leave the Shura secret realm. It turned out that the 3-hit forbidden spell had completely broken the Shura secret realm's tolerance limit, and this secret realm was about to collapse. What Han Chen did not know was that some strange and powerful job changers were quietly gathering here. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed color, lightning flashed, and the wind howled. Good grief, you just wanted to grind for a title and you ended up destroying the entire secret realm? Shin Taisu's mouth dropped open. There would be no way for the younger generation to grind for the Master of Slaughter title anymore. Father, I told you something was wrong with the Shura secret realm. Yes, Father, luckily we were both wise and decisive, escaping quickly, otherwise, you wouldn't have seen us. That guy is really stupid. What good is a title compared to life? Now look, he probably doesn't even have a scrap left. The heads of the Shangguan and Beitang families also looked relieved. A title was nothing compared to the precious lives of their sons. And this sudden change in the world came quickly and left just as fast. Ha, Father, look. Just ahead, a figure slowly emerged from the still lingering smoke. This person was tall, wearing a priest's robe, holding a staff, with a fierce little cat perched on their shoulder. At that moment, this person seemed to be glowing. Holy crap, is it him? He actually wasn't turned to dust. Han Chen disdainfully glanced at these dumbfounded guys, thinking, you're the one who got turned to dust. Your whole family got turned to dust. Seeing that the Son of God was unharmed, Shin Taisu's anxious heart finally settled. What the hell? How could an epic secret realm suddenly explode? That person actually walked out unscathed? Hidden not far away, Xianyuan Mengqi was also puzzled. This was too bizarre. What happened in the secret realm? As the examiner for the Dragon King guild, Shin Taisu naturally had to put on a show and ask. Replying to Elder Shin, I don't know either. I was grinding monsters inside when suddenly a Shura boss appeared, brandishing a big knife to chop me, and then a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. By the time I reacted, that boss was smashed to pieces, and then the secret realm started to explode. If I hadn't run fast, I would have probably died inside. Han Chen explained cooperatively. From this, it seems that the Shura secret realm has undergone a mutation. This matter is of great importance. I must report it properly. Shin Taisu's serious demeanor made others hesitant to voice any objections, as this incident was indeed too strange. An epic secret realm. Just like that, it exploded? There must be something fishy going on. Thus, this assessment will not count for now. Those of you who have assessment slots can choose another day to go to the Dragon King Gang headquarters to participate in the assessment again. Shin Taishu knew that these individuals were all talents, so he naturally wouldn't easily dismiss them. He still wanted to give them some opportunities. Shang Wan Fei Hong and Beitang Shiyu were both overjoyed. Yes, thank you, Elder Shin. Even Shimen Baipiao, who had a face full of resentment, put on a smile again. No matter who you are, once I become a member of the Dragon King Gang, I will definitely settle the score with you. Shimen Baipiao had his sights set on Han Chen. Back in the city, Shin Taishu hurriedly pulled Han Chen into his room. Son of God, how did you destroy the secret realm? Did you manage to get a title? Elder Shin, I couldn't help it. I was already being very restrained. Who knew that the Shura secret realm was so fragile? I did get a title, but it wasn't the Master of Slaughter, it was the special title Shura. Upon learning that the Shura title had a full attribute bonus of plus 15%, nearly double that of the Master of Slaughter, Shin Taishu was completely stunned. What the hell? There are such high-level titles at the fourth transfer? In his understanding, the Master of Slaughter was definitely the best title at the fourth transfer, but he didn't expect there to be an even more powerful title. I'm not too sure either. It probably requires clearing out the small monsters and then soloing the boss to obtain it. Han Shen didn't elaborate much. He just wanted to know what attributes the Shura staff would have after identification. Elder Shin, do you have any high-level identification scrolls? I need to identify a staff I obtained. Of course, I have that. Taking the identification scroll handed over by Shin Taishu, Han Shen directly identified the Shura staff. Shura staff, legendary level, one of the Shura set, wearable by priests. Level 120 magic damage. Plus 50,000 constitution, plus 5,000 spirit, plus 7,000 agility, plus 5,000 cooldown, minus 50% specialization, wearable level reduced by 30 levels durability, 5,000/5,000 special effects, Shura. Domain, active area skill, once activated, all damage values increase by 20%, enemy healing effects decrease by 50%, cooldown 3 minutes. Shura intent, active group. Skill, releases Shura killing intent, can intimidate others and cause continuous magic damage, 30% chance to silence enemy units, cooldown 3 minutes. Shura shield. Passive when taking damage, automatically forms a Shura law phase to protect, can absorb 80% of damage value, cooldown 3 minutes. Set effect, none. Seeing such astonishing attributes of the staff, Han Chen was completely stunned. This was actually a legendary set, and it could be worn at level 90. Suddenly, Han Chen felt a bit regretful for blowing up the Shura secret realm. If he had known that farming the Shura boss could drop a legendary Shura set, he would have farmed it 1,000 times. Son of God, you actually farmed such an exquisite priest weapon? Your luck value must be maxed out, right? Shin Taishu was also shocked by the attributes of this staff. Just the plus 5,000 constitution bonus was comparable to the attribute bonuses of hidden classes at the fourth transfer, not to mention those 3 astonishing skills, each one more powerful than the last. It could be said that this was the most impressive priest weapon he had ever seen, bar none. Wearing the Shura staff. Han Chen profession, Forbidden Spell Priest, fourth transition talent, number 6 Forbidden Sequence, a power that counters the divine. All your skills will be enhanced by the power of the Forbidden Sequence, skill. Power effect plus 30%, damage taken permanently minus 20%, healing effect permanently plus 20% level, LV 106 health, 65250 mana, 67,250, 6,725,000, strength, 5750 constitution, 13050 spirit, 13450 agility, 10,600 free attribute points, 5 cooldown, minus 70%. With the 50% cooldown reduction from the Azura staff plus the 20% cooldown reduction from the ancient demon amulet, Han Chen's cooldown has reached an astonishing 70%. This means that Han Chen's Judgment of Light forbidden spell, which originally had a 10-minute cooldown, now only requires 3 minutes, a full reduction of 7 minutes, which is a significant boost to his power. If he collects 30% more cooldown equipment in the future, he could achieve 100% cooldown, at which point even a 10th transition powerhouse might not withstand his forbidden spell bombardment. Congratulations, son of God, with this staff, your power will surely reach new heights. Shen Taishu congratulated. This is all thanks to Elder Shin's support. With the Azura staff, Han Chen felt more confident. Suddenly, Han Chen sensed a tremendous aura of danger. Not good. Enemies are here. Boom! The pavilion where Han Chen was located suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. The power of the explosion was earth-shattering, and the entire Lotus Flower City could hear the violent blast. Whoosh! 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 Countless job changers in strange attire suddenly appeared. Capture the son of Dragon Country, kill all others who obstruct. Faced with this sudden situation, although Shun Taishu did not panic, his expression was not good. These people had arrived too quickly. Son of God, I will hold them off. You run. Shun Taishu immediately summoned the flying lion python to protect himself. Rift. After chanting for a few seconds, Shun Taishu waved his staff, and the space in front of him blurred for a moment, instantly separating all the rushing enemies. Although this was the outskirts of Lotus Flower City, there were still many residential areas nearby. If he released a forbidden spell here to kill the enemies, it would definitely affect the innocent. He needed to leave this place first and find an uninhabited area to deal with these bastards. With that thought, Han Chen threw 2 auxiliary forbidden spells to Shun Taishu and immediately activated Wind and Thunder Wings, opening all 5 gears to quickly escape the area. As for Shun Taishu's safety, Han Chen was not worried. He was a 7th transition national hero of the Dragon King gang, equipped with excellent gear, and with his own extraordinary auxiliary attributes, he would definitely be fine. Baka! Chase the son of God, don't mind that old geezer. This group of Fire Country job changers immediately crazily pursued Han Chen. In fact, to catch Han Chen, they all used rare flying items, each moving at incredible speed. I hope the son of God will be okay. Seeing a large number of Fire Country experts chasing Han Chen, Shun Taishu, although knowing Han Chen was very powerful, still felt a bit worried. After all, there was only one son of God. Feeling the attribute boosts from the auxiliary forbidden spells on him, Shun Taishu's old face showed a madness that had not appeared in a long time. As a founding elder of the Dragon King gang, he had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I need to deal with these 7 transition bastards before I can free myself. Fall. Another powerful space magic descended, and an incredibly massive meteorite fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the city head of Lotus Flower City and the people from the Bagon family were somewhat slow to react. Upon realizing that it was the Fire Country job changers invading from one of the 5 major nations, they also orderly issued attack orders, providing a bit of assistance to Han Chen and Shun Taishu. How could so many Fire Country job changers suddenly appear? Xianyuan Mengqi, who had intended to secretly observe Shun Taishu, was now filled with murderous intent. For these Fire Nation job changers, Xianyuan Mengqi harbored a deep-seated hatred. Not only had the Fire Nation invaded the Dragon Nation shortly after the game arrived, but more importantly, her mother had died at the hands of the Fire Nation. However, Xianyuan Mengqi did not lose her composure. She realized that this group of Fire Nation job changers was targeting the young man beside Shun Taishu. Although she was unclear about the specific reason, Xianyuan Mengqi would not allow these Fire Nation bastards to have their way. Since you've come, then let's all stay. Xianyuan Mengqi moved swiftly and chased after them. Outside Lianhua City, in a deserted misty area, Han Chen held the Azura staff, quietly floating there, ready to let these bastards taste the forbidden spell. He also intended to capture one alive to interrogate them about why they would risk infiltrating the Dragon Nation to capture him. The Dragon King gang was recruiting under the guise of the Son of the Dragon, but their true intentions were well hidden. If the Dragon King gang wouldn't speak, he could learn this purpose from these people's mouths. The Son of the Dragon is over there, don't let him escape, or we'll all have to commit seppuku, shouted a 6th transformation expert from the Fire Nation. You guys are really slow. I've been waiting for you for several minutes, Han Chen said lightly. Seeing that this group of mysterious job changers had mostly arrived, Han Chen prepared to make his move. Just then, a loud beastly roar echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up. They saw a golden armored female knight holding a red dragon spear, wearing a mask, riding an enormous armored black panther, appearing majestically in the air. The female knight, clad in golden armor, could not hide her proud figure, and her entire outfit radiated a faint golden light. The red dragon spear in her hand shimmered with red light, moving up and down as if a true dragon was manifesting. The black panther beneath her was also adorned in golden armor, its eyes glowing red as it fixed its gaze on the Fire Nation job changers, continuously spewing flames. This sight left Han Chen utterly stunned. My goodness, so handsome, truly damn handsome. This glowing weaponry was definitely the best of the best. Elder Xianyuan Mengqi of the Dragon King gang, here to slay the bandits. Leave none alive who offend our Dragon Nation. Kill. Xianyuan Mengqi was a woman of few words, directly launching her charge. The spear like a dragon. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar resounded, and Xianyuan Mengqi instantly unleashed her skill. As the spear thrust forward, golden light and red radiance intertwined, transforming into a giant dragon's phantom that swept directly towards those Fire Nation job changers. Damn it! It's the elder of the Dragon King gang again. The faces of the Fire Nation job changers changed drastically. This time, the capture of the son of the dragon was done hastily, without special arrangements. The strongest among them was only at the 7th transformation, and now they were entangled by Shin Taishu. They never expected that there would be an elder from the Dragon King gang present. Their mission was bound to fail. Stop her. Use poison, use all means. But the Fire Nation job changers clearly did not want to give up, even at a great cost. They aimed to capture the son of the dragon. Boom! Wherever the dragon passed, the equipment of these Fire Nation job changers shattered all around. Faced with a 7th transformation knight in top-tier gear, the Fire Nation job changers scattered like chickens and dogs. Baka! Poison her! Bang bang bang! The Fire Nation job changers continuously unleashed deadly poison, and red toxic powder filled the sky. Any ordinary 7th transformation expert hit by this poison would quickly lose their combat ability. But Xianyuan Mengqi was clearly not an ordinary person. Her health was outrageously high, at least 10 times that of Shintaishu. More importantly, Xianyuan Mengqi's poison resistance was terrifying. Such potent poison didn't even affect her skin. She didn't even need to consume recovery potions. Her health was sufficient to maintain a healthy state. Baka, how can she be so powerful? Is she really a knight? High defense, strong power, and lethal force. Could this really be the knight class that claims to only have the advantage of thick blood? This time, quite a few transmuters from the Fire Nation have come, numbering in the hundreds, and all at least at the 4th transition level. Baka, the only 6th transition transmuter from the Fire Nation, knew that if they didn't quickly capture the Dragon Nation's son, this mission would surely fail. Whoosh! Thus, this transmuter, wielding a katana, disregarded everything and charged madly towards Han Chen. Be careful! Xianyuan Mengqi was always keeping an eye on this 6th transition transmuter. Seeing him reach for Han Chen, she could only shout a warning, unable to assist in time. Han Chen, upon seeing this, sneered disdainfully. Come on! As the 6th transition transmuter approached, Han Chen suddenly activated his Wind Thunder Wings, guiding the guy into the mist below. Don't run! The 6th transition expert quickly pursued. According to the intel, the Dragon Nation's son was only at the 4th transition level, with incredible flying speed at most, so capturing him shouldn't be difficult. Light of Holy Radiance. Seeing that this guy was really chasing him, Han Chen casually unleashed a forbidden spell. Nani? Feeling the terrifying power of this holy light, the 6th transition expert's pupils constricted, filled with despair. He never expected that a casual skill from the Dragon Nation's son would be at the forbidden spell level. The intel was wrong. Boom! Minus 30,050 damage, minus 65,000 damage, minus 107,800 damage, 3 beams of light damage maxed out. The 6th transition expert from the Fire Nation was hit by the forbidden spell, his equipment shattered, bloodied, and collapsed to the ground, completely out of combat power. If Han Chen hadn't controlled the skill's power, this single forbidden spell would have been enough to kill him instantly. Han Chen grabbed the opponent and shouted, "Why are you trying to capture me? Cough cough. Dragon Nation's son, you can't escape. You are destined to be ours. Long live the god Amaterasu." After saying this, the 6th transition expert from the Fire Nation actually committed suicide by poison. Seeing the other party's decisive suicide, Han Chen's expression turned grim. Such a ruthless opponent would definitely not give up until they achieved their goal. The Fire Nation. He knew this country. It was one of the 5 major nations of Blue Star. Moreover, it was a neighboring country to the Dragon Nation, and its strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have occupied the Dragon Nation for 8 years several hundred years ago. Damn it, how did they know I am the Dragon Nation's son? Why are they trying to capture me? Han Chen had long known that this matter was not simple. This time it was the Fire Nation's transmuters appearing. Would the next time be high-level transmuters from the Angel Nation and other major powers? Boom! At this moment, the battle in the sky had ended. Xianyuan Mengqi, along with her beast, swept through over 100 Fire Nation transmuters, killing them all without leaving a single one alive. Young man, hold on, I'm coming to save you. Seeing the bodies of the Fire Nation transmuters on the ground, Xianyuan Mengqi was slightly surprised. Did you kill him? Han Chen nodded, not denying it. After all, he was the only one here. I used my pet to confuse him, then successfully ambushed him with the powerful attack scroll Elder Shin gave me. Oh, Xianyuan Mengqi clearly found it hard to believe, sizing Han Chen up and down, while Han Chen was also examining her. One wore a mask, the other was disguised, neither knew the other's true face. What is your name? Xianyuan Mengqi asked directly. Han Chen replied without a second thought, Old Demon Han. What? You are Old Demon Han? The one who was promoted to Elder as soon as he entered the Dragon King Guild? Xianyuan Mengqi's beautiful eyes widened. Wait, you previously entered the Shura secret realm to grind for titles, which means you are only at the 4th transition. After a moment of analysis, Xianyuan Mengqi was completely stunned. A 4th transition youth was actually conferred the title of Elder in the Dragon King Guild? Did his father get kicked by a donkey? His father couldn't have drunk fake liquor, could he? To be common. Elder of the Dragon King gang, one must at least be at the 7th transition and must have made significant contributions to the gang as well as possess adequate strength. Yet here stands a 4th transition youth, seemingly without any contributions, with low strength and still a priest? What right does he have to be an elder, to stand on equal footing with me? That is the beauty rumored to be the flower of the Dragon King gang? Han Chen felt a flicker of anticipation. Xianyuan Mengqi's beautiful eyes were fixed on Han Chen, but she did not respond. At that moment, Shen Taishu arrived. What the hell? Why is the young lady here? Upon seeing Xianyuan Mengqi, Shen Taishu inwardly cursed. Elder Shen, what exactly happened here? Xianyuan Mengqi immediately asked. Shen Taishu glanced at Han Chen, then at Xianyuan Mengqi and smiled awkwardly. Well, young lady, it's a long story, and I have no authority to disclose it. You might as well ask the president directly. Young lady? Han Chen was delighted. This must be the flower of the Dragon King gang. But why does she always wear a mask? Because of the rumors, Han Chen was quite interested in this flower. This place is no longer safe. We should return to the gang's headquarters. After pushing the question to the president, Shen Taishu quickly offered a suggestion, then looked at Han Chen with some hesitation. He knew that due to what had just happened, the son would definitely have some doubts. Elder Shen, I don't plan to go to the Dragon King gang headquarters for now. Perhaps staying here is safer. If Elder Shen wants to return, you can go ahead. This. Shen Taishu was momentarily at a loss for words. If he didn't protect the son closely, what if something happened to him? Who would take responsibility for that? The Fire Country's job changers can find me, probably through Elder Shen. I have a special item that can disguise me, as long as Elder Shen doesn't accompany me. I will be in the shadows, and the Fire Country's job changers won't easily find me. Saying this, Han Chen used the disguiser badge to restore his original appearance. Upon seeing Han Chen's true form, Xianyuan Mengqi's beautiful eyes lit up, but she remained silent, leaving her thoughts unknown. No, someone must stay to protect you. Shen Taishu shook his head, firmly refusing. Han Chen secretly laughed, looking at the beautiful flower of the gang, and said with a light smile, Elder Shen, this beautiful sister is also an elder of the Dragon King gang. She can protect me too, so you can go back and report. Good heavens! Shen Taishu rolled his eyes. It seemed this kid had forgotten his friends in the face of beauty. I have a name. I am Xianyuan Mengqi. Also, when did I say I would stay to protect you? Xianyuan Mengqi said with a hint of anger, looking at Han Chen. Han Chen smiled and leaned closer, saying, I guess Elder Xianyuan must be a smart person, so you will definitely stay. Xianyuan Mengqi narrowed her eyes. She knew he was right because he had piqued her strong interest. Shen Taishu had no choice but to report the situation to the president for a decision. After a long contemplation, Xianyuan Chonghua agreed to Han Chen's suggestion, allowing his beloved daughter Xianyuan Mengqi to protect him. Chi-Chi, remember, you must not let this young man be captured by job changers from other countries. You must protect him closely. Xianyuan Chonghua had to call his beloved daughter. Hearing her father's serious tone for the first time, Xianyuan Mengqi had to reassess Han Chen, knowing that this guy must be hiding some secret. But this kidney-deficient guy was unwilling to tell her anything, so she would have to figure it out herself. Don't worry, Dad, I know what to do. With the president's order, Shen Taishu pointed at Han Chen, as if to say, forgetting friends for the sake of beauty, after all the kindness he had shown you these days, and then he left alone. I am very strong. Being an elder of the Dragon King gang should not be a problem. Han Chen noticed the other party's skeptical gaze and had to boast a little about himself. Xianyuan Mengqi let out a scoff. She really didn't believe that a 4th transition kid could be that impressive, but he had indeed piqued her interest. At that moment, the Dragon King president personally messaged Han Chen. Hearing the panel prompt, Han Chen had no choice but to click agree. President, you were looking for me? Divine son. You really startled this president. Today, fortunately, you are safe and sound. In the guild chat, Xianyuan Mengqi naturally couldn't know, but she was curious about what her father wanted to discuss privately with this kid. Thanks to Elder Shen and Elder Mengqi's assistance, otherwise, I would have truly been in dire straits today. You must be careful. In the future, after that failure from the Fire Nation, they will definitely send stronger transitioners next time. It would be best for the Divine Son to come to the Dragon King's guild headquarters soon. You can rest assured, President, I will come within 3 years. By the way, for your safety, this president has spent some resources to collect a set of 100 level epic priest equipment for you. I will have Mengqi bring it to you later, along with some priest skill books. The Dragon King was intentionally trying to help his beloved daughter build a good relationship with the Divine Son. Hearing that there was a set of epic priest equipment, and it was 100 level that he could use, Han Chen was overjoyed. If there were skills that reduced cooldown effects, he would have no fear of the Fire Nation transitioners. Even if an 8th transition big shot came, Han Chen was confident he could teach them a lesson. Thank you for your generosity, President. At that moment, Xianyuan Mengqi also received a private message from her father, and she was once again stunned. What the heck? A whole set of epic priest equipment just like that for this boy? He hasn't been this good to me. Am I your daughter, or is he your son? Xian Yuan Mengqi felt a pang of jealousy. Her current equipment still had a few golden pieces. Comparing herself to him made her want to cry. White, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, epic, 1 color, legendary. 3 colors, mythical, 5 colors, what? 3 priest skill books? And you're giving them to him for free? Xian Yuan Mengqi wailed in despair. He was clearly the most useless priest, so why did he get such treatment? Could this guy really be my father's illegitimate son? Am I getting another little brother? Here. This is the president's benefit for you. 3 priest skill books and a set of 100 level epic priest gear. Xian Yuan Mengqi handed over the equipment and skill books to Han Chen with a hint of jealousy. As soon as he received the benefits, Han Chen eagerly opened the skill books, hoping to find some attack skills. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The priest's job definition was that of a support role, and all 3 priest skill books were support skills. It seemed that priest skill books were indeed very rare, and attack skills were even more difficult to come by. Otherwise, such a large Dragon King guild wouldn't have only collected 3. However, Han Chen's learned skills would automatically transform into forbidden spells, which gave him a little bit of hope. You have learned a new skill, Shield Technique, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense, an active single target skill that grants a turtle-shaped shield to yourself or a target, providing absolute defense for the next 10 seconds, immune to all physical and magical attacks, cooldown of 10 minutes, consumes 100,000 mana. You have learned a new skill, Efficiency Technique, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Absolute Domain. Absolute Domain, an active area skill that summons a giant staff in the open after casting, covering a radius of 100 miles. You and your teammates within the Absolute Domain will receive continuous health recovery, which can stack with other recovery skills, cooldown of 15 minutes, consumes 150,000 mana. Ding! Skill learning failed. The skill book has disappeared. Automatic transformation into forbidden spell failed. Ha! Han Chen was taken aback. Skill learning failed? Can learning a skill book really fail? Priest skill books are already hard to come by, and now it turns out that learning skills is probabilistic. However, it's not too bad. Out of the 3 skill books, only 1 failed, so the success rate is still relatively high. Now, Han Chen has over 10 forbidden spells at his disposal, and with the 2 powerful auxiliary forbidden spells he just obtained, his self-defense capability has improved even further. Then, Han Chen looked at the epic set nearby. The Dragon King Guild leader is quite efficient in his dealings and is not a stingy person. This is a complete set of epic equipment, although it's not very valuable since it's for priests, it's rare and hard to obtain. At this moment, the Dragon King Guild leader was actually feeling a bit pained. He had spent quite a bit to gather this set of priest equipment from all over the country. Otherwise, relying solely on the Dragon King Guild, who knows how long it would take to collect a complete set. Due to the existence of spirit mages, priests are indeed quite useless. Currently, there are no high-level priest professions in the world. Many who change to become priests either lack connections and networks to level up or simply give up. Some big shots, after obtaining top-tier priest equipment, even got so angry that they directly dismantled it. This set of priest equipment consists of 8 pieces, excluding weapons, which are robe, shoulder pads, belt, pants, wrist guards, boots, crown, and gloves. There are no jewelry-type equipment included, as jewelry is the hardest type of equipment to drop. Life Guardian Green Dream, Epic Category, Clothing Level, 100 Health plus 15,000 Strength plus 3,500 Constitution plus 3,500 Spirit plus 2,800 Agility plus 3,000. Durability, Indestructible Special Effects, Life Blessing, Passive Cooldown -5% Life Magic, Passive consumes mana to create a sacrifice, dealing percentage health damage to surrounding enemies. Life Enhancement, Passive all healing skill effects increased by 20%. Life Guardian, active skill, instantly creates a life protection shield, converting all health damage into mana loss, lasting for 3 minutes. Green Magic, active skill, releases a green area where all teammates' health and defense increase by 50%. Elf Chant, active skill, during the Elf Chant, the target unit will have delayed casting, lasting for 3 minutes. Life Guardian, 8-piece set, all skill effects increased by 20%. Life Guardian, 8-piece set, all skill cooldowns -25%. Life Guardian, 8-piece set, summons a life goddess avatar that can block all negative effects, increasing all resistances by 20%. Life Guardian, 8-piece set, all attributes plus 4,000. Looking at the attributes and effects of this epic set, Han Chen couldn't help but smile. As a man, isn't the pursuit of top-tier equipment what gaming is all about? The terrifying set effects, along with various cooldowns and skill effects, left Han Chen with only one word in his mind, awesome, with no other adjectives to describe it. Aside from the attributes not being as good as the Shura staff, the other attributes are completely comparable, even surpassing it in some aspects. Just this one piece of equipment is enough to match the full gear of others. Not to mention, this kind of equipment consists of 8 pieces, a complete set. Life Guardian Green Jade, epic. Life Guardian Green Shadow, epic. Life Guardian Green Crown, epic. 8 pieces of epic equipment, and it's a set. At this moment, Xianyuan Mingqi was also amazed by the attributes and effects of the set. She had already messaged the Dragon King Guild leader, saying he was biased as she not only didn't have a set but also had several golden pieces that hadn't been upgraded to epic level, while Li Feiyu received a complete set of epic equipment with such impressive attributes. The Dragon King President was quite a headache, saying, "My dear aunt, you are a 7th turn Grand Knight. Among the 7th turn job changers, how many have equipment as good as yours? If you also need a set of epic level equipment for the 4th turn, I can get it for you right away." Xianyuan Mengqi naturally understood this logic. She was just throwing a tantrum. Once you reached the 7th turn, various materials and equipment became increasingly rare, especially the top-tier gear. Those bosses were quite stingy, with a very low drop rate. Elder Han quickly put on this set of equipment and see how much your attributes increase. Xianyuan Mengqi ignored her father's headache and looked at Han Shen with some anticipation. Han Shen noticed that the other person's gaze was a bit strange, but he still nodded. This was definitely the best 4th turn priest equipment. In long way to date, there would never be a second set like it. Han Shen didn't waste any time and directly donned the flashy epic level set. Upon seeing it, Han Shen transformed completely. With a handsome green crown, a robe full of life colors, and emerald boots, he seemed to become the sun of life, radiating vibrant green hues. Moreover, the set occasionally displayed the effect of life wings, making Han Shen appear even more mysterious and handsome. After all, this was equipment which could be shown off or hidden, and wearing it felt weightless. This kid looked somewhat human. Being young is good, but I wonder if this kid is a little wolf dog. Oh dear, what am I thinking? What if this kid is my father's illegitimate son? He could be my brother. Han Shen had no idea what Xianyuan Mengqi was thinking and immediately opened his attribute panel, which shocked him. Han Shen Profession, Forbidden Spell Priest 4th turn Talent, number 6 Forbidden Sequence. The power to counteract the divine. All your skills will receive the enhancement of Forbidden Sequence power, skill power effect plus 30%, damage taken permanently minus 20%, healing effect permanently plus 20% level, LV 106 health, 240,275 mana, 199,250, 19,925,000, strength 37,750 constitution, 45,055 spirit, 39,850 agility, 38,600 free attribute points, 0 cooldown, minus 100%, limit, skills, Goddess Blessing, Judgment of Light, Holy Light, Guardian, Silent God's Grief, Divine Oracle Wish, Universal Restoration, God's Forbidden Zone, Wind and Thunder Wings, Holy Light, Binding, Holy Light Nebula, Absolute Defense, Absolute Domain. My heavens! Wearing this top-tier epic set gives me over 240,000 health, and over 10 million mana. Han Shen was truly shocked by his own attributes. This was just the basic attributes from himself and the equipment, not counting the guild's bonuses. If the guild bonuses were included, the attributes would definitely double. Of course, what excited Han Shen the most was the 100% cooldown reduction, allowing him to unleash forbidden spells infinitely. Mom no longer has to worry about my cooldown issues. Moreover, he already possessed 12 forbidden spells, including comprehensive skills for support, control, attack, and flight. At that moment, Han Shen felt confident. Even experts above the 7th turn could make him doubt his life. Sure enough, in the world of the game, equipment was the only criterion that determined one's status. Without this epic level set, Han Shen's strength would definitely be significantly reduced. And this was just the effect of a level 100 epic set. If he later obtained a set of mythic level priest equipment for the 10th turn, the power boost would likely shock the entire world. You, a 4th turn priest, actually have 240,000 health, almost catching up to me, a 7th turn Grand Knight. Is there any justice in this? When Xianyuan Mengqi saw Han Shen's attributes, her understanding of the priest profession was completely overturned. She was known as the Blood Cow, a great knight, and now her health was about to be surpassed by a 4th transition useless priest. If this got out, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Miss, how much health do you have? Han Shen was curious about just how thick a 7th transition great knight's health was. Only 400,000. Xianyuan Mengqi did not hide it. Without considering the guild bonuses, her base health was 400,000, which was already quite substantial. It should be noted that the average health of a normal 7th transition player is around 300,000. And Xianyuan Mengqi exceeding that by 100,000 was well deserved of the title Blood Cow. Then, Han Shen concealed his equipment attributes. Once hidden, the equipment on Han Shen would not be revealed, which was quite convenient. Miss, can you use the guild's intelligence capabilities to find those spies from the Fire Nation who ambushed me? With absolute strength, Han Shen planned to retaliate, looking for ways to eliminate these little bastard strongholds. There were always petty people trying to deal with him from behind, and that feeling was quite unpleasant. Sitting and waiting for death was never Han Shen's style. That's not a problem. They are making such a big fuss about appearing. It won't be too hard to find their secret base. Give me a few days. After that, Han Chen and Xianyuan Mengqi went to a luxurious hotel, disguising themselves as professional tourists. In the following days, not only did Xianyuan Mengqi have to protect Han Chen closely, but she also took care of all his living expenses. Hello, I would like to book 2 single rooms. Wait a moment. Han Chen also walked up to the front desk. Miss, why are you booking 2 rooms? Don't forget, you are supposed to protect me closely. If you book 2 rooms, how can you protect me? You have to know that those foreign transitioners are quite powerful, with all sorts of strange magic and items. They could whisk me away in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mengqi looked at Han Chen, her beautiful eyes narrowing, thinking, little brother, dare to tease your sister? Are you afraid of me? Hello, then just 1 room will do. Xianyuan Mengqi smiled at the front desk lady. What the hell? Han Chen was taken aback. The other party was not playing by the rules. Shouldn't she be looking for reasons to refuse? Room 69. The room was very luxurious, very clean, and even had a special fragrance. The atmosphere was nice. But the atmosphere between Han Chen and this young lady felt a bit awkward. This was a case of teasing gone wrong, and he was now at her mercy. Your cat is nice. Xianyuan Mengqi had long noticed the little mantu that had been following Han Chen. Once inside the room, she directly hugged the little mantu in her arms. Women have no resistance to cute things, and petting cats is one of their favorites. What? Do you have an opinion? If not, I can just swap with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianyuan Mengqi summoned her imposing Black Panther. Roar! The Black Panther's blood-red eyes stared intently at Han Chen, making him swallow hard. He just wanted to remind her that the little manta had electricity on it, to be careful. But unexpectedly, the Black Panther walked up to Han Chen, obediently lying on him, rubbing its big head against him. What the hell? You are supposed to be an incredibly powerful battle pet. Is it appropriate for you to act cute with me like this, given your golden armor? Seeing her battle pet so well behaved, Xianyuan Mengqi was also quite surprised. It should be known that her Black Panther was the king of beasts born in the dark forest, with its own pride, and ordinary people could not get close to it at all. This kid is a bit interesting. Xianyuan Mengqi's interest in Han Chen grew stronger. On the other side, in a certain dense forest on the outskirts of Lianhua City, in a very secret underground room sat 3 7th transition masters. A flag of flames hung on the wall. Big Bear, you have to give me an explanation. This is clearly your intelligence error. Ergo, my intelligence is fine. It's your incompetence, your dereliction of duty. What did you say? Your intelligence says the Dragon Kingdom's sun only has 4 turns. Right. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom's sun just 4 turns now? Your people went in droves and couldn't even defeat 2 elders from the Dragon King gang, and you still say it's not your incompetence? Damn it, you son of a bitch, I'm so furious I want to compare seppuku with you. Come on, let's compare. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, there was a loud clatter as 2 great swords were thrown onto the table, clearly the work of the boss's 7-turn expert, who was now furious. Here, the swords are right in front of you. I want to see how you plan to compare seppuku. Big Bear and Ergo looked at the great swords before exchanging glances, both swallowing hard. Baka, all of you are baka, stop talking about seppuku all the time. The boss, Jutaixio, was extremely angry. A strict order had come down from above. No matter the cost, they had to capture the Dragon Kingdom's sun, and they had also dispatched an 8-turn super expert who would arrive soon. Consolidate the team, let the scouts continue tracking the Dragon Kingdom's sun's location. If we can't catch him openly, then we'll play dirty. We must capture the Dragon Kingdom's sun before Lord Rigu arrives. Right, playing dirty is what we in the Fire Nation excel at, the two echoed. 3 days later, although Han Chen and Xianyuan Mengqi lived in the same room, that big bed had nothing to do with Han Chen anymore. However, Xianyuan Mengqi in her pajamas truly amazed Han Chen. This woman was really strange looking. Heroic and handsome in combat gear, yet exuding a delicate femininity in her everyday attire. Any normal man would find it impossible to resist a woman with such a face, figure, and charm. Elder Han, we have intelligence. Han Chen, browsing through gang tasks and checking the information of various elders on the sofa, suddenly brightened. After waiting for several days, he finally received good news. Where? In a suburban area of Lianhua City, on the edge of the Mist Forbidden Zone. Xianyuan Mengqi took out a map and pointed to the location. Very good, these bastards are finished. After saying that, Han Chen secretly set off with Xianyuan Mengqi towards the secret base of the Fire Nation's transmuters. Bang bang bang. Baka, why have we lost track of the Dragon Kingdom's sun? What are you doing? Have you gone looking for flower girls? Again? Jitaixio angrily pounded the table. My lord, it seems the Dragon Kingdom's son suddenly disappeared. We have no way to trace him. However, the elder from the Dragon King gang did trace him, but he returned to the Dragon King gang headquarters. My lord, could it be that the Dragon Kingdom's son also went to the Dragon King gang headquarters? The scout reported, trembling. Baka. Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom's son must still be in Lianhua City. Lord Rigu was on his way with the divine decree of the Jing Kingdom's divine envoy. The Dragon Kingdom's son is definitely still in Lianhua City. We must find him. Yes. The scout accepted the order. Just as they were about to start their investigation from the three major families, suddenly a huge black panther descended from the sky, instantly blocking the exit of their secret base. Not good. Enemy attack. Hearing the commotion outside, the Fire Nation's 7-turn transmuters were instantly dumbfounded. They had been discovered. It was needless to say that the scouts from the Dragon King gang had found their base. Baka. I should have thought of it. The Dragon King gang wouldn't give up easily. We should have changed bases. Break out, don't linger in battle. Our target is the Dragon Kingdom's son, not the people from the Dragon King gang. Jitaixio quickly issued the order. But Han Chen wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Every unfavorable factor must be eliminated to ensure absolute success. Miss, let's go. After saying that, Han Chen directly unleashed several auxiliary forbidden spells. Holy Light Guardian, Absolute Defense, Absolute Domain. Feeling her attributes surge and the terrifying continuous healing ability along with other incredible states, Xianyuan Mengqi was dumbfounded. With such auxiliary states, Xianyuan Mengqi had the illusion that even her father couldn't kill her. You tell me this is a priest? What a joke. When did priests become this overpowered? Miss, stop daydreaming, those bastards are about to run. Xianyuan Mengqi snapped back to reality, swinging her red dragon spear. The miss has arrived, everyone, get lost. Wait, no, that's not right. The miss has arrived, all of you shall die. Han Chen. Xianyuan Mengqi let out a long howl, like a goddess of war, raising the red dragon spear high, riding the black panther as if entering a no man's land, slaughtering all around. Holy spear. Wind wheel. Bang bang bang. Minus 380,003. Minus 354,780. Minus 401,548. A single area skill was unleashed. All the 7th transition players from the Fire Nation here were instantly killed. Facing Xianyuan Mengqi's attack with over 5 times the increased attributes, they couldn't withstand it at all, like fragile chickens, shattering at a touch. Baka. How can a knight be fiercer than that spatial mage from the Dragon King Guild? Retreat through the secret passage. Ji Taishao, Big Bear, and Ergo, the 3 7th transition players, saw Xianyuan Mengqi's ferocity and immediately lost their fighting spirit, wanting only to escape. Although the 3 of them fled through the secret passage, thinking they had successfully evaded Xianyuan Mengqi's pursuit, they didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a boy with wind and thunder wings appeared before them, accompanied by a fierce little kitten that kept clawing and hissing at them. Wind and thunder wings? It's the son of the Dragon Nation. No wonder the scouts couldn't find him. It turns out he can change his appearance. The 3 instantly recognized the person as Han Chen, because they had received intelligence from the Jinghua envoy that the son of the Dragon Nation possessed the forbidden spell of flying with wind and thunder wings. 3 old dogs, are you trying to catch me? Han Chen smiled, a somewhat eerie smile. With a 100% cooldown and 19,925,000 mana, Han Chen was confident he could slaughter them, regardless of what trump cards these 3 7th transition masters from the Fire Nation had. Son of the Dragon Nation, I didn't expect you to come to us. We won't be polite. The 3 Fire Nation players each used their skills, wanting to take down Han Chen and then escape to meet Lord Riku. Poison Strike, Breakthrough Kill, Black Prison Curse, Blood Blade, Thousand Leaf Slash, a Poison Shadow, Assassin, a Dark Priest, and a Blood Blade Warrior, all extremely powerful classes. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be defeated in an instant by their combined efforts. A mere Fire Nation dares to lay hands on this son. Do you know that in the Dragon Nation's Forbidden Zone, stepping in means certain death? Han Chen held the Azura staff, lightly pointing, releasing the forbidden spell. God's Forbidden Zone. Nani? Impossible. The 3 7th transition masters from the Fire Nation were enveloped by the power of God's Forbidden Zone. All their skills were sealed, and even their bodies couldn't move, as if frozen in midair. At this moment, Han Chen could perfectly control the power of the forbidden spell, only enveloping these 3 Fire Nation masters without covering their base behind them. Xianyuan Mengqi was still rampaging within the base, the sounds of explosions ringing out continuously. Silence God's grief. Knowing he wouldn't get any information from these 3, Han Chen had no intention of holding back, casually casting a mental forbidden spell on the 3. Minus 1,603,221. Minus 1,624,532. Minus 3,242,233. Unexpectedly triggering a critical hit, causing over 3.24 million damage. However, even without a critical hit, he could still kill them in an instant. The 3 didn't even have a chance to utter harsh words before they were dead beyond recovery. If given a chance, they would definitely warn Lord Rigger not to come to the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely not to come, because coming here is like delivering oneself. This Dragon Kingdom's son of God is not human. He is a monster, a true monster comparable to a deity. Boom! At this moment, Xianyuan Mengqi swept through the entire base, leaping out from the ground on a Black Panther. Upon seeing Han Chen, Xianyuan Mengqi quickly ran over. On the ground, the three Fire Nation's 7th transition masters had already died with their eyes wide open. Elder Han, did you do this? Just 3 7th transition practitioners, it's just a matter of one skill. As he spoke, Han Chen began to collect the equipment, money, and other belongings of the three. Goodness! Selling this batch of equipment could earn at least several small targets. Elder Han, let's leave the equipment of these 3 Fire Nation practitioners for those in the guild who need it. Of course, I can have the president transfer you the market price. The equipment of these 3 Fire Nation 7th transition practitioners was quite impressive. Even some of the 7th transition elders in the guild probably didn't have better gear. That's naturally no problem. The Dragon King Guild had prepared an impressive priest set for themselves, and Han Chen naturally intended to repay the Dragon King Guild's generous support. Ding! 1.5 billion blue star coins have been credited. Hearing the notification of the deposit, Han Chen grinned. Now he was instantly a billionaire. It seems that farming people is more profitable than farming monsters. I really hope to encounter more high-level Fire Nation practitioners. However, I suddenly want to say, I'm no longer interested in money. Old Ma, are you polite? Having temporarily dealt with those infiltrators from the Dragon Kingdom, Han Chen was ready to prepare for the 5th transition. To complete the 5th transition, in addition to needing the 5th transition proof, exclusive job materials were also required. Just right. In the past few days, Han Chen had also reviewed a lot of information, and there was a dungeon in Lianhua City that could drop materials for the priest's 5th transition, and he could also complete some tasks for the Dragon King Guild along the way. This way, he could also increase his contribution to the guild, making it easier to exchange for priest skills and such. Although he knew that the Dragon King Guild had ulterior motives, Han Chen didn't want to always take advantage of others. It's not good to owe favors. The priest's 5th transition required gathering 5 exclusive materials: Sacred Soul Heart, Holy Crystal, Healing Rune, Light Necklace, and Sacred Armband. Han Chen specifically searched the Dragon Xia Trading Hall for all priest-related items and found that not a single exclusive material for priests was available. It seemed that the exclusive materials for priests were indeed valuable but hard to find. No, it should be that no one was selling these things at all. With 1.5 billion blue star coins, Han Chen could have indulged himself, and even if the materials were expensive, he wouldn't have blinked an eye. But unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned. With money but nowhere to buy, he could only rely on himself to farm. Thus, Han Chen set his sights on the highest level dungeon in the Eastern Province, City of Forgotten, LV 90-180. It was said that this dungeon had a chance to drop the Sacred Armband and Holy Crystal, as well as the 5th transition proof. Moreover, the Dragon King Guild had several tasks related to City of Forgotten, such as being the first to clear the hell difficulty of City of Forgotten, which could earn 300,000 guild contributions. The City of Forgotten dungeon had different maps for each difficulty level. The hell difficulty map was extremely complex and had level restrictions. Practitioners above the 6th transition could not form a team to enter. This meant that only teams within the 6th transition could enter. However, so far, no one had been able to explore the entire hell difficulty of City of Forgotten, let alone clear it. Therefore, the hell difficulty of the City of Forgotten dungeon became the highest difficulty dungeon for practitioners. Below the 6th transition in the Dragon Kingdom, and many top exploration teams from other major provinces were still probing this dungeon. Once someone could clear the hell difficulty of City of Forgotten, they would definitely become famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom immediately. However, to enter the hell difficulty of City of Forgotten, at least 3 people were required to form a team. This was a hard requirement. Han Chen glanced at Manhwa, thinking that with her connections, she could easily find someone to team up with. So, Han Chen asked, "Miss, do you have any acquaintances in the Eastern Province? I want to run the Forgotten City and need to find a few more people to form a team." Xianyuan Mengqi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she thought Han Chen wanted to run the normal difficulty of the Forgotten City to level up. Indeed, the monsters inside the Forgotten City offered rich experience. Even in the easy difficulty of the Forgotten City, the experience from the small monsters was much higher than that of other dungeons at the same level. With his own strength, using a level suppression item to bring his level down to 150, and with this guy's powerful support, clearing the hard difficulty of the Forgotten City shouldn't be a big problem. After thinking for a moment, Xianyuan Mengqi recalled a good girlfriend of hers. Although she wasn't in the Eastern Province, as long as she sent a message, she could immediately come via the teleportation array from another province. Well, I have a girlfriend, a 6th transition Holy Spirit Master, and she's a very beautiful super healer. With the 2 of you supporting me, I guarantee we can sweep through the Forgotten City and get you leveled up quickly. Holy Spirit Master? Girlfriend? Hey, the girlfriend part is the key, circle it, that's what we need to test. Han Shan's eyes lit up. This was the so-called T0 support of the Dragon Kingdom, and her healing capacity was universally recognized as bottomless. The skill. Books for Holy Spirit Masters were particularly easy to obtain compared to other support classes, and each skill was an excellent healing skill. If you needed control, there was control. If you needed buffs, there were buffs, and the key was that the healing could be guaranteed to be continuous, a solid world-class all-around support. In the ranking of support classes, there were 2 recognized top spots. The first place was the Holy Spirit Master, while the last place was the Priest. It could be said that these were 2 extreme types of support. One is loved by everyone, while the other is abandoned by all. My girlfriend always shows off her profession. This time I'll let her see just how terrifying the support capabilities of the priest she always looks down on can be. Xian Yuan Mengqi revealed a sly smile. Han Shan had long been accustomed to this kind of playful mischief among girlfriends, especially from his sister and her friends. As long as they could gather 3 people to enter the dungeon, everything else was not a problem. Besides, having a stunning beauty to level up with was a pleasure. Then let's head to the Forgotten City dungeon first and wait for your girlfriend to arrive. Before long, Han Shan and Xian Yuan Mengqi arrived at the location of the Forgotten City dungeon. This was an area of ancient tombs that had been fully explored, and the entrance to the Forgotten City dungeon was right at the entrance of this vast ancient tomb. It was truly a sea of people. Most were here to grind levels. Of course, there were also top teams from other major provinces of the Dragon Kingdom challenging the hell difficulty of the Forgotten City. Look, it's the 8-star guild, laughing proudly under heavens. Exploration team, they're coming out. I wonder if they cleared it this time. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Han Shan turned to look and saw a 6-person team, each one covered in injuries, a pitiful sight. Failed again. When someone saw that the clearing record stone tablet did not show a record for clearing the hell difficulty, they couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. The hell difficulty of the Forgotten City was truly like hell. Just look at the laughing proudly under heaven guild, a 12-person exploration team, all wearing full sets of golden gear, all 6th transition level experts, yet in the end, 6 died, and the remaining 6 were all heavily injured. It was evident that the Forgotten City hell difficulty truly deserved its reputation as the most terrifying dungeon for those below the 6th transition in the Dragon Kingdom. Some experts even analyzed that to clear the hell difficulty of the Forgotten City, at least half of the 12 people needed to wear epic or even legendary sets to have a chance at clearing it. Do you believe the experts? But how difficult is it to gather a 6th transition epic set? Even the powerful Dragon King Guild didn't have a single person with a 6th transition epic set, at most some individual epic gear. Looking at the Dragon King's beloved daughter, Xian Yuan Mengqi, one can tell that even a level 7 Great Knight doesn't have many epic level pieces of equipment. Elder Han, my best friend has arrived. Xian Yuan Mengqi spoke in the team channel and pulled in a stunning beauty to apply for the team. As the team leader, Han Shen naturally needed to give his consent for her to join. After adding the beauty to the team, Han Shen finally saw her basic information. Chen Xiaoqian profession, Spirit Master, 6th transition, level, LV160 Guild, Dragon King Guild position, Special Elite, Guild positions, Ordinary Member, Senior Member, Elite, Senior Elite, Special Elite, Elder, Honorary Elder, Vice President, President. She's also a member of the Dragon King Guild, and a Special Elite just below Elder. But thinking about it, it makes sense. A best friend of the guild's flower must have a significant background, so it's normal for her to join the Dragon King Guild. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you. This is our guild's newly promoted Elder Han, the old demon. Xian Yuan Mengqi acted as the introducer. He's the Elder Han who's been causing a stir in the guild? He's a priest? How can he be so young? He must be under 20, right? Chen Xiaoqian covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. To be precise, I'm 18 this year. Nice to meet you. Han Shen had hidden his information, so the other party could only see his handsome face and priest profession. 18? Chen Xiaoqian was dumbfounded, looking at Han Shen as if he were a monster. At this age, he should just have recently transitioned to a new profession, right? How could he become a guild elder? Could he be the illegitimate son of the Dragon King president? Or a little wolf dog raised privately by Chi-Chi? You'll know once we enter the dungeon. Xian Yuan Mengqi teased. Once everyone was gathered, Han Shen smiled knowingly and chose the dungeon difficulty. Ding, do you want to select hell difficulty mode? Confirm. Ding, the team will enter the hell difficulty Forgotten City in 3 seconds. Please prepare, the 3 of you. The 2 beauties who were joking nearby were instantly stunned upon hearing the prompt. Stinky brother, did you get it wrong? Hell difficulty? Just the 3 of us? At this moment, Xian Yuan Mengqi was so angry she wanted to swallow this stinky brother whole. Don't be fooled by her being a level 7 Great Knight. Even with her level suppressed, facing the hell difficulty Forgotten City, she would only be subjected to a beating, even without level suppression. Whoa, Chi-Chi, did you call me here just to send me to my death? Spirit Master Chen Shaoqian was also in despair. She was well aware of the terrifying reputation of the Forgotten City. Many top forces had invited her to clear the hell difficulty of the Forgotten City, and she had refused without hesitation. Because in her view, no one in the Dragon Kingdom could clear the hell difficulty of the Forgotten City. It was a level 6 death level dungeon. Once you enter the Forgotten City, hell difficulty dungeon, unless you reach the city, you cannot forcibly exit the dungeon. A spirit master, a priest, and a knight, this combination, let alone reaching the city, would be impressive enough if they could last half an hour. Sister Chen, there's no need to panic. With me here, you just need to lie down, but don't spread your legs. Ah, why do you call me sister? Chen, and what do you mean by don't spread your legs? Han Chen was too lazy to explain these broken jokes. He had already equipped the Shura staff, ready to make a big show and demonstrate the terror of unlimited forbidden spells. Crack, crack, strange noises sounded. Knowing that the monsters of the Forgotten City had taken the initiative to attack, the expressions of the two women immediately became serious, ready for battle. At this point, no amount of lamenting would help. They could only fight with all their might to reach the city and then forcibly exit the dungeon. Ding! Upon entering the Forgotten City, you have been sensed by the Great Lord Kakajita, and you are under the Lord's alchemical curse, reducing your physical defense by 30%. They haven't even started fighting, and their physical defense has already been reduced by 30%? Han Chen and the others were startled by the prompt. From the information they had, the monsters in the City of Oblivion were all physical attack monsters. No wonder so many large guilds and powerful teams always failed in their raids. It turned out that their physical defense was forcibly reduced by 30% right from the start. Don't underestimate this 30%. Once the defense is insufficient, facing a large number of monsters can lead to an instant breach. Breaching defense and not breaching defense are two entirely different concepts. The hell difficulty of the City of Oblivion is comparable to some legendary level dungeons, otherwise, no one would have been able to clear the hell difficulty until now. Han Chen and the others looked ahead and saw that where the dark mist dissipated, special mechanical monsters began to emerge continuously. Alchemical Viper, Hell, level, LV100 Hell for 80,000 skills, Death Entanglement, Stagnation Venom, Rapid Bite. Alchemical Spider, Hell, level, LV105 Hell 520,000 skills, Poison Spear Spray, Deadly Spider Silk, Summon Exploding Spider. The first monsters to appear were only these two types, but their numbers were astonishing, stretching endlessly, with at least thousands of monsters. Oh my gosh, the minimum health is 480,000? Higher than Chi-Chi? How are we supposed to farm this? Chen Shaoqian instantly lost her fighting spirit. No matter how tough Chi-Chi was, or how much she could hit, with her support, they absolutely couldn't handle this group of monsters. This was not a hell-level dungeon, it was simply a legendary-level dungeon. This was just the first wave of the weakest monsters. There would definitely be even more terrifying monsters to come, each with attributes more ruthless than the last. No wonder those 8-star guilds suffered heavy casualties with their 12-man teams. Han Chen was also somewhat surprised by the powerful attributes of the hell difficulty monsters in the City of Oblivion. If it weren't for the fact that his cooldown had already reached 100%, allowing him to unleash forbidden spells infinitely, it would indeed be difficult to farm. Seeing this, Han Chen frowned slightly and retreated behind the others. Damn it, stinky brother, didn't you say to let us lie down? What do you mean by retreating behind us? Chen Shaoqian said angrily. Don't panic. Senior Sister Chen, I'm preparing a big move. Watch closely, these mere alchemical monsters can be wiped out with a wave of my hand. Han Chen raised the Shura staff high and unleashed the highly destructive mental forbidden spell Annihilation Soul Grief. Centered on Han Chen, a terrifying mental storm suddenly appeared and continued to expand, shattering all the dark mist. The mental power was earth-shattering, leaving the two women dumbfounded. Impossible. Priests don't have such powerful attack skills. Chen Shaoqian exclaimed. Is this a mental storm? Do priests have this kind of skill? Shen Yuan Mengqi looked at Han Chen in disbelief. But in any case, this kind of powerful mental skill was enough to destroy the world. Even an 8th transition grade master would likely be unable to withstand it, and this group of alchemical monsters would definitely not be able to resist. Now there was hope. Who would have thought that elderly Feiyu's combat power was so terrifying? Was this really the most useless support class? The priest? At this moment, thousands of alchemical monsters stopped in their tracks, seemingly intimidated by Han Chen's terrifying mental forbidden spell. But the next second, after the mental forbidden spell swept down, the alchemical monsters very human-like looked at each other, then looked at their own bodies, only to find that not a single hair had fallen off. -0, -0, -0. Countless 0 damage values popped up above the heads of the alchemical monsters. Gah! Han Chen was petrified, questioning his life. Hiss hiss hiss. Chirp chirp chirp. The alchemical vipers and alchemical spiders roared again and launched their attacks, unleashing skills all the way. Are you kidding? Ha! Are you trying to pit me? This skill has might, but no damage at all. Chen Xiaoxian couldn't help but complain, almost cursing. Stinky brother, can you be a bit more serious? Xian Yuan Mengqi was also feeling like she was bleeding internally from Han Shen's skills. I said, how could a priest's attack skills be so powerful? It turns out they look impressive but are useless. At this moment, the monsters had already killed a few people, and Xian Yuan Mengqi had no choice but to let Han Shen and Xiao Qian heal her and provide buffs. At this point, she could only fight desperately. Boom! Watching Xian Yuan Mengqi riding a black panther to block the approaching alchemical monsters, Han Shen was still in a daze. It doesn't make sense. His desolation of the divine grief was an incredibly powerful mental forbidden spell, capable of easily erasing the souls of 9-star monsters. How could it not deal any damage to these alchemical monsters around level 100? After looking at the description of this forbidden spell again, Han Shen confirmed that his mental forbidden spell was fine, so the problem likely lay with these alchemical monsters. Suddenly, Han Shen thought of a possibility: these alchemical monsters might not have souls and were mechanical alchemical puppets being secretly controlled by someone. After finding the reason, Han Shen reignited his confidence. It turned out that it wasn't that his forbidden spell was not strong enough, but that these monsters were immune to mental damage. At this moment, even with Xian Yuan Mengqi being fully supported by a 6th-turn Holy Spirit Master, she couldn't withstand the impact of thousands of alchemical monsters, and her health was rapidly declining. Divine Light illuminates. Plus 5,000. Plus 5,000. Plus 5,000. Chen Xiaoqian continuously unleashed powerful healing skills. If Xian Yuan Mengqi fell, she would definitely not survive the next second. But with her healing output, it couldn't keep up with Xian Yuan Mengqi's losses. Just as Xian Yuan Mengqi was about to collapse, Han Shen took action again. Cough cough. That was a wrong demonstration. This time, I'll let you know the true power of a priest, Holy Light Guardian. Just as Xian Yuan Mengqi's health was about to hit rock bottom, she was instantly restored to full health. Before Chen Xiaoqian could be stunned, Han Shen looked at the alchemical monsters surrounding them and unleashed a powerful forbidden spell, Judgment of Light. Boom! A sky full of golden light illuminated the map. Even the distant forgotten city was outlined by the glow, and all the alchemical monsters, including those that had not yet attacked from afar, were dissolved by the golden light capable of incinerating everything. You have slain the alchemical viper, gaining 8,000 experience. You have slain the alchemical spider, gaining 10,000 experience. You have slain the alchemical berserker, gaining 13,000 experience. One skill wiped out thousands of alchemical monsters. The two women had never seen such an unscientific scene. At this moment, apart from being shocked, they felt like their hearts were turned upside down. Can you believe it? A priest, one skill, swept away thousands of hell-level monsters. Is this really a priest? Even a 7th-turn hidden class mage wouldn't have this ability. Gulp. Chi-Chi, tell me honestly, where did you find this freaky little brother? He's too abnormal. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqian's pride as a T0 support shattered into pieces. Xian Yuan Mengqi chuckled. It wasn't her who found him, but her dad who drank fake liquor. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqian was still in shock. Her strongest healing skill only restored 5,000 plus health, while the other party directly restored the nearly dead Chi-Chi to full health. Moreover, the other party's one attack skill directly wiped out a large number of hell-level monsters. With this strength, are you telling me that priests are the most useless class? Anyone who dares to say priests are the most useless, I will definitely give them a big slap. At this moment, if Han Shen told her that he was a national treasure disguised as a newbie to farm dungeons, Chen Xiaoqian would absolutely have no doubts. Han Shen ignored the two women's shock and glanced at the items automatically picked up through the ghost spider metal. Alchemical serpent gun, unidentified. Alchemical spider boots, unidentified. Alchemical bear hammer, unidentified. Alright, basically, they were all unidentified equipment. It seems that the higher the equipment level, the more identification is needed, which can be quite a significant expense. After all, an identification scroll for levels above 100 costs 100,000 blue star coins, and the higher the equipment, the more expensive the identification scrolls become. However, for Han Shen, who currently has a fortune of 1.5 billion, this expense is just a drop in the bucket. Yet, with so many monsters, only a dozen unidentified pieces of equipment dropped, and not a single skill book was found. How stingy! As for the exclusive materials for priests, those were even less likely to drop. Sisters, stop daydreaming. We should head into the lost city, Han Shen said with a charming smile, like a neighborly little brother. Elder Han, how did you do that? Xian Yuan Mengqi was the first to snap back to reality. Having personally felt this guy's terrifying combat power, she increasingly felt that her father and Elder Shintaishu were definitely hiding something from him. A fourth transformation. Youth, barely an adult, and still a priest casting instant forbidden spells? The only ones capable of such feats in this world must be the legendary divine sons. Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Mengqi's heart tightened. She wasn't foolish, on the contrary, she was quite clever, and thought to herself, no way, could he really be a divine son? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Han Chen knew that the health flower had probably guessed something, but he wouldn't admit it. Once he figured out the secret of the divine sun, no one would be able to stop him from going wherever he wanted, unless they wanted to taste the flavor of infinite forbidden spells. The three of them made their way straight to the entrance of the Lost City. Along the way, they saw the severed limbs and fragments of alchemical monsters. The two girls were increasingly shocked. A single skill could affect an entire large map. Was this even human, really? You two wait here outside the city. I'll go in and clear a way first. Han Chen stepped into the Lost City alone. The two girls had actually been brought along by someone all the way here, and they had hoped to show off this time by bringing a handsome little brother to clear the dungeon, but unexpectedly, they were still just lying there. This ancient, crumbling city seemed to be divided into several layers, resembling a mechanical city with distinct levels. In the first layer of the city, looking around, there were all sorts of oddly shaped alchemical stone men, each one robust, their eyes flickering with electric light. Boom! The ground shook. A gigantic building over 10 meters tall moved strangely, and a mechanical sound echoed as this massive structure transformed into a giant mechanical stone man. Alchemical stone man boss, hell, level, LV110 health, 800,000. Skills, earthquake impact, meteor fall, boulder drop, stone skin defense, earthquake, earth power, giant elephant clone. Description: the first layer boss of the Lost City, a mechanical stone monster made from seabed iron and stone. Dialogue: I also jumped out of a rock. Why am I not a monkey? Han Chen rolled his eyes. Because you're made of iron, how could you possibly be a monkey? Dialogue: huh? Why has my stick shrunk? No worries, it's not about size, it's about power. Here it comes, the nonsensical dialogue again. Dialogue: as solid as a rock. My little ones, crush this brat. All troops attack. All the alchemical stone monsters in the first layer, under the boss's command, charged madly towards Han Chen, forming a thunderous stampede. What the hell? It's only the first layer and it's this difficult. This dungeon truly lives up to its name of hell. It's simply terrifying. God's forbidden zone. A binding type forbidden spell was unleashed. All the stone monsters were immobilized. Seizing this opportunity, Han Chen suddenly released wind and thunder wings and flew to the top of the alchemical stone man boss. Forbidden spell, Holy Light Nebula. A massive nebula enveloped the monsters of the first layer, countless beams of holy light raining down, creating a grand spectacle. The booming sounds made the two girls outside the city feel numb. Yes, numb, not wet. Destruction static. Field, Little Mantu was not to be outdone and actively unleashed his own forbidden spell. Minus 200,033. A massive amount of damage values continuously appeared above the head of the alchemical stone monster boss, and before long, it collapsed under the strikes of two forbidden spells, dropping a pile of items. This time, more than a dozen pieces of equipment dropped, along with a pair of magical materials, but none of them were exclusive to the priest class, nor did they drop a fifth transfer proof. However, this time the boss was generous, dropping a skill book, Flying Slash, a combo skill book that could only be learned by a fourth transfer warrior. Good stuff. This Flying Slash can be sent to Li Feiyu. It seemed that the Lost City was not incapable of dropping good items, rather, one had to defeat bosses to obtain them. Immediately, Han Chen hurriedly called the two girls into the city, and they set off towards the second layer of the Lost City together. The Lost City was vast, and the map was quite complex. If it weren't for the forbidden spells in hand, which could directly shatter this city, it would indeed be difficult to find the entrance to the second layer. The two girls had already grown accustomed to Han Chen instantly killing all the monsters. They arrived at the second layer. Judgment of Light, all alchemical giant apes perished. Third layer, Holy Light Nebula, all alchemical armored giants were destroyed. In less than 30 minutes, the three of them successfully reached the final layer of the Lost City, the fourth layer. If it weren't for Han Chen meticulously counting the items to see if he had obtained the materials he needed, their speed would have been even faster. If this speed of clearing the dungeon were to spread, it would surely shock the entire Dragon Kingdom in an instant. This was not just clearing the hell difficulty of the Lost City, it was like strolling through their own backyard. There were no small monsters in this fourth layer, but Han Chen knew that this must be the place of the final boss. Dialogue: It has been a long time since anyone has made it this far. Three brave transmuters, your strength has earned my recognition, but you can only go no further. An ancient voice echoed. Then, a withered, alien elder slowly appeared, standing on a circle of alchemical magic array, resembling a dark elf. Kakajita, Dark Alchemist, race, Dark Elf, ultimate boss of the Lost City, hell level, LV 180. Health 200,000/200,000 strength 120145 constitution 1745562 spirit 241552 agility 142543 skills great alchemical array giant castle dark curse infinite puppetry alchemical 100 kill technique life conversion. Description: The outcast of the dark forest, betrayed by allies, wandering with the Lost City, cursed by darkness, unable to return to his homeland for life, transformed into an evil dark alchemist. Dialogue: I will forge the most perfect alchemical puppets from you, making you my collectibles for life. Come, Sink into despair. Humanity. Boom. Kakajita eerily merged into the ground. The fourth layer of the city began to undergo earth-shattering changes. A gigantic castle giant that blotted out the sky appeared. The dialogue was serious, but the terrifying atmosphere was overwhelming, causing Han Chan and the two girls to shiver involuntarily. Not to mention how strong this boss was. Just facing such a creature that could block out the sun and moon gave a suffocating sense of oppression, even a feeling of despair. Judgment of light. Of holy light. Han Chan raised his hand and unleashed a double forbidden spell. Golden light shone like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. Boom, boom, boom. The attacking forbidden spell struck the boss, causing black smoke to rise. Minus 50,000 damage, minus 15,000 damage, minus 20,000 damage, minus 35,000 damage. Seeing this damage, Han Chen was slightly surprised. How high could this big guy's defense be? His own forbidden spells only dealt this little damage? This thing had 2 million health points. But Han Chen was not flustered. If one forbidden spell can't solve the problem, then let's use two. If two don't work, let's try the taste of infinite forbidden spells. Judgment of light. Of holy light. Holy light nebula. One forbidden spell after another was unleashed. Golden light and black smoke intertwined, causing the entire dungeon space to tremble. Desolation of the divine. Minus 0 damage. Oops, sorry, I used the wrong skill. Under the relentless bombardment of infinite forbidden spells, the health of the Kakajita boss quickly plummeted. Dialogue. I thought I was already twisted enough, but it turns out there are people beyond. People, mountains beyond mountains. You monster, what a monster. Dialogue. Huh? Wait, I seem to sense the breath of a god. Boom boom boom. The massive boss was blasted to collapse, leaving only Kakajita hidden within. Han Chan was not at all hesitant. God's forbidden zone. Of holy light. Minus 50,000 damage, minus 65,000 damage, minus 300,000 critical damage. This last hit actually dealt 300,000 critical damage. This is the absolute power of single target forbidden spells. The two women witnessed the entire process, now left with their mouths agape, dumbfounded. A priest dealing 300,000 damage, even the Dragon King Guild's strongest skill can't compare, right? Boom! A huge explosion sounded, black smoke billowed, stirring up a terrifying storm. This Kakajita boss probably hadn't even reacted before being buried under the terrifying power of infinite forbidden spells. Ding! Congratulations on your first clear of the hell difficulty Lost City. Your team's name will be remembered, forever enjoying glory. Please name your team. Hearing the familiar prompt, Han Chen thought for a moment and named the team Dragon King Guild. With the 9-star Dragon King Guild as a facade, these people wouldn't be too surprised, because the Dragon King Guild clearing the hell difficulty Lost City seemed perfectly reasonable to them. If the Dragon King Guild couldn't clear it, they really wouldn't know which force in the Dragon Kingdom could. This dungeon is just too difficult. Only those who venture know. Ding, confirming team name as Dragon King Guild. Since you are the first clearing team, each member is rewarded with an epic level jewelry, the Lost Ring. Damn, the three of them were overjoyed upon hearing the prompt. The hardest jewelry to obtain in equipment, and its epic level jewelry. After receiving the Lost Ring, the three hurriedly checked its attributes. Lost Ring, epic level, category, jewelry level, 120 health plus 10% all attributes plus 3,200 all resistances plus 25% durability, never wears out special effects, equipment specialization, passive, wearing level can be reduced by 10 levels. Lost Exploration, passive, increases visibility range by 10 meters in foggy areas. Alchemical resistance, passive, when attacked by dark forces, can reduce damage by 10%. Storage space, gain 100 cubic meters of storage space. Puppet summon, active, can summon 10 small alchemical mice at once to explore unknown areas. Hiss. Seeing these amazing attributes, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in awe. The attributes of the Lost Ring are simply top-notch. Especially the passive effect of Lost Exploration. It's practically a divine skill for exploring foggy areas. Don't underestimate the effect of increasing the range by 10 meters. It significantly boosts the survival rate during exploration. Love it, love it. Shen Yuan Mengqi and Shen Shaoxian couldn't wait to put on the Lost Ring. The unique colorful glow of epic level equipment was so enchanting. Sister Chen, miss, how about this ring? Do you like it? Han Chen smiled at the two women. The two wanted to hide their joy, but their little faces were flushed, unable to conceal it at all. I like it. Chen Shaoxian replied crisply, not caring why the other person called her Chen Shiji. The usually aloof goddess of the flower gang merely coughed twice and said nothing. She began to doubt whether this was really her father's illegitimate child. If not, then he wasn't her brother. Yes, not my brother. Oh dear, why is this annoying little brother so bothersome? Chi-Chi, I suspect this brat is cheating. I want to report him. Shen Yuan Mengqi shot Chen Shaoxian a glance, thinking that if he was cheating, she would want to cheat too. At this moment, Han Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the excitement of the two girls and immediately began to check the items, discovering that the boss had dropped the exclusive profession materials he needed. Holy crystal, holy armband, and soul sacred heart. Moreover, it also dropped a 5th transfer proof, which was incredibly generous. This meant that as long as he collected the light necklace and healing rune, he could go to the temple to accept the 5th transfer quest. As for levels, Han Chen was completely unconcerned. Having cleared the hell difficulty Lost City, Han Chen had already leveled up by 9 levels, reaching level 115. Although the experience required for subsequent levels was considerable, running through the hell difficulty Lost City a few more times would easily get him to level 120. There was no rush. Collecting exclusive profession materials was the priority. After putting on the lost ring, Han Chen's attributes surged again, especially his health, which instantly approached 300,000, comparable to a 7th transfer professional. If he were to display his attributes on Douyin, it would probably make many 7th transfer high-level professionals cry in the bathroom. What are these materials? Han Chen saw several glowing special stones. Enchanting crystal can be forged into equipment to gain attribute upgrades. This was akin to the golden red dragon spear of the Flower Gang, which was enchanted to +10, with attributes comparable to some epic level equipment. Such good items are available on the market but are hard to come by. After all, materials that can enhance equipment attributes are treasures favored by all the big shots. Once they appear, they will be snatched up by the big shots. This is a good thing. When he reaches the 10th transfer in the future, he can farm for a top-tier 10th transfer weapon and enchant it all at once. As for the other equipment dropped by the boss, they were mostly unidentified, totaling 14 pieces. It seemed that a few of them were part of a set, as the name suggested, likely a mage set. Lost staff, unidentified. Lost robe, unidentified. Lost belt, unidentified. With a 100-level epic priest set, Han Chen naturally looked down on these pieces of equipment and turned his attention to 2 skill books. Bandage technique, a universal skill book that can continuously restore health, learnable at 4th transfer. A universal skill book means it can be learned by all professions, including life professions. Han Chen wouldn't miss out on a skill book he could learn. He had to learn this one himself. Having one more recovery forbidden spell was a good thing. Most importantly, he didn't know if it was because he had transformed into a forbidden spell that there was a chance of failure when learning. Skills. Sweep across the army, Knight skill book, learnable by 7th transfer knights. Isn't this a powerful skill book suitable for the Flower Gang? However, Han Chen wasn't a saint. Since he had farmed it himself, if the other party wanted it, they naturally had to pay for it. At this moment, Shen Yuan Mengqi's gaze was already fixated on the Sweep Across the Army skill book. This was a powerful skill book that knights dreamed of, its value immeasurable. Want it? Han Chen asked with a smile. Yes, I want it, Shen Yuan Mengqi replied modestly. With this skill, challenging the Star Tower would definitely take it to the next level. If you want it, then fine, I'll sell it to you. Han Chen dumped all the equipment and skill books he didn't need onto the Flower Gang, asking her for a reasonable price. After a dozen minutes, 2 billion. Pack it all up, I'll give you 2 billion. Shen Yuan Mengqi had the guild's appraiser give a valuation, providing a reasonable price. Han Chen estimated that the hell level mage set was worth several hundred million, considering that the guild's valuation was higher than the market price, which was quite reasonable. Farming dungeons really does bring in money fast. No wonder those big shots are all rolling in wealth. After the 3 exited the dungeon, the previously silent completion record monument was now shimmering with colorful lights. Hey, brother, do you think there's something wrong with my eyes? A 5th-tier job changer stared blankly at the completion record monument and asked a passerby next to him. Passerby? If there's nothing wrong, then why do I see colorful lights on the completion record monument? It looks like the hell difficulty dungeon of the Lost City has been cleared. The job changer continued. Brother, are you out of your mind? Have you lost it? Boom! The completion record monument suddenly erupted with brilliant colors. An ancient voice echoed. The Dragon King Guild team has first cleared the hell difficulty of the Lost City. Their names will be eternally inscribed on the monument, their glory everlasting. Immediately, the top section of the completion record monument displayed the completion record. Hell, Dragon King Guild. Time taken, 42 minutes 56 seconds. In an instant, the area of the Lost City dungeon fell silent. The dungeon, known as the hardest to clear within the 6th tier, had been completed, and it was done by the 9-star guild, the Dragon King Guild. What shocked everyone the most was the completion time. What the hell? 42 minutes, 56 seconds? Is this even humanly possible? Countless gasps echoed. Looking at the second column of the completion record, Nightmare, laughing. Proudly under heaven. Time taken, 120 hours 34 minutes 38 seconds. The 8-star guild, the super luxurious team of Laughing Proudly Under Heaven, took 5 days to barely clear it. Logically, the hell difficulty should require at least 10 days to complete. But now, with completion record of less than 43 minutes, damn, this is simply cheating. Wait, everyone look, only 3 people cleared the hell difficulty of the Lost City. Someone discovered the secret. For such high-level dungeons, there was a small feature. By casting a probing spell on the completion record, one could know how many people were in the team and their respective classes, but specific information was not visible. Some high-level job changers quickly cast their probing spells. Dragon King Guild Team, 3 people, classes, Dragon Lance Knight female, Priest, male, Spirit Master female. What the hell? 3 people can clear the hell difficulty of the Lost City? And they only have 1 combat class. With a priest the most useless support class? The top guild teams from other provinces all gasped in shock. National top experts had analyzed that for the hell difficulty of the Lost City, a reasonable team of 12 people with super equipment was required to have a 1 in 1,000 chance of clearing it. Otherwise, even if the national heavyweights personally suppressed the level to enter the dungeon, they would likely return in failure. So what does this mean now? 3 people, only 1 Dragon Lance Knight, and she's a girl, accompanied by 2 supports, and they cleared it just like that? Even in less than an hour. Where are those top experts? Come out and explain. Honestly, I'm so tired of what experts say now. It's not credible at all. Quick, call the Dragon King Guild team, they must still be here. Someone shouted frantically. As soon as Han Shan and the others exited the dungeon, they had already quietly left. This was not a place to linger. In an instant, platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and BB Station began to wildly promote this event. This matter spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping across the entire Dragon Country. Countless onlookers went crazy sending bullet comments. What? The Lost City, that kind of death dungeon, was cleared in less than an hour? By a 3-person team? Only 1 combat profession, and it's a girl? Don't ask me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I'm in awe of the divine. I was so scared that I reflexively gave my mother-in-law a big kick and kicked her twice. I felt like I was on fire. The scene of the completion record stone tablet of the Lost City became the hottest topic in the Dragon Kingdom. Far away in the imperial capital, the Dragon Kingdom's national seat and other top powers were also stirred, all calling the Dragon King Guild to inquire about the situation. President, something that has caused a sensation throughout the Dragon Kingdom has happened. 3 members of our guild have cleared the Lost City on hell difficulty. Did you send the young lady to do this? A group of elders from the Dragon King Guild gathered in the Xianyuan Heavy Country Pavilion. When Xianyuan Heavy Country received the call from the national seat, he instantly guessed that it was his beloved daughter and the divine child who had cleared the Lost City dungeon. The Dragon Lance Knight, and only one from the Dragon King Guild, was Kiki. As for the priest, it was undoubtedly the divine child Han Shen, and the spirit master should be Kiki's best friend, Shen Xiaoqian. The identities of the 3-person team were clear. However, the Dragon King still wanted to keep it under wraps. He didn't want to blow things up and expose the divine child's identity and deeds, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, "This matter was arranged by me. I've studied it for several years. The Lost City dungeon actually has a small bug. The more people there are, the more monsters there are in the dungeon, and the stronger they become, making it harder to clear. So I had Kiki take 2 supports to give it a try, and unexpectedly, they really succeeded." Upon hearing this, everyone was half convinced. Is that really the case? Is there really this bug? Among the elders, only Shin Taishu had a resentful expression. How could he not know that this matter had nothing to do with the president? It was clearly that scoundrel who forgot his friends for the sake of beauty who caused this. The young lady and Shen Xiaoqian merely took advantage of the situation. Without the divine child, the 3 of them would have no chance of clearing the hell difficulty of the Lost City. That little bastard, as soon as I leave, you take the girls flying. How infuriating. Shin Taishu felt a bit jealous. Such a great event that made a name for itself throughout the Dragon Kingdom had nothing to do with him, and just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Soon, various big shots in the Dragon Kingdom confirmed with the Dragon King Guild that this was a secret mission arranged by the Dragon King, and the 3 who cleared it were indeed Elder Xian Yuan, Mengqi, Elder Li Feiyu, and Elite Shin Xiaoqian from the Dragon King Guild. In this internet age, the names of the 3 spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom in just one day. Watergate City. Rose Guild. While preparing for the 4th transfer, Li Feiyu suddenly saw his name appear in the news headlines, staring blankly for a while, then several black lines appeared on his forehead. Han Shen, you really are a piece of work. Using my name to do bad things. Seeing it was the Dragon King Guild, Li Feiyu knew without thinking that it was Han Shen's doing. At this moment, Li Feiyu received a text message from Han Shen. Old Li, I found a warrior skill book for flying slash that requires the 4th transfer to learn. I've already sent it out, so don't forget to sign for it when it arrives. Li Feiyu quickly replied, Old Han, at least you have a bit of conscience. If I get surrounded, you must come to save me. I know, don't worry, those who understand will understand. Killing and arson, Li Feiyu, everyone admires Han Tianzuan. Not talking anymore, I'm busy. I'll be back for the official graduation ceremony at school, and then I'll treat you to 1998. Get lost. Meanwhile, Han Chen returned to the hotel room with the 2 girls. The front desk lady saw Han Chen bringing back another beauty and couldn't help but flash back to the previous scene. Pa! Scumbag! As soon as they entered the room, Chen Xiaoqian saw Han Chen and Xian Yuan Mengqi's shoes and clothes scattered on the sofa, and the bed was a mess, as if a great battle had taken place. Chen Xiaoqian's imagination ran wild, and her little face turned red in an instant. Actually, Han Chen and Xian Yuan Mengqi were just in a hurry and didn't have time to tidy up. Oh my, you actually? Xian Yuan Mengqi immediately tapped Chen Xiaoqian on the head, playfully scolding, "Oh, what are you thinking, you little girl, how shameless." Chen Xiaoqian was not having it, pouting her lips and saying, "What do you mean, what am I thinking? Just look at this, even a fool can see what happened. Are you going to say you two aren't living together?" Han Chen, on the side, chuckled, "You didn't see wrong, we really are living together. It's been several days now. Oh, I'm so exhausted, my back hurts. Look." Chen Xiaoqian was already thinking of leaving this place. Xian Yuan Mengqi rolled her eyes at Han Chen and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoqian, don't listen to him, we haven't done anything." At that moment, Han Chen's phone rang. He stopped laughing and answered Han Yu's video call. "Hey, little brother, have you missed your sister?" At that time, Han Yu seemed to have just taken a shower, wrapped in a towel, with a headscarf on, looking like a beauty just out of the bath. "Oh, little brother, you're in a hotel?" "No, behind you." Han Yu saw Xian Yuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian behind Han Chen. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my god, little brother, you actually went to a hotel with girls. Going to a hotel is one thing, but with two. Little brother, you actually played double. The last word, Han Yu couldn't bring herself to say, it was too embarrassing. Han Chen covered his face, feeling extremely frustrated. "Sister, don't talk nonsense, it's not what you think." Right, it's not what you think, we are just temporarily staying together. Nothing happened. Xian Yuan Mengqi explained, even she didn't believe it herself. "Hello, sister, huh?" Chen Xiaoqian looked extremely embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing Han Yu, who looked not much older than herself, Chen Xiaoqian confirmed that this Han Elder was really only 18 years old, which was unbelievable. An 18-year-old priest with the strength to kill a level 180 hell difficulty. Boss, how did he do that? As for Han Chen, at this moment, the more he explained, the more awkward it became. It was as if he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After a bit of a struggle, Han Chen finally changed the subject. "Where are mom and dad? Aren't they home?" "Yeah, you know them, they've worked hard for most of their lives. They said now that you are successful and making money, they can enjoy life, but they won't listen, they still insist on going to work, saying they can't sit still, and when they do, they feel uncomfortable everywhere." Hearing this, Han Chen sighed lightly. "And you, little brother, money is hard to earn, don't spend it recklessly. If you have extra, your sister can save it for you and give it back to you during the new year." Well, what a good sister. If she knew he currently had about 3.5 billion, he wondered if she could handle it. In the end, Han Chen transferred some money to his sister, asking her to keep it a secret. Remembering the newly learned skill, bandage technique, Han Chen quickly prayed, hoping he wouldn't fail the learning process. "You have learned a new skill, bandage technique, automatically evolving into a special forbidden spell life drain. Life drain, active skill. Can drain the life points of enemies to replenish your own life points, draining 50,000 life points from the target unit per second, lasting 30 seconds, consuming 200,000 mana with a cooldown of 20 minutes, can drain up to 10 target units. Oh my goodness. This is a special healing skill that combines recovery and damage. Moreover, it is a group life draining skill, lasting 30 seconds, draining 50,000 life points per second. That totals to 1.5 million life points. If the opponent doesn't have a powerful healer to continuously restore health, they are definitely doomed." Remembering that he had accepted several guild tasks, Han Chen quickly opened the guild panel. Guild contribution for 20,000 with 420,000 guild contribution points he could exchange for items from the guild warehouse. Han Chen hurriedly searched the guild warehouse for the priests' promotion materials, only to find that there were none for the 5th promotion. The guild warehouse had plenty of good items, but there were no materials for the priest's 5th promotion. How frustrating. Han Chen had no choice but to post a message on various trading platforms. Under the identity of Elder Han from the Dragon King Guild, seeking to purchase healing runes and light necklaces. Nowadays, his identity was quite renowned in the Dragon Kingdom, and countless powerful figures wanted to get to know him. Han Chen believed it wouldn't be long before someone contacted him. The priest profession rarely saw anyone reach the 5th promotion, and the exclusive materials for priests were indeed hard to come by. He had managed to obtain 3 items only because he had completed the hell difficulty of the Lost City, where the drop rate was extremely high. If he were to farm for them again now, it would likely be very difficult to obtain the materials. Now that he had money, he naturally didn't want to spend a lot of energy farming for things that could be solved with money. Sure enough, within a few days, Han Chen received a video message. Upon opening it, he saw an elder from an 8-star guild stating that he had healing runes and light necklace materials for sale, and he showcased them. Han Chen immediately replied to the other party, agreeing to trade at the entrance of the promotion sanctuary. On the other side, within the secret base of the Fire Nation's promoters, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared. Looking at the chaos in the base, with bodies strewn everywhere, the mysterious person's gaze turned extremely fierce. The figure took out a strange mirror and softly commanded, "Reappear." The mirror suddenly burst forth with an enigmatic light. Yada Mirror, one of the 3 national treasures of the Fire Nation. The scene that had occurred in the base not long ago bizarrely reappeared. Seeing Shenyuan Mengqi rampaging through the place, along with a priestly man, the mysterious person grinned. So it was the Dragon Kingdom's divine son and the elder of the Dragon King Guild who annihilated this place. However, he did not witness Han Chen casting the forbidden spell in an instant. This person was none other than Rigo Aikiru, an 8th promotion elite from the Fire Nation, sent to capture the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom. He successfully infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom using the Yada Mirror. If it weren't for the fact that those above the 8th promotion couldn't completely conceal their secrets through the Yada Mirror, the Fire Nation would have sent a 9th promotion super expert to capture him. Suddenly, the entire base was enveloped by a mysterious force. The next moment, whoosh, the base eerily fell into darkness as if swallowed by the shadows, leaving no trace. Track. Rigo Aikiru once again utilized the power of the national treasure, and the mirror revealed the locations of Han Chen and Shenyuan Mengqi. Seeing Han Chen heading alone to the promotion sanctuary in Lotus City without accompanying the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, Rigo Aikiru's eyes narrowed slightly. To think I have to take action myself. Dragon Kingdom's divine son, you can't escape. This time, the Fire Nation had already suffered heavy losses by sending an elite team to secretly infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, and other countries from the Angel Nation were also eyeing them closely. Rigo Aikiru had to resolve this quickly. He dared not challenge the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom alone. In Lotus City, at the promotion sanctuary, Elder Zhang Tai from the 8-star guild Shishuan Alliance was already waiting for Han Chen at the gate. Before coming, the guild leader, Elder Mo, had specifically instructed him that if he could obtain the hell difficulty strategy for the lost city from the other party, that would be ideal. If not, he shouldn't be discouraged and should find a way to befriend the other party. An hour later, Han Chen finally arrived. Although his identity as Elder Han was well known nationwide, no one had seen his current appearance. So Han Chen dared to appear openly. To be able to directly accept the 5th promotion task later, Han Chen had specially farmed a few dungeons beforehand to raise his level to 120. Han Chen recognized the other person at a glance and took the initiative to walk over, saying, "I am Elder Han of the Dragon King Gang. You are the one selling the healing runes and the light necklace, right?" Seeing the renowned Elder Han of the Dragon King Gang looking so young, Zhang Tai was slightly taken aback. It is well known that the elders of the Dragon King Gang are at least level 7 and must possess nationally recognized strength. He guessed that the other party was collecting materials for his priest disciple. After thinking this, Zhang Tai introduced himself. "Elder Han, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhang Tai, an elder of the 7 Mysteries Alliance, and a shield warrior." Zhang Tai? Han Chen was momentarily stunned and found it amusing. He didn't expect someone would actually be named Zhang Tai. Unable to resist making a joke, Han Chen said, "Your name is Zhang Tai? How come you haven't been turned into a puppet?" "I've been turned into a puppet? What the hell?" Zhang Tai looked puzzled. Although his guild leader was a level 9 ultimate puppeteer, the leader had treated him with great kindness. How could he possibly turn him into a puppet? "Elder Han is joking," Zhang Tai replied, taking out the healing runes and the light necklace, which were leftover stock from the early years of the 7 Mysteries Alliance. He hadn't expected they would come in handy today. Seeing these 2 materials, Han Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "Elder Zhang, please name your price." He. Elder Han may not know, but with just 3 of you, you can clear the hell difficulty Lost City dungeon. I admire that greatly. These materials aren't worth much. Let's just consider it a way to make friends. Zhang Tai didn't directly ask what he wanted in return but instead chose to be friends first. Upon hearing this, Han Chen smiled knowingly. He wasn't surprised. Making a connection with someone using 2 level 5 priest materials was indeed a good deal. Thus, Han Chen accepted Zhang Tai's gift of friendship with a smile, and they exchanged contact information. "It's my honor to meet Elder Han. I'll take my leave now, and hopefully, we can team up for dungeons in the future. Alright, farewell." After watching Zhang Tai leave, Han Chen couldn't wait to step into the class change sanctuary. From what he had learned these past few days from Shenyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian, level 5 was a significant turning point for class changers. Ordinary professions could advance to special professions, and some special professions were even on par with hidden professions, though their attribute growth wasn't as high as that of hidden professions. "Hello, I'm here to take the level 5 priest class change quest." "Okay, sir, please follow me." After submitting the exclusive Materials for the level 5 priest and the level 5 proof. The class change stone emitted a sacred glow. Detected that the current class changer's profession is priest. Level is 120, meeting the level 5 requirements. The class change quest will now be issued. Quest issued successfully. Level 5 quest. Retrieve the treasure lost to the world by the divine priest, the blessing staff. Quest 1. Go alone to the lava abyss. Secret realm. Defeat the lord of lava and obtain the flame holy eye. Quest hint. To assist you in battle, for brave warriors will charge into the fray for you. As a priest, you must demonstrate your powerful healing abilities. If any warrior dies, the quest will fail. Quest 2. After obtaining the flame holy eye, wear it and go to the pure forest secret realm to fulfill the wishes of Grand Priest Danji's. Quest hint. Upon completing the quest, you will receive the Grand Priest Danji's treasure, the wish key. Quest 3. With the wish key, you can enter the Dark Sea secret realm, where 4 treasure chests are scattered. Each chest contains a drop of divine tree essence. You need to collect 4 drops of divine tree essence. Quest hint. Collect the flame holy eye, wish key, and divine tree essence to fuse them into a legendary staff, thus recreating the blessing staff once used by the ancient divine priest. Seeing the array of quest hints pop up on the panel, Han Chen was left speechless. He had guessed that the level 5 quest would be complex, but he hadn't expected it to be this complicated, involving 3 secret realms and requiring the completion of 3 quests. Moreover, from the introduction, it is clear that the difficulty of these 3 tasks is absolutely hellish. However, the final task hint indicates that one must fuse a legendary staff into a mythic staff, which made Han Shen's breath quicken. A mythic level equipment. There's probably only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom, right? If this 5th tier tasks blessing staff could be used by him, just thinking about it was exhilarating. The attributes of a divine artifact would surely exceed Han Shen's imagination. After accepting the task, Han Shen sent a message to Xianyuan Mingqi, informing her that he would be undertaking the 5th tier task and would return to the hotel afterward, so she wouldn't need to protect him closely. After all, this 5th tier task would likely take a considerable amount of time, so he needed to give her a heads up to avoid her panicking if he suddenly went missing. The Dragon King would probably jump up in alarm. Just as Han Shen stepped out of the job change sanctuary, preparing to head to the lava abyss secret realm, a sudden chill emanated from behind him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, cold to the bone. Dragon Kingdom's son, come with me. For a moment, a sinister voice whispered in Han Shen's ear. Han Shen felt his body bound by a mysterious force, unable to move, but the skill bar still showed he could release skills, indicating he hadn't been silenced, which relieved him somewhat. He had actually been targeted. The other party knew he was the son, and their accent was strikingly similar to that of the Fire Country's job changer he had previously eliminated. It was clear this person was a high-level job changer from the Fire Country. Since the other party was an enemy, Han Shen would not show mercy. God's Forbidden Zone. Life Drain. He unleashed 2 forbidden spells in an instant, not intending to give the other party a chance to counterattack. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Nishigu Aikiru was stunned. He was an 8th tier hidden class dark spellcaster, yet the other party could instantaneously unleash such powerful skills, completely binding and silencing him. This skill was countless times stronger than his own skill, Dark Binding. Minus 50k. Minus 50k. Minus 50k. My health. Seeing his health plummet rapidly, Nishigo Aikiru panicked completely. He never expected the Dragon Kingdom's son to be this powerful. This life drain actually ignored all his defenses. Damn it! It's a forbidden spell. The Dragon Kingdom's son can instantaneously cast forbidden spells. Just as Nishigu Aikiru's health was about to hit 0, the passive skill effect of the Yata Mirror activated, helping him break free from the binding. The Yata Mirror unleashed a magic array, and Nishigu Aikiru vanished in an instant, just as he was on the brink of death. Escaped? Han Shen frowned, his expression serious. That mirror-like object had put immense pressure on him. He wanted to pursue, but there was no way to do so now. It seemed he would have to be even more cautious in the future. The Fire Country? One day, I will turn you to dust. Off the coast of Lianhua City, Nishigo Aikiru appeared weakly on the surface of the sea. Damn it! If it weren't for my inability to unleash the true power of the Yata Mirror, I would never have been suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom's son. The Dragon Kingdom's son can actually instantaneously cast a powerful forbidden spell. This matter must be reported to the Divine Envoy. With that thought, Nishigu Aikiru quickly used a health recovery potion and then hurried back into the territory of the Fire Country. Lianhua City Job Change Task Area. Lava Abyss Secret Realm. The entrance was actually at a volcanic crater. Han Shen equipped the Azura staff and stepped into the secret realm entrance without hesitation. This place was a sea of molten lava, waves of heat rolling around. Although he wasn't losing health, the intense heat was somewhat unbearable for Han Shen. Ding, you have entered the Lava Abyss Secret Realm. Please wait patiently for 10 seconds, for brave warriors are about to arrive to join you. Clearance condition. In this task, you can only release support skills and cannot release attack skills. Cannot use attack skills? Han Shen frowned slightly. In that case, for other priests, this job change secret realm would be a hell mode. At that moment, Han Shen thought of something and hurriedly checked the guild warehouse to see if there were any items that could resist fire elemental power, and to his surprise, there was indeed one. Ice Pearl, purple, ice attribute. Skill effect plus 10%, fire resistance plus 300, requires 20,000 guild contribution to exchange. Without hesitation, Han Shen exchanged for this. Equipment. With this item, Han Shen immediately felt an incredible coolness, and the previous burning sensation vanished in an instant. 10 seconds had already passed, and he saw 4 figures rushing towards him from the not-so-distant sea of fire. These were the 4 NPC warriors mentioned in the quest prompt. As the 4 NPC warriors approached, Han Shen finally saw their names and levels above their heads. Brave Warrior. Ibase, level, LV-120 Brave Warrior. Iwangs, level, LV-120 Brave Warrior. Iloli, level, LV-120 Brave Warrior. Iyuji, level, LV-120. What the hell? The last NPC warrior was named Ihaizi, so you guys are all surnamed AI? Do you really have to have such ridiculous names? You must all be brothers, right? Looking at such bizarre names, Han Shen couldn't help but complain. Hey, you young man, how can you mock the names of us brave warriors? These names are quite nice, don't you want to complete the quest? Ibase said somewhat unhappily. Exactly, without us 4 brave warriors, do you think you can complete the 5th transfer quest? Dream on. Iwangs also mocked. Iloli, I thought a powerful priest was coming to do this quest, but it turns out to be a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Looking at you, it's obvious you lack healing power. You probably can't even heal us. Why don't you give up this quest, farm for your class materials and transfer proof again, and take the 5th transfer quest anew? Iyuji advised him to back off. Damn it. They look down on me before the quest even starts? If it weren't for the quest prompt not allowing me to use skills other than healing, I could clear this map of monsters in no time without needing you 4 fools. But to successfully complete the 5th transfer, Han Shen could only endure. For big brothers, I'm sorry, it's my first time seeing the world. Don't worry, even though I'm just a little priest, my healing power is in tons, absolutely sufficient. Ha! If your healing power is measured in tons, we'll call you Priest Daddy. The 4 NPC warriors clearly didn't believe him. Han Shen was too lazy to argue. Then please, for big brothers, let's go into battle. Seeing that they were still determined to take on this quest, the 4 NPC warriors had no choice but to lead Han Shen forward. The monsters in the lava abyss were all lava creatures, with levels ranging from 90 to 120. Their combat power was naturally not as strong as the 4 NPC warriors, but they had the advantage in numbers, with many being elite monsters over level 100. Upon seeing Han Shen and the 4 NPC warriors, the group of lava monsters immediately charged at them with claws bared. Lava Monster, Elite, Level, LV-110. Health, 150,000 Dialogue. It's been a long time since a weak priest came to do our 5th transfer quest. Boys, haven't you lost your milking skills? Tonight we can drink some milk, listening to the dialogue of these lava monsters. Han Shen couldn't help but complain again. Even the monsters looked down on the priest profession. How useless is the priest profession? Damn setting. Damn it, looking down on people, huh? Let's kill them. Immediately, Han Shen unleashed his auxiliary forbidden spell like it was free. I'm not losing health. My attributes have skyrocketed. My attack has become so high. My defense is invincible. Brothers, kill. The 4 NPC warriors were completely conquered by Han Shen's auxiliary forbidden spell, slashing down monsters while crazily shouting, Priest Daddy. Although these 4 NPC warriors are fierce and powerful, it still took quite a bit of time to clear out this group of lava monsters. Damn. This is the first time I chopped so smoothly. This time, I must take down that lava lord. That bastard burned my ass before, and I still have a scar. The 4 NPC warriors, relying on their Papa Priest behind them, were shouting like street thugs. Han Shen was speechless at such bizarre NPCs. Who on earth designed these characters? Boom! A massive eruption of lava suddenly burst forth from the central area, accompanied by the appearance of a fire attribute magic circle. Han Shen knew that the final boss, the Lava Lord, was about to emerge. Thud! A pair of gigantic lava beasts appeared from the magic circle, followed by a fire giant bathing in lava. Lava Lord level, LV-120 health, 200,000. Skills, Lava Roar, Volcanic Fire Sea, Scorching Burn, Rock Spray, Fire Breath. Dialogue, it's you 4 street thugs again. Last time you escaped by luck, this time, I will ensure you have no place to bury your bodies. Hey, this time we have Papa Priest, Lava Lord, you're dead for sure, the 4 NPC warriors boasted. Roar! All shall perish in the sea of fire. Seeing the boss go berserk, Han Shen was utterly speechless at these 4 NPCs. If it were any other priest, they would definitely be doomed by these fools. Divine Forbidden Zone. Han Shen casually trapped the boss. I am the great Lava Lord, why can't I use my skills? How can a priest possess such divine abilities? I refuse to accept this. The 4 street thugs didn't care whether he accepted it or not. They charged at the boss's back, wildly swinging their big swords. In less than half an hour, the Lava Lord met a tragic end under their blades. Hey! After clashing with this lava lord dozens of times, every time it was the weak priest who got burned first, leading to our defeat. This time, we finally got our revenge. Papa Priest is mighty. Han Shen ignored these 4 idiots, directly picking up the quest item Flame Holy Eye, then headed towards the exit without looking back. Flame Holy Eye, quest item, a ticket to the Pure Forest. Papa Priest, from now on, we will use your name to bully others. We will definitely meet again, the 4 NPCs shouted loudly. I don't want to see you again. Stepping out of the lava abyss secret realm, Han Shen had a strange expression. Why are the NPCs he encounters always so ridiculous? What the hell, are all NPCs like this? Who the hell designed them? Han Shen opened his phone and searched, finding that other NPCs assisting with class change quests were all quite normal. Aside from their scripted lines, they weren't as humanized and flamboyant as the NPCs he encountered. Shaking his head, Han Shen couldn't be bothered to think about these trivial matters. Following the quest prompt, he easily found the Pure Forest secret realm, equipped the Flame Holy Eye, and then smoothly entered the secret realm. You have entered the polluted Pure Forest. Find the last sanctuary where High Priest Danjis resides. The journey is long, and you may encounter monster attacks, so please prepare for battle. Tip: you can only walk there, flying items and skills cannot be used. After the quest prompt, a route map appeared on Han Shen's attribute panel. Goodness, this route indeed looks quite far. If he can only walk, it's hard to say when he will reach his destination, not to mention the time wasted by monster attacks. An ordinary 4th-tier priest encountering monsters, even just one, would take quite a bit of time. If faced with a group of monsters, it would definitely lead to a quest failure. This quest seems simple, but in reality, it was absurdly difficult. Of course, for Han Shen now, it was just a matter of travel time. As for the monsters, do they dare to show up? Reluctantly, Han Shen had no choice but to run forward, casting a forbidden spell at any monsters he encountered along the way. Thus, a joyful boy appeared, sprinting through the Pure Forest. Undead Black Bear level, LV 105 health, 110000. Skills, Savage Charge, Lung Buster, Breath, Bite, Fury. Undead Blue Fox level, LV 108 health, 115000. Skills, Charm, Illusion. Are you afraid of fox odor? However, these scattered, tainted monsters were wiped out by Han Shen's forbidden spell before they could even approach him. A day later, Han Shen finally neared his destination. At the only entrance to the last Pure Land Valley, nearly 100 undead monsters had gathered. Good grief! This was no task for a mere priest to pass. Even the most ordinary monsters would be difficult to handle with the priest's limited skill damage. No wonder Han Shen had yet to see a priest above the 5th transition. Being a priest was truly too hard. Who was the idiot that came up with this setting? Come out and see how much people are cursing it. Han Shen cursed a few times in his heart, then used a holy light judgment to clear the monster horde. Ding, you have arrived at your destination. Find High Priest Danjis, he will provide you with the task prompt. Entering the last Pure Land, Han Shen saw several injured NPCs and a dozen child NPCs. A villager NPC dialogue. Everyone look, a great fool has come to support us, blessed by the divine priest. Village chief dialogue. Great fool, you finally arrived. Quickly, follow me to see the high priest, he is about to perish. What the hell? What does great fool mean? Han Shen rolled his eyes. It seemed the NPCs here were also a bit off. Entering the village chief's stone house, Han Shen met the task NPC High Priest Danjis. Danji's profession, Redemption Priest level, LV 120 health, 10/150000. Introduction: the only High Priest of the Pure Forest, Guardian of the Pure Forest, but the invasion of the Undead King has left him cursed and on the brink of death. Dialogue: Great fool, I knew you would come. I can no longer protect the villagers. The ancient teleportation array has been activated by me, but it needs one more data charge before it can be used, and the Undead King will attack this last Pure Land tonight. Task prompt: withstand the invasion of the Undead King and his undead army, buying the villagers one night's time. This is High Priest Danji's final wish. During the task, it cannot be cancelled or exited from the secret realm. What the hell? Asking a priest to withstand the Undead King and his undead army? Even a hidden profession mage would fail at this. Suddenly, Han Shen had a realization of why they called themselves great fools. This was a death mission. Fortunately, he was a forbidden spell priest with a 100% cooldown and over 20 million mana, completely unafraid of any undead army. Danji's dialogue: Great fool, if you can help me find the water of life, I might be able to temporarily suppress the undead curse and take action. Restoration of all things. Han Shen casually cast a forbidden spell on High Priest Danjis. The light of life surged forth, enveloping Danjis, and in an instant, his health was fully restored and the undead curse on him was lifted. Sorry, searching for the water of life is too troublesome, so I'll just heal you directly. The air suddenly fell silent for a long time. Danji's dialogue: What the hell? I actually recovered? Great fool, are you cheating? Han Shen's restoration of all things was enough to shock the NPC for an entire year. Great! Another NPC with independent thought. Han Shen silently complained. Oh dear, little brother, could you Be the successor of the divine priest? Old man Danji's, little brother, don't just stand there, please take a seat quickly. Village chief, what's going on? The guests have arrived, and you still haven't brewed a pot of giant red robe? Ah, yes, I'll go brew it right away. Remember to use 180-degree pure water for brewing. As night fell, the king of the undead and his vast army surrounded the pure land. The undead army stretched endlessly, numbering at least hundreds of thousands. Damn it! The difficulty of the mission has exceeded the limit, hasn't it? It's beyond hell, right? Little brother, it seems the king of the undead is targeting you. What do you mean? The previous priest job. Changers who took this level 5 mission had the king of the undead send at most a few dozen undead monsters to form an undead legion. He wouldn't mobilize his entire force like this. At that moment, the enormous purple-gold skeleton of the king of the undead roared and arrived at the front line. King of the undead mission boss level, LV-120 race, undead health 320,000. Description: from the dark forest, the undead race invaded the pure forest to use it as a base, specifically to eliminate all priests who take on job change missions here. Dialogue: all priests will be sent to the dark abyss, none shall rise again, victory will ultimately belong to darkness. Dialogue: I can sense the damned goddess's aura, it must be the chosen one who has appeared. Little ones, kill everyone else and capture the job-changing priest. I want this priest to bend down and pick up soap, then use the undead staff to pierce his body and drain all his divine power. Goddess aura? The chosen one? Hearing the boss's lines, Han Shen frowned, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. This made Han Shen vaguely feel he had guessed something. The initial passive forbidden spell was called Goddess's Blessing. Little brother, it seems we won't see the sun tomorrow, but before we die, we must make the king of the undead pay a price. Little brother, stand behind me and just heal me. If it really becomes unbearable, then you should just commit suicide. It's much better than being pierced by the undead staff. The great priest Danji's had a face full of despair, as if in this scenario he was doomed to die. Sorry, I don't like being the man behind others. After saying that, Han Shen activated the wind and thunder wings and flew into the sky, pointing the Azura staff. Gods. Forbidden Zone fully release. With the 30% skill effect of Forbidden Sequence number 6 combined with the 20% skill effect of the Epic Priest Life Guardian set, and the 15% skill effect of the Little Steamed Bun's talent ability, a total of 65% skill effect was added. At this moment, Han Shen fully unleashed the power of the forbidden spell, the intensity of that skill far exceeding anyone's imagination. Buzz centered around Han Shen, an overwhelming force of the Forbidden Zone spread out, instantly covering the entire Pure Forest Secret Realm. It's worth noting that the size of the Pure Forest Secret Realm is comparable to that of a small country. This is the might of fully unleashing a forbidden spell. Judgment of Light, continuous release. To deal with undead monsters, one must use light attribute attack skills. The originally pitch black night sky, under the influence of Han Shen's 10, Judgment of Light, forbidden spells, was as bright as day. Boom! Terrifying golden light shot out in all directions from the last Pure Land. Each beam of golden light was like a laser cannon, igniting explosive fireballs. In an instant, the vast Pure Forest Secret Realm, except for the last Pure Land, turned into scorched earth. Forget about the undead monsters. Even the king of the undead was left with nothing. Crack! The great priest Danji's and the other NPCs all gaped in disbelief at everything before them. Damn it! Hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers were swept away by a level 4 priest just like that. Is this still a priest? Suddenly, Danji's had a realization of why the priest profession was suppressed by the dark gods. Alright, High Priest, the king of the undead is dead, and you are safe now. It's time to retrieve the quest item. Han Shen patted the still-dazed old Danji's. At this moment, Danji's was filled with mixed emotions. Goodness, you completed such a difficult class change quest so easily, beyond expectations. Truly worthy of being chosen by the goddess. Beep, High Priest Danji's wish has been fulfilled. Congratulations, you have received the quest item, Wish Key. Having obtained the quest item, Han Shen couldn't be bothered with the strange NPCs and directly clicked to leave the secret realm. As soon as he exited the secret realm, Han Shen activated the wind and thunder wings, heading straight for the Dark Sea class change secret realm. With the blue wish key, Han Shen easily entered the Dark Sea secret realm. As long as he completed this task, he could combine the Azura staff into a divine staff. Beep, you have entered the Dark Sea secret realm. This is a maze shrouded in mist, with 4 treasure chests, containing the essence of the divine trees scattered in 4 directions. Each treasure chest is guarded by a Dark Sea monster boss. Find the treasure chests, defeat the sea monster bosses, and obtain 4 drops of divine tree essence to complete the quest. You cannot leave this secret realm until the quest is completed. Quest hint, you cannot fly in this secret realm, and all skills cannot clear the mist. Exploration is required. The mist will dissipate as you explore. During the exploration, you may encounter attacks from Dark Sea monsters. Hearing the quest hint, Han Shen frowned slightly. This was similar to exploring the misty areas outside, but here it was a maze, making the exploration even more challenging. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly remembered the lost ring he obtained in the Lost City dungeon, which had an active effect. Puppet summon, that could summon 10 alchemical mice. I wonder if these 10 alchemical mice can help me explore. With that thought, Han Shen decided to activate the skill, and immediately, a magic circle appeared from the lost ring in his hand, summoning 10 small, exquisite, alchemical mice. Explore. With the command, the 10 alchemical mice darted off in different directions, and wherever they passed, the mist automatically dissipated. It really works. Han Shen was delighted. This made things much simpler. Thus, Han Shen actively released God's Forbidden Zone, enveloping the entire Dark Sea secret realm to prevent any Dark Sea monsters from destroying the alchemical mice. After all, the skills equipped had fixed cooldowns, unrelated to his own cooldowns. With the help of 10 alchemical mice, the mist in the entire Dark Sea secret realm was quickly dispelled, and the locations of the 4 treasure chests were easily found. Then, Han Shen unleashed his forbidden spells, swiftly defeating the 4 Dark Sea monster bosses, which were even stronger than the King of the Undead, collecting the 4 treasure chests and successfully obtaining 4 drops of divine tree essence. Fortunately, with the active skill of the lost ring, otherwise, it would have taken an unknown amount of time to explore this secret realm maze. Congratulations on completing the quest. You will be teleported out of the secret realm in 3 seconds. Once out of the secret realm, Han Shen found an uninhabited area and, according to the quest hint, fused the quest item with the legendary Azura staff in his hand. He watched as the Flame Holy Eye, Wish Key, and 4 drops of divine tree essence magically merged into the Azura staff. Whoosh! The Azura staff actively detached from Han Shen, hovering in front of him, releasing a dazzling divine light. This divine light was very warm and gentle, giving a feeling akin to a great sword, making him feel completely at ease. Before long, when the divine light dissipated, the Azura staff underwent a complete transformation, becoming a crystal clear, magnificent staff adorned with lifelike divine patterns that occasionally released a rainbow of divine brilliance. Ding! Congratulations on retrieving the blessing staff. In 10 seconds, you will enter the Divine Shepherd space under the power of the Blessing Staff to complete the final task. Meet the projection of the Divine Shepherd. As the 10 seconds passed, the Blessing Staff emitted a strange spatial door, and Han Shen was instantly sucked into it. Here is a high mountain cliff, surrounded by towering ancient trees and exotic flowers and grasses. At a glance, the mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist. And right under the ancient tree at the cliff, an old man with white hair and a white beard is playing with a red yarn ball. Are you playing with yarn? Yes, that's right, this old man is tugging at a long red yarn. Oh, a job changer actually made it here? That's quite a sight. The old man squinted at Han Shen. Before Han Shen could speak, the old man asked, "How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" Han Shen's expression turned strange, sensing that something bad was about to happen. "I'm just 18 this year, single." "What? A single dog? That's too pathetic. Back when I was 18, I already..." Hey, never mind. Let me tell you, single dogs have no right to complete the 5th transition task. Han Shen was dumbfounded. What the hell? What are you talking about? I can't complete the 5th transition task because I'm single? Who the hell set this up? But the old man completely ignored Han Shen's anger. Damn, old man, are you trying to make things difficult for me? I'm going to report you. But the old man playing with the yarn still paid no attention to Han Shen. Han Shen was furious. He had barely completed the previous tasks, and now this last task condition was so unreasonable. It was clear that they didn't want him to transition to the 5th level at all. It was utterly ridiculous. Looking at this smug little old man, Han Shen raised his staff, already feeling an impulse to take him down in an instant. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly stood up and said, Hey, young man, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. How about this? As long as you find a ready-made girlfriend right now, this task will be considered complete. Find a ready-made girlfriend? Han Shen frowned. This was really putting him in a bind. What kind of ridiculous 5th transition task was this, forcing him to get a girlfriend? This was too bizarre. However, Han Shen thought of Xianyuan Mengqi and senior sister Chen. He could ask them for help, just to act for a bit. Can I come back into this secret realm after I leave? Han Shen couldn't help but ask. The old man cut the red string in his hand, tied it into a bow, and handed it to Han Shen, smiling. Yes, as long as the task is not completed, you can come and go freely here. Young man, good luck. Han Shen glanced at the red string in his hand, then disdainfully looked at the old man before turning to leave the secret realm. Reluctantly, Han Shen had to call Xianyuan Mengqi. Soon after, Xianyuan Mengqi arrived. Han Shen didn't beat around the bush. He directly shoved the red string into her hand and said, For the task, can you temporarily be my girlfriend? Of course, it's just acting fake. You just need to accompany me to act for a bit when we go in. Ha! Xianyuan Mengqi thought she misheard. Although it was fake, a hint of awkwardness flashed across her face. I don't believe it. I've never heard of such a bizarre and strange task condition. Han Shen had no choice but to open his attribute panel and show her the displayed task condition. Xianyuan Mengqi frowned, her face filled with disbelief. At that moment, Xianyuan Mengqi actually felt a bit flustered. Although she was already 28, ever since graduating, she had been leveling up, and leveling up. Dating was something to put it bluntly, she was still a virgin. Even though it was fake, it still made her feel uncomfortable all over. Wait a moment. Xianyuan Mengqi walked away and actually called her dad. Hearing Xianyuan Mengqi's words, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Clearly, the president of the Dragon King gang also didn't believe such a bizarre and strange task condition. Chi, didn't I say it was fake? Just agree to him, make sure he completes the 5th transition task smoothly. This is very important. Dad. Xianyuan Chonghua had already hung up the phone and said, damn it, this kid really knows how to have fun. Not long after, in the secret realm, the old man looked up and down at the two. Is she really your girlfriend? The old man clearly didn't believe it. She really is. Han Shen was already a bit impatient. Since that's the case, you should do something that a couple would do. Upon hearing this, Han Shen panicked. Damn it, old man, you're going too far. The old man completely ignored him, as if he had guessed what Han Shen was about to do, and directly said, a kiss on the cheek doesn't count, you have to kiss on the lips. This was it. Xianyuan Mengqi's face flushed all the way to her neck. I'm not playing anymore. Xianyuan Mengqi turned to leave but was pulled back by Han Shen. Miss, I'm sorry, but I need your help. In the next moment, Xianyuan Mengqi felt her small mouth being blocked, warm and soft, her beautiful eyes widened, her whole body trembled, as if an electric current flowed through her. Once she reacted, Xianyuan Mengqi pushed Han Shen away and ran out of the secret realm like a madwoman. The old man looked at Han Shen with a smile, satisfied as he stroked his beard. Han Shen raised his staff, aimed it at the old man, and said sternly, old man, if you dare to make things difficult for me again, do you believe I can blast you to pieces with a forbidden spell? Young man, calm down. You're already so brave, how could I dare to make things difficult for you? Ding, mission completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the mythic level equipment blessing staff. Please return to the job change sanctuary to complete your 5th job change. Young man, this blessing staff is a gift for you. The heavy responsibility of restoring the glory of the priest is now yours. After receiving the blessing staff, Han Shen's anger gradually dissipated and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. But why did this blessing staff look so ordinary now? Where did the 7-colored glow that appeared at the beginning go? Han Shen quickly checked the attributes of this mythic level equipment. Perhaps the brilliance of this divine item had just become more subdued. But as soon as Han Shen checked the attributes, he was instantly dumbfounded. Blessing staff, mythic level, category, weapon level, LV0 strength, plus 40 constitution, plus 40 spirit, plus 60 agility, plus 40 durability, damaged special effect, divine shepherd's grace, passive skill, mana plus 100. Put. Han Shen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it. Seeing the attributes of the blessing staff, Han Shen was immediately dumbfounded and cursed loudly. Especially that so-called divine shepherd's grace, passive skill. Han Shen suspected that this old man was deliberately messing with him. Oh, dear, young man, you need to learn to respect your elders. This blessing staff was equipment I once used, but unfortunately, it was damaged in a battle against a dark deity. Although you retrieved it, the damaged state cannot be changed. It's a pity that I'm just a projection and have no repairability, but that doesn't prevent it from being mythic level equipment. In the future, you can find a corresponding life profession blacksmith, collect the necessary materials, and forge the blessing staff to gradually increase its level. The attributes of mythic level equipment will slowly reveal themselves. Upon hearing this, Han Shen's anger did not subside. He glared at the old man. He was clearly being played by this old man. After finally completing several tasks, he ended up forcibly kissing the flower of the Dragon King Guild. And in the end, he got this broken thing? You're dead. Han Shen raised his staff again, aiming it at the old man. The old man, frightened, dropped the ball of yarn he was holding. Oh dear, young people are so impulsive. After saying this, the old man transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. Damn! Han Shen gave a middle finger to the spot where the old man had vanished. However, soon Han Shen remembered his forbidden spell, Universal Restoration, which was said to be able to repair everything, including equipment. Han Shen was overjoyed and quickly cast this forbidden spell on the blessing staff. Universal Restoration. Buzz! The blessing staff instantly radiated a hint of colorful light, and its equipment level was raised to level 10. Wow! It really works! This forbidden spell is amazing. Why bother collecting materials and finding a blacksmith to upgrade when I can just upgrade it directly? Thus, Han Shen continuously cast Universal Restoration on the blessing staff. This action left the old man hiding nearby dumbfounded. Instant casting of a forbidden spell. And he could cast it consecutively. Truly worthy of being the chosen son of the goddess. Before long, Han Shen had restored the blessing staff's level to 120, and only then did he stop, as he himself was only level 120. If he continued to restore it, he wouldn't be able to equip it. Shattering. The equipment attributes again. Han Shen was nearly drooling. Blessing Staff, Mythical level, Category, Weapon level, LV 120 Strength plus 18,570. Constitution plus 24,258 Spirit plus 29,527 Agility plus 20,310 Cooldown minus 75% all resistances plus 300% healing effect plus 500% durability. Damaged special effects. Divine Shepherd's Grace, passive increases mana by 20%, restores 10% mana per second. Health Blessing, passive increases health by 15%. Movement Speed Blessing, passive increases movement speed by 15%. Control Reduction Blessing, passive reduces the control time of all control skills by 50%. Restoration Blessing, passive increases health and mana recovery speed by 10% per second. Divine Healing Barrier, active after release, all allied units within the barrier recover 10,000 health per second for 30 seconds, cooldown 15 minutes. Guardian's Domain, active activates a protective barrier within which immunity to non-forbidden spell control, damage reduction plus 50%, consumes 3,000 mana per second, no cooldown. Holy Blessing, active after release, all damage from attack skills within 10 seconds can be converted into healing value, healing oneself and teammates, cooldown 15 minutes. Blessing Meteor Shower, active where the meteor shower falls. Purifies all darkness, weakens dark skills by 20%, strengthens light skills by 20%, lasts 120 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Unlocked. Unlocked a total of 18 skill effects, 5 passive, 4 active, and 9 unlocked. Moreover, the durability changed from damaged to broken. Oh my goodness. This is the kind of attributes a mythical level equipment should have. Han Shen held the Blessing Staff, which was radiating a 7-colored aura, feeling as if he were the new generation of Divine Shepherd descending to the world. With the staff in hand, the world is mine. This was Han Shen's mood at that moment. Not far away, the old Divine Shepherd chuckled. I didn't expect the young man to have this ability. It truly makes me envious. The future is promising. The future is promising. After saying this, the old Divine Shepherd completely disappeared, and Han Shen was subsequently teleported out of the Divine Shepherd space. Han Shen concealed the radiance of the Blessing Staff and then looked around, not seeing Xianyuan Mengqi. She probably had returned to the hotel. Shaking his head, Han Shen revealed a bitter smile. From her performance, it was clear that, although Xianyuan Mengqi had the image of a cold goddess in everyone's hearts, she seemed to still be in the youthful stage regarding matters between men and women. Hiss. Han Shen took a deep breath. This was going to be troublesome. After forcibly kissing her, would she want to fight him when they returned? Subsequently, Han Shen returned to the job change sanctuary and submitted the level 5 job change quest. Congratulations on completing the level 5 job change quest. There is a certain probability of awakening a special profession at level 5, but the growth attributes are lower than those of hidden professions. After the prompt, Han Shen was bathed in the divine light released by the job transfer altar, feeling warm and quite comfortable. Han Shen could clearly sense that his attributes were increasing rapidly, much more intensely than during his 4th transfer. Suddenly, Han Shen vaguely saw the shadow of a goddess through the divine light. He couldn't make out her features, but she sat majestically on a divine throne high above the 9 heavens, as if she were the ruler of the gods from the celestial realm. The goddess glanced at Han Shen, revealing a smile that could turn the world upside down. In that instant, Han Shen felt as if he had crossed the vastness of the starry sky, drifting in a surreal and ethereal state. Locking eyes with the goddess, he found her gaze deep and hollow, leaving his heart unsettled. For a long time. However, the divine shadow appeared quickly and vanished just as swiftly. Before long, the 4th divine ring emerged behind Han Shen, and the 4 rings began to rotate in a rhythmic, dreamlike, and splendid manner. 5th transfer complete. But Han Shen did not feel a great sense of joy. The image of the goddess lingered in his mind. Is that the goddess? Is she the one who granted me my blessing? After a long while, Han Shen finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Based on the previous monster's dialogue and his own unique situation, Han Shen firmly believed that the goddess from the 9 heavens must be connected to him. Things he couldn't comprehend had to be set aside for now. Then, Han Shen opened his attribute panel to see how his attributes had changed after the 5th transfer. Han Shen Occupation, Forbidden Spell Priest. 5th transfer, Talent, number 6. Forbidden Sequence. Forbidden Sequence is the power to counteract the divine. All your skills will receive the enhancement of Forbidden Sequence power. Skill damage effect plus 30%, damage taken permanently minus 20%, healing effect permanently plus 20% level, LV 120 health, 622520 mana, 601,765, 6017,006,500, strength, 103467 constitution, 124504 spirit, 120353. Agility, 104346 free attribute points, 0, all allocated to Constitution, cooldown, minus 100%, Extreme, Occupation Assessment, 100 stars, Extreme. Looking at the 4 basic attributes exceeding 100,000 and over 600,000 health, Han Shen was completely stunned. This was just the basic enhancement. From equipment and personal attributes, not counting other attribute enhancements from the guild and so on. Damn! With these attributes, even without forbidden spells, it would be enough to crush other professions. It's worth noting that Xian Yuan Mengqi, a 7th transfer Great Knight, only has a health of over 400,000, and he had surpassed her by 200,000 with his 5th transfer. As for the occupation rating, this is a unique feature of the 5th transfer, assessing the strength of the profession. As far as Han Shen knew, hidden professions generally wouldn't score below 80 stars, but very few could reach 90 stars. A profession that could score 90 stars could basically reach the height of a 9th transfer, unparalleled national hero, and might even challenge the 10th transfer national treasure. Truly worthy of the forbidden spell priest profession. Achieving a 100-star rating, no wonder the attribute growth was so terrifying. Recalling that the 5th transfer would awaken 3 skills, including the universal skill of detection, Han Shen quickly opened the skill panel. You have learned a new skill, detection, automatically evolving into the forbidden spell All-Knowing Eye. All-Knowing Eye, passive skill, can detect all information of non-divine beings and unknown hidden areas, can see through all illusions and flaws. You have learned a new skill, Spirit Language, automatically evolving into the ultra-rare forbidden spell Soul Curse. Soul Curse, ultra-rare soul skill, single target skill. Upon activation, soul burns cannot be resisted by non-soul defense skills, dealing 300,000 damage per second, lasting 30 seconds, consuming 1 million mana, cooldown of 3 days. You have learned a new skill, Soothing, automatically evolving into the forbidden spell God's Hand. God's Hand is an active instant skill. If cast on an ally, it removes all negative effects and restores 50% of your current health. If cast on an enemy, it deals damage equal to 50% of your current health, consuming 300,000 mana with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Han Shen was very satisfied with these 3 new skills, especially the soul skill, which was simply a bug. If the opponent lacks soul defense skills, even with a 100% damage immunity skill, they would still suffer 9 million damage. With 9 million health, even the Dragon King, a top-tier player at the 10th class, might not have all attributes maxed out. Although the cooldown is 3 days, for him, it was completely negligible. Now, with the mythical equipment, the blessing staff, and the invincible single target soul forbidden spell, Han Shen was confident enough to contend with the super big shots of the 10th class, so there was no need to be overly cautious. Anyone who dared to act against him would face the consequences. Just as Han Shen was returning to the hotel, the other 3 dominant nations infiltrators in the Dragon Kingdom began to move. Inside the Dragon Kingdom, in the unexplored Misty area, Angel Nation's stronghold. We have received the latest intelligence. The Fire Nation's stronghold has been destroyed. They must have fought with Elder Shun Taishu of the Dragon King's Guild, which means the Fire Nation has found the Dragon Kingdom's son. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big move. I believe the other dominant nations, Leo Nation and Maro Nation, have also received this information. We must act quickly, ahead of them, to capture the Dragon Kingdom's son. Even if we can't capture the Dragon Kingdom's son, we must eliminate him. We cannot allow other countries to obtain the Dragon Kingdom's son. We, the Angel Nation, must be the #1 dominator, the leader said solemnly. Yes, if we can't capture the Dragon Kingdom's son, we will eliminate him. The senior class change players of the Angel Nation accepted the order. Meanwhile, the players from Leo Nation and Maro Nation also began to take action. They quickly gathered at Lotus City through the teleportation array in the nearby uninhabited area. Their only goal was to do everything possible to capture the Dragon Kingdom's son. Whoever could obtain the Dragon Kingdom's son would become the strongest nation and control the world's resources. Although it was unclear why only the Dragon King's Guild was protecting the Dragon Kingdom's son and why the Dragon Kingdom had not taken action, this was an unprecedented opportunity they could not afford to miss. On the other hand, Han Shen had returned to his hotel room. Seeing Shenyuan Mengqi lost in thought while Chen Xiaoqian was packing her things, Han Shen pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Sister, Chen, are you going back?" "Yeah, I've been out for several days, I need to go back. I still have guild tasks to complete. Don't forget about me when Elderly is running dungeons in the future." Of course. Han Shen readily agreed. Who could refuse a beautiful healer? A support character like Chen Xiaoqian, who was both beautiful and nurturing, was always in high demand wherever she went. However, it seemed that Chen Xiaoqian had noticed something was off between Han Shen and Shenyuan Mengqi. Why aren't you two talking?" Chen Xiaoqian asked tentatively. Shenyuan Mengqi coughed twice, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, but momentarily didn't know what to say. Han Shen smiled wryly. It seemed these girls were still sulking over what had happened earlier. After packing her things, Chen Xiaoqian blinked her charming big eyes, curiously observing the two. Unlike her, who had plenty of little wolf dogs around, her woman's intuition told her that something must have happened between these two. "Ahem. Chi-Chi, Elder Han, I'm heading back now. You two take care." After saying that, Chen Xiaoqian hurriedly ran out of the room. In her haste, she accidentally bumped her knee and started limping. The beautiful receptionist at the hotel looked at the limping Chen Xiaoqian with a strange expression. I have to say, that scumbag is quite something. At this moment, in the room, Han Chan and Xianyuan Mengqi remained silent. What does it mean to pay attention to safety? Is Chen Xiaoqian thinking too much? Really annoying. Miss, that fifth transition task is indeed bizarre. I really have no way out. Just tell me how to compensate you, or I can take responsibility too. Han Shan broke the awkward atmosphere. First, Xianyuan Mengqi bit her lip lightly, feeling a bit flustered inside, not knowing what to do next. Alright, since you want to compensate me, then find a way to get me the materials for the 8th transition. No problem, leave it to me. Han Chan readily agreed, feeling relieved. Although the drop rate for the knight's 8th transition materials isn't high, it's still much better than that of the priest. At worst, he could run a few more dungeons, he would definitely get them. With the forbidden spell in hand, it wouldn't take long. Hearing Han Shan say this, Xianyuan Mengqi frowned slightly, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Could it be that she just lets it go after being forcefully kissed? Something else must happen, right? Wait, why am I thinking this? Xianyuan Mengqi's heart became chaotic again. Could it be that this annoying little brother is quite powerful, has a good personality, and is tall and handsome, but he might be the son of God? If he really is the son of God, then she could never possess him, because her father had mentioned that the son of God has his own mission. You said it. When we return to the Dragon King Guild, you will help me gather the 8th transition materials. With her mind in a tangle, Xianyuan Mengqi returned to the topic of the 8th transition materials, as if only this could cover up her other thoughts. Of course, that's no problem. Seeing Xianyuan Mengqi's reaction, Han Shen finally felt relieved. With that settled, Han Shen planned to head home. But since he had to pass through Watergate City, he would also visit the Rose Guild to check on his good brother Li Feiyu and see if he had made any progress with Ma Lao's help. Who is currently the boss of the Rose Guild? Miss, if you have no other business in Lotus City, we can set off for Watergate City now. To Watergate City? Although Xianyuan Mengqi didn't understand why this annoying little brother wanted to go to a second-tier city, her responsibility was to protect him closely and report to her father at any time. So, she didn't ask much and nodded in agreement. Buzz! The teleportation array in Lotus City lit up. Han Chen and Xianyuan Mengqi instantly appeared at the teleportation array in Watergate City. Knowing that Han Chen was coming, Li Feiyu ended all guild activities and waited early in the Rose Guild Hall. At this moment, with Ma Lao's help, Li Feiyu had completely taken control of the Rose Guild. The pair of twin sisters were not foolish. They knew their abilities were limited, so they actually knew what to do. As for Ma Lao, upon hearing that Li Feiyu's teacher was coming, he immediately changed into formal attire, sprayed on perfume, and dressed himself up nicely. Before long, the transformed Han Chen and Xianyuan Mengqi arrived at the Rose Guild riding the purple-eyed Black Panther. Teacher, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Boss, at your command, I've taken great care of your disciple. He has completed the 4th transition and his combat ability has greatly improved. Ma Lao hurriedly took credit. What could he do? He no longer qualified to participate in the Dragon King Guild assessment. Whether he could enter the Dragon King Guild still depended on Han Shen's support. Han Shen immediately used the all-knowing eye to see Li Feiyu's basic information. Li Feiyu profession, Warrior 40H transition level, LV90. Guild for Star Rose Guild position, President. Seeing that Li Feiyu had become the president of the Rose Guild, Han Shen smiled. It seemed that with Ma Lao's clever assistance, Li Feiyu had completely taken control of the guild. Not bad. He exceeded his expectations. Oh, teacher, this beautiful sister is. Li Feiyu finally noticed the stunning beauty beside Han Shen. Elder Xianyuan Mengqi of the Dragon King Guild. Han Shen did not hide it. Hiss. Everyone present was shocked. This beauty was the knight who first cleared the hell-level Lost City dungeon, the flower of the Dragon King Guild, a 7th-turn Grand Knight. My god. To them, Xianyuan Mengqi was like a legendary figure. They never imagined they would see her in person one day. Xianyuan Mengqi maintained a charming smile in the face of everyone's astonishment. Without saying a word, she also realized Han Shen's purpose for being here. It turned out this annoying little brother actually had a disciple, and she was the guild leader. Han Shen didn't waste time and said to Li Feiyu, "Aren't you supposed to go back to school in a month to complete your graduation ceremony? Just in time, you've also completed your 4th turn. I'll take you to level up these days, get you to level 120, and don't lose my reputation then." Really? That's great, thank you, teacher. Li Feiyu was overjoyed. She could finally level up while lying down again. Although there was old Ma to help level up, he was just a 6th-turn wind mage, and it would take months to get Li Feiyu to level 120. But Han Shen was different. With one skill, he could sweep the entire map, leveling up as easily as eating and drinking. You arrange the matters of the Rose Guild first. Old Ma, come over here with me. Han Shen pulled Old Ma into a nearby room. Boss, what can I do for you? Old Ma rubbed his hands together, his small eyes very shrewd. Although he was seen as a sixth-turn master and had once been the head of the Transcendence Temple in Yunhai City, having seen quite a bit of the world, he was actually just a small figure from a little place. In front of the Dragon King Guild, he was just a little brother. So, facing the big boss Han Chen, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Don't you want to join the Dragon King Guild? This. Upon hearing this, Old Ma was instantly overjoyed. Could it be that the super big boss wanted to? Of course I want to, boss. Joining the Dragon King Guild has been my dream. Old Ma spoke with deep emotion, afraid that the super big boss would suddenly change his mind. Unfortunately, Old Ma misunderstood this time. Han Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "What if I told you that in the near future, the Rose Guild will reach the height of the Dragon King Guild and may even surpass it? What would you think?" "What? How is that possible?" Old Ma was stunned. The Dragon King Guild was currently the only 9-star guild in the Dragon Kingdom. How could it be surpassed? To surpass the Dragon King Guild, one would have to reach the legendary 10-star Super Guild, which was the Super Alliance organization of Blue Star to date, the Hall of Gods. But the Hall of Gods was also a gathering of the world's top transcenders, barely becoming a 10-star Super Guild. It was the highest hall for all transcenders in Blue Star. Rumor had it that the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Gods possessed power comparable to that of a divine avatar, and even the president of the Dragon King Guild was merely an honorary elder of the Hall of Gods. Could the Rose Guild reach such heights? On what basis? Even if they gathered the 10-turn national heavyweights of the entire Dragon Kingdom, it wouldn't be possible. Otherwise, the Dragon King Guild would have long since become a 10-star super guild. Boss, you can't be joking, right? Old Ma clearly didn't believe it. Han Chen still maintained his mysterious smile and said, "Believe it or not, in the future, the Rose Guild can at least reach a 9-star height. If you stay in the Rose Guild, then you will be an elder of the Rose Guild with a transcendent identity and status. So, you can make a decision now. Will you choose to continue staying in the Rose Guild or join the Dragon King Guild?" Old Ma rarely showed a serious expression. Given the other party's status, there was no reason to paint such a big picture for him. Even though he had now joined the Dragon King gang, he was just an ordinary member. After a moment of contemplation, Old Ma said resolutely, "Boss, I believe what you say. I am willing to stay in the Rose Gang, living as a member of the Rose Gang and dying as a ghost of the Rose Gang." Upon hearing this, Han Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this old man to be so decisive. This guy is quite clever. Han Chen chuckled inwardly. Han Chen's decision was also based on the old man's capability. In a short time, he had helped Li Feiyu completely take control of the Rose Gang, managing it in an orderly fashion. With his assistance, even if the Rose Gang grew larger and had more high-level job changers, it could still be well managed. Managing a large gang is no simple task. Moreover, Old Ma's background was reliable. Although he was a bit of a schemer, he was still trustworthy. After securing Old Ma, once Li Feiyu had arranged the gang's affairs, Han Chen took her to various cities specifically to tackle 5th and 6th tier dungeons. Of course, the sister duo was also brought along, as they were key targets for Han Chen's training, along with the elder Mu Hongyun, who had previously left the Ling Yun gang without hesitation to join the Rose Gang. Being an elder of the Ling Yun gang proved she had a certain level of management ability. Thus, Han Chen, Li Feiyu, Chuning Xuan, Chu Ye, and Mu Hongyun formed the Huaxia team, rampaging through the high-level hell difficulty dungeons in the eastern province. Although Xian Yuan Mengqi followed along, she did not participate in these lower-level dungeons, as the items to suppress levels were quite expensive and she didn't need to help. Han Chen alone was enough. Soon, the major cities in the eastern province were buzzing with excitement. Records for hell difficulty dungeons were being shattered, and the completion times were simply astonishing. Have you ever seen a 5th-tier hell difficulty dungeon completed in under 10 seconds? Within a few days, the name of the Huaxia team appeared on the front pages of various news headlines, shocking countless gangs, all trying to investigate which top gang's ace team was breaking records. The records for the Lost City hell difficulty dungeon, the Huaxia team sweeping of various dungeons, and the appearance of numerous foreign job changers in Lianhua City quickly became the top 3 hot topics in Longhua, sparking discussions among countless netizens. Is it possible that this is the ace team of the Dragon King gang? Otherwise, how could they be so fierce? Han Chen had long been prepared for this. He wanted to be this high profile, making the name of the Huaxia team known throughout the eastern province. 25 days later, inside a 6th-tier dungeon. "Teacher, I don't understand. Since we want to be high profile, why not use the name of the Rose Gang? Why use the name Huaxia team?" Li Feiyu, who had just reached level 118 while lying down, couldn't help but ask. "When the gang upgrades to 5 stars, you can get a gang renaming token. Since the Rose Gang is led by you, it naturally needs a powerful name that fits the momentum of a super gang in the future. Once you complete your graduation ceremony, I will help you upgrade the gang to 5 stars, and then we will rename it Huaxia." As a descendant of Yan and Huang in his previous life, Han Chen naturally wanted to make the name Huaxia resonate throughout the world in this life, turning Huaxia into the world's #1 gang. Without Huaxia's permission, even the gods would have to take a detour. Huaxia, Shu Ning Shuang and the others murmured a few times, inexplicably finding this name indeed unique and imposing. If they could expand the gang and change its name, it wouldn't be a problem. The benefits were clear to the sister duo. On the contrary, the sisters were already eagerly anticipating the gang's upgrade to 5 stars, as their status and strength would be elevated. Boom! Under the continuous bombardment of forbidden spells, the 6th tier held difficulty dungeon Blackwing Mage also successfully broke the record. At this moment, Li Feiyu and the sister duo, Mu Hongyun, all leveled up to the maximum level of 120 and could directly accept the 5th job transfer quest. Meanwhile, Han Shen had just barely reached level 125. After all, the experience required for leveling up after the 5th transfer had increased tenfold, and the experience gained from the 5th and 6th transfer dungeons was not as high as that from the Lost City dungeon, plus the experience had to be shared among 5 people, making leveling up naturally slower. Alright, it's time to head back. As the teleportation array lit up, Han Shen, Li Feiyu, and Xianyuan Mengqi returned to Yunhai City, while the sister duo went back to Shuimen City. Li Feiyu said her goodbyes to Han Shen first, agreeing to meet at school in 5 days, and then headed home alone. It was at this moment that a new prompt appeared in Han Shen's taskbar on his panel, and Xianyuan Mengqi had the same task. Curious, Han Shen clicked on the task to see what it was, and it popped up actively. Siege Event Task. The decade-long siege event is about to unfold, and in 10 days, 12 cities in the Dragon Kingdom will be randomly selected for the event, during which powerful monsters will attack the cities. This task is limited to job changers from the 4th to the 8th transfer, with no limit on the number of participants. Defend the city and defeat the siege boss. The higher the damage score, the richer the rewards. The task description was brief, but the information it contained was substantial. The game had descended into the real world, and monsters were attacking real cities. Miss, did you receive the siege event prompt? Yes, I did. If we calculate the time, there will indeed be a large-scale siege event at the end of this year. Han Shen had not looked into this decade-long siege event. Miss, could you elaborate on the details of this event? Xianyuan Mengqi turned to glance at Han Shen, noticing that he seemed to be quite clueless, and then said, the monster siege event will see a large number of powerful bosses descending upon designated cities to wreak havoc. As soon as the designated cities are announced, the country will immediately send people to evacuate the crowds. This siege event will last for a day and a night, and these bosses will drop many valuable items. It will then depend on who has the fastest hands, and there will also be a leaderboard for thousands of participants. The higher the rank, the better the rewards received after the event ends. Especially for the top rank, the rewards are truly overwhelming. For example, battle pet eggs that are usually hard to obtain, flying pet eggs, various rare gems, precious materials for enhancing equipment, legendary grade gear, dazzling treasure chests, golden treasure maps, and all sorts of high-priced items. So, this is a nationwide event that can change the fate of job changers, but these bosses are very powerful, even quite perverse. Their skills are bizarre and unpredictable, and there will also be random small monsters launching sneak attacks, so job changers participating in the event may lose their lives. But as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, we must unite to get through this monster siege event and defend our cities. Han Shen frowned slightly and asked, do other countries have this siege event too? Xianyuan Mengqi nodded and said, yes, but the timing of the events varies. Once a country announces this event, many job changers will cross borders to participate, naturally aiming to obtain valuable items. So, this time, during the Dragon Kingdom siege event, there will be a large influx of job changers from other countries. Han Shen muttered to himself, naturally thinking of his identity as a divine child. There would definitely be people trying to take advantage of the chaos. No matter which country's high-level job changers wanted to use this opportunity to deal with him, they shouldn't think of leaving once they arrived. Beside him, Xianyuan Mengqi stared at Han Shen without saying anything further, but inside, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, a strange feeling she couldn't quite articulate. Perhaps she knows what it means to be the son of the Dragon Kingdom. This event starts in 10 days, while the graduation ceremony is in 5 days. Han Shen isn't in a hurry. He decides to go home first. Miss, my home is not far from the Holy Temple in Yunhai City. I need to go back and see my parents. Ha? Go home? Xianyuan Mengqi was taken aback for a moment. She suddenly realized that she was supposed to protect this annoying little brother closely, which meant she had to go home with him too. Just thinking about it made Xianyuan Mengqi's heart race, and she felt a bit flustered. Why did it suddenly feel like she was going to meet his parents? Could she not go? Clearly, that was not an option. Dad had given a strict order to protect this annoying little brother without leaving his side. Wherever he went, she had to follow. Last time, when he went to do a 5th-tier task alone and she didn't follow, Dad had mercilessly scolded her. Well, you know, I'm supposed to protect you closely. Han Shen smiled and said, I know, so you can come home with me. It's fine, I'll just let them know. This, Xianyuan Mengqi had a difficult expression. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, then what do your parents like, and what about your sister? Why are you asking this? Han Shen looked at Xianyuan Mengqi with some confusion. Oh, just tell me, don't dawdle. Han Chen rolled his eyes and secretly laughed, saying, my dad usually likes to drink a little, my mom doesn't have any special hobbies, and my sister is just a foodie. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Mingqi pursed her lips and thought for a long time before saying, got it, you need to come with me to buy some things. Meanwhile, upon learning that Han Chen was coming back and bringing a female friend, Han Hao, Su Xiu, and Han Yu immediately started making arrangements. By the evening, Han Chen and Xian Yuan Mingqi finally returned home. As soon as the door opened, Xian Yuan Mingqi immediately put on a charming smile and greeted, hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Hello, sister. Hey, good, come in. Han Chen's mom was also smiling widely, quickly welcoming Xian Yuan Mingqi inside, as if she had forgotten all about Han Chen. Not bad, little brother. You're pretty quick. Hey, I remember you were supposed to bring back two. Why did you only bring one? Han Yu leaned close to Han Chen with a mischievous look. Han Chen glanced at her and said, I advise you to spend less time with those two friends of yours, they've led you astray. Han Yu stuck her tongue out at Han Chen and jogged over to Xian Yuan Mingqi. Uncle, aunt, sister, nice to meet you. I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared some gifts. I hope you like them. After saying that, Xian Yuan Mingqi hurriedly took out a large pile of gifts from her storage space. There were various fine wines, expensive skincare products, cosmetics, and so on, all piled up like a small mountain. This left Han Chen's parents and sister dumbfounded. Oh dear, you child, you came and brought gifts, how polite, too polite. Han Hao said this but had already picked up one of the fine wines he had never seen before to examine it closely. Next, Han Chen's dad prepared a large table of delicious dishes, and this time there was no metallic taste. At the dinner table, Su Xiu looked at Xian Yuan Mingqi with a satisfied expression. Son, when did you get such a beautiful and generous girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us? As soon as these words were spoken, both Han Chen and Xian Yuan Mingqi choked on the food in their mouths. Cough. Ha, Mom, you misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend, just a friend. Right, we're just friends. Xian Yuan Mingqi hurriedly explained, but her little face had already turned red to her neck. Mom understands. I'll go tidy up your room right now. Han Chen felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment. He shouldn't have brought Xian Yuan Mingqi home. Xian Yuan Mingqi, on the side, was completely uncomfortable, feeling so awkward that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. This kind of awkward conversation at the dinner table is something many people can relate to. Fortunately, with Han Yu, this lively character, many awkward topics were alleviated. Although the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit awkward, it gradually made Han Chen feel a warm and joyful ambience. It had been a long time since he had seen his family so happy. After a few drinks, Han Chen's dad started to get a bit tipsy. Son, go out and be bold, don't worry, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to bully you, no matter who it is, I'll smash him to bits. And your mom, don't think she's just a seamstress, her skill in threading a needle is truly exceptional. Having reached the realm of unity with the needle, if anyone dares to bully you, your mom will sew him up and stab him to death. Oh, and your sister, don't think she's just a whisperer. Let me tell you, your sister knows the lion's roar technique. If you provoke her, one roar could destroy the entire Yunhai city. Scary, right? Han Chen covered his face in embarrassment. Here we go again. Every time his dad got drunk, he would start bragging. Hey, Dad, stop bragging. Mom, hurry up and take him to bed. Who's bragging? What I'm saying is true, Han Hao shouted, as he was helped into the room by Su Xiu and Han Yu. Han Chen turned to Xian Yuan Mingqi and awkwardly smiled. Sorry, my dad is drunk and just talking nonsense. It's fine, I think your family is quite interesting, very joyful, the atmosphere is great. Xian Yuan Mingqi felt a bit shy to look at Han Chen. What she said was indeed heartfelt. She hadn't had her mother for a long time and didn't remember the last time she had dinner with her dad. For these past years, she had been busy grinding monsters, leveling up, only thinking about becoming strong enough to avenge her mother. Later, Xian Yuan Mingqi also learned that Han Chen had been using a fake name. So this annoying little brother's name is Han Chen. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Han Chen initially thought of letting Xian Yuan Mingqi sleep with his sister. But who knew that his mom and sister seemed to have conspired and directly stuffed Xian Yuan Mingqi into his room. Well, what a great assist. Well, since we've been staying in the hotel together for so many days, if I go out to explain now, they won't listen anyway, you see, Han Chen said, feeling a bit awkward. Xian Yuan Mingqi, perhaps due to a little alcohol, had a flushed face and ears. Alright, I got it, I'll sleep on the bed. 5 days passed. Han Chen had been holding it in. At the end of 2023, thunderous school. Students were gradually returning to school. Today was the big day of the graduation ceremony. These students who had just changed jobs 2 months ago needed to return to complete their final graduation. Students, come over here to line up, show your level information, and register your class and name. In the square, the announcement kept repeating, and the students excitedly lined up one by one. Every year during the graduation ceremony, the students' level information would appear on the big screen in the square. Except for geniuses like Yi Fan, as long as they could squeeze into the top 20, they would receive the school's recommendation to enter national institutions such as the Transmigration Sanctuary, City Guard, and so on. Although the benefits were not as good as some big guilds, it was still decent, considered a stable job for life. Everyone, look at the big screen. A student exclaimed. On the big screen, Yi Fan's name, profession, and level were displayed. Name, Yi Fan. Profession, Necromancer. 4th Transmigration, level, LV 92. Oh my god. Yi Fan is already 4th Transmigration at level 92? It's only been 2 months. No way. Excluding the time he spent on healing from his injuries, he probably only has a little over a month to level up, right? A little over a month to reach level 92, but that's just too fast. Everyone was shocked. For an ordinary person, reaching the 2nd class transfer in just over a month would be impressive. To achieve a higher level, one would need to be carried by a big shot. And to reach the 4th class transfer, it would require at least a national level big shot to assist, along with being strong enough to complete the transfer task, otherwise, it would be impossible. Yi Fan must have a super big shot helping him, right? Everyone speculated. Just after filling out the information, Yi Fan proudly lifted his head. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded and in the spotlight. Before long, the big screen displayed another student's information who had reached the 4th class transfer. Name, Wang Tian. Profession, Mage. 4th transfer, level, LV 90. Holy crap. Wang Tian also reached the 4th transfer? How is that possible? Yi Fan, being a hidden profession of a mage, was reasonable to have gained the favor of a big shot to complete the 4th transfer. However, Wang Tian was just an ordinary mage. While he might be strong compared to other combat professions, it was impossible for him to reach the height of a 4th transfer in such a short time on his own. Unless he also had a national level big shot helping him. But how could that be? Why would a national level big shot pay attention to an ordinary mage? Wang Tian, who was once an average nobody, was now quite impressive, and his pride was no less than Yi Fan's. At that moment, Han Shan and Li Feiyu appeared together in the school square. As for Xianyuan Mengqi, she did not accompany them but used her identity to go to the principal's office, watching Han Shan participate in the graduation ceremony through the window. What a young fresh meat, this annoying little brother just graduated. Upon seeing Han Shan appear, the students who were shocked by Yi Fan and Wang Tian all turned to look at Han Shan, seemingly trying to find a sense of superiority from him to comfort their bruised egos. Oh, isn't this our top student Han Shan? In 2 months, I wonder if he has reached level 20. Him? A useless priest, only Li Feiyu would team up with him. How could he possibly reach level 20 in 2 months? Ha, that's right. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Among them, only Yi Fan stared intently at Han Shan, his expression complex. That day, he had witnessed the national level big shot Shin Taishu bringing Han Shan back to Yunhai City. In the face of his classmates' mockery, if it were in the past, Li Feiyu would have definitely lashed out at them to defend his good friend Han Shan, but now, these people were not worth his words. Now, Li Feiyu was the president of a 4-star guild, and Old Han was an elder of the Dragon King Guild. They were already in 2 different worlds from these classmates. Old Han, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for them. Yeah, me too. Han Shan, waiting in line, looked up at the big screen and noticed that both Yi Fan and Wang Tian had reached the 4th transfer, feeling slightly surprised but not concerned at all. After all, Yi Fan was a rare death mage. Many high-level guilds would want to recruit him, but how could they compete with the Dragon King Guild? Glancing at the new member page of the guild, Yi Fan's name was prominently listed. Soon, it was Han Shan and Li Feiyu's turn to register their information. Teacher, my name is Li Feiyu. Since the basic information could not display names, Li Feiyu announced his name after showing his profession and level. Suddenly, the female teacher in charge of registration widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, my goodness, level 120? You're a warrior and you're already level 120? Before the female teacher could finish her astonishment, Han Shan also displayed his profession and level, saying, Teacher, my name is Han Shan. Han Shan. Hiss. Priest, level 125? The beautiful female teacher was so shocked that she almost lost her composure. She hurriedly called the principal. Principal is the machine that displays the professional rank information broken? Hurry up and call someone to fix it, damn it. At that moment, the principal was in the office with Xianyuan Mengqi when he received the call, and he exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Han Chen? A priest, level 125? Xianyuan Mengqi, who was beside him, merely smiled slightly. Who would have thought that in today's world, where the priest profession has been severely weakened, someone could complete the 5th transfer in just 2 months? Such an achievement is nothing short of a miracle, beyond ordinary imagination. Principal Luo, Han Chen previously leveled up with my help for Elder Shintaishu, and I personally guided him afterward. You can handle it. Normally, Xianyuan Mengqi said casually. However, upon hearing this, Principal Luo broke into a cold sweat. Why would Han Shan, a priest, receive such attention from the Dragon King Guild? Even the beloved daughter of the Dragon King, Xianyuan Mengqi, personally came to assist him in leveling up. This treatment is simply extraordinary. Could it be that Han Shan is the illegitimate son of some super big shot? That's absolutely impossible. Principal Luo was aware of Han Chen's background. Shaking his head, Principal Luo decided to stay out of such big shot matters. After all, he was just a 5th transfer old chicken. So that's how it is. I'll go handle the graduation ceremony matters now. Please have the national hero wait here for a moment. After that, Principal Luo personally went to the registration desk. Upon seeing the principal arrive, the female teacher quickly stood up to report, "Principal, the machine must be broken." After all, most of the school teachers were 4th transfer professionals, and they couldn't check Han Chen and Li Feiyu's information. Other students also looked on eagerly. I said, how could Han Chen and Li Feiyu be so high level? Turns out the machine was broken. You scared me. I thought they were going to ascend to heaven. Exactly, even Wang Tian is only level 90. If they have 30 levels, I'll do a handstand and take a dump on Douyin. But the next second, the machine is not broken. Han Chen has indeed reached 5th transfer level 125, and Li Feiyu is level 124th transfer. Truly impressive young talents. Principal Luo looked at Han Chen and Li Feiyu, his eyes shining brightly. Laming. School would surely gain fame in the eastern province because of these two. Holy crap. Hearing the principal's words, everyone was once again stunned. The machine wasn't broken? Then how did the two of them level up? Little brother, don't forget to do a handstand and take a dump on Douyin. I'll definitely give you a thumbs up and follow you. One classmate reminded the one who had just made a bold claim. Seeing Han Chen and Li Feiyu become the center of attention, Wang Tian suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why? It was one thing for Yifan to surpass him, but why should these two useless ones surpass him, even outdoing Yifan? He was not satisfied. Not far away, Yifan's expression was also not pleasant. He had already seen Li Feiyu's name on the guild member list, and she even held the position of elder in the Dragon King Guild. Yifan couldn't help but glance at Han Chen and Li Feiyu a couple more times, frowning tightly. No matter what luck these two had, he was also a necromancer. He was a disaster. Once all the students completed their registration, Principal Luo finally went up to the high platform and announced the official start of the graduation ceremony. However, everyone's attention was not on the principal but rather focused on Han Chen and Li Feiyu. Soon, with Principal Luo's grand speech, the graduation ceremony reached its conclusion. Principal Luo stood up at the end, holding the microphone, turning the volume up to the maximum, and lavishly praised Han Chen and Li Feiyu, saying that priests were no longer the most useless profession, and even if they weren't mages, warriors were also very impressive, yet he never mentioned Yifan and Wang Tian throughout. Wang Tian thought, Principal, don't just praise Han Chen and Li Feiyu, I'm talented too. Yifan was also quite displeased, but he pretended to be calm. He had thought he would be the most outstanding figure at this graduation ceremony, but unexpectedly, he was overshadowed by Han Chen and Li Feiyu. Finally, Principal Luo remembered Yifan and Wang Tian and briefly mentioned them. Additionally, we congratulate student Yifan for successfully passing the new generation assessment of the Dragon King Gang and becoming a member of the 9-star Dragon King Gang. We also congratulate student Wang Tian for joining the 8-star Qi Xian Alliance. Qi Xian Alliance? Han Chen recalled Elder Zhang Tai from the Qi Xian Alliance. It turned out Wang Tian had joined the Qi Xian Alliance. No wonder his level was rising so quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and turned their gazes back to the two. Yifan had joined the Dragon King Gang so quickly, and Wang Tian had also joined the 8-star Qi Xian Alliance. Compared to levels, joining a major force was the real skill. What good is a high level without the backing of a major force? One is bound to be surpassed quickly. Seeing the spotlight shift back to them, Yifan and Wang Tian felt a bit better. Lastly, there will be a large-scale siege event in 5 days, and only those who have transitioned from level 4 to level 8 can participate, Principal Luo continued. As soon as the siege event was mentioned, everyone, including the teachers, became interested. Every siege event has exceptional rewards, and students at the limit of level 3 should take these few days to complete their transition to level 4. Perhaps with some luck, they can obtain exceptional items during the siege event. Students who are already at level 4 can start preparing. Don't miss this once in a decade event. Other countries' transitioners will also come to compete for rewards. According to the latest news from the country, a total of 12 cities have been selected for this siege event, which has been confirmed today. You can check the information on the Dragon Kingdom National Report website. You can go in advance. Don't wait for the task prompt in 5 days, or you might miss the timing. Lastly, I remind everyone that the siege event has a high danger level, and there is a possibility of losing your life, so please act within your means. Upon hearing this, Han Chen took out his phone, opened the National Report website, and indeed found information about the siege event. The 12 cities were announced: Zishu City, Chonyo City, Inhu City, Maotu City, Chenlong City, Sishi City, Wuma City, Weiyang City, Shinho City, Yuji City, Sugo City, and Haiju City. This, Han Chen was speechless. The siege event actually selected the 12 guardian cities of the Dragon Kingdom? Wasn't this some dark deity pulling strings behind the scenes? These were top-tier cities in all directions of the Dragon Kingdom, not belonging to any province, and each was extremely important. If even one were captured by monsters, it would be a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, each person could only choose one city for the task, otherwise, Han Chen could have dealt with the siege boss in one city and quickly supported the others. Then, amidst a pledge to never betray the Dragon Kingdom and to protect their homeland, everyone completed the final graduation ceremony and received their diplomas. Old Han, which city should we go to for the siege event? There's no rush, we'll talk about it when we get back. At that moment, Wang Tian, the suddenly risen commoner, approached Han Chen and arrogantly said, Han Chen, don't think you're impressive just because you're at level 5. You're just a useless priest. I have the backing of the Qishan Alliance, and in less than half a year, I will definitely surpass you. After saying this, Wang Tian left with his head held high, followed by a group of admiring female classmates. Being surpassed by fellow commoners Han Chen and Li Feiyu had severely bruised Wang Tian's ego, which was why he had come to seek validation. Old Han, he's really pitiful, I can sense a decline in intelligence. After all, he's also a commoner. Suddenly becoming a mage and joining an 8-star gang, it's normal for his temperament to change. So remember, just don't let your intelligence decline as well. Humph, I'm the man behind you. Old Han, how could I be like him? Once home, Han Chen opened the map of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that Qianlong City was the closest city to Yunhai City, he decided to head to Qianlong City. Anyway, the siege monster boss is the same, it makes no difference which city you go to. Since Han Chen wants to develop his own power, he now has enough wealth and resources, so he naturally cannot be stingy. As for the disguiser badge, at this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. He wants to tell those who have their eyes on him that he is the son of God, and he is standing right here. If you have the ability, come at me. Han Chen briefed his parents and then packed his things with Shen Yuan Mengqi before setting off. Before leaving, Su Xiu pulled Shen Yuan Mengqi aside, looking reluctant. She said things like to come and play often, and if Han Chen dared to bully her, she would tell her aunt, who would definitely make him regret it. Han Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, feeling quite helpless. It wasn't that he lacked emotional intelligence, he could tell that Shen Yuan Mengqi was interested in him, but the timing just wasn't right. After all, he hadn't completely sorted out his own matters. After the siege event, Han Chen planned to head to the headquarters of the Dragon King gang in the imperial capital in advance, trying to find out the secret of his identity as the son of God and why other major countries were trying to capture him. Han Chen was already quite strong now, and his ability to protect himself was sufficient. In the following time, Han Chen quickly helped Li Feiyu and others to complete the 5-turn proof, spending some money to buy enough materials needed for their 5 turns. Li Feiyu successfully reached 5 turns, becoming the special warrior class, Dragon Blood Warrior. Han Chen then asked Shen Yuan Mengqi for help and exchanged 15,000 gang contributions from the Dragon King gang's warehouse for a 5-star gang star certificate, directly upgrading the Rose gang to 5 stars and renaming it Huaxia. After that, Han Chen spent some more contributions to exchange for some top-notch 5-turn equipment from the Dragon King gang's warehouse to give to Li Feiyu and others, making ample preparations for this siege event. When Elder Ma saw Han Chen's true appearance and learned his real name, he was naturally the most shocked. The elder of the Dragon King gang was actually a newly graduated job changer from Yunhai City? Damn, my own subordinate. Elder Ma suddenly forgot what the other party had promised him before. To comfort Elder Ma, Han Chen also took out a set of top-notch 6-turn wind mage equipment from the Dragon King gang's warehouse, effectively winning over this management talent. Looking at the contributions dwindling to less than 10,000, Han Chen thought to himself that he needed to take on more gang-related tasks during this siege event to earn more contributions. After all, there were many good things in the Dragon King gang's warehouse. Elder Ma was in tears. This kind of thing is hard to buy even with money. And he knew that even if he joined the Dragon King gang, he wouldn't know how long it would take to gather enough contributions to take out such a set of top-notch equipment. Li Feiyu, however, smiled bitterly. After holding back for so long, he could finally use his real name again. The twin sisters, along with Mu Hongyun, who gritted her teeth and left the Lingyun gang to join Huaxia, were already feeling a bit dizzy, as if they were dreaming. This wasn't Han Chen's maternal heart. Wanting to cultivate a power of his own, it was natural to invest in it. If you want to be the leader of a superpower, you have to pay the price. However, everything Han Chen did was seen by Shen Yuan Mengqi. She only slightly furrowed her brows, but didn't ask or say anything. On the other hand, knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's 10-year siege event was about to begin, various countries began to arrange for 4 to 8-turn extreme job changers to head to the Dragon Kingdom. The Supreme 10-star gang, Pantheon, had issued a world decree stating that once any country had a siege event, other countries could send a certain number of job changers to participate, but for 8-turn job changers, a country could send a maximum of 10 people. Naturally, the rulers of each country would let the strongest 8-turn extreme job changers lead the team to the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the event. As for the rulers of the Angel Kingdom, the Leo Kingdom, and the Moro Kingdom, besides openly dispatching national teams to participate in the events, they also ordered those who had not found the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God in Lotus City to change their plans and first infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom's Qianlong City to locate the Son of God, assist the team in swiftly capturing him, and then use transfer methods to take the Son of God away. They had all received divine oracles that the Son of God would participate in the siege activities in Chunlong City. Fire Kingdom. Inside the Jing Kingdom Shrine, the 8th-tier dark spellcaster, Rigo Aikiru, had long since returned. At this moment he was kneeling on the ground, sitting on the divine throne. Across from him was an old man, the esteemed divine envoy of the Fire Kingdom. There were also a multitude of other 8th-tier and above transferees from the Fire Kingdom kneeling on the ground, numbering over 100. Divine Envoy, should we capture the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom during this siege event? A 9th-tier transferee respectfully inquired. Since Rigo Aikiru's return, and learning that the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom could instantaneously cast forbidden spells with power comparable to top-tier 10th-tier transferees, the Divine Envoy's expression had not been pleasant. No need. The siege event involves countries from all over the world, and the rulers of the Dragon Kingdom will be fully focused on the 12 guardian cities. To act against the Son of God during the event would be a huge risk. The Angel Kingdom, the Leo Kingdom, and the Moro Kingdom probably still don't know that the Son of God can instantaneously cast forbidden spells. Let them go to their deaths. It will also help them suffer losses. This divine envoy already has a new plan to capture the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom. You all withdraw for now and let the Fire Shadow team go to the Dragon Kingdom's Chenlong City to participate in the siege event and obtain rewards. Understood. The divine envoy is wise. The crowd bowed respectfully. Dragon Kingdom Imperial Capital. Congress Hall. The top marshals and generals of the Dragon Kingdom gathered in the hall. National leader, this siege event seems to be anything but simple. Indeed. What are the odds that it would be so coincidental to target our 12 guardian cities? There must be some issue here. Could it be because of the Son of God? Are the deities starting to target our Dragon Kingdom? That's a possibility. But it's been 100 years, and there's no trace of the Son of God. A large number of transferees from other countries have infiltrated Lotus City in the eastern province. I suspect they have found the trace of our Son of God. Recently, the transferees from the Fire Kingdom clashed with Elder Shin Taishu of the Dragon King gang. I suspect the Dragon King has found the Son of God, but I have no evidence. The big shots each voiced their thoughts. Everyone, quiet down. The national leader, who had been pondering for a long time, suddenly spoke, and the entire hall fell silent. He knew that the Dragon King Xianyuan Chongguo was hiding something from him. However, Xianyuan Chongguo was the strongest pillar of the Dragon Kingdom and also an elder of the Hall of Gods. For the Dragon Kingdom, Xianyuan Chongguo held immeasurable influence. Without evidence, he could not fall out with Xianyuan Chongguo. Otherwise, if the Son of God was not found, serious issues would arise within the Dragon Kingdom. It could potentially trigger the tragedies of hundreds of years ago, leading to invasion by other countries. You all have not continuously prioritized the search for the Son of God, yet a Dragon King gang has been in the spotlight for the past 2 months. Have you all been paying attention? Have you sent people to investigate? Have you considered that if the Dragon King has found the Son of God, why hasn't he reported it to the nation? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, looking at each other. In truth, they were very concerned about the Son of God. It was just that after searching for so long without any clues, they had relaxed their vigilance. The matter of the Son of God cannot be taken lightly. We should continue to investigate in secret. Our current priority is the siege event in 5 days. While preventing other major powers from having ulterior motives, we must also ensure that all 12 guardian cities are preserved. No matter the sacrifice, the 12 guardian cities must not be lost. If the Dragon City is destroyed, the 12 guardian cities are our most important barrier. The national leader's face was grave. He also knew that this siege operation would definitely not be simple. Whether or not there were deities targeting the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how great the challenge, the Dragon Kingdom would not retreat an inch, steadfastly holding its ground until the end. Rest assured, national seat, the evacuation of the 12 guardian cities has been completed, and the formations, barriers, and the Transcender Legion are all ready. The Transcenders from other countries participating in the event will also be closely monitored. Moreover, the Dragon King has personally issued the Dragon King's order, calling on other major guilds to support the 12 guardian cities with all Transcenders below level 8, while those above level 8 will remain stationed outside the guardian cities to boost morale. Marshal Zhu said seriously. And one more thing to remember, keep an eye on other cities to prevent other countries from taking advantage of the situation during the event, sneaking into other major cities while our attention is focused on the 12 guardian cities. National Seat said with great concern. Let me handle this matter. I will ensure that no ill-intentioned countries succeed during the event. Vice National Seat Zhou spoke up. With you, old Zhou, personally taking charge, I feel at ease. This siege operation is a test for our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot allow any issues to arise in the territory that our ancestors have painstakingly stabilized. Everyone stood up and said in unison, yes. Rest assured, National Seat, those who offend our Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far they are. Good, everyone proceed with the original plan. After everyone left, the National Seat lit a cigarette, his expression grave as he looked at the 12 guardian cities on the map, his face heavy with concern. I hope the siege boss that appears this time has no abnormalities. Wanglong City. The city closest to Chenlong City. Han Chen brought the transcenders above level 4 from Huaxia to the city, through the teleportation array in Shuimen City. Because Chenlong City was selected for the game event, the power of the game rules enveloped the entire city. No one could enter Chenlong City through the teleportation array, they could only enter through the city gates, while those inside could leave via the teleportation array. Transcenders who received the mission prompt, if they chose to leave Chenlong City during the event, would forfeit their participation in the siege operation. Therefore, Han Chen and the others could only first arrive at Wanglong City as a transfer station before heading to Chenlong City. At this moment, long lines had formed outside all 4 city gates of Chenlong City, filled with transcenders from all over the Dragon Kingdom coming to participate in the siege event. The Huaxia Guild was a 5-star guild, considered a major guild in Shuimen City, but here, it was virtually unknown, forced to wait in line. Damn! So many people, how long do we have to wait in line? Li Feiyu said, somewhat frustrated. At this time, Xianyuan Mengqi casually said, no worries, just follow me, I can take you in directly. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of course. We have a big shot here, 2 elders from the Dragon King guilds, so we don't need to wait in line. Sure enough, when Xianyuan Mengqi revealed the elder badge of the Dragon King Guild, Han Chen and the others were allowed to enter Chenlong City directly after their identities as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were verified, without waiting in line. Due to the need for combat readiness, all useless residential buildings in Chenlong City were demolished and transformed into strategic locations by a group of high-level lifestyle architects. Some areas were designated for transcenders from other countries participating in the event, some for non-state-controlled forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and some for areas designated for unaligned transcenders. Teams of combat profession. Legions from the Dragon Kingdom were deploying in an orderly manner, everything running smoothly. At this moment, a group of warriors wielding battle knives and riding war beasts appeared majestically, causing a stir among the crowd. That is our Dragon Kingdom's Dragon War Legion, composed entirely of warriors. It is one of our kingdom's ace legions. Oh my god, their equipment is so luxurious. They are all in sets, and the lowest level is an orange set. Screech! A legion wielding steel spears and riding dragon eagles appeared. Holy crap! Look up in the sky. That was the Dragon Knight Legion, all special knights, riding flying battle pets known as golden feathered dragon eagles. It was truly spectacular. The cries of the golden feathered dragon eagles echoed above the city, blocking out the sun and casting a large shadow, causing everyone to look up in awe. Buzz! On the other side, the magical elements suddenly stirred, as if influenced by some force. People turned to see a legion appearing, wielding staffs and dressed in robes, protected in the center by a group of shield-bearing defense classes and various support classes. My goodness! That's our Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Mage Legion, composed entirely of mages, the top-tier legion of our Dragon Kingdom, known as walking nuclear bombs. The country actually deployed this super legion to defend the city. An experienced high-ranking class changer exclaimed in shock. Watching the emergence of these super luxurious legions, Han Chen was equally astonished. The pressure released by these legions was overwhelming. Although their strongest members were only at the 8th transition limit, these legions had already coalesced into a steel-like force, and their explosive combat power was absolutely enough to make even 9th transition unparalleled warriors hesitate to confront them head-on. Especially the Dragon Mage Legion. Once they made a move, 9th transition class changers would only have the option to flee, or they would definitely be annihilated. This was the absolute power of the Mage Legion, effortlessly capable of killing above their level. It was clear that the country placed great importance on this siege event, sparing no effort to deploy the top-tier Dragon Mage Legion. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom sent not only these ace legions but also various other legions, such as the Dragon Archer Legion, composed of archers, truly showcasing the nation's strength. A glimpse reveals the whole picture. Thus, Han Chen felt even more convinced that this siege event was definitely problematic, otherwise, the country wouldn't be so concerned, nor would it reveal its strength under the gaze of the world. Perhaps someone was indeed up to no good, targeting the Dragon Kingdom. Old Han, this is so shocking. Seeing these legions makes me proud to be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Feiyu and the others were all excited and passionate upon seeing these legions for the first time. The Sister Flowers and Mu Honyun were also visibly thrilled. It was hard not to feel invigorated. Little Mu, are you going to stay in the 5-star guild area or go to the Dragon King Guild's exclusive area? Xianyuan Mengqi asked. I'll stay here, Han Chen replied. Those exclusive areas were where the top forces of the Dragon Kingdom gathered, so the national defense would naturally be weaker there. In contrast, these low-star guild areas and free player areas had clearly sufficient defense forces, so Han Chen decided to remain here. With his own forbidden spell support, the safety of the Huaxia Guild members should be assured. Soon, Han Chen and the others were arranged by national personnel to a section belonging to the 5-star guild, not far from the areas of various national teams. Of course, these areas were only arrangements before the siege event began to avoid chaos. Once the siege started, aside from the national legions, other forces class changers would fight. independently based on the situation, not necessarily staying in place. At this time, there were still 3 days until the siege event began and the national teams had not yet arrived, so that area was empty, with no foreign class changers present. Just then, a familiar girl bounced over. "Hello, big shot. We meet again, he, can I join you?" It was Qin Xiaoqian who had come to participate in the siege event. She had heard from Chi that Han Chen chose Chenlong City, so she immediately abandoned the tasks arranged by the guild and came to find the big shot alone. What a joke! Staying behind the guild elder to heal was nowhere near as comfortable as following the big shot to win effortlessly. Of course, how could I refuse senior sister Chen? Han Chen smiled. However, Qin Xiaoqian pouted and said, "Big shot, what's the deal with senior sister Chen?" "Well, if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Han Chen had no intention of explaining. "Old Han, this young lady is." Li Feiyu and the others were puzzled. "Let me introduce you, this is Qin Xiaoqian, a top elite of the Dragon King Gang, a 6th transition Holy Spirit Master. Sister Chen, they are from the 5-star Huaxia Gang, and this is the president, my good brother since childhood." "Ah, a big shot's brother, what an honor." Chen Xiaoqian showed no airs of a top elite from the Dragon King Gang. After all, these were the big shots people. Don't be fooled by their current low levels, their future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Oh, dear, I feel like I've lived like a dog all these years. Seeing another young beauty like himself at 6th transition, old Ma couldn't help but feel emotional. Before long, a team from an 8-star gang appeared, led by an 8th transition Great Master, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. That's the honorary Grand Elder of the 7 Mysterious Alliance, an 8th transition Great Master, Tuoba Shu. Han Chen focused his eyes and spotted 2 familiar faces, Zheng Tai, who had sent him profession-specific materials, and Wang Tian, a classmate from the same school. They were from the 8-star gang, the 7 Mysterious Alliance. Wang Tian, who had come with the gang's big shot, felt quite pleased as so many transitioners looked up to him, enjoying this glory. At that moment, Wang Tian also saw Han Chen and Li Feiyu not far away, and a thought crossed his mind. So, Wang Tian said to Elder Zheng Tai beside him, "Elder, I'm going to greet an old classmate." "Old classmate?" Zheng Tai looked in the direction Wang Tian was heading. At that moment, Han Chen was blocked by Li Feiyu, so Zheng Tai's gaze focused on Xianyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian. He recognized the young lady of the Dragon King Gang, Xianyuan Mengqi, and the top elite Qin Xiaoqian at a glance. Wait, how could they be in the 5-star gang area? Given their levels and status, they should be in the exclusive area of the Dragon King Gang. Ha! Why does that young man's clothing and figure look somewhat familiar? A day ago, Zheng Tai had contacted Han Chen via video, asking which city Han Chen would attend an event in, and Han Chen had truthfully informed him, which is why Zheng Tai chose to come to Chenlong City. Now Zheng Tai also knew Han Chen's true appearance and real name. Thus, Zheng Tai curiously walked over since the siege event hadn't started yet. Wang Tian was envious and resentful to see so many stunning beauties around Han Chen. Why did he get so much attention from these beauties? "Yo, Han Chen, doing quite well, huh? But with your skills, why did you only join a 5-star gang? That's quite a downgrade, isn't it?" Wang Tian's tone was somewhat sarcastic, constantly puffing out his chest with the 7 Mysterious Alliance badge, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was a member of the 7 Mysterious Alliance. Seeing Wang Tian dare to come over and mock old Han, Li Feiyu found it somewhat amusing. This guy was not only a bit dim-witted but also a bit pitiful. "Wang Tian, stop yapping here or you'll regret it later," Li Feiyu kindly reminded him. Nearby, people saw a member of the 8-star gang, the 7 Mysterious Alliance, seemingly in conflict with the 5-star gang, Huaxia, and they gathered around to watch the excitement. Looks like this fool offended this young man from the 7 Mysterious Alliance. Absolutely, so stupid. How could a 5-star gang dare to offend someone from an 8-star gang? But these girls are quite stunning, much prettier than those weirdos on Douyin. Most of these people didn't recognize Xianyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian, and the 2 girls hadn't displayed their information. Listening to the discussions around them, both Xianyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian felt a chill. Normally, if anyone dared to disrespect them, they would definitely regret it. When Zhang Tai approached, he finally saw Han Chen's face and was instantly surprised. "Elder Han?" At this moment, Wang Tian was still showing off in front of Han Chen, flaunting his status and throwing sarcastic remarks at Han Chen and Li Feiyu. Zheng Tai was watching all of this. What the hell? Wang Tian came to see an old classmate and it turns out he was here to see Elder Han? Could it be that Elder Han just graduated from school as a new transfer? Wait a minute. This idiot Wang Tian is actually mocking Elder Han in public? This is like lighting a 24K gold lamp in the bathroom, just asking for trouble. So, Zheng Tai's face darkened as he squeezed through the crowd and approached Wang Tian. Upon seeing Zheng Tai, who also had a grim expression, Wang Tian inexplicably felt a tightness in his chest, sensing something bad was about to happen. "Elder Zhang, why did you come over?" Han Chen smiled slightly upon seeing Zheng Tai appear. He knew that Wang Tian was about to face serious consequences. Damn it! Zheng Tai raised his right hand and directly slapped Wang Tian, who let out a scream. and fell to the ground, his left cheek instantly swelling up like a pig's head. The onlookers were stunned. How could an elder from the Seven Xian Alliance hit one of their own? Elder Zhang, why did you hit me? Wang Tian, lying on the ground, looked bewildered at Elder Zhang. Why would Elder Zhang treat him so harshly for no reason? You idiot! How dare you publicly insult the elder of the Dragon King gang? From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Seven Xian Alliance. With that, Zhang Tai used his elder privileges to kick this new disciple out of the gang and confiscated his gang badge. Ha! Elder Zhang, why is this happening? Wang Tian was dumbfounded. Everything was fine. How did he get kicked out? And why was Han Chen an elder of the Dragon King gang? What on earth was going on? But Zhang Tai ignored Wang Tian's desperate pleas and instead apologized to Han Chen, saying, Elder Han, it's my fault for not managing him properly. I apologize for the offense. Han Chen waved his hand and said, it's nothing. In such a large gang, there will always be one or two bad apples. Brother Zhang, please take this bad apple away so it doesn't dirty this place. Yes, I'll drag this bad apple away right now. So, Zhang Tai dragged the utterly defeated Wang Tian away. As for the crowd that had just mocked Han Chen, they were now pale with fear, never expecting that this young man was actually an elder of the Dragon King gang. Soon, the guilty crowd began to slip away one by one. Old Han. Was that elder from the Seven Xian Alliance named Zhang Tai? Yes, what's the problem? Damn, there really is someone named Zhang Tai in this world. Han Chen smiled and said, why wouldn't there be? Who knows, maybe. In the last life you were good brothers. Li Feiyu also smiled. That might actually be the case, but that Wang Tian is really pitiful. Yes, indeed, too pitiful. On the other side, the Dragon King's beloved daughter, Xianyuan Mengqi, is in the 5-star gang area? The leader of the 8-star gang, laughing proudly across the world, narrowed his eyes. Other leaders from high-star gangs also speculated about the purpose of the Dragon King gang's arrangement. Soon, this matter, neither big nor small, reached the ears of Marshal Zhu, who was responsible for Qianlong City. Not far outside Qianlong City, in a military stronghold. Retrieve the surveillance footage. With a command from Marshal Zhu, the screen immediately displayed the area where Han Chen and the others were located. Upon seeing the Dragon King's beloved daughter, Xianyuan Mengqi, along with the unfamiliar Han Chen, Marshal Zhu fell into deep thought. Looking at the young Han Chen, Marshal Zhu felt that something was amiss. A nameless young man could become an elder of the Dragon King gang, and he was accompanied by Xianyuan Mengqi. This was very unreasonable. Could he be the divine son that the Dragon King found? This thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and Marshal Zhu immediately took it seriously. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he needed to report it. After briefing the situation to the national leader, Marshal Zhu instructed his subordinates. Before the siege activity begins, gather intelligence on the young elder of the Dragon King gang. Yes, Marshal. In the imperial capital, headquarters of the Dragon King gang, Longwang Xianyuan Zhonghua, through Xianyuan Mengqi, had long known that the Son of God had gone to Qianlong City to participate in the event. Once the event started, the Son of God would showcase his strength, and the whole world would know that Han Chen was the son of the Dragon Kingdom, so he had to make preparations in advance. If it weren't for his beloved daughter sending him a message, the Son of God would come to the Dragon King gang headquarters after the siege event ended. Otherwise, Xianyuan Zhonghua would definitely have met with the Son of God beforehand and personally brought him to the headquarters. All crimes can be attributed to me. No matter what I do, everything is for the Dragon Kingdom. Xianyuan Zhonghua's gaze was exceptionally firm. 2 days quickly passed. Only 1 day remained until the siege activity. Today, the foreign battle teams assigned to Qianlong City began to arrive one after another. The first to arrive was the Angel Nation's battle team, the Angel Squad, the strongest in the current national power of Blue Star, all dressed in special profession universal angel outfits, with pure white wings appearing behind them, radiating light as if angels had descended. The Angel Squad was composed of transmuters drawn from the Angel Legion of the Angel Nation. The Angel Legion was currently the most powerful transmuter legion of the #1 hegemonic nation, the Angel Nation. It was rumored that the Angel Nation had a total of 7 Angel Legions, but so far they had only revealed 4. However, with the Healing Angel Legion, Illusion Angel Legion, Moon Angel Legion, and Holy Angel Legion, the Angel Nation firmly held its position as the #1 hegemonic nation, demonstrating the powerful combat strength of the Angel Legion. Many transmuters from the Dragon Kingdom in Qianlong City were awestruck by the strength of the Angel Squad upon seeing them for the first time. Gulp! Is this the so-called #1 battle team in the world, the Angel Squad? What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn it, how could the Angel Nation send the strongest Angel Squad over? Didn't they always send second-rate teams before? As the Angel Squad passed by, the transmuters were shocked and stared at this super battle team. As the strongest hegemonic nation, the Angel Nation had its own exclusive area, and its location was excellent, which was their privilege. Captain Jack, if the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God is indeed as the Divine Envoy said, in this city, when do we strike? This Dragon Kingdom army looks tough to deal with. A level 8 advanced transmuter from the Angel Squad spoke through the team channel. The one referred to as Captain Jack's gaze sharpened, and he coldly replied, "Ross, do you think I, Jack, am someone to fear? What do we have to fear from the Dragon Kingdom army? Once the Son of God appears, we will move in. Have Kashya and the others, who infiltrated early, monitor the battlefield comprehensively. Once we discover the Son of God's whereabouts, we will act immediately. If we can't capture him, we will eliminate him. If we can't have him, no one else can." "Yes, Captain." At this moment, the national teams from the hegemonic nations of the Fire Nation, Leo Nation, and Moro Nation arrived one after another. Of course, the Fire Nation's national team received the Divine Envoy's oracle, and their only purpose was to focus on farming bosses while monitoring the situation of the Angel Nation and the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God, without concerning themselves with anything else. Therefore, the Fire Nation's national team was incredibly relaxed. After all, they didn't have to risk their lives to fight against the Dragon Kingdom army. The successive appearances of the national teams from the Fire Nation, Leo Nation, and Moro Nation once again caused a stir, as they were all battle teams renowned throughout the world. Hiss! That is the Fire Nation's national team, Fire Shadow Squad, which broke the world record for the difficult level of the world-class dungeon, Mages, Ruins, and no team has surpassed it to this day. They are truly a world-class top team. Everyone looked at the Fire Shadow Squad, dressed uniformly in Fire Shadow outfits, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, not expecting the Fire Nation to also deploy its strongest team. Bang bang bang! The sound of steady and powerful footsteps echoed, accompanied by the unique friction of battle armor. Everyone turned to look, instantly stunned. Holy crap! Look, that's the War God team from the Leo Kingdom. That's a super team, second only to the Angel team. Aren't they known for never participating in siege activities of other countries? Why would they suddenly come to our Dragon City for a siege event? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Another super team appeared, with each member riding a fierce giant snake and wearing strange masks. Oh my god! The Burrow team from the Moro Kingdom has also mobilized? Isn't that the most mysterious super team from the Moro Kingdom? They only show up during world-class dungeons or events. Usually, they keep a low profile. Rumor has it that the Burrow team's strength is enough to rival the Angel team. They've actually come. This is going to be exciting. We'll finally get to see their prowess in this siege event. Once these dominant national teams entered their respective exclusive areas, people began to discuss fervently. Dragon City suddenly gathered the top teams from 4 major dominant nations, leaving the Dragon Kingdom's job changers with mixed feelings. Logically, with these 4 super teams, it should be easier to defend Dragon City. However, these 4 dominant nations are all ambitious. Their use of super teams suggests they might have ulterior motives. As for the teams from other countries, they were quite normal, not sending their strongest teams but rather second-tier teams to mix in for rewards. After all, in siege events, the number of job changers each country can send is limited, and it's not necessarily the strongest team that can ultimately defeat the final boss. It purely depends on luck. Therefore, the rewards for sending the strongest team versus a second-tier team wouldn't differ much. Regarding the unusual actions of the 4 dominant nations, not only did they send their top teams, but they also requested to participate in the event at Dragon City, which naturally raised suspicions for the Dragon Kingdom's ruler. Coupled with General Zhu's earlier report, it was suspected that the Son of God had been discovered. The ruler was already 80% sure that the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God might be in Dragon City. For this reason, the ruler was willing to risk losing a guardian city and dispatched another general along with a large force to guard Dragon City. If the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God truly appeared, they must ensure his safety at all costs and not let the 4 dominant nations abduct him. Inside Dragon City, Han Shen also joined the crowd, watching the teams from various countries and discussing the luxurious teams of the 4 dominant nations with Li Feiyu and the others. For Han Shen, these 4 dominant nation teams were no different from those of other countries, at most having superior equipment. If these guys were here to capture him, Han Shen could openly and unceremoniously collect all their equipment to enrich the warehouse of the Huaxia Guild. Ding! Han Shen received a private message from the Dragon King President. Son of God, the Angel Kingdom and others might know you are in Dragon City, which is why they dispatched their strongest teams. If you're not confident in handling them, I suggest you leave first. The Dragon King President knew that Han Shen could cast forbidden spells and possessed strength comparable to a top-tier job changer of the 10th transition, but he was worried that the Angel Kingdom and other teams might be prepared and could withstand the power of the forbidden spells, which would be troublesome. Upon seeing the message, Han Shen smiled knowingly and replied to the Dragon King President, "Don't worry, they're just a bunch of small fry, not worth fearing. I'm more concerned that they're not here for me." Seeing the Son of God respond this way, Shen Yuan Chonghua knew that the Son of God was absolutely confident in sweeping through these super teams, so he no longer worried. Good, then I can rest easy. However, to be safe, the Dragon King President still ordered all elders in Dragon City to keep a close eye on Elder Li Feiyu and to protect him first if anyone made a move against him, assigning Elder Shin Taishu to be responsible for this matter. Don't be fooled by Shintaishu being just a 7th tier space mage. His protective abilities are definitely stronger than most 8th tier great masters. This is the unique power of space mages. Thus, amidst the undercurrents and various hidden agendas, everyone calmly passed through the final day. The next morning, the 12 guardian cities of the Dragon Kingdom were enveloped by a divine light descending from the sky. The entire city was completely sealed off. A mist covered the outskirts of the city. Everyone stopped talking, their expressions turning serious. The siege activity was about to begin. At the same time, all the job changers in the 12 guardian cities received a mission prompt. Siege activity begins. There are 10 minutes until the first wave of monsters attacks. Warriors defending the city, please prepare yourselves. The job changer who delivers the final blow to the siege boss will have a 5-second priority to claim the boss's dropped items. Upon hearing this prompt, all the lower tier job changers became excited. This was the reason they were willing to risk their lives to participate in the event. If Lady Luck smiled upon them and they managed to deliver the final blow to a boss, obtaining its dropped items, they would be set for life. I've been on a lucky streak lately. I'm sure I'll hit a boss, exclaimed a 5th tier plan type job changer, unusually excited. Stop dreaming. No matter how it goes, that grass of yours won't get a turn. Grass is just grass. Stop bragging about how high your fire resistance is. At that moment, the virtual screen for the 1,000-person leaderboard is activated. Buzz. Everyone looked up. A massive virtual screen appeared above the 12 guardian cities, while the overall ranking screen would only be displayed after the final boss appeared. All damage dealt to siege monsters will be converted into equivalent points. The top 1,000 job changers in the 12 selected cities will be listed. After the event ends, the listed job changers will receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings. During the siege activity, the selected cities are open for attack but closed for entry until the event concludes. This siege activity consists of 7 waves of monsters, with a new wave appearing every 3 hours. If a selected city is occupied by siege monsters in 80% of its area, it will be deemed a successful siege, and that city will become a fog-covered area occupied by monsters. Hearing the event prompt, everyone adjusted themselves to their best state, preparing for battle. With a wave of monsters every 3 hours, that means to defend the city, we must eliminate the appearing monster boss within 3 hours. Otherwise, if all 7 waves attack together, it will be a devastating blow. Han Chen analyzed quietly in his heart. Chenglong City should be fine with him around, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, Han Chen was somewhat worried about the other 11 guardian cities. After all, he was also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. After his profession was upgraded to Forbidden Spell Priest, Han Chen developed a special sensitivity to divine power. Coupled with the passive Forbidden Spell of All-Knowing Eye, he could clearly sense a chilling evil force within the mist, likely the power of a malevolent deity. Could it be that an evil deity is secretly pulling strings? If the other guardian cities fell, it would be a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, job changers from other dominant nations could more easily infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, taking advantage of the situation to provoke the Dragon Kingdom and potentially trigger a national war. 10 seconds until the monsters appear. Buzz. A massive and mysterious dark magic circle appeared on the ground, covering all areas of Chenglong City. Everyone, pay attention, the first wave of siege monsters is coming. Activate the formations and barriers. Through the sound transmission formation, everyone in the city heard the voice of the city lord, Zhao Tianming. Buzz. The Dragon Kingdom's legion immediately activated the city defense barrier, enveloping the entire Chenglong City in a water-like shield. The siege monsters not only randomly appear inside the city through magic circles but also outside. The barrier can prevent the siege monsters from outside, reducing the pressure on those inside the city. The formations can not only reinforce the facilities within the city but also provide enhancement buffs, increasing the attack power of the job changers inside, among other things. Formation masters and barrier masters are the most functional professions among support roles, and they generally join national legions to maximize their effectiveness. After all, the rare formation and barrier items are monopolized by the state. Bang bang bang. The magic circles continuously spawn the same type of siege monsters, and the numbers are staggering. However, these are all ordinary siege monsters, at most mixed with elite monsters, and the first wave of siege bosses has not yet been discovered. Each wave of siege bosses randomly appears in certain locations within the city, and there may be more than one. They could be inside the city, in the foggy areas outside, or even underground. Therefore, finding the coordinates of the siege bosses is the most important task at the moment. Once someone discovers a boss, they will immediately send the coordinates to the regional channel so that other job changers in the city can gather directly at the coordinates. Of course, the state will also send the coordinates to the world channel. To defend the city, they still need the strength of these other national teams to help guard it. Siege Beast, Dark, Race, Dark Barbarian Level, LV 180 Health 550000/550000 Physical Defense 30,000 Magical Defense 30,000 Skills, Earth Tremor, Giant Stone Trap, Barbarian Push Cart. The Lord of Chunlong City immediately posted the attributes of the siege monsters to the Longhua regional channel, so even job changers who were not high enough in level could know the monsters' attributes. What the hell? Dual defenses of 30k? Health of 550k? Damn it, in previous siege events, the first wave of monsters was at most level 100, with defenses of less than 10k, right? What does the dark after the monster's name mean? Could it be that monsters from the dark forest of the game world are attacking the city? After seeing the attribute information of the siege minions, the entire Longhua erupted. The rulers, including the national seat, couldn't help but look even more serious. This is just the first wave of minions. How astonishing must the boss's attributes be? How powerful will the final boss be? Can the 12 guardian cities hold out? Inside Chunlong City, the various legions and guilds of Longhua began to take action, and foreign teams also started to deal with the appearing minions. The score screen above the city began to show rankings. Han Shen did not engage with these minions but instead provided various auxiliary forbidden spell skills to Li Feiyu and the others, letting them farm the nearby minions, while he used the all-knowing eye to scan the foggy areas surrounding Chunlong City. After all, the all-knowing eye can explore unknown hidden areas. If the boss is in the fog, he would naturally see it at a glance. With all skill effects activated, Han Shen quickly found the first wave of siege bosses in the foggy area, located in the direction of the west city gate of Chunlong City. Coordinates 886, 998. Jijibuta Siege Beast Boss, Dark, Race, Dark Barbarian Level, LV 200 Health, 500000000, Dual Defense, 450000 Strength, for 20000 Constitution, 580000 Spirit, 210000 Agility. 22000 Skills, Blessing of the Dark Deity, Siege Giant Stone Cannon, Stone Defense, Absolute Dungeon, Earthstone Spike, City Breaking Aura, 100 hits in 1 second. Blessing of the Dark Deity, health increases by 10 times, skill damage taken minus 30%, damage to city defenses increases by plus 50%, including formations, barriers, city walls, etc. Introduction. The barbarian chieftain Jijibuta, summoned by a mysterious call, leads his tribe to besiege a city. His mission is singular: to destroy the chosen city and eliminate all priests. Upon seeing the skill, Blessing of the Dark Deity, in the siege boss information, Han Shen's gaze sharpened. It was indeed the intervention of a dark deity. Moreover, this siege boss was unlike the usual dungeon bosses. It seemed to possess an independent consciousness, much like the NPCs he encountered during his job change quest. It was gathering elite monsters in the foggy area, seemingly aiming to form a siege army to launch an all-out attack. This situation had never occurred in any siege activities around the world before. I'll be right back. With that, Han Shen activated his wind and thunder wings and soared into the air, preparing to eliminate the siege boss before it could launch its attack in the foggy area. Additionally, Han Shen's intention to openly use his wind and thunder wings was to draw out those with ulterior motives towards him before annihilating the boss. The moment Han Shen moved, infiltrators from the Angel Kingdom, Fire Kingdom, Leo Kingdom, and Morrow Kingdom immediately took notice of him. Each of the dominant nations had received an oracle, and the most obvious characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God was his special flying skill, which allowed him to harness the power of wind and thunder to fly. The description was detailed, but they did not know this was a max-level forbidden spell skill. The infiltrators quickly messaged their respective teams. The Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom has appeared. The Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom. The eyes of the captains from the Angel Team, War God Team, and Burrow Team all lit up simultaneously. They had thought the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom would not expose himself so easily, estimating he would only show up after several waves of siege bosses. They did not expect that before the first wave of siege boss had even appeared, the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom had revealed himself. But the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't be that foolish. Could it be intentional? Why would he deliberately expose himself? Regardless of the reason, they would not let this opportunity slip by. If he didn't take action, other nations would. The captain of the Fire Shadow Team, Inoue Zikong, also noticed the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom and saw the three dominant nations' teams stirring. Thus, Inoue Zikong merely sneered inwardly and then ordered, "Ignore the others, continue searching for the boss's whereabouts." Captain Kick. How dare he appear alone? Truly foolish. Move in. Get the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom. If we can't capture him, then eliminate him. The captain of the Angel Team, Jack, spoke ominously. Jack gave the order. The Angel Team immediately abandoned the siege elite monsters and formed an angelic battle formation to strike. The Dragon Kingdom's decree stated that during the siege activities, no harm should come to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the consequences would be borne by the offender. But the Angel Team ignored this decree. Seeing the Angel Team in action, the captains of the War God Team and Burrow Team quickly ordered their teams to move, vying for the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom. No matter the cost, capture the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom, then retreat. The sudden and strange actions of the three dominant nations' teams immediately caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. Reporting to Marshal Zhu and Marshal Pang, the Angel Team, War God Team, and Burrow Team are exhibiting unusual behavior. They have all left their respective designated areas. The personnel responsible for monitoring the situation within the city immediately reported. Quick! Notify the Dragon Cavalry Corps, Dragon War Corps, and Dragon Mage Corps. Temporarily disregard the first wave of siege monsters and keep a close watch on these 3 teams. They must have discovered the Son of God from the Dragon Kingdom. Once we find out they are targeting any of our job changers, we will assist with full force and escort the job changer to a safe area. Additionally, continue to monitor the Fire Kingdom's fire Shadow Team. Other nations' teams must not be neglected. If they exhibit any unusual behavior, report immediately. Marshal Zhu quickly issued the orders. Upon seeing Han Shen soar into the sky and the 3 major hegemonic nation battle teams charging towards him, Shin Taishu, who had been keeping an eye on Han Shen, realized that Han Shen had already been targeted. Everyone, get ready. The president has instructed us to keep a close watch on Elder Han, who is now being pursued by the 3 super battle teams. If Elder Han finds himself in danger, we will act immediately to ensure his safety. Although the elders were unclear as to why these teams were after Elder Han or why the president had ordered his protection, they dared not disobey the president's command. Thus, the elders of the Dragon King gang abandoned their posts and rushed to Han Shen's location. Other high-star gang transmuters, witnessing the collective departure of the Dragon King gang elders and the strange actions of the hegemonic nation teams, wore expressions of confusion. What's going on? Have they found the boss coordinates? Are they going to farm the boss early? No way. If someone had discovered the boss, they would have immediately sent the coordinates to the regional channel. Everyone, look! Our nation's 3 ace legions are heading that way too. What the hell? Are they ignoring the siege monsters? Everyone was filled with uncertainty. With the absence of the 3 ace legions, the 3 battle teams, and the Dragon King gang's output, the pressure on the others increased significantly as there were quite a few siege monsters to deal with. At this moment, Han Shen had already arrived above the west gate of Chunlong City. Shen Yuan Chonghua promptly informed Han Shen of the actions of the 3 super battle teams. Upon receiving the news, Han Shen turned his gaze towards the direction of the 3 super battle teams and indeed saw the Angel Legion swiftly flying towards him, while the War God team and the Borrow team were rushing towards him at an incredible speed on the ground. Seeing this, a slight smirk appeared on Han Shen's lips, revealing a hint of a sinister expression. As he had expected, these foreign teams were coming for him, but strangely, what was up with the Fire Shadow team? Why were they making no moves? Did they intend to reap the benefits from the sidelines? If the Fire Shadow team did not take action against him, Han Shen would find it difficult to strike back. Then let's deal with these 3 teams first. As for the Fire Shadow team, if they choose not to act, that's fine, but if they do, they'll find out why the flowers are so red. Whoosh! Crack! The Wind Thunder Wings summoned the power of wind and thunder, carrying Han Shen into the sky. The Dragon Kingdom transmuters on the ground near the west gate also noticed something unusual. While farming monsters, they occasionally glanced at the sky. The Angel team, bolstered by the powerful attributes of their angel set, arrived here first. Kikik, Dragon Kingdom's son, you cannot escape the grasp of my Angel Kingdom. The captain of the Angel team laughed maniacally. Jack Country, Angel Kingdom Hidden Profession, Mecha Slayer, 8th Transmutation, Talent, Infinite Function, Level, LV240 Health, 770154. Mana, 510564 Strength, 164345 Constitution, 154031 Spirit, 142113 Agility, 156562 Free Attribute Points, 0 Profession Assessment, 88 stars. Arrogant. Jack, the son of the Dragon Kingdom, belongs to my Leo Kingdom. The captain of the War God team's muscles bulged as he unleashed a special item, creating a vast field that prevented the Angel team from launching their attack. Holy! Battle Flag, epic level item, can release a field every 30 minutes. Within the field, all transmuters and monsters have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 10 seconds. The War God team then equipped flying items and flew towards Han Shen. Staba Country, Leo Nation Hidden Profession, Lion Shield Berserker, 8th Transcendence, Talent, Unmatched Hero, Level, LV240 Health, 870154. Mana, 510564 Strength, 170471 Constitution, 171462 Spirit, 134661 Agility, 134514 Free Attribute Points, 0 Profession Assessment, 86 stars. Damn it! Fucking meat. You guys are still too green compared to items and strength. The Angel team was restricted by items, losing the first opportunity, and Jack was incredibly furious. Angel Authority, legendary item, under the Angelic Radiance, can dispel all control. Once the Angel team broke free from control, they immediately struck to stop the War God team. At this moment, the late arriving Burrow team also joined the battle, led by a powerful 8th Transcendence Ultimate Class Changer. A Far Country, Moro Nation Hidden Profession, Shaman, 8th Transcendence, Talent, Totem Blessing, Level, LV240 Health, 670154 Mana. 910564 Strength, 120746 Constitution, 134462 Spirit, 184661 Agility, 136741 Free Attribute Points, 0 Profession Assessment, 89 stars. Flame Totem, Frost Totem, Hurricane Totem. The Burrow team turned out to be a full team of priests, and under the leadership of Captain Afar, they unleashed elemental totem skills together, instantly blooming countless elemental powers in the sky with various lights flickering, forming a powerful elemental vortex. Holy shit! How did the three super teams start fighting? Damn it, the Burrow team is all priests. That's not a weak profession at all. Not good. The Angel team has gone berserk. They're about to unleash their ultimate move, Run. That power could definitely destroy everything, enough to annihilate a ninth Transcendence unparalleled hero. Why are they fighting here? Aren't they here to participate in the siege event? The class changers on the ground were all scared and fled. The three major ace legions of the Dragon Nation, seeing this, erupted with military might, surrounding the three super teams. Those who offend the Dragon Nation shall die. Upon learning that the three super teams were going after Hanshen, Shenyuan Mengqi felt very worried, wondering if they had special means to withstand the power of the forbidden spell. She had to protect this annoying little brother closely. Moreover, they were the top teams of the three major hegemonic nations, all fully armed, equipped with top-notch gear and powerful items, not to be underestimated. No, I have to go take a look. Shenyuan Mengqi mounted her purple-eyed Black Panther and was about to rush towards Hanshen. Elder Mengqi, take me with you. Although Li Feiyu was still very weak, he absolutely wouldn't ignore Hanshen. Even though he knew Hanshen was very impressive now, he was still worried. So, Li Feiyu instructed old Ma to keep an eye on the members of the Huaxia Guild preparing to go take a look. Shenyuan Mengqi nodded, not refusing. Whoosh! Chen Xiaoqian beside them gritted her teeth, using the unique flying skill of the Holy Spirit Master, Spirit Butterfly Illusion Feather, and followed alone. On the other hand, other High-Star Guild high-level class changers were also curious and went to check the situation, wanting to see what had happened to cause the national teams to be in turmoil. What's going on? How did Elder Han get surrounded by the three super teams? In the crowd, Zheng Taizhou, holding a giant shield and wearing cold iron heavy armor, looked surprised at the surrounded Hanshen. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Taizhou summoned his flying barbarian bull and followed alone. Roar! Shenyuan Mengqi, Li Feiyu, and Chen Xiaoqian arrived, looking at the great battle in the sky, their expressions all darkened. Miss, you're here. At this moment, Shin Taishu was wearing a mage outfit, radiating golden mysterious light, with 6 spatial divine wheels forming a special spatial magic array, creating a separate space. Shin Taishu floated high in the air, his eyes shimmering with the flow of spatial elements, his staff continuously spewing magical brilliance. Elder Shin, what's the situation now? Shenyuan Mengqi saw Hanshen trapped in the center of the three major battle teams, but for the moment, he was safe. The Dragon Law Legion, Dragon War Legion, and Dragon Rider Legion are trying to break through the defenses of the three battle teams. Our Dragon King Guild is also waiting for an opportunity, ready to strike at any moment. The Angel Team, God of War Team, and Burrow Team live up to their name as world-class super teams. Their combat power is too strong, with numerous tactics. Even with our Elder Bei Ao Rong and other 8th Transition Limit class professionals, we probably wouldn't be their match. Shin Taishu said anxiously. Why isn't Old Han making a move? Could it be that Old Han has been controlled? Li Feiyu was very anxious, gripping his battle knife tightly. If Old Han was captured, he would definitely not stand by, even if he was no match for the opponent. No, he hasn't been controlled, he's temporarily safe. The three super teams are of similar strength, and they are caught in a chaotic battle. Shin Taishu replied. Above the west gate of Chunlong City, Hanshen, positioned in the center of the three chaotic super teams, remained calm as he watched their battle. Because all three super teams wanted to capture him, he was, in fact, quite safe for the time being. Hanshen was waiting. He was waiting for the national warning to finish, after which the National Legion would truly take action, and then he could annihilate these three super teams. After all, they were super teams of the hegemonic nations. If he rashly killed them, it would likely provoke a backlash from the three hegemonic nations targeting the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Dragon Kingdom was also one of the hegemonic nations facing three hegemonic nations and the world's number one, the Angel Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom would struggle. However, if the nation intervened and issued warnings through national decrees and the edicts of the Pantheon, if they still acted recklessly, then the Dragon Kingdom could justifiably take action, and he could also act. At that time, the Angel Kingdom, Leo Kingdom, and Moro Kingdom would only have themselves to blame, unable to find an excuse to target the Dragon Kingdom. Final warning, cease immediately, or face merciless slaughter. In response to the Dragon Kingdom's warning, the three super teams chose to ignore it, still exerting their full strength, using all means to compete for the Dragon Kingdom's divine son. The warning had been issued, and the three legions had no more concerns. The marshal has ordered, at all costs, protect the divine son. Damn it, wipe them out, leave not a single one. The 8th Transition Limit Leader of the Dragon Law Legion, Manhwa, shouted with authority, his tone filled with majesty. Anyone daring to offend the Dragon Kingdom would not leave alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa took the lead in attacking. Element of fire drifting in the sky, as an explosive flame mage, I command you, heed my call, explode. Explosive flame python dance. The powerful 8th transition fire magic skill was unleashed instantly, igniting the sky, coalescing into 16 gigantic fire pythons charging towards the 3 super teams. The other mages of the Dragon Law Legion also began to chant, releasing complementary powerful magic skills which intersected and amplified their power. In an instant, the dazzling magic skills unleashed by the Dragon Law Legion overshadowed the totem elements of the Burrow team. After all, they only had a few hundred people, while the Dragon Law Legion had tens of thousands, their strength only stronger, not weaker. Minus 81,032. What? Only over 80,000 damage? Manhwa's gaze sharpened. For an 8th transition powerhouse, the damage dealt was not very high. This was because when the Dragon Law Legion struck, the 3 super teams had each activated their life-saving measures, deploying powerful defensive items to block this wave of attacks, otherwise, they would have been obliterated. The leader of the Dragon Rider Legion, Li Fei, and the leader of the Dragon War Legion, Zhao Mang, also led their teams to strike with full force. So what if the enemy had powerful defensive measures? They were not unlimited. There would be times when they would be desperate. Oldly, I'll clear the way for you, rescue the Divine Sun first. Okay, let this group of bastards know that the Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. If they provoke us, they will pay the price. Zhao Mang led the Dragon Battle Corps straight towards the 3 major super teams. The Dragon Cavalry Corps lay in wait, ready to charge in as soon as a gap opened in the chaotic battle among the 3 super teams to rescue the trapped Divine Sun. Is this the combat power of the 3 major super teams? So strong, they can actually withstand the siege of our 3 legions. The spectators were all astonished. In the sky, Captain Jack, our defensive items are about to expire. North, the 8th tier class changer of the Angel team, reported. Damn, those 2 troublemakers. Execute Plan B, eliminate the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun. The Angel team couldn't handle the War God team and the Brahma team. So since they couldn't capture the Divine Sun, they had to kill him before the duration of their items ended, then retreat. Otherwise, without the legendary defensive items, the Dragon Kingdom's legions would pose an immediate threat to them. Boom! The Angel team suddenly changed their battle formation. The captains of the War God team and the Brahma team both narrowed their eyes, sensing something was off. When they saw Jack unleash an 8th tier ultimate move against the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun, the other members of the Angel team released skills to enhance Jack's power. Their pupils constricted as they instantly understood the Angel team's intentions. They were giving up on capturing the Divine Sun and aimed to destroy him, ensuring that no one could have him. Not good. The Angel team wants to kill the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun, but they were currently under attack from the Dragon Law Corps and had no time to stop this madman Jack, who knew he would suddenly strike at the Divine Sun. Keek, if we can't have him, no one can. The Angel Kingdom will still be number 1 in the world. Destroy. Mecha Destruction Storm. Jack laughed sinisterly as he chanted the unique super ultimate move of the hidden class, Mecha Sorcerer. Under the effect of the infinite mechanism talent, countless mechas appeared in the sky, each plasma cannon aimed at Han Chen, beginning to charge. The other members of the Angel team also skillfully released skills that could stack to enhance their captains' power. In an instant, a force capable of destroying a city swept over everyone. Not good. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. The leaders of the 3 Dragon Kingdom legions were also furious. They never expected the Angel team to be so cunning. If they couldn't capture the Divine Sun, they would destroy him. But at this moment, they had no time to release skills strong enough to provide rescue. Such a powerful skill, once unleashed, even the Divine Sun, no matter how capable, wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of damage. Damn! Is this the true strength of the Angel team? Just as Han Chen was about to make a move, a figure shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Sister Chi-Chi? Han Chen was taken aback. The newcomer was Xianyuan Mengqi, clad in golden armor, wielding a red dragon spear, riding a purple black panther. To Han Chen's surprise, Li Feiyu was also on the purple black panther, dressed in an exquisite blood red outfit, radiating a faint red glow, holding 2 massive axes. This was the top-tier 5th-tier warrior equipment Han Chen had retrieved from the Dragon King Guild's warehouse. The little bun, who had been cuddled by Xianyuan Mengqi, was now flickering with electric light, quietly hovering in front of Han Chen. The little bun had reached 5-star level, its combat power skyrocketing, and it had even evolved into a battle form of the Dihua beast. Not only that, but Shin Taishu also appeared beside Han Chen, holding a flowing light staff, his majestic robe billowing in the wind. What surprised Han Chen the most was Zheng Tai. He had also arrived, clad in black gold armor that was no less impressive than Xianyuan Mengqi's. With a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, riding a flying barbarian bull, his health was not much inferior to Xianyuan Mingqi's. Good heavens, he truly was the strongest meat shield. Under Han Chen's assistance and the enhancement of the forbidden spell, everyone's attributes surged wildly in an instant. For example, Xianyuan Mengqi's attributes now even surpassed those of an ordinary 8th transition class changer. Little Mu, I will protect you closely. In the face of such a formidable enemy, Xianyuan Mengqi simply stated this. The others remained silent, quietly hovering around Han Chen, their aura astonishingly brave. At this moment, Han Chen felt a bit moved. Thank you. But don't worry, these people can't do anything to me. Just then, Jack completed his chant, and the plasma cannon barrage that could destroy everything was unleashed, heading straight for Han Chen and the others. Everyone nervously looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the blessing staff in Han Chen's hand burst forth with magical light. God's Forbidden Zone. Buzz. Like a barrier, the God's Forbidden Zone instantly covered the entire Qianlong city, even including the misty area. Everything above and below was frozen. Only the live broadcast continued, but the images were all still. Even the super ultimate move released by the captain of the Angel Squad was frozen in midair. Seeing this, Li Feiyu and the others were overjoyed. Well done. I knew old Han would be the strongest. Angel Kingdom's capital. Oh crab. F***CK squid. What skill is that? How can even skills be imprisoned? The ruler of the Angel Kingdom, who was constantly monitoring the situation in Qianlong City, exclaimed in shock, cursing. Similarly, the rulers of the Leo Kingdom and the Moro Kingdom were also stunned. This must be a 10th transition forbidden spell. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such power. Thus, the rulers of the 3 major hegemonic countries immediately notified their respective divine envoys to report the situation. Angel Kingdom's divine envoy, the Dragon Kingdom's son, can instant cast forbidden spells? It seems we've been played. Leo Kingdom's divine envoy, it seems we need to consult the great deity before making the next plan. Moro Kingdom's divine envoy, instant casting forbidden spells. Has the priest's dark weakening curse been broken? Fire Kingdom. The divine envoy of the Jing Kingdom looked at the screen, revealing a sinister smile. By the time you react, I will have seized the initiative. As long as I capture the Dragon Kingdom's son's family in the Fire Kingdom, I'm not afraid the Dragon Kingdom's son won't walk into the trap. Dragon Kingdom. The rulers, including the national seat, were shocked yet delighted. The son, it must be the son, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a powerful forbidden spell, especially one that could be instant cast. Make arrangements. I want to personally go to Qianlong City. Once the siege event is over, I want to meet the son at the first opportunity, the national seat ordered. Dragon King Gang headquarters. Xianyuan Chonghua looked at the screen and knew that Han Chen's identity as the son was completely exposed. Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess that Han Chen was the Dragon Kingdom's son. I estimate the national seat and those 3 guys will all head to Qianlong City. I can't stop the national seat, but those 3 guys will still give me some face. Thus, Xianyuan Chonghua stood up, equipped with the legendary God-slaying blade enhanced to +99, with attributes comparable to mythical equipment. His eyes widened, and his body vanished. Above Qianlong City. Meow. The little steamed bun perched on Han Chen's shoulder wanted to unleash a forbidden spell to annihilate the members of the 3 super squads, but Han Chen stopped it. If the little steamed bun released an attack, forbidden spell, with its inability to control the destructive power of the skill, it would definitely affect Qianlong City's defensive facilities, even damaging the protective formations and barriers. To eliminate this group without endangering Qianlong City, the best method was to use a mental attack forbidden spell or a soul attack forbidden spell. Meow. For those who dared to attack its master, the little steamed bun was also filled with killing intent. Since the master wouldn't allow it to release an attack forbidden spell, it would instead release a support forbidden spell. The 5-star little steamed bun awakened its 4th skill. Skill 4, Thunder Shatter Defense, Forbidden Spell, Area. Skill, reduces the opponent's dual defenses by 80%, cooldown 15 minutes. Thunder flashed, covering the 3 super squads. Noticing the sudden drop in their defenses, the captains of the 3 major super teams turned pale as death. The captain of the Angel Nation felt a twinge of fear. If the silence binding him could not be lifted, he would be unable to use his escape items to lead the Angel team away from the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Han Chen showed no hesitation. He swiftly pulled Jack aside, out of the live broadcast's view, and with a flick of his staff, a terrifying mental storm erupted. Desolation of the Divine. This powerful mental storm swept over the 3 super teams. No! Jack exclaimed, his eyes bulging with rage. But under the forbidden spell, there was no way to resist without reaching level 10-10832221. The members of the Angel team immediately felt their bodies go limp, their faces drained of color, their eyes devoid of life. The War God team and the Brahma team were no different, including the hidden classes of Staba and Afar. The 2 had no power to resist, their health plummeting, feeling as if their entire bodies had been drained by 10 300-pound women. Even their souls seemed to vanish in that instant. The scene left the powerful onlookers feeling a pang of pain, as if their hearts were bleeding. This was the backbone of the nation, and yet they were so easily annihilated. In the next moment, Han Chen used Life Drain to absorb Jack's health, reducing him to a critical state. Fuck! Son of the Dragon Nation, what do you want to do? Jack glared at Han Chen, weak and furious. Not satisfied? Then hold it in, but don't suffocate yourself. I still have questions for you. Why are you going to such lengths to capture me? Han Chen demanded coldly, gripping Jack tightly. Humph, do you think I would tell you? You have completely offended our Angel Nation. There is only one path left for you, and that is to go to the Angel Nation and apologize. Otherwise, you and your family will face death. Jack's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Han Chen. Hearing the mention of family, Han Chen's pupils constricted sharply. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and you will die. It seems you want to die. At this, fear flickered in Jack's eyes, and he hurriedly said, No, let me go. I can exchange another secret with you. He was only 30 years old, with a bright future ahead. He didn't want to die meaninglessly here. Then let's see if your secret is worth a life. If it is, I might spare you. After all, he was the captain of the Angel team. It was possible that the secret he had was astonishing. While Han Chen could choose not to kill him, he never said anything about not letting Little Man to kill him. The Hall of Gods will no longer be a union. But just then, a chilling dark power flashed in Han Chen's perception and vanished. Put! Jack suddenly let out a muffled groan, spitting blood. The hidden class Jack, captain of the Angel Nation team, had fallen. Han Chen immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings. What just happened? Who killed Jack? That dark magic left no trace. Han Chen knew it had to be power beyond level 10, otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped his all-knowing eye. What was Jack about to say? Was it that the Hall of Gods would no longer be a union organization? That the Angel Nation had taken control of the Hall of Gods? How could that be possible? Han Chen thought in shock. The Angel Nation was already the world's strongest power, and many weaker countries suffered greatly under its might. If the Hall of Gods were truly under the complete control of the Angel Nation, it would mean endless oppression for countries around the world, and various resources would be monopolized by the Angel Nation. I'm still not strong enough. Han Chen's expression grew serious, and he began to feel a sense of urgency regarding reaching level 10. Next, Han Chen collected all the top-tier equipment from the 3 super teams. Only the equipment worn by the Class Changers could be obtained upon their death. Other items and props in the storage space would disappear. With the death of the Class Changer, the 3 Legion leaders of the Dragon Law Legion, Dragon War Legion, and Dragon Rider Legion exchanged incredulous glances at Han Chen before leading their teams back to the strategic area to rejoin the city defense battle. Because Commander Zhu had issued an order, the Son of God was immensely powerful and did not require their protection for the time being. Their primary task was to defend Shenlong City. Old Han, you have no idea. I almost wet myself just now, Li Feiyu said, still shaken. Although he was comparable to a 6th transition class with Han Chen's auxiliary forbidden spell support, he still felt too weak in front of those national teams. Weren't you the brave warrior who claimed to remain unflinching even when Mount Tai collapses before you? A mere 8th transition ultimate class can scare you that much? Han Chen teased. Damn, old Han. Where's your conscience? I risked my life to help you. Han Chen patted his chest and laughed. I have a conscience, but not much. At that moment, Xian Yuan Mengqi couldn't help but ask Han Chen, are you the son of God? Her expression was complex, clearly asking a question she already knew the answer to. Han Chen turned to look at Xian Yuan Mengqi and nodded slightly. Upon receiving a positive response, Xian Yuan Mengqi bit her lip, a hint of gloom appearing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhang Tai were both astonished. Han Chen was actually the son of the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, people around the world watching the live broadcast were stirred up in a massive public opinion storm. A boy from the Dragon Kingdom, who was not even above the 8th transition, could unleash forbidden spells, and even instantaneously, this was beyond their imagination. Countless onlookers, unaware of the truth, speculated about Han Chen's background. Some guessed that Han Chen had received divine favor, while others speculated he was the illegitimate son of the Dragon King. Even more absurdly, the citizens of Country H unanimously believed that Han Chen was a transition class from their country, merely lost in the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, the behind-the-scenes powers of Country H released family photos, preparing to bring Han Chen back to recognize his roots. Did they really think they could just throw their face on the ground and still want it back? Soon, the theory of the Dragon Kingdom threatening to dominate the world appeared in the headlines of Angel Country's news, exaggerated and slandered by the media. On the other hand, in Shenlong City, Yifan and Wang Tian, witnessing Han Chen's might as he slaughtered the 3 super teams, had faces as pale as liver. Especially Wang Tian, who had begun to doubt his life choices. He finally understood why Elder Zhang Tai had kicked him out of the guild. Yifan silently glanced at the skeleton monster he had summoned, a look of unwillingness on his face. He couldn't believe it. The protagonist should be him. He was the true disaster of the world. Old Li, Chi-Chi, Senior Sister Chen, you guys go back and farm the small monsters first. I'll handle the first wave of siege bosses. If anything comes up, we can talk after the siege event is over, Han Chen said to the 3 once the troublemakers from Angel Country were dealt with, the Fire Shadow team would surely not dare to show their faces, allowing Han Shen to confidently farm the siege bosses. Li Feiyu and the others nodded and quickly returned to regroup with Old Ma and the others. Of course, under the all-knowing eye, Han Shen could continuously release auxiliary forbidden spells to the people of Huaxia from a distance. However, this time Han Shen added one more person, Zheng Tai, who was also risking his life to help him. At that moment, the city lord of Chenlong City, Zhao Tianming, led a small team to Han Shen's side. Son of God, I am Zhao Tianming, the city lord of Chenlong City. Under Commander Zhu's orders, I am here to protect you. There are still many infiltrators from Angel Country, Leo Country, and Moro Country in Chenlong City, and the damn Fire Shadow team still exists. Please, son of God, come with me to a safe place. Han Shen naturally knew who Commander Zhu was. He was the Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom and a super expert of the 10th transition class. He didn't expect the country's actions to be so swift. As soon as they learned he was the son of God, they immediately sent the city lord of Chenlong City to protect him. Once the siege activities conclude, the nation's rulers are expected to meet with him. With that thought, Han Shen chuckled lightly and said, please inform city Lord Zhao to tell Commander Zhu that a mere ant from another country cannot shake a great tree. If the Fire Shadow team keeps to their duties, that would be fine, but if they dare to play tricks, the Angel team serves as a cautionary tale. Indeed, Zhao Tianming thought about it and realized that the sun was invincible and had no fear of these petty individuals. Good, the sun shall raise our national prestige, unmatched in the world. Once the siege activities are over, I hope the sun will accompany me to meet Commander Zhu. Sure, since he would have to meet him sooner or later, and perhaps there would be unexpected gains, Han Shen naturally would not refuse. Suddenly recalling something, Han Shen continued, City Lord Zhao, this siege monster boss is not simple. It seems to have a consciousness of its own. Ha, how do you know, son? Zhao Ming Tian was taken aback. I have my ways of knowing. Right now, the first wave of siege monster bosses is gathering their minions in the mist, preparing to launch an attack from the West City gate. What? Zhao Ming Tian's expression changed. No wonder there weren't many monsters appearing outside the city. He thought most of them were inside, with very few outside. It turned out they had been concentrated by the boss. Han Shen sent the attributes and coordinates of the first wave of siege monster bosses to the regional channel. City Lord Zhao, I'm not sure if the other Guardian City bosses are the same, but it's better to be cautious. I will send the attributes and coordinates of each wave of bosses to the channel. I hope it helps the other Guardian cities. Han Shen couldn't support the other Guardian cities, but he could at least provide the boss's attributes and location. Good, with the sun's assistance, the Dragon Kingdom will surely overcome this crisis. Zhao Tianming bowed deeply to Han Shen. If the boss locations in the other Guardian cities were unified as before, those cities would gain the upper hand, allowing them to target the bosses in time, greatly increasing the chances of defending their cities. This scene left the onlookers of the Dragon Kingdom in shock. Once Zhao Tianming returned to the command base to redirect the battle, Han Shen turned his gaze back to the misty area. Not long after, boom! A resounding noise erupted from the misty area. The first wave of siege boss Gigi Buddha had gathered its minions and was ready to launch an attack to breach Chenlong City. Boss dialogue, my little ones, raise your sticks and trample Chenlong City with me, exterminating all job changers, and find that chosen one. We want him to submit. As soon as the words fell, judgment of light, a golden light, suddenly appeared above the boss's head. Gigi Buddha, what is that? So blinding. Boom! The sky was filled with golden light, and everything in the misty area turned to nothingness. Due to the game's rules, the people inside Chenlong City had no idea what was happening. They only saw golden light surging from the misty area to the west. Ding, you have killed the first wave of siege boss. Your heroic deeds will be celebrated in Chenlong City. Do you wish to announce your name? Hearing the prompt, Han Shen understood that this was part of the game activity rules, wanting everyone to know who ultimately killed the boss. Announce. Since he had already decided to be high profile, Han Shen naturally would not hide anymore. The virtual screen of Chenlong City suddenly sounded a notification. Congratulations to the holy priest Han Shen for successfully killing the siege boss Gigi Buddha. The boss is gone? I didn't even see a shadow of the boss. Who is Han Shen? Where did he farm the boss? The crowd stared in shock at the virtual screen in the sky, displaying the list of the first boss kills. Name, Han Shen. Occupation, Holy Priest. 5th transfer, level, LV-126 skill, Dragon King Guild information. Han Shen killed the siege boss Gigi Buddha, earning 50 million points, boss health 50 million, maximum damage dealt 50 million. What the hell? A priest? A 5th transfer priest? How did he do it? Everyone, quickly look at the regional channel. A guy named Han Shen just posted the boss attributes and coordinates. Soon, someone in Chenlong City noticed the message Han Shen sent. In the Dragon Country regional channel. Chenlong City, 886, 998, isn't that the location in the fog area outside the West City gate of Chenlong City? recalling the dazzling golden light from earlier. Even the slowest among them could guess something. It must have been that extraordinary young man who wiped out the 3 major super teams. That young man is actually named Han Chen. TSK, old Han is really quick. I just returned to the 5-star guild area, Li Feiyu said with a smile on his face. I even suspect that the boss's combat power is higher than the president's. Chen Xiaoxian chimed in. Xian Yuan Mengqi remained silent. Now that she knew Han Chen was truly the son of God, her emotions became a bit chaotic. Xian Yuan Mengqi felt very conflicted. She knew that it was impossible for her and that annoying younger brother. Moreover, the son of God is related to the fate of the dragon country, but her father hadn't told her the specifics. However, from her father's previous expression, it was clear that it definitely wasn't a good thing. Whoosh! After Han Chen used the ghost spider metal to collect the items dropped by the boss, he returned to Li Feiyu and the others. Unfortunately, the experience from this siege monster was as low as that from the title monsters. Otherwise, with the previous forbidden spell wiping out a large number of monsters outside the city, he could have leveled up several times. Seeing that Shin Taishu and Zhang Tai were also there, Han Chen smiled knowingly, fully aware that they were here to cling to his leg. Everyone, let's quickly farm monsters. Try to push into the top 100 of the points leaderboard. With Han Chen's auxiliary forbidden spell, everyone's combat power surged dramatically, making it easy to deal with these monsters, even elite monsters. As for casualties, that was impossible. Because Han Chen's Holy Light Guardian forbidden spell could instantly restore everyone's health and mana, not to mention the other auxiliary forbidden spells. To ensure everyone could smoothly enter the top 100, Han Chen casually released the Desolation of Divine Grief forbidden spell, and a super mental storm swept across the entire Qinlong city, causing others to feel a tightness in their hearts. The most frightened were the Fire Shadow team, who thought the son of God from the dragon country was going to take action against them, each showing a nervous expression, trembling like quails. However, this mental storm did not harm anyone, it merely swept through the siege monsters. Soon, Li Feiyu and the others also began to slay the monsters appearing in the 5-star guild area, and their points increased. Once the first wave of siege monsters was cleared, everyone finally looked up at the virtual screen in the sky. Points leaderboard. First, Han Chen, Holy Priest points, 95,272,023. Second, Xian Yuan Mengqi, Dragonlance Knight points, 3,023,242. Third, Shin Taishu, Space Mage points, 2,823,222. Fourth, Inoue Zikon, Yin Yang Sorcerer points, 1,644,444. Zhang Tai 6, Ma Lao 12, Chen Xiaoqian 18, Li Feiyu 28th, Xuning Xuan, Chu Ye, and Mu Hongyun also successfully entered the top 100. A forbidden spell is indeed a forbidden spell. It allowed everyone to surge into the top 100 of the points ranking among countless job changers, truly a heavenly start. At this moment, all the platforms exploded with excitement. Explosive Sky Guild Little Second Brother, damn, this is too fast. Did they just clear all the monsters in the city? At least leave one for me. Attack, don't defend. Who exactly is this Han Chen? He was previously unknown, but unexpectedly, he appears and is this fierce. GG 18 centimeters, one skill swept away all the siege monsters. This can't be a forbidden spell, right? Qinlong City is definitely safe now. 600 Jean Little Fairy, Han Chen is my husband. No one is allowed to steal him from me. Voice actor Shirling's sister, but your husband said he wants to have kids with me. Countless discussions erupted, and Han Chen suddenly became the center of attention, with bullet comments flying everywhere, all discussing Han Chen. At this moment, less than half an hour had passed since the first wave of monsters attacked, and this was still due to the 3 major teams wasting a lot of time. Otherwise, the monsters would have been cleared by Han Chen much faster. After the monsters were cleared, the people in Qinlong City had no choice but to gather to admire Han Chen, hoping to find an opportunity to cling to him. After all, there were still more than 2 hours until the second wave of monsters appeared, and they hadn't suffered any casualties at all. Moreover, with Han Chen around, the subsequent siege monsters were not to be feared. They just needed to see if they could accumulate more points before Han Chen wiped out these monsters. The Hokage team. Captain, at this rate, we might not get any good rewards. The members of the Hokage team complained. After all, without monsters spawning, their points wouldn't go up. What was the point of playing? It's okay, our captain is still in 4th place. Once the second wave of monsters appears, we just need to throw our big moves at the siege monsters. As long as we can make it into the top 10, it won't be a wasted trip. Inoue was quite open-minded about it. Soon, in the 5-star guild area, various high-star guild leaders came together to befriend Han Chen. This included the honorary elder Yang Nankong of the 8-star guild laughing proudly under heaven, and the honorary elder Tuoba Shu of the 7 Mysterious Alliance, among others. Han Chen actually didn't like such socializing, but these people were all big shots from major guilds in Longwa, and as Huaxia grows stronger in the future, it would be wise to consider bringing these high-level job changers into the fold. Therefore, establishing good connections in advance was still necessary. After some pleasantries, Han Chen finally found a moment of peace and immediately opened his phone to watch the live streams from the other 11 Guardian cities, wanting to confirm the situation with the boss. Sure enough, as Han Chen had anticipated, the siege boss appearing in the other Guardian cities also had independent consciousness and was gathering its subordinates to launch a monster-tied siege. The attributes of these bosses also surpassed those of the past, but they didn't seem to be as powerful as the one in Qianlong City, seemingly lacking the blessing of the dark deity. This relieved Han Chen. If those bosses were like the one in Qianlong City, the subsequent waves of bosses would likely be too much for the 11 Guardian cities to handle. Moreover, the locations of the bosses were almost identical to that of Qianlong City. With the intelligence provided by Han Chen in advance, the 11 Guardian cities had successfully deployed their forces at the West City Gate, successfully stopping the boss siege. Although there were some casualties, this achievement was already quite good. The defense battle lasted nearly 2 hours before the 11 Guardian cities successively dealt with the boss. Soon, after 3 hours, the ground magic circle surged with light again. The morale of the job changers in Qianlong City was unprecedentedly high. With the great Han Chen around, safety was guaranteed, and they just needed to see if they could farm a few more monsters. When the second wave of monsters appeared, Han Chen unleashed the Forbidden Spell God's Forbidden Zone once again. Except for his own people, everyone else was restricted. Baka Yoru. The members of the Hokage team were furious. They had just prepared to unleash their big moves but found themselves unable to move. Whoa, big shot. Can you leave me a few monsters? I want to farm. Damn it, I'm here to protect my home and country, not to watch a show, but as long as Qianlong City is safe, I don't mind being a spectator. Han, big shot, do you dare to show us what the boss looks like? Although the job changers in Qianlong City couldn't move, it didn't stop them from sending messages in the regional channel, expressing their dissatisfaction. This scene left the live-streaming audience dumbfounded. While other Guardian cities were fighting desperately, you guys were struggling just to take down a small monster. Han Chen, however, was unaware of the crowd's discontent. At this moment, he had already located the boss, still within the misty area, and surprisingly, there were 2 bosses this time. Suddenly, a massive black light array erupted from the boss, emitting a tremendous roar as they broke free from the confinement of the divine zone. Han Chen's pupils constricted, and he silently cursed, "Not good. Divine intervention, damn it." Boom, 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 roar. 2 gigantic bosses appeared, each towering several dozen meters high, wielding city-breaking magic hammers. Clad in purple-black armor, radiating dark magical light, with a pair of demonic horns on their foreheads, unleashing dark thunder. They had wings on their backs, and magical patterns flickered. 6 pairs of eyes released a scarlet bloodlight, and their demonic tails whipped around like iron whips, exuding a terrifying aura. One appeared near the South City Gate, while the other emerged at the North City Gate. As soon as they broke free from their confinement, they roared and charged towards Qianlong City. Gigi Henda, Wave 2. Dark Giant Troll Boss, Darkness, Race, Dark Giant Troll Level, LV 210 Health, 100 million/100 million. Skills, Dark Divine Blessing, Magic Hammer Dance, Troll Fury, Debuff, Century Breath, Giant Root Strike, Corrosive Magic Ring, Magic Light Restoration. Dark Divine Blessing, health increases by 20 times, skill effects increase by 40%, light magic damage reduction by 70%, immunity to forbidden spell control, and increases destructive power against city defenses by plus 70%, including formations, barriers, city walls, etc. Description: a slaughter race from the dark forest. Killing is their daily pleasure. Destruction is their innate mission. Summoned by a mysterious force, Gigi Henda will destroy everything. What the hell? The Dark Divine Blessing not only increased its effects but also added light magic damage reduction and immunity to forbidden spell control. This was just the second wave of siege bosses, and they could already resist the Divine Zone's forbidden spells. This Dark Divine clearly had it out for him. It was hard to say whether the later bosses would also have immunity to mental and soul damage. If that were the case, he would truly be completely countered. This made Han Chen's expression grow increasingly grave. If his forbidden spells couldn't take effect, who could defend Qianlong City? Han Chen immediately sent the coordinates and attributes of the 2 bosses to the regional channel, instantly causing an uproar among countless people. What the hell? This is only the second wave. 2 bosses already? What the hell? 100 million health? Even if we use forbidden spells, we'd need to hit them dozens of times, right? But no one can unleash dozens of attack forbidden spells at once. Is the game rule bugged? These siege boss attributes are way too overpowered. At this moment, Han Chen had already made his move, unleashing a Desolation God's Grief that swept through the dark giant troll minions like a hurricane. Aside from leaving a few minions for Li Feiyu and the others to farm points, all the dark giant troll minions that appeared inside and outside the city were cleared. The 2 big bosses suffered mental attacks, taking millions in damage, but under the dark demon god's blessing, they activated the magic light. Restoration healing skill, rapidly recovering hundreds of thousands of health per second. This, Han Shan was astonished. Desolation. God's grief was a spreading skill, and to hit both bosses simultaneously from different directions would require over 10 seconds, which was enough time for them to recover health. Based on the damage and recovery ratio, he would need to unleash dozens of desolation. God's grief forbidden spells at once to take them down in one blow. Meanwhile, the viewers of the livestream were all stunned by the boss's incredible recovery ability. It's over, the big shot can't take down the boss. A top expert said, according to my analysis. This mysterious big shot named Han Shan has at most a dozen skills. Even if all of them are attack forbidden spells, he still can't kill the boss. Moreover, he is just a priest, with support skills making up the majority. To eliminate these two bosses, we need to lift the restrictions within Chunlong City and combine everyone's strength. I estimate that many people will have to die to achieve this. At that moment, Han Shan lifted the forbidden spell of the God's Forbidden Zone, and he had to focus all his energy on dealing with the two bosses simultaneously. The top expert's expression was quite dramatic, as if everything was within his analysis. See, I was right. Han Shan can't solo the two bosses, he can only rely on the strength of others to take them down. I predict that from now on, Han Shan will definitely focus on support. If not, I will eat the microphone live on air. Inside Chunlong City. I knew the big shot would take care of us and let us have a go at the boss. A large group of job changers excitedly rushed towards the north and south city gates, fearing that Han Shan would kill the boss in an instant, leaving them without even a chance to earn points. Hurry up and take down the boss. Inoue Zikong gritted his teeth and quickly led his team to attack the boss at the west city gate. Line, I smell that damned chosen one's unique aura. I will use my 100-year-old breath to stun him, then stuff his corpse into my pants and smash him with my giant root to absorb his divine power. The two dark giant troll bosses charged out of the misty area, raising their massive city-breaking hammers high. In just a few minutes, they would reach the city wall and unleash their devastating attack. At that moment, Han Shan made his move, raising his hand to release the active skill of the Blessing Staff, Blessing Star Rain, which could increase the effectiveness of light-type skills by 20%. Little Mantu, unleash Thunder Shatter. Meow. Little Mantu instantly entered an evolved state, transforming into a Dihua beast, still adorably fierce. Under Han Shan's command, it activated the Thunder Shatter support forbidden spell. Although Little Mantu's forbidden spell effect wasn't as powerful as Han Shan's, it still belonged to the light-type forbidden spell level. Coupled with Han Shan's equipment skill that increased light-type skill effectiveness by 20%, its full release could cover the surrounding area of Chunlong City. Crackle! A massive area of thunder appeared, enveloping everyone and startling them into stopping in their tracks. What the hell? What's going on? But they soon realized that the sudden thunder had not harmed them, and they relaxed. At this moment, the two dark giant troll bosses were also affected by Little Mantu's forbidden spell, causing their defenses to drop by 80%. Then, Han Shan's 10 consecutive forbidden spell attacks followed. With Little Mantu's defense reduction, 10 forbidden spells were enough to obliterate the bosses. Silent God's Grief 10 consecutive release. Buzz. Everyone felt a hurricane sweep past, kicking up dust and stones. The clouds in the sky were also dispersed, as if a girl had her clothes stripped away, revealing an enticing, wrong description, -9732524, -9475255, -184755156. The two dark giant troll bosses were about to unleash their super skill giant root strike on the city gate when they suddenly trembled and let out a deafening scream. Line, the will of the great divine cannot be desecrated. Kill me, and there will be countless others like me. Damn priest, I will always keep my pants for you. Just you wait. Bang! With their health at zero, the two bosses collapsed, dropping a pile of items. Before anyone could react, Han Shan used the ghost spider metal to collect all the items. Creak! Whether in Shenlong City or on the live streaming platform, everyone felt as if their computers had crashed, falling silent. After a long while, the previously top expert Wei Xingjin quietly put away the microphone and exited the live commentary screen, his face hurting so much it felt unbearable, truly too painful. This so-called Han Shan is simply inhuman. Who can instant cast forbidden spells, let alone 10 of them, without any cooldown on their skills? Does he have over 1,000,000 mana? It is well known that obtaining equipment that reduces cooldowns is harder than reaching the sky. Even the most powerful national treasures probably only have 70% cooldown reduction. Han Shan clearly has achieved 100%. Is he the child of luck? Is it that easy to get cooldown equipment to drop? Damn it, this priest named Han Shan is not human. Even the divine son of the nation isn't as terrifying as him. The experts quickly retreated to avoid being forced to eat the microphone. What the hell? Big shot, do you have to do this? We just saw the boss, and you instantly killed them with 10 consecutive forbidden spells? Whoa, I want to experience the feeling of farming a siege boss. Big shot, I want to hug your third thigh. I can do the 19th style of away. The job changers in Chenlong City exclaimed in surprise. Hiss. The boss was just killed like that? Beep beep beep. Comments flooded in on all major platforms, and the system seemed to be unable to handle it, with alarms sounding in the background. This was too shocking. 10 consecutive forbidden spells to kill the boss. But Han Chen was not excited. He looked sullenly at the magic circle. In the misty area, as if a pair of abyss-like dark eyes were watching him from the void, a deity was peering at him. From the battle situation of the 2 waves of siege boss, this deity hidden in the darkness could not completely ignore the game rules. Otherwise, it could have directly appeared and used its world-destroying power to annihilate the entire Chenlong City instead of strengthening the siege boss. Moreover, its dark blessing seemed to have limitations and could not make the siege boss completely immune to damage. Thinking of this, Han Chen felt a bit more at ease, but he still had to stay alert. Who knew what kind of tricks this damned dark deity would pull in the next wave of boss? On the other hand, the other 11 guardian cities were already engaged in fierce battles with the boss, with many walls crumbling and a breach in the barrier. The dark giant troll boss's giant root strike exceeded the limit, and it was a large-scale attack causing significant casualties in the other guardian cities. However, with everyone's efforts, they successfully killed the boss within 3 hours and defended the city. Buzz. Soon, 3 hours passed. The magic circle once again burst forth with magical light. Han Chen stood ready. The others had relaxed quite a bit. In their view, having Han Chen in Chenlong City was enough. All they could do was pray for the big shot to spawn some monsters. Swoosh! Suddenly, the magic circle emitted a sky full of mist, and even high-level 8th transition job changers could not see their surroundings clearly for a moment. Not good. There's something unusual. City Lord Zhao Tianming, experienced as he was, quickly ordered all legions to be on high alert after realizing something was wrong. This mist did not affect Han Chen's all-knowing eye. What was invisible to others was as if non-existent to him. Then, a large number of siege monsters appeared randomly. This time, all the monsters from the 3rd wave appeared inside the city, with none outside. What is this? Han Chen's pupils constricted, as if he had seen something incredible. He saw that these monsters, under the cover of the mist, transformed into job changers, indistinguishable from the defenders of the city. Then, the mist began to slowly dissipate. Dark Evil Spirit, Dark, Level, LV 200 Health, 2000000/2000000. Skills, Dark Deity's Blessing, Evil Spirit Disguise, Mental Immunity. Dark Deity's Blessing. Under the influence of the Dark Deity, the Dark Evil Spirit's Disguise skill can mimic a job changer and cannot be seen through by job changers below the 8th transition. Mental Immunity, a talent skill that can immunize 50% of mental skill damage. Let the monsters disguise themselves as job changers, and still not be detected by the 8th tier job changers? And damn, they can even be immune to mental attacks. This damn Dark Deity really knows how to play. After a round of complaints, Han Chen used the God's Forbidden Zone to trap these monsters, then posted the monster information to the regional channel, starting to search for the boss's whereabouts. However, after searching around, Han Chen couldn't find any trace of the Dark Evil Spirit boss. There was only one possibility. Under the blessing of the Dark Deity, the Dark Evil Spirit boss's disguise skill surpassed the level of the forbidden spell, so the all-knowing eye couldn't locate the boss. Desolation of the Divine. Han Chen continuously released mental forbidden spells that wouldn't damage the facilities of Chenlong City, trying to deal area damage to reveal the boss's damage value, which might help him discover its location. As long as the boss wasn't completely immune to mental skill damage, it would definitely show damage values above its head. But aside from a large number of Dark Evil Spirit minions being killed by Han Chen, there was no sign of the boss's damage value appearing. It must be that the Dark Evil Spirit boss could not only ignore its own God's Forbidden Zone but also its own mental attack forbidden spells. This meant that the boss's innate skill might achieve 100% immunity to mental skill damage. This is troublesome. Without being able to find the boss, Han Chen couldn't take it down in a short time, which could potentially cause great damage to Chenlong City. At this moment, the regional channel of the Dragon Kingdom was in chaos. Upon seeing that the 3rd wave of siege monsters could disguise themselves as job changers, everyone turned pale. Even the national seat that had arrived at Chenlong City immediately ordered all the city lords to conduct thorough checks, guarding against a sneak attack from the boss. Whoosh! Han Chen returned to the Huaxia Guild to prevent Li Feiyu and the others from being ambushed by the boss, then closely monitored every corner of Chenlong City. If anything went wrong, Han Chen would immediately use forbidden spells for support. If absolutely necessary, he would have to resort to other attack forbidden spells, even if it meant destroying all the defensive facilities of Chenlong City. He had to flush out that sneaky boss. Upon learning that even the Divine Child couldn't find the boss, Zhao Tianming immediately took action, calling on all job changers in the city to check the people around them. When everyone heard that the boss might be hiding nearby, their faces turned pale with fear, and they hurriedly began their checks. Hiss! Minus 6,421. Ah, damn it. Why are you burning my ass? Tang-san shouted angrily. Sorry, isn't this a boss check? TSK, didn't you say your fire resistance was high? How come you lost so much health? From just one fireball? The fire-casting job changer sneered. You must be doing this on purpose. Couldn't the check just display the information? Tang-san cursed angrily while consuming a health potion. But after mutual checks, they still couldn't find the boss, which was very unusual. Everyone was speculating where the boss could be hiding. Another top expert came out to analyze the situation in Chunlong City. After my detailed analysis, this dark evil spirit boss must be trying to quietly occupy the Chunlong City area through disguise, because the game activity rules state that as long as monsters occupy 80% of the area, that city will be deemed occupied by the monsters. Upon hearing this from the top expert, countless people suddenly realized this expert was none other than the renowned Li Jianran, known for his unique insights into game activities. Old Han, do you think this boss really wants to occupy Chunlong City through disguise, as Li expert said? Li Feiyu opened his phone, wanting to see if the country had any way to find the boss just in time to see Li expert analyzing the situation. It's hard to say, it might also be a delay tactic, waiting for the fourth wave of boss to appear and then launching an attack together. Moreover, it's still uncertain how many boss there are in this third wave. If it really comes to it, before the 3 hours are up, I can use other forbidden spells to reveal the boss's location. Han Chen frowned and said, Boss, do you think it's possible that the boss can not only disguise itself as a job changer but also as a battle pet or something? Old Ma suddenly spoke up. This. Han Chen was astonished, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, the skill information of the dark evil spirit minions might be a tactic used by the dark deity to confuse everyone, making them believe that the monsters could only disguise themselves as job changers. Since the dark deity is limited by the game rules, the boss's disguise ability wouldn't be too varied, at most 2 or 3 types, and battle pets are the most suitable for disguise. Old Ma, you truly are the best, Han Chen praised. Thus, Han Chen quickly sent this information to the regional channel, causing a huge stir. City Lord Zhao Tianming immediately took action, ordering everyone in the city to put away their pets. In an instant, the vast Chunlong city was left with only 4 small and exquisite battle pets, and these 4 battle pets were in the 5-star guild area, extremely close to Han Chen. Everyone was taken aback. Not good. There are 4 bosses, and their target is Han Chen. Buzz. The 4 bosses realized they had been exposed and instantly revealed their true forms, ghostly monsters floating in midair, with green faces and sharp fangs, wielding evil daggers. Dark Poison Blade Jibalu, Wave 3, Dark Evil Spirit Boss, Dark, Race, Dark Evil Spirit. Level, LV 240 Health, 150 million/150 million Double Defense, 1.3 million. Skills, Dark Deity's Blessing, Evil Spirit Disguise, Mental Immunity, Evil Backblade, Ghost Flash Strike, Ghost Shadow Overlapping, Instant Shadow Spirit Kill, Soul Piercing Slash. Dark Deity's Blessing, Health increases by 20 times, Skill effects increase by 40%, Light Magic Damage reduction by 70%, Immune to Forbidden Spell Control, increases City Defense Destruction Power by plus 70%. Evil Spirit Disguise, under the blessing of the Dark Deity, can disguise as a job changer or battle pet, undetectable by job changers below the 10th transition. Mental Immunity, under the blessing of the Dark Deity, 100% immune to all mental attacks. Description, living in the dark forest of the Shadow Island, skilled in disguise and assassination. They are natural dark assassins, summoned by a mysterious force to assassinate the son of the Dragon Kingdom. Son of the Dragon Kingdom, you will forever sink into darkness, soul-piercing slash. The 4 bosses unleashed a fatal strike in an instant. At such a close distance, Han Chen had no time to dodge. Once a priest is approached by an assassin, it all comes down to whether they have strong enough means to survive. Everyone watching the live stream gasped, it's over, the son has been approached by 4 assassin bosses. He's only at the 5th transition, even with forbidden spells, he's doomed. Quick, protect the son. The national seat broke out in a cold sweat. But the legions of Chunlong City had no time to rescue him. They had miscalculated. No one expected that the siege boss would not attack the city but instead come to assassinate the son of the Dragon Kingdom. This was no longer a siege activity. Boss, this was a conscious, purposeful, and planned Old 6 boss. Old Han, be careful, Li Feiyu exclaimed anxiously. Well done, the son of the Dragon Kingdom is finished. The rulers of the Angel Kingdom's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they lost a team of angel warriors, as long as the son of the Dragon Kingdom died, this loss was still acceptable. In the moment of life and death, Han Chen instantly unleashed his strongest means of survival, absolute defense. Buzz. A giant turtle shield instantly enveloped Han Chen, radiating golden light. For 10 seconds, Han Chen was in an absolute defense state, immune to all physical and magical attacks. Clang clang, clang clang. The four bosses' ultimate strike hit the turtle shell, producing a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. -1, -1, -1, -1. Four forced damage values popped up above Han Chen's head. Han Chen sneered, "You couldn't even force out little Mantu's loyal guardian, you are still too weak." This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. "Good. Well done, son of God." Wozwa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With some rejoicing, there were naturally others who were worried. The rulers of the major powers like the Angel Kingdom all had grim expressions. What the hell? A priest actually possesses such an invincible defensive skill? And this is the priest who has been nerfed the hardest. Old Han is strong. Li Feiyu cheered. The boss's attack lasted less than a second, yet Old Han managed to react. It seems his 18 years of hand speed practice were not in vain. Blocking the boss's ultimate strike, it was now Han Chen's turn to strike. Avatar of the Goddess of Life. An ethereal image of the Goddess of Life appeared behind Han Chen. Han Chen activated the effect of the Life Guardian set, which could resist all negative effects and increase all resistances by 20% in case these four dark evil spirit bosses had other negative skills. Little Mantu, Han Chen called out. Little Mantu immediately understood and unleashed Thunder Shatter, then fired Silent Flying Arrow at one of the bosses, breaking its armor and dealing critical damage. -6344123. What? Han Chen's pet has such strong skills? What kind of pet is that? Wow, what a cute cat. Who will give me one? I'm willing to offer myself in return. The one upstairs must be a foot-scratching giant. Little Manta struck again, completely stunning the viewers of the live stream. Immediately, Han Chen's gaze turned fierce as he continuously unleashed Light's Binding, single target, forbidden spells at the four bosses. Although the bosses had the blessing of the Dark Deity, which allowed them to be immune to 70% of light magic damage, Han Chen had a 105% skill enhancement effect, Talent 6 Forbidden Sequence plus 30%, Little Manta's talent effect plus 25%, Life Guardian set plus 20%, Blessing Star Rain plus 20%, Dragon King Guild plus 10%, allowing him to deal 60% actual damage with the forbidden spell. Moreover, with Little Manta reducing the boss's defense, the damage was enough to go off the charts. Boom! The forbidden spell of Light's Binding continuously bombarded the four bosses, causing them to scream in agony as their health plummeted. -5346363, -5922552, -11235232. The third hit was bound to be a critical strike, dealing tens of millions in damage, shocking everyone. Under the relentless bombardment, the bosses fought back, but facing Han Chen's absolute defense and the avatar of the Goddess of Life, all their skills were rendered useless, and they could only take the hits. I feel insulted, Chosen One, you are dead. I will remember you. In less than 10 seconds, the four bosses were reduced to scraps by Han Chen, dropping items that made countless job changers envious, but all the items were casually collected by Han Chen. It could be said that Han Chen was the biggest beneficiary of this siege event, having obtained a large number of good items, including the previous Super Team set. This son of God from the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. In no way. Jikong realized that they had no chance of farming the boss anymore, and they wouldn't even make it onto the total points leaderboard. Since that was the case, why stay here? To watch the son of God from the Dragon Kingdom show off? But regardless, Inoue Jikong chose to stay to gather more information about the son of God from the Dragon Kingdom, which would be of great use to the Fire Kingdom. Seeing Han Chen deal with the dark evil spirit boss, the people of Chunlong City finally felt relieved. They had been on edge, fearing that the siege boss might be lurking nearby, ready to slaughter them. Son of God is mighty, someone shouted, and all the low-level job changers suddenly realized that Han Chen was indeed the son of God from their Dragon Kingdom. How many years has it been? The Dragon Kingdom finally has its own divine child, just like the divine children of other dominant nations who can communicate with the gods in the future. No wonder Han Chen, a holy priest, possesses such astonishing abilities. He is the divine child, which makes it reasonable. Damn it, I will never trust the experts again. That boss took over Chunlong City by disguising itself. Another expert left the platform in disgrace. Then, everyone turned their attention to the other 11 Guardian cities. In the third wave, four boss appeared, still able to disguise themselves as job changers and battle pets. Can the other Guardian cities hold their ground? People hurriedly took out their phones to watch the live broadcast from the 11 Guardian cities. After Han Chen posted the boss attributes to the regional channel, he also stared at his phone screen, which displayed the tragic state of the 11 Guardian cities. Because the monsters disguised themselves as job changers and mingled with the crowd, they quickly launched their attacks, and the cities had no time for thorough inspections, only able to respond hastily. The worst off was the Lord of Wuma City, Yang Hai, an 8th transition water mage, who was ambushed up close by 4 dark evil spirit boss. Even though the Dragon Legion and other job changers reacted, it was too late to save him. The for assassin-type boss, combined with their excessive attributes, unleashed terrifying damage in an instant, the health of an 8th Transition Mage simply couldn't withstand the explosive damage from 4 assassin boss, leading to Lord Yang's assassination. In his dying breath, Lord Yang shouted out the words to identify the monsters. Blood, those who do not shed blood are monsters. Lord Yang died for the country, completely igniting the fighting spirit of the job changers in Woma City. Humph. All the job changers cut their fingers, smearing blood on their faces to identify the monsters, rising up to slay them. The lords of other cities were also targeted by the monsters, but they were on guard and managed to avoid disaster. In the end, at a considerable cost, the 11 Guardian cities managed to hold their ground once again, but at this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in sorrow. Just in the third wave of monsters, they had lost a lord and many low-transition compatriots. Could they really hold on in the future? The people of Chenlong City also lost their joy. With Han Shen around, they felt incredibly at ease, even lamenting the loneliness of having no monsters to slay in the regional channel. But upon seeing the tragic state of the 11 Guardian cities, they suddenly realized the other 11 Guardian cities did not have a powerhouse like the divine child Han Shen who could instantly kill siege monsters. Moreover, the attributes of this siege monster were severely over the limit. It was hard to say whether the boss in the future would surpass the 8th transition, and it was likely that breaking through defenses would be difficult. How many compatriots would die then? Old Yang Zhao Tianming's eyes were bloodshot. He wished he could immediately take people to support, but due to the game's rules, they couldn't enter Woma City even if they went. At this moment, Han Shen was furious. Although he was a reborn individual, he had grown up here and lived for 18 years. No one could truly empathize. And perhaps the cause of all this was that legendary, ethereal god. Han Shen hated the feeling of being toyed with and the feeling of being in the midst of it all while not knowing what everyone's intentions towards him were. Han Shen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the gray sky. No matter what kind of god you are, one day, I will take your head to honor the fallen compatriots. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color, and a fierce wind arose. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the dark god had been provoked and unleashed its divine might. Buzz! The magic circle also erupted with waves of black light, and the black magical elements became completely agitated. This sudden change in Chenlong City immediately drew the attention of the entire world. What happened? It hasn't even been 3 hours. Why is there such a disturbance in the magic circle? Isn't this just a normal siege activity? Why is it playing by different rules? Damn it, the attributes of the 3 waves of monsters are all over the limit. Is the game world not allowing our Dragon Kingdom to hold on to the 12 Guardian cities? Is our Dragon Country so easy to bully? The 11 Guardian cities suffered heavy casualties which had long stirred the anger of the citizens. Now, with the sudden change in the magic array of Chenlong City, the citizens erupted completely, expressing their dissatisfaction with the rules of the game world. But they could only vent their frustrations as the country was utterly powerless to stop any of this from happening and could only be forced to accept the rules of the game world. Fortunately, after a brief disturbance, the magic array returned to normal. But Han Shen knew that things were definitely not that simple. Han Shen had a premonition that the next wave of monsters would be even stronger. Who knew what despicable tricks the damned dark deity was playing? In an instant, everyone was filled with anxiety. As the 3 hours came to an end, the magic array erupted with even more powerful magical light, and the immense pressure instantly swept over everyone. Oh my, what terrifying power is this? Many 4th-tier job changers began to tremble under the weight of this force. The other 11 Guardian cities seemed normal, with no special phenomena occurring. Ding! Chenlong City is cursed by the dark deity. No one can leave Chenlong City until the siege event is over. Hiss! Upon receiving the event notification, everyone gasped in shock. The dark deity had really taken action against them? What was going on? Had the dark deity intervened in the game event, forcibly disrupting the rules? Ah! How can this be so shameless? Are they trying to lock us up and exterminate us? With the dark deity taking action, was there any chance of survival? No matter how strong the divine sun was, he couldn't possibly contend with the dark deity, right? No wonder there was such immense pressure. This was a death threat from the dark deity. The rulers watching the live broadcast, including the national seat, all changed their expressions dramatically. Damn it, the dark deity is actually willing to pay a huge price to forcibly interfere with the game rules. No, we must find a way to intervene. We cannot let the divine sun die in Chenlong City. Zhu Shuai was furious. Unfortunately, China currently had no gods, otherwise the dark deity wouldn't dare to act so recklessly against the dragon country. National seat, should we use the national artifact? Peng Shuai asked gravely. Using the national artifact may not necessarily scare off the dark deity, and to break the game rules and rescue the divine sun will inevitably result in the loss of the national artifact. Without the national artifact, we will lose our status as a hegemonic nation, unable to resist the power of other hegemonic nations' divine envoys, and we will inevitably return to the bloody era of invasion. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot easily lose the national artifact. Let's wait and see. Perhaps our divine son will have a way to cope. If it really doesn't work, then we can use it. At this moment, the national seat had to weigh all the gains and losses. One misstep could lead the dragon country to utter ruin. Buzz buzz buzz. The magic array flickered. This time, unlike the previous 3 waves, there were no large numbers of monsters appearing, but only 12 large monsters, 3 types, 4 of each type, distributed in the 12 directions of Chunlong City. Boss Haimu, Wave 4, Evil Fungal Boss Race, Dark Plant Race Level, LV 240 Health, 200 million/200 million Double Defense, 2.5 million. Skills: Dark Deity's Blessing, Vine Bite, Black Ear Roar, Spread Your Legs and Come, City Destruction Light, Poison Gas Eruption. Dark Deity's Blessing, health increases by 20 times, skill effects increase by 40%, light magic damage reduction 90%, mental magic damage reduction 90%, immune to forbidden spell control, and increases city defense destruction power by plus 70%. Description: after 3 consecutive failures, the Dark Deity felt humiliated and angrily summoned the ferocious Boss Haimu. Their mission is singular: to crush the Dragon Country's divine son and destroy Chunlong City. Summoner Katenru Eagle, Wave 5, Bone Mage Boss, Dark Race, Dark Bone Race Level, LV 240 Health, 250 million/250 million. Skills: Dark Divine Blessing, Bone Spirit Summoning, Bone Curse, Plague Wind, Bone Blood Sacrifice, Bone Transformation, Inabsorption Spell. Dark Divine Blessing, same as above. Introduction: after 3 consecutive failures, the Dark Divine felt a loss of face, and after paying a certain price, intervened in the game rules, allowing the Wave 5 boss to descend early. Their only mission is to crush the Dragon Kingdom's sun and destroy Chunlong City. King of the Swamp Godalashi, Wave 6, Hydra Boss, Dark Race, Dark Hydra Race Level, LV 240 Health, 400 million/400 million. Skills: Dark Divine Blessing, Flame Jet, Poison Tide, Death Bite, Swamp Spread, Snake Venom Breath, Magic Wind Slash, Giant Tide Jet. Dark Divine Blessing, same as above. Introduction: after 3 consecutive failures, the Dark Divine felt a loss of face, and after paying a certain price, intervened in the game rules, allowing the Wave 6 boss to descend early. Their only mission is to shoot down the Dragon Kingdom's sun and destroy Chunlong City. When the boss attributes were posted on the regional channel, everyone was petrified. These 12 monsters turned out to be bosses, including the Wave 5 and Wave 6 bosses. The Dark Divine was shameless to this extent. To kill the sun, they had no regard for their own dignity. Just like those who were living well, countless compatriots cursed the Dark Divine for lacking martial ethics. The national seat was even more worried, unaware that the smoke in hand had burned out. The only good news was that the other 11 monsters appearing in the Guardian City were relatively normal, though their attributes were still excessive, which was somewhat acceptable compared to Chunlong City. Light magic damage and mental magic damage reduced by 90%? This is completely targeting me. Han Shan looked at the boss's Dark Divine Blessing skill introduction, feeling quite serious. With this, he could only rely on Soul Curse and God's Hand, which were fixed damage value forbidden spells. However, the damage values of these 2 skills were quite lacking against a boss enhanced by a divine being. It would be very difficult to quickly kill these bosses with over 100 million health, and they must have even more astonishing healing skills. This is really troublesome. Han Shen glanced at his compatriots, fearing that many would die in Chunlong City this time. Once killed by the boss, even with Holy Light Guardian assistance, it would be useless. Unfortunately, Absolute Defense was a single target auxiliary forbidden spell, otherwise, it could ensure the safety of his compatriots. Buzz. Han Shen immediately took action, fully releasing the auxiliary forbidden spells. Except for the Fire Shadow team, all other job changers received Han Shen's forbidden spell assistance, hoping to reduce casualties. Damn! My attributes have skyrocketed by 5 times. My health has exceeded 400,000. Oh my god! My health and mana recovery speed is insane. It's the sun. The sun has released super strong auxiliary skills. For us, I feel like I can take on 10 of them now. The morale of the originally disheartened crowd instantly ignited. With the sun present, what were these bosses worth? Follow the sun, kill all these bosses, and let the Dark Divine know that our Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. The crowd went wild. Baka. Inoue Jakumi saw that his team did not receive Han Shen's skill assistance and was furious, but there was nothing he could do. All troops prepare, assist the sun, and defend Chunlong City. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's various legions were also filled with confidence. As the magic circle's light dissipated, the bosses erupted with astonishing auras, roaring continuously, and began to wreak havoc. Just as Han Shen was about to take action, a prompt sound suddenly rang out. Tip: due to the intervention of the Dark Deity in the siege activity rules, the goddess took notice, descending a new blessing and exploding the lower half of the Dark Deity, leaving him with severe kidney deficiency for life. Goddess's new blessing, passive skill: you have received the goddess's new blessing. Your health increases by 100 times, and you can choose any 3 skills with effects increased by 100 times, valid only during this siege activity. This, Han Shan was overjoyed. He never expected that the Dark Deity's violation would attract the goddess's attention, granting him a new blessing to counter the Dark Deity's power. With 3 forbidden spell effects increased by 100 times, this was the rhythm to obliterate heaven, earth, and even the mother-in-law. Without hesitation, Han Shen chose Soul Curse, God's Hand, and Divine Oracle Wish. After all, the Dark Deity's blessing targeted his light-type forbidden spells and mental-type forbidden spells, so he opted for fixed damage value forbidden spells. In this way, the deity would be helpless. Divine Oracle Wish instantly increased all attributes from 500% to 500 times, causing Han Shen's health to break through the 10 million mark, exceeding 50 million. Soul Curse changed the damage value from 300,000 per second to 30 million per second, lasting for 30 seconds, resulting in a fixed damage of 900 million. God's Hand transformed from 50% of his current health to 5,000% of his current health, meaning a healing or damage value of 50 times his health. With over 50 million health multiplied by 50, that was over 2.5 billion health, capable of inflicting at least 2.5 billion damage. And this didn't even account for the additional 105% skill effect boosts. It seemed that the goddess behind him had combat power far exceeding the dark deity hidden in the misty area. Just from the prompt, it was clear that the lower half of this dark deity had been directly obliterated. This was a solid win. At this moment, the Dragon Law Legion and other job changers had already engaged in fierce battles with 12 powerful bosses. But the situation was grim. Although Han Shen was assisting with forbidden spells, they were still struggling against bosses with over 100 million health and excessive attributes. The defensive measures like formations and barriers within the city had suffered considerable damage, but fortunately, Han Shen possessed the universal repair forbidden spell, and as soon as these barriers were breached, he would immediately cast this spell to repair them. Son of God, these bosses are too strong, your attack skills are countered, and you can't deal any damage. Just focus on assisting us, we'll take down these 12 bosses. Zhao Tianming approached Han Shen, and the major legions centered around Han Shen to hunt the bosses. Damn it, if it weren't for that damned dark deity messing around, our son of God could have taken down this group of bosses in no time. What's the use of saying this now? Look, those 4 Hydra bosses are too abnormal. All their skills are area attacks, with a terrifying healing skill that recovers nearly 1 million health per second. They can't be killed at all. If these bosses are this powerful, then the ultimate siege boss in the 7th wave will surely exceed the level of a 10 transformation national treasure, with health likely breaking 1 billion. How are we supposed to defend against that? The barrage of comments filled the air. The atmosphere across Dragon Country became tense. If the 12 Guardian cities were occupied by monsters, it would mean that Dragon Country would lose its border defenses, and the country would be plagued by storms from then on. Just then, Han Shen moved, quickly approaching a Hydra boss. Son of God, no. Your skills are countered by the Dark Deity's blessing, you can't deal damage, don't take risks lightly. Bei Ao, the honorary elder of the Dragon King Guild and an 8 transformation national hero, was battling a Hydra boss on his frost giant dragon. Seeing Han Shen arrive, he quickly called out a warning. Soul Curse. From the previous 3 waves of bosses, it was evident that whatever powerful attack skill he unleashed, the next wave of bosses would have corresponding immunities. So, Han Shen had to keep the hand of God to deal with the final boss. 3000W. 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 Gah! Not only were the compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom collectively shocked, but even the people around the world watching the livestream were petrified. What the hell? 3000W fixed damage per second? Is this even human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful the son of the Dragon Kingdom is, he can't be this exaggerated. It's unscientific. It must be divine intervention. The Dragon Kingdom is under the protection of a deity. Perhaps the world is about to welcome a new wave. The Angel Kingdom continuously smeared the Dragon Kingdom, making it seem like they were the righteous nation, upholding world peace. Utterly hypocritical. The envoys of the major hegemonic countries all wore serious expressions, and they speculated that the Dragon Kingdom might indeed have a deity protecting it. This matter needed to be reported to the gods immediately. Inside Shenlong City, this Hydra boss, despite having powerful healing skills, couldn't last 15 seconds and exploded into a pile of items, its body dissipating into light points. Immediately, Han Shen wasted no time and continuously unleashed Soul Curse, annihilating the remaining 11 bosses. The people of Shenlong City were instantly in a state of extreme shock, some looking incredulously at Han Shen, who seemed like a deity. After a long while, slap. The 8th-ranked national hero Bei Ao was the first to slap himself, confirming that he wasn't dreaming. This is too damn exaggerated. 3000 W damage per second, even the Dragon King's president at full power probably couldn't reach this level. Not to mention, this was a continuous damage forbidden spell against the 400 million health points of the Swamp King Hydra boss. It didn't even last 15 seconds. Old Han is too strong. At this moment, Li Feiyu was excited, looking at Han Shen with shining eyes. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Mengqi and others were also restless. They seemed to see the light, to see hope. 666. Ha ha ha, the sun is invincible. I wonder if other countries will dare to offend our Dragon Kingdom after this siege event. It's heating up. I just gave my mother-in-law a few big kicks and even kicked her a couple more times. What you did is nothing. I was so excited I nearly crushed my own egg. The once lifeless dragon kingdom suddenly erupted with cheers, everyone showing excitement on their faces. Han Chen's feat of instantly killing 12 major bosses was also known to the other 11 guardians of the city, and everyone burst forth with unprecedented fighting spirit, fighting bravely, truly a morale boost. At this moment, all the job changers threw aside any thoughts of points rankings, boss loot, or event rewards, focusing solely on killing monsters to protect their country, because they knew that only by protecting the 12 guardian cities of the Dragon Kingdom, making their homeland strong, would they become stronger. Good. Seeing Han Chen's incredible skills, the national leader was also somewhat excited, repeating good 3 times. But soon, the national leader began to worry again. He was concerned that the upcoming 7th wave of ultimate boss would have means to limit Han Chen's divine skills. How would they deal with it then? Zhu Shuai and others also thought of this. They could only hope that Han Chen had more divine skills, which might completely end this crisis. Old Han, you're amazing. I feel like your thighs are so thick I can barely hold on. I can only hug your arms. Get lost. In front of a large crowd, still live stream to the world. What kind of decorum is it for 2 big men to hug each other? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Han Chen's expression had lost its previous seriousness, Xian Yuan Mengqi felt a bit more at ease, knowing in her heart that this annoying little brother must have a way to deal with the final boss. Then, the 2 waves of monsters due to the boss appearing early and being instantly killed by Han Chen, only had the small monsters led by the elite monsters, which Han Chen easily dealt with. The remaining 11 Guardian cities also fought with all their might, using every means at their disposal, and at the cost of nearly 40% of the job changers, they successfully held their ground. Everyone was waiting for the final wave of siege monsters. 3 hours passed. The magic circles of the 12 Guardian cities burst forth with an intense and rich magical light on time. Meanwhile, within the magic circle of Chunlong City, a new divine aura emerged. Immediately, a unique pressure belonging to a god appeared, and the sky was instantly shrouded in thick fog, making the entire sky above Chunlong City feel like it was under a dark cloud. Everyone was shocked. No way. This is the arrival of a deity? The crowd was stunned. Holy crap. It's a deity. The deity is attacking the city. We absolutely cannot offend the deity. Quickly, let's kneel and worship the deity together. Inoue's face also changed dramatically. If it weren't for the curse placed on Chunlong City by the deity, preventing anyone from leaving during the event, they would have definitely been the first to retreat. In an instant, the people of Chunlong City fell into panic. They never expected that the final boss would actually be a deity. What was there to fight against? At this moment, Han Chen's expression was emotionless. He felt, once again, the sensation of being targeted. Strange, wasn't the dark deity's avatar destroyed by the goddess? How can there still be one? Could it be that there is more than one dark deity interfering with the game rules? At this moment, Han Chen could only hope that the dark deity's avatar that appeared wouldn't be too powerful, otherwise, even with the blessing of the goddess and the god's hand, it would be difficult to win. Buzzing, rumbling, the 7th wave of siege monsters began to appear. That is, the crowd's pupils constricted, their faces filled with disbelief. The 7th wave of small monsters turned out to be the bosses that had appeared in the previous 6 waves. Siege Beast Boss Gigi Buddha, Dark Giant Troll Boss Gigi Henda, Dark Evil Spirit Boss Jabalyulu, Evil Fungus Boss Washaimu, Bone Sorcerer Boss Jatenglu, Ing, Hydra Boss Gudalashi. Their attributes had not changed at all, and the number of these bosses was even more massive, spread throughout Chunlong City, with over 100 of them, including no less than 20 Hydra bosses. What the hell? How are we supposed to defend against this? Many job changers began to show despair. The Son of God is impressive, but he is just a Son of God, not a deity. Without the Son of God, with the current combat power of Chunlong City, it was impossible to deal with these over 100 monstrous siege bosses. The previous 12 siege bosses had already put immense pressure on them. Now with over 100, it was completely hopeless. The fall of Chunlong City was just a matter of time. Most importantly, Chunlong City was sealed off, and these job changers had no way to escape. They could only fight to the death. This is a certain death situation. Mom, I want to go home. Tang San was the first to back down. His grass couldn't hold these bosses. Boom! Roar! Finally, the final big boss of the siege event made its appearance. A body over 100 meters tall, 3 massive dragon heads bearing teeth, and roaring continuously, one spewing flames, one spewing lightning, and one exhaling a corrosive wind. Each head had 2 pairs of monstrous horns, and its body was covered in black, worm-like muscular skin, with huge pupils radiating black and red light as if from the eyes of a hellish demon, making it hard to look directly at. Its massive legs easily crushed skyscrapers, and its 2 dragon tails were covered in backward hooks, like a meat grinder, capable of easily destroying barrier defenses. Each of its 4 hands held different weapons, all shimmering with black and red light. One hand wielded a giant axe. One hand held a massive hammer. One hand had a knife and fork. One hand wielded a long whip. Chimera, 7th Wave Boss, Dark Deity Avatar Race, Dark God Clan Level, LV 240, Activity Rules Limit Maximum Level, Health 3 billion/3 billion, Activity Rules Limit. Maximum Health, Dual Defense 20 million, Activity Rules Limit Maximum Defense, Strength 20 million, Activity Rules Limit Maximum Strength, Constitution, 20 million. Activity Rules Limit Maximum Constitution, Spirit, 20 million, Activity Rules Limit Maximum Spirit, Agility, 20 million, Activity Rules Limit Maximum Agility. Passive skills, Light Magic Immunity, 90% Spirit Magic Immunity, 90% Soul Magic Immunity, 90% Control Immunity, ignores all control below Divine level skills. Chimera's domain, within this domain, Dark Skill Damage plus 50%, Hostile Target Healing Skill Effects minus 50%, Self-Health plus 1% per second, Hostile Target Health minus 1% per second. Active skills. Death Flame, Black Hurricane, Annihilation Thunder, Limb Rebirth, Thunderfire Storm Great Tornado, Dark Curse, Dark Blessing, Dark Divine Might, Dark Sacrifice, Chimera's Breathy Moan. Introduction. The goddess's intervention has alarmed the powerful deities of the Dark Camp, prompting them to pay a great price to allow Chimera to descend with an avatar, extinguishing the chosen son of the goddess. Dialogue. Damn goddess, she actually destroyed my divine twin brother Jinula's avatar. I will avenge my good brother, bending the Dragon Kingdom's son and making him die in the most painful way. Dialogue. All who dare to defy the will of the gods will face divine punishment, even the tiniest ant is no exception. The gods are supreme. Dialogue. Darkness is the ruler of the world, and I shall be your nightmare. Remember the pain and despair you will feel shortly, then die in your wails. Dialogue. Ants, bow your lowly heads and humbly bear my wrath. This is the only self-redemption you pathetic creatures can achieve. Chimera did not hide its information but displayed it openly. Deities need not conceal themselves, for they are powerful enough to ignore all human class changers, and sometimes they can pay a great price to disregard the game rules. Upon seeing the attributes of the Dark Deity Avatar Chimera, countless people gasped in shock. Strong. Ridiculously strong. Although limited by the game activity rules, the attributes still surpass those of the 10th transition top players. The terror of the deities is immense. A deity avatar alone is enough to crush 10th transition top players. How powerful must the true deity be? No wonder countries around the world cannot explore the forbidden zone of the Dark Great Forest. Deities. They are an insurmountable chasm for current class changers. Suddenly, it became quiet. Very quiet. No one spoke. The rulers of the Angel Kingdom and other dominant nations rose in joy. In their eyes, the Dragon Kingdom's son was doomed, and the 12 guardian cities, claimed to be the frontier bastion of the Dragon Kingdom, would cease to exist. The world's landscape might change as a result. Upon seeing Chimera's health, Han Shen instead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Dark Deity avatar only had 3 billion health. If others knew Han Shen's thoughts at this moment, they would surely be shocked. Listen, is this even human? 3 billion health is completely disregarded by the son of the deity. However, Han Shen did not immediately attack Chimera. He needed to find a way to draw this group of bosses away. After all, this Dark Deity avatar had 3 billion health and could withstand a single strike of his god's hand. Han Shen was worried that this Dark Deity avatar might retaliate upon dying, unleashing a powerful attack to annihilate countless class changers. Moreover, the other bosses were also a huge problem. Once they started causing destruction, Han Shen would not be able to eliminate them all in time. Thinking of this, Han Shen loudly mocked Chimera. Chimera, you are nothing but a cowardly god who hides and fears the strong. Do you really think you can kill me? You know nothing about the power of human transmuters. Humph. The 3 dragon heads of Chimera suddenly turned to Han Shen, their black-red eyes radiating immense power, captivating and terrifying. Cowardly god? What is your relationship with cowardly Hui? Roar. Provocation? Unfortunately, you know nothing of divine power. All schemes are jokes in the face of absolute strength. As soon as the words fell, Chimera spread its wings that blocked out the sky and charged at Han Shen. In its eyes, it didn't matter what provocation was used, everything in Chunlong City would be utterly destroyed. Roar. The other bosses also roared angrily, following the divine footsteps to attack Han Shen. Their main goal was to kill this son of the Dragon Kingdom. Capturing the city was secondary. Seeing this situation, Han Shen felt a surge of joy. It seemed the dark deities were just as he thought. Arrogant beings who couldn't stand being provoked. Whoosh! Han Shen unleashed the Wind Thunder Wing skill with all his might, maximizing his speed and instantly turning into an afterimage, flying into the mist above. The curse of the dark deity prevented everyone from leaving Chunlong City, so Han Shen would lure Chimera into the sky and kill it there. He had no other choice. To protect Chunlong City, to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom, and to minimize casualties in Chunlong City, he must do this. Oh my! Is the sun really planning to face all the bosses alone? Soon, some transmuters reacted. What? Everyone suddenly trembled. But Han Shen's actions ignited the fervor of many transmuters. Damn it! So what if it's a dark deity's avatar? So what if its combat power exceeds the 10th transmutation? If we die, we die. Brothers, let's fight it out. Someone shouted this. One by one, transmuters summoned their flying pets or equipped flying items, soaring towards the mist above. All legions, heed my command. Charge, confront the deity. At this moment, Zhao Tianling's eyes were blood red as he shouted, riding his flying battle pet at the forefront. Kill. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, to shed blood for our country is worth it even in death. Old Han, wait for me, I can turn that deity into a eunuch. With one axe, do you believe it? Li Feiyu started to boast again, but he was truly brave. If the boss falls, we have no chance of survival either, brothers. Even a few starlights can gather into a blazing sun, kill. The leaders of various guilds also became aware. So what if the dark deity's avatar is strong? So what if it's hard to deal damage? In the face of life and death, we can only give it our all. In an instant, the morale of the entire Chunlong city surged. Except for the transmuters without flying means and the ones fawning over the deity. The rest soared into the sky. This scene deeply shocked countless viewers watching the live broadcast. But, ding, the dark deity Chimera has released the dark divine might skill, non-10th. Transmuters cannot enter the sky mist area. What? The sudden prompt caused the previously high morale to plummet. This dark deity was so shameless. It was clear that it didn't want them to support the sun. Old Han, the job of turning the deity into a eunuch will have to wait. I believe you are the strongest, you must defeat the deity. With the path blocked, Li Feiyu could only roar, offering a wave of mental support. Major platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. Damn that shameless god. It must have come to hunt our son, fearing his rise. I have never seen such a brazen god. He does not deserve to be a deity. Wowo, the son of God single-handedly lured away over 100 bosses to protect Chunlong City and all the job changers. I'm so moved. In an instant, the barrage of comments filled the screen, with countless citizens praying for Han Shen, hoping for a miracle that the son of the Dragon Kingdom could slay the gods. Outside Chunlong City, at the base, national leader, the son of God cannot die. If he dies, the fortunes of our Dragon Kingdom will decline. The two marshals were extremely anxious. I know, just wait a little longer. At this moment, the national leader was also burning with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan. The attributes of the Dark God's avatar were severely over the limit. Even the Dragon King could only watch helplessly. It was truly too strong. That was not something a 10th transition job changer could defeat. But the national leader resisted the urge to use the national artifact because, from the live broadcast, he saw determination in the eyes of the son of God, Han Shen. Perhaps the son of God could unleash even more powerful combat strength. So, after careful consideration, the national leader decided to trust Han Shen. He might really be able to slay the gods. After all, that was not a true god descending, just an avatar. In the capital of the Angel Kingdom. It's over, everything is over. The son of the Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly doomed, and we can start deploying our plans against the Dragon Kingdom. The ruler of the Angel Kingdom wore a broad smile. In the Leo Kingdom, with the gods intervening, the morale of the 12 guardian cities of the Dragon Kingdom has plummeted, and they will definitely not hold. Once the son of the Dragon Kingdom dies, the Angel Kingdom will surely take action against us, and chaos will ensue in the world. The ruler of the Leo Kingdom had a serious expression. He did not want the Dragon Kingdom to rise, nor did he want the Angel Kingdom to monopolize power. In the Morrow Kingdom, the son of the Dragon Kingdom killed my be-on-the-lookout battle team. The Dragon Kingdom must pay the price for this. The tide of the world may come soon. The ruler of the Morrow Kingdom also looked grave. As one of the hegemonic nations, no one wanted to be controlled by another hegemonic nation. In the Fire Kingdom, Lord Divine Envoy, the gods have taken action to hunt down the son of the Dragon Kingdom. There is absolutely no chance of survival for him. And what about his family? The ruler of the Fire Kingdom inquired. The divine envoy of the Jing Kingdom did not expect the situation to change so quickly, with a dark god willing to pay a huge price to break the game rules and personally descend to hunt the son of the Dragon Kingdom. In this case, no one could obtain the son of the Dragon Kingdom. This outcome was actually acceptable to all hegemonic nations. However, the divine envoy's expression was somewhat unpredictable. He faintly felt that things were not that simple. Capture him. The plan remains unchanged. The divine envoy of the Jing Kingdom's eyes glinted with ferocity. Meanwhile, the job changers from various countries watching the live broadcast of Chunlong City felt that the son of the Dragon Kingdom had no chance of survival. Some were praying for Han Shen, while others hoped he would die quickly. The son of the Dragon Kingdom was so powerful, if he died, the Dragon Kingdom would find it hard to rise again. The Dragon Kingdom had become one of the 5 hegemonic nations with the national artifact, which had long made many countries dissatisfied. Somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon King, the Dark God, has already made a move against the Son of God. You don't need to stop us any longer, right? A woman engulfed in flames said calmly. Exactly. Dragon King, don't think we don't know what you're thinking. Not handing over the Son of God to the nation clearly shows your selfishness. A burly bold man buzzed. If the national leader does not use the national artifact, the Son of God will be doomed. Dragon King, this time, we've given you enough face. Next time, we won't be so easy to talk to. The one speaking had the Tiger King seal on his forehead. These three were among the 4 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, alongside the Dragon King, namely the White Tiger King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Black Tortoise King, the heavyweights of the Dragon Kingdom's 10th transition. The 3 kings turned back, and Xianyuan Zhonggui tore open the teleportation scroll, quickly returning to the Dragon King's guild headquarters. Han Chen. Xianyuan Zhonggui did not believe that Han Chen would fall just like that. He was the son of the Dragon Kingdom, favored by the goddess. Qianlong City. Everyone looked up at the misty area in the sky, but could only vaguely see some boss figures within the misty region of the sky. For the gods, those who oppose shall perish. Kimura sneered as he proclaimed, then instantly unleashed his strongest skill, Thunderfire Storm Dragon Tornado. Suddenly, the 3 magical elements of thunder, fire, and wind began to rage. Lightning filled the sky, flames surged, and hurricanes howled. A tremendous change erupted within the misty area, with continuous anomalies. Even with the mist obscuring their view, everyone could feel the terrifying power emanating from it. The gods have made their move. This thought flashed through everyone's minds. Old Han, you are the mightiest, you must come back. Li Feiyu clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Stupid little brother, I wish you weren't a divine son, you must survive. Xianyuan Mingqi bit her face icy cold, but there was nothing she could do at that moment. Divine son, you must defeat the avatar of the gods. Mao Lao, Zheng Tai, Shen Taishu, Chen Xiaoxian, and the members of the Huaxia Guild all had solemn expressions, looking up as they prayed for Han Chen. Expert Meng, the skills displayed by the Divine Son are all countered by the gods. Unless the national seat uses the national artifact, the Divine Son is doomed. Seeing a top expert step forward, the citizens were filled with anger, yet they were momentarily powerless to refute. After all, they had seen Kimura's attributes. His passive skills completely countered the Divine Son's abilities. At this moment, within the misty sky, Han Chen saw that his goal had been achieved and turned to shout, "You serve the gods, and those who oppose shall perish? Kimura, today I tell you, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the gods are forbidden." The misty sky was shrouded in darkness, murky and dim. Due to the interference of the dark god's power, the crowd could not even hear the boss's roars, let alone know what was happening within the mist. All they could see was that area bursting forth with terrifying divine might and extraordinary skills. The Divine Son was facing the danger alone. He bore the weight of it all. Gradually, the entire Qianlong city fell silent. Not a single bullet comment floated across the live stream screen. They were all praying for a miracle to happen in the next second. The atmosphere was tense and anxious. Within the misty sky, boom! -50 million. Han Chen, who was focused on drawing the boss's attention, was struck by Kimura's super skill. Even with absolute defense and various defensive and healing skills equipped, his health instantly dropped below 30%. Your health is below 30%, triggering the pet little man's loyal protection spell, immune to all damage and negative effects for 10 seconds. With little man's loyal protection spell, Han Chen was able to withstand the damage from Kimura's Thunderfire Storm Dragon Tornado skill. Seeing the opponent's skill effect end, Han Chen did not activate the Life Protection Set's active skill, which converts health loss into mana loss, Life Guardian, but instead released Holy Light Guardian to instantly restore his health to full. Kimura's one skill dealt an instant 50 million damage to himself. Fortunately, his current health exceeded 50 million, otherwise he would have been killed in an instant. It seems that skills surpassing forbidden spells can greatly weaken the defensive effects of forbidden spells and ignore the damage immunity of forbidden spells, representing an absolute suppression at the skill level. The Dark God's avatar was ridiculously strong. Impossible. You actually didn't die? Kimura's lantern-like giant eyes fixed intently on Han Chen, who was floating in mid-air, somewhat incredulous. Although his divine skills were weakened due to game rules, it shouldn't be impossible to kill a divine son, even if the opponent had the blessing of a goddess. After all, the other party was only at the 5th transition. No one can withstand the impact of my 2 skills. Dragon Kingdom's divine son, you must die today. The massive body of Chimera stirred, seemingly about to unleash a skill even more powerful than the Thunderfire Storm Tornado. The other bosses roared in unison, ready to unleash their strongest skills to obliterate Han Chen. Trash God, this is your grave. Enhanced Forbidden Spell God's Hand. The blessing staff in Han Chen's hand erupted with brilliant divine light, and a colossal divine hand appeared, as if to grasp the entire sky, piercing through the mist. All the job changers present anxiously gazed at the terrifying manifestation of the divine hand that suddenly emerged from the mist. All magical elements surged violently, as if the sky would be crushed by the giant hand in the next moment, and the mist began to dissipate. What on earth is happening inside? Some people even showed signs of panic, murmuring softly. Soon, the divine hand swiftly clenched, golden light piercing through the mist, the sound of thunder and hurricane deafening, erupting with earth-shattering resonance. -2.8 billion. A bright red damage value exceeding 100 million burst forth from Chimera's head, forcibly interrupting its skill casting. Bang! Hundreds of bosses were enveloped by the effect of the god's hand skill, their health instantly drained to 0, dissipating into points of light. One skill. Han Chen had instantaneously killed over 100 bosses, and Chimera's health bar dropped by 90%, entering a critical state. Roar! Are you kidding me? You, a mere son of God, cannot be this strong. No wonder, no wonder. Those old geezers would break the game rules just to eliminate you. Chimera was furious. But once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Even if it wanted to escape, it was impossible. Chimera was unwilling. It had paid such a high price to gain the opportunity to hunt down the son of the Dragon Kingdom during this siege event, only to be severely injured by a single skill from the opponent. Although it had powerful healing skills, it absolutely could not withstand the next strike from the son of the Dragon Kingdom. That damned goddess! What is this crazy woman doing? What does she want? Realizing that this hunting mission was doomed to fail, Chimera roared angrily at the sky, triggering its passive divine skill. Son of the Dragon Kingdom. I will remember this grudge, but don't think you'll get away with it. I will sacrifice my clone to trigger the strongest dark curse. All your skills will be permanently weakened by 90%. Next time, the goddess will no longer be able to protect you. What? Han Chen's expression changed. Due to the effect of the god's hand skill, the mist in the sky was dispersed by more than half, and this highly anticipated battle finally unfolded before the world. The world also heard Chimera's roar. Han Chen once again instantaneously cast the god's hand skill, seizing it and lifting it high. At that moment, everyone saw above the mist the dark deity Chimera's clone, like a chick, being grasped by the divine hand, all of them stunned in disbelief. The dark deity was being beaten by the son of God? Bang! The giant hand clenched, and Chimera's clone instantly exploded, over 100 million damage value once again bursting forth in bright red light. Ding! Congratulations to the holy priest Han Chen for successfully killing the final boss, the dark deity clone Chimera, earning 3 billion points. Countless people gasped in shock. Who? The quiet, tense, and anxious atmosphere was instantly shattered, and the crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. In the mist, Han Chen felt himself enveloped by dark power. On his skill bar, all skills except for the goddess's blessing. Passive skill turned gray-black, their effects reduced by 90%. Damn it! The forbidden spell was weakened by 90%, meaning he could at most unleash the power of a 7th turn skill, causing Han Chen's mood to plummet instantly. Just then, 2 notification sounds rang out. Ding! You have killed the final boss of the siege event. The effect of the goddess's new blessing has disappeared. Ding! Due to your first kill of the dark deity's avatar, you have received the blessing reward from the goddess, permanently increasing your health by 10% and removing all negative effects. What? Han Chen was pleasantly surprised and quickly checked his skill bar again, finding that all his skill effects had returned to normal. Chimera must be furious now, right? Goddess, I love you. Han Chen's heart raced, unable to hold back a compliment. After the surprise, Han Chen fell into contemplation. What did Chimera's last words mean? Next time, the goddess won't be able to protect me? Is the dark deity going to take action against the goddess? Just you, a gay, can you fight the goddess? With that thought, Han Chen collected all the items dropped by the boss, and with a flap of his thunder wings, he slowly flew out of the mist. Seeing Han Chen return unscathed, everyone finally snapped out of their shock from the explosion of Chimera's avatar. Oh my god, the sun really slaughtered a deity, or was it a one-hit kill? This is the first time in Longwa that someone has soloed a deity, even if it was just a deity's avatar. Suddenly, roar! The sun is mighty. Longwa forever. The job changers in Chenlong City erupted in cheers of survival. Only love for Sister Tsang. I've decided, my future child's name will be Bai Li Xin Mu. Faith with 5 T's in my heart from now on. Han Chen is my faith. I will hang his portrait above my bed and worship him day and night. Renaming skeptic, damn it, those damn experts, I will never believe them again. They said the sun was doomed. The sun is invincible, okay. The once quiet live streaming platform erupted again, with comments flooding in. The land of Longwa was in a frenzy. This time, it was stronger than ever. With such a son in Longwa, it is a great fortune for the nation. Inside Chenlong City, Zhao Tianming and the others let out a sigh of relief. The sun is astonishing. He has the power to slay gods, even if it was just a deity's avatar. But let's not forget, the sun is currently only at the 5th transition. When he achieves the 10th transition, he will surely be able to slay gods. However, at this moment, Li Feiyu felt a mix of joy and worry. He had just heard clearly that Chimera, that vile deity, had placed a dark curse on old Han, weakening all his skills by 90%. What a terrifying debuff. This means that old Han might not be able to reach the height of the 10th transition in the future, and he might not even reach the 9th transition, which is equivalent to cutting off old Han's future. Damn it, dark deity, one day I, Li Feiyu, will have the power to slay gods, and I will bend you, then straighten you, then bend you again, making you wish you were dead. Li Feiyu gritted his teeth. He was truly brave. At this moment, Han Chen returned under the gaze of the crowd. With his thunder wings spread, handsome and dashing, he wore a calm expression as if the fierce battle just now had never happened. But at this moment, Han Chen was a god in the hearts of the people of Longwa. Right now, Li Feiyu felt quite uncomfortable. He thought Han Chen was enduring the pain alone, not wanting everyone to see his sad face. Slap! Li Feiyu suddenly stepped forward and hugged Han Chen tightly. Han Chen thought Li Feiyu was excited to see him alive and felt a rush of emotion, immediately patting Li Feiyu's back, saying, "Old Li, just a little, there are so many people watching, let go." Although he and Li Feiyu were like brothers, they were not overly sentimental, and this was the first time they hugged so tightly. But, seeing his brother still smiling, Li Feiyu felt even more uncomfortable and hugged him tighter. "Damn, old Li, do you have to be this excited? Enough, let go of me." The whole world is watching the live stream. Han Chen was utterly embarrassed. Xian Yuan Mengqi couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows at this scene. On this side, retreat. Jing Shang Zimiao glanced at the score rankings and ordered a retreat without hesitation. Because the 5th and 6th waves of small monsters did not spawn at all, his ranking dropped out of the top 100. The earlier act of kneeling before the deity was broadcasted live to the entire world. Other countries' teams glanced at the score rankings, shaking their heads helplessly, and began to retreat. At the base. Good. Well done, my son of the Dragon Kingdom, living up to expectations. The national leader slammed the table, already a bit out of control. Because it was so close, just a little bit. He couldn't help but consider using the national artifact, wagering the entire fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, Han Chen successfully killed the deity, saving the Dragon Kingdom once again. As long as the national artifact remains, other countries would not dare to act rashly. However, the national leader soon became worried again. The sun was cursed by the dark deity, and this matter was likely known to the whole world through the live broadcast. If the sun could not break the curse, he would be stuck at the 7th transition for life, which would be equivalent to being useless. If the sun does not reach the 10th transition, he would lose his function, which would be a significant loss for the Dragon Kingdom. This was a difficult situation. Immediately, the national leader hurriedly ordered, "Quick, announce the achievements of Chunlong City to the 11 Guardian cities to boost morale." Yes. Next, as long as the other 11 Guardian cities successfully held their ground, this crisis for the Dragon Kingdom would be considered overcome. Soon, although Han Chen became the focus of attention, the other 11 Guardian cities were still fighting fiercely, so everyone began to pay attention to the battle conditions of the other Guardian cities. At this time, Han Chen finally broke free from Li Feiyu's strong embrace and opened his phone to check the status of each city. The final boss of these Guardian cities was not the Chimera, but a level 240, three-headed snake boss with a health pool of 1 billion. Even peak 9th transition experts found it difficult to deal with, let alone 8th transition professionals. Moreover, the three-headed snake led a large number of small monsters, and everyone was still in a tough battle. It was very difficult to hold the line. When the news of the sun killing the deity echoed through the 11 Guardian cities, the professionals in the 11 Guardian cities erupted with strong fighting spirit, their morale at an unprecedented high. "Ha ha ha, the sun kills the deity, strengthening our national power, how can we give up? Damn it, at worst, we'll be heroes again in 18 years and wipe out these three-headed snakes." The last wave of siege monsters had no time limit. Only when all monsters were eliminated would the event be considered over and rewards would be distributed. This bloody battle for the city lasted the longest for 2 days. Due to the severe overspecification of the boss attributes coupled with the early retreat of other countries' teams, the casualties among the professionals in the 11 Guardian cities exceeded 30% and countless defensive facilities were damaged. Among the 11 city lords, 7 had fallen, with 4 remaining on low health, and other high transition professionals also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that everyone was risking their lives to protect the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the live broadcasts from the 11 Guardian cities had long been cut off due to the widespread destruction caused by the siege monsters. Han Chen and the others were on the verge of tears, as the images of their compatriots fighting to the death flashed before their eyes when the broadcast was still live. There were support class pharmacists who, despite running out of mana, still raised their staffs to deal basic attacks just to inflict even a little damage, even if it was a forced 1 point of damage. There were 8th transition great warriors who, in order to kill the final boss, risked their lives to exchange for a deadly skill from the three-headed snake boss, thus giving others a chance to secure the kill. The city lords all took the lead, standing at the very front of the final boss, disregarding life and death just to protect their homeland. Han Chen believed that even without his heroic act of killing the deity to inspire morale, they would still do the same. This is the steel backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. They would rather lose their lives than give up an inch of territory. All citizens spontaneously mourned for their fallen compatriots. Major platforms also switched to gray and white to pay tribute to the heroes who died in battle. "I am proud of my son, he is the best." An old mother was filled with tears, feeling both heartbroken and proud of her deceased son. Ding, the siege event has ended, the total score ranking has been released, and rewards are starting to be distributed. The 12 Guardian cities simultaneously sounded their alerts. Soon, the total score ranking materialized, and as expected, Han Shan ranked first in both the ranking of Chunlong City and the overall ranking. But at this moment, Han Shan had no mind to pay attention to the rewards. With the siege event concluded, the fog dissipated, the magic circle vanished, and the dark divine power receded. Chunlong City returned to normal, allowing everyone to leave as they pleased. Han Shan immediately used the teleportation array of Chunlong City to head to the 11 Guardian cities. Where is the Son of God in such a hurry? A class changer who had been watching the Son of God was somewhat curious. Although the battle had ended, many compatriots in the 11 Guardian cities were severely injured and on the brink of death, with many having exhausted their healing potions. Therefore, Han Shan rushed over and, using the disguiser's mask, disguised himself as a stranger. In a deserted area, he released Holy Light Guardian, instantly restoring all class changers' health to full. Soon, news of the recovery of the injured in the 11 Guardian cities spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and many suspected it was the work of the Son of God. However, upon realizing that the Son of God had been greatly weakened by the curse of the Dark Deity, rendering it impossible for him to achieve such a feat, they began to speculate about who it could be. At this moment, the rulers of the Angel Kingdom and others, seeing that the 12 Guardian cities of the Dragon Kingdom had successfully held their ground, temporarily abandoned some of their previous plans. However, they quickly devised new strategies. The Son of God of the Dragon Kingdom had been cursed by the Dark Deity, reducing his skill effectiveness by 90%. No matter how strong he was, he could at most exert the combat power of a 7th transition. Thus, the rulers of the Angel Kingdom and others turned their attention back to Han Shan, plotting how to capture the Son of God of the Dragon Kingdom. After quietly healing his compatriots, Han Shan returned to Chunlong City. Before Han Shan could meet up with Li Feiyu and the others, the city lord Zhao Tianming appeared before him. Son of God, Commander Zhu requests your presence. In such a hurry? Han Shan frowned slightly. However, he had no reason to refuse, so he sent a message to Li Feiyu, asking him to return to the Huaxia Guild first. Just as he arrived at the base, Han Shan felt an invisible, powerful pressure. The magical elements here were extremely unstable, seemingly suppressed by some force, with a faint azure dragon phantom continuously coalescing, and the entire base was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Could it be that the Dark Deity's avatar has appeared again? Both Han Shan and Zhao Tianming were startled. At that moment, Commander Zhu's voice rang out. Dragon King, what do you intend to do? The Dragon King? He has come? Han Shan's expression changed slightly, and he did not speak. I'm sorry, national seat, but the Son of God cannot be handed over to you. Moreover, the Son of God is cursed by the Dark Deity, and the country currently lacks the ability to lift the curse on him. For now, the Son of God is absolutely safe in my Dragon King Guild. The Dragon King's voice was neither servile nor overbearing, even carrying a hint of dominance. At this moment, the Dragon King was fully armed, the god-slaying blade exuding the unique, three-colored glow of legendary-grade equipment, and his dragon-patterned battle armor constantly manifested true dragon phantoms. His resolute face was covered in dark dragon patterns, his eyes like dragon's eyes, looking down on everything, instilling fear in those who beheld him. The number 1 combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. 97 star hidden. Profession: Dark Dragon Mage Warrior. 10th transition ultimate national treasure: Xianyuan Heavy Nation. Dragon King, I just want to ask you one thing, do you still have the Dragon Kingdom in your heart? The national seat's gaze was piercing as he asked in a deep voice. He also understood that the national artifact was an offensive artifact and could not lift the curse of the Dark Deity. If the curse on the Son of God remained unresolved, he would never reach the level of the 10th transition, thus losing the essence of being the Son of God. But even so, other hegemonic nations would not let the Son of God of the Dragon Kingdom off the hook, as eliminating future threats had always been their style. Moreover, the other hegemonic nations have divine protection, they might be able to lift the curse on the Son of God. If they were to receive the true deity's descent, the world's landscape would undoubtedly change drastically, posing a tremendous crisis for the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon King is the most formidable asset of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Son of God being protected by him is not much different from being protected by the nation itself. However, the national leader is not foolish, he remains uneasy. After all, the Dragon King found the Son of God but did not report it to the nation immediately, which has already proven that the Dragon King has his own motives. It's hard to say what secrets he might know that they do not. I only know that I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon King replied succinctly. Then do you have a way to lift the curse on the Son of God? Xianyuan Chonggua's gaze was resolute, and he replied without hesitation, yes. Then take the Son of God with you. The national leader sighed, he had no choice now. But Dragon King, you must promise me that you will never let the Son of God fall into the hands of other hegemonic nations. Rest assured, national leader. If they want to capture the Son of God, they must step over my corpse. National leader, Brother Zhu, Brother Pang, I will definitely come to apologize to you another day. After saying this, Xianyuan Chonggua sheathed the god-slaying sword, concealed its effects, and dissipated the might of the 10th transition. He smiled. At the approaching Han Shan, his previous dominance completely vanished as if he had become a different person. Han Shan, I'm here to take you back. This simple statement left Han Shan with no reason to refuse. Han Shan had heard the conversation between the Dragon King, the national leader, and the others very clearly. He did not expect the national leader to have already arrived. It seemed the national leader wanted to see him. What surprised Han Shan even more was that the Dragon King would also appear and even use force to compel the national leader and the others to compromise. This was simply unbelievable. Why? Why would the Dragon King risk the crime of treason to come here and stop him from meeting the national leader? What great secret was hidden in this? Son of God, all your doubts can be discussed once we return to the headquarters of the Dragon King Guild. I will speak freely then. After saying this, Xianyuan Chongguo walked to Han Shan's side, tore open the incredibly precious fixed-point teleportation scroll, and the two figures vanished. In the next moment, Han Shan found himself in a sacred and solemn place. A giant dragon coiled atop a great mountain, its head gazing at the starry sky, with various exquisite materials forming buildings atop its head. The Dragon King's banner fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly. This was the headquarters of the Dragon King Guild. Located at the peak of Dragon King Mountain in the highest misty area of the imperial capital, it possessed an aura that could swallow billions of miles of starry rivers, truly a 9-star guild. Son of God, come with me. Xianyuan Chongguo led Han Shan to his office building. The Dragon King's exclusive secretary, Feng Chang, looked at Han Shan in surprise, then gracefully swayed her waist and retreated. Han Shan looked at this tall and stunning woman, slightly taken aback. She was actually a hidden profession star singer and a ninth transition expert. Son of God, sit down. If you have any questions, just ask directly, Xianyuan Chongguo said straightforwardly. Han Shan sat down and, without beating around the bush, got straight to the point. While the world believed he had been ruined by the dark deity, it was likely the Dragon King thought the same. This was one of his major trump cards. Naturally, Han Shan was unafraid and spoke candidly. I want to know what secrets lie behind my identity as the son of God. More than 100 years ago, the national treasure, the hidden profession mechanist, Mo Lao, glimpsed the divine mechanism and ventured into the dark forest, risking his life to bring back a divine stone. That was when we learned that 100 years later, you, the son of God, would be born. And through a century of analysis, we discovered another secret. Once you, the son of God, reach the 10th transition, you will be able to summon the true form of the deity. However, when the deity descends, your level will reset to 0 and you will never be able to level up again, becoming an ordinary person even less capable than a living profession. 9 out of 10 high ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom believe that sacrificing a divine child in exchange for the protection of the gods is a foolproof deal. When the gods descend, the Dragon Kingdom will receive the 11th transition quest because the highest transition quest that all the world's transitioners can currently undertake is only the 10th transition, and they cannot accept the 11th transition's divine quest. Xianyuan Zhonghua spoke very fluently, without any hesitation. Han Shan couldn't discern anything from the other person's words and expressions, but he wasn't foolish enough to take everything at face value. After furrowing his brows slightly, he continued to ask, why do the other hegemonic nations know of my existence? Among the 5 hegemonic nations, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, the other 4 nations are under the protection of their gods. The Divine Envoy is the vessel of the gods, while our Dragon Kingdom has never had divine protection. The reason we are one of the 5 hegemonic nations is that our ancestors exchanged countless blood for the national artifact, which has the power to counter the gods. According to the information I obtained from the Hall of Gods, the other hegemonic nations know about the divine child because their gods have issued divine decrees, and they have each received a similar divine stone in the dark forest. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's brows furrowed even tighter. No gods in the Dragon Kingdom? Then why do you, President, want to stop the national seat from getting to me? Han Shan's gaze was fixed on the Dragon King. As the crucial figure of the Dragon Kingdom, why would the Dragon King want to prevent the national seat from obtaining him? Because I do not agree with their methods. The consequences of the true form of the gods descending are unpredictable. If this divine stone is a trap set by the gods, then our Dragon Kingdom would be doomed. Most importantly, with the national artifact in hand, we are temporarily unafraid of other nations. Once the divine child reaches the 10th transition, the nation will be peaceful and prosperous, so why do we need the protection of the gods? The implication of this statement was that the other party was still kind-hearted, protecting him? Han Shan lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Divine child, you are cursed by the dark god. The forbidden spell can at most exert the power of the 7th transition. It would be best for you to stay here and complete the 7th transition. During this time, I will find a way to lift the curse for you. Of course, if you want to go anywhere, just let me know, and I will arrange for someone to protect you in secret. I will not restrict your freedom. Xianyuan Zhonghua was also guessing what Han Shan was thinking. He did not believe that the other party would fully trust what he said. Divine child, there are naturally some secrets involved, but I cannot tell you these secrets right now. Once you reach the 10th transition, I will naturally clarify everything for you. By then, the divine child may have to make a difficult choice. After hearing this, Han Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhonghua, trying to discern the truth from the other's eyes, but evidently, the other party was very calm and relaxed. Alright, I hope the president keeps his word. However, I have some matters to attend to, and once I finish, I will return. That's no problem. I will have my beloved daughter continue to protect the divine child. Seeing the meaningful smile on Xianyuan Zhonghua's face, Han Chen felt somewhat speechless. Who was protecting whom? Shortly after, Han Chen used the high-level teleportation array of the Dragon King's guild to teleport directly back to Shumen City. Not long after Han Chen left, the teleportation array lit up and Xianyuan Mengqi and a group of elders returned. Upon learning that Han Chen had been taken back to the headquarters by her father, Xianyuan Mengqi felt a bit anxious. Bang! Dad, where's Han Chen? Xianyuan Mengqi barged into Xianyuan Zhonghua's office but did not see Han Chen. He has gone back to handle some personal matters. Chi-Chi, why are you so anxious? When I used to go dungeon diving and was gone for days, I never saw you this anxious. Do you like the divine child? Xianyuan Zhonghua teased while probing. Of course not. He's 18. I'm 28. Do you think that's possible? You know very well that levels can extend the lifespan of those who change jobs. You reached the 7th job transfer at 28, which is actually equivalent to being 21 years old. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. My beloved daughter of the Dragon King is more than enough for him. Xianyuan Mengqi's face flushed at the words. Dad, stop talking nonsense, that's not true. After saying that, Xianyuan Mengqi hurriedly changed the subject. Dad, I want to ask you, what secret does the sun have? Faced with Xianyuan Mengqi's pressing question, Xianyuan Zhonghua rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Sigh, the sun has been cursed by the dark god, and it seems he will never be able to break through to the 8th transfer in his lifetime. Any secret is no longer important. By the way, the national seat has summoned me for something, I need to go. You can continue to protect the sun, and remember, you must protect him closely. Xianyuan Zhonghua found an excuse and disappeared instantly, as his daughter's relentless questioning gave him a headache. Xianyuan Mengqi gritted her teeth in frustration. She knew her dad wouldn't tell her anything. All she could do was stomp her foot in anger and go find Han Chen. Huaxia Guild. Li Feiyu and the others had already returned. Ha, old Han, you finally came back. I missed you so much. When Li Feiyu tried to rush over to hug him, Han Chen kicked him away. Get lost. In this siege activity, Han Chen had claimed 90% of the items dropped by the bosses in Chenlong City. As an elder of the Dragon King Guild, Han Chen initially wanted to contribute to the guild, but after talking with the Dragon King, he vaguely felt that the Dragon King was very deep and well hidden. This left Han Chen feeling a bit unsettled, and he ultimately decided that developing his own power was the better choice. Old Han, during the siege activity, I got a rare material, a soul crystal. You are first on the leaderboard. What amazing reward did you get? Many people online are discussing your reward. I haven't had the chance to check yet, let me take a look. Han Chen then began to count the items he had obtained during the siege activity. Holy crap, this is... After claiming the rewards from the siege activity, Han Chen was instantly stunned. Ding, the siege activity has ended, you are first on the points leaderboard. Congratulations, you have received the legendary item Life Scarecrow X9. One-time item, automatically activated when placed in the item slot. When receiving a fatal blow, the Life Scarecrow will actively take the death damage for you. Hiss. A life-saving item, and there are 9 of them, doesn't that mean I have 9 lives? Awesome. Ding, congratulations, you have received a super large experience orb, usable within the 8th transfer. Han Chen used it directly, and his level instantly soared from level 126 to level 150. Due to reaching the maximum level of the 5th transfer, you can no longer level up. Please complete the 6th transfer as soon as possible. Holy crap, this is the maximum level? No wonder it's a super large experience orb. Ding, congratulations, you have received the rare titled Master of Defense, health plus 20%. Ding, congratulations, you have received a 9-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations, you have received the epic accessory Defense Necklace. Defense Necklace, epic. Category, jewelry level, 240 health plus 20% all attributes plus 7000 defense plus 30% durability, never wears out. Special effects, pain paralysis, passive attacking skills have a chance to paralyze the opponent and cause them to lose health. Severe injury effect, passive attacking skills will 100% trigger a severe injury effect, reducing the target's recovery effect by 50%. Thorn Aura, active after releasing the skill, a Thorn Aura will cover a 100-meter radius, causing target units within the aura to continuously lose health and slow down for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Stone Guardian, active summons a large wave of Stone Guardians to indiscriminately strike enemy targets, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. My god, being first on the leaderboard actually earned me 6 top-tier rewards, any one of which would make people envious. Immediately, Han Chen continued to examine the items dropped by the dark deity Chimera's avatar, most of which were materials for 8th tier professions, and there were quite a few pieces of equipment as well. Although the quantity was astonishing, Han Chen was shocked to find that not a single item was usable by him. Damn it, that son of a bitch Chimera is definitely doing this on purpose. Han Chen selected the profession materials needed for knights, which just happened to fulfill his promise to Xianyuan Mengqi to help her collect the necessary materials. As for the other items dropped by the bosses, there were quite a few, but not many caught Han Chen's eye, just 3. Brilliant treasure chest has a 10% chance to yield epic items and a 1% chance to yield legendary items. Han Chen immediately opened the chest and took out the treasures inside. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained a legendary item, 10-star beast ring. 10 star beast ring creates a space that can bind up to 10 pets simultaneously. During battles, bound pets can also enjoy an additional 10% experience boost, and pets inside gain 10 experience per second. This is a great item. With 10 experience per second, that's 60,000 experience in 100 minutes. Plus a 10% extra experience boost from monster hunting, pretty good. Shin Taishu and the others' beast rings don't have this kind of attribute. So, Han Chen bound little Manta to the 10 beast ring and stored it inside, which was extremely convenient. Enchanting gem can be used to enchant equipment with a maximum enchantment of plus 99. Every 2 gems of the same level can be fused to increase by 1 level. Goodness! There are a total of 108 enchanting gems, and with the 14 he had saved earlier, Han Chen calculated that he had a total of 122. It was time to find an opportunity to enchant the blessing staff. Golden treasure map. When opened, it will reveal the location of a treasure, which may yield unexpected rewards. Han Chen opened it and found that the treasure was located in the unexplored misty area of the imperial capital, quite deep in position. Fortunately, this treasure map had no time limit, so Han Chen put it away, planning to search for the treasure when he had time. The rest were various materials, including those for upgrading equipment levels, enhancing durability, and crafting diagrams for the ruthless cannon, among others. 8 skill books were also dropped, but none were for priest skills. As for the unidentified equipment, Han Chen exchanged his contribution points for high-level identification equipment. After completing the guild tasks related to the siege event, Han Chen's contribution points had risen to 560,000. Identify. After identifying all the equipment, there were still no usable items for priests. Han Chen didn't mind, after all, he had the Life Guardian set, so he didn't need other equipment for now. He then dumped all these items onto Li Feiyu, conveniently leaving the Angel set and other equipment for him to use in developing Huaxia. Receiving so many good items at once made Li Feiyu excitedly revert to his ancestral roots, leaving Han Chen speechless. With Little Mantu as his super pet, Han Chen also gifted Li Feiyu a 9-star battle pet egg to enhance his strength. When Han Chen tossed the pet egg to Li Feiyu, he didn't just say I anymore, he might have been too excited and went blank. Some of the items obtained from the siege event were things that some job changers would never possess in their lifetime. Seeing Li Feiyu in a daze, Han Chen sighed and shook his head, doubting whether Li Feiyu was the real protagonist, and quietly left the room. Just then, Han Chen's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his older sister calling. Han Chen answered, but a strange male voice came through the phone. Son of the Dragon Kingdom, if you want to save your family, come alone to the Jingwa Temple in the Fire Nation. A simple sentence, yet it shook Han Chen to his core, leaving him stunned. The other party also sent Han Chen a video. Han Chen, somewhat dazed, clicked on the video and saw his parents and older sister captured by job changers from the Fire Nation, imprisoned in a mysterious altar. The Divine Envoy has only given you 1 month to shake off the Dragon Kingdom's surveillance, to break free from the Dragon King's gang, and then come to the Fire Kingdom alone. After 1 month, if you haven't appeared, or if the Dragon Kingdom takes action, you might as well prepare to collect your sister's body. Don't worry, we are a people who keep our promises. Your sister is so beautiful, you definitely wouldn't want to see a bunch of strong men lining up in front of her, would you? After saying this, the other party hung up the phone directly. At that moment, Han Chen stood quietly in place, maintaining the posture of answering the call. The next second, a violent surge of magical energy erupted from Han Chen. He was furious. Han Chen was enraged. A dragon has its reverse scales, touching them means death. Family is one of Han Chen's reverse scales. Fire Kingdom. You are playing with fire. Old Han? Coming back to his senses, Li Feiyu immediately noticed something was off with Han Chen. At this moment, Han Chen's expression was extremely terrifying, even twisted. This was a manifestation of his rage reaching a certain level. After a while, Han Chen finally spoke to Li Feiyu. Old Li, I'm fine. You take care of Huaxia and make it stronger. I believe you can do it. I have something to take care of. Boom! Crackle! Han Chen spread his thunderous wings and flew directly towards the nearest teleportation array. Hey, old Han, what are you going to do? Li Feiyu chased after him, shouting, but Han Chen had already flown far away. Just as Han Chen left, Xianyuan Mengqi arrived. Li Feiyu, where's Han Chen? Li Feiyu could sense Han Chen's anger and had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure and could only say he just left, but he didn't tell me where he was going. I only know he was in a hurry. Just left? In a hurry? Xian Yuan Mengqi frowned slightly. At this time, Han Chen had already returned to Yunhai City, quickly rushed home, and found the house in disarray. His parents and older sister had indeed been captured. The video was real. Through the all-knowing eye, Han Chen saw traces of battle and blood nearby, estimating that the Fire Kingdom's transmuters had first dealt with the transmuters sent by the Dragon King to protect his family. If a single hair is harmed on my family, I, Han Chen, swear that the Fire Kingdom will be erased from the world. Han Chen's eyes burned with fury and unprecedented rage. He had to go to the Fire Kingdom alone, and he couldn't tell anyone. Not even Li Feiyu. He couldn't bring anyone with him, nor could he let a second person know about this news. Otherwise, the Fire Kingdom would tear up the agreement and use the most brutal torture to torment his parents and older sister to death, and then the entire process would be recorded and sent to him. 1 month. 1 month was enough. Han Chen had to complete the 6th transition before going to the Fire Kingdom and gain stronger combat power. The Fire Kingdom was one of the dominant nations, possessing 3 pieces of myth-level equipment and had divine envoys who could communicate with the gods. Acting recklessly to save people would not only fail to rescue his family but could also lead him into a tiger's den. Through the siege activity's final boss, Han Chen had witnessed the terrifying power of the gods, without the goddess's blessing attributes. During the siege, venturing into the Fire Kingdom alone was still very dangerous. The Fire Kingdom captured his family as a threat, nearly wanting to lure him in. At least his family was safe until he appeared. Although 1 month was tight, it was enough for him to complete the 6th transition. Thus, Han Chen calmed down, thought for a moment, and called the Dragon King. President, I have reached level 150. I would like to ask for your help in collecting the materials for the priest's 6th transition. If you can't gather them, find a place where these materials can be farmed. I can go farm them myself. Han Chen's tone was as usual. For the sake of his family, he couldn't let the Dragon King notice anything unusual. Once the Dragon King knew, he would definitely stop him from going to the Fire Kingdom. Hearing that Han Chen had suddenly reached level 150, Xian Yuan Zhonghua was first surprised, then delighted. Since the priest profession was significantly reduced, exclusive materials for priests have become nearly impossible to obtain, and most of the previously retained equipment and profession materials have been dismantled by those who changed jobs. Collecting all the materials for the 6th transition priest profession is quite challenging. In fact, Xian Yuan Zhonghua had been preparing these rare materials long ago, yet he still hasn't gathered enough. Son of God, there are a total of 12 types of materials for the 6th transition priest profession. I have already collected 8 types here, and there are 4 types that you need to farm. I will send you the coordinates of the bosses that can drop these 4 materials, along with the proof of the 6th transition. Upon hearing this, Han Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected of the Dragon King, he immediately realized that the other party had been preparing these items for a long time. Han Chen quickly opened the map to check. Goodness! There were over 100 boss and dungeon markers, all places where the materials for the 6th transition priest had previously dropped. Thank you, Han Chen replied and hung up the phone. Xian Yuan Zhonghua put down the phone, his expression neutral. He should find a time to visit the Pantheon and prepare to eliminate the Dark Curse before the Son of God reaches the 7th transition. The first-generation Dragon King's guild leader had once received a divine formation map as a reward, which could construct a divine formation. This matter was known only to the guild leaders of the Dragon King throughout the ages. This divine formation might be able to eliminate the curse on the Son of God. This is also why Xian Yuan Zhonghua had the confidence to tell the national seat that he had a way to break the curse on the Son of God. Of course, to construct this divine formation, a considerable amount of myth-level materials would need to be collected, and there aren't many of such materials in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Xian Yuan Zhonghua needed to go to the Pantheon to collect them, and he had to do so secretly. He must not let others know that the Dragon King Guild possessed the divine formation map, or else countries like the Angel Kingdom would definitely cause trouble. Meanwhile, Han Chen, who had hung up the phone, had already returned to the Huaxia Guild. Upon seeing Han Chen appear, Xian Yuan Mengqi, who had not yet left, was delighted. Little priest, didn't you say you had urgent business? Did you finish so quickly? Why didn't you answer my call? Li Feiyu, who was beside her, also looked puzzled. Strange. Old Han seemed very anxious just now. How did he return so quickly? Oh, my phone ran out of battery. Someone was selling the job change materials I needed, so I went to trade for a bit, Han Chen casually explained. Phone ran out of battery? Xian Yuan Mengqi looked at Han Chen strangely, clearly not believing him. However, Xian Yuan Mengqi suddenly realized and asked in surprise, Little priest, you're already level 150? Han Chen nodded and said, yeah, I got a super large experience ball as a reward for being first in the overall ranking of the siege event, and when I used it, I directly leveled up to 150. Xian Yuan Mengqi and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Listen, is this even human language? This reward is too amazing. You have to know that after the 5th transition, the experience required to level up is enormous. It's very difficult to level up even by one level. If no one is helping, it can take several months or even about a year to level up by just one level. To go from level 120 to level 150, an ordinary 5th transition player would need at least 20 years. Even with a big shot helping, it would still take several years. Xianyuan Mengqi, born in the Dragon King Guild, took 10 years to reach the 7th transition, with half of the guild's big shots and the Dragon King personally assisting her. Han Chan's rocket-like leveling speed is unheard of, truly deserving of being the man favored by the goddess. Strong. Really. Strong to the point of being purple. In the Jingwa Divine Temple of the Fire Nation, something strange happened today. The hostages who were originally imprisoned in the Jingwa Divine Temple suddenly disappeared without a trace. Baka, are you kidding me? How could the hostages just vanish into thin air? 18 layers of formation seals, 36 barriers locking down plus legendary ghost ropes binding, along with heavy military forces guarding. How could 3 life profession transmuters possibly escape? The envoy of the Jingwa was furious, as if he had heard a joke. The transmuter who came to report was trembling in fear. Reporting to the envoy, the formations, barriers, and items are all intact, and the altar is unharmed. But the surveillance shows that the 3 hostages have truly vanished into thin air. The envoy's face darkened, his small eyes squinting into slits. Strange, this matter was too strange. Envoy, the family of the Dragon Kingdom's divine son has mysteriously disappeared. When he arrives here, if he cannot see his family, he will definitely not comply. The face of the Fire Kingdom's emperor was also as dark as water. The envoy of the Jingwa sneered, saying, "The video has already been sent to the Dragon Kingdom's divine son. I'm not afraid he won't compromise." Immediately ordered to seal this information. It must not fall into the ears of the Dragon Kingdom's divine son. As long as he dares to come, we will ensure he has no way back. The envoy is wise. On the other side, Han Chen and Xianyuan Mengqi arrived in the imperial capital, first visiting the life profession area. Under Xianyuan Mengqi's introduction, they found a high-level enchanter to enchant the blessing staff. Han Chen spent a considerable amount of guild contribution points to exchange for enchantment stones from the guild warehouse, barely enchanting it to +10, increasing the blessing staff's base attributes by 10%. After all, enchantments can fail, and the higher the enchantment level, the lower the success rate. This was no small investment. Han Chen also repaired the blessing staff to level 150. Blessing staff +10, mythical, category, weapon level, LV 150 strength, +25,542 constitution, +33,352 spirit, +40,601 agility, +16,929 cooldown, -82.5% all resistances, +330% healing effect, +550% durability, damaged special effects. Not unlocked. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqian also arrived at the enchanting shop. The map boss coordinates given by the Dragon King's president were all in the imperial capital, and the marked 6 transition dungeons for farming materials basically required at least a 3-person team. So, Han Chen thought of this senior sister Chen to make up the numbers. Within a day, under the powerful output of Han Chen's battle pet, Little Nantu, all the marked bosses on the map were swept away. After all, Han Chen was pretending to be cursed by the dark deity, making it inconvenient to release forbidden spells. He had to use this as his trump card. With Little Mantu around, a single forbidden spell could instantly kill even a 6-star boss, and the 6th transition dungeon was also swept through. Little Mu, there's only one dungeon left, Xianyuan Mengqi said while looking at the map. At this moment, Han Chen felt a bit of a headache. After defeating over 100 bosses, he had only obtained 3 materials, still missing the last one. Let's go, let's finish the Haidu City dungeon first. Soon, the 3 arrived at the area where the 6th transition dungeon of Haidu City was located. To avoid drawing attention, Han Chen had specially used a disguise mask to change into Li Feiyu's appearance. His identity as the Divine Son was already known worldwide. If he appeared in his true form, he would likely be surrounded instantly. Li Feiyu? A familiar voice rang out. Han Chen turned around to see it was our disaster had arrived. But what was this 4th transition weakling doing here? At this moment, Han Chen noticed that near the Haidu City dungeon, there was a dungeon for farming 4th transition titles, so it was likely that Yi Fan had come to farm for the 4th transition title. No, you're not Li Feiyu, you're Han Chen. Yi Fan recalled that Han Chen had used the name Li Feiyu in the Dragon King Guild, and upon seeing the guild flower and vice guild flower, he had a rare moment of cleverness. I don't have time to deal with you right now. If you keep chattering, you might as well prepare to change to another little brother. Han Chen was feeling a bit irritable and had no mind to pay attention to the other party. After speaking, Han Chen and the others entered the hell-level dungeon of Haidu City. Humph. Yi Fan's eyes were blazing with anger as he coldly stared at the entrance of the Haidu City dungeon. He hated it most when others joked about his younger brother. It was an eternal pain in his heart. Cursed by the dark gods and still so arrogant, Han Chen, you useless waste. Won't last long. 5 years, at most 5 years, and you'll only be able to look up at me, the natural disaster. By then, I'll make you kneel and sing conquer. Inside the dungeon. Forbidden spell absolute concealment arrow. Whoosh. Bang. -4252320. There were quite a few levels in this dungeon, and after grinding for more than 10 minutes, the hell level. Boss of Haidu City, the Haidu ruler, finally appeared. Before it could even deliver its flashy lines, it was killed in one hit by Little Mantu, dropping a pile of items. 6th transfer. Certificate? Han Chen didn't expect this boss to be so generous. After a round of counting, when he saw the Heart of the Water Priest profession material, Han Chen let out a sigh of relief. He finally got it. The last piece of the 6th transfer exclusive material for priests. As for the other items, Han Chen had already lost interest and directly filled them into the Dragon King Guild's warehouse. After all, he was an elder of the Dragon King Guild, and if he only took and never gave, people would start to talk. At that moment, Han Chen saw Ye Fan coming out after finishing the title dungeon. At this time, a title appeared above his head, bright green and quite eye-catching. First Class Green Hat Warrior. This title really suits this young man. Chen Xiaochen couldn't help but chuckle. Han Chen shook his head and led the two women towards the transfer temple in the imperial capital. The transfer temple in the capital. This is the highest level transfer temple in the Dragon Kingdom, towering majestically on the outside and resplendent on the inside. Many transferers come and go here every day. The 5th transfer and above profession tasks are very comprehensive, making it easier to accept and complete profession tasks. Naturally, transferers from all over the country who are 5th transfer and above come here to take on profession tasks. So, many times, there are long lines here. Little Priest, our Dragon King Guild has a dedicated VIP channel, no need to queue. Xianyuan Mengqi reminded. Han Chen nodded, put on the Elder token of the Dragon King Guild, entered the VIP channel, and enjoyed VIP service. After submitting the 6th transfer certificate and 12 exclusive materials, the transfer Divine Stone began to radiate divine light, issuing the 6th transfer profession task for priests. Detecting the current transferer. Profession is Holy Priest, level is 150, meeting the 6th transfer requirements, now starting to issue transfer tasks. Task issuance complete. 60H transfer task, reforge the radiance of the priest. This task has a total of 3 phases. Phase 1 task, find the priest's contract. 100 years ago, priests were cursed by powerful dark gods, leading to their weakening. It is said that in the ancient Dark Priest Temple there is a book of the priest's contract. If this book can be obtained, perhaps the drop rate of priest skill books can be restored. Task hint: due to the vast map of the Dark Priest Temple and the numerous monsters, brave warriors will guide you. Phase 2 task, the sealed light of the priest. After finding the priest's contract, you can unlock the Lost Land, clear the dark monsters within the Lost Land, and find 7 shards of light which can be fused into the Key of Light. Defeat the final boss in the Lost Land, and with the Key of Light, unlock the seal of the priest's light and obtain the lost brilliance of the priest's divine seal, which may restore the effects of priest skills. Task hint: the final boss is powerful, and several brave warriors will assist you in battle. Phase 3 task, reforge the priest's divine seal. The difficulty of the priest's job change has increased because the priest's divine seal has been cursed and damaged by a dark deity. To reforge the priest's divine seal, one must gather 12 special dark materials, allowing the priest's divine seal to shine once more, which may restore the normal job change quest for the priest profession. Quest hint: after obtaining the priest's divine seal, a powerful divine level priest will guide you on the path to collect dark materials. Seeing the quest hint, Han Chen frowned slightly. He was contemplating the difficulty of these tasks and the time required to complete them. He only had a month. He needed to leave some time to head to the Fire Nation. The difficulty of the 6th job change quest for the priest had already exceeded the limit. However, Han Chen could not abandon this task and go back to farm job materials to take on a new job quest. Most of the materials this time were provided by the Dragon King President, which is why Han Chen could take on the quest so quickly. The priest profession materials were so hard to farm, and Han Chen was running out of time. The first ring of the quest was to go to the Dark Priest Temple to find the priest's contract. Han Chen immediately opened the quest map for guidance. He thought the Dark Priest Temple was in some secret realm in the imperial capital, but in fact, it was not. It pointed to an unexplored misty area outside the imperial capital, which was part of the game world. With the game's arrival, Blue Star had expanded at least tenfold. Although hundreds of years had passed, humanity had only explored 30% of the area, with 70% still shrouded in mist. The Dark Forest was the largest checkpoint, and no one had broken through it to this day. An unexplored area, Han Chen took out the map of the Dragon Kingdom and compared it, discovering that the Dark Priest Temple was in the Dark Forest area, still close to the inner region, where dangers lurked that no one knew about. However, no matter how great the danger, it could not stop Han Chen's steps. Little Priest, what is your job task? Xianyuan Mengqi asked curiously. Han Chen did not hide it and directly displayed the task panel for the two women to see. What the hell is this? Reforge the priest's brilliance? This difficulty is nowhere near a 6th job change task. Chen Xiaoqian's mouth fell open in astonishment, but she seemed to think of something and said, my 7th job change task seems to require a forgetting pill, which can only be dropped in this place. Xian Yuan Mengqi frowned tightly beside her. For such a task, let alone a 6th job change priest, even a hidden mage at the 10th job change would probably have to give up. Just thinking about it made it clear. The reason the priest had fallen from the support altar to the bottom was that they had been greatly weakened by the curse of the deity. To break this curse, one would need at least the power of a deity. Although Han Chen's 6th job change task might only lift part of the curse, he would not meet the deity, but the boss of this task would definitely not be simple. It was likely at least a 9-star level or even a 10-star level. A forgetting pill? Hearing Chen Xiaoqian's words, Han Chen found it amusing and said, Sister Chen, if I happen to farm a forgetting pill, I'll give it to you. Really? Chen Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes lit up at his words, but she quickly realized something, turned to Xian Yuan Mengqi beside her, and immediately fell silent. No, little priest, you can't take this task. Tasks involving deities are extremely dangerous. You should give up, gather materials again, and take on a job. Task. Xian Yuan Mengqi did not want Han Chen to take this risk. Yeah, big shot, it won't take long to farm the priest job materials again. You have been cursed by the dark deity, and your combat power is almost non-existent. This task is impossible to complete. Chen Xiaoqian immediately echoed. Han Chen shook his head and said, this job task is clearly aimed at priests. Even if I take it again, it will probably be the same. Sister Chi-Chi, Sister Chen, don't worry. I'll go try it first, and if it really doesn't work, I'll give up and take it. Again. Seeing that Han Chen was determined to go, the two girls exchanged glances and decided not to persuade him further, but they wanted to go along. Han Chen did not refuse this. Thus, the three set off, quickly heading towards the dark forest. Upon learning that Han Chen's 6th job transfer task was in an unexplored area of the dark forest, Xian Yuan Zhongguo's expression darkened. After pondering for a while, feeling uneasy, he decided to go personally. He resolved to wait until Han Chen completed his 6th transfer before heading to the Temple of the Gods. The Dark Forest. An immensely vast forest, resembling a wall of trees that surrounded Blue Star. Anyone wishing to explore all the misty areas must first pass through the Dark Forest. However, since the game began, no one has ever managed to traverse the Dark Forest. Even the forbidden areas within the Dark Forest have rarely been reached, with most only exploring the inner regions. There are rumors in the world that the forbidden areas of the Dark Forest have an 11th transfer divine task available, but no one has ever confirmed it. With Han Chen's all-knowing eye, the monsters in this misty area of the Dark Forest could not escape his scrutiny. Bloodthirsty Demon Tree, Dark, Level, LV 240 Health 850000/850000. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bind, Deathbind, Weakening Curse, Old Tree Roots. Gargoyle, Dark, Level, LV 250 Health 950000/950000. Skills, Petrifying Ray, Imprisonment, Mental Shock, Toad Climb. Along the way, under Han Chen's investigation, the monsters in these misty areas were easily dealt with by Little Manta's cooldown-free, destruction electrostatic field. According to Xian Yuan Mengqi's introduction, the monsters in the outer area of the Dark Forest were all at least 7-star level, and the closer they got to the inner area, the higher the monster levels became. Little Moo, how much further? We're getting close to the inner area of the Dark Forest, a place even the national treasures dare not tread lightly. Xian Yuan Mengqi was not optimistic about Han Chen completing this job task and felt an urge to persuade him again. Just over the hill ahead, Han Chen replied casually. Soon, the three passed over the hill and arrived at the entrance of a strange canyon where the Dark Priest Temple was located. Miss, Senior Sister Chen, you stay here. I'll go ahead by myself. If there's any danger, you two use the teleportation scroll to leave first, Han Chen said, and then he took Little Mantu into the canyon. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared, startling Xian Yuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian. Chi-Chi, don't panic, it's me. Dad, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Xian Yuan Zhongguo, the president of the Dragon King Association. At this moment, Xian Yuan Zhongguo was fully armed, riding his max-level 10-star battle pet, the Golden Dragon, indicating his extreme vigilance towards the Dark Forest. I was a bit uneasy, so I came to take a look. Where's the sun? Xian Yuan Zhongguo commanded the Golden Dragon to survey the surroundings and immediately asked. He went into the canyon. His job task is inside. Xian Yuan Mengqi replied, feeling a bit jealous that her father had never shown up when she was doing her job task. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Zhongguo immediately began to investigate the enormous, strange canyon, but all he received were question marks, even the canyon's name displayed as Mysterious Canyon. When Xian Yuan Zhongguo attempted to enter for a closer look, he received a prompt. Ding, this canyon is guarded by divine power. Those without divine strength cannot enter. Needless to say, this place was definitely crafted by the dark deity. But how could the sun's job task be here? Could it be a trap? Did the dark deity interfere with the real world again, specifically issuing this task to lure the sun in and then hunt him down? Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Zhongguo's expression changed, and he hurriedly sent a message to Han Shen, only to receive a new prompt. Ding, due to the other party being in a special location, the message cannot be sent. What the hell? Xian Yuan Zhongguo cursed under his breath. At this moment, Han Shen had already entered the depths of the canyon, seemingly suppressed by some force, as his all-knowing eye could only see a distance of 3 meters around him. However, along the way, Han Shen did not encounter any monsters. It was eerily quiet, as if it were a land devoid of creatures. Moreover, the stone walls of the canyon were covered in strange patterns, seemingly recording ancient events. Meow. Little man too seemed to sense something and let out a cry. Han Shen stopped in his tracks and noticed that ahead was an ancient black temple with 4 ancient characters floating above it. Dark Priest Temple. On either side of the temple entrance stood 2 statues dressed as priests, but their attire was black. Could this be the hidden class of priests, the Dark Priest, as legend has it? After confirming that there was no danger around, Han Shen stepped into the Dark Priest Temple. As soon as he entered, his eyes blurred, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. It was an ancient temple shrouded in black mist, dark and eerie. However, in this special instance, Han Shen's all-knowing eye returned to normal, allowing him to see the temple's appearance clearly. This temple resembled a massive dark altar, with skeletal remains scattered everywhere. The stench of rotting flesh and dried black blood was nauseating, and numerous zombie-like monsters wandered within the grand hall. As the task had previously hinted, the map of this temple was vast. Even with Han Shen's forbidden spell all-knowing eye, he could not see the end of the temple. Ding, you have entered the Dark Priest Temple. The Dark Priest boss guarding the temple has issued a kill order against you and has sealed the Dark Priest Temple. You cannot leave until the task is completed. No matter where you are, the monsters in the Dark Priest Temple will know your location and will attack you relentlessly. The monsters will act in 3 minutes. Ding, you have been cursed by the Dark Priest boss's dark magic. The effects of light-based skills are reduced by 50%. Health recovery effects are reduced by 50%, and you will lose 100 health per second. Damn! Han Shen couldn't help but curse. Before the task even began, he was already cursed in losing 100 health per second. Don't underestimate this loss of 100 health per second. In 1 minute, that's 6,000 health. In 10 minutes, that's 60,000 health. A typical 5th transformation class would have less than 100,000 health, and a significantly weakened priest would be lucky to have 50,000 health. With such a large map and so many monsters, it would be impossible for an ordinary priest to pass. In 10 minutes, they would definitely die. This task was undoubtedly hell mode. At that moment, a warrior suddenly emerged from the pile of bones, robust in stature, with a buzz cut and a square face. No need to say, this must be the brave warrior guiding the task. But why did this NPC warrior's back look somewhat familiar? Which damn priest took on this class? Task? This is practically a death sentence. This task is impossible to complete. The Dark Priest Temple is already sealed. Damn it, looks like I'm going to die once. What bad luck. The NPC warrior turned around, and upon seeing Han Shen, his eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. Han Shen was equally astonished. Priest Ye? What the hell? It's you? AI Heisai? Han Shen never expected to see this guy here. Isn't this the NPC responsible for the priest's second transformation task? How did he end up in the Dark Priest Temple? NPC, AI Heisai Identity, Guide Introduction. AI Heisai's father was one of the craftsmen who built this Dark Priest Temple and left behind the map of the Dark Priest Temple, so AI Heisai knows all the structures of the Dark Priest Temple and has been summoned by the gods to guide you. Task prompt, protect Ace. He will help you find the location of the final Dark Priest boss and locate the priest's contract. Damn it, there's this setting too. Pastor, it's you. Oh, it feels like 3 days apart is like 3 autumns. I even miss you. Us joyfully walked towards Han Shen. Weren't you in the ancient demon ruins? Han Shen asked in confusion. In response, Pastor, the setting is like this, I can appear anywhere. Setting? Another damn setting? This cursed setting. However, Han Shen was already used to these NPCs with independent consciousness. Pastor, the monsters here are so disgusting. I'm really scared. You have to protect me, okay? My task setting only allows me to lead and take hits. If I die, you won't be able to find the priest's contract. You big-footed man, stop acting like a whiny brat. I suddenly feel an urge to beat you to death. After saying that, Han Shen let little man to follow Ace to specifically protect him. This guy didn't have much health, only a pitiful 1250. Probably would die with just a touch from a monster. Simply ridiculous. Damn it. Clearly a brave warrior, over 2 meters tall, yet has such low health. Is this intentionally increasing the difficulty of the task? However, Ace must not die, or else he might be trapped in this Dark Priest Temple forever. And that would be disastrous. Pastor, this Dark Priest Temple has a total of 4 floors, and each floor has an extremely secretive teleportation array entrance, crafted secretly by my dad. The entrance to the teleportation array on the first floor is under a statue in this direction. Ace began to move in a certain direction. Ding! 3 minutes have passed, the monsters are starting to move. Roar! Those densely packed, zombie-like monsters suddenly howled at the sky, turned 180 degrees, and then charged towards Han-Chen with a furious roar. Blood sacrifice cannibal corpse level, LV 150 health 300,000. Light magic immunity plus 50% skills, corpse poison, pounce, floral toxic mist, syphilis, COVID curse, Ebola spray. Description: they were once kind job changers, sacrificed to the dark by the dark priest boss. Their bodies, eroded by dark powers, transformed into blood sacrifice cannibal corpses, and under the command of the dark priest boss, they will mercilessly slaughter intruders. The attributes of these monsters were clearly off the charts. Moreover, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them, having evolved into a tide of corpses. For a priest to deal with such a massive tide. This damn author, no, it should be this damn setting. Pastor, the monsters are coming, I'm so scared. But my setting is to keep walking towards the teleportation array, I can't stop, I'm really panicking now. To prevent any monsters from ambushing Ace, Han-Chen continuously cast the forbidden spell Absolute Defense on him, ensuring his safety. Then, Han-Chen made his move. Judgment of Light. So what if the effect was weakened by 50%? The combined effect of all his skills was a 105% boost. That mere 300,000 health of the blood sacrifice cannibal corpse monster was nothing in Han-Chen's eyes. In an instant, golden light illuminated the first floor of the Dark Priest Temple, and the brutal power of the light element erupted. Like a storm, melting all the charging blood sacrifice cannibal corpses. The blood sacrifice cannibal corpse boss hiding within the tide of corpses didn't even have time to say its impressive lines before being drowned in golden light. Blood sacrifice cannibal corpse boss, my lines are so impressive, I haven't even said them yet, give me a chance, Pastor. Wow, Pastor, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing and unstoppable. Alright, the last time I saw you, you were so manly, how did you turn into a woman now? Han-Chen couldn't help but mock. Es felt a bit wronged, there was nothing he could do, it was the setting. Soon, Han-Chen arrived in front of the statue and immediately unleashed a forbidden spell that blew it up. Who would have thought? Crack! A bolt of black lightning erupted from within the statue, striking directly at Ace, and Han-Chen was startled. Wow, I'm going to die, Master Priest. Bang! -1. Seeing that he had only been forcibly deducted a little damage, Ace was momentarily stunned, but once he regained his composure, he immediately became arrogant, shouting at the sky, "You dark priest, you think you can kill me with such weak tricks? The man behind me is Master Priest." Han-Chen's expression darkened. Fortunately, he had been cautious and had constantly cast absolute defense on this troublesome NPC. Ace, otherwise, with that last hit, he would have been done for. To be safe, Han-Chen fully buffed him with all auxiliary forbidden spells, allowing him to finally relax. Wow, I feel unprecedentedly majestic at this moment, so much stronger. I want to personally tear apart the Dark Priest to avenge my dead dad. With this troublesome NPC leading the way, and his own unlimited forbidden spell sweeping through, Han-Chen easily reached the final level of the Dark Priest Temple. Here, a familiar dark power filled the air, the power of the dark deity, which rendered Han-Chen's all-knowing eye ineffective. Master Priest, just go forward, and you will see the Dark Priest boss. I have to hide, otherwise, according to the setting, I will be killed instantly. Even with your protection, I can only come out after it dies. After saying this, Ace dove into a nearby pile of skeletons and disappeared. This was good, at least he didn't have to split his focus protecting this troublesome guy. Han-Chen moved forward alone and soon arrived at an altar. When he saw the true form of the Dark Priest boss, Han-Chen was completely stunned. How is this possible? What did Han-Chen see? The big boss of the Dark Priest Temple was none other than his older sister, Hanyu? This was absolutely impossible. His sister was a legitimate life profession whisperer. How could she suddenly turn into the Dark Priest boss? Was it just a coincidence that this boss looked exactly like his sister? What the hell? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? At this moment, Hanyu was dressed in a black priest robe, with bare shoulders and chest, holding a black staff resembling a blooming black rose, both enchanting and beautiful. Little priest, you're here. I've missed you so much. Hanyu showed a surprised expression and quickly walked towards Han-Chen. Sister, is it really you? Han-Chen displayed a look of suspicion, his emotions suddenly becoming a bit complicated. This was completely illogical. Sister, weren't you and Dad and Mom captured by the Fire Nation? They were lying to you. Don't you think about it? Your sister is so powerful, how could she be captured by the Fire Nation? Saying this, Hanyu habitually gave Han-Chen a loving pat. But at this moment, Han-Chen was unusually calm and did not let his guard down in the slightest, yet the other party's aura and expression were exactly the same as his sister's. After the loving pat, suddenly, Han-Chen's brows furrowed and his expression changed. Suddenly, Han-Chen raised his staff and pointed it at Hanyu. Hanyu was startled and said, "Little priest, what are you doing? Are you trying to harm your own sister? You are not Hanyu." Han-Chen said coldly, "Oh, how are you so sure I'm not your sister? Han Shen looked at the other party's chest, a cold smile appearing on his face, and said, "My sister's chest isn't as small as yours." "Ha!" Han Yu looked down at her chest, covering it with her hand, slightly stunned. "This works?" The fake Han Yu's forehead immediately broke out in a few black lines. In fact, Han Shen had never believed the other party from the start. Now it seemed that perhaps he was too worried about his family, leading to a small inner demon appearing here. "Since you've seen through me, I'll erase you directly. Don't think you can leave the Dark Priest Temple alive." After saying this, the Dark Priest boss restored her true appearance, an extremely creepy and ugly woman, tall and slender. BB Avatar, Master of the Dark Priest Temple class, Shadow Priest race, human level, LV 180 health, 50 million dual defense, 5 million. Light magic immunity, plus 70% skills, Great Shadow Word, Shadow Incarnation, Blood Sacrifice, Evil Tentacles, Shadow Curse, Light and Shadow Intertwined, Shadow Phantom, Swallowing Heart. Description: a highly talented shadow priest born in the early days of the game's arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, who later devoted herself to the Dark Divine faction for the sake of immortality. Blessed by the Dark Deity, she gained eternal life and became the master of the Dark Priest Temple, responsible for guarding the priest's contract. Dialogue: the great dark god has long anticipated your arrival, son of the Dragon Kingdom. This will be your burial ground. Dialogue: humans can never defeat the gods. Only by relying on the gods can one attain immortality, achieve higher levels, and perhaps one day become a deity. Dialogue: son of the Dragon Kingdom, you have been cursed by the great Lord Chimera. Your combat power is almost non-existent. I will personally peel off your skin, turn your corpse into the most perfect cannibalistic flesh, and then cast it upon the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing these words, Han Shen was extremely angry. This BB she was originally from the Dragon Kingdom, yet she had betrayed her own kind for the sake of immortality. Not only had she harmed countless compatriots, but she had also turned them into cannibalistic corpses, and now she wanted to bring disaster to her homeland. Enough is enough. This BB she avatar seemed very strong, but compared to the boss in the siege event, she was still lacking a bit. Dealing with her was just a matter of using a forbidden spell. God's Forbidden Zone. The powerful forbidden spell directly imprisoned the Dark Priest boss BB Shi. How is this possible? Weren't you cursed by the great Dark God Chimera? Why is the forbidden spell still so powerful? BB Shi's eyes, filled with black veins, were full of shock. BB Shi, don't let me find your true body in the future, or I will make you understand that betraying your country for glory and harming your compatriots will only lead to death. Han Shen said in a deep voice. He, just you? I'm in the forbidden area of the Dark Forest. If you have the ability, come, kill me, provided you can survive this trial. I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean the boss and the subsequent tasks can't kill you. Completing this class quest is not that simple. After saying this, BB Shi went mad, laughing loudly at Han Shen, her unpleasant laughter piercing to the ears. Seeing this, Han Shen stopped wasting words and directly used the Silent God's Grief forbidden spell to instantaneously kill her. Ding, congratulations on killing the master of the Dark Priest Temple, BB Shi. AIEC will tell you the location of the priest's contract. BB Shi also dropped quite a few good items. Isn't this the forgetfulness pill, the 7th tier class material that senior sister Chen wanted? At this moment, the useless AIEC popped out from the pile of skeletons again. Baba, did you see that? The Dark Priest who killed you back then has been killed by the Priest Master. You can rest in peace now. AIEC was in tears. Can you NPCs also be killed? Han Chen asked in confusion. Master, you don't know. If it's an avatar or projection created by the game rules, it can respawn, but if the true body dies, just like you class changers, it will also die. Upon hearing this, Han Shen's body shook as if he had heard some incredible secret. What else? Do you know? Was the arrival of the game in Blue Star intentionally orchestrated by the gods? Han Chen pressed. Pastor, I have nothing to say about that. The game rules set for me prevent me from revealing related secrets. Otherwise, before I even disclose anything, my essence would be erased by the rules. You'll have to explore the truth yourself through the world fragments. Han Chen took out the fragment of Chen and examined it carefully. After rescuing his family, he would need to prepare to collect these world fragments while leveling up. Looking at the time, 2 days had already passed. Mainly because of that slowpoke AI Heisai, who walked at a snail's pace and he couldn't fly him to speed things up. In his words, that's just how the setting is, there's no way around it. This had caused a significant delay in getting from the first layer to the 4th layer. I say, you useless piece of trash, if you want to pay respects to your dad, can you at least tell me where the pastor's contract is before you do that? Pastor, the pastor's contract is with me. Damn it. Why didn't you say earlier that the pastor's contract was with you? You made me accompany you for 2 days. Han Shen was furious. I can't help it. Pastor, that's how the setting is. Only after the Dark Priest boss is dead can I tell you. Saying this, AI Heisai pulled the pastor's contract out from his pants and handed it to Han Shen. Damn. That cursed setting. After receiving the smelly pastor's contract, Han Chen finally got a new task prompt. Beep, congratulations. You have obtained the task item, pastor's contract. Please chant the incantation on the pastor's contract to break part of the dark deity's weakening curse. On the pastor. Han Chen had no choice but to chant the incantation according to the prompt, but the incantation sounded a bit ridiculous. This milk is set, even the deity can't stop it, I said. Buzz. The pastor's contract suddenly transformed into a brilliant holy light, merging with the world. Beep, congratulations. You have lifted part of the dark deity's weakening curse. The drop rate for the pastor's skill book has returned to 50% of the normal rate. Beep, the lost land has been opened. You can proceed according to the task map to complete the second phase of the task. At the same time, all the priests around the world who were transitioning received a prompt, instantly causing a huge uproar. Beep, the drop rate for the pastor's skill book has returned to 50% of the normal rate. The glory of the pastor will be revived. Ah, has the pastor's weakening been lifted? Is spring coming for the pastor? A priest in a certain country, while cleaning the restroom, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the prompt, then burst into ecstatic tears, fainting in the toilet. Is the pastor about to rise? Is the pastor returning to the seat of support? I won't have to serve those 40-year-old little fairies anymore. A skeletal priest wept profusely. But what good is just restoring the skill book's drop rate to 50%? The skill effects aren't restored and the difficulty of the transition task isn't lowered. The pastor is still the most useless profession. Some priests who were already 80 years old and still at the second transition were not optimistic about this. Soon, the whole world was reporting on the restoration of the pastor's skill book drop rate, and the rulers of various countries were speculating about what had happened. The weakening curse on the pastor had actually been broken. The divine envoys of the four major hegemonic countries naturally guessed something, but they did not rashly venture into the Dragon Kingdom. Did the son of the Dragon Kingdom lift the deity's weakening curse? In just a month, there's no way you could possess divine combat power. The envoy from Jingwa sneered. At this moment, Han Chen had already left the Dark Priest Temple dungeon. He had had enough of that idiot AI Heisai. Hearing the huge commotion in the canyon just now, the three outside from Xianyuan heavy country were all tense, fearing that something had happened to Han Chen. They even prepared to ride their golden dragon battle pet to forcefully break into the canyon entrance to rescue him. When they saw Han Chen emerge from the canyon unscathed, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a powerful battle pet, so strong. Han Chen's first sight was of the enormous golden dragon battle pet, belonging to the Dragon King President, which was far more formidable than the frost giant dragon of the honorary Elder Bei Ao, truly worthy of being the Dragon King President. President, what brings you here? Don't worry, I can still complete the sixth transition priest task, Han Chen said first. I'm not worried about the sun's professional task. What concerns me is the dangers in the dark forest. The sun may not know that the 10-star monsters in the inner area of the dark forest occasionally appear in the outer regions, so it's better to be cautious. Xianyuan Zhonghua explained. Oh, is that so? Han Chen was still not very clear about this. The secrets of the dark forest belong to world secrets. Aside from a few big shots, very few people know about the situation here. Then I'll trouble the president to escort us. Saying this, Han Chen took out the forgetting worry pill and handed it to Chen Xiaoqian. Sister Chen, you're lucky, the final boss dropped the forgetting worry pill you needed. Wow, big shot, you really got my professional material, this is fantastic. With this, I can collect my 7th transition professional materials, and I can soon take on the 7th transition professional task. Chen Xiaoqian was extremely excited. If it weren't for Xianyuan Mengqi and the president being present, Chen Xiaoqian would probably have directly kissed Han Chen out of excitement. She was not like Xianyuan Mengqi, who was still an innocent girl. Seeing this, Han Chen seemed to think of a joke, then just shook his head, finding it amusing in his heart. Soon, Han Chen experienced the feeling of riding a true dragon, with the Dragon King personally providing protection. According to the task prompt, he quickly arrived at the coordinates of the Lost Land, at the edge of the inner area of the dark forest. President, young lady, Sister Chen, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Han Chen stepped into the Lost Land without hesitation. You have entered the Lost Land, where 4 warriors have been waiting for you for a long time. They are about to come and join you. The ultimate boss of the Lost Land, the Lord of the Lost, has sensed your arrival and released the divine power granted by the dark deity, fully suppressing you. Your passive skill All-Knowing Eye is ineffective. Your auxiliary skill Divine Forbidden Zone is ineffective. Your recovery skill Recovery Effect is halved. Your defense skill Defense Effect is halved. Your attack skill Attack Effect is halved. The effects of your pet skills are all reduced by 90%. Damn it! Just as I entered, I was fully targeted? Little Mantu was directly suppressed and rendered useless. Han Chen had no choice but to put Little Mantu into the 10-star Beast Ring. If it weren't for the Divine Maiden's baptism lifting the curse of the dark deity Chimera on him, this task would definitely be impossible to complete. The attack of the forbidden spell was suppressed to half its power, but it was still enough to crush the boss of the 6th transition professional task. Even if it was enhanced by the dark deity, it absolutely couldn't withstand his continuous forbidden spell strikes. If 10 forbidden spells couldn't kill it, then 100. If 100 couldn't, then 1,000, he would definitely be able to take it down. At this moment, 4 figures quickly ran over from a distance, raising a cloud of dust behind them, accompanied by a rumbling sound. No need to explain. It was definitely the brave warriors mentioned in the task prompt making their entrance. Behind them were probably the monsters coming to hunt him. I just hope the NPC warriors that appear won't be as useless as AI Heisai. But soon, Han Chen was completely speechless. The more you hope something won't happen, the more it tends to happen. Damn it, which idiot accepted this professional task? Doesn't he know this is a guaranteed death task? I'll see which brainless priest it is later, just wait until I take him down. Dying once is painful enough. Does he think he's the priest daddy? Brothers, that brainless priest is over there, let's hurry over. That's right. The 4 NPC warriors that appeared were the same 4 street punks Han Chen encountered during his 5th transition professional task. As the 4 NPCs approached, Han Chen felt a wave of unease wash over him, his facial muscles twitching. Listening to the ridiculous banter of these 4 idiots, Han Chen's face was filled with black lines. These guys actually dared to call him a brain-dead priest. I Basis, I Wangxi, I Loli, and I Yuji. Upon seeing that the one taking on the priest job quest was Han Chen, collectively froze for a moment. Then, I Basis, oh my god, it's Daddy Priest. I Wangxi, wow, I knew it. Who else besides Daddy Priest would dare take on this quest? Good thing I had foresight. I Loli, Daddy Priest, we knew we would see you again, but we didn't expect it to be so soon. I Yuji, Daddy Priest, we missed you so much. We've been using your name to bully quite a few people, and have gathered a lot of little brothers. Han Chen's head was filled with black lines. Who just called me a brain-dead priest? It was them. The 4 idiots pointed in unison at the monsters charging towards them. I'll settle the score with you after I finish this quest. With that, Han Chen turned to face the monsters, which turned out to be a group of large green demon-like creatures, each wielding a magic staff and making strange noises. Giant Tooth Demon level, LV 180 health, 200,000. Skills, Soul Rend, Frenzied Smash, Demonization, Soul-Breaking Strike. It seemed that the monsters in this lost land were indeed demons, and to collect 7 shards of light, it looked like he would have to put in some effort. Daddy Priest, you're so strong, let us assist you this time. At that moment, Ibasis suddenly spoke up. You guys? Han Chen rolled his eyes. With just 4 useless street punks, what kind of assistance could they provide? But the next second, Han Chen was completely astonished. Daddy Priest, don't worry. We 4 are the light warriors under the old man, possessing powerful support abilities. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 4 street punks released a brilliant white light, which was completely mismatched with their demeanor. Ding! You have received the blessing of Ibasis's light power, increasing light magic enhancement by plus 80%. Ding! You have received the blessing of Iwansi's light power, increasing light magic range by plus 80%. Ding! You have received the blessing of Iloli's light power, increasing light magic critical hit by plus 80%. Ding! You have received the blessing of Iyuji's light power, increasing light magic power by plus 80%. Holy crap! This is the support ability of these 4 useless street punks? This is way too exaggerated. With an 80% increase in enhancement, range, critical hit, and power for light magic, not only could he ignore the suppression of the Dark God, but he could also unleash even more terrifying effects with light magic attacks. Alright, I'll reluctantly accept you 4 sons. Yay! With Daddy Priest saying that, we can bully people even more recklessly now. Han Chen was speechless. However, since these 4 guys were bullying NPCs, it didn't really matter. He then turned his gaze to the charging giant tooth demons and casually unleashed a judgment of light. In an instant, the lost land was struck by a terrifying surge of light elements, the powerful golden light piercing through the entire darkness, and the lost land was instantly devastated. The golden light exploded, and the priest's exclusive holy light element magic surged wildly, instantly dissolving the charging giant tooth demons. Even the distant Blue Fat Demon, Antler Demon, and Yaksha Demon were affected. Mountains crumbled into dust and lakes evaporated into mist. With one skill, half of the lost land was turned into scorched earth, and even the weeds could not regrow. It seemed that a large area of the lost land had been obliterated. My goodness! Han Chen's eyes widened as he gazed at the endless scorched earth. Is this the effect of being assisted by 4 sons? This is simply astonishing. With the current power of the Judgment of Light, calling it a god-level forbidden spell is not an exaggeration. Ding! You have killed the giant tooth demon boss and obtained a fragment of light. Ding! You have killed the blue fat demon boss and obtained a fragment of light. Ding! You have killed the antler demon boss and obtained a fragment of light. Ding! You have killed the Yaksha demon boss and obtained a fragment of light. Hearing the mission prompts, Han Chen finally came to his senses and checked the mission items in his storage space. It seems that there are 7 types of demon monsters in this lost land, and each type of demon boss drops a fragment of light. As for the items dropped by the monsters, Han-chan was completely uninterested in anything other than skill books. Daddy Moo, you are truly magnificent. And awesome, way more powerful than that old geezer. We've decided, we will no longer worship that old geezer, only worship Daddy Moo. The 4 street punks were completely awed by Han-chan's forbidden spell. This was the kind of father they considered to be a true leader. Old geezer? Han-chan shook his head, guessing it must be some powerful NPC, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for these 4 guys to worship him, but Han-chan was too lazy to ask. Then, Han-chan released the wings of wind and thunder, preparing to blast the remaining half of the lost land. The 4 street punks clung to Han-chan's arms and legs, wanting to go along, as if they had become Han-chan's 4 accessories, which left Han-chan even more speechless. If it weren't for the mission prompt that he couldn't abandon the brave warriors who came to support, he really wouldn't have planned to take them along. Wow, Daddy Moo's thigh is so warm. Noticing that these 4 were getting a bit restless, Han-chan's forehead twitched. Damn it, if you keep moving around, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Daddy Moo was angry, the 4 street punk NPCs quickly became much more obedient. With their power of light backing him, Han-chan's wings of wind and thunder reached a terrifying speed, and soon he arrived at the other side of the lost land. Here, the black mountains stretched endlessly, dark clouds rolling ominously, indicating that the last 3 types of demons were not weak. Boom boom boom. One by one, the giant demons appeared. Giant demon level, LV 180 health 400,000. Skills, giant sonic boom, giant club dance, enhanced spell, explosive kill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fast-moving demons appeared, their bodies entwined with demonic clouds. Leopard demon level, LV 180 health 350,000. Skills, leopard claw, unified strike, phantom kill, 100-fold rending claw. Rumbling. From within the mountains surged forth demon riders, their limbs thrashing, charging with a violent momentum, and their numbers were extremely large. Night demon level, LV 180 health 700,000. Skills, demon spear thunder, death charge, demon shield spell, armor break. Airily, Daddy Moo, look. The last 3 demon bosses have appeared, over there. Han-chan also saw the appearing bosses. They roared repeatedly, preparing to shout their own lines. Judgment of light. Boom. Golden light swept across like a scythe of death. The mountains shattered into dust and everything melted away in an instant. The screams of all the demon monsters didn't even have time to escape their lips before they were swallowed by the golden light. The 3 demon bosses didn't even get to shout their lines, only managing to exclaim what the hell before turning to ashes. Ding, you have obtained 7 fragments of light which automatically merge into a key of light. The final boss of the Lost Land, the Master of Loss, is about to appear. Defeat it, then use the key of light to unlock the seal of the Priest of Light. Hey, these demon scum don't even qualify to make us take action. The 4 street punks spat disdainfully at the dissipating demons. Buzz. A massive surge of magical light suddenly erupted from the ground, forming a dark magic circle. A massive bull-headed figure, exuding a thick aura of magic, emerged from the magic circle, its crimson eyes burning with the fires of hell. Gulp! Papa Moo, this is a bull demon, a royal among the demon race. The 4 street kids seemed somewhat afraid of this lost master. No wonder they were scared. Under normal circumstances they would only be on the receiving end of a beating. But now it was different. They had Papa Moo. What was there to fear from a mere bull demon? The bull demon suddenly leaped out of the magic circle, revealing its enormous and powerful body, towering at several dozen meters. This was a formidable monster boss with a bull's head and a human body, wielding a gigantic black magic-patterned battle axe. Bull Demon Titian Race, Royal of the Demon Race level, LV 180 Talent, Slaughter Health 100 million. Magic Immunity plus 70% Skills, Blessing of the Dark Deity, Magic Reflection Armor, Crimson Lotus Burn, Blood Rage, Frenzied Charge, Magic Axe Triple Strike, Mid-Range Punishment Spell. Description: under the command of the Dark Deity, responsible for guarding the seal of the light of the priest in this lost land, waiting for the Dragon Kingdom's sun to appear. Once the son of the Dragon Kingdom appears, it will split him in half. Dialogue: Son of the Dragon Kingdom, I am the absolute nemesis of your priests. No matter how strong you are, you will never survive my hands. Dialogue: Don't think that having 4 idle light warriors assisting you will allow you to defeat me. I will be your nightmare. AI Bays. You think you can be our Papa Moo's nightmare? You'd be better off as beef noodles, the braised kind. And beef balls too. AI Wang Si added. Dialogue: Very well, you have successfully angered me. I will show you how terrifying jealousy can be. Titian was enraged, his eyes had turned red, though they were obscured by flames. He raised his battle axe and charged at Han-chan and the others with fierce momentum. Light of the Holy. 2413411, 2453252, 4906504. A single target forbidden spell was unleashed, striking the bull demon for a total of 10 million health points in an instant. It's my turn. Magic Axe Triple Strike. Ding. -1. Damn it. Tishan's bull-like eyes bulged out, momentarily stunned, and his momentum weakened. Immediately, the 4 street kids taunted, "Ha, we have Papa Moo's absolute defense, you stupid bull, today you might just become beef jerky." Impossible. The great deity wouldn't lie to me. The son of the Dragon Kingdom's skills have been weakened by 90%, there's no way he's still this strong. Light of the Holy, 10 consecutive forbidden spells instant cast. Han Chen casually unleashed 10 consecutive forbidden spells, causing Tishan to explode in a shower of items. Ding, congratulations on defeating the bull demon boss Tishan. Please proceed to the seal location to unlock the light of the priest. The entrance to the seal location appeared on the ground where the boss had died. Han Chen glanced at it and, without hesitation, led his 4 sons inside. This was a dark altar, where the light of the priest was sealed within, and there was also a special treasure chest on top. Papa Moo, just insert the light key into the hole beneath the dark goddess statue. Han Chen looked at the special dark goddess statue, and indeed there was a keyhole beneath it. What the heck? Who set up this seal? Han Chen could only insert the light key in. Silence. The dark goddess statue suddenly reacted, startling Han Chen, who thought there might be a special mechanism here, and he became even more vigilant. Hiss. The darkness melted away, as if the ice and snow that had been frozen for millennia were thawing. Before long, the dark altar lost its function, and a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky. Ding, congratulations on successfully breaking the seal of the priest's light. The priest class has been blessed again, and the effects of the weakened curse on priest skills have been lifted, restoring 50% of the priest class skill effects. Hearing the prompt, Han Chen quickly checked his skills to see if there were any changes, but as expected, there was not a single change. It made sense, he had received the blessing of the goddess, and the priest skills he learned were already functioning normally, automatically advancing to the maximum level of forbidden spells, so no change was to be expected. At this moment, priests from various countries in Blue Star went into a frenzy. They also received the prompt, which revealed Han Chen's identity. Under the desperate solo battle of the holy priest Han Chen from the Dragon Kingdom, part of the weakened curse on priests has been successfully lifted, restoring 50% of the normal effects of priest class skills. Han Chen, he is the son of the Dragon Kingdom. Han Chen, he has saved the priest class. He is the saint of priests. Many priests from Western countries knelt in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, praying for Han Chen and expressing gratitude for all he had done. Fuck. The rulers of the Angel Kingdom were furious. They hadn't even started their plans against the son of the Dragon Kingdom, and unexpectedly he pulled off such a stunt. Although there weren't many priests in the Angel Kingdom, the total number of priests worldwide was still quite large. Now that the drop rate of priest skill books and the effects of skills had returned to normal at 50%, the powerful support abilities of priests would gradually shine again. Moreover, the son of the Dragon Kingdom would certainly not stop at just lifting these 2 weakened curses. He was likely to lift even more. Once Han Chen became the faith of all priests in the world, it would bring no benefits to the Angel Kingdom, and even dealing with Han Chen would become a greater obstacle. The once pinnacle support class of the Divine Throne was no joke. It seems we must expedite the plan to capture the son of the Dragon Kingdom. We must control him before he becomes the faith of the priests. The ruler of the Angel Kingdom quickly contacted the Divine Envoy to discuss the matter. Inside the sealed land, Han Chen picked up a special treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received a special quest item, the priest's divine seal. This seal was engraved with special divine patterns but had lost its original divine brilliance. At that moment, a 7-colored divine gate suddenly appeared, and an old man holding a red yarn ball walked out. He looked spirited and wore a broad smile. Divine Priest Ibobo, avatar, level, skills, everything except the name was still a question mark. As soon as Han Chen saw this old man, his expression soured immediately. Wasn't this the little old man who impersonated the Moon Elder during the 5th transition quest? First Ihaizi, then the 4 street punks, and now this lecherous old man. What a coincidence. They were all old acquaintances. Oh, you 4 see me and don't even greet me? Do you believe I can arrange for a few beauties from the pigmen tribe to be your wives? Ibobo blared at the 4 street punks. They were his own bright warriors, nurtured under his care, yet they didn't even bow to him? They had really grown wings. Hey, old man, we're done here. From now on, we believe in this priest daddy. As for you, we won't serve you anymore. The 4 of Ibase immediately made their stance clear. Hey, my temper. Ibobo was so angry that his beard twisted into a 3-8 shape, and 7-colored divine light burst forth from his hands, pinning the 4 street punks beneath his feet. Even if you trample our bodies, our hearts will still belong to Priest Daddy. Priest Daddy, our faith in you is unwavering. Infuriated, Ibobo kicked them into the divine gate and shouted, "You'll regret this when you get back." After dealing with 4 rebellious brats, Ibobo finally smiled at Han Chen and said, "Kid, you really know how to play. Just 2 tasks, and you've already taken away my 4 disciples." Han Chen let out a cold laugh, not wanting to waste time on this topic, and replied, "If you plan to pull any tricks this time, be prepared for the 100-link forbidden spell." Sensing Han Shen's killing intent, the old man quickly forced a smile and said, "Hey, you should be thanking me. But you, kid, are really disappointing. You're not much of a man." Han Shen frowned, his expression changing. This old man seemed to know everything about his relationship with Xian Yuan Mingqi. Last time, he probably just went through the motions of a task and let Han Shen pass. "Alright, we'll talk about this later. Let's discuss your professional task first." The old man, Ibobo, became serious. Seeing this, Han Shen stopped pursuing the matter. He knew the upcoming task would definitely not be simple. You managed to complete the Turing task because that bunch of dark gods had no idea you received the blessing of the goddess and broke the dark curse of Chimera. But this final ring task won't be so easy. As far as I know, this last ring task requires collecting 12 types of special dark materials. With your combat power, gathering the first 11 should be a piece of cake, but the last one will likely be quite challenging. The boss that drops the last material is a dark god's avatar. I'm not sure which dark god it is or what abilities it possesses. What, another dark god's avatar? Hearing the old man's words, Han Shen began to feel a bit worried, his expression darkening. He was concerned about not being able to defeat the dark god's avatar, and even if he could, he feared there wouldn't be enough time. After all, he needed to reserve at least 10 days to rush to the Fire Nation to save someone. If time ran out, he would be in a very passive position. "Old man, since you're here for this third ring task, you must have some role to play. Stop beating around the bush and just say it." The old man shrugged helplessly. "According to the rules of this professional task, I can only send you to the dark secret realm where you can farm the 12 types of special dark materials. I can't provide you with any other help. The goddess specifically instructed me to tell you that you must complete this task. Otherwise, when you take on the 6th transfer professional task, you might have to face the true form of the dark god, and at that point there will only be one way out: death. This is a trap set for you by the dark god." Upon hearing this, Han Shen's expression darkened immediately. At this moment, Han Shen could only take it one step at a time, hoping that the dark god's avatar wouldn't be too powerful. "Let's go. I'll take you to the dark secret realm." The old man then led Han Shen into the Divine Gate. This dark secret realm is a projection of a dark god's kingdom in the dark god's camp. There are 12 bosses here, distributed across 12 temples within this dark secret realm, equivalent to 12 dungeons. However, the last temple will only manifest after the first 11 temples have been destroyed. After saying this, the old man transformed into a point of light and disappeared. Ding, the avatar of the god of hatred, Barbashu, has sensed your arrival and activated the dark secret realm's magic array using dark divine power to fully suppress you. Your pet cannot participate in battle. Your god's forbidden zone and omniscient eye skills cannot be used. For the remaining skills, you can only choose 3 to use, and their effects will be reduced by 90%. Han Shen had long since grown accustomed to the suppression from the dark gods. This 90% skill effect reduction was different from Chimera's dark curse. Chimera's dark curse weakened the forbidden spell itself by 90%, and even if enhanced by equipment effects, it wouldn't increase the power by much. The effect of this skill minus 90% means that it reduces the original skill's power by 90%, which can be offset by skill effects increased by equipment. Can I only use 3 skills? Han Shen decisively chose Divine Blessing, Absolute Defense, and Judgment of Light. The 100-fold mana of Divine Blessing allows him to unleash forbidden spells at will. Absolute Defense is currently his strongest defensive forbidden spell. Judgment of Light is definitely a massive area-killing forbidden spell. These 3 forbidden spells are enough for Han Shen to sweep through the first 11 bosses. As for the final Barbie-Cho clone, that will depend on the situation. Unable to use the all-knowing eye skill, Han Shen would need to spend a lot of time finding the 11 dark temples in this vast dark secret realm, and he didn't have that much time to waste. Judgment of Light. Han Shen decided to use the forbidden spell to blast open the dark shroud and reveal the 11 dark temples. Sure enough, under the powerful effect of Judgment of Light, most of the dark secret realm was illuminated, and the special dark monsters here were dissolved. Since this secret realm was large enough, and Han Shen couldn't use the wind and thunder wings to travel, he could only exchange for a flying item at the Dragon King Guild's warehouse, which took a full 5 days to blast through the entire dark secret realm with forbidden spells. As the forbidden spells continued to strike, most of the dark secret realm was destroyed, leaving only 11 special temples scattered across the 11 positions of the dark secret realm, with quite a distance between them. Temples, I've found you. Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly arrived in front of the first temple, Barbie-Cho Temple. It seemed that these 11 temples all served the dark deity Barbie-Cho. He didn't know who was stronger between this Barbie-Cho deity and the Chimera deity. Then, Han Shen entered the temple. All who dare to defy Lord Barbie-Cho shall be sent to hell. I am Barrowbone, the most loyal guard of Lord Barbie-Cho, and you shall die by my sword. As soon as he entered, Han Shen saw a gigantic dark skeleton warrior over 10 meters tall, leading its minions, already reciting its lines. This boss had learned well. At least it showed its face. It would die with its eyes closed later. Barrowbone, Task Boss, Guardian of the Barbie-Cho deity level, LV 180 health 30 million. Skills: Whirlwind Sword / Bone Spike White / Dare to Bear, Do You Dare? Description: a loyal guard under the deity Barbichio, it has received the divine decree from Barbichio, and any priest it encounters must be brutally shattered below, dying in the most painful way. Line: bones can have love, bones can applaud for love. Line: Dragon Kingdom Son of God, your doom has come, you will be buried here. Don't even think about breaking the rule of darkness, the world belongs to darkness, and light will eventually give way. You, a skeleton monster, think you can applaud for love? Do you think clapping is easy? You need to have some spongy tissue for that. Judgment of Light. Boom. Minus 30 million. The vast temple was instantly shattered by the golden light. Barrow Bone and all its skeleton minions were instantly killed. Dang, you have obtained Dark Bone Spirit materials. Although this first boss was easily defeated, Han Shen's heart was still filled with worry about the final dark deity Barbichio clone. After exiting this temple, Han Shen quickly swept through the other 10 temples at lightning speed. These temple bosses were finished before they even appeared. Under Han Shen's powerful forbidden spell destruction, they exploded without even uttering their lines. Ding, you have obtained Dark Soul Summoning Staff materials. Ding, you have obtained Dark Red Dragon materials. Ding, you have obtained Dark Taya Dragon Horn materials. 11 special dark materials were easily collected by Han Shen. Aside from spending 3 days visiting various temples, defeating these bosses didn't take much time. With just a few forbidden spell strikes, these enhanced bosses simply couldn't withstand it. Calculating the time, it's been 10 days. Next up is the final boss, the Dark Deity's avatar. I hope to deal with it within 10 days. Suddenly, the ruins of the 11 temples damaged by Han Shen erupted with a blinding magical light, and these 11 beams of magic converged in the sky to form a gigantic magic circle from which a massive dark temple slowly descended. Barbisha True Temple. It seems this is the true temple of the Barbisha deity's avatar. Buzz. The temple released a unique divine might, stronger than that of the Chimera avatar, causing cold sweat to bead on Han Shen's forehead involuntarily. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Even though the Barbishu avatar's attributes were limited by the profession task level and weren't as insane as the Chimera avatar, it probably wouldn't be much weaker. How could he deal with this? Asking a 5th transition priest to confront a deity's avatar, how could they even think of that? Damn dark deity, just wait, one day you'll kneel and sing conquer. Han Shen clenched his fists. This dark deity must have some limits even when targeting him, right? Are the game rules just going to ignore this? Faced with this hell-level profession task, Han Shen had no choice but to brace himself and enter the final temple. Oh, I thought this kid wouldn't dare to come in. He was so arrogant just now, he'll be in for a world of hurt soon. Without the goddess's blessing, even without being cursed and weakened by Lord Jadola, we could never be a match for our Lord Barbishu. The bosses from the previous 11 temples reappeared. This time, they were the guards of the Barbishu deity's avatar, all looking down on Han Shen with disdain. Sitting high on the divine throne, the Barbishu deity's avatar wore a starry purple divine robe, wielded a skeletal staff, had a divine halo rotating behind it, and its eyes flickered with purple flames, possessing 3 mouths, a snake-like tail, and demonic wings. God of Hatred Barbishu Avatar Deity Level 2 Race, Dark Divine Race Level, LV 180 Health, 1.5 billion. Barbishu Domain. Within this domain, Barbishu's combat power is increased by 50% and damage dealt to target units is doubled. Passive skills: Dark Sacrifice, Light Magic Immunity 80%, Dark Enhancement, Health and Mana Regeneration buff. Active skills: Black Death Eye Shot, Barbishu Barrier, Purple Fire Divine Revival, Weakening Curse, Divine Staff, Dark Blessing, Dark Divine Might, Barbishu QD. Introduction: Level 2 Deity of the Dark Divine Faction, under the divine mandate of the Dark Sovereign, waiting for the chosen one by the goddess to appear, then erasing them. Damn! 1.5 billion health? This is just a 6th transition profession task. Even if it didn't have the Light Magic Immunity passive skill, I would need to instant cast at least 150 Judgment of Light Forbidden spells to possibly defeat it. The opponent has health regeneration skills, enhancement skills, and powerful magical defenses. How am I supposed to farm this boss? Dialogue: No one can defy the will of darkness, not even the goddess. Don't think of resisting, Dragon Kingdom's son, you will stop here, and the goddess's plan will ultimately turn to dust. The Barbishu's lines made Han Shen vaguely feel that the world of deities was even more brutal. The goddess choosing him as the son undoubtedly entangled him in many earth-shattering secrets. But the primary task now is still to find a way to eliminate this Barbishu avatar. As for the rest, once he becomes strong enough, he will naturally unravel them one by one. With that thought, Han Shen took the lead in attacking. Absolute Defense. Judgment of Light. But this second-tier deity is clearly much stronger than Chimera, and their reaction is incredibly fast. Barbishu Domain. Activate. Weaken Curse. Barbishu Barrier. In an instant, Barbishu unleashed 3 powerful skills. Instantaneously casting 1 skill and instantaneously casting 3 skills are completely different concepts. With Han Chen's current combat power, he could only manage to instantaneously cast one skill, but this Barbashu deity avatar was able to instantaneously cast 3, suppressing Han Chen in an instant. Weaken Curse weakens the target's skill power. Barbashu Barrier. Within this barrier, there is a chance to reflect the target's skill attacks and counterattack the target, which can also cause damage to the barrier itself. Boom! Minus 200,000. Han Chen's health instantly dropped by one segment. Minus 502,233. Meanwhile, Barbashu only lost 500,000 health, which is a mere drizzle compared to its 1.5 billion health. A single recovery skill could instantly replenish it. Experiencing the power of the Barbashu deity avatar's skills for the first time, Han Chen had a rough analysis in his mind. First of all, although the god of hatred Barbashu interfered with the game rules and descended with an avatar, its avatar was still primarily suppressed by the game rules, unable to exceed level 180. Therefore, its skills could not completely ignore his absolute defense curse, but it could still deal 200,000 damage, which likely wasn't even the strongest attack skill of this Barbashu deity avatar. At this point, Han Chen could only grit his teeth and continue. Divine Healing Light. Han Chen activated the Blessing Staff as active skill, recovering 10,000 health per second for 30 seconds. At this moment, Han Chen could only rely on the active skills of his equipment to sustain his health. Guardian's Domain. Within this barrier, immunity to non-curse skill control, damage reduction plus 50%, consuming 3,000 mana per second with no cooldown. This 50% damage reduction was extremely useful for Han Chen right now. And the Blessing Staff's active skill only consumed mana. Han Chen's mana was vast and its recovery was astonishing, fully capable of sustaining the Guardian's Domain. Seeing that their opponent was not killed in one hit by Lord Barbashu, the 11 guards all took action, unleashing various dazzling skills in an attempt to take down Han Chen. -1. Damn it, we can't break through his curse defense. The guards glared at Han Chen one by one. Green Magic. Han Chen activated the Life Set's active skill, increasing health and defense by 50%, then continued to bombard the Barbashu deity avatar and its guards with Judgment of Light. Golden light magic blazed like the sun, while dark magic loomed like an abyss. Inside the temple, fierce clashes erupted. Barbashu's line, equipment skills have cooldowns, let's see how long you can hold on. Boom! Han Chen continuously unleashed Judgment of Light, finally managing to whittle down the Barbashu deity avatars health by 500 million. But, Purple Fire God Revival, plus 500 million. Damn! Han Chen cursed under his breath. What the hell is this? After all that effort, the boss is still at full health. How can I fight this? He was being targeted too fiercely. Dragon Kingdom's son, this is destined, you will stop here. The god of hatred Barbashu unleashed a massive dark element from the skeletal staff in hand and began to chant. Oh no! As the god of hatred, Barbashu was actually chanting, which indicated that the skill it was about to unleash would be terrifying. Even if it couldn't kill him instantly, it would be enough to cripple him. Han Chen's expression changed, and he directly chose to abandon this class quest. Ding, because you are within the temple of the god of hatred Barbashu, you cannot actively abandon this quest. Please keep trying. Good luck, young man. Put. Good luck my ass. At this moment, Barbashu finished its brief chant, pointed the staff at Han Chen, and shouted fiercely, shoot. Eye of the god of hatred. Buzz. Countless eyes of hatred suddenly appeared in the sky, and for the first time, Han Chen felt the threat of death. Life Guardian. At this critical moment, Han Chen had no choice but to activate this equipment's active skill. He instantly cast a Life Guardian shield, converting all damage to health into mana loss, lasting for 3 minutes. But, whoosh! Countless eyes of hatred unleashed death rays simultaneously, and they were soul attack skills. Oh no, it's a soul attack skill. -1,030,412. A single death ray dealt a million damage, and with so many, it was over. Absolute Defense. The forbidden spell only defended against physical and magical attacks. Souls were a special type of attack and could not be resisted. Han Chen's health and mana were instantly depleted. But Han Chen did not fall, because at the moment of impending death, the legendary item Life Scarecrow negated a fatal blow. A legendary item that blocks a fatal blow? Ha, let's see how many times you can withstand it. Barbashu began to chant again. Damn it! Han Chen was furious. Consumed by rage. This was simply a guaranteed death situation. Even with 8 life scarecrows left, it was useless. Is it really going to end here? Han Chen was very unwilling. But facing the god of hatred, his Judgment of Light couldn't kill it at all. The skills of a second-tier deity seemed far stronger than those of Chimera. Eye of the god of hatred. Barbashu's special soul skill was unleashed again. Just as Han Chen was waiting to consume another life scarecrow for survival, a divine light appeared. Then, a colorful shield enveloped Han Chen. Ha! Han Chen looked at the suddenly appearing shield in surprise. Bang bang bang! The death ray struck the shield but could not break through its defenses at all. Han Chen instantly realized that this shield was a soul protection shield capable of resisting soul attacks. But In this Barbasha temple, who else would unleash such a powerful skill and protect themselves? Could it be? Seeing this, Barbashu was instantly enraged, glaring to the side and shouting, Bobo, you dare to violate the game rules and intervene. Your true body is doomed. Divine punishment will turn you to ashes. Doomed? You don't need to worry about that, god of hatred Barbasha. With a flash of divine light, the divine shepherd Ibobo reappeared, playing with a red line ball. Old man, didn't you say you couldn't help me? Han Shan was somewhat surprised. Yes, I can't help you, but what does it have to do with me taking action myself? I need to collect some evidence to prove that Barbasha has seriously violated the game rules. Only then can my true body remain safe. I've secretly recorded your battle with him. He used second-tier divine skills twice in a row, clearly exceeding the limits of the game rules. At this moment, my intervention is to uphold the game rules and divine punishment won't target me. Ibobo said cunningly. Oh, it seems you little old man still have some use. Han Shan breathed a sigh of relief. The little old man shot Han Shan a glare. Time waits for no one. I'll take this opportunity to smash him, and you just need to deliver the final blow. After saying that, Ibobo, not knowing what skill he released, transformed into a giant several dozen meters tall, shining with golden light, muscles bulging, and then swung his hill-like fists, charging at Barbashu. Holy crap, you're a divine shepherd, not a warrior. When has a divine shepherd transformed into a muscular man for close combat? Han Shan couldn't help but complain. A few times. A priest who can't fight in close combat is not a good priest. After saying that, Ibobo punched Barbashu's avatar away, completely overpowering him. Facing the immensely powerful second-tier deity Barbashu's avatar, Ibobo the little old man directly incapacitated him with just 2 punches. All of Barbashu's dark suppression skills and dark soul skills were ineffective against Ibobo the old man. Ibobo, you old bastard, just wait. Sooner or later, you will pay for everything you've done today. With your mere second-tier low-level dark demon, go level up a bit more before talking. The old man Ibobo directly looked down on his opponent, then smashed its clone into a thin blood state. Kid, it's your turn to take action. If I kill it, then it's game over for me. Upon hearing this, Han Shan was delighted and quickly unleashed the Judgment of Light, obliterating the Barbie clone and obtaining the final special dark material, the Dark Curse symbol. Ding, congratulations on collecting 12 types of special dark materials. Combine them with the priest's divine seal to reforge the brilliance of the priest's divine seal. However, Han Shan didn't rush to complete this task. Instead, he looked at the smiling old man Ibobo. At this moment, Ibobo had dispersed his golden form, returning to the lecherous old man, playing with a red yarn ball. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a priestly deity could possess such terrifying melee capabilities. Was this really the supportive class he was familiar with? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a battle god. Old man, I want to ask you a few questions. Go ahead, but you can only ask 3. If you ask more, I'll be struck by lightning. What is your relationship with the goddess, and what does it have to do with me? What secrets are hidden within? The old man glanced at Han Shan, shook his head, and said, I can't answer that question. Ask another one. Han Shan rolled his eyes and continued, why has the game world descended into the real world? Who is controlling these so-called rules and settings? What kind of world is the realm of the gods? The old man took a long breath and shook his head again, saying, I don't know the answer to that question either. Ask another one, and you only have 1 question left. Damn! Han Shan had already thought about casting a forbidden spell on this old man for the 3rd time. Helpless, Han Shan thought for a moment and asked, where can I farm world fragments? Can gathering these fragments really unlock these secrets? For that question, I can only tell you, the 4 fragments of the sun, moon, stars, and constellations. The sun and moon fragments need to be farmed in the realm of the gods, while the star and constellation fragments can be obtained with a chance in a level 10 mythic dungeon. As for whether they can unlock the secrets, I don't know. Damn it. Great. All that was for nothing. Alright, your job change task is complete and I should return to report now. Kid, be a man. When it's time to go, just go. Don't dawdle, or if you end up coming out before going in, how embarrassing would that be? After saying this, Ibobo gave Han Shan a meaningful smile and transformed into a point of light, disappearing without a trace. Ha! What the hell? What kind of wolfish words are these? What does it mean to come out while dawdling? Han Shan was speechless. This old man was indeed not serious. After collecting the items dropped by the Barbie clone, Han Shan suddenly discovered, to his astonishment, that he had actually obtained a priest skill book. What the hell? Is this Barbie so generous? No, wait. It shouldn't be Barbie being generous. It was probably a benefit from the divine priest old man. Hammer of Light can release a light hammer, dealing massive magical damage to targets within a certain range and restoring 50% of the damage delta's health to allied targets. Can be learned at level 5. A skill that combines damage and healing. Not bad. Learning. But thinking about the possibility of failing to learn the skill made Han Shan a bit anxious. You have learned a new skill, Hammer of Light, which automatically evolves into the forbidden spell Holy Giant Hammer. Holy Giant Hammer, a special area attack skill. When this skill is released, it can level mountains, fill seas, crack the earth, and break the void, causing triple damage, physical, magical, and soul damage, ignoring dark magic immunity and restoring 50% of the damage dealt as health to allied targets. Cooldown 15 days. What the hell? This forbidden spell is incredibly powerful. Damn it. If I had this forbidden spell earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. With this forbidden spell, I would no longer fear the magic. Immunity of dark deities. Feeling delighted, Han Chen then reforged the priest's divine seal, restoring its brilliance. Before long, 7-colored divine light burst forth from the priest's divine seal, transforming into mysterious runes that floated in the air. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd ring task of reforging the priest's divine seal. Please return to the class change temple as soon as possible to complete the 6th transition. Immediately, all priests in the world received a class notification. Due to the holy priest Han Chen of the Dragon Kingdom fighting to the death, successfully reforging the priest's divine seal, and lifting part of the dark deity's weakening curse, the difficulty of the priest class change task has returned to a normal level of 50%, and the drop rate of exclusive priest class materials has also returned to 50%. In an instant, many priests around the world who were eligible to take the class change task, but dared not do so, rushed madly towards their respective class change temples. From now on, Han Chen, the holy son of the Dragon Kingdom, will be my faith. I will follow in his footsteps and reach the peak of my life. How many years has it been? I can finally take the 3rd transition task. If I succeed in the 3rd transition, I will only believe in Han Chen and not in the gods. Roar! I excitedly slapped my mother-in-law. From now on, this family will be under my control as the priest. Being a priest is really too difficult. Many priests couldn't bear it and forcibly took on the class change task, ultimately facing a 90% death rate, with those who survived becoming crippled. Now, the difficulty of the class change task has returned to a normal level of 50%, so it won't all be hell level or even super hell level, giving them at least a bit of a chance to complete the transition. At this moment, powerful class changers from the Angel Kingdom, Leo Kingdom, and Moro Kingdom were frantically infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom, all wanting to capture the holy son of the Dragon Kingdom to avoid prolonged troubles. The national seat of the Dragon Kingdom was also alarmed by this matter. Contacting the Dragon King, they learned that the Dragon King was accompanying Han Chen to complete the class change task still in the Dark Forest, which made the national seat feel somewhat relieved. The Dark Forest is exceptionally dangerous, with a vast area, making it difficult for other dominant countries to find the holy son. Chi-Chi, why hasn't Han Chen returned yet? How many rings does his class task have? Shen Yuan Chonghua noticed that the entrance to the Lost Land had disappeared, and with Han Chen not returning, he couldn't help but feel worried. Just 3 rings, this reforging of the priest's divine seal is the last ring. Shen Yuan Mengqi replied. Then why hasn't he come out? Could there be other exits? Shen Yuan Chonghua hurriedly called Han Chen. At this moment, the call was successfully connected. Little priest, where are you? Have you completed the class task? President, I successfully completed the class task. I just need to return to the class change temple to complete the transition, but I'm in a very large secret realm and don't know where the exit is. Once I find it, I will contact you. At this time, Han Chen was on his way to the capital's class change temple. The reason he lied was that he planned to use this excuse to complete the transition, and then head directly to the Fire Kingdom. This way, the Dragon King and the President wouldn't suspect anything. After using the disguiser badge to change his appearance, Han Chen entered the class change temple and arrived at the VIP service room. After dismissing the staff, Han Chen submitted the task and completed the transition. After a baptism of divine light, 5 divine rings swirled like planets, seemingly forming a trend towards a magic circle. Congratulations on successfully transitioning to the 6th level. Han Chen opened his attribute panel and was instantly stunned to see the new attribute column. This is Han Chen Occupation, Forbidden Spell Priest, 6th Transcendence, Talent, Number 6 Forbidden Sequence, Divine Power Awakening, 20%, Awakening to 100% can condense divine status. Current divine power effect, ignores magic immunity and negative effects of targets within his own level and doubles all skill effects, can hide his own traces. Undetectable by non-deities level, LV 150 health points, 1,247,500 mana points, 1,203,500, 120,350,000 strength, 206,810 constitution, 249,500 spirit, 240,700 agility, 208,680 free attribute points, 0, all allocated to Constitution. Cooldown, -100%, Extreme, Occupation Assessment, 100 stars, Highest, Skills, Blessing of the Goddess, Judgment of Light, Holy Hammer. Seeing the Divine Power Awakening, Han Chen was momentarily stunned. All skill effects double, and ignores magic immunity and negative effects of targets not exceeding his level? This is simply a godly enhancement. Previously, when encountering the Chimera and Barbashu avatars, it was due to their powerful divine combat strength that he was restrained. But now it's different. He has gained divine power effects. As long as the opponent's level does not exceed his, he will ignore their restraints. Even if their avatars have high health, he can easily defeat them. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise with the 6th transcendence. Truly, the goddess is favoring him. Moreover, what surprised Han Shen even more was that it seemed he didn't need to undertake any divine sealing tasks. As long as his divine power awakening reached 100%, he could self-seal. However, Han Shen did not let this go to his head. Awakening divine power probably isn't that easy. Perhaps reaching 100% awakening could be even harder than completing a divine sealing task. Overall, after the 6th transcendence, his combat power had significantly increased. With 1 million health points and over 100 million mana points, he had already become the world's #1 priest. It's worth noting that for other professions, even for hidden classes like knights with the highest health increase, they would only have around 400,000 health points at the 6th transcendence. He had more than 600,000 extra. Although the blessing staff and other equipment contributed to this, it was still astonishing. No wonder the profession named God is called Forbidden Spell Priest. This attribute enhancement is simply outrageous. Then, Han Shen opened his skill panel to see what skills had awakened with the 6th transcendence and what powerful forbidden spells he had transformed into. You have learned a new skill, Pastoral Spell, automatically transforming into Forbidden Spell Shadow Curse. You have learned a new skill, Pastoral Light, automatically transforming into Forbidden Spell Holy Wisdom. Shadow Curse, a single target curse skill that curses the target, dealing 50% fixed damage of mana, stunning them for 3 seconds, and can interrupt their casting, consuming 500,000 mana, cooldown 20 days. Holy Wisdom, passive skill, automatically effective, increases mana recovery to the limit of 100% per second, and enhances learning ability by 100-fold. Such a great forbidden spell. Han Shen couldn't help but exclaim in delight. With the passive forbidden spell of Holy Wisdom, his mana consumption could be completely ignored. With a 100% maximum recovery per second, he could fully restore his mana in 1 second, truly achieving infinite release of forbidden spells. And Shadow Curse is also an extremely powerful single-target control forbidden spell, interrupting casting, stunning for 3 seconds, and dealing 50% of his mana as damage. With his current mana, that could deal at least 60 million fixed damage, and with other effect enhancements, that damage would definitely exceed 100 million, enough to instantly kill any job changer. With 20 days left, Fire Nation, are you ready to bear my wrath? Then, Han Shen left the Transcendence Temple before heading to the Fire Nation. Han Shen needed to make some preparations, at least to know what forces existed in the Fire Nation and the current situation there. The Imperial capital has many trading houses that sell information. Of course, intelligence is also classified into levels, and the prices naturally vary. Han Shen disguised himself as a passerby and entered the largest trading house in the Imperial capital, Tianwei Pavilion. Upon learning that Han Shen was there to purchase intelligence about the Fire Nation, a manager from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion personally attended to him. May I ask what kind of information about the Fire Nation you wish to buy? Everything. Everything? The manager was momentarily stunned. Yes. Whatever you have, I want it all. Just quote a price. Since the Fire Nation dared to act against his family, Han Shen had no intention of letting them off easily. He would make the Fire Nation pay a painful price. Seeing that the other party was a wealthy tycoon, the manager quickly took out a calculator and calculated, smiling respectfully. Boss, we have gathered quite a bit of intelligence on the Fire Nation. Not too much, not too little. If you want it all, I can give you a discount. 500 million. So much? Han Shen frowned. It seemed he had underestimated the value of the intelligence. Please give me a brief introduction to the highest 9-star intelligence. Through the manager's introduction, he learned that each of these 9-star pieces of intelligence was worth over 10 million, and Han Shen needed to see if there were any he could do without to save some money. After all, going to the Fire Nation and infiltrating their upper echelons would also require a considerable amount of money, so Han Shen needed to reserve some funds. Alright, we have collected a total of 5 pieces of 9-star intelligence about the Fire Nation, including the approximate occupational information of the Fire Nation's Emperor Yuren, the general location of the highest experience dungeon in the Fire Nation, several attributes of the mythic level equipment, the Yada Mirror, the approximate timing of national boss events in the Fire Nation, and the location of the misty area where the headquarters of the 9-star guild, the Mountain Mouth Guild, is situated. These 5 pieces of intelligence were gathered by our Gathering Treasure Pavilion at considerable cost and time, and they are definitely worth more than their price. Upon hearing this, Han Shen was taken aback. These pieces of intelligence were not very precise, yet they still cost over 10 million. They really knew how to make money. However, this intelligence was sufficient for Han Shen's needs. He then decisively discarded the information related to the Emperor Yuren and the Fire Nation's divine artifact, as they were of no concern to him. Thus, Han Shen successfully purchased the intelligence about the Fire Nation. Next, he just needed to memorize this information on his way to the Fire Nation. It might have been a bit difficult before, but now with the passive forbidden spell, Divine Wisdom, Han Chen was confident he could read and memorize everything at a glance. Subsequently, Han Chen quietly sped towards the Fire Nation. With the effect of the divine power doubling skill, his speed with the Wind Thunder Wings had already surpassed that of an airplane, allowing him to reach the Fire Nation from the Imperial capital in no more than 3 hours. Just as Han Chen left the Dragon Nation, countless job changers from other countries quietly infiltrated the Imperial capital. The Dragon Nation immediately began capturing these infiltrating job changers. To ensure the safety of the Dragon Nation's divine son, Han Chen was unaware of this. At this moment, he intended to turn the Fire Nation upside down and then seize the opportunity to rescue his family from the Jing Nation shrine. On the way, Han Chen spent half an hour memorizing all the intelligence content and then took out his phone to learn the Fire Nation's language. With the enhancement of divine wisdom, Han Chen quickly mastered the Fire Nation's language completely. This way, with the disguised badge altering his appearance and information, as long as he paid attention to the 10th transition job changers, the people of the Fire Nation would absolutely be unable to uncover his true identity. As for the investigation by the Fire Nation's divine envoy, Han Chen was not worried at all. With the awakening of divine power, he could already shield himself from the envoy's probing. It could be said that as long as Han Chen did not appear in front of the Fire Nation's 10th transition job changers, everything would be worry-free. In fact, just as Han Chen had anticipated, the Jing Nation's divine envoy could originally trace Han Chen's approximate whereabouts in the dark forest of the Dragon Nation, but now they were completely unable to do so, even with the use of the mythic level equipment, the Yada Mirror. Damn it, why has the trace of the Dragon Nation's divine son suddenly become untraceable? Could he have died in the secret realm of the professional task? That shouldn't be the case. Not long ago, he had lifted some of the curses that weakened the priest profession, and logically speaking, he had completed the 6th job transfer task. What was going on? The envoy of Ginghua furrowed his brows, unable to make sense of it, and had no choice but to consult the deity Amaterasu. At this moment, Han Chen had already arrived in the Fire Nation, disguised as a level 60, second job limit priest, appearing as a middle-aged man with a bald head and a mustache. Of course, Han Chen also donned the unique attire of the Fire Nation, the fire robe. And so, the priest Lang Jun made his entrance. Dongjing City, the imperial capital of the Fire Nation, located near the sacred mountain of the Fire Nation, Yoshi Mountain. Here, the unique cultural atmosphere of the Fire Nation permeates everywhere. Cherry blossom trees are seen all around. Men and women in fire robes, which are extremely convenient and allow for lounging anywhere. Most of them stand at a height of about 1.5 meters, which is quite envy-inducing. Walking down the street, Han Chen felt like an adult entering a children's playground. A height of 1.8 meters like Han Chen's was rare in the Fire Nation. Those who could grow that tall were regarded as excellent specimens, the objects of affection for countless young ladies in the Fire Nation. After all, improving genetics starts with being tall and strong. Even though Han Chen's appearance at the moment seemed somewhat ordinary, he still attracted a lot of attention as he walked down the street. Han Chen felt a bit frustrated. He truly didn't know that most people in the Fire Nation were short. However, when these people saw Han Chen was a priest, they still showed disdainful expressions, and many young ladies with glimmering eyes sighed and shook their heads. What a pity, being a priest greatly lowers his quality, if only he weren't a priest. Although Han Chen had recently lifted some of the weaknesses of the priest profession, it still hadn't changed most people's views on priests. But why would being a priest lower one's quality? Who said that? In the Fire Nation, which places great importance on quality, the status of priests is even lower than in the Dragon Nation. Here, priests can only do the dirtiest and most exhausting work, and there is no love to be found. It's truly miserable. Sir, would you like to check out some good stuff? At that moment, an extremely sleazy, emaciated man approached Han Chen, dragging a two-wheeled cart holding several discs and USB drives in his hands. Colorful Erlang occupation pirate. The information about this man immediately flashed in Han Chen's mind. A pirate? Goodness, who set up such a garbage profession? Looking at the ugly, sleazy man in front of him, Han Chen frowned. The man's beady eyes and cunning expression were unique traits of the Fire Nation. This pirate was just more disgusting than usual. Han Chen had no intention of dealing with this man. He needed to find a way to infiltrate a major force in the Fire Nation to gather news about his family. Getting news about his family within 10 days was Han Chen's top priority. The last 10 days would be the time for him to deploy his actions. Baka! Get lost! Han Chen shouted. But the man clung to him like a sticky plaster, not leaving despite Han Chen's outburst. In his eyes, a priest was even lower than him. However, seeing that the other was so tall and wearing a decent fire robe, he guessed that he must be a descendant of some upper-class person, a rich second generation with a strong sense of pride. Naturally, he didn't want to miss out on this rare rich second generation and eagerly promoted his pirated goods. Sir, even if you don't buy, just take a look. This is private stock, not available in the market. Come on, you won't lose out. This is a video of our Fire Nation's #1 Yuba Day. Yui and the vice president of the 8-star gang, Sanha Gang, This is the most widely circulated video of our Fire Nation's famous teacher, Sung Jinkon, and our 8th transfer minister, Nichi Guichiro's exquisite collection, along with classic collections from famous figures like Ozawa Maria, Amamiya, Hashimoto Mei, and so on. Absolutely good stuff. Sir, I can give you a 50% discount. Han Chen, who initially didn't want to pay attention to this pirated man, couldn't help but stop when he heard the name Hashimoto Mei. She was Han Chen's favorite female star. However, Han Chen's attention was not on that. He seemed to have heard a familiar name. Nishigu Aikiru. In the intelligence he obtained from Tianwei Pavilion, there was information about Nishigu Aikiru. From his photo, Han Chen recognized him as the one who came to capture him that day but was evaded. Perhaps he could follow the clues from this bootlegger to find Nishigu Aikiru. Since Nishigu Aikiru was involved in the operation to capture him, he must be a high-ranking individual. So, Han Chen grinned and said, "Alright, I want all of Hashimoto Meisai's collections. But you have to answer me a few questions." "Sure, please ask away." Upon encountering a wealthy patron, Sei Erlang immediately perked up. "Do these actresses, aside from filming, take private jobs?" Sei Erlang's eyes lit up, thinking that this patron was indeed one of his kind, and smiled. "You're right, sir. As long as you have enough money, you can have a good time with any actress you want." "Oh," Han Chen's eyes twinkled. "If you want, I can also introduce you. I have the measurements and best skills of every actress right here." Han Chen stroked his chin and asked, "Do you know if Nishigu Aikiru has recently made any private appointments with any actresses?" Sei Erlang was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to ask this. The reason Han Chen asked this was that he couldn't find a way to connect with the high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation, and since Nishigu Aikiru appeared in the actress world, it might be a breakthrough point. Sei Erlang pondered for a moment, then took out his phone to check, exclaiming, "Hey, there really is. Tomorrow, Lord Nishigu will meet with Hashimoto Meikai." Hashimoto Meikai is a newly popular actress who has just broken into the top 10 of the actress rankings. That figure, that skill, TSK. As he spoke, Sei Erlang began to drool. Han Chen's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, "I also want to meet Hashimoto Meikai. Can you arrange an introduction?" Sei Erlang was delighted but concealed it, feigning a troubled expression. "I can, but the introduction fee." "Money is not a problem," Han Chen said generously. "And I want to meet Hashimoto Meikai on the same day as Lord Nishigu." "Ha? This? Don't worry, as long as you can introduce me, you don't have to worry about anything else. Just make sure I can see Hashimoto Meikai tomorrow, and I'll pay you double." Sei Erlang's eyes were spinning. He was only after the money, so he wouldn't think too much. As long as the money was in his pocket, everything else was none of his business. "Alright, as long as your money is in place, I'll take care of it." Sei Erlang was just a low-level person hustling on the streets selling small videos, and Han Chen didn't believe that his connections could reach that height. Sure enough, after receiving the money, Sei Erlang took Han Chen to a hotel and then disappeared. After several changes of personnel, they finally reached the real host's reception. It turned out that Sei Erlang was just a hustler. The receptionist was a burly, bald man, somewhat resembling the bald men Han Chen had seen in action movie videos. The bald man sized up Han Chen without saying a word and directly sent him to the next room for a physical examination. Yes, a physical examination. Regardless of whether they were actresses, male actors, fans, or customers, their bodies had to be absolutely healthy to ensure longevity. Helplessly, half an hour later, Han Chen came out. His body was in great shape. "Sir, our Miss Hashimoto Meisai's service items are as follows. Please choose Fuzoku Series Services, Girlfriend Series Services, Uniform Series Services, Actress Series Services, SX Series Services, etc. Each service lasts a day and a night, and the prices vary." "Goodness!" Han Chen exclaimed in surprise. Just hearing the name of this service was enough to get someone excited. But Han Chen wasn't there to enjoy himself. He casually ordered a female escort service from the U series. "Sir, you need to wait 3 days in this hotel before it's your turn." Han Chen frowned and said lightly, "I want it today." "Sir, someone is already scheduled for today, and they are meeting Miss Hashimoto Meikai." The bald man smiled slightly and explained, "I want it today. I need to see this person. I want to talk to him." Han Chen's tone was firm. The bald man showed a troubled expression upon hearing this. "Sir, this person is not someone anyone can meet. Money is not a problem." Han Chen believed that money could solve most issues. The bald man pretended to hesitate for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and agreed to Han Chen's request, but he demanded a fee of 1 million. In an elegant partitioned room, Nichigo Aikiru was happily drinking. While sitting across from him was the popular escort, Hashimoto Meikai. The two were chatting and laughing. At that moment, someone walked in from outside and whispered a few words in Nichigo Aikiru's ear. His expression instantly turned fierce and terrifying. It seemed that this was the expression he often wore, allowing for such a quick and natural transition. "Which idiot dares to ruin my fun?" But there was nothing he could do. Although Nichigo Aikiru was a minister with a very high status in the Fire Nation, the AID culture was very special. No matter who came, they had to comply, otherwise they could forget about enjoying themselves in the future. Reluctantly, Nichigo Aikiru stood up, explained a few things to Hashimoto Meikai, and then exited the room. You want to steal my time? You think you're rich? Money doesn't work here. As soon as Nichigo Aikiru appeared, he pointed at Han Chen's nose and said, he realized he didn't know this person and he was just a 4th-tier trash priest. Han Chen had learned from the information he purchased earlier that the only 8th-tier expert from the Fire Nation who infiltrated the Dragon Nation that day was Nichigo Aikiru, so he naturally knew that this was the person who was supposed to capture him that day. Now that they met, a killing intent immediately rose in Han Chen's eyes. That day, this bastard had escaped. Today, he was doomed. Looking at you, can you still play? Han Chen casually said to make the other party lower their guard. Play? I'm on drugs, I'm just worried that Miss Hashimoto Meikai can't handle it, huh? Nichigo Aikiru scoffed. Let me have it today, Han Chen said lightly. Nichigo Aikiru's expression immediately turned fierce again, angrily saying, let you have it? Who do you think you are? I just had my pants half off in there, and you say let you have it? Do you know that the moment you stepped into this room, you were already a dead man? Nichigo Aikiru's killing intent also surged up. Oh, Han Chen narrowed his eyes, and before the other could make a move, he acted. God's Forbidden Zone. As this forbidden spell was unleashed, Nichigo Aikiru instantly found himself unable to move. With the effect of divine power, Han Chen could not only control the size of the forbidden spell's range but also its power. Without Han Chen's permission, Nichigo Aikiru couldn't even move his mouth. Nichigo Aikiru's eyes widened in shock, a familiar aura of death lingering in his heart. How could he not know that this person was the son of the Dragon Nation? Why had the son of the Dragon Nation suddenly appeared here? Nichigo Aikiru panicked. Next, I will ask a question and you will answer. If you don't answer, you die. Also, don't shout randomly, or you will die too. Han Chen's words were cold and the entire room was filled with a thick atmosphere of killing intent. One reason was that his family had been taken hostage by the Fire Nation, and the other was that Nichigo Ichiro wanted to capture him that very day, coupled with the worry for his family. At this moment, Han Chen could turn into a god of death at any time. He then slightly weakened the power of the forbidden spell, allowing Nichigo Ichiro to nod in acknowledgement. Faced with Han Chen's icy gaze, Nichigo Ichiro shivered. The higher the rank, the more one feared death. The next second, Nichigo Ichiro nodded in fear. Seeing how terrified Nichigo Ichiro was of dying, Han Chen released the binding on his mouth. Nichigo Ichiro gasped as he looked at Han Chen, truly not daring to cry out for help. Without the divine artifact Yada no Kagami, he had no means of self-defense or escape. His opponent could control him without limits, which was terrifying. Where are my family being held, and have they been mistreated or harmed? This was Han Chen's first question. Nichigo Ichiro had already guessed what the other party would ask, but he hesitated to answer. As the minister of the Yasukuni, if this information came from his mouth, speak, Han Chen barked. But Nichigo Ichiro still did not respond. Ha! Han Chen sneered. Silence of despair. Minus 50,000. As the mental forbidden spell was unleashed, under Han Chen's absolute control, it directly tormented Nichigo Ichiro's mind. Han Chen pulled a white towel from the side and stuffed it into Nichigo Ichiro's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Suddenly, Nichigo Ichiro's head felt like it was about to explode, an unbearable pain coursing through him, but he could only emit muffled cries of agony. In just a few seconds, Nichigo Ichiro was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot, his eyeballs bulging from excessive pain, his face pale and twisted. Han Chen snorted coldly and stopped the mental forbidden spell. If you don't want your head to explode like a watermelon, I'll ask you a question and you will answer it, otherwise, I will make you suffer immensely, wishing for death. Where are my family being held? And have you tortured them? This time, Nichigo Ichiro was genuinely frightened. In those brief seconds, he had felt the most terrifying threat of death. They are being held in the temple altar. They are currently not being mistreated or harmed. Upon hearing this, Han Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed and he let out a sigh of relief. However, the news of Han Chen's family disappearing from the temple altar had long been sealed by the Yasukuni divine envoy, and Nichigo Ichiro had no idea, only knowing they were held in the temple altar. Under the threat of death, Nichigo Ichiro dared not lie. Next, knowing that his family was temporarily safe, Han Chen naturally had to find a way to quietly rescue them, and after rescuing them, leaving the Fire Nation would also be a difficult task. Han Chen looked up at the terrified Nichigo Ichiro. I need the layout map of the temple altar, the guard arrangements, and all the information on the high-ranking Yasukuni divine envoys. Han Chen's gaze remained cold, even carrying a hint of death, leaving no room for refusal. Nichigo Ichiro swallowed hard at these words, his twisted face turning pale. Dragon Kingdom's son, I would rather commit seppuku than tell you these things. Although terrified in the face of death, when it came to the secrets of the Fire Nation, Nichigo Ichiro surprisingly became resolute. Ha, commit seppuku? I'm afraid you won't have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chen stuffed Nichigo Ichiro's mouth again. Silence of divine sorrow minus 50,000 damage. Under Han Chan's absolute control, this mental forbidden spell could be wielded at will, and its power was naturally controllable. The muffled cries of pain rang out. Once more. This time, Nichiko Ichiro's entire body slumped down, his face twisted in agony. Because he was controlled and unable to move, Nishigo Aikiru's entire body hung limply as if it were suspended. This is your last chance. After removing the towel, Nishigo Aikiru gasped for breath, facing the mental torment as if his soul had been whipped countless times. Yet, even so, Nishigo Aikiru merely glared fiercely at Han Chen, not uttering a word. Han Chen frowned immediately. If he tried again, the other party would surely faint from the pressure, and he wouldn't obtain any useful information. Open your cubic space. Han Chen changed his approach. This space, similar to a game backpack, could not be forcibly opened by anyone unless the owner did it themselves. If the person died, the space would automatically disappear. Nishigo Aikiru continued to stare at Han Chen without speaking. Han Chen's eyes glinted with menace, gritting his teeth. If the other party refused to speak even at the cost of their life, he had no way to proceed. You should die. Han Chen had lost all patience. Prolonging this was futile. Silence of they. Divine minus 400,000 damage. This time, Nishigo Aikiru's entire body jolted as if electrocuted, his eyes rolled back and he turned pale, already devoid of life. Instant kill. Han Chen sighed. This time, he only obtained one useful piece of information. His father, mother, and older sister were imprisoned in the temple altar, and even that information might not be true. Now that Nishigo Aikiru was dead here, he had no way to erase the traces. Han Chen had considered throwing the blame onto Hashimoto Meikai, threatening them to say that Nishigo Aikiru died from taking drugs. An excessive indulgence. However, from the information Han Chen had gathered, there was a national artifact in the Fire Nation called the Yata Mirror, which could manifest the events that had occurred here again. Therefore, whatever Han Chen did now would be exposed to the higher-ups of the Fire Nation. He had initially thought of disguising himself as Nishigo Aikiru to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Fire Nation. Since that was the case, Han Chen decided to do nothing at all. However, after alarming the higher-ups of the Fire Nation, the difficulty of rescuing his family would only increase. Wait, disguise as Nishigo Aikiru? Han Chen suddenly had a thought, his eyes lighting up. If he were to disguise himself as Nishigo Aikiru, he just needed to ensure that no one knew the real Nishigo Aikiru had died here. Han Chen's mind raced. Then, he exchanged clothes with Nishigo Aikiru, disguised himself as him, covered the corpse with a towel, stripped him of all his gear, and collected his phone before calling in the bald man. Nishigo Aikiru's phone should contain useful information that wouldn't disappoint him, Han Chen thought, as the bald man entered the room. This person is ungrateful, spoke disrespectfully to me, and even tried to use money to crush me. Am I someone who lacks money, you bastard? After saying this, Han Chen directly used a fire-type item to incinerate Nishigo Aikiru's corpse on the spot. The bald man could only smile awkwardly. After all, the other party was a minister of the Jinghua, and killing a small fry here was hardly worth mentioning. Alright, the rest is up to you. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone else. After saying this, Han Chen walked directly towards the screen opposite, where the popular female actor Hashimoto Meikai was in the adjacent room. Hi. Yes, Lord Nishigo. As Han Chen entered the room, Hashimoto Meikai immediately stood up with a smile to greet him. Seeing this popular actress whom he had only seen in videos, Han Chen was still a bit taken aback. With a perfect figure, long beautiful legs, slender arms, and delicate fingers, she was just the right size, not too big, not too small. Moreover, beneath such a perfect figure was a face that could ignite desire at first glance, both alluring and cute, with slightly flushed cheeks that seemed to ask, "Can you handle my skills?" Mr. Nishigo, over here. Hashimoto and Zu directly took Han Chen's arm and led him into a room with an air mattress. However, Han Chen noticed some details. Although Hashimoto and Zu was very enthusiastic towards him, there was a hint of disgust in her eyes, which she hid well. Rigo Aikiru was an old man and quite ugly. Han Chen thought this must be the reason. Moreover, Han Chen also saw that there was actually a look of fatigue on Hashimoto and Zu's face, and her eyes lacked any light. This line of work was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Seeing Hashimoto and Zu undressing him, Han Chen's heart began to twist in turmoil. After a mental struggle, just as he was left with his last pair of underwear, Han Chen grasped Hashimoto and Zu's delicate hand. "Miss Hashimoto, how about we have a drink and chat for a while?" There was no choice. To avoid raising suspicion, Han Chen had to stay in the room for a whole day and night. Hashimoto and Zu noticed the little tent on Han Chen's underwear and laughed. "Mr. Rigo, are you sure you don't want it now?" Han Chen felt extremely embarrassed. He actually wanted to, but for various reasons, his rational mind told him he couldn't do that right now, and he was not in the mood at all. All he could think about was how to save his family. So, Han Chen held back once again. Why say once again? Well, he had shared a room with Xianyuan Mengqi so many times and managed to hold back then too. Don't say Han Chen wasn't a man, because not every man is that kind of man. Han Chen was just following his true feelings. In the time that followed, Han Chen drank some wine and chatted with Miss Hashimoto. Out of curiosity, he asked many questions about the AW world that outsiders didn't know, and perhaps because Miss Hashimoto had a bit too much to drink, she shared a lot. This broadened Han Shan's horizons, revealing many things he had previously been unaware of. Therefore, a lot of details are omitted here. During that day and night, it felt as if Han Shan had lived through half a century. A day and night passed. After paying, Han Shan hurriedly left. Hashimoto and Zhu was somewhat bewildered. They really just chatted? This was too abnormal. Moreover, this person was Minister Rigo. Aikiru, who always came prepared with all sorts of drugs and tricks, even playing all night long. How could he suddenly change his mind? Could it be that Minister Rigo took too many pills and suffered side effects? That didn't make sense. She clearly saw the little tent below him last night. As soon as Han Shan exited the hotel, he found an empty alley and disguised himself as a passerby. From Rigo Aikiru, Han Shan not only obtained his equipment but also got his phone, but the phone was locked. To unlock it, he would need a special talent. Where are there the most talents? Naturally, the World Career Network. This place certified many various small-time job changers. After browsing, Han Shan found a lifestyle profession called Decryptor, a group of professionals best at cracking various passwords. After randomly selecting one, Han Shan checked into a nearby hotel, paid the deposit for decryption, and waited for the person to arrive. On the other hand, Yasukuni Shrine. The Divine Envoy had already deployed everything. At this moment, the Yasukuni Divine Envoy, the Emperor of the Fire Nation, Yuren, the Fire Nation's Divine Child, Inaka, and the 10th Turn Minister, Miyamoto Jizong, were gathered together. The disappearance of Han Shen's family was known only to these four. Due to timely news lockdown, Divine Envoy, do we just wait for the Dragon Nation's Divine Child to appear on his own? Yuren frowned. This passive waiting was quite unpleasant. Your Majesty Yuren, there is no other way. I have consulted with the deity Amaterasu, and the deity has delivered a divine oracle. The Dragon Nation's Divine Child has awakened his divine power, and we can no longer track his whereabouts. We can only wait for him to appear, the Yasukuni Divine Envoy said helplessly. According to reason, the Divine Child awakening divine power shouldn't happen so early. It's like the Divine Child of the Fire Nation, who usually only awakens divine power at the 8th transition, or even possibly at the 10th transition. I really want to meet that Divine Child of the Dragon Nation who awakened divine power even earlier than I did. The Divine Child of the Fire Nation, Jing Xiaoqihua, held a knife with a proud expression on his face. He was a genius who awakened divine power at the 7th transition and was also the heir to the next generation of divine envoys, so he didn't believe the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation was stronger than him. However, Jing Xiaoqihua was unaware of some secrets related to the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation. Divine Child, the combat power of the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation is rarely seen in our lifetime. We must not be careless. We should follow the arrangements of the Divine Envoy. If we capture him, our Fire Nation will surely conquer the world in the future. Miyamoto, who had buried himself as Jing Xiaoqihua's teacher and was known as the greatest sword saint of the Fire Nation, could naturally see the strength of the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation from the previous siege activities. Even he, facing the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation, would only have a 4 to 6 chance. He would have 4, while the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation would have 6. All necessary deployments have been made, and everything is as usual. We just need to wait for the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation to come. Do not leak the highest secret regarding the disappearance of his family. This is the will of the gods. Don't blame me for not reminding you all. Anyone who dares to go against the will of the gods will face unimaginable consequences if the gods become angry. The Divine Envoy of Jinghua had to remind them once more. Hi, Dragon Nation. Xian Yuan Chonghua felt anxious as Han Shen still hadn't found the way back, and he couldn't contact Han Shen for the time being. It had been almost 2 days, and he couldn't go in to look for him, so he could only stay here with his beloved daughter. The number you dialed cannot be connected. Chi-Chi, still can't get through? The Dragon King beside him immediately asked. Xian Yuan Mengqi looked a bit haggard, her brows tightly furrowed as she put down her phone and shook her head. Chi-Chi, don't worry too much. Han Shen is a blessed person, he will be fine. Shen Xiaoqian, who was beside her, comforted her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Huaxia gang was facing a test. Ever since everyone learned that Han Shen had been weakened by the Dark Deity, many high-star gangs began to set their sights on the Huaxia gang. After all, during the siege activities, the Huaxia gang received many benefits due to the Divine Child's favor in Shenlong City. Moreover, from some newcomers who recently joined the Huaxia gang, it was known that the Huaxia gang's warehouse had quite a few top-notch equipment materials, etc. Naturally, some high-star gangs with ulterior motives began to have wicked thoughts. For instance, the 8-star gang Qishuan Alliance, whose president, Mo Lao, sent Zhang Tai to the Huaxia gang to gather information. During the siege activities, Zhang Tai had helped Han Shan and was acquainted with the higher-ups of the Huaxia gang, making him a suitable candidate. However, Zhang Tai held a great deal of respect for Han Shan. Previously, he may have just wanted to befriend him for business reasons, but after the siege activities, he genuinely wanted to be friends with Han Shan. A person who dares to fight against the divine deity's avatar and is loyal and patriotic is someone he admires. Even though Han Shen had been cursed by the deity, in Zhang Tai's heart, Han Shen was still a great hero. Therefore, Zhang Tai immediately reported the situation to Li Feiyu. Upon receiving the information, Li Feiyu and the others all looked serious. The first thing that came to Li Feiyu's mind was naturally Han Shen, but Han Shen's phone had been unreachable. Li Feiyu put down his phone again, his eyes shining with determination. Old Han has given me enough. This time, it's time to prove my abilities. Old Han, no matter what happens to you, you must come back. I won't let you down, brother. Once Huaxia emerges, the deities will stop. I mean what I say. Naturally, after Xian Yuan Mengqi learned this news, she wouldn't just sit idly by. If the Dragon King gang intervened, many high-star gangs would have to think twice. The Dragon King gang and the Dragon Nation remained an unshakable mountain. Half a day later, the decoder that Han Shen had arranged finally arrived, and it turned out to be a little girl, only 1.50 meters tall, a two-dimensional little girl. Kato Nana occupation. Decoder Mosu Mosu, my name is Kato Nana. Are you the one who called for decoding services? Yes, Miss Nana. Han Shen directly handed over the phone of Rigo Aikiru to her. The reason Han Shen wasn't afraid of her knowing some of the information was that decoders all had game profession agreements that restricted them. No matter what they decoded, they had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, not only would they lose their job, but they would also lose their professional skills. Is it just unlocking the phone? For decoders, unlocking a phone was the easiest task. That's right. Just as Han Shen answered, she had already handed the phone back to him. Alright, you can reset any password yourself. So fast? Han Shen was slightly surprised. Didn't that make the phone's various password protections meaningless? Thank you. Han Shen smiled at her. The little girl smiled back, revealing 2 cute dimples, and said, You're welcome, this is my job. I wonder if the customer needs any other services? Other services? Do you decoders offer other services? Han Shen was a bit skeptical. The little girl flicked her yellow wig and giggled. Yes, female. Decoders can unlock many positions too. Does the customer need special services? Don't worry, the price is not expensive. Oh, wow. Decoders can unlock their own positions. Impressive. I just came back from a brothel, so I don't need anything for now. Thank you. Han Shen casually made an excuse. Alright, if you need anything later, you can order from me again. Sayonara. After sending off the little decoder, Han Shen's expression immediately became serious. He knew that the information on Rigo Aikiru's phone was very important, and if he could extract useful information from it, it would be a breakthrough. With the phone unlocked, Han Shen could finally check Rigo Aikiru's secrets, hoping to find useful information. As soon as he opened the phone, he was greeted by a bikini sticker of Yoda Yui. This old pervert. Han Shen quickly opened Rigo Aikiru's chat app, and the group nicknames were all Nightly Ride, Fierce Love, Daily Up, Grass, Chat, Multi-Person Sports Community, Super Sports Party. Damn, what a great group. This Rigo Aikiru really lived a dog's life. Didn't he have anything useful on his phone? Suddenly, Han Shen thought of something and, without checking the chat records, opened the phone's photo album. Goodness, there was not a single useful piece of information, just a collection of private videos. Various beautiful photos of women, all scantily clad or even nude. Damn it, how has this beast lived to old age? With no useful information in the album, Han Shen had to open the chat app. Again. What's this? Han Shen quickly clicked into a group called Amaterasu. This means Amaterasu. It refers to the title of the sun goddess in the Fire Nation. In the Fire Nation, Amaterasu represents absolute authority. With a single command, the entire Fire Nation's soldiers could transform into the most terrifying army of death, preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like tiles. Sure enough, upon entering this group, Han Shen saw many high-ranking names from the Fire Nation, including the Emperor of Uran and the Fire Nation's Divine Child, Inaka Chiwa. The Divine Child of the Fire Nation is also in the group? The information purchased earlier only had simple details about the Divine Child of the Fire Nation. Han Shen only knew that the Divine Child of the Fire Nation was the successor to the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation. It is said that those born with divine power generally awaken upon reaching the 8th transition, and after inheriting the position of Divine Envoy, they can communicate directly with the deities, possessing immense combat strength. As for why divine children are born at fixed intervals, that is a secret of the Fire Nation, as well as a secret of other dominant nations. The origins of the divine children are unknown, but there is only one divine child in the world like Han Shen. Han Shen browsed through the chat records of this group and initially understood the immense power of the Divine Child of the Fire Nation. It can be said that in the Fire Nation, apart from the Divine Envoy and the National Emperor, the Divine Child holds the greatest power, even to the extent of being able to commit acts of violence and plunder without consequence. In the recent chat records, the ministers of the Fire Nation were congratulating the Divine Child on successfully reaching the 8th transition, which means this Divine Child of the Fire Nation has just transitioned not long ago. This gave Han Shen a breakthrough point. Perhaps he could obtain information about the deployment of the Jinghua Shrine through this divine child of the Fire Nation. Han Shen did not believe that such a significant figure as the divine child of the Fire Nation, at such a young and vibrant age, would not risk his life. According to the intelligence, divine envoys of the dominant nations appear only once every 100 years. If one were to fall prematurely, it would lead to a gap in divine envoys, resulting in the loss of divine protection and many other things. For example, the position of dominance, and so on. Therefore, before the transfer of the divine envoy's position is completed, the divine child will generally do everything possible to survive, and the nation will do its utmost to protect the divine child. It's him. Since he found a breakthrough point, Han Shen naturally had to find a way to meet the divine child of the Fire Nation. Thus, Han Shen opened the private chat information page between Nichigoro Ichiro and the divine child of the Fire Nation, and as he scrolled up, he obtained another important piece of information. That is, the divine child of the Fire Nation and Nichigoro Ichiro had already made an appointment. Once the divine child reached the 8th transition, they would find a time to challenge one of the Fire Nation's strategic resources, the special dungeon, Tengu Eats the Moon. Tengu Eats the Moon, title dungeon, level restriction, within 8 transitions, number of players, 1 to 3. This is a unique title dungeon of the Fire Nation, where the boss can drop rare and exceptional items. As long as one does not exceed the 8th transition, they can enter, and it is also possible to enter as a team. The difficulty of teaming up is not much different from that of solo play. It nearly increases the survival rate. This dungeon has a special game rule: all equipment and items cannot be used, and attributes are limited to the individual's 8th transition limit, making the success rate very low and the death rate high. The shorter the completion time, the higher the title bonus obtained. It is said that if one can complete it within 30 minutes, they can receive the highest level title reward, which would even make a 10th transition super big shot envious. Therefore, many 8th transition limit big shots occasionally team up to challenge this place, and even big shots from other countries would buy a spot from the Fire Nation to give it a try, but the success rate is extremely low. Currently, the highest record is just 32 minutes, set by the contemporary divine envoy of the Fire Nation during his youth. This shows how difficult this dungeon is. The Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon is considered an extremely important strategic resource for the Fire Nation, providing a substantial national income each year and cultivating many pillars of the nation. Because the titles obtained upon completion, even the lowest level titles, are regarded as exceptional equipment. As the new generation divine child of the Fire Nation, Jingxia Chiwa, after being promoted to the 8th transition, underwent a tremendous change in attributes, naturally surpassing other 8th transition limit class changers, already possessing the combat power to break records. Moreover, Nichigoro Ichiro is not only an 8th transition limit class changer but also an extremely special hidden profession, the Dark Curse Master, whose skills are very effective against the Tengu boss. Naturally, Jingxia Chiwa had long set his sights on Nichigoro Ichiro, agreeing to team up to challenge the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon once he reached the 8th transition. The other is a powerful support profession, the 8th transition limit healer, the Holy Healing Rune Master, which is a hidden support profession even stronger than the Holy Spirit's healing capacity. One day, with the restraint of Riku Aikiru, the healing power of the Rune Master, and his own overwhelming output, Jingxia Chiwa confidently believed he could break the historical record, obtain the ultimate title, acquire rare items, and become the strongest divine child. With such an opportunity, how could Han Shen let it slip by? Thus, Han Shen immediately sent a message to the divine child of the Fire Nation: Divine child, when shall we set off to clear the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon? At that moment, the divine child of the Fire Nation was happily playing with Kazawa Akira. Upon seeing Riku Aikiru's message, the divine child suddenly remembered that he needed to clear the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon first. As long as he obtained the ultimate title, what did it matter if the divine child of the Dragon Nation was a special divine child? At that time, he wouldn't even need the divine envoy to intervene. He could easily defeat him and receive divine rewards, perhaps even inherit the position of divine envoy ahead of time. Oh, Ka-san, you rest first, I'll go break the Tengu Eats the Moon record and come back. Jingxia Chiwa immediately stopped playing, kissed Kazawa Akira, got dressed, and left. Go now, just wait for this divine child at the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. Beep beep. Upon receiving the message from the divine child of the Fire Nation, Han Shen's eyebrows raised in delight. He had thought he would have to wait a while, but it turned out the divine child of the Fire Nation was in such a hurry to clear the dungeon. This was good, it would save a lot of time. However, Han Shen still had to prepare for battle. After all, the opponent was the divine child of the Fire Nation, and he didn't know what divine powers he might have awakened. Without knowing the opponent's combat strength, Han Shen chose to be cautious. Before long, Han Shen arrived early at the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. Fuck! This Tengu dungeon is way too hard to clear. No items or equipment can be used, and there are so many monsters inside. The Tengu boss has such strong attributes, with skills that are numerous and troublesome, it's impossible to clear it on Hell difficulty. With just the 3 of you special classes, you think you can clear Hell difficulty Tengu Eats the Moon? You might as well go home and wash up and sleep. Everyone, look! The 3 hidden classes from the Angel Nation have come out. They cleared Hell difficulty. But unfortunately, it took them 48 minutes, far from enough. Here, many 8th turn limit class changers from various nations spent exorbitant fees to clear the ultimate title in Tengu Eats the Moon. This dungeon had a limited number of entries each day, so everyone had to line up. At this moment, Han Shen used a disguiser's badge to change his class information and level, just like Riku Aikiru. The class changers here couldn't tell at all. Ha! Isn't that Lord Riku? Is he here to challenge the title again? Some class changers from the Fire Nation began to chat upon seeing Han Chen. At this time, the divine child of the Fire Nation appeared with a wave of a red light armored woman, instantly causing a stir. Heavens! It's the divine child. This is the divine child's first time clearing the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. That's my Shiranui. It seems the divine child has made ample preparations. Perhaps today we can see the record of the divine envoy being broken. Look, Lord Riku is also teaming up with the divine child. Seeing a divine child from another nation for the first time, Han Shen couldn't help but curiously observe closely. In the depths of the well, eating away. Country, Fire Nation hidden profession, Oni dance divine concealment warrior, 8th transcendence, talent, Oni god's fury, 50% reduction in magic damage, 200% increase in damage. Value, 300% increase in speed, all skills increase the damage range of Oni god's fury, mana consumption minus 70%. Divine power awakening, 10% divine power effect, when taking damage, automatically summon a great sword. Spirit for protection, dispelling all control below divine skills, critical hit rate plus 100%, critical damage plus 150%, casting speed minus 50%. Level, LV 210 health points, 1,285,780 mana points, 1,274,440 strength, 286,425. Constitution, 257,156 spirit, 254,888 agility, 225,600 free attribute points, 0 profession assessment, 99 stars skills, Oni style 13 slashes, chaotic Oni, Oni shadow slash, Oni chi mode, Oni god's earth shattering slash. So powerful, shockingly strong. The Angel team, War God team, and Brahma team that previously appeared in Shenlong City, all 3 8th Transcendence Ultimate Captains, were also hidden professions, but their health points didn't even exceed 900,000. The Fire Nation's divine son has just reached 8th Transcendence and already possesses over 1 million health points and is a 99-star profession. Moreover, the divine power effect he awakened is extremely powerful. Not only can he summon spirits to ignore control, but he also has a 100% critical hit and 150% critical damage, with casting speed reduced by half. Truly formidable. One could say, this is a terrifying killing god with the effect of invincibility. Indeed. Those who can bear the title of Divine Son are all chosen ones, their combat power far surpassing others. This is the most powerful young transcender Han Shen has ever seen. Even a hidden profession necromancer like Yi Fan, who calls himself a natural disaster, pales in comparison before the Fire Nation's Divine Son. The profession and divine power effect of the Fire Nation's Divine Son are simply the nemesis of mages. Ding, your team has selected the highest hell difficulty for the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. You will enter the dungeon in 3 seconds. Please prepare. Hearing the panel prompt, Han Shen quietly withdrew his gaze. All strategic resources of the Fire Nation are prioritized for use by the Divine Son, so there's no need to queue like others. Looking at the overly energetic appearance of the Fire Nation's Divine Son, he couldn't see through his disguise at all, nor could he sense the divine power within himself. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. His divine power effect can only be detected by true gods, and even divine envoys cannot track his whereabouts, let alone a Divine Son of the Fire Nation. This way, Han Shen can confidently implement his plan. At this moment, the Fire Nation's Divine Son appeared somewhat excited, his gaze fixed tightly on the dungeon, eager to enter and quickly break the record set by the Divine Envoy years ago, becoming the new star of the Fire Nation. And the Divine Son, focused entirely on the dungeon, was completely unaware of the killing intent in Han Shen's eyes. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Han Shen, the Fire Nation's Divine Son, and the all-knowing Fire Dance were sucked into the dungeon. The environment changed. The 3 found themselves in a vast forest of crimson blood and withered trees. The sky was dark, with only a massive blood moon hanging high. Everywhere were bones, broken weapons, and countless snarling monstrous dogs. Through the all-knowing eye, Han Shen also noticed in the distance, atop a mountain of corpses, a humanoid monster entirely in crimson, clad in demonic armor, with a gigantic demon knife at its waist. It had a pair of enormous black devil wings, a long nose, red face with fangs, and a skull necklace hanging around its neck. At this moment, the monster was tilting its head towards the sky, devouring the essence of the blood moon. This was the dungeon's big boss, Tengu. Ding, you have entered the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. You cannot exit voluntarily for 30 minutes. Monsters will launch an attack in 10 seconds. However, Han Shen was temporarily not concerned with this Tengu boss. His target was the Fire Nation's Divine Son, Riku. Aikiru, you and Huowu follow behind this divine child and charge straight to the Tengu boss. The plan devised by Jingxia Chiwa was simple: carve a path directly to the boss and then slay it. Only then would it be possible to defeat the Tengu boss within 30 minutes. This strategy was one used by the Jingwa Divine Envoy back in the day, requiring powerful output, absolute healing, and coordination to succeed, otherwise, it was a guaranteed 100% death. However, the Jingwa Divine Envoy had fallen short on output back then, failing to take down the Tengu boss in 30 minutes. But Jingxia Chiwa was different. He awakened divine power at level 7 with a stronger effect, and his output was definitely sufficient, making it very likely to achieve the kill within 30 minutes. Divine Child, our goal is to engage the Tengu boss in the shortest time possible, so I need to reserve my skills for the Tengu boss, and Huowu will be responsible for assisting you with healing. This way, we have a chance to clear it in 30 minutes, Han Chen suggested. Huowu glanced at Han Chen. Although what he said made a lot of sense, Huowu felt a slight unease, though she couldn't pinpoint what was off. Was it Riku's demeanor that was different from usual, or? With only 10 seconds left, the Fire Nation Divine Child immediately ordered, "Let's do as Riku Aikiru says." He will reserve his skills for the Tengu boss, and Huowu, you will heal and buff us. Yes. With the Divine Child's command, Huowu had no choice but to temporarily set aside her doubts. As the 10 seconds passed, a horde of hellhounds charged forward, barking like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming and terrifying. Red Abyss Hellhound, Hell, level, LV210 health, 700,000 defense, 150,000. Skills: Death Bite, Hellhound Roar, Dog Step, Hellhound Claw, Canine Crawl. No wonder this Tengu Eating Moon dungeon was set at Hell. Difficulty: the attributes and strength of the minions were hellish, comparable to an ordinary level 8 ultimate class changer. The most critical factor was the sheer number of these Red Abyss Hellhounds, easily exceeding 1,000,000. It was no surprise that so few could clear this dungeon at Hell difficulty. It was also no wonder the Jingwa Divine Envoy had not earned the highest title back then, facing the Tengu boss while also contending with a multitude of Red Abyss Hellhounds. This strategy of directly attacking the boss was truly not something an average person could accomplish. Devil God's shocking slash. The Fire Nation Divine Child struck with a powerful area attack skill. He blasted a bloody path. Forbidden spell level. Han Chen recognized at a glance that the Fire Nation Divine Child's skill was comparable to a forbidden spell, but he couldn't cast it instantly. It required a short chant of about 2 seconds, even with the enhancement of his divine power. For others, this might seem like an incredibly powerful and extraordinary ability, but for Han Chen, the inability to cast a forbidden spell instantly made him a living target. However, Han Chen did not rush to act. It was uncertain what other powerful means the Fire Nation Divine Child might have, and it would be better to wait until he was fully focused on the Tengu boss before making his move. Charge! The Fire Nation Divine Child led the way, while Wu and Han Chen followed closely behind. As the Fire Nation Divine Child bravely fought the monsters, Han Chen gradually confirmed the Divine Child's combat power. Through analysis, Han Chen concluded that the Fire Nation Divine Child had few skills that did not require chanting, most required it, and they were primarily attack skills. Of course, the number of skills was definitely greater than his own. With the power of a nation to acquire skill books, combined with the fact that the Divine Child's class had not been weakened by the gods and had blessings, the drop rate for skill books was naturally not low. Han Chen estimated that the Fire Nation Divine Child had mastered at least 40 powerful skills. As they cut through the minions, the Fire Nation Divine Child unleashed no less than 20 attack skills, each one more explosive than the last. As expected, of the hidden class of the 99-star warrior, the Son of Fire Nation is undoubtedly the most powerful melee class that Han Chen has ever encountered. Yoshi, after 15 minutes, I've finally made it to the Tengu boss. Rikuichiro, all-knowing fire dance, give it your all for this Son of God. If we achieve the highest title in the Tengu Eats Moon dungeon, this Son of God will reward you handsomely. The Son of Fire Nation's eyes sparkled with determination. He was destined to become a world conqueror, slaying the Tengu boss, becoming a divine envoy, then the Lord of the Pantheon, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the world's power pyramid, commanding the world. At this moment, the Son of Fire Nation seemed to see a bright future, his eyes shining with light. According to the strategy, it wasn't enough to just rush in front of the Tengu boss to start the fight. One had to wait for it to sense someone approaching before it would voluntarily stop consuming the blood moon essence. Otherwise, the Tengu boss would remain in an invincible state and could not be attacked. Tengu boss, Hell, level, LV210 health, 10 million. Skills: Tengu Eats Moon, Tengu Shockwave, Blade Demon, Fatal Field, Windbreaker Blade, even its nose can stab. Description: a malevolent spirit from the Red Lotus Hell, exiled to the mortal realm for failing to guard the gates of Hell. It delights in consuming blood moon essence. Years of consumption have granted it damage reduction abilities as well as the powers of Izanami. The Hell-level Tengu boss can activate Izanami 5 times, fully resurrecting 5 times. Upon reading the description, Han Chen suddenly realized why the Tengu boss, with only 10 million health, could not be quickly killed by the divine envoy of the Jingwa. It turned out it had the ability to resurrect 5 times, which likely took some time during the revival. By this calculation, to defeat the Tengu boss within the next 15 minutes, they would need to kill it at least once every 3 minutes, otherwise, they would definitely exceed the 30-minute challenge time. Humph. Sensing the class change user approaching, the Tengu boss exhaled a large amount of blood-colored mist from its nose, its eyes fixating on Han-chan and the others. Dialogue: Ant-like class changers, do you dare to challenge me? Crawl like dogs, raise your butts, and submit to me. I will teach you what love is with my tongue. Put. It was the first time Han-chan had heard such a bizarre line. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Damn, I thought such a mighty Tengu boss would have serious lines, but it turns out to be a wolfish boss. No wonder its tongue is so long, curling and twisting, all red, drooling everywhere. Its invincibility effect has ended. Attack. As the Tengu boss stopped consuming the blood moon essence and drew its demon blade, the invincibility status indicated above its head was cancelled, and the Son of Fire Nation immediately prepared to strike. Seeing the Son of Fire Nation and all-knowing fire dance fully focused on the Tengu boss, Han-chan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped back a short distance behind them. The next moment, Han-chen suddenly unleashed the instant-cast forbidden spell, Holy Giant Hammer. A massive holy light hammer, nearly enveloping the entire Tengu Eats Moon dungeon, came crashing down. The reason he didn't use Shadow Curse to instantly kill the Son of Fire Nation was that Han-chen still needed to extract information about his family and the Jingwa Shrine's plans from him. Sensing the massive surge of light magic elements, the Son of Fire Nation turned to look at Han-chen, his pupils instantly constricting. This was too sudden. It left no time for a reaction. In that moment, the Son of Fire Nation realized that this Rikuichiro before him was not the real Rikuichiro. The real Rikuichiro was a dark spellcaster and would never wield light magic skills. Baka Yaro. You are not Rikuichiro. The voice from the well shouted angrily at Han-chen. In this world, no one could instant cast a forbidden spell within 8 class changes, except for the Son of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, the identity of the opponent was clearly the Son of the Dragon Nation who had infiltrated the Fire Nation. But wasn't the Son of the Dragon Kingdom cursed and weakened by the Dark Deity? He absolutely shouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the forbidden spell. However, the Son of the Fire Kingdom couldn't afford to think too much right now. His life was at stake. Son, save me. The all-knowing fire dance felt the threat of death filled with immense terror. The power of this sacred giant hammer was too terrifying. This was definitely a max-level forbidden spell, and not just any ordinary forbidden spell. She was indeed a hidden class holy healing rune master, but she was also just an 8th transition limit class, and her items and equipment were restricted by the dungeon rules. Without forbidden spell defense, she simply couldn't withstand this skill, unless she wouldn't be instantly killed. But was that even possible? With her health, even with the support of powerful 8th transition skills, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of a max-level forbidden spell. No matter how much healing she could provide, it was already useless. Buzz. The divine power effect of the Son of the Fire Kingdom was triggered, and a massive Shikigami wielding a katana appeared, protecting the Son of the Fire Kingdom within. At this moment, the Son of the Fire Kingdom could only choose to protect himself. How could he be distracted by saving others? This was a forbidden spell, and as strong as he was, he had to respond with all his might, or he would die. The Tengu boss also sensed the crisis and directly unleashed the skill Tengu Eats the Moon, intending to devour the brilliance of the sacred giant hammer. Boom! The giant hammer instantly crashed down. The entire Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon erupted with violent tremors. Countless red prison hellhounds charging in were instantly turned to ashes, and the Tengu boss couldn't possibly consume such immense brilliance, instantly dropping to the brink of death, crashing down. -722,320. -934,200. The all-knowing fire dance didn't even have time to scream before being instantly killed, her body smashed into a pulp. In such a sudden turn of events, the Son of the Fire Kingdom could only hastily unleash the chantless forbidden spell Demon Chi Mode, which mitigated most of the damage from the sacred giant hammer. However, under the triple damage of physical, mental, and soul attacks, he was still left in a critically injured state. Seizing the opportunity, Han-chan would not give him a chance to fight back, instantly casting the forbidden spell, Life Drain, reducing him to a critically low health state, then restoring his true appearance. Although the Son of the Fire Kingdom had a divine power effect that reduced his casting time by 50%, aside from chantless skills and passive skills, he couldn't unleash active skills instantly, making him no match for Han-chan. In contrast, Han-chan, without equipment bonuses, was still able to unleash forbidden spells instantly, and his forbidden spells were sufficient to use, leaving the Son of the Fire Kingdom with no choice but to be beaten down. Upon seeing Han-chan's true form, the Son of the Fire Kingdom was both shocked and furious. It really is you, Son of the Dragon Kingdom. You're just relying on a sneak attack but dare to wait until I recover and then fight me one-on-one openly? If I lose, I'll let you do as you wish. Faced with the threat of death, this was all he could think of. But why hadn't the Son of the Dragon Kingdom been weakened by the curse of the Dark Deity Chimera? Initially, it was thought that the son of the Dragon Kingdom could unleash forbidden spells instantly during the siege activities in the Dragon Kingdom, slaughtering the avatars of the Chimera deity thanks to the protection of a deity behind him. Now it seemed that was not the case. The son of the Dragon Kingdom was simply ridiculously strong. This was an existence even more perverse and monstrous than himself. Even without divine assistance, this son of the Dragon Kingdom could unleash forbidden spells instantly without relying on equipment or items. This ability had already surpassed his understanding. Since the game had arrived, no son from around the world had been able to unleash active forbidden spells instantly. That was a means only deities possessed. Given the current situation, he could only find a way to kill the Tengu boss and then exit the dungeon to seek help. But Han Shan would not give him that opportunity. I will only give you one chance. Tell me about my family's situation and all the deployment information of the Jinghua Shrine, or die. Han Shan stepped on the face of the son of the Fire Kingdom, his face filled with murderous intent, his tone chilling. If the son of the Fire Kingdom dared to say no, Han Shan would definitely send him to meet Amaterasu. The Fire Nation's divine son encountered such a ruthless person for the first time and was thoroughly frightened. He hurriedly said, "No, don't kill me. I can tell you, but you have to swear by the divine that you won't kill me." "Alright, I swear by the goddess that I won't kill you, nor will I let my pet harm you." He. "I won't kill you, but I didn't say I couldn't let the Tengu boss kill you." Seeing that the Dragon Nation's divine son truly swore by the divine, the Fire Nation's divine son felt a glimmer of hope. After the game descended, the world was filled with game rules, and the divine had their own laws. Once a divine oath was made, it had to be fulfilled, otherwise, there would be divine punishment, which was something a job changer could not bear. "Alright, I'll tell you." The Fire Nation's divine son took out a deployment map from his storage space and said, "This is the troop deployment map of the Jinghua Shrine, along with the layout of barriers, formations, and traps, but I think you won't need it anymore." Why do you say that? Han Shan sensed a bad premonition. Because your family is no longer at the Jinghua Shrine. As soon as the Fire Nation's divine son said this, Han Shan's expression changed dramatically. "What did you say? Where have you taken my family?" Han Shan grabbed the severely injured Fire Nation's divine son, staring at him fiercely, a strong killing intent surging out, and his awakened divine power was also restless. How could this be? He actually awakened 20% of his divine power. How is that possible? In that moment, the Fire Nation's divine son was horrified. This was astonishing. Generally, a divine son only awakens 5% of their divine power at the start, right? Could it be that the Dragon Nation's divine son awakened divine power during his third transition? This. Cough. Don't get agitated. Your family wasn't taken by us, they simply vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? They were just living professionals personally detained by your divine envoy. How could they possibly vanish into thin air? Han Shan naturally didn't believe it. He even suspected that the Fire Nation's divine son was deliberately trying to provoke him to find a way to escape. At this moment, Han Shan was completely filled with murderous intent. Cough. This is the recorded altar surveillance video from that time, you can see for yourself. The Fire Nation's divine son took out his phone and opened a video which showed Han Shan's family being imprisoned within the Jinghua Shrine. Suddenly, in the video, Han Hao, Su Xiu, and Han Yu bizarrely vanished into thin air. Han Shan stared wide-eyed at this scene, somewhat incredulous. If this surveillance was fake, the Fire Nation's divine son had no reason to keep it. It held no significance for him, so it was very likely that this video was real. I can swear by the Amaterasu deity that this surveillance video is real. I, the Fire Nation's divine son, disdain to lie. Seeing the Fire Nation's divine son swear by the deity he believed in, Han Shan had no choice but to believe such a bizarre occurrence. Who took his family away? Could it be the divine? Han Shan could only think of it as the work of the divine, because no one in the world could possess such powerful abilities to take 3 living people away, especially from the altar of the Jinghua Shrine. Was it the deity from the goddess's side? Or the deity from the dark side? What was their purpose in taking his family? Han Shan gritted his teeth, his gaze extremely grim, secretly vowing, "No matter who did it, if they dare to harm even a hair on my family, even if it's a divine being, they must die. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" At this moment, the Fire Nation's divine son was somewhat flustered. Of course, he wasn't worried that Han Shan would kill him, because Han Shan had already sworn not to kill him. He was worried that he had gone against the divine will. If the divine envoy found out and reported to the Amaterasu deity, once the Amaterasu deity became enraged, even he, a new generation divine son, would face terrifying divine punishment. However, facing divine punishment was better than dying here. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. Since he had obtained the information he wanted, Han Shan no longer intended to keep the Fire Nation's divine son. At this moment, the Tengu boss, under Izanami's influence, had fully revived. Dialogue, woof. "No one can kill me, I am an immortal existence. I will make you die in the most painful torment. I will stab my great sword into your bodies and twist it 360 degrees. Tengu. Shockwave. As soon as the Tengu boss revived, it roared and unleashed a powerful skill. Seeing this, Han Shen casually reduced the Fire Nation's sun to a single drop of blood and then threw it towards the Tengu boss. No! The Fire Nation's son reacted, shouting in terror. How could he not know that Han Shen intended to use the Tengu boss to kill him? Dragon Nation's son, you're playing dirty. Unfortunately, the Fire Nation's son had all his life-saving items, but they were useless here. I am the son of the Fire Nation, the future Fire Nation's divine envoy. I will not die here. At the moment of life and death, the Fire Nation's son also activated his life-saving skill. Demon God Block. Ding. -1. The Tengu boss's Tengu shockwave only forced a little damage onto the Fire Nation's son, but that little damage was enough to take his life. Dragon Nation's son, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Frustrated. Incredibly frustrated. Clearly, he was immensely powerful. Yet he was killed by a dungeon boss. And it was a humiliating instant kill from a forced 1 point of damage. There was no more frustrating way to die than this. Looking at the Fire Nation's son, who died with his eyes wide open, Han Shen's expression was completely unfazed, as if the one who died was merely an ant. Immediately, Han Shen cast Judgment of Light, a forbidden spell, and blasted the Tengu boss again. The Tengu boss revived for the second time. Dialogue, want to kill me? Little brat, you're still too green. Desolation of the demon god. The Tengu boss fell. Third revival. Dialogue, I am the watchdog of the Red Lotus Hell. Little brat, your doom is upon you. Holy Light Nebula. The Tengu boss fell again. Fourth revival. Dialogue, if I don't speak, do I not have to die? Of Holy Light. Fifth revival. This was the Tengu boss's last revival. As long as someone could clear this dungeon within 30 minutes, it would die completely, and this dungeon would turn into a normal title dungeon. Bang! The Tengu boss laid down its dignity as a boss and knelt down, prostrating itself, and its dialogue changed to one of independent thought. Dialogue, big shot, can you not kill me? If you must, can you wait until after 30 minutes? Otherwise, I will die completely. I'll give you the best items, will you spare me this once? Seeing the Tengu boss kneeling and begging for mercy, Han Shen was momentarily stunned. Goodness, he thought it was just a normal dungeon boss. It turned out to be a boss with independent consciousness. It seemed that it was not a clone or projection, but was restricted by game rules, only regaining consciousness during its last revival, especially when the dungeon's limit record was about to be broken. Han Shen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. The items the Tengu boss offered probably wouldn't be the best. Perhaps killing it within 30 minutes would yield the best items, otherwise, this dungeon wouldn't have such a setting. Strange? How could the game rules have such a setting? Is there some special secret hidden within? Unable to figure it out, Han Shen could only keep this matter in mind, then patted the Tengu boss on the head and said, in your next life, remember to walk around me. Tengu boss? Shadow Curse. -123050000. A skill with over 100 million damage, making Han Shen's heart race. This could be said to be Han Shen's most terrifying single-target forbidden spell to date. The 100-fold mana increase from the Goddess's Blessing, combined with this forbidden spell, was truly terrifying. After the Tengu boss was instantly defeated, 3 items burst forth from its body, which then transformed into light points and dissipated. Is this a disguiser's badge? Or an epic disguiser's badge? Han Shen exclaimed in delight. He never expected to find a quest item for the thief god in this dungeon, and he quickly took out the golden disguiser's badge. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The golden and epic disguiser's badges automatically fused together, radiating a tricolored glow. Disguiser's badge, legendary, an ultra-rare item, a quest item for tracking the thief god's whereabouts. Collecting 3 disguiser's badges can unlock a legendary hidden quest, perfectly disguising level, class, information, others, and game monsters, undetectable by true gods. Upgraded to legendary level? Han Shen was quite surprised. He didn't expect that this disguiser's badge could fuse and upgrade, and upon upgrading, it directly became a legendary ultra-rare item, only detectable by true gods. This meant that as long as he disguised himself as someone else, even the divine envoy of the Fire Nation wouldn't be able to spot any flaws. He then checked the other 2 items to see if there were any ultra-rare items. Stone of Luck, legendary. Wearing it increases the drop rate of equipment, skill books, etc., and enhances the success rate of equipment enchantments, among other benefits. Good item. This item seemed to have no attribute bonuses, but it was definitely an ultra-rare item. Any item that could increase drop rates or enhance success rates could fetch a sky-high price, let alone this item that had both. This time, he hit the jackpot. Next, he looked at the final item. Heart of the Awakened, no grade, an ultra-rare item that can enhance the effects of one's awakening. Talent Awakening effect plus 50%, Divine Power Awakening plus 15%. Hiss. Seeing the bonuses of this item, Han Shen gasped. No grade item. This was an item that relied entirely on luck, with no grade classification, solely dependent on one's fortune. If one had good Luck, they could receive astonishing item bonuses. If one had bad luck, they might end up with meaningless bonuses. And this no grade. Heart of the Awakened actually increased awakening effects, including Divine Power Awakening, which was comparable to a mythical, ultra-rare Divine Gear. After equipping this item, Han Shen hurriedly checked his awakened talents and Divine Power Awakening effects. Talent Awakening, no 6 Forbidden Sequence, a power to counteract the divine. All your skills will receive the enhancement of Forbidden Sequence power, skill power effect plus 45%, damage taken permanently minus 30%, healing effect permanently plus 30%. Divine Power Awakening. 35%, awakening 100% can condense divine status and achieve divinity, divine power effect, ignore magic immunity and negative effects of targets within one's own level, and enhance all skill effects by 3.5 times, can hide one's own traces, undetectable by non-divine beings. Both awakening effects had improved. This raised Han Shen's overall combat power to a new height. Indeed, defeating the Tengu boss within 30 minutes could yield ultra-rare items. Han Shen had made the right bet. At that moment, a prompt from the dungeon sounded. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Tengu boss within 30 minutes. You have earned the highest title of this dungeon, Red Lotus Hell Envoy. Red Lotus Hell Envoy. Gain the power of Red Lotus Hell, engulfed in Hellfire, damage taken minus 30%, attack skill effect plus 30%, all attack skills add Hellfire, damage value plus 50%, and can summon a Hell-level Tengu boss for battle once a day, with the boss level linked to one's own. Holy crap! Seeing the bonuses of this title, Han Shen was completely unsettled. No wonder countries around the world continuously sent people to grind in the Hell-level Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon, knowing full well how difficult it was to clear, even harder to break historical records, and with a high death rate. Just the bonus from this title was enough to drive them crazy. Damage reduction, increased attack skill effects, and enhanced damage values, these 3 bonuses are enough to drive anyone crazy. Moreover, being able to summon a Hell-level Tengu boss for battle once a day, with its level linked to one's own, is the main reason why the top players at the 10th transfer are envious of the highest title in the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon. This is equivalent to having a super expert providing close protection. Just imagine, if one were to reach the 10th transfer limit, the summoned Hell-level Tengu boss would be powerful enough to suppress or even dominate a 10th transfer limit expert. What a formidable support that would be. Although I don't need such support for now, it's better to have it than not. Who knows when it might come in handy later. Incredible! This is truly an astonishingly powerful title. Compared to this title, the bonuses from the Azura title and the City Defense Master title are hardly worth mentioning. These titles can be displayed. Han Shen displayed the Red Lotus Hell Envoy title. Above Han Shen's head appeared 5 fiery red characters, dazzling and incredibly imposing. With the bonus from this title, Han Shen's entire body was engulfed in hellfire that had no temperature, as if he were wearing the Red Lotus fire armor, exuding majesty and power. Immediately, Han Shen concealed the special effects and turned off the title display. The dungeon's prompt sounded again, ding, due to a party clearing the hell level difficulty within 30 minutes, the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon will close. All job changers still inside the dungeon must exit automatically within 1 minute, or they will perish along with the dungeon and the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon will automatically transform into the Red Hellhound dungeon. At this moment, everyone in the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon was stunned. What? Someone broke the record? Damn! I was so close to killing the Tengu boss. It must be Jingxia Chiwa. He succeeded. In an instant, the news of Jingxia Chiwa breaking the record by clearing the hell difficulty Tengu Eats the Moon in 30 minutes spread throughout the Fire Nation. The royal family of the Yurin Kingdom personally led a group of ministers to congratulate Jingxia Chiwa. Meanwhile, the envoy from the Jing Kingdom, who had to stay in the temple waiting for the Dragon Kingdom's prince to appear, did not go but instead revealed a rare, displeased smile, acknowledging Jingxia Chiwa's combat power. Once the Dragon Kingdom's prince was captured, he would report to Amaterasu and grant him the highest rewards. Hearing the prompt, Han Shen's gaze sharpened slightly. Since he now possessed the legendary level Disguiser badge, Han Shen planned to make good use of it, plunging the entire Fire Nation into a hellish disaster. With his family missing in the Jing Kingdom temple, Han Shen was even more worried, but this meant that the Fire Nation had no hostages, eliminating the threat to him. Han Shen decided to contact the Dragon King to clarify the situation and use the Dragon King's power to investigate his family's whereabouts, while he himself had to stay in the Fire Nation for a while. Because he had decided to cause a ruckus in the Fire Nation, capturing his family as hostages to threaten him? Fire Nation, you will pay a heavy price for this. Then, Han Shen disguised himself as the Fire Nation's prince and exited the dungeon. As soon as he emerged, countless job changers from the Fire Nation shouted the name of the Fire Nation's prince, with many even excitedly wanting to kneel and lick Han Shen's shoes. Observing this, job changers from other nations could only cast a deep glance at Han Shen before returning to their own countries to inform their rulers. After all, with the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon gone, the Red Hellhound dungeon was just a regular dungeon for farming 8th transfer titles. Lacking any special features, it was better to return home and level up. Soon, a large number of job changers from the Fire Nation gathered in this area, drawn by the commotion. Seeing this situation, Han Chen already had a plan for revenge against the Fire Nation. Thus, Han Chen utilized the perfect disguise function of the disguiser badge, speaking in Jingxia Chiwa's tone and voice, loudly, declaring, "This prince will first go check on the situation in the Red Hellhound dungeon so I can provide you with strategies later." Han Chen had no intention of leaving the 8th transfer title dungeon for the Fire Nation. Then, Han Chen entered the Red Lotus Evil Dog dungeon alone. Roar! Long live the Son of God! Everyone was thoroughly moved by Han Chen's words and began to proclaim the greatness of their Son of God to the world. Suddenly, a terrifying thunder erupted at the entrance of the Red Lotus Evil Dog dungeon, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Nani? What's going on? Just as everyone was in a daze, a horrifying destructive force suddenly erupted from within the Red Lotus Evil Dog dungeon. The devastation was comparable to a natural disaster, instantly sweeping across the entire area, with countless wails echoing. "Ah! Help me, someone save me, I don't want to die." This destructive power was too overwhelming. It could easily be described as a large-scale forbidden spell bombardment. Transcenders below level 8 had their health bars emptied in an instant, dying with their eyes wide open. Such destructive power was due to Han Chen deliberately unleashing 100 consecutive forbidden spells, Holy Giant Hammer, in the dungeon. His purpose was not only to completely destroy the dungeon but also to conveniently wipe out the high-level transcenders outside the dungeon, causing heavy losses to the Fire Nation. Han Chen did not believe that his actions harmed the innocent, as the transcenders gathered here were the backbone of the Fire Nation, which had committed too many atrocities against innocents. At this moment, the Fire Nation's emperor, who had come joyfully and with great fanfare, was dumbfounded by the scene of devastation before him. "Baka! What's going on?" The emperor of the Yuran kingdom widened his eyes. This was one of the Fire Nation's important strategic resource locations, gathering many of the Fire Nation's pillars, and now it had turned into a wasteland, littered with the bodies of their own transcenders. He was already struggling to control his emotions without going mad. "Son of God, where is the Son of God?" At this moment, the Yuran Emperor was most concerned about the safety of the Son of God in the dungeon. He suspected that perhaps the Angel Nation and other hegemonic nations, seeing the Son of God in the dungeon so powerful, had launched a terrifying attack. But that seemed unlikely. After all, the Son of God had just broken the record for the Tengu Eats the Moon dungeon, and other hegemonic nations wouldn't be able to act so quickly to assassinate their Son of God. Moreover, the destructive power here could only be achieved by releasing nearly 100 forbidden spells. How could there be so many level 10 super experts sneaking in without being monitored by the Fire Nation? There must be something fishy going on. The most important thing now was to find the Son of God first, and then investigate the rest slowly. Many of the ministers who followed the Yuran Emperor were top-level experts at level 10, each equipped with top-notch gear. They quickly joined the rescue operation, aiming to find the Son of God in the dungeon as fast as possible. At this moment, Han Chen leisurely stepped out of the shattered dungeon, the title of Hellfire Envoy manifesting, his entire body enveloped in hellfire, untouched by dust. "That is..." The Yuran Emperor looked at Han Chen, showing a hint of astonishment, which quickly turned into joy. "The Son of God in the dungeon?" Seeing the Yuran Emperor appear, Han Chen was not particularly surprised. After all, it was normal for him to come congratulate him after breaking the record and obtaining an ultra-rare title. Since Han Chen had purchased a large amount of information about the Fire Nation before coming, he naturally knew what the Yuran Emperor looked like. The moment he saw the Yuran Emperor, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Han Chen's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. It was clearly unwise to act against the Emperor of the Fire Nation here. First of all, the Fire Nation's royal family was said to possess divine bloodlines, typically awakening powerful professions, and the current Yuran Emperor was a level 10 limit hidden profession transcender with equipment that surpassed that of the ministers combined, and his rare items were even more abundant. Last time, Nichiro Aikiru managed to escape. Han Chen naturally had to be more cautious this time. Without absolute certainty, he would not act recklessly. Furthermore, this was not just a personal grudge. Killing the Emperor of the Fire Nation could very likely trigger a full-scale national war, escalating it to a conflict. Although the Dragon Kingdom is unafraid. However, this will also involve other dominant nations, and even more so the pantheon of gods. The complexities and pros and cons of the situation cannot be clearly articulated at this moment. Moreover, the most important thing is that many strategic resources of the Fire Kingdom require the imperial decree of the Emperor of Yuran Kingdom to be activated. The super experience dungeon obtained from the last national war of the Fire Kingdom, which is its most crucial strategic resource, also requires the imperial decree of the Emperor of Yuran Kingdom and the Edict of the Divine Envoy of Jingwei to be opened. Therefore, Han Chen plans to sweep through all the strategic dungeons of the Fire Kingdom before making any other plans. "Son of God, are you alright? What exactly happened here?" The Emperor of Yuran Kingdom felt relieved upon seeing the Son of God safe and sound. Although the dungeon here collapsed, resulting in countless casualties, as long As the Son of God was unharmed, it was still within the tolerable range for urine. Your Majesty, please don't worry, I'm fine. It's all my fault, I overestimated the capacity of the new dungeon, Han Chen said apologetically. Ha? What do you mean, Son of God? Did you cause all of this? The Emperor of Yuren and others were momentarily stunned. I broke the highest record of the Tengu eating. The Moon Dungeon, which has lost its function and transformed into the new dungeon of the Red Lotus Hellhound. I went in to explore a bit, hoping to provide the best strategy for the citizens, but I didn't expect. Sigh. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have unleashed too many skills. I thought the intensity of this new dungeon was the same as the Tengu eating the Moon Dungeon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led to the dungeon exploding and harmed so many citizens. Even ministers Nichigori Ichiro and all-knowing Hobu lost their lives because of this. I am guilty. Han Chan spoke with heartfelt emotion. Upon learning the ins and outs of the situation, the Emperor of Yuren was left speechless. Indeed, the attack skills of the Son of God are comparable to the power of forbidden spells. Besides the Son of God, no one else could break an 8-turn dungeon. Seeing the impressive title of Red Lotus Hellhound above the Son of God's head, the Emperor of Yuren made a swift decision and immediately issued an order. Send the order down to lift the alarm and announce to the entire nation that what happened here was caused by a falling meteorite. Fortunately, the Son of God acted in time, preventing a greater disaster. Hearing this, Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to evade responsibility. However, wow, just a simple announcement turned him, the real culprit, into a national hero. Truly, the ruler of the Fire Kingdom is wise indeed. Moreover, upon hearing that Nichigori Ichiro and all-knowing Hobu, 2 hidden-class ministers, had died, the other party didn't even blink. Son of God, since you have obtained the highest title of Tengu eating the moon, this matter should be well publicized so that the whole world knows that our Fire Kingdom has the strength to compete for the position of the #1 dominant nation in the future. The Emperor of Yuren also knew that the Son of God's dungeon incident would soon be known by countries around the world, so it would be better to take this opportunity to promote it widely. Of course, the Fire Kingdom is the strongest dominant nation. Han Shen then followed the Emperor of Yuren to the Jingwa shrine to meet the divine envoy. With a legendary level disguiser badge, Han Shen was not afraid of being exposed. Just right. He could also take this opportunity to get to know the strongest job changer of the Fire Kingdom, the divine envoy of Jingwa. On the way, Han Shen directly messaged the Dragon King president. At this time, Xianyuan Zhongguo had already begun collecting myth-level materials. In the world's supreme hall, the pantheon of gods. Son of God, you finally came out. You've been out of touch these days, and it worried Chi-Chi to death. Xianyuan Zhongguo was overjoyed to receive Han Shen's message, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. President, actually, I came out a long time ago. Sorry for making you worry. I am currently within the territory of the Fire Kingdom. I contacted you because my family is in trouble. Han Shen briefly explained the situation of his family being captured and how he had come to the Fire Kingdom alone to the Dragon King President. What? The Son of God's family has been captured. Xianyuan Zhongguo looked at this information, and even though he had experienced countless storms, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Going alone to the Fire Nation to rescue someone required immense courage. Son of God, there's danger. That damned Fire Nation is so insidious, taking hostages during the siege. No. Son of God, come back first, don't take risks, let me handle everything. Xianyuan Zhongguo's expression immediately turned extremely serious. He was worried that Han Chen would take risks to save his family and end up captured by the Fire Nation's divine envoy. President, don't worry, I'm safe for now, and my family has disappeared from the Jingwa Shrine. This matter is too strange, I hope the president can help investigate it discreetly. Saying this, Han Chen forwarded the video he obtained from the well to the Dragon King president and continued to reply, President, I will continue my investigation in the Fire Nation. I won't act recklessly, with my current combat power, as long as I don't give the Fire Nation's divine envoy a chance, no one can keep me here. Seeing that Han Chen was determined to find his family, Xianyuan Zhongguo couldn't stop him. If it were Xianyuan Mengqi who was captured, he would also do everything to rescue her. Alright, then prioritize your safety. If anything happens to you, your family will be in even greater danger. As for your family's sudden disappearance, I will use the connections of the Divine Hall to investigate discreetly. Thank you, President. Regarding my situation, I hope you can inform the young lady not to worry too much. After saying this, there was a long pause before a reply came back. You handle your own matters. Han Chen let out a helpless bitter laugh. After ending the contact, Xianyuan Zhongguo was still worried about Han Chen, so he had the vice president of the Dragon King Association personally take action, using all available resources to monitor the movements of various cities in the Fire Nation. Once there was any sign of Han Chen, he would know in time to provide assistance. Not long after, Han Chen arrived at Washi Mountain. Since the Jingwa Shrine did not have a teleportation array, Han Chen had to follow the Emperor of Yuren Kingdom, riding a flying pet up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Han Chen saw the most sacred hall of the Fire Nation, the center of power, the Jingwa Shrine. This place enshrined the divine envoys and emperors of the Fire Nation throughout the ages, as well as the spirits of those who had contributed to the attack on the Dragon Nation. Jinghua Shrine? Damn it! If I get the chance, I'll burn it down. As soon as he stepped into the Jinghua Shrine, the Jinghua Divine Envoy appeared, leading a group of maids dressed in loose fire robes. Son of God, you truly have opened my eyes. You actually broke my record and obtained the supreme title of the Red Lotus Hell Envoy. The 1.2-meter-tall Jinghua Divine Envoy, wearing wooden clogs, had her dark green and gray hair styled in a shape resembling excrement, extremely eye-catching. Watanabe Chisho, Amaterasu Envoy, Country, Fire Nation Hidden Profession, Heavenly Burial Ghost Ninja, 10th Transition, Talent, Earth Hook Jade, Missed Area Vision Range plus 30 meters. No cooldown for spellcasting within 30 seconds, and can launch a Hook Jade mental attack, dealing 120% of its own attack power as damage, causing anyone who looks directly at the Hook Jade to fall into an illusion for 3 seconds, unable to cast spells or move. Divine Power Awakening, 20% Divine Power Effect, movement speed increased by 200%, self-recovery plus 150%, skill damage effect plus 20%, all attack skills carry a paralysis effect, slowing down the opponent's spellcasting and movement speed. When health drops below 10%, it triggers a Divine Concealment effect, blocking one fatal blow, increasing speed to the level of quasi-divine skills for 10 seconds, and allowing invisibility, undetectable by non-deities. Level, LV 300, 10th Transcendence Limit, Health Points, 18,454,500, Self HP plus Equipment. Attribute Bonus, excluding others, Mana Points, 10,830,000 Strength, 1,960,050 Constitution, 1,826,400 Spirit, 1,470,000 Agility, 1,984,100 Free Attribute Points, 0 Profession Assessment, 98. Stars Skills, Amaterasu's Divine Blessing, Ghost Escape Technique, Burial Kill, Celestial Ghost's Hidden Mechanism, Evil Spirit Kunai, Kiss of the Underworld. After seeing the attributes of the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy, Han Chen was also very surprised. This sneaky little old man actually has over 18 million base health. That's just too exaggerated. If you count other items, title bonuses, guild bonuses, and so on, doesn't that mean he has over 20 million health? Even more? As far as he knew, a 10th Transcendence class changer equipped with a full set of legendary gear couldn't possibly have 10 million health. Just like the Dragon King, whose base health, including his own attributes and equipment, barely broke 9 million, that's a whole half less. There is only one possibility for this situation, and that is the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy skill, Amaterasu's Divine Blessing, which grants him such astonishing health. However, Han Chen couldn't see the skill description of Amaterasu's Divine Blessing through All-Knowing Eye unless the other party activated it voluntarily, otherwise he couldn't check such a passive divine skill. It seems that there is quite a gap between this Divine Envoy and ordinary class changers. No wonder countries with Divine Envoys are called hegemonic nations. It's not just because they have divine protection, but also because the Divine Envoys themselves possess incredibly powerful combat abilities. At this moment, Han Chen also had a clearer understanding. With his current combat power, he estimated he was not a match for the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy. After all, the Divine Power effect on the other side could withstand a guaranteed critical hit, and his Shadow Curse couldn't take down the opponent. Moreover, the other party could communicate with the gods and had 3 divine artifacts, so he probably had plenty of life-saving items. It would be better not to confront him head-on for now. Once he reached the 10th Transcendence and his combat power became even stronger, he would likely not fear the Divine Envoys of various nations and could eliminate him at that time. Looking at the Divine Envoy of Jinghua, who was grinning widely, Han Chen also put on the respectful demeanor he should have and said, "Hi. Thanks to the guidance of the Divine Envoy and my teacher, I was able to break the record smoothly." Facing the humble words of the one below, Watanabe Chisho was very pleased. "Yoshi, if Lord Amaterasu knew of your achievement, there would surely be great rewards. Come, this Divine Envoy has prepared a celebration banquet for you, and your teacher will personally toast and congratulate you." Thus, Han Chen followed him to participate in the Grand National Banquet, representing the Fire Nation and showcasing his title of Crimson Lotus Hell Envoy to the world. If they knew that their Fire Nation's divine son had died, and that the one they were now proud of was the Dragon Nation's divine son, I wonder if they would be so furious they would spit blood. For a moment, the eyes of the entire world focused on the Fire Nation. The new generation divine son of the Fire Nation is even more powerful than Watanabe Chisho back in the day. It seems the Fire Nation is going to become even stronger. With the Fire Nation's wolfish ambition, this is not good news for us in the Dragon Nation. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation held a secret meeting to discuss how to deal with the Fire Nation's future targeting. After all, the next world-class event would unfold soon, and when the Fire Nation's divine son inherited the position of Divine Envoy to participate, it would undoubtedly be greatly disadvantageous for the Dragon Nation. The Dragon King in the Hall of Gods also received the news and was even more worried about Han Chen's safety. The Fire Nation's divine son was so sharp and exposed, which posed a significant threat to Han Chen. No, I must quickly gather the materials and rush back to the Dragon Nation to discuss with the national seat. No matter the cost, we must ensure Han Chen's absolute safety. Fuck. The Fire Nation, which we once beat down like a dog, has grown so rapidly. The high-ranking officials of the Angel Nation are also in a meeting. Mr. Guiton, you can rest assured. Back then, we were able to destroy the 2 top-tier cities of the Fire Nation, forcing them to surrender unconditionally. Now, we can suppress the Fire Nation just the same. The Fire Nation's Divine Son merely obtained the powerful title of the Red Lotus Hell Envoy. It does not mean he is invincible. Our Divine Son is no slouch either. Once our Divine Son clears that hidden secret realm, he will surely surpass the Fire Nation's Divine Son, said a general of the Angel Nation calmly. I hope so. The gaze of the Angel Nation's Guatong darkened. He would absolutely not allow other nations to surpass the Angel Nation. Meanwhile, the Leo Nation and the Maro Nation were also holding a secret meeting. The Divine Sons of these 2 nations were quite displeased to see the Fire Nation's Divine Son stealing the spotlight. Therefore, they decided to enter seclusion for further training, planning to astonish the world again after the next global event and prove that they are the strongest Divine Sons. The World Showcase soon came to an end, and Watanabe Isho took Han Chen to the Yasukuni Shrine's Divine Communication Altar. Divine Son, this Divine Envoy is now communicating with the deity Amaterasu, and Amaterasu will surely grant you a reward. Upon hearing this, Han Chen felt a bit of anticipation, wondering what divine favor he would receive. This benefit, I, Han Chen, will take it openly. After a series of rituals, as Watanabe Isho prayed with divine power, a magical vortex suddenly appeared above the altar and a dark divine light shot out from the vortex, striking Watanabe Isho at the center of the altar. A divine shadow emerged behind Watanabe Isho, its form unclear, but it seemed to be a goddess based on its size. The eyes of this divine shadow suddenly ignited, resembling 2 blazing suns, dazzling and brilliant. It is probing me. Han Chen was startled, worried that the impostor badge would be exposed. At this moment, under the gaze of the Amaterasu deity's projection, Han Chen's attributes manifested. Underground Eating Wow Country, Fire Nation Hidden Profession, Ghost Shadow Divine Concealment Warrior, 8th Transition, Talent, Wrath of the Demon God, Divine Power Awakening, 5% Divine Power Effect. Level, LV 210. Free attribute points, 0 profession assessment, 99 stars skills. After confirming the identity information, only then did the Amaterasu deity begin to communicate with Watanabe Isho, and the communication lasted less than 30 seconds. Subsequently, the divine shadow dissipated, the magical vortex vanished, and the altar's magical formation fell silent. Seeing this, Han Chen's anxious heart settled. The Amaterasu deity had stopped probing, indicating that the deity had not uncovered his identity and was unaware that Underground Eating Wow was already dead. This legendary impostor badge truly cannot be seen through. Unless a true god is present, it is indeed impressive. Congratulations, Divine Son. Congratulations, Divine Son. The great Amaterasu has bestowed a divine edict and divine reward. Saying this, Watanabe Isho approached Han Chen and smiled. The great Amaterasu praises the Divine Son for being young and capable, specifically granting the divine protection of Amaterasu's divine light. Furthermore, the Divine Son is permitted to inherit the position of Divine Envoy without needing to reach a 20% Divine Power Awakening. As long as you reach the 10th transition, you can become the new generation of Divine Envoy for the Fire Nation, allowing me to retire in peace. After finishing, a divine light enveloped Han Chen and then faded away, followed by a prompt. Congratulations! You have received the first-tier divine protection of the deity Amaterasu, which can withstand 3 fatal strikes and ignore all control skills. From 10th transition professionals and mythic level equipment, randomly relocating your position. Wow! This is equivalent to 3 life-saving measures. Now I can confidently go all out. With this, Amaterasu Divine Light, Han Chen was no longer worried about the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy and Divine Artifacts. In case his identity was exposed, he could use the Amaterasu Divine Light to escape. It's settled. Now it's completely secure. Han Chen decided to make good use of the Amaterasu Divine Light to deliver the most severe blow to the Fire Nation. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen said to Watanabe Chikyo and the Emperor of Yurin Country, Your Excellency, the Divine Envoy, Your Majesty the Emperor, in order to express my gratitude for the blessings of Amaterasu, I have decided to devote myself fully to upgrading and improving myself. I kindly ask for all strategic dungeon privileges. The two exchanged glances and naturally had no objections. Your Highness, you are free to grind other strategic dungeons, but the super experienced dungeon will still require a wait of half a month. Last month, a batch of 10th transition ministers entered to grind experience. To ensure that the super experienced dungeon can maintain its refresh rate and not be excessively consumed at once, we must wait half a month before you can grind it. But rest assured, Your Highness, after half a month, you can go grind it alone. Feel free to grind, and you will surely reach the 8th transition limit in the shortest time possible, the Emperor of Yurin Country said with a smile. Han Chen understood this point as well. It is said that once a job changer reaches the 10th transition, they need to level up their skills to the maximum and become a forbidden spellcaster, which also requires a large amount of experience to upgrade. Although the skills of the Fire Country's Divine Son are comparable to the power of forbidden spells, he achieved this level through his own talent and divine power effects. His skills are not like Han Shen's, which are full-level forbidden spells. In the future, when Han Shen reaches the 10th transition limit, if he wants to upgrade his forbidden spells to divine skills, he will also need a large amount of experience, unless he can break through the 10th transition and reach the 11th transition to become a divine being, at which point he will automatically comprehend divine skills. Half a month. Enough time for him to grind through all the other strategic dungeons of the Fire Country. With the privileges granted by the Emperor of Uran Country, Han Shen was not worried about being obstructed by the Fire Country's military guarding the strategic dungeons. However, Han Shen needed to think of a way to make the Fire Country suffer the greatest loss. Nearly damaging the strategic dungeons would not be enough. As far as he knew, the Fire Country had a deep-seated grudge against the first hegemonic country, the Angel Country. Back in the day, when the Fire Country was unmatched in power, it allied with several major nations to launch a world-class war and even launched a surprise attack on the Angel Country's important strategic base in the Black Pearl region. In a fit of rage, the Angel Country unleashed devastating forbidden spell strikes on 2 first-class cities of the Fire Country, completely destroying them and rendering them unable to be rebuilt for a century. If we turn our attention to the Angel Country, it will surely put the Fire Country in opposition to them once again. With this thought, Han Shen contacted the Dragon King president, asking him to send over information on notable 10th transition figures from the Angel Country. Although the Dragon King president did not know what Han Shen was planning, he still sent over photos and information of several 10th transition super experts from the Angel Country. After browsing through them, Han Shen noted down the information of these 10th transition experts from the Angel Country, already formulating a preliminary plan in his mind. First, he would grind through the strategic dungeons and secret realms of the Fire Country, then disguise himself as a 10th transition forbidden spell expert from the Angel Country, to openly cause destruction, with the aim of forcing the Fire Country to hand over their divine son. This required a leader. Perfectly, the hidden class of the 10th transition limit. From the Angel Country, Light Giant Superman, Douglas L., was the most suitable. He was a current 5-star general of the Angel Country and a descendant of the 5-star general Mike Hauser, who once occupied the Fire Country. He couldn't be more fitting. Firstly, L's skills were all light-based, which aligned with most of his forbidden spells, making it difficult for the Fire Country to see through him. Secondly, Mike Hauser had a deep-seated grudge against the Fire Country, and disguising as L would surely ignite the hidden anger of the Fire Country's citizens. As long as national outrage was provoked, even if the Fire Country's divine envoy discovered something amiss, the Angel Country's explanation would not be able to stop this fire, inevitably igniting a fierce conflict between the two nations. Of course, before disguising, Han Shen needed to learn the bird language of the Angel Country, which would only take about half an hour. After mastering the bird language of the Angel Country, Han Shen then headed to a misty area dungeon heavily guarded by the Fire Country's troops. This was a dungeon specifically for grinding the Fire Shadow set, randomly dropping exquisite Fire Shadow sets from the 6th to 8th transitions, with the highest possible drops being epic level sets, boasting excellent attributes, and it was the birthplace of the exclusive set for the Fire Country's strongest legion, the Fire Shadow Legion. Naturally, the Fire Nation has stationed a heavily armed army to guard this special instance, treating it as one of the strategic resources of the Fire Nation. It is solely under the control of the state, and no one else can enter. My lord, what brings you here? The commander responsible for guarding this instance bowed to Han Shen. Logically speaking, this Hokage instance would at most drop an epic level set usable by 8th transition players, which is not the equipment that the lord particularly needs. Most of the equipment on the lord is legendary. I have just recently advanced to the 8th transition and need to familiarize myself with the overall combat power. The intensity of this Hokage instance is sufficient, so I came here to practice a bit. If I manage to obtain an epic level set, it would also be a contribution to the nation. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the commander immediately showed respect. I see, there is absolutely no problem. His Majesty the Emperor has issued a national decree that all strategic resources are to be prioritized for the Lord's use. Han Shen smoothly entered the instance, completed the Hell-level Hokage instance in a standard manner, and obtained 2 pieces of the epic-level Hokage set, which he submitted to the state, receiving widespread acclaim once again. Subsequently, Han Shen took a few days to quickly run through the strategic instances and secret realms of the Fire Nation, thoroughly understanding the troop deployments in various strategic locations. Next, Han Shen began to implement his plan. The main event was about to start. Magic Platform City, one of the top cities in the Fire Nation. Han Shen and a group of guards appeared at the teleportation array. My lord, you have been in the limelight recently. I am worried that the Angel Nation and other hegemonic countries will send people to harm you. It would be better not to explore the misty areas. the captain of the guard, Gangben Lingdian, expressed his concerns. Baka, what are you afraid of? With my combat power, as long as it's not the divine envoy of another hegemonic country in person, no one will be my opponent. If they dare to come, they will all die. There are still 10 days until the super experience instance opens. I am feeling restless, and exploring the misty area is also a contribution to the nation. Han Chen scolded. Hi, my lord is unparalleled in the world. The 10th transition captain of the guard did not dare to refute or persuade further. It is truly a blessing for the Fire Nation to have such a strong lord who serves the country and its people, unlike Watanabe Chisho, who has hardly done anything beneficial for the nation and his share is included in the chaos across the country. In recent days, Han Chen's performance has greatly surprised the divine envoys of the Fire Nation and the Emperor of Uran Nation. The Lord, who has received the title of Crimson Lotus Hell Envoy, is already invincible under the divine envoys. Naturally, they are not worried at all that the Angel Nation and other hegemonic countries will pose a threat to their lord, especially since the Fire Nation has a national barrier monitoring it. Any 9th transition or above players from other countries entering without permission will surely be detected, unless other hegemonic countries use divine artifacts or send their divine envoys in person. But such a large-scale action would also be noticed by Watanabe Chisho, so they are not worried about the lord encountering any trouble. Letting the guard continue to protect the lord is merely a formality, and Han Chen is taking advantage of their mindset, specifically bringing the guard to the misty area today to eliminate them and then carry out his plan. Just as the Fire Nation was holding a grand festival to celebrate the birth of their unparalleled lord, a massive wave of light magic elements suddenly surged in the misty area west of Magic Platform City. All the people of the Fire Nation in Magic Platform City felt the pressure of the magic and looked towards the west. Suddenly, the entire Magic Platform City shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck, causing countless residents to scream in fear. Many couples rushed out from various hotels, dense forests, secret passages, and restrooms, not even bothering to put on their clothes. What is happening? Before the rulers of Magic Platform City could send someone to investigate, boom! A powerful lightstorm, mixed with flying sand and stones, violently struck Magic Platform City. The defensive barrier of Magic Platform City was instantly damaged by 80%, causing significant losses, but fortunately, it held up. Baka, hurry and investigate. It might be a super transition player from another country attacking our lord. The ruler of Motai City urgently issued orders and reported the matter to the divine envoy and the Emperor of Uran Kingdom. Upon receiving the news from Motai City, Watanabe Chisho and Uran, who were discussing the future competition plans for the nation at the Jingwa Shrine, slightly changed their expressions. They were worried that the divine child who was in the well had encountered an attack. Your Majesty need not worry too much. This divine envoy has not detected any movements from foreign divine envoys or divine artifacts. It must just be the appearance of a 10th transition class, and they are certainly no match for the divine child. For safety's sake, the Emperor of Uran still sent the divine child's teacher, General Miyamoto, to personally investigate. At this moment, in the misty area of Motai City, a massive pit appeared. All members of the guard team had turned to bones and the exploded equipment was collected by Han Chen. Han Chen had already disguised himself and returned to Dongjing City via the teleportation array, heading towards the area where the strategic dungeon of the Fire Nation, the Hokage Dungeon, was located. Whoosh! In the sky, Han Chen disguised himself as a 10th transition super expert from the Angel Nation, wearing a unique green coat purchased from the World Net, and appeared openly before the Fire Nation's transition class. Defend! There are invaders from the Angel Nation. The Hokage Legion stationed here was on high alert. Through surveillance, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation also saw the appearance of the invader. Baka! It's General A's from the Angel Nation. The next second, the surveillance turned to static. Han Chen made his move. Holy giant hammer. Boom! Under the powerful forbidden spell's impact, all surveillance in this strategic resource area of the Fire Nation was instantly shattered. The Legion stationed here was crushed to powder without any resistance. A massive pit appeared on the ground, with only the entrance to the Hokage Dungeon still suspended. Immediately, Han Chen entered the dungeon, and a forbidden spell caused it to explode. After finishing all this, Han Chen released a random teleportation scroll and left directly, heading to the next destination. In the high ranks of the Fire Nation in Dongjing City, feeling the violent tremors, they could not help but understand that the Hokage Dungeon had been invaded. Baka Angel Nation, how dare they invade our country so openly? Don't they fear provoking a national war? After their anger, the high-ranking officials immediately reported to His Majesty the Emperor and the Divine Envoy. Upon learning that the strategic dungeon, Hokage Dungeon, had been destroyed, Watanabe Chisho and Uran both changed their expressions, filled with anger and shock at the methods of the Angel Nation. How did the Angel Nation do it? They didn't use their national divine artifacts or divine envoys. How did General A's appear silently in our capital? The Emperor of Uran was full of confusion. The Angel Nation is the #1 hegemonic nation. It's normal for them to have some special means. However, this divine envoy does not believe that the Angel Nation would act so recklessly. No matter how arrogant they are, they wouldn't let a general take such risks. There may be something unusual here. I am now curious about the purpose behind their destruction of the Hokage dungeon. Watanabe Chisho's expression darkened immensely. This matter was too strange. Based on his understanding of the divine envoys and national governance of the Angel Nation, even if they truly wanted to strike against the Fire Nation, they wouldn't let a general act alone. Divine envoy, what if it really is the work of the Angel Nation? What should we do? If it truly is the Angel Nation's doing, then we will let their general be buried in the land of the Fire Nation. Although the comprehensive national strength of the Fire Nation was certainly not as strong as that of the Angel Nation, the Fire Nation was not to be trifled with. The Angel Nation would have to pay a price for this. Is there any news from the Divine Child? Now Watanabe Chisho was somewhat worried about the Divine Child in the well. Although the Divine Child was not weak in combat power, it was hard to say if the other side was fully prepared and had means to suppress the Divine Child. No news for now. Yuren shook his head. Your Majesty, the Emperor should handle this attack incident, seal the nation, and prevent the attackers from escaping. This divine envoy will continue to stay at the Jingwa Shrine, waiting for the appearance of the Dragon Nation's Divine Child. This is the most important matter. Then I shall handle it. I leave this to the divine envoy. As soon as the Emperor of Yuren stepped out of the Jingwa Shrine, another piece of bad news came in. Not good, Your Majesty. Yuren, the Pirate King's secret realm, has suddenly been attacked by General Big of the Angel Kingdom, and the entire Fire Shadow Legion station there has been wiped out. Baka. Seal off the entire country. Seal off the entire country. Not a single one is allowed to escape from the Fire Nation. They all must die. The Emperor of Yuren was utterly furious. At this moment, Han Chen, at the fastest speed, disguised himself as various level 10 big shots from the Angel Kingdom and swept through the strategic resources of the Fire Nation one by one. This incident not only shocked the entire Fire Nation but also alarmed spies from various countries, especially the spies from the Angel Kingdom, who were all left dumbfounded. How could they have no news of such a major operation by the country? A few days later, when the Fire Nation finally reacted, Han Chen had already successfully destroyed half of the Fire Nation's strategic resources. The remaining half was now fully guarded by level 10 experts from the Fire Nation, making it much harder to destroy. However, this had already achieved Han Chen's preliminary plan, and the next step was the timing for the appearance of the Angel Kingdom's 5-star general, Douglas L. This fire would completely ignite the anger of the Fire Nation's populace. And all of this was just a small gift. From Han Chen to the Fire Nation, the main event was naturally that national-level experience dungeon. This experience dungeon was the most important strategic resource for every country. Because only through victory in national wars could one gain time and multipliers for the experience dungeon. It's easy to imagine how precious this experience dungeon was. Han Chen vowed not to rest until he made the Emperor of Yuren and the Fire Nation's divine envoy spit blood from anger. It's impossible that there are no traces at all. You bunch of stupid pigs, get searching nationwide. The generals of the Angel Kingdom must still be within the Fire Nation. The Emperor of Yuren was so furious that his liver felt like it was hardening. Losing half of the strategic resources and not even finding a shadow of the enemy. This was a tremendous humiliation. If it weren't for the divine envoy needing to focus on capturing the son of the Dragon Kingdom, would he allow these bastards to be so arrogant? Just as the Emperor of Yuren was about to take matters into his own hands, a panicked minister burst in. Your Majesty, quickly look at the World Channel. Upon hearing this, the Emperor ordered someone to turn on the large screen in the conference hall connecting to the World Channel and opening a video that had been shared over 100 million times. There, Han Chen, disguised as the Angel Kingdom's 5-star General Douglas L., stood amidst a sea of flames, revealing his personal information and issuing a declaration to the Fire Nation. Little Fire Nation, you are nothing but a luck-stricken pirate nation. How dare you dream of surpassing our Angel Kingdom? I give you one day to consider. Surrender your son, or the remaining half of your strategic resources will also be completely destroyed. As soon as this video was released, the whole world was shocked. Especially the Angel Kingdom. Both the government and the citizens were collectively dumbfounded. Fuck. How could our 5-star General L go to the Fire Nation and openly threaten the Fire Nation? Isn't that just bullying them? Doesn't General L fear that this will provoke a war between the two countries? L, explain to me what's going on. Why did you act on your own? The leader of the Angel Kingdom, Deng Bai, immediately called Douglas L, who was playing poker. A few days ago, a spy had called, saying that General A's and others had attacked the strategic resource site of the Fire Nation. Deng Bai had even contacted General A's and others, learning that they had not taken any special actions and were in their respective territories, so he thought it was false intelligence and ignored it. But now it was different. General L had openly released a video on the World Channel. The information displayed in that video could only belong to General L. Moreover, the location where the video was filmed was an important strategic resource site in the Fire Nation, clearly indicating that General L had destroyed it. This was causing trouble for the Angel Kingdom, especially at a critical moment when the Angel Kingdom was fully controlling the Pantheon. Mr. Leader, what unauthorized action? I didn't do anything. Al was completely bewildered and his heart sank as he glanced at the moving figure of the Vice National Leader's wife beneath him. No way? Could it be that the Vice National Leader found out about my deep conversation with his wife? Did he specifically complain to Mr. National Leader? Still dare to say you didn't? Just look at the World Channel. Deng Bai was furious. If the Fire Nation really went to war with the Angel Nation, they would have to pause their plans to control the Pantheon, which would greatly delay the Angel Nation's dream of dominating the world. World Channel? Al hurriedly opened the World Channel and saw the most explosive video. Fuck! How did I end up in the Fire Nation? This instantly scared Al into a little shrimp, and he quickly replied to the National Leader, Mr. National Leader, someone is impersonating me. I never went to the Fire Nation, I swear by the gods. Upon hearing this, Deng Bai immediately realized that someone was slandering the Angel Nation, trying to incite a war between the Fire Nation and the Angel Nation. Fuck! Deng Bai immediately summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures and see how to explain things to those little dwarfs in the Fire Nation. Inside the Fire Nation, all the citizens of the Fire Nation were filled with rage after watching the video. Back then, it was Mike Hauser who occupied the Fire Nation, allowing his subordinates to wantonly insult women and taking the queen and several princesses as concubines, enjoying them in front of the national emperor. This was a shame that all citizens of the Fire Nation were unwilling to mention. Now, the descendants of Mike Hauser were once again wreaking havoc in the Fire Nation, destroying half of its strategic resources and publicly demanding that the Fire Nation hand over the underground deity, which made the citizens of the Fire Nation unable to endure. Baka Yalu. Does Douglas, Alabama really think our Fire Nation is still the Fire Nation without divine protection? It must be the Angel Nation that wants to go to war with us. They fear the rise of our underground deity, which threatens their position as the #1 overlord. Go to war. Declare war on the Angel Nation. In an instant, across the Fire Nation, all citizens were ignited with fury. Over 90% of the citizens lost their rationality and advocated for war. On the World Channel, there were countless Fire Nation transmuters verbally attacking the Angel Nation, creating an extremely spectacular scene. At this moment, Shenyuan Zhongguo in the Pantheon had an exceptionally interesting expression. How could he not know that this matter must be related to Han Chen? There were two reasons. First, Han Chen had previously requested information on the 10 transmutation experts of the Angel Nation, which included Douglas, Alabama, a 5-star general. Second, the Angel Nation was doing everything in its power to control the Pantheon. They couldn't possibly provoke the Fire Nation at this time. How did Han Chen do it? No one can impersonate someone else without a flaw in their occupational information, unless there is an extremely rare special item. But does such an item exist in this world? Could it be the divine item of the true god, thief god, that suddenly fell into the Godfall Valley 200 years ago and was lost in the world? Shenyuan Zhongguo couldn't help but think of the so-called world's #1 special divine dungeon, Tomb of the Thief God. Decades ago, Shenyuan Zhongguo led the 10 transmutation experts of the Dragon Nation to clear it once. After finally clearing all the dungeon monsters, they received a hint that they needed the item left behind by the Thief God to find the remnant soul of the Thief God. In other words, without the Thief God task item, even if they cleared all the monsters in this dungeon, they would not be able to find the Thief God and would not receive any rewards. If there was any item in this world that could perfectly impersonate someone else, besides the Thief God item, Shenyuan Zhongguo really couldn't think of any other item that could do so. Good guy. No wonder he is our divine son. He is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he dares to venture alone into the Fire Nation. Thinking of this, Shenyuan Zhongguo felt a bit more at ease. Remembering that his beloved had been killed by a transmuter from the Fire Nation, Shenyuan Zhongguo decided to make this fire burn even brighter. Thus, Shenyuan Zhongguo contacted the national seat, instructing the underground transmuters lurking in the Angel Nation to disguise themselves as Fire Nation transmuters and launch harassment attacks against the Angel Nation. In this way, not only will it intensify the contradictions between the two countries, but it will also allow other nations to discover opportunities to target the Angel Nation and join in the chaos. This time, it will be difficult for the Angel Nation to avoid pausing their plan to seize control of the Pantheon. Sure enough, with the Dragon King getting involved, the Angel Nation is completely at a loss. Many citizens of the Angel Nation, unaware of the truth, mistakenly believe that the Angel Nation is about to take action against the Fire Nation, and they start a verbal spat with the citizens of the Fire Nation in the World Channel. At this moment, Watanabe Chisho from the Fire Nation is also troubled. How could he not know that someone is stirring up trouble? However, faced with the anger of the entire populace, even as a divine envoy, he cannot sway the thoughts of the citizens at this time. If he does not comply with the people's sentiments, they will begin to doubt the pantheon, leading to a decrease in faith which could result in Amaterasu being unable to protect the Fire Nation, and that would be a huge problem. With no other choice, Watanabe Chisho, for the greater good, can only first align with the people's will, allowing the Emperor of Uran Nation to announce to all citizens that the Fire Nation will make the Angel Nation pay a price, and then find a way to unearth the mastermind behind this. Only by finding the mastermind can this sudden change be stopped. At this moment, before the Angel Nation could have Generals Douglas and L personally release a world news statement to prove that they did not attack the Fire Nation, but that someone was impersonating them. To frame the Angel Nation, many transmuters from the Angel Nation spontaneously organized and began to clash with the transmuters from the Fire Nation's embassy. In fact, many citizens of the Angel Nation privately shouted, "So what if it was us, General L? We are the #1 hegemonic nation, you should stand at attention when you get hit." Thus, releasing news at this point would be of little significance, and the Fire Nation would think it was just another trick they were playing. The Dongbei Nation had no choice but to consult the Divine Envoy of the Angel Nation, hoping he could step in and negotiate with the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation. The changes in the world situation caught Han Shen off guard. At this moment, Shen Yuan Zhongguo sent a private message, "Son of God, you lit the fire, didn't you?" Upon seeing the message, Han Shen suddenly realized. It turned out that the old fox, the Dragon King, had made a move. No wonder the Angel Nation and the Fire Nation got into a conflict so quickly. According to Han Shen's plan, Generals L and others from the Angel Nation would definitely release world news to clarify that they did not attack the Fire Nation. At that time, Han Shen would have to disguise himself as the Emperor of Uran Nation and step in to refute, completely misleading the citizens of the Fire Nation. However, that is no longer necessary. With the intervention of various countries, the citizens of the Angel Nation admitted on behalf of L that they attacked the Fire Nation. With Han Shen's current intelligence, it is not hard to guess that if the Angel Nation wants to avoid war with the Fire Nation, they will definitely negotiate with the high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation, or even arrange a direct meeting between the Divine Envoys to resolve this matter. "President, you added fuel to the fire, didn't you?" Han Shen replied to the Dragon King. Seeing Han Shen's response, the Dragon King smiled knowingly, already confirming in his heart, and replied, "Likewise, son of God, you have inadvertently slowed down the world's crisis. It is likely that the Divine Envoys of the Angel Nation and the Fire Nation will meet soon. Be careful in everything, son of God." World crisis? Han Shen was puzzled. How did he slow down the world's crisis? Could it be because he framed the Angel Nation, causing their plan to control the Pantheon to be paused? This truly is a case of trying to plant flowers but getting nothing, while inadvertently planting willows that grow into shade. This time, it was a good insertion. A delightful insertion. If there's a chance, he should insert a few more times, and it would be best to create a whole forest. Since the Dragon King had already anticipated that the Angel Nation would send their Divine Envoy to resolve this matter, it was an extraordinary opportunity for Han Shen. When the Divine Envoy of the Angel Nation comes, the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation will surely meet with them. In this way, the Gingwa Pantheon will have no Divine Envoy station, which is equivalent to a back garden that Han Shen can stroll through at any time. After thinking this through, Han Shen changed his plan, deciding not to continue disguising himself as the Angel Nation's general to sabotage the Fire Nation's strategic copy, but instead, to disguise himself as the Underground Eater, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Thus, Han Shen returned to Motai City, disguising himself back as the Underground Eater Son of God. This time, Han Shen deliberately made himself look dirty and disheveled, appearing before the transmuters from the Fire Nation who were searching for him. "Quickly inform His Majesty the Emperor, the Son of God, has been found." The Fire Country's transmuter rushed to spread the news. Whoosh! The strongest general of the Fire Country, Miyamoto Jizong, received the message and hurried over at an incredible speed, a pace that even Han Shen found astonishing, nearly matching the full speed release of his wind and thunder wings. Han Shen's all-knowing eye could at most discern the opponent's basic attributes and skills, but how much combat power they could unleash could only be known after witnessing their actions. After all, combat power is not only linked to attributes and skills but also to various enhancements, equipment, and so on. Truly deserving of the title of the first sword saint of the Fire Country. A 10th transition ultimate super expert, there are very few in the world who could rival such speed. "Son of God, it's good to see you're safe. Where have you been these days? Why no news?" Miyamoto Jizong's greatest pride in life was taking the Fire Country's strongest Son of God, Jing Xiaqiwa, as his disciple. Naturally, he was very concerned about Jing Xiaqiwa's safety. "I worried my teacher. I was ambushed by General L of the Angel Country, leading a group of 10th transition experts, but fortunately, I had the protection of Amaterasu's divine light, allowing me to escape a disaster. To make the Angel Country believe I was dead so I could secretly find the attackers and take revenge, I didn't contact my teacher or the Divine Envoy. Today, I learned in the group that the Divine Envoy of the Angel Country will soon arrive in the Fire Country to meet with the Divine Envoy, so I guess this matter probably isn't that simple, which is why I ended my covert investigation and returned." After hearing Han Chen's explanation, Miyamoto Jizon finally understood that the Son of God possessed such wisdom. It truly was heaven's favor upon the Fire Country. Let's go. First, return to the temple with me. The divine envoy and His Majesty the Emperor are very worried about you. Although they all knew their Son of God was protected by Amaterasu's divine light and would be safe, they feared the Son of God might be captured. Now that the Son of God had returned, they could finally rest easy. With the Son of God back, Watanabe Chisho felt reassured to convene the highest level meeting of the Fire Country. All the top ministers of the Fire Country gathered. Since the Angel Country has dispatched a divine envoy, this matter is most likely not their doing, but to appease the citizens, we have already acknowledged that this incident was caused by the Angel Country and demand they pay the price. Therefore, before we deploy our forces, we must negotiate with the Angel Country on how to work together to root out the mastermind. If we fail to capture the mastermind within the stipulated time, we must also figure out how to make the Angel Country pay the price without offending them, thus calming the citizens' anger. Watanabe Chisho felt a bit of a headache. A single citizen was like an ant to him, but an entire nation of citizens he had to take seriously. Now, the citizens of the Fire Country were filled with rage, wanting to make the Angel Country pay, and as a divine envoy, he could only care for their feelings to maintain the power of faith. After discussions, the high-ranking officials decided that if they could not capture the mastermind in time, they would have to communicate with the Angel Country in advance, allowing them to arrange for some cities to be destroyed by the Fire Country. Of course, the losses of the cities would be secretly borne by the Fire Country. Sitting next to Watanabe Chisho, Han Chen's mind was active, already planning how to sabotage this to maximize the Fire Country's losses. Son of God, what do you think of this plan? With the favor of Amaterasu, Watanabe Chisho naturally sought the Son of God's opinion. After all, not long from now, the highest authority in the Fire Country would be the Son of God, Jingxia Chiwa. This plan is quite good, but I have a supplement. Please, Son of God. Everyone looked at Han Chen. We and the rulers of the Angel Country are all aware that someone is pulling strings behind the scenes, so our main goal is to capture the mastermind, and I believe the Angel Country will also do their utmost. But how to catch them? That is the key. If the opponent remains hidden, it will be very difficult for us to catch them, so I suggest using the true 5-star General L of the Angel Country to draw out the mastermind. Han Chen had already begun to scheme against the Angel Country. How can we utilize the real General AEL of the 5th star? Emperor Yuren of the Fire Nation inquired. It's simple. From the destruction of the previous strategic resources, it seems the enemy is acting independently and is likely hiding separately now. As long as we completely seal off the Fire Nation, preventing any channels or messages from being sent out, they won't be able to communicate with each other. In this way, once the real General AEL appears and destroys a strategic sublocation, we can seize the opportunity to pursue him and build up our momentum. Once the companions of the fake General AEL learn of this, they will likely come to his aid, allowing us to capture them and extract information about the mastermind behind it all. However, this plan must wait until the Divine Envoy meets with the Angelic Nation's envoy. At that time, the mastermind will surely shift their focus and let their guard down. Han Chen said excitedly. This is a trap. Han Chen anticipated that old-timers like Watanabe Chisho would think this plan was unfeasible, but he believed they would choose to unconditionally support his plan, for no other reason than that he was currently the favored child of the sun god Amaterasu, whom Watanabe Chisho, shrewd and calculating, quickly analyzed the pros and cons of this plan and its feasibility. There were several loopholes in this plan. For instance, if the mastermind had already made proper arrangements, wouldn't this lead to the loss of a strategic resource? Or what if the enemy saw through this scheme? Seeing the fervent gaze of the divine child, Watanabe Chisho knew this plan was not very feasible, yet he still chose to implement it and praised Han Chen for his brilliance. Other ministers also felt the plan was somewhat unreliable, but they quickly understood the divine envoy's intention. This was the first time the divine child had proposed a suggestion. How could they say the divine child's plan was unworkable? Even if it was unworkable, it had to be. Seeing everyone raise their hands in agreement with his plan, Han Chen thought to himself, this identity of being the favored child of the sun god is really useful. This time, Han Chen not only aimed to destroy the Fire Nation's strategic resources but also to eliminate the real General AEL, to see how the Fire Nation would respond. Thus, Emperor Yuren of the Fire Nation personally contacted the envoy of the Angelic Nation to propose the latest plan to capture the mastermind. Are you sure this is feasible? The envoy of the Angelic Nation felt something was off. Mr. Envoy, this plan was devised after careful consideration by our divine envoy, and it absolutely won't have any issues. Even if we can't draw out the mastermind, we will ensure that General AEL of the 5th star remains unharmed. This is merely a performance. I believe Mr. Envoy also wishes to capture the mastermind as soon as possible to end this sudden incident that harms the interests of our two nations. Emperor Yuren dared not mention the favored child of the sun god and could only refer to the divine envoy, otherwise the other party would surely refuse. Sure enough, Upon hearing it was Watanabe Chisho's plan, the envoy of the Angelic Nation, after discussing with General Ael and others, decided to cooperate with the Fire Nation in executing this plan. Due to this sudden incident, they had already suspended their plans to control the Pantheon and could only resolve the Fire Nation's issues first, otherwise, it could lead to a war between the two nations. Not to mention controlling the Pantheon, the entire Angelic Nation could be dragged down as well. After all, the two dominant nations, Leo and Maro, were not to be trifled with. They also harbored ambitions of world domination. As for the Dragon Nation, they could be somewhat reassured. As long as they did not provoke it, the Dragon Nation remained the most peace-loving dominant nation in the world. Therefore, the Angelic Nation also wanted to find the mastermind in the shortest time possible to quickly end this incident and then continue to focus on controlling the Pantheon. As for whether this plan was feasible, they didn't care much. Moreover, since it was proposed by the envoy of the Fire Nation, it should not have major issues. After all, envoys wouldn't joke with their own reputation. Thus, General Douglas Ael of the 5th Star, along with the envoy of the Angelic Nation and others, set off for the Fire Nation. Of course, the Angelic Envoy from the Angel Kingdom requested a meeting with the envoy from the Fire Kingdom, choosing a deserted island on the edge of the Fire Kingdom's waters as the meeting place to avoid being schemed against. A few days later, it had been nearly a month since Han Shan arrived in the Fire Kingdom. Upon learning that the Angelic Envoy had arrived, Watanabe Chisho instructed the Emperor of the Uran Kingdom to remain in the temple and keep a close watch on the movements of the Dragon Kingdom's prince. With only a few days left until the 1-month agreement with the Dragon Kingdom's prince, the trap set by the Jingwa temple would be activated the moment the prince appeared, capturing him instantly. Unfortunately, the Fire Kingdom had no idea that the Dragon Kingdom's prince they were trying to catch was currently leading a group of top-tier job changers from the Fire Kingdom, preparing to hunt the Angel Kingdom's 5-star general, L. These little devils from the Fire Kingdom are really something. They're using a strategic dungeon as bait. Let me remind you of the nightmare my great-grandfather left for you back in the day. With that, the tall and mighty Al appeared boldly, wearing red underwear over his clothes, exuding style. The inconsequential soldiers of the Fire Kingdom stationed there were thrown into chaos. They had no idea about the plans between the Fire Kingdom and the Angel Kingdom. They were merely sacrificial pawns. Baka, it's the Angel Kingdom's 5-star general, Douglas Al. Quickly report to the Emperor of Uran. Before they could report, Al had already made his move, unleashing a special skill to transform into a giant superhero. Super Light Heat Ray. Boom! Al raised his hands together, shooting out a massive destructive ray with forbidden spell level power, instantly obliterating this strategic location of the Fire Kingdom, and conveniently destroying the giant dungeon as well. In the distance, Fire Kingdom ministers had long been filming according to plan and sent the video to the World Channel. Angel Kingdom's 5-star General Al has struck again. This time, he has destroyed our Fire Kingdom's giant dungeon. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Immediately, the Emperor of Uran announced nationwide and used the national treasure left by the envoy, the 8 Shakucheon Hookjade, to activate a special barrier cutting off all communications within the Fire Kingdom. The citizens of the Fire Kingdom learned that the Angel Kingdom's 5-star General Al had appeared in the giant dungeon area of Dongjing City and rushed there frantically, vowing to make Al pay the price. Attack! Han Shan ordered Miyamoto Jizong and other 10th-tier experts. Thus, numerous 10th-tier experts from the Fire Kingdom appeared, and upon seeing this, Al immediately turned to flee as planned. Roar! Al, this time you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Baka, don't think you can do as you please just because you're a 5-star general from the Angel Kingdom. The Fire Kingdom is also a dominant nation, and you can't destroy it at will. Catch him, then publicly execute him before the whole world. This group of Fire Kingdom experts continuously unleashed grand skills at the fleeing Al, but they just couldn't hit him, all the while shouting loudly. Han Shan was not in a hurry to act. After all, it was a performance that needed to be drawn out. On the island, Watanabe Chisho had already met with the angelic envoy Zilipai and began discussing the handling plan for this incident between the two countries. At this moment, Al had already escaped to the nearest city, Hangbing City, above Dongjing City as planned. Seeing that the timing was right, it was time for Han Shan to act. Al, I'm the Fire Kingdom's prince you're looking for, Jingxia Chiwa. Aren't you here to catch me? I'm right here, come on. Han Shan used the Fire Kingdom's top-tier flying artifact to quickly approach Al, instructing others to keep their distance. He wanted to lead by example to draw out the mastermind behind the scenes. This is the demeanor of our supreme prince. Miyamoto Jizong and others praised him. The job changers of the Fire Kingdom in Hangbing City, seeing the prince take action against Al, were all excitedly shouting and filming videos. Once the emperor lifted the communication blockade, they would be able to post it on the world channel, letting the whole world know that the Angel Kingdom's 5-star general could only flee in embarrassment before their prince, Jingxia Chiwa. Seeing the Fire Nation's divine son take action against him, Al narrowed his eyes, eager to test the strength of this recently rising star from the underground Chiwa. Thus, Al slowed down and assumed a defensive stance against Han Shan. As they drew closer, Han Shan drew the Legendary katana weapon, evil welcome 8 scenes, obtained from the underground Chu Ye. This was a top-tier katana embedded with specialized gems, usable at the 5th turn, showcasing the Fire Nation's high regard for the underground Chu Ye. However, Han Shen was a forbidden spell priest and could not equip this weapon, but that did not stop him from wielding it. To attack, he just couldn't benefit from the attributes and special effects of evil welcome 8 scenes. Demon Shadow Divine Spell Slash. Han Shen deliberately shouted loudly. In reality, he was unleashing the super ultimate move, Shadow Curse. Al, who initially intended to defend normally, suddenly felt a life-threatening crisis, and his expression changed drastically. What the F***? Puff. Minus 120 million. With no time to activate his life-saving measures, Al's health plummeted, his eyes bulging, his mind filled with questions even in death. Wasn't this just acting? Wasn't this a pre-arranged plan? Are you serious? Crack. Miyamoto's self-burial and the other super experts from the Fire Nation were collectively petrified. Baka Yoru. The Divine Sun just one-shot the 5-star General Al from the Angel Nation? At this moment, Han Shen also feigned a look of panic, turning to Miyamoto and saying, "Teacher, I thought he was a 5-star general from the Angel Nation, equipped with various life-saving measures, so I unleashed a big move on him. I really didn't know he was this weak." On the other hand, inside the Yasukuni Shrine, the Emperor of the Urin Kingdom glanced at the time. The planned communication blockade had ended, and he lifted the communication restrictions. Communication within the Fire Nation was restored. Beep beep beep. Countless private messages flooded in. Urin thought they had successfully captured the mastermind behind the scenes and happily opened the message sent by Miyamoto. Upon seeing it, Urin fell directly from the throne. What kind of international joke is this? They killed Al? In the Angel Nation's Council, Deng Bai and others successfully connected to the special equipment on General Al through the Angel's Eye super item, revealing a 360-degree view of Al's location without any blind spots. But upon seeing the scene, Deng Bai and the others were dumbfounded. F***. Al is dead? Deng Bai was furious, thinking this was a trick by the Fire Nation, that the Angel Nation had been played. He immediately ordered the team that was supporting Al to confirm the details. Soon, the team relayed the news, confirming that the 5-star General Douglas Alabama had been brutally killed by the Fire Nation's Divine Sun from the underground Chu Ye. Roar! Fire Nation, you are playing with fire. A 5-star general. The Angel Nation only had 13 of them. They were the pillars of the nation. To lose one so easily was unexpected. If it weren't for the Angel Nation's urgency to resolve the Fire Nation issue and restart the plan to seize control of the Divine Hall, such a significant loss wouldn't have occurred. It was estimated that soon the whole world would know that Douglas Alabama had died a humiliating death at the hands of the Fire Nation's Divine Sun, which was a tremendous disgrace for the Angel Nation. The citizens would erupt in anger, making it difficult for the Angel Nation to avoid a confrontation with the Fire Nation. Bring back the body of 5-star General Al. After issuing the order to the team, Deng Bai immediately connected with the Divine Envoy, Zillapai. Zillapai thought it was the national leader inquiring about the meeting with the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy and chuckled. National leader, this Divine Envoy has basically confirmed the solution to this matter with the Fire Nation's Divine Envoy and is now perfecting the plan. Divine Envoy, no need to perfect it, we've been tricked. The Fire Nation's Divine Sun killed our 5-star General Al. This must be the Fire Nation using the attack incident to plot against our Angel Nation, seeking revenge for our invasion of them back then. We should never have trusted these damned treacherous invaders. Upon hearing this, Zillapai's expression changed drastically. Al was killed by the Fire Nation's Divine Sun? At this moment, Watanabe Chisho also received a video call from the Emperor of Urin Kingdom, and he was equally bewildered by the sudden incident. Seeing the ashen face of Zilluopii, Watanabe Chisho hurriedly reassured, Zilluopii Divine Envoy, there must be some misunderstanding here, let's investigate thoroughly before jumping to conclusions. Misunderstanding? Yes, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Just wait for our Angel Legion to descend upon your Fire Nation. With that, Zilluopii vanished in a flash. Baka Ga. Watanabe Chisho immediately turned back. At this moment, Watanabe Chisho had come to a realization that there was definitely something wrong. If it weren't for Han Shen's disguise not being seen through by Amaterasu's projection and receiving Amaterasu's divine protection, Watanabe Chisho would have been the first to suspect that the Divine Sun had issues. Of course, the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation was not a fool. In a short time, they might not suspect Han Shen, but once time passed, they would definitely notice that Han Shen's behavior was different from that of the Divine Sun in the well. Even some acquaintances of the Divine Sun in the well would detect Han Shen's differences. By then, as long as the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation played a little trick to test, they would be able to see through Han Shen's disguise. This situation had long been anticipated by Han Shen. Therefore, Han Shen did not plan to stay in the Fire Nation for long under the guise of the Divine Sun, nor did he intend to take the opportunity to control the Fire Nation. That was simply impossible. Han Shen needed to inflict heavy losses on the Fire Nation in the shortest time possible, then retreat successfully. In Hongbing City, the Angel Nation squad wanted to take away the body of Ire, but Han Shen directly seized Ire's body. Are you kidding? This was a 5-star general of the Angel Nation, covered in top-tier equipment. How could it be wasted? Moreover, Ire's body was also of great use. Fuck! Put down our 5-star general's body. The Angel squad was furious. Han Shen returned to the side of Miyamoto Jizang and the others, loudly stating, "Proceed as planned. Eliminate this group of Angel squad." After saying that, Han Shen quickly left. Miyamoto Jizang and the others sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The enraged Angel squad had already unleashed their skills and attacked them, leaving them no choice but to defend. This was the most elite squad of the Angel Nation, consisting of 36 members, all 10 transcendent super experts specifically sent by the Angel Nation to ensure the smooth progress of their plans. Han Shen then used the teleportation array in Hongbing City to return to Dongjing City, throwing the stripped Ire's body to the citizens of the Fire Nation in Dongjing City. Feel free to humiliate Ire's body to avenge the humiliation we suffered from Douglas MacArthur back in the day. Roar! The uninformed citizens of the Fire Nation were completely excited, joining in the humiliation of Ire's body, creating a chaotic scene, with various humiliation videos being posted to the World Channel, causing global shock. Douglas Ire is dead? The citizens of the Angel Nation were left speechless, then erupted in immense fury. War! War! Countless citizens of the Angel Nation strongly demanded that the Angel Nation declare war on the Fire Nation. All countries around the world quickly mobilized. The war between the two hegemonic nations would definitely trigger a chain reaction that no one could avoid, perhaps even leading to a new world war. After dealing with Ire and completely severing ties between the Fire Nation and the Angel Nation, Han Shen headed straight to the Yasukuni Shrine. Taking advantage of Watanabe Chisho's absence, Han Shen decided to thoroughly muddy the waters of the Fire Nation. However, completely destroying the Yasukuni Shrine was impossible. Its defenses were too strong, capable of withstanding the majority of forbidden spells, and there was also the Emperor of Yurin Kingdom holding a divine artifact stationed there. Han Shen could only take advantage of the Fire Nation Emperor's attention being focused on the Hongbing City incident to quickly sabotage important areas of the Yasukuni Shrine. Thus, Han Shen disguised himself as the returning Watanabe Chisho divine envoy, destroying the shrine altar and the ancestral tablets of the Fire Nation's ancestors, and set them ablaze. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The divine envoy has burned the ancestral tablets and the altar. A guard came to report. The Emperor of Yurin Kingdom, who had just sat back on his throne, fell off it again. The Jingwa Shrine was burned? Impossible. How could the divine envoy destroy the shrine? Wait, could it be that someone is disguising themselves? By the time the Emperor of Yurin Kingdom realized what was happening, Han Shen had already used the random teleportation array to leave the Jingwa Shrine and was heading towards the Super Experience Dungeon. At this moment, the Emperor of Yurin Kingdom was overwhelmed and had completely lost his usual calm. He didn't know whether to deal with the matter of the Dragon Kingdom's divine son first, or the situation in Hongbing City, or the body of AI Heir, or to hunt down the bastard who destroyed the Jingwa Shrine. His mind was a complete mess. Watanabe Chisho, who rushed back, learned that the Fire Kingdom was in complete chaos and was as agitated as a monkey, jumping around. However, Watanabe Chisho, living up to the name of the divine envoy of the Fire Kingdom, quickly calmed down, realizing that the most important thing at this moment was to protect the Super Experience Dungeon. Nothing could go wrong there, or the Fire Kingdom's powerful momentum would be severely hindered. As for other matters, they could only take it one step at a time. With the Divine Envoy's orders, the top-tier job changers of the Fire Kingdom and the Fire Shadow Legion quickly sprang into action, hurrying to the location of the Super Experience Dungeon. The Angel Squad, seeing the Fire Kingdom's General Miyamoto self-destruct and others retreat, immediately rushed to Dongjing City to retrieve AI Heir's body and then evacuate. When Watanabe Chisho and the others learned that the underground-eating Divine Sun had entered the Super Experience Dungeon, they felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The Divine Sun had suddenly killed AI Heir, which had already raised their suspicions. Now, the Divine Sun was entering the Super Experience Dungeon during this sensitive period, and even they could see the problem. Baka! Watanabe Chisho took matters into his own hands, intending to bring the Divine Sun out first to ensure the Super Experience Dungeon remained intact, and then test the Divine Sun properly. Thus, a group of top-tier job changers from the Fire Kingdom collectively stormed into the Super Experience Dungeon, but as soon as they entered, they were once again so furious they almost spat blood. The Super Experience Dungeon, a special dungeon reward that can only be obtained through irregular world-class national war events. Of course, this national war is not a battle between two countries, but rather, countries can only send one army of 10,000 to participate in a resource-grabbing battle in the game world, with only the victorious side receiving rewards. The Fire Kingdom had the fortune of winning in a world-class national war event, earning a Super Experience Dungeon reward. The Experience Monsters in the Super Experience Dungeon are fixed at level 300, with extremely high health and defense, but low damage. They are purely experience monsters and do not drop any items. The experience from an ordinary experience monster is equivalent to 50 times that of a level 300 ordinary monster, while elite experience monsters provide even more than 100 times, not to mention boss level experience monsters. Once the experience monsters in this super experience dungeon are cleared, they will respawn at regular intervals. However, the more monsters that are cleared, the slower the respawn rate. If all experience monsters are cleared at once, the super experience dungeon will take at least 100 years to respawn the experience monsters. If the super boss of the experience monsters is cleared, the super experience dungeon will be permanently closed. Watanabe Chisho and the others were worried that the Divine Sun would clear the super boss of the experience monsters, which would mean game over. The Fire Kingdom would quickly become the weakest hegemonic nation. It is important to know that leveling a skill to a full-level forbidden spell requires experience similar to that needed to advance from 1st to 10th job change. Therefore, among the 10th job changers, aside from those who have innately awakened 2 forbidden spells, very few have multiple forbidden spell skills. Boom! Experience plus 5,000,000. Experience plus 42,000,000. Han Chen and Little Mantu, the 2 bandits, unleashed their forbidden spells as soon as they entered, sweeping through the experience monsters and gaining massive experience. Meow! Little Mantu excitedly meowed continuously, joyfully fluttering around Han Chen. With 1 forbidden spell, Han Chen and Little Mantu directly soared over 5 levels. After reaching 5 stars, Little Mantu could enter the Dihua form, growing several times larger than before, able to stand upright, resembling a humanoid shape. And under Han Chen's continuous bombardment of forbidden spells, he once again felt the thrill of leveling up like riding a rocket. This was the most important experience resource dungeon of a great nation, and now Han Chen was enjoying it all by himself, without any worries, recklessly grinding for experience. While others could never reach such heights in their lifetime, Han Chen easily arrived at the level cap of 6 transformations. And Little Mantu beside him surprised Han Chen greatly. Because Little Mantu's growth was in sync with Han Chen's, it suddenly reached 6 stars. Han Chen seemed to hear the music of Little Mantu's evolution. Upon waking from its slumber with new evolved abilities, Little Mantu transformed into a celestial maiden form, able to speak human language, its voice sounding like heavenly music, sweet and melodious. Han Chen stared, wide-eyed, thinking, wow, this is still just a female cat. Master. Han Chen shook his head, coming back to his senses. Little Mantu, quickly finish off all the experience monsters. The Fire Nation's divine envoy will probably come to stop us soon. Master, I'm not small anymore. Look, I've grown so big, you should call me Big Mantu now. Han Chen was momentarily taken aback. Truly, what kind of master raises what kind of cat? But indeed, the celestial maiden form of Little Mantu was extremely tall, with a fairy-like appearance, 6 pure white wings, and an incredibly stunning figure, especially there, which was even slightly larger than Miss Xin Yuan Mengqi's. Let's discuss size after we leave the Fire Nation. With that, Han Chen continued to unleash the forbidden spell, Holy Giant Hammer. This super experience dungeon wasn't particularly large, comparable to several dozen big cities. The full release of Holy Giant Hammer had a coverage area sufficient to cover several large cities. However, to clear all the experience monsters here, at least a dozen Holy Giant Hammers would need to be cast. In a short time, Han Chen and Little Mantu reached the super big boss of the experience monsters. Star Ant Queen Melrum Super Experience Monster Boss Race, Star Ant Level, LV 300 Health, 10 billion. Unique Skill, Hatch Star Ant's Description, the mother body of the experience monsters that refresh in the Super Experience Dungeon. With high health and strong defense, once Melrum dies, the Super Experience Dungeon will no longer refresh experience monsters. Seeing the description, Han Chen had a new plan in mind. The Super Experience Dungeon of the Fire Nation had essentially been wiped out by him. To restore the previous state of full experience monsters would take at least 100 years. The Fire Nation wouldn't be able to use the Super Experience Dungeon for now. Han Chen had considered destroying this dungeon, but this Super Experience Dungeon was different from others. To completely destroy it would take a long time, and there simply wasn't enough time. Moreover, the health and defense of this super big boss were absurdly high, making it impossible for Han Chen to clear it in a short time. Therefore, Han Chen decided to leave this super big boss for later, when his level was high enough to come back and grind. With that thought, Han Chen stored Little Mantu in the 10-star beast ring. Just as Han Chen was about to leave, Watanabe Chisho and others arrived. Seeing the super experience dungeon completely cleared, with only the super big boss trembling and begging for help, Watanabe Chisho and the others felt as if they had swallowed 82 years of misfortune. The super experience dungeon. It was the most crucial strategic dungeon for the development and growth of the Fire Nation. Was it really wiped out just like that? How is this possible? Even if the Divine Child is powerful, he can't clear all the experience monsters in such a short time. The Divine Child isn't a mage class, a minister exclaimed in shock. No way, the air was thick with the elements of light magic, and the Divine Child was a hidden class of the Ghost Shadow God Warrior, making it impossible for him to wield light magic. Miyamoto Jizong, the top general of the Fire Nation, immediately sensed something was off. Earlier, when Han Chen had instantaneously defeated the 5-star General L of the Angel Nation, Miyamoto Jizong had already found it suspicious. But since Han Chen had used a curse-type skill which belonged to the dark category, it aligned with the skill attributes of the Underground Eater, the Divine Child. Therefore, Miyamoto Jizong had only thought it was a new skill awakened from the Divine Child's 8th transition and didn't dwell on it further. Now it seemed that the Divine Child before him was not his disciple. But how could there be someone in this world who could disguise themselves so perfectly that even their Amaterasu divine projection couldn't detect any flaws? Not only was Miyamoto Jizong perplexed, but the other job changers were equally baffled. Wait, Watanabe Chisho suddenly recalled something. In his youth, he had followed the previous generation of divine messengers to a special area in the dark great forest called the God-Fallen Valley, where they had cleared the Thief God Legacy dungeon. Could it be that the other party obtained a special item left behind by the Thief God, allowing them to deceive everyone? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, Watanabe Chisho asked Han Chen a question. Divine Child, do you know your father's name? The mother of the Underground Eater, Yoshizawa Akibu, was a well-known female hero who had extensive interactions with many high-ranking individuals in the Fire Nation before giving birth to the Underground Eater. However, the name of the Underground Eater's father was known only to Yoshizawa Akibu and Watanabe Chisho and the true Underground Eater himself. Given the situation, Han Chen had no intention of hiding the truth. The Fire Nation had already suffered tremendous losses. Half of the strategic resources had been destroyed by himself, the Jingwa Shrine had been burned, and the super-experienced dungeon had been blown up by him. Moreover, the Angel Nation was about to go to war with the Fire Nation. It was likely that the Angel Nation would also take action against the remaining half of the Fire Nation's strategic resources to avenge L, so there was no need for him to take risks by staying here. My father? Isn't he the Emperor of the Uran Nation? Han Chen had previously seen the contact labeled Father on the Underground Eater's phone. Baka, you are not our Divine Child. The Emperor of the Uran Nation is merely the adoptive father of the Underground Eater. The true father of the Underground Eater is his grandfather. What? Han Chen was completely stunned. The people of the Fire Nation really knew how to play. Watanabe Chisho and the others were all incredibly furious, their faces contorted with rage. They had thought they possessed an unparalleled super divine child, only to find out it was someone else's disguise. Damn it! Even Amaterasu had been schemed against. Baka, where is our divine child? Watanabe Chisho summoned the divine artifact Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, pointing it directly at Han Chen. Han Chen smiled faintly and said, your Underground Eater has long gone to meet your Amaterasu deity. What? The crowd was enraged. Their divine child had actually been killed long ago. To be able to silently kill the Divine Child, instantly defeat the 5-star General of the Angel Nation, and target the Fire Nation, everyone could only think of one person capable of such feats, and that was the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation. But the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation had been cursed and weakened by the Dark Deity Kimura. This was known worldwide, and he simply did not have that kind of combat power. Who exactly are you? Watanabe Chisho glared at Han Chen. No more pretending, I'm revealing my true identity. I am General Simida of the H Nation. At this moment, Han Chen did not forget to dig a pit for the Divine Messenger of the Fire Nation. Whether the Divine Messenger of the Fire Nation believed it or not, they would go investigate H Nation. As for letting H Nation take the blame, there was a reason for that. Didn't they always claim everything as their own? Hadn't they recently said they were also descendants of H Nation? Then let them take the blame, after all, everything belonged to them. Ah Chu. At that moment, the H Nation's national leader, who was studying how to make the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation recognize his ancestry, inexplicably sneezed. It must be news from the Divine Child of the Dragon Nation. Capture him, the Emperor of the Uran Nation immediately ordered. This group of top-tier job changers from the Fire Nation unleashed their powerful skills, one after another. However, before they could finish their incantations, Han Chen's attack spell was instantly cast. Even if it couldn't kill everyone in one hit, at least it would take down a few. Holy Giant Hammer. Buzz. -1. A wave of force damage erupted. Han Chen frowned as he looked at the equipment in Watanabe Chisho's hands, a mirror radiating 5-colored divine light. Yada no Kagami. Wasn't this the mythical equipment that Nishigu Aikiru had used to escape in the Dragon Kingdom? My forbidden spell's power was absorbed by that mirror. Han Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated the might of complete mythical equipment, which could even withstand the impact of forbidden spells. Since he couldn't harm this group of top-tier job changers from the Fire Nation, Han Chen had no choice but to retreat. Whoosh! Han Chen tore open a random teleportation scroll and vanished without a trace. Divine Envoy, he's running away. He can't escape. Buzz! Watanabe Chisho equipped the divine artifact Yada no Kagami. A flash of divine light Watanabe Chisho directly appeared at the entrance of the super experienced dungeon. If the opponent wanted to escape, they had to leave the dungeon from here first. Han-chan was caught off guard as Watanabe Chisho unleashed the powerful active divine skill effect of Aim no Murakumo, Aim no Tachikase, bang, -1,850,000. Fortunately, Han-chan had prepared in advance and activated absolute defense, but he was still slashed down to low health and hit by the special skill mirror tracking of Yata no Kagami. With his health below 10%, Han-chan triggered the protection of Amaterasu's divine light. Whoosh! Han-chan's body was instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Amaterasu's divine light X2. Once hit by the tracking divine skill of Yata no Kagami, don't even think about escaping. Watanabe Chisho remained calm, leaving the dungeon to pursue Han-chan alone. The opponent had 3 protections from Amaterasu's divine light, and he had to break them first to have any chance of catching him. At this moment, Han-chan was teleported to a certain location in Dongjing City. What a powerful, life-saving skill. It can actually teleport me out of the dungeon. Han-chan couldn't help but marvel at the might of divine powers. Of course, the skill effect of a 10th tier ultimate divine artifact far surpassed that of a 10th tier max level forbidden spell. All his defenses felt like nothing, marking a watershed in combat power that he couldn't cross. I'll head back to the Dragon Kingdom. I refuse to believe that the divine envoy from the Fire Nation would dare to chase me into the Dragon Kingdom. With that thought, Han-chan disguised himself as an ordinary job changer from the Fire Nation, intending to use the teleportation array in Dongjing City to reach a coastal city and then quickly return to the Dragon Kingdom. The Hall of Gods. Shenyuan Chonghua kept a close eye on the movements of the Fire Nation, wanting to confirm Han-chan's whereabouts. After all, with things developing to this point, the Angel Nation was about to go to war with the Fire Nation, making the Fire Nation completely unsafe. However, so far, the underground members of the Dragon King Guild had not discovered Han-chan's whereabouts and had no idea who he was disguised as. No news from the Divine Envoy yet? Shenyuan Chonghua privately messaged Han-chan but received no reply, so he could only inquire with the underground leader in the Fire Nation. Reporting to President Long Wang, no, there are no traces at all. The leader reported truthfully. Strange. At this point, what could Han-chan still be planning? Shenyuan Chonghua frowned deeply. Dongjing City. Han-chan had just arrived at the teleportation array when he was shocked to find that Watanabe Chisho had appeared there before him. Not good. Before Han-chan could retreat, Watanabe Chisho looked at the disguised Han-chan and sneered. With the mirror tracking of Yata no Kagami, even if you run to the ends of the earth, this divine envoy can still find you. This is bad. The activation of Amaterasu's divine light could only clear control skills, but tracking skills were not considered control skills. This is troublesome. Han-chan was very serious. If he couldn't shake off the tracking of Yata no Kagami, he would have to seek help from President Long Wang. Grave binding kill. Watanabe Chisho wielded the Aim no Murakumo sword and unleashed an attack. Forbidden spell. Han-chan was too lazy to resist and was once again slashed to a critical state, triggering the second Amaterasu divine light, and was transported to the outskirts of Dongjing City. Holy Light Guardian. After recovering full health, Han-chan wanted to message the Dragon King President, only to notice the private message from the Dragon King President. Earlier, while grinding the super experienced dungeon, Han-chan had not paid attention to the messages. President, I was tracked by the divine artifact Yata no Kagami of the Fire Nation's divine envoy. Upon seeing Han-chan's reply, Shenyuan Chonghua could no longer focus on collecting myth-level materials and immediately rushed to the Fire Nation, notifying the national seat to send someone with the national artifact to assist. Son of God, where are you? Shenyuan Chonghua connected to Han-chan's voice. Still in Dongjing City, but I will soon be caught by the Fire Nation's divine envoy. Hold on. I will come to assist you. President, how can I shake off the tracking of Yata no Kagami? As long as he could shake off the tracking, Han-chan had his own ways to escape the danger. What? You are being tracked by Yata no Kagami? Unless you possess true divine power or die, you absolutely cannot escape the tracking of Yata no Kagami. Back then, the Fire Nation successfully turned the tables and won the world-class national war event relying on the tracking function of Yata no Kagami. Hearing this, Han-chan suddenly realized why Watanabe Chisho could find him so quickly. His divine power effect only concealed his traces, but being under the tracking skills still allowed him to be tracked. Although he did not have true divine power, he had a legendary one-time item like Scarecrow, which he might be able to use to successfully shake off the tracking of Yata no Kagami. President, there's no need to come into the Fire Nation, just meet me in the sea area. I have my own way to shake off the tracking of Yata no Kagami and will rendezvous with you. After saying this, Han-chan ended the call and took the initiative to attack. Because Watanabe Chisho was chasing him again, Han-chan unleashed his forbidden spell instantly, Holy Giant Hammer. But in front of Watanabe Chisho's 3 divine artifacts, this powerful forbidden spell was simply insufficient. Don't even think about resisting. Without the protection of Amaterasu divine light, you are nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Watanabe Chisho unleashed the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi active attack skill, slicing the sky with a Single sword. Han Shan was hit to a critical state for the third time, triggering Amaterasu Divine Light one last time, and was transported to a misty area. This time, Han Shan had little man to activate free mode and cast an attack forbidden spell on himself. Shadowless flying arrow. All equipment was removed and all bonuses were turned off. Han Shan was directly blasted by little Mantu, with the life scarecrow negating one death. Han Shan quickly restored his state but did not escape immediately. Instead, he disguised himself as a wandering monster and observed from a distance using all-knowing eye. Soon, Watanabe Chisho arrived. But this time, Watanabe Chisho was at a loss because Yata no Kagami did not show Han Shan's trace. Impossible. Unless the opponent is dead or possesses true divine power to clear the tracking mark, it is absolutely impossible to escape the tracking of Yata no Kagami. Watanabe Chisho frantically grabbed his head. He had thought he would definitely catch the opponent, but unexpectedly, such a bizarre thing happened and he managed to escape. In this way, the Fire Nation was completely at a loss. Baka. Watanabe Chisho was unconvinced. No matter the cost, he had to catch the opponent as well as the Dragon Nation Son of God who had not been seen, otherwise the Fire Nation could not bear this loss. Thus, Watanabe Chisho tore open a precious teleportation scroll and instantly returned to the Jingwa Shrine to report to the Amaterasu deity. Seeing Watanabe Chisho leave, Han Shan confirmed that he had truly succeeded in shaking off the tracking of Yata no Kagami and then quickly went to rendezvous with the Dragon King president. On the other hand, upon learning that he had been played, the Amaterasu deity instantly flew into a rage. How dare mortals toy with the gods? The Amaterasu deity struck out in anger and even at a great cost made sure mortals knew that gods cannot be deceived. When the deity acted, the heavens and earth changed color. Above the Fire Nation, a pair of giant eyes like the blazing sun appeared, looking down upon all living beings. Heavens! What is that? In the land of the Fire Nation, everyone gaped in shock at the sky. Many job changers couldn't help but tremble, their legs going weak as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed down on them, causing them to kneel directly. It was too shocking. It was as if two suns hung high in the sky and everyone could see it clearly. A torrent of scorching heat, like lava, swept across the heavens, turning the sky a fiery red. An unparalleled divine might weighed down on the crowd, making it hard for them to lift their heads, even breathing became difficult. And this was merely a fraction of the true God's power descending, not the true God's personal arrival. If the true God were to descend in person, what an invincible sight that would be. No wonder a small Fire Nation could hold the position of a hegemon. The gods were just too powerful. That was another height of life levels, a height that the job changers of Blue Star could not compete with. This time, the Sun God dared to pay a great price to act personally, more so for Han Shan, the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom, while capturing and toying with the ants was merely a side task. As long as he captured the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom, he could also gain tremendous benefits, perhaps even promote to a second-tier god. The first-tier gods were a chasm that could not be crossed. Since this Watanabe Chisho could not find the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom, he could only act personally. Buzz. The sun god's divine eyes focused, and a world-destroying storm swept across the sky, temporarily dispersing all the mist and clouds above the Fire Nation, revealing the long-lost blue sky. The god's presence made Han Shan, who was fleeing, immediately come into the sun god's sight. Previously, the sun god had granted Han Shan divine light protection, and there was still a remnant of his divine power within him, allowing the sun god to easily locate Han Shan flying over the sea. Those who toy with the gods shall face death. Whoosh! A towering fire spear shot out from the sun god's eyes, crashing down like a meteor, rumbling as if the very space was being burned through. The might of the god shocked everyone. The great Amaterasu has made a move. That bastard is undoubtedly doomed, and the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom cannot escape the god's capture. Watanabe Chisho and others all knelt in reverence, shouting the invincible might of the sun god. Boom! Han Shan was directly struck by the fire spear, and his top-tier flying artifact was instantly incinerated, crashing into the sea. The terrifying divine fire spear evaporated a large hole in the ocean, exposing the seabed. Shen Yuan Zhongguo and others, who had come to rescue Han Shan, also noticed the sun god's eye attack at the first moment, feeling a sense of unease. Worried that Han Shan would be captured, Shen Yuan Zhongguo borrowed the national artifact from the general sent by the national seat, then rode his warpet, the golden dragon, and rushed towards the range of the sun god's eye. Attack! Life Scarecrow X6. Having negated a fatal blow, Han Shan was filled with shock. He too was stunned by the power of the god. Just a single fire spear shot from the eye had the power to collapse mountains and melt seas. Not dead? The sun god was slightly surprised but didn't care. Under the gods, all are but ants. No matter how many life-saving artifacts one possesses, they are ultimately just ants. Another divine fire spear shot out. Life Scarecrow X5. This is bad. If I don't find a way, I might really die here. At this moment, I can only run for my life. Ding, this area has been sealed by the divine power of the sun god, and teleportation scrolls cannot be used. Damn! Han Shan, who had just regained full health, intended to escape using a random teleportation array, but he didn't expect the sun god to be so cunning. Boom! Han Shen was struck again by the divine fire spear, facing the power of the god with no ability to resist. Seeing Han Shen still alive again, the sun god's eyes were somewhat incredulous. How many life-saving artifacts does this guy have? The divine eye could only last for 10 minutes. After the sun god shot out dozens of divine fire spears at Han Shen, he no longer paid attention to him and focused on finding the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom. Strange? Why can't I find the trace of the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom even with my divine power descending? Could it be that he has awakened divine power? Damn! Wasting so much of my faith power. If I can't catch him, it would be a huge loss. As Amaterasu whispered, Han Shen, in a desperate bid for survival, unleashed the Wind Thunder Wings, activating all its effects and achieving astonishing speed. After consuming 2 more life scarecrows, Han Shen finally escaped the bombing range of the divine fire spear, successfully saving his life. Is that the Wind Thunder Wings? Amaterasu's divine eyes narrowed, instantly realizing that this guy was the son of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, he felt relieved that he hadn't eliminated the son of the Dragon Kingdom earlier, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. So you are the son of the Dragon Kingdom, having awakened divine power and lifted the dark curse of the Chimera deity. It seems the goddess held back a bit. However, son of the Dragon Kingdom, you are mine now. Amaterasu's divine eyes released endless chains of fire, racing towards Han Shen at supersonic speed. In his escape, Han Shen could not shake off the pursuit of the fire chains and could only watch helplessly as they approached. Oh, no! This is the end. Panic finally showed on Han Shen's face. He had underestimated the situation. No matter how he calculated, he never expected Amaterasu would take action personally. Even if it wasn't Amaterasu in person, just a fraction of his divine power was beyond what Han Shen could handle at the moment. Just as Han Shen was about to be captured, a dragon's roar echoed from the horizon. Roar! Han Shen looked up and was instantly stunned. What the hell? Isn't that the Eastern Divine Dragon? A magnificent purple dragon, towering and majestic, descended amidst endless thunder, instantly shattering Amaterasu's fire chains and showering sparks everywhere. That is, Han Shen saw that the one controlling the purple divine dragon was actually the Dragon King President. The Dragon King President possesses such divine power? No, wait. That isn't the Dragon King President's power. It must be some powerful equipment skill effect. But what level of equipment could possess the power to destroy a deity? Could it be that the Dragon King President brought the national artifact with him? The national artifact is the purple divine dragon? Amaterasu's divine eyes also noticed the national artifact of the Dragon Kingdom and realized that capturing the son of the Dragon Kingdom today was impossible, letting out an angry roar. Roar! Dragon Kingdom, your national artifact has only 2 uses left. After this use, there will be only 1 remaining. In the future, you won't be able to protect the son of the Dragon Kingdom. Watching the furious Amaterasu, Xianyuan Zhonghua rode the golden dragon and shouted to the heavens, even without the national artifact, the Dragon Kingdom is not a place you deities can offend. If you dare to come, we will dare to slay gods. With that, Xianyuan Zhonghua waved his hand, and the purple divine dragon charged towards Amaterasu's eyes with a roar. Boom! The sky erupted in a massive explosion of sparks. Amaterasu's divine eyes shattered. Puff! In the divine realm, Amaterasu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking weak and dispirited. Who is it? Who destroyed my divine power? After expending such great cost, consuming 100 years of faith power, he gained nothing and even had his descending divine power shattered. At this moment, Amaterasu was on the verge of fainting from anger. The descending divine power could only be retrieved for the deity to know everything that happened in the Fire Kingdom. Now that the divine eyes were destroyed, Amaterasu suffered heavy losses and had no idea who was responsible, having to wait until he regained his divine power to communicate with his divine envoy. Somewhere in the Fire Kingdom Sea, Xianyuan Zhonghua successfully rescued Han Shen. Let's go. We'll talk later. Within the Fire Kingdom, all the people of the Fire Kingdom wailed in despair upon seeing their Amaterasu's divine eyes shattered. Baka! It must be the Dragon Kingdom using the national artifact. They really went all out. They actually used the national artifact to destroy the divine power eyes of Amaterasu. Watanabe Chisho was quite puzzled. Why would the Dragon Kingdom do this? Were they worried that Amaterasu would capture their son? But the son of the Dragon Kingdom has yet to appear. Before Watanabe Chisho could finish his thoughts, intelligence from spies lurking in the Angel Kingdom arrived, reporting that the Angel Kingdom had mobilized the Angel Legion and was heading towards the Fire Kingdom. Baka! Watanabe Chisho spat blood in frustration. This time, the Fire Kingdom was completely doomed. Puff puff puff. The rulers of the Fire Nation collectively spat blood in the Yasukuni Shrine out of anger. The Angel Nation dispatched 3 angelic legions, clearly intending to deal a heavy blow to the Fire Nation in revenge for the 5-star General Ire. Originally, the Fire Nation could have offered some explanations, but Han Shen's masterful maneuver of throwing Ire's corpse to the citizens of the Fire Nation, allowing them to insult it, completely enraged the entire Angel Nation. Therefore, the Fire Nation's explanations would not be heard by the Angel Nation. This battle must be fought. Bakayuru, I will definitely hunt down that damned brat. Watanabe Isho forcefully bent a complacent minister. They are all a bunch of fools. Half of our strategic resources have been destroyed, and the remaining half will likely also fall victim to the Angel Nation's destruction. The super experienced dungeon has been completely cleared, and the divine child has been assassinated. Once my lifespan comes to an end, our Fire Nation will surely decline completely. Without strategic resources, the Fire Nation's transmuters will grow slower than those of other hegemonic nations. Without the Divine Child, the Fire Nation will have no one to communicate with Amaterasu and will be unable to unleash the true power of the three divine artifacts, thus losing its hegemonic status. By that time, the Fire Nation will surely be bullied by the Angel Nation, likely repeating the old path of being ruled by them. Lord Divine Envoy, our only chance now is to capture the Dragon Nation's Divine Child. We must mobilize all our national strength to seize him. The Emperor of Urin Kingdom felt immense pressure for the first time. Capturing the Dragon Nation's Divine Child would still give the Fire Nation a chance to dominate the world. Failing to do so would mean waiting for decline. Watanabe Isho's eyes gradually became frenzied. He did not have many years left to live. Now, he must, within his lifetime, regardless of the cost, turn the tables and capture the Dragon Nation's Divine Child. First, we must deal with the Angel Nations. Attack, recruit strong support, and try to preserve the remaining strategic resources. As for everything else, the losses are inconsequential. As for the Dragon Nation's Divine Child, he will definitely show up again. After all, that world-class event is coming soon. At that time, I will personally lead the team to capture him. Watanabe Isho said coldly. The rulers of the Fire Nation knew that the time for their test had come. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. Within the Dragon Nation, Commander Zhu had already returned to the imperial capital with the national treasure, the Dragon God Seal, and reported the situation of the Divine Child to the national seat. The Angel Nation and the Fire Nation were about to go to war, which would inevitably affect the world situation. Therefore, the Dragon Nation also had to prepare. In case the war between these two hegemonic nations triggered a world war, the Dragon Nation could not remain uninvolved and must take all precautions. Dragon King Gang. After experiencing a life and death crisis, Han Shen still felt a bit shaken. If it weren't for the Dragon King president arriving in time with the national treasure, he would have surely been captured by Amaterasu, and at that point his life would truly be out of his control. This also made Han Shen realize that although he possessed the blessing of the goddess and all forbidden spell skills, it was still far from enough. In the face of a deity, forbidden spells are like nothing. To have the power to contend with deities in the future, one must at least possess divine skills, which means elevating forbidden spells to divine spell levels. Thank you, President, for your strong support. I underestimated the determination of the deity behind the Fire Nation. I never expected them to act personally, Han Shen said with lingering fear. Actually, it was within my expectations that Amaterasu would intervene because you are the special divine child prophesied by the divine stone, possessing an irresistible allure to the deities. Han Shen was at a loss for words. What does it mean to have an allure that deities cannot resist? He wasn't out there selling himself. However, from the Dragon King president's words, Han Shen vaguely guessed that he had definitely touched upon the interests of the deities. Otherwise, Amaterasu would not have paid a great price to act personally. During the time he was disguised underground as the divine child, Han Shen learned that when a deity intervenes, even if it is just a hint of divine power, there is a cost. Otherwise, the deities would have long acted freely and conquered Blue Star. With less than 10 transformations, the Dragon King president would not reveal the secrets related to the divine stone. Although this is highly risky, you, the sun, have created an opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom and the world. Xian Yuan Zhonghua's tense expression showed some relaxation. Are you referring to the matter of the Angel Kingdom controlling the Pantheon? Oh, you know about this? Xian Yuan Zhonghua was quite surprised. During the previous siege event, I heard Jack from the Angel team mention it. Han Chen explained. Since this matter no longer needed to be concealed, he decided to be open about it. So that's how it is. Indeed, the Angel Kingdom has ambitious designs. They are no longer satisfied with being the world's strongest nation. They want to dominate the entire world, and the Pantheon is their primary target. Do you know, the Vice Master of the Pantheon is the Angel Kingdom's envoy, Zillapai? As long as the Angel Kingdom can overthrow the Master of the Pantheon, they will quickly gain control over it. And to deal with the Master of the Pantheon, one needs the strength of a nation. The Angel Kingdom has that power. We were initially worried that the Angel Kingdom would smoothly take over the Pantheon, but unexpectedly, the situation with the Fire Kingdom disrupted their plans. The Pantheon is temporarily safe, but the future is full of uncertainties. It won't be so easy for the Angel Kingdom to control the Pantheon again. After hearing this, Han Shen was dumbfounded. At that moment, he only wanted the Angel Kingdom to take the blame, not expecting that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse, ruining the Angel Kingdom's grand plan. As for the conflict between the Angel Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, Han Shen couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He needed to focus on completing his 7 transformations and leveling up quickly to become stronger. President, have you found any results regarding my family's disappearance that you were helping me investigate? Han Shan asked nervously. I had an old friend who knows a lot about the Fire Kingdom's Jinghua Temple look into it. Your family's disappearance is definitely not the work of the Fire Kingdom's envoy. They also have no idea how your family vanished. Moreover, it couldn't possibly be the work of a deity, as the arrival of a deity's power would cause changes in the world, and there were no such changes in the Fire Kingdom that day. This matter is very strange. All I can say is that your family has vanished without a trace, and it's an unsolved mystery. Upon hearing this, Han Shen furrowed his brows, feeling even more worried. However, as long as it wasn't the work of the Fire Kingdom's envoy or a deity, his family should be half safe. Yet, this situation left Han Shen puzzled. If it wasn't the Fire Kingdom's envoy or a deity, then how did his parents and older sister disappear? Where could they be now? Could it be true, as his father used to drunkenly say, that his mother could mend time and space, simply put, a technique for instant disappearance? He couldn't make sense of it, it was too bizarre. Since there were no leads, Han Shen decided to focus on improving himself, believing that once he reached level 10, he might uncover many secrets. With that thought, Han Shen bowed to the Dragon King President and said, President, I will repay this favor in the future. Now, I will go prepare the materials for my 7 transformations. 7 transformations? You're already level 180? Xian Yuan Zhonghua exclaimed. It had only been a little over a month since he reached level 6. You reached the maximum level of 6 so quickly? That's incredibly fast. It seems I need to hurry up and collect mythic level materials. The Fire Kingdom being attacked by the Angel Kingdom is an opportunity. They might sell mythic level materials to attract top-tier job changers from around the world to help them through this crisis. Xian Yuan Zhonghua began to plan in his mind how to trick the Fire Kingdom into giving him mythic level materials. If the Emperor of Yuran Kingdom and others knew about the Dragon King's thoughts, they would surely spit blood. Things are already so dire. And you still want to take advantage of us? I just cleared the Fire Kingdom's super experience dungeon, and my level shot up. Han Shen laughed. So that's how it is. No wonder you reached level 180 so quickly. I wonder when the Dragon Kingdom will have a super experience dungeon. That would be great. Xian Yuan Zhonghua sighed. One day, it will happen. Han Shen smiled. After bidding farewell to the Dragon King President, he headed to the Huaxia Guild, the teleportation array in the capital. Han Shen initially intended to go directly to the Huaxia Guild headquarters through the teleportation array, but a prompt popped up on the panel. Ding, the Huaxia Guild is currently engaged in a guild war and cannot be teleported to Guild war? Han Shen frowned. With Xian Yuan Mengqi, the young lady of the Dragon King Guild, how could anyone be at war with the Huaxia Guild? Guild wars carry a risk of death. Once one guild declares war on another, if both parties agree and sign a compensation contract, the members of both guilds will be teleported to a special game scenario to engage in the guild war. The war only ends when one side surrenders or is completely defeated. The losing side not only loses guild star ratings but also has to compensate with the treasures stipulated in the contract. If they fail to execute within the time limit, the game rules will be enforced, resulting in all members' levels being reset to 0 and the guild will be disbanded. Therefore, under normal circumstances, guild wars between two guilds are rare. Sister Chi-Chi, where are you? Han Shen had no choice but to teleport to Shumen City and then send a message to Xian Yuan Mengqi. Upon receiving Han Shen's message, Xian Yuan Mengqi, who was outside the Huaxia Guild territory, was overjoyed. I thought the stinky brother had forgotten about me. Xian Yuan Mengqi said with a hint of anger. I'm outside the Huaxia Guild territory. Where are you, little Mu? I just returned to Shumen City. I'll be there right away. Crackle. Boom. As the wind thunder wings moved, the skies above Shumen City erupted with wind and thunder, causing a stir. That seemed to be our Dragon Kingdom's son of God. No way? Are you sure it's Han Shen, the son of God? That pair of wind thunder wings, who else could it be but Han Shen? Soon, news of Han Shen's appearance in Shumen City spread across various channels in the Dragon Kingdom. Aha, the son of God Han Shen has finally appeared. I want to thank his ancestors for 8 generations, exclaimed a newly promoted third-turn priest filled with excitement. Nowadays, Han Shen holds an unparalleled status in the hearts of priests worldwide. Without Han Shen, they would still be the dregs of the profession. 7 Xian Alliance. Upon learning that Han Shen had appeared in Shumen City, President Mo Lao's eyes immediately showed a serious expression. This guild war initiated by the Huaxia Guild was secretly supported by him to stir up trouble for the Aoshi Guild in Yunhai City, elevating it to 5 stars, with the aim of seizing many treasures from the Huaxia Guild. Mo Lao was not worried about what role Han Shen could play, as Han Shen was cursed by Kimura, at most comparable to a 7th-turn combat power. What he was concerned about was that Han Shen might make the Dragon King Guild intervene, thus resolving the Huaxia Guild's guild war. If that happened, he would not be able to obtain the treasures from the Huaxia Guild. Zhang Tai, go to the Huaxia Guild territory and find a way to delay Han Shen. Don't let him contact the Dragon King Guild. Give the Aoshi Guild some time. As long as the Aoshi Guild defeated the Huaxia Guild, they would be the first to obtain the treasures from Huaxia. At that time, he could easily take them for himself, then eliminate the Aoshi Guild president to erase the evidence. Even if Han Shen intended to help the Huaxia Guild, he would not know that everything was orchestrated by him. Yes, Zhang Tai replied, but after leaving, his expression was somewhat unpredictable. Regardless of anything, he held a sense of awe towards Han Shen, and no matter how the other party viewed him, at the very least, he wanted to be friends with him. But now, he found himself in a dilemma. At this moment, Han Shen arrived above the Huaxia Guild territory. Seeing Han Shen, whom they hadn't seen for days, Xianyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian were both filled with joy and radiance, but they quickly concealed it. After all, they had to maintain their composure. Big shot, you finally came back. You have no idea, ever since I heard you went to the Fire Nation alone, Shichi has been unable to eat or sleep watching the news from the Fire Nation day and night. Xiaoqian, you big mouth, go eat your long bread. With a face flushed red, Xianyuan Mengqi took out a long loaf of bread and stuffed it whole into Chen Xiaoqian's soft little mouth, filling it to the brim, causing the white milk cake to overflow immediately. Little Moo, don't listen to her nonsense, I just wanted to see the cherry blossoms of the Fire Nation. Han Shen smiled, slightly unsure how to ease the awkward atmosphere. Seeing Xianyuan Mengqi's somewhat shy and evasive gaze, Han Shen cleared his throat twice. Well, there will be a chance to visit the Fire Nation in the future, and I'll take you to see the cherry blossoms covering the mountains. After all, Han Shen still had to go to the Fire Nation, both to eliminate that Fire Nation envoy and to farm the super experienced dungeon's big boss. Really? Xianyuan Mengqi's eyes sparkled with charm, and she felt quite happy in her heart. However, Han Shen secretly regretted it. Promises like this shouldn't be made lightly, but since he had said it, he had to follow through, or he would be scolded as a scumbag by countless people. Yes, really. After saying that, Han Shen quickly changed the subject. Sister Qiqi, what's going on with the Huaxia Guild? With you overseeing it, how could there be a guild war? Han Shen asked. Although our Dragon King Guild has great power, we can't cover the sky with one hand. The Dragon King order we issued can only ensure that guilds above 5 stars do not provoke the Huaxia Guild. This time, it was the newly promoted 5-star guild, Aoshi, from Yunhai City that stirred up trouble. They provoked the Huaxia Guild, constantly slandering it as the sick man of Asia. Li Feiyu chose to engage them in a guild war for the honor of Huaxia. Xianyuan Mengqi explained. Wait. I remember that Aoshi Guild in Yunhai City was only a 3-star guild. How did it suddenly rise to 5 stars? Han Shen's gaze sharpened. He could guess that there must be a powerful force backing Aoshi, trying to seize treasure through a borrowed knife. The time was too short for us to investigate, but one thing is certain, as soon as Aoshi rose to 5 stars, they recruited many powerful reclassifiers. But, Little Moo, you can rest assured, Huaxia will not lose, this battle is a sure win. Why do you say that? Han Shen was worried that Aoshi's behind-the-scenes forces had arranged for them to have many 6-turn or even 7-turn reclassifiers. How could Li Feiyu and the others compete? Little Moo, have you forgotten? Among the treasures you gave to Li Feiyu, there was a crafting blueprint for the unfeeling cannon. Right, there is such a crafting blueprint, but can Huaxia really defeat Aoshi just with this? After all, it was just a crafting blueprint. Until it was crafted, no one knew its power. Big shot, don't underestimate the unfeeling cannon, that thing is incredibly powerful when fired. Chen Xiaoqian interjected. Yes, Li Feiyu used the materials you provided to craft an unfeeling cannon, and its power is comparable to an 8-turn national skill. If the material level is high enough, its power could even reach the level of a 10-turn forbidden spell. Xianyuan Mengqi said, her face turning red. So strong? Han Shen was quite surprised. If that were the case, crafting thousands of unfeeling cannons capable of firing forbidden spell level shells would give the Huaxia Guild the strength to compete with a 9-star guild in an instant. Moreover, Han Shen remembered that there was also a Black Knight order among the treasures, which had not yet been unlocked and was still sealed. He hadn't looked closely at the time, but he remembered it was a top-tier item that could be used infinitely, capable of summoning 10,000 Black Knights, all with attributes around 8 turns and equipped with top-notch gear. Such a heaven-defying item was like a game buff. Meanwhile, in the Guild War scene, Li Feiyu stood with his hands on his hips, full of spirit. Ha ha ha, awesome. Blow those bastards to smithereens, hit them hard. Bang, boom. Ah, the Aoshi Guild was in disarray, a sight too tragic to behold. Clearly, there were dozens of 6-turn experts and over a dozen 7-turn masters. Unexpectedly, Huaxia disregarded martial ethics and brought out 10 bizarre cannons, causing the group of masters to flee in panic, with those unable to escape being blasted into a mist of blood. At this moment, Zhang Ao, the president of the Aoshi gang, felt a deep desire to die. Had he known that Huaxia possessed such terrifying weapons, he would never have used the president of the Qishuan alliance as a pawn to scheme against the Huaxia gang. No more fighting, we concede, Zhang Ao, in flight, realized. that as long as Huaxia had cannons, they were absolutely no match, and conceding was better than losing their lives. Ding, congratulations to the Huaxia gang for winning the gang war. The people of Huaxia were all overjoyed and cheering, especially Chu Ye, who looked at Li Feiyu with eyes that had changed somewhat. At first, she had no feelings for Li Feiyu, her heart and soul were focused on the former Rose gang and the big shot who had led them, namely Han Chen. But after spending time together, Li Feiyu's charm had grown increasingly captivating. Once the gang war ended, Li Feiyu and his group were teleported back to the territory of the Huaxia gang. Old Li, we won? Han Chen approached with a smile. We won. Li Feiyu was counting the treasures compensated by the Aoshi gang and did not notice Han Chen's arrival. Ma! Lao Jun smiled brightly at Li Feiyu and said, President, it's Han Shensi who's here. Staring, Li Feiyu turned around and, upon seeing old Han, was instantly overjoyed. Old Han, can you save Uncle Hao, Aunt Xiao, and Sister Yu? This was what Li Feiyu cared about the most. Ever since he learned that something had happened to old Han's family, Li Feiyu had been extremely worried, but he believed that old Han, as the son of the Dragon Kingdom and with the disguiser tool, should be fine. No, Han Chen shook his head sadly. What? Could it be that Uncle Hao and the others were taken by the Fire Nation? Li Feiyu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. Those who harm my brothers and their families cannot be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao, the sisters, and Mu Hongyun also grew serious, considering that their achievements today were all thanks to the big shot Han Chen. They felt sorrow for his family's misfortune. Old Han, your enemy is my enemy. In the future, we will destroy the Fire Nation together and avenge Uncle Hao, Aunt Xiao, and Sister Yu, brothers in heart. Li Feiyu regarded the Fire Nation as the primary target for the future. This grudge must be settled with the Fire Nation, but everyone need not be so sad. My family has not been harmed by the Fire Nation, they have just disappeared. After understanding the situation, Li Feiyu and the others were also astonished. A living person can just disappear? However, this was also a good thing. As long as they hadn't been harmed by the Fire Nation, there was a chance to find them. Xiaomu, you still have us. The Dragon King and Huaxia are also your home. Xian Yuan Mengqi patted Han Chen's shoulder, comforting him. At this moment, Zhang Tai appeared. President Li, everyone, I heard that you engaged in a gang war with the Aoshi gang, so I came to see if there was any way I could help. Seeing Zhang Tai arrive, Li Feiyu and the others greeted him with smiles. In their hearts, Zhang Tai was considered one of their own. Han Shensi, you're also here? Since their last parting, Zhang Tai had lost contact with Han Chen and did not expect to see him again at the Huaxia gang. But upon reflection, it made sense. Li Feiyu, the president of the Huaxia gang, was a good brother of Han Chen, so it was reasonable for him to come over when something happened in Huaxia. Old Tai, long time no see, still as robust as ever. No need to call me Shensi, we are friends, just address each other as equals, that's what friends do. Han Chen joked. For this loyal and patriotic old Tai, Han Chen truly regarded him as a friend. Seeing that Han Chen genuinely considered him a good friend, Zhang Tai felt even more conflicted. The president was his mentor, who had given him a new lease on life, while Han Chen and the others treated him as one of their own, sincerely. If he continued to harm them, it would go against his belief as an upright warrior. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tai made a decision. Brother Han, I actually came here on the orders of the president to stop you from contacting the Dragon King gang so that the Proud World gang can seize the treasures of the Huaxia gang. The Proud World gang is the gang that our president has been secretly supporting recently. Those 6th and 7th transition practitioners are all living puppets created by the president. After saying this, Zhang Tai left in shame. Hey, old Tai, wait, Han Chen hurriedly called out. Buzz. But Zhang Tai had already teleported away. He had to go back and face punishment. This way, he wouldn't be considered to have violated the honor of a warrior, and it would also give his mentor, the president, an explanation. Damn it, so it was the president of the 7 Mysterious Alliance who was secretly pulling the strings. I was wondering how the Proud World gang suddenly leveled up to 5 stars, along with over a dozen 7th transition experts. Li Feiyu said angrily. Sister Chi-Chi, what is a living puppet? Han Chen frowned. That is a unique innate skill of the hidden profession of puppet master, puppet manipulator. Once successfully created, it can permanently retain all the characteristics of the person who is transformed, and they can still level up and transition normally, but they lose their own soul and are completely controlled by the puppet master. Xian Yuan Mengqi was somewhat knowledgeable about this. Back in the day, the president of the 7 Mysterious Alliance, Mo created a large number of living puppets, causing a stir. He was once suppressed by the Dragon King, who warned him not to casually create living puppets, especially not to use them on fellow countrymen. Han Chen's gaze sharpened. Zhang Tai had defied the orders of the president of the 7 Mysterious Alliance and had even voluntarily informed him and others he would definitely face severe punishment upon his return, and it was possible that he would be turned into a living puppet by the president of the 7 Mysterious Alliance. Zhang Tai had helped him before and was a loyal and patriotic warrior. Han Chen did not want to see him being controlled to do bad things, tarnishing his dignity as a warrior. Han Chen decided to pay a visit to the Seven Mysterious Alliance. If the president of the Seven Mysterious Alliance dared to secretly use the Proud World Gang against the Huaxia Gang, then he would have to pay the corresponding price. At this moment, the president of the Seven Mysterious Alliance, Mosia, had already learned that the Proud World Gang had failed. Damn it! Huaxia actually has such powerful artillery. With the plan failing, Mosia was furious and could only send someone to eliminate the president of the Proud World Gang to erase the evidence, in case the Son of God and the Dragon King Gang came looking for trouble. Just as Mosia was considering who to send to eliminate the Proud World Gang, Zhang Tai returned. Seeing Zhang Tai come back so quickly, Mosia said nothing. After all, the gang war was over, and Zhang Tai no longer needed to stop Han Chen from contacting the Dragon King Gang. You're just in time. Go to Yunhai City and wipe out the Proud World Gang to prevent them from exposing that we are targeting the Huaxia Gang, thus bringing trouble upon ourselves. Although Mosia was no longer afraid of Han Chen had unparalleled prestige in the Dragon Kingdom as well as the influence of all the priest transition practitioners in the world plus the support of the Dragon King Gang. It was better not to offend Han Chen if possible. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Bang! But Zhang Tai knelt down. The president has given me a chance at rebirth, but Zhang Tai has his own warrior. The Leafs. I have already informed Han Chen about the president's plan. I feel ashamed towards the president and am willing to accept any punishment. You. Mosia was instantly furious, his beard bristling with rage. Just when he was thinking of not offending Han Chen, Zhang Tai had directly sold him out. Zhang Tai, you have betrayed my years of training you. Damn it, I will turn you into a living puppet, making you a slaughtering knife, completely destroying your so-called warrior beliefs. Mosia was furious beyond measure. Zhang Tai said nothing more. A true man born in this world should repay even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. The president has shown me kindness, so I will repay it with my own body, and in the next life we will owe nothing to each other. Just as Mosia was about to take action against Zhang Tai, the territory of the Seven Mysterious Alliance suddenly came under heavy attack. A six-winged celestial maiden appeared, smashing through the main hall of the Seven Mysterious Alliance headquarters, leaving everyone in the alliance at a loss. Who dares to attack my Seven Mysterious Alliance? Mosia roared in anger. In the sky, Little Mu, how did your pet turn into a celestial maiden? When Little Mantu transformed, Xianyuan Mengqi was immediately captivated. If Little Mantu weren't a battle pet, Xianyuan Mengqi would definitely feel jealous. Her figure and looks were too beautiful, even a bit more than her own. Little Mantu has reached 6 stars and awakened the second stage of evolution, turning into a celestial maiden. When not in battle, you are not allowed to let Little Mantu transform into a celestial maiden. Privately, Han Chen? Xianyuan Mengqi realized something and her face instantly turned red. At that moment, Little Mantu obeyed Han Chen's command, destroyed the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries Alliance, and brought over the dying Mosia and the shocked Zhang Tai. Upon seeing Han Chen, Mosia immediately understood the suddenly appearing celestial maiden was Han Chen's pet. He never expected Han Chen's pet to be so ridiculously strong, and his face turned ashen. Zhang Tai, for the sake of the years I've trained you, please plead with Han Shensi. For me, spare me this once, I swear I won't have any more designs on Huaxia. At this moment, Mosia wanted to save his life and could only seek Zhang Tai's help. Brother Han, could you let him go? Consider it a favor owed to you. Since old Tai has spoken, how could I refuse? Then I will let him go. Saying this, Han Chen released Mosia, who had been beaten to a sliver of health by Little Mantu, and then took Zhang Tai back to the Huaxia Guild. Back on the ground, Mosia had just revealed a smile of survival when suddenly a hell-level Tengu boss appeared beside him. No! Boom! With barely any health left, Mosia hadn't even activated his life-saving skill before the Tengu sliced him in half. Han Chen, hey! I only agreed to let him go. I never said I couldn't summon a boss to kill him. I'm not that kind of person. Ding! Zhang Tai has joined the Huaxia Guild. The Seven Mysteries Alliance was destroyed by Han Chen's battle pet, and Zhang Tai, now alone, had nowhere to go, so he joined the Huaxia Guild. At least it was warm here, and Sister Hong Yun helped him arrange housing. As for the matter of Old Mo's death, Zhang Tai's feelings were inevitably complicated, but in truth, he was the one who understood Old Mo the best. He just had to obey many things and was powerless to resist. To celebrate Zhang Tai's joining in Han Chen's safe return from the Fire Nation, Li Feiyu suggested holding a grand feast. Night fell. Han Chen arrived at Li Feiyu's room. Old Han, don't go, let's fight until dawn, I can still drink 3,000 cups. Looking at Li Feiyu, who was already tipsy after just 1 cup, Han Chen was speechless. This brave warrior, who could remain unflinching even in the face of a collapsing mountain, had such poor drinking capacity. All things restored. With a forbidden spell cast, Li Feiyu instantly bounced up from the bed. Ha, old Han? Weren't we having a feast? How did it end up in bed? Good heavens, this guy really lost track of time. The feast is over. Saying this, Han Shen took out countless items, materials, and top-tier equipment obtained from the Fire Nation. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated by the glow of treasures. For Huaxia to grow strong, its foundation must not be lacking. Han Shen also planned to create a super experience dungeon specifically for Huaxia in the future so that Huaxia could quickly become a super guild surpassing the Dragon King's guild. The Dragon Nation is vast and rich, with many wolves eyeing them. Absolute power is needed to deter them. Having a sword in hand and not using it is completely different from not having a sword at all. This is Li Feiyu's eyes lit up at the sight of the legendary great sword. Evil welcomes 8 scenes, enchanted with plus 50, filled with 12 attack gems, critical hit gems, specialization gems, and more. This was a super top-tier legendary weapon, usable by warriors, samurai, and swordsmen alike. Evil welcome 8 scenes plus 50, legendary, limited use classes, warrior, samurai, swordsman, blade master level, LV 270 physical damage plus 60%. Critical damage plus 200% cooldown, minus 20% lifesteal, plus 30% armor break, plus 120% all attributes, plus 35,000 durability, never wears out special effects. Illusion, passive in combat. There is a 50% chance to inflict illusion on the target when dealing damage, causing the target to experience hallucinations and be unable to cast skills. Evil strike, passive doubles critical damage. Life's welcome, passive increases health by 10%. Soul Sealing Evil Domain, active within the Evil Domain, the casting time of all hostile targets is extended by 30 seconds and deals 20% of the target's health as damage, lasting for 10 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Evil Welcome 8 Break Kill, active releases 8 unavoidable evil shadow slashes, damage can stack, and the combination of 8 slashes will unleash a fatal strike, dealing 30% fixed damage to the target's health. Cooldown 3 days. Can embed 12 gems, specialization gem x5, usable at level minus 150 critical gem x4, critical rate plus 40% damage gem x3, damage plus 300%. Old Han, this sword is amazing. With it, I'll definitely breeze through the 6th transfer warrior tasks in the future. This time, Li Feiyu did not revert due to excessive excitement. Indeed, progress. You are the president on the surface in Huaxia, you need to have some presence. In the future, don't panic when things happen, be more stable. Don't worry, I'm a brave warrior who remains unflinching even when Mount Tai collapses before me. I won't embarrass you, old Han. Han Shen kept the gems, enchantment stones, and materials he needed, tossing everything else to Li Feiyu. Each of these items would make countless job changers envious. Soon after, Li Feiyu equipped the Evil Welcome 8 scenes and his attributes skyrocketed. Li Feiyu class, Dragon Blood Warrior, 5th transfer, talent, Dragon Transformation, all attributes plus 20%, speed doubled, defense doubled, attack power doubled. Level, LV 123 health, 295000 mana, 210300. Strength, 52050 constitution, 59,000 spirit, 42060 agility, 51240 free attribute points, 0 class rating, 80 skills, anger armor break, blood radiance, wind walk, sky slash, raging dragon blood roar. Old Han, oh my god. My health is almost 300k. The attribute boost from this sword is incredible. Seeing Li Feiyu's naive excitement, Han Shen shook his head, getting so happy over just approaching 300k health. If he knew that the Fire Nation's divine envoy has nearly 20 million base health, he wouldn't know what to think. It seems he needs to take Old Li out to see the world sometime. Old Li, let me see that unfeeling cannon you have. Unfeeling cannon, special item, crafting materials are as follows. The higher the grade of the main material, the stronger the power. Old Han, if we have mythic grade magic crystal materials, the unfeeling cannon crafted will be utterly merciless. One shot is equivalent to a divine skill, Li Feiyu said excitedly. Han Shen nodded. However, mythic-grade materials are currently the highest-level materials available in Blue Star. Han Shen checked the world network and searched for magic crystal materials, finding that at most there are only legendary-grade magic crystals and no one has obtained mythic-grade magic crystals. It seems that the unfeeling cannon cannot be mass-produced, but it is still a very good item. It's hard to say if he will find a mythic-grade magic crystal in the future. If so, he could craft a divine cannon for Huaxia. Such an important crafting blueprint, who did you teach it to? Crafting blueprints can only be learned by life profession. Blacksmiths. Old Ma's grandson, Ma Huatang. Although Old Ma is quite the character, he is still a decent person. I didn't expect his grandson to switch to a lifestyle profession. Old Ma's grandson is still trustworthy. Let Zhang Tai be responsible for protecting Ma Huatang. He essentially holds the key to the divine spell. I know this, I'll arrange it. Tomorrow. After leaving Li Feiyu's room, Han Shen heard Li Feiyu's strange cries of regression. Damn. I thought he had made progress. It turns out he was just holding back. As soon as I leave, he regresses right back. Shaking his head, Han Shen returned to his own room, preparing to head to the capital early the next morning to enchant the blessing staff. and conveniently farm materials for the 7th job transfer to complete it as soon as possible. Now that there are lucky stone items to increase drop rates, as long as he farms the corresponding boss, it shouldn't take too long. With nothing else to do, Han Chen decided to check the trending topics and opened his phone, scrolling down to 2 hot topics. One was a trending event within the Dragon Kingdom, the sudden destruction of the 8-star guild, the 7 Mysteries Alliance, and the death of its president, the 9th transfer limit-breaking master, Mosia, which caused a stir in the Dragon Kingdom. An 8-star guild. For countless job changers in the Dragon Kingdom, that was an unattainable super guild, and it was unexpected that it was destroyed just like that. Many suspected it was the work of infiltrators from other countries. After all, the Angel Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom were about to go to war, and with the world in a state of panic, it was normal for someone to stir the pot. However, many high-ranking officials believed that this incident was probably not the doing of other countries. They had no reason to provoke the Dragon Kingdom at this time. It was likely the work of the Son of God, and the reason was simple. The president of the 7 Mysteries Alliance had secretly targeted the Huaxia Guild of the Son of God's brother, Li Feiyu. After receiving this insider information, many other 8-star guilds were filled with trepidation. Indeed, although Han Chen was weakened by the Chimera's curse, his pet was not. If Han Chen let his pet deal with the 7 Mysteries Alliance, given their strength, they really wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of forbidden spells. Therefore, these major guilds quickly tucked away their little thoughts and dared not easily cause trouble. For the Huaxia Guild, the country also symbolically sent an investigation team to look into the matter, eventually releasing an official statement that a special boss had respawned near the 7 Mysteries Alliance, and it was that powerful boss that destroyed the guild. This calmed the public. The other hot topic was the world's top trending event, Angel Kingdom vs. Fire Kingdom. The Angel Kingdom dispatched the Healing Angel Legion, the Holy Angel Legion, and the Moon Angel Legion, sending them to the Fire Kingdom. It was estimated that within half a month, the 3 legions would reach the territory of the Fire Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Fire Kingdom was also calling on its citizens to prepare while issuing aid requests to countries around the world. Many top job changers went to the Fire Kingdom for the aid rewards, including the figure of the Dragon King, President Xianyuan Chonghua. What the hell? The president went to the Fire Kingdom? What for? The Dragon King's trip to the Fire Kingdom definitely had deeper motives. Of course, Han Chen could never guess the Dragon King's intentions. Now, all countries were paying attention to the movements of the Angel Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, while the Dragon Kingdom remained calm, allowing Han Chen to focus on completing his 7th job transfer. After completing the 7th transfer, Han Chen planned to take Li Feiyu and a few others to explore the Golden Treasure map. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. The priest's 7th transfer required collecting 14 types of job materials. This wasn't too difficult. With the coordinates of boss dungeons that could drop these materials provided by the Dragon King Guild, Han Chen set off alone on his Little Mantu. The transformed Tian new form of Little Mantu can carry Han Chen while flying, a special riding method. As for Xianyuan Mengqi, she began to complete her 8th transfer job quest. On this day, all platforms and channels in the Dragon Kingdom were once again flooded with news about Huaxia. Ding! Congratulations to the Huaxia team for successfully clearing the Puppet Xianguan dungeon on hell difficulty in 5 seconds, breaking the record. Ding! Congratulations to the Huaxia team for successfully clearing the Dragonman Valley dungeon on hell difficulty in 10 seconds, breaking the record. Ding! Congratulations to the Huaxia team for successfully clearing the Dark Corridor dungeon on hell difficulty, taking only 30 seconds and breaking the record. On Douyin, countless major streamers were analyzing the mysterious Huaxia team and the reasons for their incredibly fast dungeon clearance. Many experts also jumped in, and this time they were quite clever, providing ambiguous analyses that earned them a wave of traffic. Ha ha, what Huaxia team? It's just a temporary team formed by the Divine Sun to promote his good brother Li Feiyu's guild, but being carried by the Divine Sun Han is really amazing, instantly clearing a map. I get excited just thinking about it now. A girl named Fat Linger, a healer support, posted a video of herself teaming up with Han Chen to clear the dungeon, which instantly went viral, gaining her millions of fans. So it turns out the Divine Sun Han is farming materials for the 7th job change. Who has intel? I want to go to the dungeon that can drop the 7th job change materials for priests and wait for the Divine Sun Han to show up. Countless job changers frantically sought to buy intel on the 7th job change materials for priests. I said, why didn't I see the Divine Sun Han when I went to the Huaxia Guild? Turns out he's farming job change materials. No way. I need to buy intel. I want to personally thank the Divine Sun Han's ancestors for 8 generations. The previously steadfast 3rd job priest. Many trading companies that found the key to wealth began selling all the intel on dungeons that could drop the 7th job change materials for priests, making a fortune in no time. The locations of these dungeons quickly became crowded. Some came to catch a glimpse of Han Chen's prowess, while others waited for a chance to team up with Han Chen to clear a dungeon, hoping to leave their names permanently on the record stone. At this moment, Han Chen had successfully Farmed 13 job change materials, needing just one Bible of the Devout, which could be farmed in the Fallen Cathedral dungeon. These 7th job change materials required specific 7-star dungeons to drop. Ever since the drop rate for some priest job change materials was restored, combined with the drop rate boost from the Lucky Stone, Han Shen had cleared only 15 dungeons to gather 13 job change materials, achieving remarkable efficiency. The Fallen Cathedral Dungeon. Located in the misty exploration area of Wuhuan City, this was a desolate land. Numerous fallen dark monsters roamed here. The monsters here offered low experience and had a low drop rate. Even the Fallen Cathedral Dungeon didn't have much good loot, so naturally, not many people were willing to come here. However, the Fallen Cathedral was the only dungeon that could drop the Bible of the Devout, a 7th job change material for priests. Therefore, today, many job changers above the 6th job change gathered here, all for Han Shen. What the heck? So many people? Han Shen was puzzled. Wasn't it said that the Fallen Cathedral Dungeon had no visitors? In the sky, Han Shen opened his phone, and news about himself was flying everywhere. Goodness! It turned out that the 600-pound fatlinger had sold him out. These people basically wanted to team up with him to leave their names on the record stone. The reason they didn't bring familiar faces was that these high-level dungeons were inaccessible to Li Feiyu and the others, so Han Shen could only temporarily find people to team up with. To avoid being surrounded by this crowd, Han Shen disguised himself as a passerby and publicly sent out a team request in the nearby channel. But after waiting for a long time, no one invited him, which made Han Shen feel a bit disheartened. How cold the world is. Without revealing his true identity, no one paid him any attention. It wasn't really their fault. If it weren't for Han Shen, most of these people wouldn't come to this low-reward dungeon. Looks like I need to find a few professionals from the Dragon King Guild to fill the numbers. Just then, a prompt sounded. Ding, Xiao Biliuo invites you to join the team. Han Shen clicked to accept and entered a 6-person team. Goodness, 5 trumpet flowers. Pushing through the crowd, Han Shen joined his team. Captain Xiao Biliuo, hey, bro, is your healing output enough? Looking at this incredibly ugly big girl, who was striking a pose like a little fairy, Han Shen felt a wave of nausea, but still smiled and said, don't worry, I'm a professional healer, and my healing power is definitely up to par. We're from the 6-star guild, Beauty Hall. This time we came to clear this dungeon to gather materials for the Bible of the Devout so we can get close to Han Shensi, said a girl named Ru Hua, picking her nose. Right, don't say we didn't warn you. We were short on a 7th tier support, which is why we found you. If you hold us back, you know what the consequences will be, added a girl named Balian Hua, showing her big buck teeth. Go! Damn it! Facing the pressure from these 5 trumpet flowers was truly terrifying. Kid, my sister is talking to you, why aren't you responding? Are you stunned by our stunning beauty? Humph, we're not someone you can easily reach, said Lu Lianhua, striking a pose and snorting. Got it, 5 beautiful ladies, you can rest assured, I will not hold you back. Let's hurry into the dungeon before Han Shensi arrives. If it weren't for the fact that no one else invited him to form a team, Han Shen would definitely have quit the group. It was too creepy. Ding, your team has chosen easy difficulty. What the hell? Easy difficulty? Given their professions and attributes, Han Shen thought they would take on a hard difficulty, but they chose easy instead. Wasn't that a bit too conservative? It was well known that the drop rate for profession materials in easy difficulty dungeons was the lowest. But whatever, maybe he would get lucky and actually drop the Bible of the Devout. Entering the dungeon. This was a dark church filled with dark elements. Numerous tall, gray-robed monsters holding Bibles wandered around, moaning in pain. Fallen priest, dark, race, human. Level, LV 200 health, 450,000. Skills, sacrifice, skinning, bone removal, reverse healing, blood curse. Hidden description, in the early days of the game's arrival, a group of priests was corrupted by mysterious forces, turning into fallen priest monsters, wandering in dungeons around the world. Seeing the hidden description, Han Shen was dumbfounded. The monsters in this fallen church were actually transformed from priests? Can class changers turn into monsters? Han Shen was incredibly shocked. He never expected that while farming for profession materials he would encounter such secrets. Han Shen's expression turned serious. This game's arrival seemed more terrifying than he had imagined. If it weren't for his all-knowing eye, he wouldn't have discovered this hidden description. Healer, why aren't you healing us? What are you daydreaming about? The 5 trumpet flowers were furious. Although their equipment and attributes were decent, facing a horde of fallen priest monsters and various negative buffs was a bit too much to handle. Han Shen ignored them and walked straight towards the boss on the throne of the fallen church. Healer, what are you doing? Heal us first, don't trigger the boss. This damn healer is such an idiot. Once we get out, I'm going to drag him into a dark room and torture him for 3 days and nights. The 5 flower girls cursed. The next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Centered around Han Shen, a mental storm spread out, and before the fallen priest boss could even rise, it tilted its neck and died on the throne, dissipating into light points. Ding, congratulations to your team for successfully clearing the dungeon and breaking the record. Your names will be remembered by the world forever. Bible of the Devout. Han Shen's eyes lit up. He never expected to actually drop the last material. Unfortunately, the drop rate and luck were hidden attributes, and even with his all-knowing eye, he couldn't see them. But based on the current drop rate, his drop rate definitely exceeded 50%. What? Did I just see? The boss and monsters in the fallen church were defeated in an instant? I kneel. How can there still be such a strong man like Han Shensi in this world? I have reacted. My spring has come. You want to heal and you defeat the boss? I understand now. Big shot. This is a super big shot. No way. Wasn't that just Han Shensi's unique mental storm skill? It looks exactly like the skill released by Han Shensi in Shenlong City. Could it be? The 5 flower beauties figured it out. The handsome and strong man before them was the object of their secret joy every night, leaving them completely weak and yearning, gazing at Han Shen as if looking up at a deity. Han Shensi, you are Han Shensi. Xiao Biluo was so excited that she almost wanted to tightly hug Han Shen. This was the big shot support they had always dreamed of. Sorry, ladies, I didn't heal you. Actually, I think defeating all the monsters is the best support for you. Han Chen smiled wickedly. Han Shensi, we from the beauty hall are your most loyal fans. We all love you. Can we take a photo together? A photo is fine, but only from behind. Just kidding. With your infatuated nature, if I took a frontal photo with you, wouldn't I be tormented by your thoughts day and night? Just thinking about being tormented daily by 5 flower beauties is terrifying. Alright, let's use your beauty hall's name for the team, and the items dropped in this dungeon will be given to you. After saying that, Han Shen left the dungeon. Buzz! The record stone tablet suddenly burst into light. A new record appeared, instantly causing a stir among the job changers waiting for Han Shen's appearance. I can't believe it. Everyone, look, the simple difficulty of the fallen church has been broken, and it's, oh my god, 3 seconds, how is that possible? That's way too fast. Damn, not good. It must be Han Shensi who did it. When did Han Shensi come? How come? I didn't see him. Disguise, it must be a disguise, damn. That group of ugly freaks from the beauty hall stepped on dinosaur poop. They must have done the dungeon with Han Shensi. The crowd was in an uproar, all searching for Han Shen's whereabouts. The 5 flower beauties were looking stunning, opening their phone cameras and constantly showing off. Did you see? We had an indescribable dungeon journey with Han Shensi. In an instant. Douyin hot topic. Shocking news. Han Shensi and the 6 members of the 7-star guild beauty hall had an indescribable incident in the fallen church. While rushing to the imperial capital's job change sanctuary, Han Shen suddenly received a call from Li Feiyu, learning about the Douyin hot topic. He opened it and instantly saw countless grass mud horses rushing by. Slander. This is blatant slander. These morning glories really know how to play. Fortunately, he was clever enough not to let them use the Huaxia team name or take a frontal photo with them, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Shen Yuan Mengqi, who was doing her 8th job change task, felt uncomfortable. As soon as she learned of this, she immediately activated her energy to have Douyin completely take down the related hot topic. Knowing that a big shot intervened, other streamers also dared not consume this hot topic and peace was restored. Elder Shen, please go to the beauty hall and give them a good scare, make them shut their big mouths. Shen Yuan Mengqi sent a message to Shen Taishu. Shen Taishu, who was re-downloading an adult film, was taken aback. Why would the young lady want him to scare the beauty hall? A quick search online revealed the whole story, leaving him both amused and helpless. It seems the Shensi has completely made the young lady fall for him. Youth is indeed a blessing. Saying this, Shen Taishu put away the new USB drive. Last time he did a job change task with the Shensi, all his treasures were given to that lecherous turtle prime minister, so he could only re-download Imperial Capital Job Change Sanctuary. Job Priest, level 180, meets the requirements for 7th job change. Job task begins to be issued. Task issued. 70H Transcendence Task, Redemption of the Fallen Priest. Task description, at the beginning of the game's arrival, a large number of 7th Transcendence Priests were eroded by a mysterious force, transforming into fallen priest monsters. They retain their minds and suffer daily, as if in hell, all hoping for redemption. Task hint 1, to redeem all fallen priests, you must kill 300 special fallen priest bosses and collect 300 wishes for redemption. The special fallen priest bosses will randomly respawn in various locations around the world. If killed by others, the task will be deemed a failure. Task hint 2, after successfully collecting 300 wishes for redemption, the final redemption will be triggered, at which point you will be teleported to the Fallen Wasteland dungeon to kill the Lord of the Fallen and complete the final redemption. This, Han Shan was speechless. His task was actually related to fallen priests? Seeing the task description, Han Shan furrowed his brows. These fallen priest monsters actually retain their minds. This means that it is equivalent to a person turning into a monster, retaining their own thoughts but unable to control their body. They can only watch helplessly as their bodies are continuously farmed by other class changers, then respawned, repeating this cycle, enduring unparalleled torment and pain. How cruel. At the beginning of the game's arrival, who targeted the priests? And why target the priests? What does this have to do with the priests being severely weakened by dark deities? Han Chen immediately contacted the Dragon King President. He told the Dragon King President about his 7th Transcendence task and inquired about the situation of the fallen priests and the weakening of the priest class. This is an unsolved mystery. At the beginning of the game's arrival, it was the peak moment for priests, their support abilities completely overshadowing other support classes, establishing the T0 support throne during that period. But suddenly, one day, all priests above 7th Transcendence disappeared collectively and then appeared in various special dungeons around the world but became fallen priest monsters, leading to changes in the collection of priest class materials. Until 100 years ago, the world-level event, Heavenscape, was launched. After the event ended, a dark magic circle that enveloped the entire blue star appeared mysteriously, and the priest class was severely weakened from then on, becoming the most useless support class. The matter of priests becoming fallen priest monsters caused a global panic at the time, hence it was termed the Great Panic Incident. No one knows the origin of this incident, it is only speculated to be the work of deities. The fact that class changers can turn into monsters has also become a secret among nations, so not many people know about it now. As for the dark magic circle that weakened the priest class, countries suspect it was the work of dark deities, as many dark deity avatars descended before the world-level event began. After ending the call, Han Chen fell into deep thought. With his current wisdom, he vaguely guessed that the transformation of priests into fallen monsters was related to dark deities. It seems that to unravel this secret he would have to rely on himself. Han Chen always felt that his class task was not merely a simple class change task, it seemed as if someone was secretly manipulating everything. At this moment, the task prompt sounded. Ding, the first special fallen priest boss has randomly respawned. Location, leveling area of the Moro River in the Moro Kingdom, coordinates 3010-8005, available for all class changers to farm after 24 hours. It seems that the respawning boss has a task protection time. As long as he farms the boss within 24 hours, it will be fine. Reaching the boss location within a day is extremely easy for Han Chen. However, Han Chen still felt a bit worried. This 7th Transcendence task requires farming a total of 300 bosses. If even one is missed, it would be a wasted effort. Han Chen was concerned that the subsequent bosses might respawn simultaneously or have very short respawn intervals, in which case, no matter how fast his wind and thunder wings were, he wouldn't be able to keep up. No, I need to be more cautious. So, Han Chen sent a message to the Dragon King President, hoping that he could help find some experts to prepare. Just in case his predictions were correct, at least it wouldn't be too rushed. Then, the Dragon King, who had successfully deceived and obtained myth-level materials in the Fire Nation, pondered for a moment, then called the National Seat and replied to Han Chen's message. I have contacted the National Seat, and he will arrange everything. If multiple bosses refresh at the same time, send the locations to the National Seat. I have pushed the National Seat's Dragon Q business card to you, you can add him. As expected of the Dragon King President, everything was settled as soon as he stepped in. The Dragon King President had truly gone all out for him. This made Han Chen feel a bit melancholic. Debts of gratitude are the most troublesome. It seems that after completing the 7th transfer, he would have to contribute the items obtained from boss hunting to the Dragon King Guild, or he wouldn't feel right about it. Han Chen was indeed a good youth who knew how to repay kindness and distinguish between gratitude and resentment. After adding the National Seat's Dragon Q, the National Seat immediately sent a voice message. Son of God, you can rest assured to carry out your professional tasks, leave the rest to the motherland, which will pave the way for you. However, one thing to note is that when hunting bosses in foreign lands, be sure not to expose your identity. You are the future of the Dragon Nation. Han Chen was greatly moved. It seems that in this parallel world, the motherland was still trustworthy. Yes, National Seat, please rest assured, I will not disgrace the reputation of the Dragon Nation. Han Chen immediately replied with a voice message. By the way, the drop rate for priest skill books has increased recently, and the National Treasury has collected 28 skill books that priests can learn. I will have someone deliver them to you. Where are you? Wow, 28 skill books? Han Chen's eyes widened. The total number of skills he currently had didn't even reach 20. Truly, the power of the nation was remarkable, having 28 priest skill books. These could significantly enhance his combat power, and everyone in the Fire Nation was aware that he had already released all the active attack forbidden spells he possessed. This time, when hunting task bosses around the world, having new skills would allow for better disguise. Han Chen didn't hesitate and reported his address. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged job changer in military uniform appeared and saluted Han Chen. Yuguofei Country, Dragon Nation Identity, Personal Guard of the National Seat. Profession, Sharpshooter, 10th Transfer, Hidden Archer Profession, Level, LV 300 Talent, Forbidden Sequence Number 56, Forbidden Sequence, a power to counteract the divine. All your skills will be Enhanced by the power of the forbidden sequence with a 100% hit rate for attack skills and damage increased by 3 times. Health, 8,205,000 mana, 7,514,120 strength, 781,050 constitution, 750,400. Spirit, 641,200 agility, 803,010 professional rating, 95 skills, Rage of Bazuma, Eye of Insight, Headshot, Instant Sniping, Baptism of the Sharpshooter, Soul Shot. Goodness. A 10th transfer. Hidden Archer Profession. This was Han Shen's first encounter with a hidden archer profession, and it was a job changer with an awakened forbidden sequence talent. It seemed that this forbidden sequence talent hid quite a secret. He would have to ask the Dragon King president about it when he had the time. Son of God, these are the 28 priest skill books that the National Seat ordered me to bring to you. Thank you for your hard work. After the transaction was completed, Yu Guofei saluted and left. Upon receiving the skill books, Han Shen did not learn them immediately but went to the life profession area. Previously, he had obtained quite a few enchanting stones and some high-level gems in the Fire Nation, and he planned to enhance his blessing staff. He found the enchanter that Sister Chi-Chi had introduced earlier. Ding, enchantment successful, enchantment plus 11. Ding, enchantment successful, enchantment plus 12. Ding, enchantment successful, enchantment plus 20. Hey, what the heck? Did I really succeed in enchanting this high? 10 consecutive successes? The enchanter looked at his hands filled with shock. As the level of enchantment increased, the success rate would drop lower and lower. The probability of achieving 10 consecutive successes was less than 1%, and very few high-level enchanters had such luck. Han Chen chuckled to himself nearby, knowing it was due to the lucky stone. Otherwise, achieving 10 consecutive successes would be far too easy. Thank you, boss. I'll come back to you for enchantments next time. After paying, Han Chen happily put away the blessing staff and headed to the gem embedding shop introduced by Sister Chi-Chi, where the owner was a dedicated craftsman of the Dragon King Guild. After Han Shen left, the enchanter revealed a confident look, quietly taking out a level 300 legendary ring and a level 90 enchantment stone. His lifelong dream was to enchant a piece of plus 99 legendary equipment to reach the level of his teacher. The Dragon King Guild leader's plus 99 legendary god-slaying blade was the pinnacle of his teacher's achievements. Therefore, if he could successfully enchant this level 300 magic ring to plus 90, he would fulfill his dream within his lifetime. Today's luck is so good, I'm sure it will succeed. With that, the enchanter gritted his teeth and began the enchantment. Ding! Enchantment failed, enchantment-1. Put. Watching the ring drop from plus 89 to plus 88, the enchanter felt like he was bleeding internally. Damn it, that kid jinxed me. Achoo! In the gem embedding shop, Han Chen sneezed. Who's talking about me? Alright, Divine Son, this equipment of yours has been filled with 18 slots, truly rare in the world. It's the first time I've seen it. Legendary equipment usually has at most 12 slots. This must be a mythic level equipment. Han Chen concealed the equipment's attributes, and others couldn't tell it was mythic level. Yes, a mythic level priest staff. Han Chen did not hide it. These were people from the Dragon King Guild, trustworthy. Indeed, may I ask what gems you wish to embed, Divine Son? The Dragon King Guild leader has decreed that all gem embeddings for you are free, and he has prepared 9 level max gems for you. Oh, this surprised Han Chen slightly. The Dragon King Guild leader had even arranged this. Since that was the case, Han Chen would not be polite. Embed 5 level 9 specialization gems, 5 level 9 damage gems, 5 level 9 life gems, and 3 level 9 healing gems for me. A maximum of 5 gems of the same type could be embedded, and level 9 gems were currently the highest level available. This way, he could completely restore the blessing staff to its maximum level of 330, fully showcasing the power of this mythic level equipment. Alright, give me 1 hour. 1 hour later, the owner successfully embedded 18 gems into the blessing staff. Han Chen took a look and was very satisfied, transferring 10 million as a thank you fee to the owner. After leaving the crafting area, Han Chen set off towards the Morrow Kingdom. High above the clouds, Han Chen used the forbidden spell Universal Restoration to completely restore the blessing staff, bringing back its original appearance. Looking at the attributes of the blessing staff, Han Chen's eyes widened in amazement. Blessing staff plus 20, mythical level, category, weapon level, LV 330, specialization, usable at level 180, strength plus 184,800, 154000x enchantment 20%. Constitution plus 193,560 spirit plus 202,200 agility plus 173,800 cooldown minus 100% all resistances plus 3,000% healing effect plus 5,000% durability. Eternal special effects, passive. Elemental light, light type skill effect plus 80% devout words, self HP recovery plus 50% pastoral light ring. In battle, the light of the pastoral deity surrounds the body, resisting negative effects and fatal strikes active. Soul Impact releases a soul light wave to form an impact, dealing 550% magic damage, cooldown 24 hours. Holy Spirit Array, within. The array, all healing skill effects plus 150%, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Holy Light Domain, in this domain, damage from Dark-type monsters is reduced by 20%, self and teammate damage is increased by 20%, and 0.1% HP is restored every second, cooldown 48 hours. Summoning Light summons a level 300 Spirit Warrior to assist in battle, lasts 1 hour, cooldown 72 hours. Blessing Divine. Words, mythical level active skill, increases self HP by 50 times and forms a divine word shield that can absorb 10 billion damage. Lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 30 days. Divine Punishment Light, mythical level active skill, unleashes a level 1 Light Divine Punishment. Within the punishment, all things are annihilated, ignoring defense, cooldown 30 days. Embedded Gems, max specialization. Gem X5, equipment level minus 150 max damage. Gem X5, damage plus 300% max life. Gem X5, life plus 20% max healing. Gem X3, healing effect plus 180%. This is truly mythical level equipment. Its attributes far surpass the legendary level top tier equipment Evil Welcoming 8 Scenes. Moreover, it has 2 mythical level active skills, which are true divine skills, especially Divine Punishment. No deity would dare to withstand it head on. Although the cooldown for these 2 divine spells is 30 days, it does not diminish their absolute power. Han Shen considers these 2 skills as his ultimate trump cards to be used at critical moments. Equipping the Blessing Staff again, Han Shen's attributes skyrocketed instantly. Han Shen Profession, Forbidden Spell Priest 60H Transcendence Talent, No. 6 Forbidden Sequence Divine Power Awakening, 35% Divine Power Effect. Level, LV 180 HP, 245, 8248 MP, 201, 149521149500 Strength, 366086 Constitution, 409708 Spirit, 402299 Agility, 365551 Free Attribute Points, 0 Cooldown, minus 100% Professional Assessment, 100 Stars Skills. 6th Transcendence, breaking 2 million HP. Can you believe it? If this attribute were seen by all the job changers in the country, they would definitely question their lives. This HP exceeds that of most 9th Transcendence job changers. With the artifact in hand, there's an invincible feeling. Han Chen finally experienced the power of the artifact. No wonder the Divine Envoy of the Fire Nation can use the Yata Mirror artifact to absorb his own forbidden spell damage. Every artifact has its powerful mythical level skill. Heading to the Morrow Nation, it would take at most a few hours to reach and tackle the first task boss, more than enough time. Then, Han Shen began to study the 28 priest skill books given to him by the national seat, hoping to learn them all successfully. Ding, learning healing array skill failed. Put. Damn it. This luck. Ding, learning light refraction skill failed. Crap. Keep going. Ding, learning enhancement skill failed. 3 consecutive failures left Han Shen dumbfounded. My god. I have the lucky stone. Damn it. 3 consecutive failures? Looking at the remaining 25 skill books, Han Shen gritted his teeth and decided to learn them all at once. Failure, failure, success, failure. Watching the panel notifications, Han Shen felt like he was about to spit blood. 28 skill books. He failed 25 times and only succeeded 3 times. This is not scientific. What went wrong? Han Shen had no choice but to ask the Dragon King President. The Dragon King President was also baffled by this issue. Aside from the 2 skills that are fixed to awaken upon completing the job change, other skills can only be obtained by defeating monsters, and these skills are basically guaranteed to be learned successfully, unlike Han Shen, who failed so many times. Son of God, are you cursed by the Amaterasu deity? The Dragon King President expressed some concern. This is not impossible. After all, they know nothing about the true power of the deities. And it's hard to say whether Amaterasu cast some special divine spell on Han Shen before the national artifact was destroyed. Han Shen was already troubled by the curse from the dark deity Chimera. If he were to be cursed by Amaterasu as well, that would truly be a disaster. President, no. Han Shen carefully checked himself and found no negative curse effects. Then maybe the Son of God is just having a streak of bad luck today. No way. I have the lucky stone. There's absolutely no way I would have such a high failure rate. Could it be related to my 7th job transfer quest? Han Shen took another careful look at his job quest panel and was shocked to find a new prompt that he clearly remembered was not there at the beginning. Before setting off, Han Shen had also checked the quest panel, and it wasn't there then either. Moreover, this prompt did not actively notify him. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Quest prompt 3. Due to the interference of the dark deity, a special negative effect has been applied to you. During the quest, your luck has dropped to the lowest, greatly increasing all failure rates. What the hell? No wonder my skill book learning failure rate is so high. It turns out the dark deity is behind this. Damn it. I'm just trying to complete a job quest and this dark deity is clearly out to get me. Fortunately, the dark deity still doesn't know that the weak curse from Chimera has been removed by the goddess, otherwise it definitely wouldn't just be a Simple increase in failure rate. This failure rate increases the difficulty of the quest, making it hard to complete easily. For example, the quest boss's attributes increase or the boss's respawn speed is enhanced, and so on. In this case, if Chimera's curse were still in effect, even with the blessing staff, it would probably be impossible to complete this job quest. From this quest prompt, Hanshin deduced one piece of information: the dark deity does not want him to complete the job change. They seem to fear his leveling up. Damn it, I wasted 25 skill books for nothing. I will definitely settle this score with you. Hanshin vented his frustration and then checked the skills he successfully learned, eager to see how powerful the automatic transformation of the forbidden spell was. You have learned a new skill, Radiance Technique, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Starshine. Starshine, when releasing the skill, a sky full of stars will appear, showering brilliance and dealing devastating damage to targets within range. Cooldown 12 hours. You have learned a new skill, Hatred Disappears, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Divine Shepherd's Care. Divine Shepherd's Care, special forbidden spell. All hatred directed at you can be transferred to a target, allowing them to bear all damage for you. Cooldown 24 hours. You have learned a new skill, Undead Binding, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Nemesis of the Undead. The Nemesis of the Undead, a special forbidden spell, effective only against the undead, capable of ignoring all control over the undead and commanding them to act, but ineffective against divine-level undead, with a cooldown of 15 days. Morrow Kingdom. Somewhere in the leveling area of the second largest river, Morrow River. Coordinates, 3010, 8005. A group of various Asans gathered here, all astonished at the sudden appearance of a mysterious boss. Isn't this the leveling area for the sheep-headed humanoid monsters? How could a level 210 fallen priest boss suddenly appear? A 7th transition Asan exclaimed in surprise. Why does my prompt say I can't attack this boss? Another 7th transition Asan asked in confusion. Are you stupid? Can't you see the 24-hour countdown above its head? This must be a special boss. It can only respawn after 24 hours, said an Asan who looked very much like a clever person. Thus, the news of the mysterious boss appearing in this leveling area quickly spread throughout Morrow Kingdom, and many high-level job changers from Morrow Kingdom came to try to defeat this boss. A special boss mysteriously respawning might drop special equipment or items, and naturally, the numerous job changers in Morrow Kingdom all wanted to seize the opportunity. Somewhere in a secret realm of Morrow Kingdom, a graceful and beautiful woman, wearing a veil and holding a Hydra staff, was challenging her 9th transition job task. Upon learning that a mysterious fallen priest boss had appeared in the leveling area of the sheep-headed humanoid monsters, she immediately became very interested. She was the goddess of Morrow Kingdom, privy to many secrets, and knew that the fallen priest was actually a monster transformed from a group of high-level priest job changers during the early stages of the game. Fallen priests usually appear in special dark dungeons around the world. Today, it's bizarrely showing up in the leveling area of the sheep-headed humanoid monsters. There must be something amiss. The imminent world-level event, the sudden rise of the Fire Kingdom's Divine Sun, who had blocked the news of the death of the well-eating Divine Sun, and the extraordinary nature of the Angel Kingdom's Divine Sun made her feel immense pressure. Perhaps this special fallen priest boss could drop rare items, which would help increase her combat power and ensure she reached the 9th transition before the world event arrived. Teacher, I'm going to defeat a boss first. Not long after, the goddess's escort team appeared grandly in the leveling area of the sheep-headed humanoid monsters. The large number of high-level job changers gathered here, upon seeing the goddess Garuda arrive, immediately knelt down and shouted, "We pay our respects to the goddess." In Morrow Kingdom, the goddess holds an incredibly high status. To them, the goddess is the future guardian of the nation, a powerful deity. The ancient Morrow Kingdom, which has always worshipped deities, naturally treats the goddess as a true god. I'll take this boss. With a single sentence, the job changers of Morrow Kingdom instantly abandoned their thoughts of defeating the boss and retreated to the side. This is the absolute authority of the goddess of Morrow Kingdom. In the sky above the clouds, whoosh, a beautiful woman, like an angel, appeared, holding a little cutie in her arms. Master, we've arrived. The little Mantu, transformed into a celestial maiden, said obediently. To avoid attracting the attention of the top job changers in Morrow Kingdom, after entering Morrow Kingdom, Hanshin disguised himself as an Asan and had the little man to lead him to their destination. After all, his Wind and Thunder Wings forbidden spell made too much noise, and it was his unique flying forbidden spell. If others saw it, they would immediately recognize him as the divine son of the Dragon Kingdom. The flying speed of the little Mantu in her celestial maiden form was comparable to forbidden-level flying skills, although it was a bit slower than his full-powered release of Wind and Thunder Wings. It was sufficient. Hanshin changed his posture, sitting upright on the little Mantu's hands, and then looked down at the special fallen priest boss. That is. Hanshin also noticed the goddess of Morrow Kingdom standing out among the crowd. She was seen sitting atop a strange golden serpent with 2 pairs of wings, dressed in a golden-red palace gown, draped with a sheer garment, elegant yet luxurious, with strands of black hair dancing in the wind. Although She wore a veil. Han Chen could clearly see her beautiful face. She was a woman whose looks rivaled those of Sister Chi-Chi, with an enchanting and bewitching aura. Garuda Country, Moro Hidden Profession, Soul Mage, 8th Turn Limit, Talent, Soul Subtlety, Divine Power Awakening, 5% Divine Power Effect. Deals an additional 30% magic damage to targets with health below 50%, restores plus 30% mana, all skill effects plus 20%, and includes a magic penetration. Effect level, LV 240 health, 1,101,400 mana, 2,410,000 strength, 181,800 constitution, 183,500 spirit, 201,210 agility, 175,010 free attribute points, 0. Profession Assessment, 97 stars. Skills, Soul Return, Soul Fairy, Soul Pressure, Death Soul Wave, Death Lightning, Yellow Springs Ice Seal, Ghostly Fury, Soul Explosion. It turned out to be the goddess of Moro. She wants to steal the boss? What if she's beautiful? What if she's the goddess of Moro? Dare to steal my boss and I'll make you regret it. Immediately, Han Chen turned his gaze to the fallen priest boss. Ivan Lich, fallen priest. Boss race, human profession, Fury Priest talent, Heart of the Fury Priest level, LV 210 health, 15 million. Profession assessment, 82 stars. Skills. Enhanced Holy Fist, Bloodthirst, Light of Life, Brutal Curse, Healing is impossible, Tear apart the demons. Hidden introduction, originally a potential priest from the battle-hardened nation of Bear Country, who never believed in deities but was eroded by mysterious powers, transforming into a fallen priest monster, summoned here by a mysterious force yearning for redemption to end his descent. Hidden lines, save me, save me, save me. Han Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. What immense suffering! To make a warrior from a nation that never believed in deities cry out in despair for help. This was just one priest, there were countless others suffering just like him. How cruel! If he were to kill this group of priests, Han Chen wouldn't feel it was cruel at all. Such endless torment was truly inhumane, and the priest class bore too much sin. Don't worry, your redemption starts now, he murmured, and with a flick of his blessing staff, he instantly cast the forbidden spell, Starlight Radiance. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a sea of stars, an overwhelming expanse that was terrifying. What's happening? Why has the weather changed? Stars, so many stars, the sky is covered in starlight. Is a deity about to descend? The Moro nation's class changers were all shocked and fell to the ground. Garuda suddenly looked up at the sky. She sensed a massive surge of magical elements. Someone was releasing a magical skill above. Not good. Someone is trying to steal the boss. Unfortunately, the sky was already shrouded in the immense light of the stars, and she couldn't see the class changer who was making a move. Soul Fairy. To prevent the boss from being wiped out by the mysterious newcomer, Garuda cast a soul defense shield with forbidden spell power on the boss. But, under the full release of Han Chen's skill power from the forbidden spell, Starlight Radiance, even Garuda's forbidden level soul shield couldn't withstand it. Sizzle! The starry brilliance fell, forming an incredibly beautiful aurora scene. But beneath the beauty lay immense magical power. Fortunately, Han Chen's forbidden spell only targeted the fallen priest boss. Otherwise, the Moro nation's class changers here would surely be reduced to ashes. Minus 15 million. The boss hadn't even seen Han Chen, and its health hit rock bottom, collapsing with a cry, and the items it dropped mysteriously vanished. Hiss! Is my soul ferrying defenseless? Who is it? Could it be a divine envoy or a divine child from another country? Impossible. If a 9th transition practitioner from another country came, our divine envoy would definitely know. So who is it? Is there someone in the country who would steal the boss I have my eyes on? Garuda's mind was struck with immense shock. Since her birth, she had enjoyed the nobility of the human world, succeeding in everything she did. She never expected that this time, without even seeing the shadow of the opponent, the boss would be stolen. Moreover, wasn't this boss supposed to have a 24-hour time limit? How could the opponent clear it? Once the sky cleared, there was no trace of Han Chen above. Dare to steal my boss, no matter who you are. Don't think you can easily leave the kingdom of Moro. She was the exalted goddess of the kingdom of Moro, the future supreme ruler of the kingdom of Moro. Anyone who dared to provoke her authority would have to pay the price. Ding, the next fallen priest boss has respawned. Location, capital of the kingdom of Moro, coordinates 911,911. Just as Garuda was about to return to the capital and have the National Affairs Department investigate this matter, a secret message from a temple spy arrived. Your Excellency, a fallen priest boss has respawned in the capital. This, Garuda immediately realized that this specially respawned boss was not just an ordinary wild boss, it could be a quest boss. Someone was undertaking a special quest, very likely a professional quest. And it couldn't be someone from her own country. The reason was simple. If it were someone from her own country, they wouldn't need to hide, they could openly undertake the professional quest. If it were not someone from her own country, then it was very likely they were concealing their identity. This meant that the opponent was not a 10th transition practitioner but possessed the ability to cast forbidden spells. If it wasn't the divine child of the Angel Kingdom, Fire Kingdom, or Leo Kingdom, then it could be a divine child born from another major country. Regardless, if the opponent's professional quest was in her country, she couldn't let them complete it smoothly. One more super expert meant one more competitor for the Kingdom of Moro. If they could capture him, it would also be a great opportunity for the Kingdom of Moro. Return to the capital. With a queenly demeanor, Garuda immediately informed the divine envoy. Inside the temple. After learning of this matter, the divine envoy of the Kingdom of Moro afar also became interested. Regardless of whether the opponent was a divine child from a hegemonic country or another country's divine child, capturing him would be beneficial for the country and herself. Afar decided to take action personally. The National Affairs Department of the Kingdom of Baro received the divine order and brought a group of 10th transition experts to the boss respawn location, surrounding it completely to prevent anyone from approaching. Buzz. Garuda used a teleportation scroll to return to the capital first, arriving at the boss's location. Divine Envoy, a fallen priest boss just respawned in the leveling area by the Moro River, similar to this fallen priest boss. Within 24 hours, we cannot respawn this boss, but a mysterious person can, and they can also take away the items dropped by the boss. After hearing Garuda's words, Afar looked at the fallen priest boss with great interest. Professional quests appearing in other countries were not unheard of. It was obvious that this was either a hidden quest or a priest's professional quest. If it was a priest's professional quest, then it was a 7th transition priest's professional quest. As far as he knew, since the priest profession had been significantly weakened 100 years ago, no 7th transition priests had appeared. And now, a priest could reach the transition level so quickly. He thought of one person, the divine child of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Afar's eyes couldn't help but shine with excitement. If it was indeed the divine child's professional quest from the Dragon Kingdom, it would be the best gift bestowed upon the Kingdom of Moro. Seal off this area, and once the mysterious person appears, capture him immediately. Yes, divine envoy. On the other hand, Han Shen had just arrived in the capital of the Moro Kingdom. From a distance, he saw that the second refreshed mission boss had actually attracted the attention of the divine envoy of the Moro Kingdom. Damn it! This is only the second boss. Is the difficulty level this high? Is the intervention of the dark deity this strong? Han Shen glanced at the attribute panel of the Moro Kingdom's divine envoy, frowning. It was not much different from the Fire Kingdom's divine envoy, just a difference in profession. Afar. Country, Moro Kingdom identity, envoy of Indra hidden profession, spirit shaman, 10th turn limit, talent, strong spirit, enhances the attributes of summoned spirits, requires no chanting, and can transform into a spirit, ignoring physical attacks. Divine Power Awakening, 22% Divine Power Effect, Life Increase plus 220%, Skill Effect plus 200%, 60% of the damage received. Can be transferred to the summoned spirit, with 1 immunity to damage effect. Level, LV 300 Health, 19,642,400 Mana, 20,241,500 Strength, 1,873,310 Constitution, 1,945,080 Spirit, 2,102,150 Agility, 1,754,220 Free Attribute Points, 0 Professional Assessment, 97 Stars Skills, Thunder God's Blessing, Thunder Spirit Totem, Tide Spirit Totem, Wind Spirit Totem, Earth Ghost Spirit, Voldemort Spirit. The Moro Kingdom's divine envoy must also possess mythic level equipment. If he forced the boss fight, he would inevitably have to confront him. There was not just the Moro Kingdom's divine envoy here, but also the powerful Brahma Legion, a group of super experts from the Moro Kingdom at the 10th turn, and the divine maiden Garuda of the Moro Kingdom. Looking at the time displayed above the mission boss's head, 22 hours 31 minutes 5 seconds. There was still time. Han Shen decided to use a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. So, he asked the Dragon King President for the coordinates of the Moro Kingdom's temple and directly infiltrated there. Indra Temple, the supreme power center of the Moro Kingdom. Here, the statue of the thunder god Indra, who protects the Moro Kingdom, is worshipped, receiving offerings from many Moro citizens daily. Lord Envoy, why have you returned? The guards in the temple, seeing their divine envoy return, were puzzled. Wasn't the envoy just at the capital? How could he be back so soon? At this moment, Han Shen, disguised as the Moro Kingdom's divine envoy, did not hide his attribute panel, deliberately letting them see the disguised attributes. How this divine envoy acts is not something you can question. Seeing the divine envoy's anger, the guards quickly knelt down in fear. Please forgive us, Lord Envoy. They dared not harbor any doubts because the attribute information displayed by the divine envoy before them was flawless. However, wasn't the divine envoy always cautious? Why would he deliberately open the attribute panel for everyone to see this time? Entering the temple, Han Shen glanced at the massive statue of the thunder god Indra, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then ordered the guards stationed there to retreat. Boom! With a single cast of the single target forbidden spell, Holy Light Binding, Han Shen shattered the entire statue, causing a huge commotion. Hearing the noise, the guards rushed in, and upon seeing the statue shattered, their faces turned ashen. The destruction of the statue was equivalent to desecrating the deity. If the Thunder God were to become angry and unleash divine punishment, no longer protecting the Moro Kingdom, it would be a tremendous blow to the entire Moro Kingdom. Why would the Divine Envoy destroy the statue? No way. The Divine Envoy would never destroy the statue. The Divine Envoy before them might be a fake, but who could disguise themselves so perfectly? Little Mantu, take action. Little Mantu directly unleashed the wide area forbidden spell, Heavenly Sacred Arrow, causing severe damage to the Indra Temple. In the capital, Afar was sipping coffee brewed with Ganges water. Suddenly, Afar's eyes bulged in disbelief, and he roared, "Death penalty!" Because he received a distress signal from the temple guards. Someone has destroyed the statue and is vandalizing the temple. You all stay here and continue waiting for that mysterious person to appear. After saying this, Afar teleported back to the temple. Garuda and the others also received the message, their faces changing dramatically. Damn it! Someone is attacking the temple. However, with the Divine Envoy returning, they would surely be able to deal with the intruder. Not long after Afar left, Han Shen, disguised as Afar, appeared, shocking everyone. Divine Envoy, has the temple matter been resolved? Garuda asked in astonishment. This was too quick. It had barely been 3 minutes. With this Divine Envoy taking action, how could the villain survive? The temple is already undergoing repairs. We must focus on capturing the one suspected to be the son of the Dragon Kingdom, only then can we gain the deity's forgiveness. Everyone nodded in agreement, bowing and saying, "Divine Envoy, you are wise." Garuda felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was, so he continued to lie in wait. At that moment, Little Mantu transformed into a celestial maiden and appeared above the fallen priest boss. The Brahma Legion members disguised as civilians looked on in shock at the suddenly appearing six-winged angel. Angel battle pet? The people from the Moro Kingdom mistook Little Mantu's celestial maiden form for an angel battle pet from the Angel Kingdom. Garuda and the others were also astonished. They had thought it was the son of the Dragon Kingdom completing a class quest, but unexpectedly, a six-winged angel battle pet had appeared. This mysterious person must be a class changer from the Angel Kingdom, as angel battle pets are powerful companions granted to them by the deities of the Angel Kingdom. The more wings an angel battle pet has, the stronger its master behind it. A six-winged angel battle pet is possessed only by the rare 10th transition limit breakers of the Angel Kingdom as well as the son of the Angel Kingdom. It was very likely that the son of the Angel Kingdom was on a quest. But hadn't the son of the Angel Kingdom already reached the 9th transition? Could he be undertaking some hidden task? It wasn't impossible. After all, hidden tasks can be bizarre, and there are indeed hidden tasks that involve continuously defeating the fallen priest boss. Lift the regional blockade that Angel Battle Pet is likely sent by the other side to confirm the situation. Han Chen said authoritatively. Yes, Divine Envoy. Once the blockade was lifted, Little Manta smoothly flew to the top of the fallen priest boss and instantly unleashed a powerful forbidden spell as planned. Heavenly Sacred Arrow. 1500W. As soon as Little Mantu cast the forbidden spell, it instantly killed the task boss and then flew away successfully. The items dropped by the boss were collected by Han Shen's Ghost Spider Emblem. Not good. That angel battle pet can unleash forbidden spells. Garuda and the others' expressions changed. Divine Envoy, it has escaped. Shall we not take action? Guo Li inquired. But in the next second, Han Shen tore open a random teleportation scroll and vanished. With the regional blockade lifted, Han Shen could naturally use the teleportation scroll. Garuda and the others were left dumbfounded, looking at each other. Suddenly, Garuda realized they had been tricked. The Divine Envoy from earlier was not the real Divine Envoy. Garuda immediately video called the Divine Envoy and found that the Divine Envoy was still at the temple dealing with the statue issue. Not good. We've been deceived. Garuda's hair stood on end in anger. This was unbelievable. How could someone disguise themselves as the Divine Envoy without any flaws? Seal off the entire country. We must not let that bastard from the Angel Kingdom escape. The temple may have been vandalized by that guy. Afar immediately ordered. Regardless of whether the other party was genuinely on a quest or deliberately causing destruction, the act of vandalizing the statue alone was an unforgivable crime. Afar suspected that the other party might be the son of the Angel Kingdom, Ionia. He might be carrying artifacts from the Angel Kingdom, which is why he dared to brazenly invade the Moro Kingdom and disguise himself, successfully deceiving everyone. Good for you, Angel Nation. Bullying others has its limits. You start a war with Fire Nation and still have the mind to stir up trouble in our country? Let's see how your Angel Nation handles the counterattacks from two hegemonic nations at the same time. Thus, the Divine Envoy of Moro Nation decided to deliver a profound blow to the capital of Angel Nation on September 11, 5 days later. If Angel Nation knew about this, they would definitely cry in the bathroom, shouting injustice. At this moment, Han Shen successfully reunited with Little Mantu and left the capital of Maro Nation, unaware that his commotion would bring unwarranted disaster to Angel Nation. Ding, the third fallen priest boss has respawned. Location, Bear Nation. Coordinates, 1234-2430. This time the boss respawned in Bear Nation? Bear Nation is a special country that does not believe in any deities, only in their own strength. Before the game arrived, they were a world superpower on par with Angel Nation, but unfortunately, everything changed with the arrival of the game, and the world order underwent a tremendous shift. Angel Nation received divine protection and maintained its position as the number one power, while Bear Nation began to decline. After all, a level 10 transmuter with a forbidden spell is comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb, and it's a walking, sustainable nuclear bomb, naturally rendering Blue Star's conventional weapons obsolete. Upon arriving in Bear Nation, Han Shen disguised himself as a Bear Nation citizen and easily defeated the boss without encountering any obstacles. Why has the difficulty decreased? Han Shen became puzzled. Logically, with the intervention of the Dark Deity, it should be getting harder. Looking at the task prompt panel, there were no changes. Soon after, Han Shen traveled around the world to defeat bosses, all of which were extremely easy. He quickly defeated 180 bosses in a row, leaving only 120 bosses. These bosses were incredibly easy to defeat. Could it be that the Dark Deity cannot fully intervene in the professional tasks, and their intervention hasn't truly taken effect? The initial appearances in Maro Nation were purely random? The more Han Shen thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. At this moment, the boss respawn prompt sounded again. Ding, fallen priest boss has respawned. Quantity, 3. Location 1, H Nation. Coordinates, 10744-3838. Location 2, Arctic. Coordinates, 2042-2432. Location 3, Cross Nation. Coordinates, 34141-14141. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The intervention of the Dark Deity had begun. This time, 3 bosses respawned at once, and the locations were extremely far apart. Without the permission of other nations, it was impossible to use the teleportation array across countries. With Han Shen's flying speed, it was absolutely impossible to defeat bosses in 3 places within 24 hours. National seat, 3 task bosses have respawned. Please send someone to H Nation and Cross Nation to guard the fallen priest boss. I will go to the Arctic to defeat the boss and then rush over. Han Shen sent the boss coordinates to the national seat. No problem, everything will be arranged properly. Divine Son, you can rest assured and go to the Arctic to defeat the task boss. Within Dragon Nation, the national seat immediately dispatched 2 small teams. Remember, even if it costs lives, we must guard the Divine Son's task boss. Yes, please rest assured, national seat, we will ensure the task is completed. The 2 small teams immediately set out. H Nation and Cross Nation are not hegemonic nations. When Dragon Nation transmuters come to defeat task bosses, their transmuters will not deliberately seek trouble. Therefore, in this round of bosses, Han Shen also easily defeated them. Ding, fallen priest boss has respawned. Quantity, 18. Looking at the task prompt, Han Shen gradually became serious, but with the help of the nations, he still completed the task smoothly. Ding, fallen priest boss has respawned. Quantity, 45. At first, not many countries might pay attention to this matter, but with the large number of fallen priest bosses appearing and respawning around the world, there would definitely be countries taking notice. After all, intelligence agents from various nations are not idle. The Dragon Kingdom continuously dispatched top teams to protect Han Shen's mission boss. This time, countries around the world noticed the Dragon Kingdom's special operations. There's a problem. How can a mission involve the whole world? Investigate. Find out who from the Dragon Kingdom is carrying out this special task. Many countries began to investigate secretly. Meanwhile, the Maro Kingdom, which was engaged in conflict with the Angel Kingdom, was bewildered. Damn! The fallen priest boss is a task for the Dragon Kingdom's job changers? Not the Angel Kingdom's Divine Son? Then what's the deal with that 6-winged angel battle pet? The rulers of the Moro Kingdom suddenly realized that their intelligence had been thoroughly rubbed into the ground. At this moment, the ruler of the Angel Kingdom, Tong Bai, called the ruler of the Moro Kingdom, Mumu. Fuck! I told you. Before that the destruction of your Thor statue was not done by our Divine Son. You just wouldn't believe it, and you blew up 2 of our strategic buildings without giving us enough compensation. Just wait for our revenge. At this point, the Maro Kingdom was left speechless. Brahma Squad set out to hunt down all the Dragon Kingdom's teams and destroy the fallen priest boss. As the Moro Kingdom launched an attack on the Dragon Kingdom's teams, casualties began to appear among them. Of course, in another country, the Moro Kingdom could only send elite teams from the Brahma Squad. Because facing the Dragon Kingdom's top teams couldn't be won by numbers alone, it required equally top-tier teams to hunt them down. This was a clash of top-tier job changers at level 10. Han Shen could only do his best to rush to each boss's coordinates to ensure the Dragon Kingdom's team suffered fewer casualties. Fortunately, Only one hegemonic country, the Moro Kingdom, was targeting the Dragon Kingdom, and with Han Chen allowing Xiao Mantu to support the teams under pressure at any time, they managed to safely collect this wave of bosses without incident. As for the Angel Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, they were already engaged in fierce battles and had no intention of getting involved in this matter. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun did not appear, they would not waste their combat power on meaningless tasks. Ding, Fallen Priest boss has respawned. Quantity 54. Notice, all job changers can respawn in 10 minutes. The last 54 task bosses appeared all at once, and there were only 10 minutes of protection time, making it extremely challenging. This time, 8 bosses appeared within the borders of the Leo Kingdom. Leo Kingdom. Initially, they were just observing and did not take action against the Dragon Kingdom's teams. But as Han Chen finished off the other bosses and finally arrived at the Leo Kingdom, everything changed. Because one of the Leo Kingdom's artifacts, the Eye of Divine Response, suddenly reacted. This was a special sensing auxiliary artifact, one that the Leo Kingdom had never revealed before. As long as there were myth-level equipment, divine envoys, or divine avatars appearing, it would sense them and display the corresponding location coordinates. At this moment, the Eye of Divine Response showed that an artifact appeared at the location of a fallen priest boss. It's the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun doing a job task. The divine envoy of the Leo Kingdom immediately realized the appearance of a Dragon Kingdom artifact represented the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun. Because if it were not related to the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Sun, the Dragon Kingdom would not deploy its national artifact at all. The divine envoy of the Leo Kingdom, Achilles, mistakenly thought that the Eye of Divine Response was sensing the Dragon Kingdom's national artifact, the Dragon God Imperial Seal. In fact, it was Han Chen's blessing staff that was sensed, even though Han Chen was not equipped with it at the moment. The divine envoy of the Leo Kingdom, Achilles, immediately took the national artifact, the Spear of War God, along with a group of top-tier job changers from the Leo Kingdom and headed for the highest mountain in the Leo Kingdom, Mount Olympus, because a fallen priest boss had appeared on this high mountain. At this moment, a 100-member tiger squad from the Dragon Kingdom was stationed here, and the fallen priest boss had already shown its respawn status. Nearby, many job changers from the Leo Kingdom had gathered, but they were watching cautiously, not daring to clash with this super squad from the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, a heavy, mountain-like aura descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. They saw the Leo Kingdom's divine envoy, Achilles, appearing with hundreds of top-tier job changers at level 10. Captain, it's the divine envoy from the Leo Kingdom. Why is he here? A member of the Tiger Squad said with a serious expression. I don't know. But from their appearance, it seems they are here for the Son of God mission boss. Regardless, we must protect the boss and will not retreat. Clang. Captain Zhao Manchang, a level 10 Flameblade Master, drew his fiery battle blade and assumed a combat stance. The other members also entered battle mode one after another. This boss has caught my eye, and considering there are no deep-seated grievances between the Leo Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, I will allow you to leave. Achilles held the Spear of the War God, exuding an immense pressure, like a war god in the sky. This is our Dragon Kingdom's mission boss. I kindly ask the divine envoy not to interfere. The Dragon Kingdom will surely reward you handsomely in the future. Zhao Manchang said gravely. It seems you are determined to defend this boss. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Immediately, a fierce battle erupted on Mount Olympus. On the other side, Master, after this boss, there will only be one last boss left. The other squad hasn't sent any assistance messages, so there shouldn't be any major issues. The little bun transformed back into a kitten form, lying on Han Chen's shoulder, happily saying, I hope so. Han Chen had a bad premonition. The further they went, the greater the variables seemed to become. Sure enough, just after defeating the 299th fallen priest boss, Han Chen received a message from the national seat. Son of God, come back quickly. You won't be able to complete this job task. The Leo Kingdom's divine envoy Achilles has made a move. He has set his sights on a mission boss, and the Tiger Squad led by General Zhao Manchang has been completely annihilated. What? Han Chen's expression changed. How could the Leo Kingdom's divine envoy suddenly take action? And he wiped out the entire Tiger Squad? As far as Han Chen knew, the Leo Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom had never had any conflicts of interest or enmity. This was equivalent to a serious provocation against the Dragon Kingdom. Was the Leo Kingdom's divine envoy not afraid of igniting a war between the two nations? Suddenly, Han Chen's gaze darkened as he thought of a possibility. That is, the Leo Kingdom's divine envoy might have learned that it was he who was undertaking this job task, so he wanted to use a fallen priest boss to capture him. Only his appearance could provoke the Leo Kingdom's divine envoy to act recklessly. But how did he find out? It should be noted that the divine envoy of the Moro Kingdom was also uncertain that it was he who was doing the job task, otherwise, he would have acted first instead of sending the BOLO squad to attack the Dragon Kingdom squad. But in any case, if the last fallen priest boss was under their control, Han Chen would have to go take a look. Although I have never met the squad led by General Zhao Manchang, they died because of me. Knowing that the opponent is a divine envoy, they still did not retreat an inch. This is the iron backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. I, Han Chen, vowed here that one day I will avenge you. Just as Han Chen was about to destroy the Leo Kingdom's temple to make them pay the price first, a voice echoed across the skies of the entire Leo Kingdom. If you do not arrive at Mount Olympus within 10 minutes, the fallen priest boss will be wiped out. It was clear. The Leo Kingdom's divine envoy was worried that Han Chen would cause destruction, so he gave him a time limit. Master, do you really want to go? The Leo Kingdom's divine envoy is not easy to deal with. The little bun expressed some concern. If the opponent had no divine artifacts or blessings from the gods, he would definitely not be a match for his master. My professional tasks are different from others. Once abandoned, taking them up again will inevitably increase the difficulty to an unmanageable level. The last time he undertook a professional task, the divine priest Ibobo had warned Han Chen not to give up easily. Abandoning it was tantamount to seeking one's own doom. Han Chen equipped the blessing staff and glanced once more at the last two divine spell level skills on the staff. Whether he could complete the professional task depended on these two spells. Thus, Han Chen no longer hid his intentions. After storing the little bun in the 10-star beast ring, he unleashed the wind and thunder wings, transforming into wind and thunder, and within 10 minutes, arrived at Mount Olympus, where he saw the towering divine envoy of the Leo Kingdom. A muscular man, aging like fine wine. Achilles' country, Leo Kingdom identity, Ares envoy hidden. Profession, Divine Brave Holy War, 10th turn limit, talent, Divine Shield. During combat, health and defense are doubled. When health is below 10%, defense increases by another 50%, and a Divine Shield is activated, capable of absorbing 1 billion damage. Divine Power Awakening, 21% Divine Power effect. As the envoy of the God of War, you will possess both attack and defense, with attack power plus 300%, health recovery plus 300%, defense plus 300%. The lower your health, the stronger your attack and higher your defense, and you can activate a healing effect that ignores fatal damage. Level, LV 300 health, 24,017,500 mana, 18,414,690 strength, 2,210,540 constitution, 2,356,470 spirit, 1,734,720 agility, 1,842,350 free attribute points, 0. Professional assessment, 97 stars skills, God of War's blessing, blood chi battle garb, armor piercing instant stab, joyful escape, counterattack shield, unyielding will, divine brave 8. Stabs. To be honest, the envoy of the Leo Kingdom is very strong. The basic defense and health are daunting. Look, envoy. It's really the son of the Dragon Kingdom. He came alone. The top tier job changers of the Leo Kingdom, who had laid a trap, were ecstatic. Heaven has favored them. The son of the Dragon Kingdom belongs to the Leo Kingdom now. Soon, a true god will descend upon the Leo Kingdom. Achilles' expression was grim as he prepared to sacrifice his life to force the son of the Dragon Kingdom to use the national artifact. At that time, the Dragon God Seal would disappear, and the son of the Dragon Kingdom would naturally be unable to escape the trap. Sacrificing himself to capture the son of the Dragon Kingdom was a worthwhile trade. Han Chen looked at the scattered bodies of the Tiger Squad on the ground and the body of General Zhao Manchang, full of holes yet still standing. A surge of anger welled up within him. Divine punishment. Han Chen roared and suddenly unleashed the Blessing Staff's attack skill. An endless divine light appeared above Mount Olympus, with each ray igniting into flames, carrying a sense of destruction. The extreme white refracted into brilliant gold. A massive aura of destruction enveloped everyone's hearts. Retreat! Retreat! This is a divine spell level skill, and it's an ultra-wide area divine spell level skill. The originally deployed top-tier job changers of the Leo Kingdom were all frightened and used teleportation scrolls to flee. If they were caught in this, they would likely be reduced to nothing. This isn't the national artifact of the Dragon Kingdom, it's a newly released myth-level equipment. Achilles was shocked. The weapon of the son of the Dragon Kingdom turned out to be a myth-level staff. Buzz! The divine punishment of light descended. The entire Olympus mountain range was covered. Run! Countless onlookers among the job changers fled in a frenzy. Not good. Divine Spear 100 pierces. Achilles immediately took action, wanting to knock Han Chen away and forcibly interrupt his artifact skill. God of War Spear is an active divine spell level skill that ignores any defense and has a 100% hit rate, making it impossible to dodge. Blessing Divine Language. Knowing that the opponent's artifact would also have powerful divine spell level skills, Han Chen instantly cast a defensive divine spell, increasing his health by 50 times, and a shield composed of divine symbols appeared around him. Bang! -5 billion. A massive damage value appeared above Han Chen's head, but it was absorbed by the divine language shield. What? Achilles' pupils contracted in disbelief. This was the extremely powerful single target kill spell of the Spear of the War God, and it was actually absorbed by the opponent's shield. Moreover, it seemed that this shield could absorb another 5 billion damage. Unbelievable. How could the divine language, shield of the Dragon Kingdom's son be so powerful? At that moment, the attack of divine punishment also descended. Boom! Columns of light, each 100 meters tall, crashed down. Mount Olympus was instantly riddled with holes, everything turning to ash. The tremendous sound of the explosion was like a million nuclear bombs going off at the same time, deafening. 623420000. The light of divine punishment instantly reduced Achilles to 0 health, but it did not kill him. He retained 1 point of life. The blessing of the war god and the effect of divine power saved his life. After the divine punishment, there was no longer any trace of Mount Olympus. The highest mountain of the Leo Kingdom had completely become history. Divine power recovery. Achilles actively released the effect of divine power recovery, instantly restoring himself to full health and status. As expected, as Han Shan had anticipated, divine punishment could not eliminate the opponent. Without the attack spell, Han Shan could not defeat a divine envoy. Who knew what powerful items the opponent possessed or what powerful divine spell level equipment skills they had? Han Shan's goal was not to fight Achilles but to take down the boss and bring back the corpses of Zhao Manchang and the others. Whoosh! After taking down the boss and collecting the corpses, Han Shan activated the Wind Thunder Wings forbidden spell to escape. This area had long been sealed off, so he could only fly away. Want to run? No way. Achilles would not let the son of the Dragon Kingdom escape right under his nose. However, he did not immediately release the second active spell effect of Spear of the War God. He wanted to wait for Han Shan's powerful divine shield to disappear before striking decisively to take him down. What incredible speed! Achilles was shocked by the speed of Han Shan's fully unleashed Wind Thunder Wings skill. It was slightly faster than his flying forbidden spell, but he was not in a hurry. The second spell skill was enough to reach the son of the Dragon Kingdom in an instant. He just needed to follow closely. Whoever captures the son of the Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with billions in tribute. The ruler of the Leo Kingdom also ordered everyone to attack. The War God Legion and numerous top-tier 10th transition players emerged in droves, sealing off all of Han Shan's escape routes. Many forbidden spells rained down on Han Shan, causing the sky to tremble as if it would be shattered at any moment. God's Forbidden Zone, a powerful auxiliary forbidden spell, directly imprisoned everyone and the forbidden spells. Only Achilles, protected by divine power, was unaffected. This is bad. If I don't shake off Achilles, I definitely won't escape. The president of the Dragon King was in the Fire Kingdom. The national seat could not bring the national artifact for support in a short time. Cold sweat broke out on Han Shan's forehead. Faced with the divine envoy of a hegemonic nation, Han Shan felt somewhat powerless. This was a world-class super transition player capable of suppressing a nation. There were only a few in the world, and it was already quite impressive for Han Shan to hold out against such a super transition player for a while. When the 10 minutes were up, the divine language shield disappeared. Han Shan's expression changed. Son of the Dragon Kingdom, accept your fate. Divine flash strike. Achilles, who could not originally catch up to Han Shan, instantly appeared before him, the spear of the war god thrusting forward, an overwhelming feeling surging in Han Shan's heart. There was no way this strike could not be blocked. Just as Han Shan was about to be struck and fall into Achilles' hands, a task prompt sounded. Ding, 300 redemption wishes have been completed. Final redemption activated. The next second, a special portal appeared. Han Shan was directly sucked into it. Achilles' divine mountain strike missed for the first time. But this actually worked? Achilles spat out blood. The unavoidable spear of the war god spell attack skill actually missed. Can you believe it? No wonder. The game task rules are indeed above the level of mythical equipment. However, this coincidental bug has never appeared in the history of the world before. It completely offended the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom's divine son destroyed the strategic leveling area of Olympic Mountain, yet in the end, they failed to capture the Dragon Kingdom's divine son, which resulted in a significant loss. The Dragon Kingdom's throne and others received secret reports from informants that the Dragon Kingdom's divine son had escaped, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. When they learned that the Dragon Kingdom's divine son was directly confronting the divine envoy of Achilles, they were genuinely taken aback. At this moment, Han Shan was teleported to the special task dungeon, Fallen Wasteland. Regarding this bug that evades divine curse attacks, Han Shan was also bewildered. There's such a trick? But it was good to have shaken off the divine envoy of the Leo Kingdom. Truly, the goddess is watching over him. What entered Han Shan's sight was a desolate landscape, a true wasteland, with countless shambling, zombie-like fallen priests, each swaying and murmuring, their hollow eyes occasionally revealing pain. Ding, you have entered the final place of redemption. As long as you kill the Lord of the Fallen, you can complete the final redemption. Ding, the Lord of the Fallen has sensed your arrival and has raised a middle finger symbolizing friendliness at you. You are afflicted with 1,800 types of negative buffs. 1,800 types of negative effects? Is this trying to kill me? If other priests received such a professional task, wouldn't they instantly perish? At this moment, Han Shan passively Entered combat mode, and the passive effect of the blessing staff, Ring of Pastoral Light, was triggered, causing a mystical ring to appear above his head, actively clearing all negative effects. Han Shen squinted slightly at the halo above his head, unable to help but complain. I feel like this passive is cursing me to death, but I have no evidence. Roar! A massive dragon roar echoed. Immediately, a gigantic dark lizard appeared, possessing bat-like wings, resembling a Western dragon. Western Winged Demon Dragon, level, LV-210, mount. Of the Lord of the Fallen, it really is a dragon. But it's so ugly. On the back of the demon dragon stood a figure in a black robe holding a magic wand. Belger race, human hidden. Profession, Dark Dragon Shepherd talent, Soul Shepherd Dragon Curse, level, LV-210 health, 100 million mana, 100 million. Professional assessment, 94 stars skills Fallen Divine. Blessing, Dragon Summoning, Great Dark Magic Array, Dark Blood Cry, Dark Control, Black Dragon Explosion, Dragon Exchange. Hidden Introduction, the first priest of the Angel Kingdom of Blue Star to actively sacrifice himself and pledge allegiance to the Dark Deity, later becoming the Lord of the Fallen under the control of the Dark Deity, responsible for exterminating the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Son who undertakes the redemption task of fallen priests. Dialogue, Dragon Kingdom's Divine Son, I didn't expect you to successfully eliminate 300 fallen priest bosses. It seems the deity underestimated your abilities. Dialogue, but this is where it ends for you. This is my territory, Belger, and here, I am the omnipotent Lord of the Fallen. Dialogue, I will use the Dragon Exchange Super Forbidden spell to make you die in the most painful wails. Shadow Curse. Minus 100 million. The Lord of the Fallen is dead. Don't be fooled by how easily Han Shen killed this Lord of the Fallen. It was mainly because his own forbidden spell power was still intact. If the Dark Deity Chimera's curse had been weakened, facing a Dark Dragon Shepherd with 100 million health as a 7th transition combat power priest would definitely be like slapping one's mother-in-law, purely seeking death. It seems the Dark Deity still doesn't know that its weakening has been lifted by the goddess. This is something worth celebrating for Han Shen. As long as the Dark Deity continues to believe it can only exert 7th transition combat power, the subsequent professional tasks will be much easier. Until now, Chimera was still feeling pleased, constantly showing off to other dark deities that he had cursed the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Son, which was a great achievement. The body of the Lord of the Fallen hasn't disappeared? However, upon careful thought, this Lord of Corruption is not a pure monster, nor is it a mere avatar. It is the body of a normal class changer, which naturally retains its corpse after death. Immediately, Han Shen unleashed a judgment of light, reducing its body to dust while also obliterating its mount and a host of corrupted priest monsters, completing the final redemption thoroughly. Ding! Congratulations on completing the final redemption. All corrupted priests have been redeemed. Completion rate perfect. Reward, Redemption Stone X1. Redemption Stone, mythical grade item, can be fused with legendary grade equipment, has a certain probability of upgrading the equipment to mythical grade, requires a level 300 crafting master to forge. Wow! A redemption stone? Han Shen's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an entire live abalone. He had heard about this thing from his teacher back in school. There exists a type of mythical grade item that can potentially forge mythical grade equipment, and that is the Redemption Stone. No matter the attribute of the Redemption Stone, it can be fused with legendary grade equipment, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of being upgraded to mythical grade equipment. The mythical grade equipment, the 8-span mirror of the Fire Nation, was created through the fusion of a Redemption Stone. My 7th class job quest actually rewards me with a Redemption Stone? Han Shen's mood was incredibly excited at this moment. In the future, he could find a piece of level 300 legendary grade equipment to fuse and forge. If he could produce a piece of mythical grade equipment, that would be absolutely exhilarating. Mythical grade equipment is the most powerful gear in the current world. To farm a divine artifact requires the right timing, location, and people, along with countless resource expenditures, and even then, it might not drop. And to obtain a redemption stone, aside from opening treasure chests and relying on luck, one must clear a world-class hell difficulty dungeon for a very low chance of receiving a redemption stone as a reward. If he said there was no insider information behind this, Han Shen would never believe it. In the depths of his mind, Han Shen seemed to see that lecherous divine priest, Ibobo, revealing a radiant smile like a blooming flower. Congratulations on completing the 7th class job quest. Please proceed to the class change sanctuary to complete your 7th class change. The quest ended, and a portal appeared, but there was no prompt, indicating there was no time limit for leaving. Han Shen felt a bit worried. What if he went out now and ended up back in the same place in the Kingdom of Leo? Wouldn't that put him in a predicament again? For safety's sake, Han Shen decided to wait for a while. There was no internet in the dungeon, so Han Shen had to open the game chat channel to check the world channel for news about the Fire Nation and the Angel Nation. At that moment, Han Shen noticed that his private chat channel was flooded with messages. Shen Yuan Mengqi, little priest, I heard you faced the divine envoy of the Kingdom of Leo alone. How are you doing now? Your phone is unreachable. Are you okay? I'm so worried. Please reply as soon as you receive this. Dragon King President, Divine Son, please do not confront the Divine Envoy of the Kingdom of Leo head-on. That guy is extremely difficult to deal with. You can take the job quest again. Preserving yourself is the priority. National Seat, Divine Son, come back. Quickly, you are no match for Achilles, your journey is still long. Li Feiyu, Old Han, I saw the news that you fought the Divine Envoy of the Kingdom of Leo. Don't be so reckless. I've called you dozens of times, at least pick up one. You must be okay, otherwise, I can't expand Huaxia on my own. Chu Ye, Divine Son, I come on the orders of the National Seat, bringing the national artifact to assist you. Where are you? Send me your coordinates. Looking at everyone's messages, Han Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly replied to everyone. I'm fine, currently in a job quest dungeon, no need to worry about me. Upon receiving Han Chen's reply, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feiyu fiercely struck the boss, shouting, I knew Old Han was strong and mighty. What of the Divine Envoy of the Kingdom of Leo? He still can't do anything to Old Han. Dragon King Guild. Xian Yuan Mengqi, lost and disheartened, had tear stains on her face and swollen eyes. Upon seeing Han Chen's reply, she instantly regained her composure, transforming her sorrow into joy, shaking with excitement like a little wife. Good lad, you really know how to keep people on their toes. Xian Yuan Zhonghua released the four-winged angel battle pet whose head he had crushed, and a slight smile appeared on his otherwise heavy face. However, to the job changers of the Angel Kingdom, this Dragon King seemed even more terrifying. Having collected a mythic level material from the Fire Kingdom, Xian Yuan Zhonghua naturally had to put on a show and exert some effort. With a swing of the god-slaying blade in his hand, he instantly slaughtered numerous troops of the Angel Kingdom. Of course, Xian Yuan Zhonghua only targeted the small fry. When he encountered formidable foes, he simply pretended not to see them, allowing them to successfully enter the strategic resource area of the Fire Kingdom to wreak havoc. 10 days later, Han Chen confirmed through a private chat with the national leader that the Divine Envoy of the Leo Kingdom had returned to the temple and was no longer near Mount Olympus, which prompted him to step through the teleportation portal. National leader, I'm heading out. Alright, if you encounter danger, the 3 national treasures of the White Tiger King, along with Zhu Shuai and the others, will support you at the first opportunity. He thought he would appear at the original location, but to his astonishment, Han Chen found himself back within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Son of God, where are you? Our informants say they haven't seen you. Zhu Shuai, in the coastal waters at the edge of the Leo Kingdom, anxiously sent a message inquiring. I've returned to the country, Zhu Shuai, you can come back now. Han Chen did not immediately go to the Job Change Temple but instead sought out the national leader to hand over the bodies of Zhao Mancheng and the others to the state. Son of God, there's no need to be sad, they sacrificed themselves for the country, and that is their honor as soldiers. As for the Leo Kingdom, you need not worry about it for now, focus on leveling up, and the state will seek justice for them. The national leader feared that Han Chen, not yet at the 10th transition, might go to the Leo Kingdom again, and it wouldn't be as fortunate as this time, where he narrowly escaped through a professional dungeon in a critical moment. Rest assured, national leader, I am not reckless. One day, I will seek justice for them. After bidding farewell to the national leader, Han Chen finally headed to the imperial capital's Job Change Temple to complete his 7th transition. Congratulations on completing the 7th transition. Job task, beginning the job change. A sacred soft light erupted from the job change stone, and he once again felt that tingling, numbing, and refreshing sensation. This time, the pleasure was even more intense, causing Han Chen to shiver involuntarily as if his entire being was opening up, bathing in a divine spring, feeling incredibly comfortable. Once the divine light faded, Han Chen's body became significantly sturdier, his life vitality greatly increased, making him feel as if he could live another 10 years. With the increase in level and lifespan, this was not mere hearsay, it was a fact. Lifespan is, after all, the most coveted intangible treasure for humanity. Job change successful. A divine ring reappeared behind Han Chen, and 6 divine rings completely formed a magic circle. Priest divine ring array, healing effect plus 30%, health plus 10%. Ding, due to your promotion to the 7th transition, the 4 major world rankings are now open. World rankings, combat power ranking, pet ranking, wealth ranking, equipment ranking. The world rankings are different from the national rankings. The national rankings require 1 to actively list themselves to be displayed. Generally, to conceal strength and prevent spies from other countries from seeing the comprehensive combat power through the equipment ranking, nations will issue decrees stating that equipment of golden grade or above cannot be listed. However, the world rankings are different. As long as one meets the criteria of being in the top 1,000 in the world, they will be listed when the world rankings are announced. Of course, only job changers above the 7th transition can see the world rankings, and only the equipment and pets bound to those above the 7th transition will participate in the rankings. Now confirming your combat power, pets, equipment, and gold wealth. Combat power ranking. Combat power assessment is only related to one's own attributes, equipment, pet bonuses, etc., and is unrelated to skills. Comprehensive combat power assessment, 2,100 stars not listed. Equipment rankings, equipment ranking, excluding items. Your equipment, the Blessed Staff, has entered the world ranking at number 3. You qualify for the list. Do you wish to make your information public for the world to admire? Make it public. Han Shan wanted the whole world to know that he possessed a mythic level piece of equipment. If anyone wanted to challenge him, they better be prepared to pay a heavy price. Wealth rankings, game world trading currency, gain gold coin rankings. Gold coin count, 0 not ranked. Pet rankings, pet grade rankings. Bound pet, god level growth pet, devouring cat. Your pet has entered the world ranking at number 1, qualifying for the list and receiving a world announcement reward. Do you wish to make your information public for the world to admire? Make it public. A world announcement echoed across the globe. The pet of the holy priest Han Shen from the Dragon Kingdom, the devouring cat, has ascended to the top of the world. Pet rankings. This is a special announcement. The world announcement rang out 3 times, shocking countless job changers around the world. All job changers above level 7 opened the world rankings and gasped as they saw Han Shen's battle pet, the devouring cat, ranked first. They knew that the Dragon Kingdom's son, Han Shen, had an impressive pet, but they speculated it was at most a super 10-star battle pet. They never expected it to be a god level battle pet. Holy crap! Our son's pet is world number 1? It pushed down the long-standing champion, the 8-winged angel battle pet from the Angel Kingdom? The job changers from the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed in unison. This was the world's first divine pet. What the hell? How can there be a pet stronger than our divine envoy's 8-winged angel battle pet? How could the Dragon Kingdom's son have a god-level pet? The job changers from the Angel Kingdom were deeply impacted. Their divine envoy, Zyla, had a pet that was known as the strongest 10-star battle pet, consistently holding the world number 1 spot, and now it had unexpectedly become second. The high-ranking officials of the Angel Kingdom also wore serious expressions. Once Han Shen's pet fully matured, it would be comparable to a true god, making it invincible in the world, and at that time, the Angel Kingdom's position as the top power would cease to exist. At this moment, a level 9 job changer posted a screenshot of the top 10 from the equipment rankings in the world channel. The entire world then noticed that not only did Han Shen have the number 1 pet, but he also possessed a mythic level piece of equipment ranked 3rd in the world. Now, not only were the rulers of the Angel Kingdom worried, but the 3 major powers of the Fire Kingdom, Leo Kingdom, and Moro Kingdom were also anxious. They had all offended the son of the Dragon Kingdom. If they couldn't capture the son of the Dragon Kingdom, they would have to kneel on the ground, stick their butts up, and sing a song of submission. Now that the son of the Dragon Kingdom had a mythic level piece of equipment and a god level battle pet, they had to think carefully about capturing him. It was likely that without the divine envoy, no one could catch the son of the Dragon Kingdom. As for Han Shen advancing to level 7, they were not surprised. With a divine artifact and a divine pet, if he still failed his class quest, that would be a miracle. The high-ranking figures of the Dragon Kingdom, including the Dragon King, were also incredibly excited upon hearing the world announcement and sent their congratulations to Han Shen. This was a solid win. Even if the son could not reach level 10 in the future, with such a divine pet, the Dragon Kingdom would solidify its international status. Of course, the premise was that the divine pet could grow. As for the struggling priests around the world, at this moment, they were also in tears. It's the great Han Shen who is saving our priest profession. May the priest lord be immortal. Priests from all over the world began to worship towards the east, chanting Han Shen's name as a new seed of faith began to sprout. Shen Yuan Mengqi, little priest, is little man to a divine pet? Come back and let me pet it. It loves being petted by me, and I take cat petting seriously. Shen Xiaochen, big shot, I want to squeeze little man to a bit to feel the strength of a divine pet. Zhang Tai, brother Han, you really are the best, I'm in awe of you. Just as Li Feiyu, who had just received the favor of the goddess of luck, found a golden treasure chest, he immediately sent a congratulatory message to Han Chen. I knew it, old Han, your pet cat is a divine pet. I'm farming bosses in the Misty area and just picked up a newly spawned golden treasure chest. I hope I can also get a divine pet. Receiving the congratulations from everyone, Han Chen smiled knowingly. However, seeing Li Feiyu's message, Han Chen was left speechless. Did this old Li find another golden treasure chest? Damn it! While others might go their whole lives without encountering a greenwood treasure chest, he seems to have golden treasure chests popping up like they're produced in his home. What luck! Shaking his head, Han Chen opened the world equipment leaderboard to see what artifacts the world had. Rank 1, Dragon God Jade Seal, Special Mythical Equipment, Owner, Mao Sheng from the Dragon Kingdom. Hidden Profession, Great Luck Master. Rank 2, Archangel Staff, Mythical Equipment, Owner, Shilu Wapei from the Angel Kingdom. Hidden Profession, Thunder Holy Knight. Sure enough, the top spot is occupied by the invincible national artifact of the Dragon Kingdom. Special Mythical Equipment? What does that mean? Then, Han Chen glanced at the other mythical equipment. War God Spear, Amaterasu Sword, 8-foot Mirror, Divine Eye, Hidden, Angel Armor, Thunder Trident, Angel Holy Sword, Light Divine Shield, Hidden, Divine Wheel, Hidden, Elf Royal Staff, Hidden. Except for 4 artifacts that do not have publicly available owner information, the rest are in the public domain. There are only 14 pieces of mythical equipment in the world. That number is just too low. Moreover, it seems that mythical equipment is mostly concentrated in the hands of the 5 major hegemonic countries, while other major nations like the Bear Country probably don't have a single piece. It's worth noting that after over 100 years of recuperation, the total population of Blue Star has recovered to over 6 billion, with a vast number of job changers. Yet, since the game's arrival, there have only been 14 pieces of mythical equipment. No wonder humanity has only explored 30% of the Dark Great Forest. After closing the world leaderboard, Han Shen glanced at the world channel, which was filled with comments about his pet, Little Mantu, and the Blessing Staff. The world's #1 hotspot, the war between the Fire Kingdom and the Angel Kingdom, was temporarily overshadowed by the world leaderboard. Han Shen's appearance on the list raised the Dragon Kingdom to a new height, making many countries eager to come and pay their respects. This was something Han Shen hadn't anticipated. He underestimated the influence of the world leaderboard. Then, Han Shen finally checked his 7th transfer attribute changes. Opening the attribute panel, Han Shen was left dumbfounded. Holy crap, this time it's like a little cow in a steamer. Truly, steamed, impressive. Han Shen profession, Forbidden Spell Priest, 7th transfer, talent, number 6 Forbidden Sequence, Divine Power Awakening 50%, including Awakener's Heart item plus 15%. Divine Power effect, ignores magic immunity and negative effects of targets within his own level and increases all skill effects by 5 times. Can immunize 1 fatal blow per day, can hide his own traces, and cannot be detected by non-deities. Level, LV 180 health points, 4,624,800 mana points, 4,465,910, 446, 591 0, strength, 826,670 constitution, 924,960 spirit, 893,182 agility, 843,590 free attribute points, 0. Cooldown, -100% profession assessment, 100 stars combat power assessment, 2,100 stars. Looking at the attributes nearing a million, Han Shen's breath quickened. My goodness, this is only the 7th transfer. Health points close to 5 million, it's simply outrageous. That kind of milk cow profession like Xianyuan Mengqi only has a maximum of 400,000 health points at the 7th transfer. Although her equipment attributes aren't particularly high, they're not bad either. He has more than 10 times her health points. At this rate of attribute growth, wouldn't he break 10 million health points by the 9th transfer? This Forbidden Spell Priest profession is undoubtedly an existence that surpasses hidden professions, otherwise there wouldn't be such exaggerated attribute boosts. No wonder that when I first completed the job change, my 4 basic attributes were maxed out. With such a surge in attributes, what kind of powerful forbidden spells will the 2 skills awakened at level 7 transform into? Han Shen opened the skill panel and saw the 2 new skills. You have learned a new skill, Holy Light Echo, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Miracle of Life Sim. Miracle of Life Sim. Active support skill, when the Song of Life resonates, all things on earth revive, bathed in the light of life, miracles of life erupt, all friendly unit skill effects plus 500%, cooldown minus 50%, mana cost minus 80%, health plus 200%, and forms a life shield that can absorb 100 million damage, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 20 days. You have learned a new skill, Mindquake, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell Eternal Dusk. Eternal Dusk, special mind-type single-target forbidden spell. As dusk descends, the gods retreat, dealing 100% fatal strike damage to the target. If the target is not eliminated, the caster will suffer 80% damage backlash, and damage dealt to targets with health below 20% is increased by 1000%, cooldown 30 days. One is a range support skill, and the other is a single-target attack skill. Moreover, this attack forbidden spell is a special mind-type forbidden spell with a 100% hit rate and fatal strike damage, so the damage value is definitely considerable. As for the 80% backlash, Han Shen didn't care at all. This was a special forbidden spell that dealt 1000 damage to the enemy while inflicting 800 on oneself. This forbidden spell is quite useful for breaking the divine power effects of those divine envoys. For example, that envoy from the Fire Nation, once the divine power effect that negates a fatal strike is gone, I might be able to use Shadow Curse for a guaranteed kill. The premise is that he doesn't have a life-saving item like Life Scarecrow or the protection of the divine power of Amaterasu. Skills, Goddess's Blessing, Judgment of Light, Shameful Filler, Eternal Dusk. Now I possess 24 forbidden spells, along with 2 divine spells from the Blessing Staff, totaling 26 super skills. Combined with my 100% cooldown and sufficient mana, only the divine envoys of the hegemonic nations can suppress me. As for other job changers, Han Shen is confident he can easily defeat them. Now that I've completed the 7th job change, Han Shen decided to take Li Feiyu and others to explore the golden treasure map and level up a bit. After the 7th job change, the experience required to level up is dozens of times that of before. Without super experience dungeons, leveling up will be much slower, and I also need to prepare to collect materials for the priests. 8th job change. Oldly, call the sisters and gather at the holy temple in the imperial capital. We're going to explore the golden treasure map. Han Chan called Li Feiyu. Hey, old Han, you completed the 7th job change? Can we explore the golden treasure map a bit later? Why? Han Chan was puzzled. Could it be that old Li is grinding some high difficulty dungeon? Earlier, I opened a golden treasure chest and got a hidden profession book. I used it and now I'm doing the warrior hidden profession. What the heck? How much dog poop did he step in to get such luck? As for the hidden profession book, that is a knowledge point that is tested every year in school. The hidden profession book is a special item that allows all non-hidden profession players to unlock the corresponding hidden quest. Once the hidden quest is completed, the profession can transform into a hidden profession, making it a coveted item for all non-hidden profession job changers. In the past, someone opened a treasure chest and got a hidden profession book, successfully completing the hidden profession quest, transforming from the life profession tree planter to the life hidden profession vegetative state. I didn't expect Old Li to find such a treasure. This is no less than obtaining a super 10-star battle pet. Old Li, do you need help? This is a great opportunity for Lao Li to transition into a hidden profession. As a good brother, Han Chan naturally wants to help. I can't help. This is a solo mission and I'm currently grinding tasks in the hidden profession dungeon. It will probably take me 3 days. Han Chan thought to himself. Hidden profession tasks are usually done alone, and it's rare to find one that can be completed in a group. Alright then, focus on your tasks. Once you finish the hidden profession mission, we can explore the golden treasure map together. Remember, you are a brave warrior who remains unflinching even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. Unless absolutely necessary, don't give up. You must obtain the hidden profession. During this time, Han Chan had seen many players transitioning to hidden professions, and their attribute growth far surpassed that of special professions. Li Feiyu is currently a special profession, the Dragon Blood Warrior, which is significantly stronger than an ordinary warrior but still falls short compared to hidden professions. To become the top-tier class changer in Blue Star, a hidden profession is a prerequisite. This is a rare opportunity. Li Feiyu naturally understands the importance of this hidden profession task. With a powerful golden set and the evil welcoming 8 scenes, Li Feiyu is confident he can complete the mission. Don't worry, Lao Han, I will definitely succeed. That way, I can still support you from behind in the future. After ending the call, Han Chan decided to visit the Imperial Capital Museum to check out that special divine stone. With the permission of the national seat, Han Chan easily entered the restricted area of the museum, where dozens of top-tier life profession analysts were tirelessly deciphering more secrets of the divine stone day and night. According to the continuous analysis over the past 100 years in the Dragon Kingdom, it was confirmed that this divine stone not only has a prophecy regarding the birth location of a divine child but also holds 5 secrets related to the divine child of the Dragon Kingdom. However, so far, only 1 secret has been deciphered, and this alone is enough to shock the entire world. But since Han Chan hasn't reached the 10th transition, the national seat wouldn't disclose anything to him. Han Chan initially wanted to use the all-knowing eye to see if he could uncover the secrets of the divine stone, but all he saw was one piece of information: shattered divine steel. Then, it was all question marks. It turns out this isn't a divine stone at all, but a shattered divine steel. Han Chan frowned. What is a divine steel? This term was something Han Chan heard for the first time, and there were no records of divine steel on the world web. This means that the 5 major hegemonic countries all believe they have obtained a special prophetic divine stone, unaware that it is a shattered divine steel. With no gains, Han Chan had no choice but to leave and plan to return home. Although there were no family members left at home, the protagonist currently has all skills. Passive skills: Blessing of the Goddess, All-Knowing Eye, Holy Wisdom. Active skills: Judgment of Light, Holy Light Guardian, Desolation of Divine Grief, Divine Oracle. Prayer, Restoration of All Things, God's Forbidden Zone, Wind and Thunder Wings, Bundle of Holy Light Nebula, Absolute Defense, Absolute Domain, Life Drain, Soul Curse, God's Hand, Holy Hammer, Shadow Curse, Starlight Radiance, Care of the Divine Shepherd, Nemesis of the Undead, Miracle of Life Hymn, Eternal Dusk. Yunhai City, the area of the Class Change Sanctuary. Han Chan returned home. It was quite messy. The last time Han Chan came back, he hadn't tidied up and everything was covered in dust. In the past, his mother had quietly cleaned the room by herself. But today, Han Chan was doing a thorough cleaning all alone. Looking at the familiar family photo in his parents' room, Han Chan wiped it over and over again. In the evening, as Han Chan looked at the kitchen, the image of his father cooking immediately came to mind. Han Chan sighed softly, sitting alone on the sofa, watching TV, as if his father, mother, and older sister were still at home, because Han Chan had grown accustomed to this life for the past 18 years. Sis, I want to eat potato chips too, give me a pack. Here, sister will feed you, but don't eat too much, okay? You should eat less junk food. If you gain weight, it won't look good. Pfft, when have I ever gained weight? If you don't believe me, hug me and see if anything has changed. Sitting on the sofa, Han Chan's usual banter. with his sister echoed in his mind and ears. The corners of Han Shen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile of beautiful memories. After a long while, he still hadn't heard his mom urging him to rest. Gradually, Han Shen snapped back from his memories, his expression revealing deep loneliness. Dad, Mom, Sis, where are you? With no clues, Han Shen felt wide awake, sitting there all night. And in these 3 days, Han Shen hadn't gone anywhere. He turned off the channels, shut down his phone, and quietly stared into space at home. 3 days without contact with Han Shen had made Xianyuan Mingqi anxious. Chi-Chi, do you think Han Daolao might have gone home? Chen Xiaoqian had completed her professional task, successfully reached level 7, and was preparing to go find Han Daolao with Xianyuan Mingqi. Earlier, Han Daolao had sent them a private message, saying he would take them to explore the treasure map 3 days later. But then he suddenly disappeared. That's possible. Let's go. Xianyuan Mingqi and Chen Xiaoqian immediately headed to Han Shen's home in Yunhai City. As soon as the two arrived, they saw Han Shen getting ready to go out. Why are you here? I was just about to look for you to go to the Huaxia Guild. Together, Han Shen said with a light smile. Glancing at the tidy and clean house, Xianyuan Mingqi suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She understood all too well that Han Shen had been home alone for 3 days, missing his family, just like she had been hiding in her room alone, looking at her mother's photo and expressing her longing. The pain of losing family can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. Your phone was off and you didn't respond to private messages in the game channel, Xianyuan Mingqi replied softly. I forgot to turn it on and open the channel. Sorry. Let's go. Li Feiyu and the others are probably already waiting for us at the Huaxia Guild. Seeing Han Shen's feigned nonchalance, Xianyuan Mingqi mustered her courage, took Han Shen's hand, and blushed as she said, "Don't hide your feelings alone in the future, you can talk to me." Han Shen shivered all over, wanting to pull his hand back but not doing so, saying, let's go. Chen Xiaoqian showed a knowing smile and followed them into the elevator, joking, "Looks like I need to be ready to eat dog food at any time from now on. Just eat your long bread." Xianyuan Mingqi's face turned even redder as she took out a spare cream bread and stuffed Chen Xiaoqian's mouth full, causing creamy white filling to squirt out. Cough, cough, cough. Daolao, Chi-Chi is bullying me, Chen Xiaoqian complained. Ha? Really? I didn't see that. Wipe it off. Cream dripped onto your chest. Han Shen handed her a tissue. The elevator doors opened, and a cleaning lady saw Han Shen holding a beautiful woman's hand and another beautiful woman with creamy liquid all over her mouth, looking astonished, then revealing a look of realization, saying, "Today's young people really know how to have fun." Two is one thing, but in the elevator? Aren't you afraid of being caught on camera? The three of them suddenly felt awkward and hurriedly left. Not long after, the three arrived at the Huaxia Guild. Li Feiyu had just returned from completing a hidden job task, successfully obtaining an extremely impressive hidden profession. "Old Han, look at me." Upon seeing Han Shen arrive, Li Feiyu rushed over, his face full of excitement. "Look at what?" Han Shen asked deliberately. "Look at my body." Put. Everyone internally spat out a mouthful of 82-year-old soda. There was some serious bromance. "Oh my, I knew the president had a close relationship with Han Shensi, but I didn't expect it to be this deep, ma." Lao exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Ningshuang and Chu Ye both expressed that this was not the Li Feiyu they knew. "President Li, please have some self-respect." Xianyuan Mingqi frowned. How could she let Han Shen see Li Feiyu's body? If anyone was to see, it should be her own. "Old Li, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, you're very dangerous. Don't get too close to me in the future," Han Shen said leisurely. "Put. No, I meant to let you see my attribute panel, to see my job information," Li Feiyu quickly explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Shen scoffed. "Old Han, I suspect you did that on purpose, but I have no evidence," Li Feiyu said gloomily. Han Shen decided not to tease him anymore. If he kept it up, Li Feiyu would completely regress. Then, everyone curiously looked at Li Feiyu's attribute panel, wanting to know what hidden job he had obtained. Li Feiyu hidden job: Dragon Language Mage Warrior, 5th transition, talent, Dragon Transformation. After activation, all attributes plus 30%, speed increases by 3 times, health and defense increase by 4 times. Attack power increases by 2 times, damage increases by 2 times. Level, LV 135 health, 415600 mana, 404860 strength, 82680 constitution, 83120 spirit, 80972 agility, 81470 free attribute points, 0 job rating, 100. Heavens! 100-star job? Chu Ye was stunned. Such impressive attributes, this talent enhancement is too much, right? Chu Ningshuang's mouth dropped open in shock and joy. The stronger Li Feiyu became, the more excited she was. Dragon Language Mage Warrior? What type of hidden job is this? It seems like this is a newly emerged hidden job. Xianyuan Mingqi was also astonished. Li Feiyu's job rating was an extremely rare 100 stars in history. This was the second 100-star job in the Dragon Kingdom after Han Shen appeared. The Dragon King Guild had collected relevant information on all hidden jobs that had appeared worldwide. As far as she knew, many hidden jobs had been transitioned to by others before, so they were not Unique, but this hidden job of Li Feiyu was definitely the first time she had seen it. Old Han, am I awesome or what? Dragon Language Mage Warrior. This can transform melee job skills into ranged magic skills through Dragon Language Magic. I am now a Mage Warrior in one. Li Feiyu said proudly. Hiss. There's such a hidden job? A warrior can become a mage, wow. President. You will be the second super genius of the Dragon Kingdom after Han Shensi. Ma Lao immediately flattered him. He never expected that in his twilight years he would encounter two super young big shots in succession. What a stroke of luck. With the help of big shots, as long as he worked hard, there would be opportunities to advance to the 9th transition, or even the 10th transition level. If talent was lacking, equipment could make up for it. With two super big shots looking out for him, how could he worry about not having top-notch equipment in the future? As long as he had divine gear, even a waste job with less than 60-star rating could smoothly transition to the 10th. The combination of magic and warrior? Good, very good. It seems that soon, Huaxiao will also give birth to a Dragon King. Han Shan was genuinely happy for his good brother Li Feiyu to have such an opportunity. But old Li, don't get too proud. Don't think that a 100-star job makes you invincible. I'm the best example. Before you grow, try to keep a low profile. Don't worry, old Han, I understand. When I reach the 10th transition, I'll take you flying. Show off. Then, Han Shan, Li Feiyu, and the others set off together towards the unexplored misty area of the imperial capital, starting their exploration of the Golden Treasure Map. Golden Treasure Map. Located in the unexplored misty area southeast of the imperial capital. It belongs to the Dark Great Forest. The geographical location is extremely secretive. This area is mostly filled with 8-star monsters, and occasionally, 9-star and 10-star monsters may appear. Xiaomu, you can actually explore this map. This way, it will become a leveling paradise and can also serve as a transit station for exploring the Dark Forest, Shenyuan Mengqi said. In the exploration maps of the Dark Forest there are many strategic locations controlled by the country which are no less valuable than the strategic resources within the national borders. However, this is the Dark Forest, where powerful monsters can attack at any time, making it extremely dangerous. Naturally, it generally requires powerful transmuters to guard it. According to Shenyuan Mengqi, the national treasures Baihu Wang, Zhuke Wang, and Xuanwu Wang, who are on par with the Dragon King, reside in the most perilous maps of the Dark Forest exploration year-round. The Dragon King Guild also guards the most important strategic map of the Dragon Kingdom, the City of Stars, which is where the Star Tower is located. That's right. Big shot. With Little Mantu's incredible abilities, a few forbidden spells in this map will be explored in no time. If this map has premium dungeons or special secret realms, then we'll hit the jackpot. Just collecting entrance fees alone would accumulate a vast fortune. The monsters in the Dark Forest have a certain probability of dropping items like gold coins, which are the trading currency in the game world. When encountering game merchants, you can buy items from them, and even rare materials and special equipment, props, and so on, Chen Xiaoxian said. Han Chen nodded. The World Wealth Leaderboard is based on the amount of gold coins one possesses. Gold coins are a special trading currency in the game and are extremely precious. In the real world, the price of a gold coin has skyrocketed to millions, and having money doesn't necessarily guarantee you can buy one. If a high-level dungeon belonging to the Huaxia Guild is discovered in the Dark Forest, it would be extremely beneficial for Huaxia's development. Little Mantu, blast this map open. Little Mantu let out a meow and began to transform. Little Mantu evolves, celestial maiden form. The six-winged angel like Little Manta flew high into the sky and unleashed forbidden spells with all her might at the misty area below. Heavenly sacred arrow. Countless light arrows appeared above the mist. A rain of arrows. In her celestial maiden form, Little Manta's unleashed forbidden spell was astonishingly powerful, with an outrageous range. -3522420, -4636224, -3858000. All the monsters couldn't withstand a single arrow and turned into light points, dissipating. Experience plus 154,352. Experience plus 163,820. The experience points of the team members increased significantly. The lower level Li Feiyu and others even leveled up several times, indicating that the number of monsters in this area was extremely high. Wow! Little Mantu is so strong, I want to hug those long legs. Chen Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled as she tightly hugged Little Manta's long, jade-like beautiful legs and started to stroke them. Shenyuan Mengqi and the others were also amazed by the power of Little Mantu's forbidden spell. It's important to note that the power of forbidden spells varies. The higher the level of the skills learned, the more powerful they become when upgraded to the forbidden spell level. And for someone like Little Mantu, being able to unleash a super forbidden spell comparable to a 10th transmutation at the 6-star level is truly unique in the world, truly deserving of being the #1 divine pet on the World Pet Leaderboard. So powerful. Exploration rate 100%, map revealed. One forbidden spell covered an entire map, which was a piece of cake for Little Mantu in her celestial maiden form. the mist began to dissipate, revealing the true appearance of this area. Dark Forest, Dreamy Marsh. Monster level LV210-270. Old Han, this map seems to be an excellent leveling map. From now on, our Huaxia people will have their own exclusive leveling area, Li Feiyu exclaimed as he looked at the map location below. Yes, for Huaxia to become strong, we need our own strategic locations. Although this area is close to the inner region of the Dark Forest, as long as there are top-tier transmuters guarding it, it shouldn't be a problem. Han Chan had his own preliminary plan in mind. He could exchange a few high-level fixed-point teleportation scrolls at the Dragon King Gang's warehouse, allowing him to teleport here at any time to clear out the powerful monsters invading the Dark Forest. If he couldn't make it in time, he could also have Little Manta stationed here, which would allow Little Manta to farm the monsters in the surrounding areas of the Dark Forest. He opened the Golden Treasure Map. The coordinates marked on this treasure map were located in a ruined temple at the center of the Dreamy Marsh. Let's go down. When they arrived at the location of the ruined temple, they saw the 4 ancient characters floating at the entrance of the temple, Temple of the Moon. At that moment, the treasure map in Han Shen's hand transformed into light points and dissipated, followed by a prompt, "Ding, you have discovered a destroyed temple, which hides a secret treasure. Do you wish to enter the temple, clear the monsters inside, obtain the source of restoration, and repair the temple?" Tip: this is a temple that once worshipped the ancient statue of the moon god. The monsters occupying the temple are powerful, so it is best to enter as a team, with a limit of 6 people. It seems the treasure is inside this temple. The fact that it was a temple dedicated to the ancient god left Han Shan and the others puzzled. Are there divisions among ancient gods? Moreover, this was just an area where 8 to 9 star monsters appeared. How could a temple dedicated to an ancient god be established here? If it weren't for the golden treasure map guiding Han Shen here, no one would have known that such an ancient temple was hidden in the misty depths of the Dark Forest. Thus, Han Shen, Li Feiyu, Xianyuan Mengqi, Chen Xiaoqian, Xuningshuang, and Chu Ye formed a team, while Ma Lao and the others had to return first to avoid being instantly killed by the high-level monsters emerging from the inner areas of the Dark Forest. Ding, you have entered the Temple of the Moon. Due to the temple's destruction, you cannot leave voluntarily. You must defeat the boss hidden inside the temple and obtain the source of restoration to leave the temple. After the prompt, Han Shen took the lead. Big guy, you've been weakened by the curse of the Dark God, so it's better not to go in front. Let Little Manta lead the way, and the 2 of us can just heal them, Chen Xiaoqian kindly reminded. Li Feiyu and the others also felt that it was too dangerous for Han Shen to be at the front. They were unaware that the curse of Chimera on Han Shen had already been removed by the goddess. Han Shen had considered telling Li Feiyu and the others, but he kept the secret, not because he didn't trust them, but because it was better for fewer people to know. This way, he could continue to disguise himself, and more importantly, prevent the Dark God from learning about his secret through Li Feiyu and the others. Don't worry, don't forget, the 3rd-ranked artifact on the World Equipment Leaderboard. Is this blessing staff in my hand? With the active skill effect of the artifact, I can solo these monsters, not to mention I have Little Manta with me. As he spoke, Han Shen activated the full effect of the blessing staff, instantly illuminating the dim temple. The 3-colored dazzling light gathered into a circle, continuously rotating in a regulated manner on the blessing staff, creating a stunning spectacle. The unique brilliant effect of the mythic level equipment enveloped Han Shen, making it seem as if he was a true divine shepherd walking in the world. Wow! Old Han, is this the full effect of mythic level equipment? I suddenly feel that the legendary katana in my hand isn't appealing anymore. Li Feiyu drooled, kissing the blessing staff, wishing he could possess an artifact. The 4 girls, Xianyuan Mengqi and the others, finally reacted. Earlier, Han Shen rarely equipped the blessing artifact, and even when he did, he didn't activate its effect, so they momentarily forgot that Han Shen had another fully leveled artifact. Stop daydreaming, today I'll let you see the power of the artifact with your own eyes. With that, Han Shen unleashed the artifact's active skill, Light of Summoning, forming a summoning magic circle, and then a spirit warrior enveloped in dazzling light appeared. Wow, Chen Xiaoqian and the others looked on with shining eyes. When the light faded, a spirit warrior appeared. Put! Everyone spat blood. Can you believe it? A guy claiming to be a spirit warrior turned out to be a hairy black gorilla? Over 3 meters tall, with rock-solid chest muscles and a thick mane of black hair on his chest, he was the very embodiment of excessive male hormones. With a fierce, intimidating face, his flabby flesh jiggled as he sported 2 towering hair spikes, wearing armor that exposed his thighs, and holding a chainsaw? What the hell? Your weapon as a spirit warrior is a chainsaw? What kind of spirit warrior is this? This is clearly a chainsaw maniac. Are the game rules not enforced? There's a bug. Booyah Billion Spirit Warrior, Female, Identity, the former right hand of the Divine Shepherd Ibobo level, LV 300 talent. The more you love, the braver you become, a rare conceptual talent. If someone confesses, the deeper the affection, the stronger Booyah Billion's combat power becomes, potentially reaching the level of divine spells. Health 25,800,000. Skills: Wahahaha soundwave shock, true back and forth friction, 100% spiritual armpit kill. I can also do clipping sounds, spirit scissor legs, crazy electric poison dragon chainsaw. Dialogue: I'm also a young lady. I can also do clipping sounds. I'm also very gentle. So why is there no love for me? No way, Lord Ibobo wouldn't lie to me. I will also have love. Put. Seeing the attributes and dialogue of the spirit warrior, Hanshin spat out another mouthful of blood. What the hell? This thing is a woman? What kind of top-notch divine shepherd is that old man Ibobo? What kind of elite stuff is he collecting? First, there were 4 street urchin disciples, and now this female guerrilla warrior. Damn it, old Han, I inexplicably have the urge to chop her to death. What kind of monster did you summon? Li Feiyu complained. Meicham, the 4 girls, Shen Yuan Mingqi and the others also felt that impulse. They were equally shocked by the spirit warrior summoned by Han Shen. There actually exists such an elite female warrior in this world. Dialogue: Master, you summoned me because you love me, right? I love your sister. Who set this NPC? I want to file a complaint. Han Shen ranted. If it weren't for the fact that the summoned spirit warrior couldn't be retracted voluntarily and had to last for an hour or be eliminated to disappear, Han Shen would definitely cancel this skill. Go! Eliminate the monster in front. Han Shen didn't want to see this spirit warrior for another second and quickly ordered her to deal with the monsters, hoping she would return to that lecherous old man Ibobo soon. Damn it. An equipped active skill actually summoned a bizarre female gorilla, and her dialogue is so annoying. Dialogue: Whoa, it's all a lie, it's all a lie, love does not exist. The wronged spirit warrior turned into a pure summoning warrior, raising her chainsaw high and crazily sawing at the soul summoner monsters in the temple. The soul summoner monsters were only level 240, and all their skills hitting the spirit warrior Buyao Billion felt like mere tickles, at most dealing a few dozen points of damage. Damn! Old Han, this spirit warrior is so fierce, her chainsaw is terrifying. Li Feiyu shrank her neck. How could it not be scary? Without love, Buyao Billion treated the soul summoner like vegetables, and the scene was uncomfortable for the little kids. If these monsters weren't undead and didn't have blood, it would have immediately turned into a horror scene. She is indeed fierce, but her appearance is a bit creepy, and her talent is quite bizarre, gaining combat power from someone confessing. What kind of talent is that? Let's go! At this monster slaying speed, she'll probably reach the boss in less than an hour. Little Mantu, go clear the monsters. The spirit warrior is so powerful that these monsters are no match for him. It's impossible to kill the spirit warrior using monsters. Han Shen had no choice but to let Little Manta help and quickly clear the monsters in the temple. With Little Mantu's assistance, the monsters on the first floor of the temple were soon wiped out, and the 6 of them entered the second floor. Here stood a dense crowd of deathly warriors wielding battle axes at level 270, reaching the rank of 9-star monsters, with attributes that were among the best of 9-star monsters. But facing the walking forbidden spell level spirit warrior, they were still destined to be abused, especially the spirit warrior's claw sound, which was extremely lethal. Roar! 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 -3322301. A large number of bright red million damage numbers floated out, and the deathly warriors were completely slaughtered. For the first time, Han Shen felt a sense of fear towards the claw sound. Old Han, I've caught a disease where I can't listen to the claw sound, Li Feiyu said painfully. As the deathly warriors were nearly wiped out, a deathly warrior boss, larger than the spirit warrior, emerged. But for the spirit warrior, this deathly warrior boss was just a bigger sandbag. With one strike, the deathly warrior boss didn't even get to say its lines before being blasted to pieces by Little Mantu and the spirit warrior, dropping quite a few good items, including a 9-turn job certificate. After clearing the monsters on the second floor of the temple, everyone leveled up again. Not to mention, the experience from the monsters in this temple was twice that of the outside. If this temple could be turned into an experience dungeon after restoration, it would be fantastic. Little Moo, the monsters in this temple, the second floor has 9-star monsters and the last floor is probably 10-star monsters, Shen Yuan Mengqi said. That's right. Big shot, it's better to be cautious in case of monster ambushes, Chen Xiaoqian echoed. What you said makes sense. With that, Han Shen let the spirit warrior go down to the third floor first. The spirit warrior muttered about having no love, grabbed the chainsaw, and walked into the entrance of the third floor. But in less than 3 seconds, the spirit warrior's scream echoed out. Line, I ultimately have no love. The 6 of them were dumbfounded. What the hell? The forbidden spell level spirit warrior didn't last 3 seconds before dying? It goes without saying that the monsters on the third floor of the temple must be 10-star monsters, and there were definitely quite a few of them. Big shot, what do we do now? The third floor is too terrifying. How can we deal with a large group of 10-star monsters? And there's also an unknown final monster boss, Chu Ye said gravely. If the big shot hadn't been cursed by the gods, there might have been a chance to clear the temple, but now it was impossible. The big shot's divine artifact spell was probably a support spell. Without clearing the third floor boss, they couldn't leave this ancient temple. If they didn't leave, they could only settle down in this temple. She and her sister would follow. Li Feiyu on the first floor, while Shen Yuan Mengqi and Shen Xiaoqian would follow the big shot on the second floor and then wait for the children to grow up and both sides to become in-laws. In this short time, Chu Ye had already envisioned her future life. If Han Chen's 5 companions knew, they would definitely complain. What kind of brain circuit do you have? You all wait here, I'll go down and take a look. Don't worry, with the blessing staff in hand, those monsters can't hurt me. With that, Han Chen smiled slightly and stepped into the third floor alone. Chi-Chi, do you think Han Daolao will be okay? He just reached 7 turns. If he's surrounded by 10-star monsters, even with 2 divine spell level support skills, he would be doomed, Qin Xiaoqian said worriedly. Old Han is the son of the Dragon Kingdom, very cunning. Before we changed jobs, when we had no money to go to the brothel to listen to music, he always managed to sneak me in. Don't worry, old Han won't be surrounded by monsters. Li Feiyu had immense trust in Han Chen. You went to the brothel to listen to music? Was it before you turned 18? The 4 beauties looked at Li Feiyu. Did I say that? You must have misheard. Li Feiyu pouted, his eyes darting around, clearly lying. Just as the 4 women were about to press him for answers, the temple suddenly shook violently, startling the 5 of them. Not good. Han Chen is in trouble. Old Han, hold on. I'm coming. Li Feiyu took the lead without hesitation to support Han Chen, even though his level was the lowest in the team. The 4 women quickly followed suit. But when the 5 entered the 3rd layer and saw the ground littered with the dissipating corpses of bone dragon monsters, they all gaped, their brains momentarily crashing. What's going on? So many 10-star monsters were taken down by Han Chen? This speed is too fast. There are thousands of bone dragons here, equivalent to thousands of top-tier level 10 players. How could they be taken down so easily? And it looks like it was done in one hit. At that moment, Han Chen stood on the head of a 100-foot-tall blue frost bone dragon boss, exuding a majestic aura. Frost bone dragon boss level, LV 300 health, 80 million. Skills, Frost Breath, Bone Dragon Destruction Hurricane, Spirit Exchange Curse, Bone Dragon Breath. Description: monsters surviving in the inner area of the Dark Forest, summoned by a mysterious force, attacked the Moon Temple, destroying it and personally guarding this place to prevent its restoration. Old Han, how did you do it? Li Feiyu approached Han Chen, staring blankly at the massive Frost Bone Dragon boss whose health had been completely drained. The Blessing Staff has a Divine Punishment attack spell that took them out. In one hit, these monsters couldn't withstand the Divine Spell's impact. Han Chen attributed everything to the Blessing Staff in his hand. In fact, as soon as Han Chen entered, he had unleashed the forbidden spell, Nemesis of the Undead, controlling the undead bone dragons to make them kill each other. As for the level 300 Super 10-star Frostbone Dragon, it was taken down by Han Chen's Shadow Curse and Eternal Dusk in a quick succession. The temple's tremor was caused by the passive undead skill triggered after the Frostbone Dragon's death, approaching the power of a divine spell, but it was mitigated by Han Chen's divine power effect. Only then did the 5 realize what had happened. Old Han, you should have mentioned you had an attack divine spell. You scared me. Li Feiyu had genuinely been frightened, thinking Old Han had been overwhelmed by the monsters. Yeah, big guy, I thought all the spells from your blessing staff were support spells. I even had a name ready for my child. Chu Ye suddenly blurted out. Ha! Han Chen and the others turned to look at Chu Ye in unison. What the heck? What does this have to do with children? Whoosh! Chu Ye's face instantly turned red, she stuck out her sweet tongue, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at everyone. Ahem, big guy, let's first see if there's a way to restore the divine source. Shu Ningxuang quickly changed the subject for her sister. Then, the 6 of them began to tally their loot. Divine Source Restoration, Mythical Level, a super rare mythical level material can only be used to repair damaged temples. Everyone smiled upon seeing this material radiating 3-colored light like ice crystals. With this material, they could repair the temple and leave. Seal Removal Talisman, Epic Level, an epic level item that can remove the seals on items and equipment of epic level or lower. Han Chen remembered he had an epic level item, the Black Knight Order, that was sealed, so he took it out from his storage space and removed the seal. Black Knight Order, epic level, can summon the souls of 10,000 level 8 Black Knight troops. The attributes of the possessed will surge to the level 8 limit, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Good stuff. This is equivalent to commanding a 10,000 strong level 8 elite army, which is quite a formidable force. The remaining materials were nothing special, either high-level profession materials or enchanting stones and the like. With the boost from Han Chen's Lucky Stone, he exploded 15 skill books. This time, aside from one Knight skill book, Death Trap, there were also 2 warrior skill books, Frost Slash and Dragon Slayer's Blade, but they were all skills that could only be learned at level 9. The rest were all mage skill books. This left Han Chen particularly speechless. The monsters he had farmed didn't drop a single priest skill book. Then, everyone turned their attention to the equipment. There were a total of 56 pieces, all unidentified gear. After identifying them, each piece emitted a corresponding glow of its quality. Most were golden equipment, with 5 pieces of epic gear and 1 piece of legendary gear. Frost Bone Dragon Armor, Legendary, one of the Frost Bone Dragon set. Type, armor restricted class, night level, 300 health plus 100,000 strength plus 73,740 constitution plus 75,480 spirit plus 70,130 agility plus 71,920 durability. Indestructible special effects, Knight's Declaration, passive skill effect plus 30%. Frost condensation, active creates a frost defense around the body, enhancing personal defense, absorbing a certain amount of damage, and immune to 1 fire skill damage, cooldown 40 minutes. Frost Bone Dragon Set 8-piece set magic damage reduction plus 20%. Frost Bone Dragon Set 8-piece set summons a level 300 elite Frost Bone Dragon, lasting 1 hour, cooldown 10 hours. Xian Yuan Mengqi's eyes widened at the sight of this super rare Frost Bone Dragon armor. It was stunning. Xian Yuan Mengqi looked at Han Chen, her expression extremely complex, filled with desire, longing, springtime joy, excitement, and thrill. Ahem. Sister Chi-Chi, you really don't have to look at me like that. We're a team, and you're the only knight here. This equipment is meant for you. Han Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. It was hard to withstand the intense stare of such a beautiful woman so close. Ah, little priest is the best. Xian Yuan Mengqi could no longer hold back and hugged Han Chen tightly. The unique fragrance of a maiden, the overwhelming waves, the smooth softness. Han Chen's heart raced, and his mind was on fire. Li Feiyu and the others exchanged knowing glances. Old Han, why don't you fix the temple first? We can go out and keep an eye on things for you. As the saying goes, once the fire starts, it needs special water to extinguish it. Li Feiyu's words made Xian Yuan Mengqi's face turn even redder, almost steaming. She quickly ended the close contact with Han Chen and picked up the equipment to lovingly caress it aside. Chen Xiaoqian and the other 2 girls stifled their laughter. As for the 3 pieces of epic gear, they weren't part of a set, but they were all mage equipment: the soul summoning necklace, the death boots, and the bone dragon staff. These 3 pieces of mage gear were perfect for a necromancer. Thinking about it, it made sense. The monsters on the 3rd floor of the Moon Temple were all undead, so it was quite normal for them to drop top-tier necromancer equipment. The Huaxia Guild didn't have any necromancers. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, Han Chen only knew of 1 necromancer, Yifan. The same type of hidden class rarely appears more than once. Therefore, Han Chen decided to hand over these 3 pieces of equipment to the Dragon King Guild, both to earn some guild contribution points and to repay a favor to the Dragon King. Han Chen had learned through the Dragon King Guild's chat screen that the guild leader valued Yifan highly, as evidenced by him sending 2 honorary elders to help Yifan level up. It was likely that the Dragon King Guild leader would reserve these 3 pieces of epic necromancer equipment for Yifan as soon as he saw them. As for the other equipment, Chen Xiaoqian and the others could use what they needed, and the rest would be left for the Huaxia Guild. After sorting out the items, Han Chen finally used the repair divine source to start fixing the temple. The repair divine source released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire Moon Temple, restoring its former appearance at a visible speed. Before long, the entire Moon Temple was transformed, becoming a sacred place, yet the ancient statue of the Moon Goddess remained broken, unrepaired. Ding, congratulations on successfully restoring the Moon Temple, earning the Moon Goddess's favor. Please approach the Moon Goddess statue to receive the final treasure. Hearing the prompt, Han Chen curiously walked up to the statue, and another prompt appeared: treasure acquisition in progress, 1%. 2%, 100%. Congratulations. You have obtained the Moon Goddess's treasure. A delicate small box emerged from within the statue, which then vanished in a flash of divine light. Han Chen took the box. Moonlight Treasure Box, a great treasure left by the ancient Moon Goddess containing mysterious items. Open. Han Chen's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Inside the Moonlight Treasure Box were 2 items. Fragment of the Moon, 1 of the World. Fragments, collect 3 to synthesize the Moon Key and unlock the Moon Secret Realm. Hairpin, an ordinary item from reality. Seeing this hairpin, Han Chen froze for a moment, then his whole body trembled, his pupils instantly constricting, his memories flooded back. Little Mumu, tomorrow is my sister's birthday, shouldn't we prepare a gift for her? You haven't given me a birthday gift yet. I have no money. No money? You can make a gift by hand, it's the thought that counts. You give me a gift, and I'll clip your hair, like a cosplay clip. So, Han Chen secretly went to the market to buy this pink pig hairpin as a birthday gift for his sister, because she was born in the year of the pig. Han Chen wouldn't mistake it. The hairpin that appeared in the Moonlight Treasure Box was the same one he had given to his sister before. Ha! Old Han, isn't this the hairpin that sister you often wears? She always uses it to fix her hairstyle after she hits me. Li Feiyu exclaimed. How is this possible? How could Han Chen's sister's hairpin be in the ancient Moon Goddess's treasure box? Xian Yuan Mengqi said in surprise as she leaned closer. It must be the Moon Goddess. It has to be related to the disappearance of my family. Han Chen was incredibly excited. His family had mysteriously vanished. Han Chen had no clues. He never expected that exploring the golden treasure map would lead to his sister's hairpin. Even if it wasn't the ancient moon goddess who took his family, it must be related to her, otherwise, his sister's hairpin wouldn't have appeared in this moonlight treasure box. Old Han, this is very strange. The disappearance of Uncle Hao and the others is actually connected to this ancient moon goddess. They are just ordinary occupational transmuters. How could they be involved with the ancient moon goddess? But at least there's some good news, we have a clue. As long as we find the ancient moon goddess, we might know where Uncle Hao and the others are. Li Feiyu said. Right, little Mu, even if we can't find the ancient moon goddess herself, finding her avatar would work too. Xian Yuan Mengqi comforted. But this concerns the ancient moon goddess. Just hearing that name makes it clear how powerful she must be, and it probably involves many gods that are unimaginably strong. Without corresponding combat power, we can't do anything. Chen Xiaoqian analyzed. No matter how strong the opponent is, I will find my family back. If anyone harms my family, even if they are an ancient deity, I will make them turn to ashes. Han Chen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. After putting away the hairpin, Han Chen picked up the fragment of the moon, feeling a wave of confusion. According to the previous words of the Divine Shepherd AI Bobo, the 4 world fragments of the sun, moon, and stars required myth-level dungeons to obtain the sun and moon fragments. So why was there a fragment of the moon here? The monsters in this temple were only 10 stars, at most a legendary level dungeon. It was likely that this fragment was hidden within the moon goddess statue, unknown to anyone. At that moment, the moonlight treasure box suddenly burst forth with brilliant divine light, transforming into ancient divine symbols that scattered around. What's going on? The 6 of them were startled. Ding, due to the disappearance of the moon goddess statue, the moon temple has become an unowned temple, reverting to its initial level. The temple underwent a miraculous transformation, shrinking from 3 floors to 1. However, this single floor was incredibly vast, larger than the headquarters of the Dragon King gang, and could easily be developed into a small city. From the outside, the temple appeared small, but the interior space was astonishingly large, quite magical. Those with divine power can name the temple, which will become a new temple. Ha! There's such a situation? The 6 were bewildered. This had never happened anywhere in the world. Ding, it has been detected that you are a divine power holder. Would you like to name the temple? Name it. Han Chen immediately decided to name the temple and see what miraculous rewards would come. After a moment of thought, Han Chen named the temple Huaxia. Huaxia Temple. What a magnificent name. Ding, naming successful. Huaxia Temple. Immediately, a new statue appeared in the original position of the moon goddess. Statue, depicting Han Chen himself, dressed in a green life suit, wearing a green crown, and holding a blessing staff, lifelike. What the hell? Han Chen spat out blood. This statue was actually based on his own equipment's appearance, and unlike the stone statues of the Leo Kingdom, it resembled a real person. If Han Chen had known this would happen, he would have definitely taken off the life crown first. What was the point of wearing a green crown? Now, Huaxia statue, when sincerely worshipped and revered, it can gain faith power. Each person can provide 1 point of faith power per day. Once the statue is destroyed, it will permanently disappear, and the temple will collapse, unable to be repaired without divine source restoration. Faith power can enhance divine power awakening. After becoming a deity, a certain amount of faith power is required to accept advanced tasks and can strengthen the power of divine spells. Han Chen, who initially wanted to destroy his statue, suddenly stopped. This statue had such a wonderful use, it could absorb faith power. And this faith power could enhance divine power awakening, which meant that the more people came to worship, the more faith power he would receive, allowing him to awaken his divine power to 100% faster and then become a deity himself. Thinking of this, Han Chen looked at his statue with newfound appreciation. Old Han, that green hat on your statue is a bit conspicuous. Should we take it down? Li Feiyu said, stroking his chin. What's wrong with the green hat? If you want to live well, you must have a bit of green on your head. Green is the color of nature. I think it looks pretty good. At this moment, a new prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations on becoming the master of Huaxia Temple with the following privileges. 1. You may allow 1 gang to settle in the temple. 2. Every 30 days, a special Huaxia Temple dungeon will refresh with monster levels matching yours, providing experience comparable to super experience dungeons with a chance to drop legendary equipment, skill books, materials, etc. 3. You can teleport directly back to the temple. Note, you cannot teleport back from within dungeons, secret realms, or areas with spatial restrictions. 4. The faith power absorbed by the statue will be directly synchronized to your attribute panel. Hiss. Han Chen was shocked. The temple had so many benefits. It could actually allow a gang to settle in. Moreover, refreshing a temple dungeon every month that was comparable to a super experience dungeon would make countries around the world envious. Not to mention, this was a super dungeon that could drop legendary equipment. Plus, he could teleport back to the temple anytime, which was extremely convenient. If 10-star monsters appeared in the Dark Forest in the future, he could come to support at any time. Thus, Han Chen activated his privilege and granted the settlement permission to the Huaxia gang. Wow, old Han, I received a prompt that we can move the Huaxia gang into this temple. Li Feiyu excitedly grabbed Han Chen's hand, showing signs of ancestral return. That's something I allow. It's one of the privileges of being the lord of the temple. From now on, Huaxia will use this temple as its headquarters, and every 30 days, this temple will refresh a super dungeon. In the future, we can use this place as a transfer station for exploring the surrounding areas of the Dark Forest, charging a fee in gold coins. However, there's one condition: all job changers who come here must worship my statue. Han Chen smiled. Oh my god, a super dungeon? Boss, can I come and farm it? Chen Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, no problem. Your sister Chen, after all. Han Chen chuckled. With Han Chen providing protection, the Huaxia Guild quickly settled into the temple. All members, listen up. Let's worship the statue together. Those who are not devout will be kicked out of the guild. The first order from Li Feiyu after relocating the headquarters was to lead all Huaxia members in offering to Han Chen's statue. Faith power +1. Faith power +1. Faith power +1. Faith power plus 10,086. The monsters in the dreamy swamp leveling area are bound by game rules and will not approach the temple. Only the monsters wandering outside the dreamy swamp will come close and can even attack the temple. With that settled, Han Chen decided to level up properly and gather the materials needed for the 8th job change priest in advance. Oldly, I'll leave little Mantu with you for now. She'll help you level up and keep an eye on the Huaxia temple. The temple dungeon will refresh in 30 days, and I'll come back then. Ever since he got his sister's hairpin, Han Chen decided to reach the 10th job change as quickly as possible so he could head to the forbidden area of the Dark Forest and search for clues about the New Moon Temple, thus finding his family's whereabouts. Alright, with little Manda here, Huaxia will be worry-free, and I can focus on leveling up. Being at 5th job change is still too low. After all, he was already a 100-star profession. He should have the level of a master in a 100-star profession, Li Feiyu thought. After leaving the temple, Han Chen, Xianyuan Mengqi, and Chen Xiaoqian returned to the Dragon King Guild. By reviewing information related to the priest job change, Han Chen learned that the 8th job change for priests requires 28 types of exclusive materials. Among them, 27 can be farmed in the 8th job special dungeon, secret realms, and wild bosses, but one type can only be obtained in a specific location. Starstone Priest, special profession material, only corresponding job changers have a chance to drop it on the 700 to 800 floors of the Star Tower. The Star Tower, a total of 1,000 floors. It is an important strategic resource that the country has entrusted the Dragon King Guild to guard, located in the outer area of the Dark Forest in the Dragon Kingdom. Job changers who reach the 7th job change can enter the Star Tower to farm monsters, and the experience gained is even higher than that from the monsters in the Dark Forest, but the Star Tower cannot be refreshed. One can only keep climbing up. This means that each floor of the Star Tower can only be cleared once by each job changer. However, for every floor cleared, one can gain a chance to open a star treasure box, which has a chance to yield top-tier equipment or even high-star pet eggs. It is said that clearing all 1,000 floors grants a guaranteed legendary treasure from the Star Treasure Box, along with a top-tier title from the Star Tower. The 300-level legendary God-slaying blade of the Dragon King Guild leader was obtained when he cleared the 1,000 floors of the Star Tower. In the Dragon Kingdom, only those national treasures have successfully cleared the 1,000th floor, highlighting the extreme difficulty. I'm planning to farm the Star Tower. Do you want to come along? Han Chen intended to farm the Starstone Priest material first. I won't go. I just reached the 7th job change and am still a main healer. I can't clear many floors, and I also need to obtain the National Hero title from the National Agency before I can farm the Star Tower. I'll wait until I'm at a higher level to go. Boss, after you finish the Star Tower, take me along to level up, okay? Chen Xiaoqian said with a smile. No problem. What about you, Sister Chi-Chi? I naturally have to go. I've reached the 788th level, now at the 8th transition, and I have legendary Frost Bone Dragon armor. I must strive to reach even higher levels. This time, I am determined to push to the 900th level. Xianyuan Mengqi was full of confidence as she headed to the Star Tower. Meanwhile, Han Chen went to the National Scholar Assessment Institute. In fact, Han Chen could have asked the national seat to open a backdoor for him. However, the National Scholar Assessment is the most sacred assessment in Long Country, including the Dragon King and other national treasures, and one must pass the assessment to obtain the corresponding title. Naturally, Han Chen also adhered to the most sacred assessment of Long Country and decided to go through it personally. For Han Chen, this was merely a formality. With his combat power, obtaining a 7th transition National Scholar title would be a piece of cake. At the National Scholar Assessment Institute, Han Chen began the information review process. This National Scholar Assessment is quite different from the job transition tasks at the Transition Sanctuary. In the low-level Transition Sanctuary, the requirements are extremely lenient. One can even use a pseudonym and fill out false information to take on transition tasks, as the country does not impose strict requirements. However, the National Scholar Assessment requires not only a citizen certificate but also blood verification, facial recognition, and identity information review, making the procedures quite complex. After all, once one becomes a national scholar of Long Country, they become a pillar of the nation, can join national groups, and participate in national conferences, which involve many national strategic goals. Naturally, the country is extremely strict regarding the assessment of national scholars. After providing the Long Country Citizen Certificate and completing the necessary procedures, Han Chen arrived at the 7th Transition National Scholar Assessment Area, where dozens of other 7th Transition job changers were also present. Although the number was not large, those who dared to participate in the assessment were all individuals with extremely strong combat power, with a combat power assessment of at least 500 stars. After all, without strong combat power, one cannot pass the assessment. Isn't that Yi Fan? Han Chen spotted an old acquaintance in the crowd. At that moment, Yi Fan stood proudly with his arms crossed over his chest, flanked by 2 purple skeleton monsters wielding shields and long swords. 2 honorary elders were specifically escorting him. During this time, Yi Fan's level had been rising rapidly, and with the resources from the Dragon King Guild, he had no worries about job materials and transition certificates. As long as he reached the maximum level, he could immediately take on job tasks. Given the unique nature of Yi Fan's hidden profession as a necromancer, he could almost effortlessly complete the job tasks. Thus, Yi Fan was able to successfully complete the 7th transition yesterday and come for the National Scholar Title Assessment today, ready to grind the Star Tower. Han Chen. Yi Fan also noticed Han Chen's arrival, his eyes narrowing in surprise at Han Chen's rapid leveling. He didn't expect that after being cursed by the Chimera deity, Han Chen could reach the 7th transition so quickly. Isn't this our Long Country's son of heaven? A group of 7th transition job changers exclaimed in surprise and greeted Han Chen. This was the first son of heaven in Long Country, holding extraordinary significance for the nation, which valued him highly, especially since he was a national hero who saved Shenlong City. Although his skills had been weakened by the curse of the dark deity, he still deserved their respect and friendship. Han Chen conversed amicably with these 7th transition job changers. If others respect me a foot, I will respect them a mile. Han Chen, you will only stay at the 7th transition for your life. I, the necromancer catastrophe, am the new generation son of heaven in Long Country. Yi Fan coldly snorted at an inappropriate moment. Previously, he might have felt jealous of Han Chen, but now, how could he regard the weakened Han Chen? He had already reached the 7th transition and was not afraid of Han Chen at all. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he reached the 8th transition, at which point he would be the true strongest among the young generation of Long Country. In the vast land, who holds the power? Only I, the catastrophe Yi Fan. Han Chen found it somewhat amusing and nonchalantly replied, then congratulations to you. I wonder if your descendants have repaired their roots. Swish. Yi Fan's once proud face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This was the pain of his life. Although there had been high-level auxiliary healing from the Dragon King Guild, everything was normal except for the fact that it wasn't his own, and he couldn't feel the special pleasure of a man. That damn Han Chen bringing this up again. This made Yi Fan hate Han Chen even more, thinking to himself that he would definitely teach this bastard a lesson when he had the chance, making him regret what he said today. Han Chen, you are just a discarded divine son. In the future, you can only look up to me, the calamity. At that moment, the national examiner arrived, and Yi Fan shot Han Chen a glare. Choosing not to speak further, Han Chen shrugged, too lazy to pay attention to this overly confident calamity. The assessment was what mattered. The National Scholar Assessment was neither too difficult nor too easy. The best assessment was real combat, where one could truly gauge their depth. The country would provide a set of equipment of the same level and then arrange for a 7th transition national scholar to battle against the participants. One only needed to last for 1 hour without defeat or defeat their opponent to earn the title of national scholar. In this batch of participants, there were a total of 37 people, and the country arranged for 37 7th transition national scholars, all with the same combat profession, standing in 37 battle zones. The timer starts. With the examiner's command, the assessment began. Divine Son, I apologize. The opponent Han Chen faced was a freezing mage. Ice armor. The freezing mage acted swiftly, first casting a non-chanting shield on himself, then beginning to chant the ice spell, Blizzard. Sorry, I have to rush to the Star Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chen instantly cast God's Forbidden Zone, imprisoning this 7th transition national scholar, then waved at the examiner. In Battle Zone 6, participant Han Chen defeated his opponent and passed the assessment. Time taken 1 second. Facing this assessment result, the examiner was somewhat prepared. After all, Han Chen had displayed his prowess in Shenlong City, and he was well aware of it. It could be said that Han Chen, weakened by the dark deity, was an invincible presence. At the 7th transition level, After successfully obtaining the exclusive Bound National Scholar Badge, Han Shan also joined the country's unique National Assembly channel, becoming one of the members of the National Assembly. National Scholar Badge, all attributes plus 5%. The attribute boost isn't much, but this is the permit to enter the Star Tower. This badge has no identity recognition function, it is simply a domestic badge, proof of being a national scholar. As he was leaving, Han Shen glanced at Yi Fan in Battle Zone 7. His opponent was a 7th transition assassin, facing an extremely seasoned national-level assassin for the first time. Yi Fan, a novice, could only struggle in the fight. Although assassins naturally counter mages, Yi Fan was a hidden profession, necromancer, so he shouldn't be intimidated by assassins at all. It can only be said that Yi Fan's skill application was still too elementary. This was a typical bronze player with 6 divine items being schooled by a king with 6 pairs of boots. TSK, Calamity, is this it? Hey, you might as well go home and play whack-a-mole. After leaving the National Scholar Assessment Hall, Han Shen disguised himself as a passerby and headed directly to the location of the special teleportation array in the imperial capital. With the National Scholar Badge, Han Shen could naturally use the special teleportation array here to directly teleport to the Star City, where the Star Tower in the Dark Forest was located. Teleport to Star City. Yes, please wait a moment, National Scholar. In no time, the teleportation array lit up. The next second, Han Shen appeared at the teleportation array in Star City. What came into Han Shen's view was the well-trained Dragon Kingdom Legion, elite transmuters selected from various legions sent by the country to assist the Dragon King Guild in guarding Star City. Seeing a newcomer National Scholar appear, these transmuters paid no attention, they only recognized the National Scholar Badge, not the person. Those who could wear the exclusive National Scholar Badge had passed the assessment of the National Scholar Assessment Hall, so they could be trusted. Unless they were traitors, then there was nothing that could be done. When encountering a traitor, the Legion here usually greets his entire family, then beats him, to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him before handing him over to the state for interrogation. The Star Tower is located in the center of Star City. Here, gather the transmuters of the Dragon Kingdom who are above the 7th transition. Densely packed, estimated to be tens of thousands. Of course, this is only the number of people waiting to enter the Star Tower, not including those who are already inside grinding. In fact, upon closer thought, with a population of 1.4 billion in the Dragon Kingdom, it is normal to have hundreds of thousands or even more transmuters above the national level. As for the top tier 10 transition transmuters, there aren't many. The state has at most a few thousand, and the national treasures are even fewer, with only 5, including the 4 kings and the top of the 10 generals, General Zhu. The Star Tower can only be cleared once a day. Depending on which layer you reach, the next time you enter, you start from that layer. Next to the Star Tower, there is a stone tablet that records the time rankings of challengers who have cleared all 1,000 layers throughout the ages, with the time being the total of each layer's clearing time. The first place is none other than the first Dragon King of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Outyan, with a total time of 49 hours, 10 minutes, and 1 second. Meanwhile, the president of the Dragon King Association, Xianyuan Zhonghua, ranks 5th with a total time of 56 hours, 56 minutes, and 56 seconds. The shorter the time taken to clear the Star Tower, the higher the attribute bonuses received from the title. At this moment, people were continuously coming out of the Star Tower, some with excited faces, others looking dejected. Ha ha ha, I successfully cleared another layer and even got a nice golden accessory. All the preparation during this time wasn't in vain. Brother, you're lucky, I lost big. I prepared for 3 months, and just as I was about to clear the 748th layer, a skill misfire caused me to fail. It's okay. At worst, I'll prepare for another 3 months. If you need help, you can find me, but it'll cost extra. At this time, there was a stir in the crowd, and everyone turned to look. It turned out to be one of the top transmuters in the Dragon Kingdom, the 10th transition big shot, the president of the 8-star guild, Zioation, Li Majo. It's President Li, it seems he's here to challenge the 1000th layer again. After all, Zioation is a top guild established in the early days of the game's arrival, just like the Dragon King Guild, with a solid foundation, but it disbanded 100 years ago after failing to challenge the 9-star guild, suffering a heavy blow. Yeah. Later, the 96-star hidden profession Li Majo spent a lot of time rebuilding Zioation, which left him with insufficient time to grind experience and level up skills. Without enough forbidden spells, he can't become the 5th national treasure, and it's difficult to clear the 1000th layer of the Star Tower. Listening to the discussions around him, Han Shen frowned slightly. When he checked President Li Majo's information panel, he unexpectedly saw a special skill. Li Majo hidden profession, Phantom Demon Swordsman level, LV 300. Skills, Blessing of the Angel God, limited time 3 days, Phantom 1000-fold slash. Blessing of the Angel God? This is clearly the blessing of the divine beings from the Angel Kingdom. How could the president of the Zioation Guild possess a limited-time blessing from the angel god for 3 days? He is one of the top transmuters in the Dragon Kingdom. There's no reason for him to betray his country and ally with the Angel Kingdom unless he has some special deal with them. Han Chan was shocked. A top-tier transmuter at the 10th transition actually betrayed the country and became a spy for the Angel Kingdom. This is an extraordinary event that happens once in a century. Could it be that the Angel Kingdom is already plotting for the world-class event 3 months from now? But in any case, Han Chen decided to inform the national seat, letting them handle it. The state would likely have a way to pry into his dealings with the Angel Kingdom. If possible, during the world-class event, he could disguise himself as Li Majo, causing the Angel Kingdom to suffer a double loss. National seat. I found a big rat. Big rat? What do you mean? Han Chen directly took a screenshot of Li Mazo's information panel and sent it to the national seat. After seeing the screenshot, Wozwo was momentarily stunned, then immediately filled with rage. He was somewhat surprised that the Son of God could discern the information of a 10th transition limit class. Wasn't the Son of God's skill weakened by Chimera? Could it be that the passive skills weren't weakened? Thanks to the Son of God for discovering this early, this matter will be handled by the country and the Son of God need not participate. Subsequently, Voice was secretly arranged for several national marshals to take action, led by the national treasurer, Zhu Shuai, to capture Li Majo. At this moment, Li Majo, unaware that his secret dealings with the Angel Kingdom had been exposed, had already entered the Star Tower and began challenging the 1000th floor. As a 10th transition powerhouse, second only to the national treasure, he naturally had the privilege of skipping the queue and directly entering the Star Tower. Soon, it was Han Chen's turn. As he stepped into the Star Tower, a prompt sounded. New challenger, are you ready to leave your legend here? Then let's begin. Compared to your gentle demeanor, I prefer your fierce charge. Listening to the rather unserious prompt, Han Chen was somewhat taken aback. Generally, the appearance of such unserious lines often indicated the presence of an NPC with self-awareness. However, the subsequent prompts were quite normal, leading Han Chen to think that perhaps the opening line was serious, and he was just overthinking it. Entry-level restriction for the Star Tower. 1800 floor entry level, LV 180-210. 801900 floor entry level, no more than LV 240. 901999 floor entry level, no more than LV 270. 1000 floor entry level, no more than LV 300. The challenge will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. A light column appeared on the first floor. When the light column dissipated, a starry sky monster appeared, humanoid in shape, holding daggers in both hands. With 3 pairs of eyes and blue flames burning, it was uncertain if its eyes would dry out. Starry Beast Hunter form level, LV 180 talent, agility health 400,000. Skills, 9-star combo, 69 style starry dance, star flash stab. Its attributes were decent, stronger than an average 7th transition class, and it even had a talent just like a transition class, which was quite remarkable. But for a 7th transition national hero, it could be easily handled. After all, the monsters on the first floor were the weakest, and the difficulty increased as one went higher. Whoosh! The Starry Hunter took the initiative to attack. It seems there's only one monster on this first floor. Han Chen casually casted Judgment of Light. Boom! Minus 400,000. Releasing a forbidden spell on the first floor, the Starry Hunter could only internally complain, this is just ridiculous. Congratulations on passing the first floor, you have received a star treasure box as a reward. A large box radiating starlight and a portal to the second floor appeared. This star treasure box could not be taken away, only opened on the spot. Opening, 1%, 2%, 100%. Congratulations, you have obtained the LV-180 Starshine Bracers, white quality, one of the Starshine set. Trash. A level 180 white item, not even worth a dog's attention. Entering the second floor, 2 monsters appeared. Starry Beast Leopard form level, LV-180 talent, swiftness health 450,000. Skills, Leopard Strike, Burst Technique, Shadow Claw. Starry Radiance, minus 450,000. Minus 450,000. Open the treasure box. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue quality item Red Dragon. Ladies no longer need to worry about leaks during their period. What kind of garbage is this? Han Chen complained. He had thought he could open something good, but it turned out to be trash. The good stuff was probably on higher floors. Thus, Han Chen entered sprint mode, planning to clear all 1000 floors today. Monsters below level 10 simply cannot withstand a single forbidden spell from Han Chen. If they have special life-saving skills to endure it, then he'll just cast another forbidden spell. Infinite forbidden spells are just that reckless. Thus, Han Chen swept through the Star Tower at an average speed of 1 second per level. 17 minutes later, Han Chen cleared the 999th floor. On the 777th floor, he also successfully obtained the Starstone, Shepherd. At this moment, Shen Yuan Mengqi sent a message, Little Shepherd. I've passed the 788th floor. With your combat power, you should have reached the 700th floor by now, right? This annoying little brother has skills that are instant cast and have a 100% cooldown. As long as his mana is sufficient, he has infinite vitality. Even if he can only unleash the power of a 7th transition skill, it's enough to easily sweep through the 700th floor, and he might even push to the 800th floor. Monsters above the 800th floor not only number in great quantities but also have thick health and strong attributes. Han Chen looked at the number 999 and replied, barely made it. The attributes of the monsters ahead will double, and their health will be extremely robust, even stronger than the monsters in the Dark Forest. Just take it slow. There's no time limit for the challenges on each floor of the Star Tower. Sister Chi-Chi, please pay attention to your safety as well. If you can't clear it, just wait until later to try again. After ending the chat, Han Chen opened the treasure box. Congratulations! You have obtained a skill book for 7th Transition Priests, Soul's Call. What the heck? Han Chen, who had been disappointed with opening treasure boxes, suddenly had his eyes light up. A skill book for 7th Transition Priests? Has the Goddess of Luck finally remembered me? This skill book might be trash for others, but for Han Chen, it's even better than legendary grade top tier equipment. Learning. You have learned a new skill, Soul's Call, automatically transforming into the forbidden spell. God's Gaze. God's Gaze, a rare soul forbidden spell. Within the gaze range, all things shatter, and magical elements will also dissipate. The unit being gazed it will not recover from damage taken within 30 seconds, and a transferee in non-combat mode who is gazed it cannot move, with a chance to acquire part of the transferee's soul memories. Cooldown, 45 days. Holy crap! This skill is simply perfect. The dissipation of magical elements means forcibly turning all magical skills gray, rendering them unusable. Those so-called magic masters will only be able to wave their wands helplessly. This is simply the ultimate counter skill against magic masters. Moreover, the damage caused by God's Gaze cannot be recovered for a period, which is an absolute heavy injury. Buff. In the future, when facing bosses or players, he won't have to worry about their powerful healing methods. Most importantly, in non-combat mode, he can also acquire part of the transferee's soul memories, which is essentially a super skill for stealing secrets. Although there's a prerequisite that it targets transferees who cannot move, he possesses the God's Forbidden Zone absolute control skill. God's Forbidden Zone plus God's Gaze, this combination of skills is simply too perfect. With these two forbidden spells, Han Chen can uncover many secrets, such as the secrets about himself as the son of the Dragon Kingdom and why other hegemonic nations are so intent on capturing him. He could find a time to visit a hegemonic nation, capture a ruler, and then wouldn't he be able to learn the secrets? Awesome. So awesome. Han Chen's gaze towards the Star Tower softened considerably, as if he were meeting a long-lost lover, suddenly reunited, longing to ignite a passionate fire and pour out his beige affection. Then, Han Chen stepped into the last floor of the Star Tower, the 1000th floor. The scene here was a vast starry sky. Standing on this floor felt like standing above the starry sky. Buzz! A massive pillar of starlight descended from the heavens, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the sky. Truly spectacular. Dialogue, another challenger has arrived here? But you can only stop here. I, the ancient Starstone Behemoth, will be an insurmountable mountain for you challengers. A sharp voice came from the light pillar, causing Han Chen to chuckle. The monster had not yet appeared, but its voice had already arrived. This was the first time Han Chen had witnessed such a thing. Bang! A giant starstone beast, hundreds of meters tall, stepped forward, its body shimmering with starlight, exuding an overwhelming presence. Bika Star Tower Level 1000 Boss Race, Starstone Beast Identity, Guardian of the Star Tower Talent, Starstone Control, Level, LV 300 Health, 1 billion Physical Defense, 50 million, only broken by Forbidden Spells, Magic Defense, 30 million Total Resistance, plus 60% Damage Immunity, plus 30%. Forbidden Skills, Starstone Rain, Blackstone Abyss, Earth Shattering Sky, Stone Creation, Gravity Field, Stone Clone, Meteor Fall. Stones can also give birth. Introduction. Summoned by the ancient star god, guarding the Star Tower, with no challengers reaching the 1000th floor for years, Bika's only hobby is to condense clones and then play by giving birth to itself. 1 billion health? This is comparable to a divine avatar. No wonder it is the guardian of the 1000th floor of the Star Tower. To defeat it, one must be a well-prepared national treasure. Dialogue. Powerful challenger, are you ready to receive? I'm going to attack. What a fierce line. And your voice is too sharp, right? It completely doesn't match your identity as a cosmic beast. Stones can also give birth. The Starstone Beast instantly cast its summoning skill, squatting down and preparing to unleash. Then a large number of Starstone Beasts, each dozens of meters in size, were pulled out. Put. Han Chen instantly felt he couldn't bear to look. He didn't want to see this boss for even a second longer. God's Forbidden Zone. God's Gaze. Shadow Curse. A barrage of forbidden spells. Before Bika could plead for mercy, it was blasted to pieces. Damn it, I've never seen such a bizarre boss before. Just as Bika fell, the entire Star Tower erupted with brilliant starlight, a pillar of stars shooting straight into the sky, shocking everyone in Star City. Holy crap! Someone cleared the 1000th floor. Who is it? Which 10th transformation expert cleared it? Could it be President Lee Majo of the Laughing Proud World Guild? How could it be him? President Lee just went in for less than 30 minutes, right? Then who could it be? I haven't heard of any 10th transformation experts reaching the 1000th floor. A group of national heroes was discussing frantically. This matter quickly caught the attention of the national high-ups. Check which unparalleled heroes have gone in these days. The national seat was also curious about who cleared the 1000th floor of the Star Tower. Logically, aside from the 9 marshals and extreme 10th transformation players like Lee Majo, no one else could possibly clear it. However, the only extreme 10th transformation player from Dragon Country who went to the Star Tower today was Lee Majo. The others hadn't gone at all. And even if Lee Majo was well prepared, he couldn't possibly clear it in half an hour. Could it be the Son of God? If anyone was most likely, it would only be the Son of God, Han Chen. It can't be the Son of God. He's under the weakening curse of the dark deity Kimura. At most he could clear up to the 800th floor. This is strange. Who could it be? The national seat was puzzled and could only calm down with a bowl of braised pork. At this moment, inside the 1000th floor of the Star Tower. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 1000th floor, breaking the fastest total time record for clearing the Star Tower, and earning the title Conqueror of the Star Tower. Conqueror of the Star Tower, all attributes plus 50%, skill damage plus 150%, health plus 100%, damage immunity plus 20%, receiving. Fatal damage will activate Star Guardian, negating fatal damage and restoring 50% health, refreshing every 48 hours. Hiss! Top notch! Han Chen's eyes widened. This title was simply comparable to the effects of the awakening of divine power for the Son of God or divine envoy from other countries. Having this title is equivalent to gaining an additional passive life-saving skill combined with the life-saving skill from my divine power effect, allowing me to withstand 2 fatal blows. That's really nice. Han Chen checked the attributes of the title Star Tower Conqueror obtained from the national treasures of past generations and found that they did not have the Star Guardian attribute, and their attribute bonuses were not as high as mine. Remembering what Sister Chi-Chi said, the shorter the total time to clear the Star Tower, the more exceptional the title obtained. It seems that I reached the shortest limit of 17 minutes to clear it, which is why I received such a high bonus. Ding, you have obtained a star treasure box that can open legendary level treasures with a 100% chance. Sure enough, successfully clearing the Star Tower grants a legendary level treasure. Open it. 1%, 66%, 100%. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary accessory Blessing of the Stars. Blessing of the Stars, legendary, category. Jewelry amulet level, 300 constitution, plus 38,080 spirit, plus 36,250 health, plus 30% healing effect, plus 60% magic lifesteal, 50% durability, never wears out special effects, star. Power, passive when attacked, defense increases by 80%, magic skills carry star effects, ignoring damage reduction plus 15%. Star flash, active instantly teleport. Within 100 miles, ignoring spatial restrictions, cooldown 3 minutes. Super exceptional accessory. Han Chen exclaimed in delight. It is well known that among all equipment, jewelry is the hardest to drop, and exceptional jewelry is even harder. I have only farmed the epic level 120 Lost Ring and the epic level 240 City Defense necklace. This legendary amulet, although it has only 2 basic attributes, is the most suitable for me, especially the last active effect, which is definitely a life-saving skill. Ding, due to your achievement of the shortest limit clearing time, you have received a special reward, Ice Soul Embroidery. Ice Soul Embroidery. Special item, function unknown, cannot be actively triggered. Ice Soul Embroidery? What the heck? A mere embroidery for clearing in the shortest time? Is it a household decoration? When Han Chen received the Ice Soul Embroidery, his pupils instantly constricted, his body trembled violently, and tears welled up in his eyes. Isn't this my mom's embroidery? Han Chen would not mistake it. This is indeed my mom's embroidery, as it has the character Shio on it, which is her exclusive symbol. How could my mom's thing appear in the Star Tower? Han Chen asked loudly, but no one responded, only receiving a new prompt sound. Ding, congratulations on clearing the Star Tower. Your legendary deeds will be forever remembered on the record stone tablet, celebrated by the world. Do you wish to make your information public for a national announcement? Helpless. After calming down, Han Chen had no choice but to accept the Ice Soul Embroidery and remember the Star Tower and the Starstone Behemoth. Then directly choose no. If the information is publicly announced, wouldn't the whole world know that I was not weakened by the dark deity Kimura? Han Chen was not willing to expose himself so soon, at least not before having the strength to counter the divine envoys of other nations. Buzz. The record stone tablet outside the Star Tower released starlight. The previously chaotic national heroes instantly quieted down upon seeing the reaction of the record stone tablet, all looking over in unison. On the record stone tablet, the ranking of the first generation Dragon King, which had stood for hundreds of years, was broken. First place, anonymous, total duration. 17 minutes? How is this possible? 17 minutes? Did he clear it in seconds? Everyone gasped in shock. When the ruling powers, including the national seat, learned of this, they were equally astonished. This is too incredible. The first-generation Dragon King, Long Outyen, was the first 100-star profession of the Dragon Kingdom, and was also the hidden mage Great Might Heavenly Dragon Mage. Yet, even this immensely powerful hidden mage took a total of 49 hours, 10 minutes, and 01 seconds to clear the Star Tower. And this mysterious challenger actually completed it in just 17 minutes. For a moment, all the national-level job changers in the Dragon Kingdom were stirred. Even the Dragon King Xianyuan Chonghua, who was far away in the Fire Kingdom gathering materials, was shocked when he saw someone post a screenshot of the Star Tower record stone on the national channel. Who could it be? Among the 10-turn job changers I know, none would have such clearing power. Xianyuan Chonghua quickly instructed the vice president of the Dragon King Guild to keep a close watch to see which newly emerged super job changer from the Dragon Kingdom it was. Thus, this group of national-level job changers temporarily stopped farming the Star Tower and instead focused on the entrance and exit of the Star Tower, ready to confirm the identity of anyone who came out. Buzz. Han Chen stepped out of the Star Tower. In an instant, a large crowd surrounded him, all of them top-tier job changers, the lowest being a 9-turn unparalleled national hero. What the hell? What's going on? At this moment, Han Chen was still unaware of the huge stir his 17-minute clear of the Star Tower had caused. If it weren't for the national seat's order prohibiting the disclosure of information about this mysterious challenger, the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, would have gone crazy. This young brother, please display your level. A 9-turn ultimate big shot spoke gently. Han Chen glanced at the constantly refreshing messages on the national channel and quickly understood the situation. It's just a 17-minute clear of the Star Tower. Do these guys really need to be this excited? Then, Han Chen directly displayed his level, just level 185, no need to disguise. If it were about personal attribute panel information, then he would need to put on a facade. Seeing the level 185 information appearing above Han Chen's head, the crowd slightly dispersed in disappointment. Level 185 was just a 7-turn national hero, absolutely impossible to clear the Star Tower. At this time, a few more job changers came out and the big shots still surrounded them to check their levels, and upon seeing they were not 300-level ultimate job changers, they let them go. Just as Han Chen was about to leave, preparing to farm materials for other professions, the Star Tower suddenly burst forth with brilliant starlight soaring into the sky, and a new name appeared on the record stone, Li Majo. Oh my god. President Li has also cleared the 1000th floor? And he did it in less than 30 minutes, right? This speed surpasses the first-generation Dragon King by a lot. The crowd was once again astonished. Within a day, 2 challengers of the 1000 floors of the Star Tower were born simultaneously, and both had astonishing clearing speeds. Han Chen narrowed his eyes, quietly stepping back into the crowd, preparing to obtain Li Mao's soul memory. Dragon Kingdom region, national announcement, 10-turn phantom. Ghost swordsman Li Majo successfully cleared the Star Tower. The announcement popped up on the panels of all job changers within the Dragon Kingdom, instantly igniting the nation. Supreme leader of the Exploding Sky Gang, 666, isn't that the president of the 8-star guild laughing proudly under heaven? It seems our country is about to give birth to another national treasure. West Sword Wind, who loves eating diamond tofu. President Lee is amazing, raising our national prestige. I want to join the Laughing Proudly Under Heaven Guild in the future. No one can stop me. My second brother 28. Don't ask me why I'm grabbing my mother-in-law's hair. I want to slap her a few times to pay tribute to President Lee. Platforms like Douyin and various news media went wild reporting this event, with countless comments admiring Li Majo flooding in. The Laughing Proudly Under Heaven Guild suddenly became the hottest guild, with countless people coming to congratulate Star City. Han Chen looked at the well-conditioned Li Majo, continuously casting God's Gaze on him. Releasing God's Gaze in non-combat mode had no magical fluctuations, only the faint appearance of soul light in his eyes. Failed to obtain target soul memory. Successfully obtained target soul memory. Failed to obtain target soul memory. Although the success rate was low, Han Chen could cast it infinitely, and after multiple casts, Li Majo's soul memory was obtained by Han Chen as if watching a movie. 3 days ago, Li Majo secretly traveled to the Angel Kingdom and held a clandestine meeting with the ruler of the Angel Kingdom, reaching a certain agreement. It turns out that Li Majo had long been in contact with the Angel Kingdom. He wanted to leverage their power to elevate the Laughing Proud World Guild to a 9-star guild, fulfilling the wishes of his ancestors. He proposed a condition to the Angel Kingdom, hoping to receive the blessing of the God of Angels to smoothly conquer the Star Tower and obtain the title of the nation's treasured artifact. Among the other 4 major hegemonic nations, the divine power worshipped by the Angel Kingdom is the strongest. If he could gain the blessing of the God of Angels, Li Majo was confident he could easily conquer the Star Tower to become the treasured artifact of the Dragon Kingdom, there are two methods. One is to lead a team to break the world-class dungeon's hell difficulty record, and the other is to conquer the 1,000-layer Star Tower. Achieving either would grant him the title of the nation's treasured artifact awarded by the national seat. Once he becomes the treasured artifact of the nation, he could mobilize the vast majority of the country's power, allowing him to fully leverage the nation's strength to challenge the 9-star guild. The condition proposed by the ruler of the Angel Kingdom was that Li Majo must provide intelligence about the Dragon Kingdom during the world-class event 3 months later. The two successfully reached an agreement and signed a divine oath to ensure neither party would backtrack. After viewing Li Majo's memories, Han Chen finally understood that Li Majo originally intended to create a 9-star guild, not to betray his country. However, his actions were tantamount to treason. Everyone knows how important the world-class event is. As a top-tier job changer of the nation, he naturally has access to all national intelligence. If he leaks this information to the Angel Kingdom, it would be a massive blow to the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in significant losses. What a clever Angel Kingdom, plotting the world-class event while at war with the Fire Kingdom. I bet other major powers also have top-tier job changers bought off by the Angel Kingdom, Han Chen mused, stroking his chin with a slight smile. He was well aware of the scheduled world-class event 3 months later. In the event dungeon, all channels and communications would be shut down, and only the most primitive means of messaging could be used. You have your clever plans, and I have my countermeasures. Let's see who comes out on top. At this moment, Li Majo was full of ambition, believing that with his total clearance time he could definitely break the historical record, becoming the first conqueror of the Star Tower and surpassing the original Dragon King, Long Outyen. He wanted to seize this opportunity to create momentum, ensuring his fame would completely eclipse that of the current Dragon King, Xian Yuan Zhonghua. But when he saw the record on the stone tablet, he was instantly dumbfounded. Impossible. How could I only be second? Damn. Total time of 17 minutes. Are you kidding me? Looking at the anonymous record at the top of the stone tablet, Li Majo was utterly shocked. What the hell? Does that mean he couldn't create any momentum? After all, the world's attention is always focused on the first place, and being second is hardly different from being at the bottom. President Li, you came out late, so it's understandable you didn't know. There's a mysterious big shot who cleared the 1,000th layer before you, and their total time is 17 minutes. It's insane, explained a distinguished figure. Who is it? Li Majo hurriedly asked. I don't know. We're all looking for this big shot, but it seems they haven't come out yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe they'll show up soon, another distinguished figure said. At this moment, Han Chen noticed that several high-ranking marshals of the nation had arrived, led by the national treasured artifact, Marshal Zhu. Han Chen knew that the nation was beginning to take action. After receiving the intelligence, Han Chen quietly withdrew and then sent a message to Chen Xiaoqian and Shin Taishu, preparing to take them along to the dungeon to farm materials. President Li, congratulations. Marshal Zhu approached, smiling at Li Majo. Marshal Zhu? What brings you here? Li Majo was startled, worried that he might have been exposed. However, upon careful consideration, the transaction I made with the Angel Nation is absolutely unknown to anyone, not even to anyone in the Laughing World Guild who only believe that. The national seat sent Zhu Shuai to welcome me. President Li has cleared the Star Tower, breaking records, showcasing our national strength, and enhancing our national fortune. The national seat has ordered us to come and escort President Li. Please, President Li, accompany us to meet the national seat, who will surely hold a ceremony to bestow upon you the title of the nation's treasured instrument. The national seat is very considerate, Zhu Shuai. Please. Soon, Li Majo followed Zhu Shuai and several grand marshals alone to a military stronghold in the imperial capital. President Li, the national seat is inspecting this military stronghold. We can wait. Inside, the national seat will come to see you after the inspection. To alleviate Li Majo's suspicions, Zhu Shuai provided an explanation. Li Majo did not doubt much, as the national seat often conducts surprise inspections and even goes to the grassroots to understand the situation of the citizens. As soon as Li Majo entered the military stronghold, the 4 major legions of the Dragon Nation suddenly emerged, activating high-level barriers and formations, surrounding Li Majo tightly. Not good. Li Majo's face changed dramatically. Even he could guess what was happening. His treason had been exposed. Li Majo, you son of a b***tch, how dare you collude with the Angel Nation and betray your country? By the order of the national seat, I will arrest you today. Immediately, with a command from Zhu Shuai, everyone moved against Li Majo. Faced with the nation's treasured instrument, the Grand Marshals, the 4 major legions, and the powerful formations and barriers, even with the blessing of the Angel God, Li Majo could only resist stubbornly. Being captured was just a matter of time. After a fierce battle, Li Majo was on the brink of death. Unwilling to accept defeat, he said, I ask you, without revealing any flaws, how did you discover my transaction with the Angel Nation? People are doing things, and heaven is watching. If you want to keep it a secret, you must not do it yourself. After saying this, Zhu Shuai personally took Li Majo for interrogation. Meanwhile, a piece of news celebrating the nation was announced throughout the Dragon Nation. The national seat would soon bestow the title of the nation's treasured instrument upon Li Majo. Seeing this news, Han Chen, who was embedding gems into equipment, smiled knowingly. The national seat truly possesses great wisdom. In the Angel Nation, at the National Assembly, the Holy Round Table was occupied by the highest-ranking officials of the Angel Nation. What is the current progress with the Fire Nation? Deng Bai inquired. In response to Mr. Guiton, the three major angel legions led by three five-star generals are completely suppressing the Fire Nation's legions. The strategic territories left to the Fire Nation are dwindling. If it weren't for the Fire Nation's tenacious resistance, fighting to the death, we would have already reached their eastern borders. Based on the current situation, if the Fire Nation's divine envoy does not intervene and the deities behind the Fire Nation do not act, it is estimated that within 2 months the Fire Nation will face total collapse, reported a five-star general. Good. But do not push the Fire Nation too hard. Avenging General AI Air is secondary. Our primary goal is to seize more resources from the Fire Nation, suppress them, and issue a warning so that we can immediately restart the Divine Hall control plan after the world-class event. Although Deng Bai was older, he was confident that he would witness the Angel Nation unify the world in his lifetime. As for the Fire Nation, he was well aware that some things had utilitarian value, far more useful than outright destruction. What is the progress of the deployments for the world-class event in 3 months? Deng Bai asked again. Mr. Guiton, except for the Fire Nation, all other countries have completed their deployments. We have also received the latest news from the Dragon Nation. Li Majo has successfully cleared the Star Tower with the help of our angel god's power, and the Dragon Nation will soon bestow upon him the title of the nation's treasured instrument. Listening to his subordinate's report, Deng Bai once again revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Has there been any news about the son of the Dragon Nation recently? Since the Dragon Kingdom's divine son was cursed by the Chimera deity, the Dragon Kingdom has strengthened many defenses, making it extremely difficult for spies lurking within its borders to operate. We have only received one piece of information. The Huaxia gang founded by the Dragon Kingdom's divine son, Li Feiyu, has relocated from the eastern province of Shumen City. According to the intelligence, they moved yesterday. To relocate the gang's headquarters, they must have either received a relocation order or obtained a mysterious map granting them the authority to settle in. Deng Bai pondered for a moment and ordered, investigate. We must find out the whereabouts of Huaxia. It may be related to the Dragon Kingdom's divine son. Yes. Imperial capital. Gemstone embedding shop. Divine Son, these two pieces of equipment have been embedded with gems. The owner returned the City Guard necklace and Blessing of the Stars to Han Chen. After embedding max specialization gems, Han Chen directly equipped these two items, causing his attributes to surge once again. Han Chen, Profession, Forbidden Spell Priest, 7th Transition, Talent, Number 6 Forbidden Sequence, Divine Power Awakening 50%, Awakening to 100% can condense Divine Status, Faith Power, 2000 level, LV 185 Health Points, 6,285,598. Mana points 4,717,160, 471,716,000, Strength 833,670, Constitution 967,015, Spirit 943,432, Agility 850,590, Free Attribute Points 0 cooldown, minus 100% Profession Assessment, 100 stars Combat Power Assessment, 2,650 stars. Big Shot, Eldershan, and I have arrived. Chen Xiaoqian sent a message. After bidding farewell to the owner, Han Chen went to meet up and began farming materials. 1 month later, Nanhai City, 8-star dungeon. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon King team for successfully breaking the hell difficulty record of the Frostworm Valley dungeon, taking 16 minutes. The next second, Han Chen, Chen Xiaoqian, and Shin Taishu emerged from the dungeon, all wearing smiles. Over the past month, Chen Xiaoqian and Shin Taishu had leveled up significantly while following Han Chen, especially Shin Taishu, who finally got a boost and reached the 7th transition limit level, with hopes of advancing to the 8th transition before the world-class event. Big Shot, how many materials do you still need? Chen Xiaoqian asked happily. Including the materials from this dungeon, I still need 17 more. Han Chen said, feeling a bit of a headache. He knew that the drop rate for 8th transition profession materials was low, but he didn't expect it to be this hard to farm. Statistically, the drop rate for 7th transition profession materials is 20%, while for 8th transition, it's 5%, and for 9th transition, it's only 1%, with 10th transition being a mere 0.1%. This is also why, in a dominant nation, there are only a few thousand top-tier transitioners at the 10th transition level. After farming for a month, Han Chen had obtained 10 materials, which is already an impressive drop rate for others. For anyone else, gathering 10 materials would take at least a year and a half. Just like Shenyuan Mengqi, the young lady of the Dragon King gang, who also took a long time to gather 8th transition materials, it was Han Chen who helped her collect some during the siege event. Wow, you farmed 10 materials in just a month? 10 times faster than others? Big shot, you truly are the divine son, with your own drop rate. Chen Xiaoqian and Shin Taishu were astonished. Such a high drop rate was unheard of. Big shot, can you help me farm the 8th transition materials for the Holy Spirit Master in the future? Please, if you want to know some private matters about Sister Chi-Chi, I can secretly tell you. Chen Xiaoqian tilted her head, her big, charming eyes blinking at Han Chen. Han Chen, this. Is that okay? Oh no, this woman is being so spoiled. Sister Chen, I am a gentleman, how could I be that kind of person? Don't worry, I will help you farm your 8th transition materials while leveling up. At level 8, the experience required for each level is ridiculously exaggerated. Han Chen had been continuously farming bosses for a month, and his level had only risen to 194. Unless he farmed super experienced dungeons, it would be nearly impossible to quickly reach the level 210 cap for the 8th transfer. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 months to reach level 210. Oh yeah, Chun. Xiaoqian jumped up excitedly, bouncing in place, causing Han Chen and Shin Taishu to glance over at her. Ahem. Divine Son, I still need 2 materials for the 8th transfer before I can take on my job quest. Could you help me farm them as well? Shin Taishu looked at Han Chen with a lecherous gaze. Sorry, I'm busy for now. With only 2 months left before the world-class event began, Han Chen needed to focus on farming materials and leveling up, hoping to complete the 8th transfer before the event. Put. Shin Taishu felt like he was bleeding internally. Damn it. Shin Xiaoqian asks for your help and you help her, but when I ask, you're too busy? I despise those who prioritize romance over friendship the most. Thinking back to that day, in the underwater palace secret realm, I lost my USB drive, tears streaming down my face in the dead of night. Shin Taishu suddenly began to recite poetry to the sky. Fine. Considering that this guy had also put in a lot of effort during his 4th transfer job quest, Han Chen decided to help him farm a bit. Old Han. The temple dungeon has refreshed. When are we starting? Li Feiyu sent a message. Starting today. After replying, Han Chen said to Shin Taishu, Shin. Pusher, let me farm a dungeon first and then I'll take you around. Just to be clear, I'll only help you farm 1 round of bosses and I can't guarantee that you'll get the 8th transfer materials you need. Alright. Oh my, Divine Son, you are truly handsome and charming, so understanding. My admiration for you rises like the sun. Come, Divine Son, have a smoke. Smack. I don't smoke. With that, Han Chen called Sister Chi-Chi and they headed to the Huaxia temple together. Master. When Little Manta saw Han Chen, he was overjoyed, flying into Han Chen's arms and constantly acting cute. Old Han, your battle pet is amazing. Look, I've already completed my 6th transfer. With Little Mantu's forbidden spell boosting them, it was hard for Li Feiyu and the others not to level up quickly. Not only had Li Feiyu completed his 6th transfer, but Chuningshiang and the others also successfully advanced. And even Old Ma smoothly leveled up to the 7th transfer. The materials needed before the 8th transfer were somewhat available in the Dragon King guilds warehouse. Han Chen just needed to exchange for them with guild contributions, so it was quite easy for Li Feiyu and the others. After tossing the useless items obtained from farming bosses over the past month to Huaxia, Han Chen finally looked at the refreshed dungeon in the Huaxia temple. Dugula's Tomb. Dugula's Tomb, monster level, LV 185, same level as the Huaxia Temple Lord. One-time dungeon, difficulty 7 stars, level restriction, none. Number restriction, up to 12 people, a one-time dungeon. And only 12 people can enter? Disappointing. Li Feiyu pouted. Disappointment +1. Chu Ye echoed. Let's farm a bit first. So, Han Chen formed a 12-person team with Li Feiyu and the others and directly entered the dungeon. Ding, entering. Dugula's Tomb, the monsters awaken, and they will actively attack humans. This was a gloomy underground tomb and the map was quite large. Countless graves were densely packed, along with wandering undead monsters and various dark-type monsters. Skeleton Handsome, Undead, level, LV 185 health, 413,420. Two-headed Bat, Dark, level, LV 185 health, 441,000. Rampaging Ghost Snake, Dark, level, LV 185 health, 420,000. Immediately, everyone summoned their respective battle pets. This was a great dungeon for leveling up. Little Moo, these are all level 185 monsters, so many types, such a strange dungeon. Usually, dungeons have fixed types of monsters, Xian Yuan Mengqi said. Then let's get started. Han Chen instructed Little Mantu to clear the monsters on the left while he took care of the middle, and Li Feiyu and the others handled the right. After all, they had leveled up and needed practical experience. Oh my god, Old Han. The experience from these monsters here is comparable to 30 times that outside. Li Feiyu exclaimed, watching his level soar. At this moment, the massive Titan giant ape beside Li Feiyu was also roaring excitedly, resembling a more primitive version of Li Feiyu, looking extremely thrilled, its level rapidly increasing and its size gradually growing. Han Chen nodded and said, yes. The monster experience in this dungeon is indeed good. The elite monsters are almost on par with the normal monster experience. In super experienced dungeons, by the time we finish a round, you should all reach the maximum level. After saying that, Han Chen unleashed another judgment of light forbidden spell, obliterating numerous monsters. Although Han Chen controlled the spell's power at the 7th transition level, it was enough to annihilate these 7-star monsters, and when encountering small boss-level monsters, he would just need to cast a couple more forbidden spells. Soon, everyone swept through the monsters in this tomb and arrived at the base of a massive mountain towering into the clouds, reaching the end of the dungeon. At the foot of the mountain were 4 caves, all labeled Dugula's Ancient Tomb. It seemed that this Dugula Ancient Tomb dungeon was an exploration dungeon, and among the 4 tomb entrances, only one was the true entrance to Dugula's Ancient Tomb. Ding, there is only one true entrance to Dugula's Ancient Tomb. If the wrong entrance is chosen, the true Dugula boss cannot be encountered and experience another. Rewards will be greatly reduced. The team can only choose one entrance. Sure enough, there really was only one true entrance to Dugula's Ancient Tomb. Choosing incorrectly would significantly reduce the rewards. Little Moo, is there a way to confirm the true entrance? Xianyuan Mengqi asked. Let me take a look. Under the all-knowing eye, nothing could hide from view. Han Chen focused his gaze, and the 3 tomb entrances appeared ordinary, while the entrance on the far left had a very subtle surge of undead elements. It was clear that this tomb entrance was most likely the true entrance to Dugula's Ancient Tomb. At this moment, Li Feiyu stroked his chin and said very seriously, Old Han, after my thorough analysis, observation, and perception, I believe the entrance on the far right should be the real one. Trust me, really, my analysis won't be wrong. I'm 99% sure. Your analysis is quite right. I fully agree with your 99% certainty. After saying that, Han Chen took the lead and entered the far left. 2. Hey, Old Han, you took the wrong path. Li Feiyu shouted. He didn't take the wrong path. Presidently, Xianyuan Mengqi and Chen Xiaoqian quickly followed Han Chen into the left tomb. Do you all believe me? Li Feiyu looked at Ma Lao, the sister flowers, and the others. President, we certainly believe you, so let's hurry and catch up with Big Brother Han. If we wait too long, we won't get any experience. Everyone quickly entered. Damn, you guys. Li Feiyu glanced at the Titan Giant Ape. Do you believe me? Roar. The Titan Giant Ape nodded and then quickly ran into the left tomb. Good for you, A-Tai, even you are like this. My analysis is definitely correct. Li Feiyu shouted as he followed. After entering the tomb, what appeared before everyone was a subterranean palace with a massive ancient blood coffin in the center. Numerous bird-headed, human-bodied monsters clad in blood-red armor stood guard here, but they all had their eyes closed. Blood Crow Guardian, Dark, Level, LV 185 Health, 7 million. Skills, Blood Curse, Blood Will Eye, Blood Poison Blade. Introduction, the loyal guardian of the Blood Prince Dugula, buried here alongside Dugula, has been eroded by mysterious powers, transforming into a dark monster, sleeping. No way? Health 7 million? That's so high? Li Feiyu exclaimed. It seems these monsters are the true test of the Dugula dungeon, Xianyuan Mengqi said. A new prompt popped up. Congratulations on entering the true Dugula tomb. The long-sleeping Dugula is about to awaken. I knew my analysis was correct. It really is the entrance on the far left. Old Han, it seems we are in sync, Li Feiyu said with a thick face. The others rolled their eyes. Who was it that said there was a 99% chance it was the far right entrance? Bang! A loud noise. Ah! The girls jumped in surprise. It turned out that Dugula's coffin lid had been lifted. Hiss! The bird-headed, human-bodied monsters suddenly opened their blood-red eyes and immediately launched their strongest attacks at Han Chen and the others. God's Forbidden Zone. Under absolute suppression, all the Blood Crow Guardians were immobilized, and then under Han Chen's 10 consecutive Starlight Glory Forbidden Spell Bombardment, they turned to ashes, exploding into a pile of items. My goodness! Big shot! Even if you can only unleash the power of a 7-turn skill, you're still invincible. Old Ma flattered. Dong! A heartbeat sound echoed from the blood coffin. Then, an ancient Blood Clan boss sprang out, with sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, and a pair of blood-colored bat wings resembling a Western vampire. Tomb Master Dugula, Dark, Race, Human Talent, Blood Curse Level, LV 185 Health, 15 million Magic Immunity, 90%. Skills, Blood Pact, Bat Manifestation, Bite Separation Technique, Infinite Health Recovery, Blood Claw, Self-Devour. Hidden Introduction, the Prince of the Hidden Profession Blood Mage from the Romantic Kingdom 300 years ago, eroded by mysterious powers after death, becoming a dark monster in slumber, waiting for a mysterious awakening. Dialogue, who is disturbing my slumber? In the name of Andergili Dugula, I declare your death. Seeing the boss's hidden introduction, Han Chen was taken aback. This is a job changer from 300 years ago? How is that possible? How could a deceased job changer turn into a monster? Han Chen had already found it unbelievable when encountering the priest monster earlier, but concerning the dark deity, it wasn't entirely impossible. Now it was even more absurd to encounter a monster that was a deceased job changer. If all deceased job changers turned into monsters, what a terrifying thing that would be. If these deceased job changer monsters appeared in reality, what a massive crisis that would pose. This temple refreshing dungeon felt off. It seemed someone was warning me in the dark. There is an unknown peering into the world. Otherwise, how could a new dungeon spawn a boss that was a deceased job changer? It should be a normal game monster boss. Han Shen's expression gradually became serious. The game descending into the real world was already a little-known secret. Who knows how many old-timers are trying to uncover this secret? Han Shen attempted to use God's gaze to obtain this boss's memories but received a prompt. Target has no soul, unable to obtain soul memories. Moreover, this Dugula boss seemed to have long lost human consciousness, merely a puppet controlled by the unknown, acting according to the game's rules, playing the role of a boss. What's wrong? Old Han. Li Feiyu immediately noticed Han Shen's anomaly. Nothing, little Mantu, take down this boss. Yes, master. Instant light sword dance. Little Manta transformed into a celestial maiden and then unleashed a 6-star awakened single target forbidden spell skill. In her hands, a massive sword of light coalesced, her body becoming an afterimage as she flashed by at the speed of light, completing the slash. Moreover, this strike from Little Mantu was a dual attack of physical and magical damage. Dugula couldn't withstand it. Minus 15 million. Just as Dugula was about to release his skill, his health was instantly depleted, his body sliced in half, dropping a pile of items. Congratulations, you have leveled up. After defeating the boss, Han Shen directly leveled up again. Looking at his level now at 195, having gained a full 10 levels, Han Shen couldn't help but marvel at the rich experience from the temple dungeon. Ha ha ha, I've reached the maximum level. Li Feiyu exclaimed excitedly. Just after his 6th class change, he immediately reached the maximum level. As long as he gathered the materials for the 7th class change, he could take on the 7th class quest. This speed was truly like riding a rocket. Ma Lao and the others also basically reached the maximum level, each one shocked by the experience from the Dugula Ancient Tomb dungeon. Big boss, can I come here to farm dungeons every month? The experience here is so rich, I haven't felt that flying sensation in a long time, Chen Xiaoqian said, eager to immediately leave the Dragon King Guild and join the Huaxia Guild. Oldly, from now on, this Chen's senior sister and sister Chi-Chi should get priority for dungeon spots, Han Shen said with a smile. Old Han, you don't need to say that. I understand, Li Feiyu replied, winking at Han Shen, then glancing at Xianyuan Mengqi and Shen Xiaoqian, as if to say, awesome. Old Han, a double whammy. Han Shen ignored Li Feiyu's lewd gaze and began counting the items dropped by the boss. Good heavens, a legendary item actually dropped. Wings of Dugula, legendary, a flying item that, when used, can coalesce into wings for flight, with a speed comparable to a flying forbidden spell. It comes with blood flames, dealing 5,000 damage per second to nearby hostile targets, consuming 1% mana per second while in use. Wow, an ultimate flying item. Li Feiyu and the others were stunned. For them, possessing such a flying item would be equivalent to mastering a flying forbidden spell skill, which would greatly enhance their capabilities. However, for Han Shen, this flying item was redundant. With the Wind Thunder wings, he didn't need another flying item, and the 5,000 damage per second from the blood flames didn't catch his interest at all. Seeing everyone eager for this equipment, Han Shen smiled slightly and said, according to the team's usual equipment distribution method, we'll roll dice to determine the ownership of this legendary flying item. The highest score wins, and I won't participate. Game dice points, 0-12. Thus, everyone rolled the dice in the team channel. Xianyuan Mengqi, 2 points. Chen Xiaoqian, 1 point. Zhang Tai, 3 points. Ha, the highest is 3 points. It seems this Wings of Dugula belongs to me. Li Feiyu. May the goddess of luck bless me. Li Feiyu rolled last. Points, 0. Put. Li Feiyu squatted to the side, drawing circles and muttering, the goddess of luck doesn't love me anymore. The goddess of luck doesn't love me anymore. In the end, Zhang Tai, as a shield warrior, won with a score of 3. This was quite unexpected for Zhang Tai. He never thought he could obtain a legendary item and was already happy just to gain some experience. President, you should take this item. I'm a shield warrior, it won't be of much use to me. I'm already very satisfied to be accepted by Huaxia, Zhang Tai said, wanting to give the Wings of Dugula to Li Feiyu. But Li Feiyu stood up, his expression serious, exuding a hint of kingly aura, and said earnestly, Old Tai, I hope you won't insult my character like this next time. This is our team's agreed upon fair dice roll. You won, so this is your item. Seeing Li Feiyu so serious, for the first time, everyone was slightly taken aback. Han Shen revealed a faint smile in his heart. It seemed that his good brother had truly grown, exuding the aura of a leader. This, President, I understand now, it was my Zhang Tai who was reckless. Zhang Tai felt immensely moved. In the Qishuan alliance, good things always fell into the president's hands, leaving him with only the dregs, but in Huaxia, everyone was equal. The president was a magnanimous person, not the least bit envious of legendary flying artifacts, though he did appear somewhat unconvinced. The goddess of luck doesn't love me anymore. Li Feiyu continued to squat down and draw circles. Han Shen suddenly leaned close to Xianyuan Mengqi's ear and whispered, I'll give you an even more awesome flying artifact later. Xianyuan Mengqi instinctively shrank her neck, looking shy and adorable. Upon hearing Han Shan's words, her ears instantly turned red. As for the other equipment, while they had decent attributes, they couldn't compare to what Xianyuan Mengqi already possessed. Han Shan left the remaining equipment for Huaxia, while he took the enchanted stones and the gold coins dropped by the monsters. After all, he was going to visit the world of the gods in the future, and at that time Huaxia would be the ultimate guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. In the dark forest area, regardless of the type of dungeon, there was a chance to drop gold coins. This time, Han Shan had collected a total of 214 gold coins, which was quite a substantial income. Ding, the dungeon has ended. A new dungeon will randomly refresh in 30 days. Immediately, everyone was teleported back to the temple. Old Han, what does the last prompt mean? Li Feiyu asked. It probably means that the dungeons in the Huaxia temple refresh randomly every 30 days. The next refresh might not be the Dugula Ancient Tomb, it could be another dungeon, but the level is linked to me, Han Shan analyzed. So that's how it is. I need to come up with a new reward system to get everyone in the guild excited so everyone has a chance to enter dungeons as long as they work hard, Li Feiyu said with a smile. Let me know when the Huaxia guild meets the conditions for promotion. I'll upgrade Huaxia to 6 stars then. After saying this, Han Shan, Chen Xiaoxian, and Xianyuan Mengqi returned to the Dragon King Guild. Xianyuan Mengqi continued to push for the Star Tower. Han Shan took Shin Taishu to clear a round of bosses, and he was lucky enough to obtain 2 of the last profession materials he needed. Son of God, you truly are my reborn parents. Son, don't embarrass your father. Complete your profession tasks well. In the following time, Han Shan continued to focus on farming materials and leveling up. Soon, over a month passed again, and only 10 days remained until the world-class event began. Looking at the 3 profession materials still needed and his level only reaching 199, Han Shan had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plans for leveling up. He wouldn't be able to promote to the 8th transfer before the world-class event. Han Chen turned his gaze towards the Fire Nation, intending to take advantage of the Fire Nation being invaded by the Angel Nation to stir up some trouble, acquire good equipment, and conveniently obtain the memories of the Fire Nation's high-ranking officials to uncover the secrets of his divine status. However, just recently, the Angel Nation and the Fire Nation suddenly announced a ceasefire. Everyone believed that the 2 major powers had temporarily stopped fighting due to the impending world-class event. Han Shan felt that things were not that simple. At this moment, Xianyuan Chonghua was already on his way back and wanted to meet Han Shan, so Han Shan had to see if he could uncover any secrets from the Dragon King president. Imperial Capital. Enchantment Shop. Han Shan and the enchanter Zhang Sifeng stared at each other wide-eyed, as this time Han Shan had asked Zhang Sifeng to enchant, and it was a 100% success rate. Blessing Staff plus 40, Mythical, Category, Weapon Level, LV 330 Strength plus 221,760 Constitution plus 232,272 Spirit plus 242,640 Agility plus 208,560. In the past 2 months, Han Shan had accumulated quite a few enchantment stones and successfully enchanted the Blessing Staff to plus 40, significantly increasing the 4 basic attributes. Equipping the Blessing Staff again, Han Shan's attributes surged, with his constitution breaking the 1,000,000 mark. Why is it that when I enchant for you, it's 100% success, but when it's for someone else, it doesn't work? That's not scientific. Zhang Sifeng voiced his confusion. It's very scientific. I have good luck, and the goddess of fortune naturally favors me. Han Shan smiled slyly. Just as Han Shan was about to head to the Dragon King Guild headquarters, Zhang Sifeng stopped him. Little brother, wait a moment. Saying this, Zhang Sifeng closed the shop door. Han Shan was puzzled. The boss wouldn't really want to do something shady in broad daylight, would he? Zhang Sifeng then took out a 300-level legendary magic ring, enchanted to plus 89. Wow! Seeing the ring shimmering with magical brilliance, Han Shan's eyes widened. A top-tier ring, an ultra-top-tier ring, a 300-level legendary ring with plus 89 enchantment was definitely extremely rare in Dragon Country and even the entire world. It's important to note that the success rate of enchanting accessories is far lower than that of other equipment. Finding an accessory enchanted to 50 is already quite rare, let alone this legendary ring enchanted to plus 89. Little brother, this is my greatest treasure. My lifelong wish is to enchant it to plus 99, surpassing my teacher's achievements. But I know that on my own, I probably can't fulfill this wish. If you can help me, I will give you a great gift. Upon hearing this, Han Shan stroked his chin and thought for a moment before asking, why look for me? I'm not an enchanter. Because you are the luckiest class changer I've ever seen, and if I'm not mistaken, the staff in your hand should be the world-renowned 3rd divine artifact, the Blessing Staff. Am I right, Han Shensi? So, what do you say? Are you interested in making this deal with me? Zhang Sifeng smiled slyly. Han Shan wasn't surprised that the boss recognized his identity. It would have been strange if he hadn't. After all, the appearance of his Blessing Staff had spread all over the world, and there were even toy models being sold in the streets. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything in this deal. So Han Shen just smiled and said, no problem. Great. Seeing Han Shen agree, Zhang Sifeng immediately took out a level 90 enchantment stone, ready to enchant. Hey, wait. Boss Zhang, let's bind the ring to me first, then enchant it. Han Shen thought that since he had a luck stone, but the boss didn't, and since it wasn't his equipment, he wouldn't benefit from the success rate boost of the luck stone. Zhang Sifeng thought for a moment. The other party was the son of the dragon country. He shouldn't forcibly take the ring, especially since he already had a divine artifact and his shop had surveillance. So, Zhang Sifeng handed the ring to Han Shen, knowing he could use a high-level unbinding charm to the ring's binding later. Receiving the ring, Han Shen immediately bound it and then glanced at the basic attributes. Magic Ring Heavy Tower plus 89, Legendary, Category, Jewelry Ring Level, 300 Strength plus 37,540, x 89% equals 70,951 Constitution plus 37,120, x 89% equals 70,157 Spirit plus 36,890, x 89% equals 69,722 Agility plus 35,830, x 89% equals 67,719. All four basic attributes were present, and with the 89% attribute bonus from the enchantment, the attributes were nearly double that of Blessing of the Stars. If only this ultra top tier ring were mine, Han Shen muttered to himself. Immediately, Han Shen handed the ring to the boss for enchanting. Enchanting successful, plus 90. Great! Zhang Sifeng jumped up in joy. As he expected, the sun possessed unparalleled luck. He had bet right. As long as the sun was helping, he would surely fulfill his wishes quickly. Zhang Sifeng immediately exchanged phone numbers with Han Shen and said, the sun's luck is unmatched, I admire you, truly. It's a small matter, just don't forget to give me this ring when the time comes, I find it quite endearing. After saying that, Han Shen took his leave. Watching Han Shen's departing figure, Zhang Sifeng touched the treasured magic ring, Chanlo, revealing a faint smile. Perhaps it will shine the brightest in the sun's hands, but first, we need to see if the sun can break the curse of Chimera. The headquarters of the Dragon King Gang. Han Shen met with the Dragon King president Xianyuan Chonghua once again. Son, how have you been lately? Have any foreign transmuters made a move against you? With the protection of the president in the country, how dare those foreign scoundrels act against me on the land of Longhua? As they chatted, Han Shen activated God's gaze on the Dragon King president. But target's soul is protected by forbidden sequence power, unable to obtain soul memories. What the hell? Is this a thing? Suddenly, Han Shen remembered something very important. It seemed he had never been able to see the attribute panel of the Dragon King president. Looking closely at the Dragon King president again, he found that apart from the name, he still couldn't see anything. At first, Han Shen thought the Dragon King president had a powerful item that blocked detection. But now that he thought about it, that didn't make sense. His all-knowing eye could see through all equipment and items except for mythic level gear. Perhaps the Dragon King president didn't have a blocking item, but rather the shielding of forbidden sequence power. So why could the national seat guards he encountered before see his attribute panel? Han Shen was curious and asked, President, I want to ask about the forbidden sequence talent? How do you know about the forbidden sequence, son? Who told you? Xianyuan Chonghua seemed very sensitive to the term forbidden sequence, which made Han Shen even more curious. Thus, Han Shen showcased his No. 6 forbidden sequence talent, hoping to glean some related secrets from the Dragon King president. The ability to resist God's gaze and all-knowing eye, this forbidden sequence talent was definitely not simple. Seeing that Han Shen's awakened talent was actually No. 6 forbidden sequence, Xianyuan Chonghua was incredibly shocked. What the hell? How could the sun awaken forbidden sequence power? He was the son of the prophecy of the divine stone, and logically he shouldn't awaken the forbidden sequence talent, as the power of the forbidden sequence and the power of the divine were two completely different forces that couldn't coexist. President? Han Shen noticed something was off with the Dragon King president's demeanor and softly called out. At a loss, Xianyuan Chonghua could only keep this strange situation in mind and then smiled. I didn't expect the sun to be exceptionally talented, actually awakening the top tier game talent that only our Longhua people can awaken. You can understand it as a bloodline talent. This. Han Shen was speechless. This is a special reward granted to Longhua at the beginning of the game's arrival. As for why it was granted, we don't know. The first Dragon King of our Dragon King gang was the first person in Longhua to awaken the forbidden sequence talent, possessing the power to contend with the divine. What? Contend with the divine? Did the first Dragon King ascend to divinity? Han Shen was incredibly surprised. But Xianyuan Chonghua shook his head and said lightly, no, the first Dragon King was just at the limit of 10 turns. While exploring the forbidden area of the Dark Forest, he was discovered by a dark deity and ultimately perished together. I am invincible beneath the divine, and above the divine. It's a one-for-one exchange, relying on the power of the forbidden sequence. Then why did the later forbidden sequence talent holders lack the power to contend with the divine, still being invaded by foreign countries, and even being occupied by the damned Fire Nation for 8 years? That's because the forbidden sequence talent needs to be unlocked, and so far, only the first generation Dragon King has achieved 100%. As he spoke, Xianyuan Zhonghua displayed his forbidden sequence talent. Holy crap! Talent, no one forbidden sequence. The forbidden sequence is the power to counteract the gods. Forbidden sequence unlock level, 80% basic bonuses, ignore immunity plus 80%, ignore defense plus 80%, uncontrolled plus 80%, negative effect resistance plus 80%, lifesteal plus 80%, all attributes plus 80%, critical hit rate / hit plus 80%, physical / magic damage plus 80%, defense / health plus 80%, health / mana regeneration plus 800%, flight / movement speed plus 800%, physical attack plus 800%. Skill effect plus 800%, critical damage plus 800%. Special bonuses, soul defense, non-divine spells cannot peek at attribute panels, can ignore fatal strikes 4 times a day, damage to dark type. Monsters plus 800%, forbidden sequence domain, suppresses the target, preventing them from exerting 100% of their combat power, upon death deals fixed damage equal to 8 times the total damage dealt to hostile targets. After reading the Dragon King's forbidden sequence talent, Han Shen was completely stunned. Just this one talent bonus was comparable to mythic level equipment, right? So far, the forbidden sequence talent has only appeared from number 1 to number 100. This is a unique awakening talent. There won't be 2 forbidden sequences with the same number appearing in this world, nor will one person awaken 2 forbidden sequence talents. Of course, the sequence number of the forbidden sequence is not a ranking of strength, it just has some differences in basic bonuses, which are related to one's profession. For example, I am a hidden warrior class, so the basic bonuses lean towards the number 1 forbidden sequence talent, focusing on main output, while the Son of God is a priest class, and the awakened number 6 forbidden sequence leans towards healing. Xianyuan Zhonghua explained in great detail. President, why is it that I don't have the forbidden sequence unlock level listed? Is there a restriction? Han Chen asked. That's right, the forbidden sequence talent needs to reach 10th transfer before the unlock section appears, and unlocking it requires a massive amount of experience, much more than leveling a skill to a forbidden spell. The reason the first generation Dragon King could unlock 100% is that during the early stages of the game, there were no so-called hegemonic nations, nor were there divine envoys, divine avatars, or mythic level equipment appearing. Naturally, with the combat power of the first generation Dragon King, he could claim the rewards from world-class national war activities and also gain a lot of super experience dungeons, which allowed him to unlock 100%. Unfortunately, after the first generation Dragon King died, the rise of countries like the Angel Kingdom led to our Dragon Kingdom's super experience dungeons being completely exhausted, and we still haven't obtained new super experience dungeons. Once you advance to the 10th transfer and unlock your forbidden sequence talent to 10%, your number 6 forbidden sequence will undergo a tremendous enhancement. Although this meeting with the Dragon King did not reveal any secrets about his own Son of God, Han Shen unexpectedly learned the secrets of the forbidden sequence talent, which was a pleasant surprise. Son of God, will you participate in the world-class event in 10 days? Xianyuan Zhonghua shifted to the real topic of meeting Han Shen. Yes, I will participate. The world-class event has good rewards, and I can also contribute a bit to the country. Han Shen did not hide it. The Son of God has such a patriotic spirit. We should take you as a model. Since you want to participate, then go ahead. After all, this world-class event cannot be attended by 10th transfer players, but still, be careful not to let the other for hegemonic nations find an opportunity to capture you, as there are also extremely strong existences among the 9th transfer players. President, you can rest assured, I will be cautious, and I have disguise items. It won't be that easy for them to catch me. That's good. As they were parting, Han Shen remembered something and asked, President, I want to find someone to forge a piece of equipment. I need to find a top-level blacksmith at level 300. Do you know anyone who could be introduced? A level 300 top-level blacksmith? Shen Yuan Zhonghua was speechless. This was a national treasure-level life profession transferer, of which there were hardly any in the world, and the top forging masters from other countries were heavily protected, serving only their nations, with no one knowing their whereabouts. How could the Son of God think of finding a top forging master to forge equipment? It wasn't like he was using divine stones to merge legendary equipment into divine artifacts. Divine stones, such top-tier materials, were extremely rare, otherwise, there wouldn't only be 14 pieces of divine gear in the world. 10 years ago, our country did have a level 300 forging master, but he has already reached the end of his life. As for that level 300 forging masters from other major countries, the Son of God probably won't be able to meet them. You can only try your luck at the outskirts of the Dark Forest to see if you can encounter a randomly spawned dark merchant. As long as you provide enough gold coins, it's not impossible for him to take you to find a top forging master NPC, but no one knows the refresh time and location of the dark merchants. It all depends on luck. Upon hearing this, Han Shen was at a loss for words. Well, there wasn't even a forging master to be found. However, Han Shen wasn't in a hurry. If he couldn't find a dark merchant, he could always take a trip to other dominant countries later. After all, with Gaze of the Gods, finding a top forging master shouldn't be a big problem. Thank you, President. I'll go prepare for the world-class event now. Alright, if you need anything, just let me know. As for the curse of the dark deity on you, you can rest assured, it won't take long before I gather all the mythic level materials needed to lift the curse for you. After bidding farewell to the Dragon King president, Han Shen decided to visit the national seat to see if he could uncover the secret of his identity as the son of God and discuss how to take advantage of the angel kingdom during the world-class event instance. Stepping out of the Dragon King president's office, Han Shen saw Yi Fan, Shangwan Fei Hon, Beitang Xiu, and Shumen Bai Piao, newcomers to the Dragon King Guild, walking towards him, all of whom were hidden professions. Although hidden professions were rare, there were still quite a few. Relative to the 1.4 billion population of the Dragon Kingdom, most of whom were concentrated in the Dragon King Guild and the National Legion. It seemed that the Dragon King president intended for this batch of hidden profession newcomers to perform well in the world-class event. Greetings, Elder Han. Shangwan Fei Hong and the others understood the guild rules and were polite. Only Yi Fan and Shimen Bai Piao, the proud newcomers, paid no mind to Han Shen, a weakened son of God who needed to be concerned. Especially Yi Fan, who gritted his teeth at the sight of Han Shen. Seeing the National Scholar badge worn on Yi Fan's chest, Han Shen smiled slightly. It seemed Yi Fan still had some skills, at least passing the 7-turn National Scholar assessment. But that was about it. He was still just a little insignificant dog. Watching Han Shen's departing figure, Yi Fan coldly snorted to himself, "Humph. Han Shen, you can only be smug for now. After the world-class event, I, the Calamity Yi Fan, will be the #1 of the young generation in the Dragon Kingdom." In the imperial capital, at the entrance of the courtyard, Han Shen met the national seat's personal guard, Yu Guofei, once again. Looking at the other party's attribute panel, Han Shen confirmed that this level 10 expert's forbidden sequence talent had not been unlocked to 10%, so he could easily see his talent attributes. It seemed that in the future, he would need to be cautious when encountering high-level experts in the Dragon Kingdom whose attributes he couldn't see. Most likely, they had awakened their forbidden sequence talent and unlocked it to over 10%. Son of God, please sit. I wonder what brings you to see me so suddenly. The national seat smiled warmly. National seat, I came this time to ask about the interrogation of Li Mazhou. As he spoke, Han Shen activated Gaze of the Gods. Target is protected by forbidden sequence power, unable to obtain target's soul memory. Well, the national seat was also a forbidden sequence expert. The son of God is quite concerned about national affairs. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate. He had already explained everything he could, and there were things he simply couldn't explain. From my guess, the Angel Kingdom and he were most likely trading for intelligence related to the world-class event in the Dragon Kingdom. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Oh, let's hear it. Son of God, this world-class event will depend on your performance. Your Majesty is too kind. I will take my leave now. After leaving the courtyard, Han Shen decided to seek out other top-tier experts at the 10th transition limit to see if he could glean any secrets about the Son of God from them. Thus, Han Shen spent several days visiting the White Tiger King, the Vermilion Bird King, the Black Tortoise King, and various marshals. However, these big shots were all old foxes, very shrewd, and Han Shen couldn't extract any useful information from them. What surprised Han Shen was that these big shots were all forbidden sequence talent holders. It was confirmed. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom were basically all forbidden sequence experts. After this visit, Han Shen completely gave up on learning the secrets of the Son of God from these people, and could only look for other rulers of dominant nations in the future. At this moment, there were only 4 days left until the world-class event began. Ding, suitable host detected. Congratulations on obtaining the infinite devouring system. Would you like to click to bind? Don't get me wrong. It was the ringtone of a phone. Han Shen's older sister had always hoped to obtain a devouring system so she could eat and drink without worrying about gaining weight, so she downloaded this ringtone. Since the family disappeared, Han Shen had also downloaded his sister's ringtone, and every time it rang, he felt a sense of warmth. Xiaomu, the guild is organizing a large-scale event for 3 days, and all transitioners below the 8th transition must participate. Do you want to come? Shen Yuan Mengqi's sweet voice rang out. Large-scale event? Han Shen opened the guild channel and saw that everyone was discussing the event. It turned out that a few days before each scheduled world-class event, the Dragon King Guild would organize a large-scale event. The main purpose was to help new guild members adapt, learn to cooperate, and also to assess the progress of new members during this time. After looking at the event information, it was an exploration of an unexplored misty area, and those who performed well could earn a lot of guild contribution rewards. This unexplored misty area was near the dark forest, and Han Shen thought about it. Since he had nothing else to do these days, he might as well go. First, he could earn guild contributions. Second, he could take a stroll in the dark forest and see if he could encounter the dark merchant NPC. With the lucky stone on him, luck should come his way. Third, he could accompany Chi-Chi Well, since the other party had already invited him, how could he refuse? That would be too low emotional intelligence. Moreover, having joined the Dragon King Guild for so long and always enjoying the benefits, without participating in any events, he felt a bit embarrassed. So, Han Shen replied, "It's rare to have a large-scale event, how could I not participate? I'm heading back to the Dragon King Guild right now." "Great. I'll wait for you in the guild territory." Xian Yuan Mengqi's voice became even sweeter. As a 9-star guild, the Dragon King Guild had a total of 3,200 members, half of whom were elites. As soon as he arrived at the Dragon King Guild territory, Xian Yuan Mengqi joyfully ran towards Han Chen. This scene made many young men who secretly admired the young lady pound their chests in frustration, and Yi Fan was one of them. Although he felt nothing for her, he still longed to pursue the young lady. If he succeeded, he could become the son-in-law of the Dragon King and might very well become a ruler of the Dragon King Guild in the future. Yi Fan, who was already displeased with Han Chen, felt even more annoyed, secretly gritting his teeth, wondering why it was him again? Why was it always him? This time, the new members would be led by the guild's honorary elder, while ordinary elders could arrange themselves freely and team up with each other. After all, the unknown area to be explored is close to the Dark Forest, and one careless move could still lead to the risk of death. Xin Taishu, Chen Xiaoxian, and Xian Yuan Mengqi naturally formed a team with Han Shen, clinging to him. They were always serious about it. The main force set off. The Dragon King Guild's 10th tier honor members had already arrived ahead of time, stationed at the edge of the Dark Forest to prevent any monsters above 8 stars from appearing and harming the newcomers. Everyone, stay alert. This is an unexplored area near the Dark Forest, and it's possible that 8-star or even 9-star monsters might appear. With the Vice President Dong Li Xie speaking in the guild channel, the Dragon King Guild's large-scale event began. This time, I must perform well and earn a lot of guild contributions. The newcomers were full of confidence. With me, the Calamity, here, you can only be the supporting roles. Yi Fan directly unleashed the unique necromancer skill, summoning a large number of skeletons that scattered in all directions. Damn! With Yi Fan, the necromancer, here, we have no chance at all. Bei Tang Shiyu and others felt secretly displeased as they saw Yi Fan using skeletons to explore. The numerous skeletons spread out, making the exploration speed unmatched by anyone else. Did you see that? This is the inherent advantage of a necromancer. Yi Fan was about to show off his calamity charm to the young lady when he noticed she had followed Han Shen and was flying away towards the Dark Forest. A sinister look appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. He knew that Han Shen was the son of the Dragon Kingdom, and his status and strength were beyond what he could compare to now, even to the point of having no comparability. But he was unwilling. He firmly believed that one day, everything Han Shen could have, he could have too. Gradually, Han Shen had become his inner demon. Big shot, aren't we going to explore the misty area below? Chen Xiaoqian asked in confusion. We can explore from over there, Han Shen said as he approached the Dark Forest, then released the active skill effect of the Ring of Lost, summoning 10 little alchemical mice to explore. The two girls saw Han Shen release the little alchemical mice and also released their own puppet summon. Thus, 30 little alchemical mice quickly spread out in all directions to explore. I have an army of undead. When it comes to exploring the misty area, no one is better than me. Yi Fan was full of confidence. But the next second, Yi Fan's army of undead suddenly stopped moving. The once proud Yi Fan's expression changed instantly. What's going on? Why can't I control the undead? Elder Bei Ao, something's wrong, my undead are out of control. Bei Ao looked at the skeletons summoned by Yi Fan and found that they indeed weren't moving, even when attacked by monsters. Did you summon too many, exceeding your mental control range? No. They were fine just a moment ago. Through the all-knowing eye, Han Shen saw Yi Fan's situation and revealed a charming smile. Earlier, Han Shen could feel Yi Fan's gaze and killing intent towards him, so he had given him a nemesis of the undead forbidden spell, causing all the undead he summoned to remain motionless. However, Han Shen also controlled it within the power of a 7th tier skill, with an absurdly large range that covered the entire unexplored area. The other elders, not approaching Han Shen, could not sense that he had released the forbidden spell. Yi Fan was furious. Helpless, he had to cancel the skill and wait for the cooldown to finish before summoning again. But when he summoned a large number of undead again, they still remained motionless. Yi Fan was so angry he spat blood. Elder, I suspect someone is targeting me. Bei Ao also felt a bit of a headache. Where's the evidence? I have no evidence, but someone is definitely targeting me. Yi Fan was unconvinced. Unless you find that person, I can't help you. I advise you to explore personally. Look at how much faster others are progressing than you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Seeing Yi Fan being played with, Han Shen focused his gaze on the direction of the Dark Forest. Suddenly, Han Shen's eyes fixed on a mysterious NPC in a black robe appearing under a dead tree in the Dark Forest, with a name above its head, Dark Merchant. You all wait here, I'll be right back. After saying that, Han Shen activated his Wind Thunder Wings, bypassing the 10th transition players of the Dragon King Guild, and entered the Dark Forest, arriving in front of the Dark Merchant. He didn't expect to be so lucky, just As he wanted to find the Dark Merchant NPC, it appeared on its own. This was thanks to the lucky stone. Dark Merchant Identity, Merchant NPC Description, a merchant wandering in the dark forest, profit-driven, viewing wealth as a life belief. With enough money, even a wife can be sold. Dialogue, esteemed human, it is fate that we meet. I have many good things for sale here, do you wish to purchase? After speaking, the Dark Merchant opened a special goods panel which had a total of 20 slots, each displaying an item. Self-defense artifact, indestructible god oil, great brother pill, fully automatic doll. Put. What kind of garbage products are these? Are they serious? Han Shan rolled his eyes, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Dialogue, sorry, esteemed guest, I haven't encountered a human noble in a long time and I accidentally opened my collection panel, this is the real one. The Dark Merchant quickly switched to a different goods panel. This time it was quite serious. Exclusive artifact for 10th transition class, weapon, Medusa beast pet egg, longevity potion. The items were indeed top-notch, but upon seeing the prices, good heavens, the cheapest was 1 million gold coins. Who the hell can afford that? I'm looking for a level 300 blacksmith, what would the price be? Han Chan got straight to the point. Looking for a blacksmith? Then you need to find the neutral faction dwarves, they are the best at forging. I have a teleportation scroll that can take you directly to the dwarven territory for sale. Since you are the first human noble I've encountered in decades, I'll give you a 50% discount, 25,000 gold coins. Damn, that's really expensive. A teleportation scroll costs 25,000 gold coins? His entire fortune was only 214 gold coins. I don't have 25,000, will you sell it for 200? Human kid, are you kidding me? You have no money, so what are you even saying? I deal in hundreds of thousands of gold coins, you're wasting my time. After saying that, the Dark Merchant put away the goods panel, darkening his face, and prepared to leave. Damn! As expected, the Dark Merchant, who views wealth as a life belief, changed his face as soon as he heard he had no money. Hey, wait, can I buy it on credit? Credit? You think you're one of those iBase? The Dark Merchant cursed, his figure moving faster and faster, and Han Shen could barely keep up. iBase? Does this guy know those 4 street punks? Han Shen was delighted and hurriedly said, do you know iBase, Iwansi, Ilualai, and Iyuji? Upon hearing these 4 names, the Dark Merchant immediately stopped, looking at Han Shen in disbelief. You know them? They're my godsons. You are the pastor dad they speak of? That's right, absolutely true. Han Shen displayed his name. He never expected that those 4 street punks were so impressive that even the Dark Merchant recognized them. That's perfect, they took a lot of good things from me. I calculated it, not counting interest, a total of 3,050,000 gold coins. A son's debt is to be repaid by the father. Pay up. Damn! Han Shen cursed. He thought those 4 street punks were friends with this guy and could get a friendship price, but it turned out to be a debt relationship. This was a huge miscalculation. Oh, right, you poor bastard with no money, then I can only capture you and sell you as a commodity. To the dark gods, they should pay a good price for you. After saying this, the Dark Merchant shamelessly took out a black pagoda artifact and directly sucked Han Shen inside. What the hell? A myth-level item? I was careless. Inside the pagoda, where one couldn't see their own hand, Han Shen was incredibly shocked and secretly thought it was bad. No matter what methods Han Shen tried, he couldn't escape and couldn't hear any sounds. The dark gods have always wanted to capture the son of the Dragon Kingdom. I estimate they can sell him for a good price, even though I really hate those dark bastards. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a piece of embroidery flew out from the pagoda, exuding a destructive aura. It was the Ice Soul embroidery that Han Shen obtained from the Star Tower. In danger, the Ice Soul embroidery activated its one-time effect. A wave of icy cold instantly enveloped the Dark Merchant's heart. My God! The Dark Merchant saw the embroidery, and his entire dark face turned pale, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Frightened, he immediately covered his head with both hands and knelt down. Great One, spare me! Great One, spare me! Great One, spare me! The Ice Soul embroidery emitted an ancient voice that only the Dark Merchant could hear, causing him to tremble like a quail and obey. Soon, the Ice Soul embroidery lost its divine light, turning back into an ordinary embroidery and returning to Han Shen's storage space, all unbeknownst to Han Shen. Buzz! The Dark Merchant immediately released Han Shen. The bewildered Han Shen exclaimed, why did you let me go again? Great One, what do you mean? How could I dare to capture you? I was just playing a little hide-and-seek game with you. Saying this, the Dark Merchant took out a scroll and stuffed it into Han Shen's hand, saying, Great One, this is a teleportation scroll to the Dwarven territory, a free gift for you. This. Han Shen was stunned. What was going on? What happened to this money-focused guy? Did something happen while he was trapped in the pagoda? Did someone save him? This Dark Merchant seemed to be very afraid of him. The debt my son owes you. Han Shen tentatively spoke. Great One, what do you mean? How could your son owe me money? You must be mistaken. I owe your son money, 3.05 million gold coins, no more, no less. Please accept it. Han Shen squinted, looking at the Dark Merchant who resembled a grandson in disbelief. With a quick thought, he accepted the money and said, "Oh right, you owe my son money, I remember. The 3.05 million is the principal, right? No interest? I calculated that the interest should be 35 million, let's just forget the 5 million extra, 30 million, send the money." The dark merchant thought, "What the hell? You're even greedier than I am." Then, the dark merchant left behind a special item and said, "Great one, a small gift. No offense intended, from now on, we have no connection." After saying this, the dark merchant turned into black smoke and vanished. Seeing the other party run away, Han Shen could only pick up the item to take a look. Longevity potion, a one-time rare item that can increase lifespan by 10 years. Wow, it's actually a potion that increases lifespan by 10 years. If this thing were auctioned off in the world, countless countries would go crazy bidding for it. A treasure that increases lifespan is always incredibly tempting for aging top-tier job changers, especially for high-ranking job changers, like the divine envoys of hegemonic nations. They would definitely go crazy for it. Good stuff. Even if I don't use it myself, I can exchange it for gold coins or something. I didn't expect this trip to turn misfortune into fortune, unexpectedly gaining 2 major rewards. Damn it, those 4 street punks are causing trouble everywhere in the game world. Luckily, I had a benefactor to help me. Damn it, the next time I see them, I'll make them compensate me for my mental distress. At that moment, Shen Yuan Mengqi sent a message, "Xiaomu, Yifan has discovered a special secret realm and everyone is rushing over. It seems that this secret realm is not simple." Secret realm? That guy Yifan has such luck? Okay, I'm on my way. When Han Shen arrived, many newcomers from the Dragon King Guild had already formed teams and entered the secret realm. Abandoned Underground Demon Palace category, one-time secret realm entry-level restriction within LV210 team size. Restriction, 3 to 6 people. Description, a palace abandoned by the dark demon race where demon beasts suppressed by the demon race have escaped and occupied the palace. To prevent the emergence of these beasts, which would cause great destruction, brave job changers are needed to enter and eliminate the beasts, defeating the beast boss. Hint, once a team clears the realm, other teams will be teleported out and the clearing team will receive unexpected rewards. I didn't expect this to be a one-time secret realm, and there are extra rewards for the first clear, but only job changers below the 7th transition can enter. Han Shen's eyes lit up. This secret realm clearly had a connection to him, so he wouldn't hold back. "Sister Chi-Chi, you're already at the 8th transition, so you can't go in. You'll have to wait here," Han Shen said. You and Xiao Qian, Elder Shen can go in and clear it. Be careful." After saying that, Shen Yuan Mengqi exited the team. Other teams from the Dragon King Guild had already entered early to farm for rewards, but most of them were in trouble. Although this secret realm didn't have difficulty hints, everyone knew that one-time secret realms or dungeons were basically hellish in difficulty. The demon beasts in this secret realm not only outnumbered them but also had top-tier attributes among 7-star monsters, with considerable resistances, making them extremely difficult to farm. What posed a huge challenge for others at hellish difficulty was merely a matter of releasing a few forbidden spells for Han Shen. Upon entering the secret realm, the 3 of them saw an abandoned underground palace occupied by various demon beasts. Friendly reminder, the demon palace is shrouded in the power of the demon god, and the demon beasts that have been infected by this power for years have plus 70% magic resistance and are immune to control. In 30 seconds, the demon beasts will actively launch an attack. Hearing the prompt, Han Shen was slightly taken aback. He had wanted to use God's Forbidden Zone to control the entire map directly, but it seemed that wouldn't work. Moreover, these demon beasts had magic resistance, so if he only controlled the power of the forbidden spells to the 7th transition, it would likely be very difficult to clear these beasts, even if he could continuously cast skills. Single target fixed. Damage forbidden spells would clear the monsters too slowly. Han Shen had no choice but to decide to use the active skill of the Blessing Staff, Light of Summoning, to summon a spirit warrior comparable to the 10th transition, Bu Yao Bai Lian. "So many demon beasts, Shensi, Xiao Qian, you two stand behind me, let me and the flying lion python take the front." Shen Tai Su was ready to show off his power, letting Han Shen know that he, as a 7th transition extreme space mage, was not to be underestimated. "Elder Shen, no need, my blessing staff has an active skill that can sweep through these demon beasts." As he spoke, Han Shen directly released Light of Summoning, and the black gold Bu Yao Bai Lian shone brightly once again. "What the hell?" Shen Tai Su, seeing Bu Yao Bai Lian for the first time, instantly had his eyes bulge out, feeling it was unbelievable. "Lianer?" Bu Yao Bai Lian's line, "Master, today, can I have a bit of love?" Han Shen was left speechless, saying, "No. Go and eliminate those demon beasts." "Wait!" Shen Tai Su suddenly shouted. Han Shen and Shen Xiaoqian looked at Shen Tai Su in confusion. Smack! Shen Tai Su suddenly grasped Bu Yao Bai Lian's rough hand, stroking the back of her hand, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Lianer, is that you?" "Put!" Han Shen felt like he was about to spit out blood. "What's going on?" Shen Tai Su likes this? Bu Yao Bai Lian's line, "Old man, are you confessing to me?" Although you are very old, Bai Lian can accept it. Can you say the 3 words I love you to me? I love you. Shin Taisu nodded, his eyes filled with affection. Ga! Han Shen and Shen Xiaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces showing expressions of questioning life. Bu Yao Bai Lian's line, yay! I finally found love, I can have love too. Buzz! A terrifying aura erupted from Bu Yao Bai Lian. Ding! Your summon warrior's special talent has activated, combat power skyrocketing, reaching divine level. The power of the demon god automatically disintegrates. All of a sudden, Bu Yao Bai Lian shouted, drew back and forth rubbing, then raised the chainsaw and began to saw down at the monster. With one swing of the chainsaw, the entire palace was cut into pieces, not to mention the small monsters. Even the unintroduced boss was shredded. Ding! Congratulations to your team for clearing the secret realm, special rewards obtained. If it weren't for the fact that this secret realm was a one-time instance, protected by indestructible game rules, Bu Yao Bai Lian's chainsaw would have been enough to obliterate this secret realm. What the hell? Is this the power of love? It really rivals divine spells. Han Shen was astonished. Yi Fan, it's good to have your undead army. Don't let your guard down, these monsters have extra damage bonuses against the undead. Watch out for the monsters emerging from the ground. Yi Fan's team faced numerous dangers, but they managed to steadily grind through the monsters. They thought that with his powerful necromancer skills he could easily crush these 7-star hell-level monsters, but unexpectedly, these monsters were so strong, effectively countering the undead and remaining uncontrollable. If it weren't for the fact that all 6 members of Yi Fan's team had hidden professions, they might not have been able to hold on. Right now, it wasn't that there was no possibility of clearing the instance, it just required hard fighting and persistence. At this rate, it would take at least 6 hours to reach the boss, making it a grueling war of attrition. Just as they were doing their best to clear the monsters in an orderly fashion, the next second, a secret realm notification sounded. Ding! The abandoned underground demon palace on hell difficulty has been cleared by Han Shen's team. This is a notice to the little dogs who haven't cleared it yet. You have been eliminated and will be teleported out of the secret realm in 30 seconds. Put! Yi Fan spat blood in his heart, unwillingly shouting, impossible. Absolutely impossible. We're all at level 7, how could he clear it so quickly? Even if he could cast skills instantly, it shouldn't be this fast. As a necromancer, he had to be cautious against these monsters with special magical resistances. How could Han Shen, a holy priest, clear it so quickly with his attack skills also being magical? Yi Fan, did you forget? In the world equipment rankings, the blessing staff belongs to Han Shensi. He must have activated a divine spell level active effect, a newbie said. Yi Fan felt as if he had eaten a pile of dung. It was clearly his discovery of the secret realm, yet Han Shen snatched the benefits. How could he accept that? At that moment, a vague voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. You want to become stronger, right? Believe in me and I can give you powerful strength. Ha! Yi Fan shuddered and said to his teammates, did you just hear a voice? Voice? No. The 5 newbies were puzzled, thinking Yi Fan was hallucinating from the shock. Believe in me and you will gain unimaginable power. You want to defeat the Dragon Kingdom's Son of God, right? The hollow voice was filled with infinite temptation, echoing in Yi Fan's mind. The inner demons in Yi Fan's heart began to stir. It must be said, at this moment he was tempted. But Yi Fan wasn't foolish. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Who are you? Where are you? Yi Fan warily asked in his heart. I am the supreme deity. I am everywhere. Whiny. Yi Fan's expression was somewhat gloomy. Then why is it the son of the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's body trembled. Yes, why not me? Why the son of the Dragon Kingdom? What conditions? Yi Fan looked up towards the distant darkness as if that self-proclaimed supreme deity was right there. Believe in me. Submit to me and you will receive my supreme blessing. Good. This time, Yi Fan was incredibly decisive. He knew things weren't that simple, but what he needed most now was to become powerful enough to surpass Han Shen. No one knew what had happened here. 30 seconds later, Yi Fan and the others returned to the misty area. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was normal, but his heart was far from calm. After checking the passive skill granted by the supreme deity, he was completely stunned, filled with immense joy. With this blessing, he would truly be a natural disaster. Little Mu, what good stuff did you get as a reward? Shen. Yuan Mingqi knew that Han Shan and the others must have cleared the secret realm when she saw them come out. Besides the good stuff dropped by the monsters, I also got a pet egg. Han Shan took out the pet egg. 4-winged demon dragon pet egg can hatch a 10-star battle pet. The 4-winged demon dragon. Wow! A 10-star battle pet, and it's a flying battle pet. Everyone's attention was drawn to the pet egg in Han Shen's hand covered in magical patterns. Damn Han Shen, that pet egg was originally mine. Yi Fan watched with gritted teeth, his face dark with malice, but he still had some sense left. He couldn't possibly defeat the other party now. The other elders also looked on with red eyes. A 10-star pet egg. Extremely rare. Only the Dragon King President's battle pet is 10 stars. Most of their battle pets are 7 or 8 stars. Upon learning that Han Shan had obtained a 10-star battle pet. The 10-turn big shots in the guild were itching to trade with him. But Han Shan quickly handed the pet egg to Xian Yuan Mengqi. Didn't I promise to give you a better flying item earlier? Is this okay? Han Shan flashed a charming smile at Xian Yuan Mengqi. Wow, Chi-Chi, you are so lucky. Chen Xiaoqian beside her was incredibly envious. If someone ever gave her a 10-star battle pet, she would definitely offer herself in return. In front of everyone, Xian Yuan Mengqi's face instantly turned crimson. She had always maintained a cold demeanor in front of others who had ever seen the guilds. Flower blush with shyness? Sure, of course it's fine. Xian Yuan Mengqi stuttered a bit, suddenly turning away to hide her embarrassment from everyone. With this four-winged demon dragon, she would truly be a dragon lance knight, no longer needing to ride her father's golden dragon or borrow the frost giant dragon from Elder Bei Ao. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yifan felt increasingly displeased. Wait for me, one day everything you have will be mine. And seeing Han Shen give the pet egg to the young lady, those 10-turn big shots had no choice but to leave in disappointment. This was a gift from the sun, and the recipient was the young lady of the Dragon King Guild, the precious daughter of the Dragon King president, who would dare ask her for a 10-star pet egg. As the secret realm disappeared, everyone continued to explore the unknown area, but there were many whispers, all quietly discussing Yifan, the big fool. While exploring, Yifan, having received the blessing of the demon god, found his ears unusually sensitive, able to hear everyone's discussions, his expression growing darker, lost in thought. In the sky, Han Shen's team was the most carefree. With 30 alchemical mice exploring, their progress was rapidly increasing. Elder Shen, I'm curious, is your taste a bit too heavy? Han Shen couldn't help but speak to the dazed Shintaishu. In the face of love, what does it matter if one has a heavy taste? Son of God, the warrior you summoned looks very much like my deceased wife. It turns out that Shintai-su had a beloved partner who shared a deep bond with him. She died protecting him during a monster siege, leaving Shintai-su filled with guilt. He never remarried, only collecting some action films to entertain himself occasionally. Upon learning that Shintai-su confessed to Buyao Bai Lian because she resembled his late wife, Han Shen couldn't help but show an admiring gaze. This was a loyal old man. Son of God, can you summon that female warrior again? Shintai-su asked. That's not possible for now. This skill has a cooldown of 72 hours. If you want to see Buyao Bai Lian again, you'll have to wait. Oh, you needn't worry that I will take your summoned warrior away. I'm just reminiscing about my late wife. I won't confess to her again. Han Shan was somewhat speechless. Are you sure Buyao Bai Lian really looks like your late wife? How could you even bring yourself to say that? Soon, 2 days passed. The entire Misty area was explored and a new leveling zone appeared. Moreover, under the exploration of the alchemical mice, Han Shen discovered a 7-star dungeon in this leveling zone. Han Shen led the team to clear it on hell difficulty, leaving an unbeatable record on the stone tablet. The game descended, exploring the unknown Misty area, with a 90% chance of discovering a normal area with sparse monster spawns, a 10% chance of finding a suitable leveling zone, and a 1% chance of uncovering a repeatable dungeon. Hey, I didn't expect to get a 7th transfer job certificate. Back at the Dragon King Guild headquarters, Guild leader Long Wang personally rewarded everyone and decided to hold a celebration banquet that evening to celebrate the discovery of the 7-star dungeon leveling zone. Of course, in this large-scale event, the rewards mostly fell into Han Shen's team's hands, and Han Shen's contribution reached 1.82 million. As for Yifan, who was highly regarded by Guild leader Long Wang, aside from discovering a one-time secret realm, his exploration level was pitifully low, making him the bottom of the barrel, receiving only a small contribution reward. However, Yifan didn't mind. After all, once the world-class event began, everyone would know that Yifan, was the true son of God of the Dragon Kingdom. At night, Han Shen lay in the Dragon King Guild's private room, holding a hairpin and embroidery, deep in thought. Although he had been toasted with a lot of alcohol during the banquet, with the universal restoration forbidden spell in place, sobering up was extremely easy. Knock, knock, knock. Little Moo, are you asleep? Hearing Xian Yuan Mengqi's voice, Han Shen put away the hairpin and embroidery and got up to open the door. Sister Chi-Chi, why are you here so late? I saw you being toasted by everyone at the banquet, so I specially brought you some sobering soup. Drink it while it's hot. Sobering soup? At that moment, Xian Yuan Mengqi's cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking a bit, wearing a light pink nightgown and a pair of cotton slippers that exposed her toes. A faint scent mixed with a hint of alcohol wafted in. Han Shan swallowed hard. Are you sure you're really here to deliver sobering soup? Hey, what are you looking at? Drink it. Xian Yuan Mengqi barged into the room. Han Shan quickly drank the sobering soup and turned to look at Xian Yuan Mengqi sitting on his bed. Little Moo, I know you're worried about your family. Don't worry too much. I believe your uncle, aunt, and sister will surely be safe. Han Shan sat beside Xian Yuan Mengqi, nodding, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Also, thank you for the pet egg you gave me today. I really like it. Han Shen scratched his head, turning to Xin Yuan Mengqi and said, as long as you like it. But at that moment, their gazes locked onto each other. In that moment, it seemed as if the world of the two had quieted down, everything around them felt irrelevant, and in their eyes there was only each other, each other's eyes, each other's lips, each other's breaths. It was unclear who leaned in first, as if something had been pierced, and they both instinctively moved to kiss each other, just as their lips were about to meet tightly. At that moment, a cough broke the silence. Ahem. Chi-Chi, you're here too? The sudden voice startled them, causing both to stand up abruptly, looking somewhat flustered. Upon seeing it was Dad, Shen Yuan Mengqi's heart raced like a startled deer, as if a child caught doing something wrong, and she hurriedly said, I came to bring Xiaomu some hangover soup. After saying that, Shen Yuan Mengqi blushed and fled the scene. President, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much, just wanted to praise you for your good performance in this guild event. Han Chan rolled his eyes. Confirmed. The Dragon King president must have seen Sister Chi-Chi drunk and was worried she would be taken advantage of, so he followed her. No wonder the guild members privately said the president was a protective maniac. The next morning, only one day remained until the world-class event. Han Shen decided to visit the Dwarven territory today. Thus, Han Shen tore open the teleportation scroll given by the Dark Merchant, and a burst of magical light appeared. The next moment, Han Shen found himself in a scorching ancient city. Dwarven King City, a city where the dwarves live, belonging to the neutral faction in the game world, enjoying the protection of game rules free from monster invasions. Anyone who tries to cause trouble in the Dwarven King City will face punishment from the game rules, including the gods. Ha! Aren't those human class changers? It's been a while since I've seen human class changers. The dwarves living here, both men and women, gathered around, each no taller than 1.4 meters, but all adult dwarves were quite robust. These were neutral NPCs, seemingly possessing their own thoughts. Hello, may I ask where your top forging master is? I would like to request him to forge a mythic level equipment. Han Chan asked kindly. What? Forge mythic level equipment? The dwarves were somewhat surprised. For them, there were only two great hobbies in life, drinking and forging. High-level equipment. Forging mythic-level equipment was something they dreamed of. Therefore, when someone came to request them to forge mythic-level equipment, they would still warmly welcome them. Esteemed guest, I am a guard of the Dwarven King City. Please follow me. I will take you to meet our copper-beard forging master. Before long, Han Chan arrived at a bustling forging room. Fortunately, Han Chan had the ice pearl item, and with his own fire resistance boost, he barely managed to withstand the high temperature here. A dwarf with a bushy beard, bare-shouldered, and red all over walked out, reeking of sweat and alcohol. Copperbeard. Profession, blacksmith level, LV 300 Introduction, one of the top blacksmiths in Dwarven King City. Dialogue. Young human brother, are you here to ask us to forge mythic level equipment? That's right. I wonder if Master Copperbeard could help with the forging? Saying this, Han Chan took out the redemption stone. Upon seeing the divine stone, Copperbeard's eyes lit up, white as copper bells, and his breathing quickened. It's the divine stone. For a level 300 blacksmith like Copperbeard, to advance to a divine blacksmith, he needed to forge mythic level equipment and achieve certain accomplishments, which would naturally allow him to level up. Young brother, no problem, leave the redemption stone and legendary level equipment to me. I can complete the forging in at most half a month. I can't guarantee success 100%, but I will do my utmost. Han Chen nodded. Half a month's time would coincide perfectly with the end of the world-class event. For the neutral faction NPCs, Han Chen felt completely at ease. Last night, the Dragon King Guild leader came by, and Han Shen had inquired about the dwarf blacksmith. The Dragon King Guild leader told Han Shen that there was no distinction between justice and evil in the neutral faction, they simply adhered to their roles. Finding a dwarf blacksmith to forge mythic level equipment was very reliable, though the price was a bit steep, requiring 4 million gold coins. Alright, how is this forging fee calculated? You are my first human noble guest in nearly a century, so I'll give you a 50% discount, making it 2 million gold coins. You can pay half as a deposit first, and if the forging is successful, you can pay me the remaining half then. If it fails, you won't need to pay anything further. This price was reasonable and consistent with the quote given by the Dragon King Guild leader. Here is 1 million gold coins, and this is the legendary equipment. Blessing of the Stars, so I'll trouble Master Copperbeard with this. After handing the Blessing of the Stars to Master Copperbeard, Han Shen then asked, how will I return to the Dwarf King City later? That's easy. This is a one-time teleportation array item, a special item for my forging. In half a month, just activate it, and you can teleport directly to me. Master Copperbeard, can you forge items? Can you upgrade items? Of course, but it's limited to items of legendary level or below. Then, Master, can you take a look at whether this ghost spider metal can be forged? Oh, this purple metal has an excellent automatic pickup attribute. It can be upgraded and it won't take a day. What grade do you want to upgrade it to? How much gold is needed to upgrade to legendary level? To upgrade from purple to legendary requires 1.2 million gold coins, but I can give you a 20% discount, making it 960,000 gold coins. Han Chen calculated and found he had enough gold, so he paid the amount directly. After receiving the money, Master Copperbeard took the ghost spider metal inside to forge, leaving Han Chen to wait on the side. Originally having 3,050,214 gold coins, he was now down to 1,090,214 gold coins, and with 1 million gold coins reserved for the final payment, he had only 90,214 gold coins left to use. This blacksmith really makes a killing. Han Chen suddenly felt a bit envious of these lucrative life professions. As night fell, the game world time synchronized with reality. Master Copperbeard finally came out with a big smile. Little brother, it was a success. Take a look. Han Chen took the metal and checked it. Ghost Spider Metal, Legendary level, after equipping, Poison. Resistance plus 1500%, all attributes plus 10,000, items dropped will automatically enter storage space with no distance limit. Great! Han Chen was overjoyed. The 960,000 gold coins spent were worth it. An item with all attributes plus 10,000 was quite rare, not to mention the 1500% poison resistance and the super practical effect of collecting items with no distance limit. Then, Copperbeard had a dwarf guard take Han Chen to the teleportation array to return to the human world. Buzz! The teleportation array lit up. Han Chen was directly returned to the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't expect the teleportation array in the dwarf King City could connect to the imperial capital's teleportation array. However, the imperial capital's teleportation array couldn't connect back to the dwarf King City, otherwise he could travel back and forth anytime. Little Pastor, for tomorrow's world-class event, will you join us in the Dragon King Guild, or will you participate with the Huaxia Guild and Li Feiyu? Xian Yuan Mengqi sent a message. I'll go with Li Feiyu. And the others. After all, in the Dragon King Guild, I only know you, Sister Chen, and Elder Shen. Alright, I'll call Xiao Qian to find you, and then we'll go to the Huaxia Guild together. No problem. Before long, Xian Yuan Mengqi, Chen Xiaoqian, and Shen Taishu appeared together. Elder Shen, why did you come over too? Han Chen asked in confusion. Isn't it to conveniently take a look at the spirit warrior later? So I came to join you, son of God, Chen Taishu replied with a smile. So that's how it is, then let's set off now. With that, Han Chen and the others used the teleportation array to directly transport themselves to the Huaxia Temple. As the Huaxia Guild was a 5-star guild, its headquarters was stationed at the Huaxia Temple, and naturally, the guild's infrastructure would be refreshed within the temple, including the teleportation array. Of course, to teleport to another guild's headquarters, one would need the teleportation permission granted by that guild's leader, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to teleport. Old Han, you guys are here. Seeing that Li Feiyu had already reached the 7th transition, Han Chen couldn't help but nod. His good brother was increasingly exuding the aura of a master. In the future, the Dragon Kingdom would give birth to another Super Dragon King, and he could then confidently go to the Divine World to search for his family. Old Li, how has your talent changed? Han Chen asked in surprise. Dragon Transformation, Rare. Talent, once activated, all attributes plus 40%, health and defense increase by 5 times, speed increases by 4 times, attack power increases by 4 times, damage increases by 4 times. I don't know. After advancing to the 7th transition, my Dragon Transformation talent has strengthened. It must be due to the uniqueness of my profession, Li Feiyu replied. Truly a 100-star profession, impressive, Han Chen exclaimed. The group gathered joyfully for the night, and by the next morning, a world announcement echoed across the globe. World-class event activated. The world-class event was a massive event that all countries of Blue Star would participate in. It was an event concerning national honor, resources, national fortune, and national strength. Therefore, months before the event began, each country would issue a decree, communicated to every region, to prepare all organizations, guilds, etc., to select the most outstanding event commanders. Immediately, all job changers around the world received the event panel notification at the same time. Event name: Ancient Relics Event Area, Ancient Battlefield Event Duration, 15 days level restriction, minimum 2 transitions, maximum 10 transitions, interference by dark deities, event NPC, Divine Servant event details. 1. Hidden at the center of the world is an ancient relic. Over time, many divine veins have formed within the relic, containing powerful and mysterious unknown forces. The side that obtains the most divine veins will be the victor. 2. The opposing factions will be randomly matched, pairing countries of equivalent strength. 3. Each faction will have a national flag that needs to be protected. If the flag is stolen or destroyed, a significant amount of divine veins will be lost. 4. Along the way, there will be convoys transporting divine veins. You need to escort your own convoy safely to its destination. You can send people to attack the enemy's transport convoy to disrupt their operations. The amount of divine veins the enemy can obtain depends on the remaining percentage of the convoy's health. If the convoy is completely destroyed, they will not gain any divine veins. 5. Stealthily infiltrating the enemy's faction allows you to steal the battle flag. This item can turn the tide of battle. Once the battle flag is taken, the battle platform can be activated, and 10 random job changers from both sides will enter the platform to duel, with the victorious side gaining a large number of divine veins from the defeated side. 6. The battlefield of the relics is brutal, but under the game rules, you can respawn infinitely with a respawn time of 30 seconds. After respawning, you will receive 3 seconds of invincibility. After 10 respawns, you will lose lifespan. To achieve ultimate victory, combat power is not the only factor. Cooperation is the key to success. 7. The winning side will receive a large amount of gold rewards, random item rewards, and the country will gain super experience dungeon rewards, with more rewards distributed uniformly after the event ends. 8. Job changers of different levels will appear in corresponding levels of combat areas, and completing tasks has a chance to obtain area transfer items, randomly transferring to other areas. However, high-level area job changers cannot transfer to low-level areas. Upon entering a high-level area, they can choose to join their own faction. NPCs will randomly issue quests, and completing these quests can also yield divine veins. There are hidden bosses in the battlefield, and defeating these bosses can also grant divine veins. Tip: at the end of the event, the final number of divine veins for the nation will be calculated based on the highest total from each level area within their own faction. After reading the event tips, Han Shen finally understood the importance of the commander. In this event, this was no longer just an event, it had effectively turned into a confrontation between nations, a strategic national war. Therefore, this commander must be well versed in the characteristics, attributes, skills, and so on of all job changers on their side. For example, assassins can stealthily steal the national flag and the battle flag. This is a battle of wits and courage. Moreover, the commander must also be familiar with all the details and content of the event. This world event, which concerns the fate of the nation, cannot rely solely on top-tier job changers. It also requires the participation of low-level job changers. This is a large-scale event that requires cooperation across all levels. In this instance of the Ancient Ruins world event, the level restrictions have changed, allowing even 10th tier top job changers to participate. It is highly likely that the heavyweights of the nations, such as the Dragon King and the President, will also enter the battlefield, and it's hard to say if the divine envoys from dominant nations like the Angel Kingdom will join as well. As for the division of battlefield areas, there hasn't been much change. This made Han Shen somewhat worried, suspecting divine intervention, and it's possible that it's the work of those damned dark deities. This caused some discrepancies in Han Shen's plans with the national seat. According to the previous plan, they were to disguise themselves as the messenger appointed by Li Ma Zhou to leak secrets to the Angel Kingdom, but now they could only find an opportunity to head to the level 10 area and then disguise as Li Ma Zhou to trick the Angel Kingdom. In 3 seconds, all job changers who click to confirm participation in the event will be teleported to the world event map. As the 3 seconds elapsed, all job changers around the world who clicked to participate were teleported to an unfamiliar map. Ancient Ruins. The air was thick with the smoke of war, and it felt hot, as if a fierce battle had just taken place with thousands of troops clashing. Han Shen glanced at his phone and found there was no signal. Looking at the various channels, they were all gray and unusable. There was only one level 7 faction channel and a battle report channel broadcasting the situation in various areas. Entering the world event map meant a complete disconnection from the real world. Through the all-seeing eye, Han Shen saw that in his faction's territory, including himself, there were only 100 job changers, including Li Feiyu, Xin Taishu, Chen Shaoxian, and Zhang Tai. The rules of this event had not changed. Forming a 100-person team to enter the event would place them in one faction. The level 7 area also had countless regions, with each area containing only 2 different national factions, each faction representing a nation. Ding, you have become a member of faction 20230214. Ding, due to the dark game rules detecting an anomaly in your skills have been suppressed. Hearing this prompt, Han Shen smirked and then cursed under his breath. Damn it, dark game rules? Dark? You might as well just report the ID of the dark deity. It was too obvious that he was being targeted. However, Han Shen still frowned. The prompt only indicated that he was suppressed, but how much he was suppressed remained unknown. Immediately, a flag of the Dragon Kingdom appeared on the left side of the faction territory, and a battle flag appeared on the right side. These 2 items could not be moved and were extremely important. Losing either one would result in a significant loss for their faction. Old Han, I wonder if our opponent is the Fire Kingdom, Li Feiyu said excitedly. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, it seems that every Dragon Kingdom player's game attributes have invisibly increased several times whenever the enemy is from the Fire Kingdom. Boss, with you here, our faction is completely secure. Chen Shaoqian beside Han Shen was filled with confidence. Han Shen, however, could only smile wryly and shake his head. This world-class event was all about tactics, and the commander played the most crucial role. In a situation where he wasn't being weakened, the extent of his contribution was unknown, let alone now that he was being suppressed. This event had a 1-day protection period during which neither faction could attack each other. This time was actually meant for each country's faction to deploy tactical preparations. Son of God, according to the National Seats instructions. You and your friends may act independently. The faction commander, Major General Xie, the first Major General of the Dragon Kingdom, said. Han Chen nodded. Major General Xie, then we will form a small team to attack the enemy's convoy. If there's anything you need, you can command us and we will definitely follow your orders. Alright, no problem. Until they encountered a hostile factions class changer, they had no idea which country the opponent was from, only knowing that both sides were roughly equal in strength. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the faction NPC, an old man dressed in a solar deity robe. Divine Servant Event NPC. The once imposing Divine Servant suddenly flashed a gleam in his eyes upon seeing Han Chen, adopting the demeanor of an old servant. Dialogue. Oh dear, this young man is truly extraordinary, with a remarkable presence. I can tell at a glance that you are a dragon among men, destined to break through the heavens and look down upon this vast universe. I, Wang Juchue, am honored to meet you. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this divine servant usually arrogant and only responsible for issuing tasks? Why did he turn into a sycophant upon seeing the Son of God? Such a situation had never occurred before. At this moment, Han Chen was also at a loss for words. From the divine servant's dialogue, it was clear that he was an NPC with independent thought, not a purely mechanical one. But why was he so respectful towards him? Could it be that his identity as the Son of God was strong enough to influence the NPC's attitude? Divine servant, hello, do you have any tasks to issue? Young friend, you flatter me. You don't need to call me sir, just call me Old Wang or Old Hammer. Old Han, this NPC seems to be flattering you. Li Feiyu whispered. Han Chen was also puzzled. Wasn't the divine servant a deity? Why would he flatter him? Son of God. There are no tasks available during the first day's protection period of this world event, unless a hidden task can be triggered, but the probability is too low. We can only explore the location of the hostile faction and look for hidden bosses on the battlefield. If we find them, we can farm them for some divine veins, Major General Xia reminded. The others nodded in agreement. It seemed they had done quite a bit of homework on the Ancient Ruins World event. Han Chen, however, was not very clear about this. But the next second, young friend, there is a task available. I happen to have a hidden task here, but it needs to be triggered. This way, issuing the hidden task won't violate the game rules. Do you see the temple behind me? Just pray 7 times sincerely and it will do. Gas. Major General Xie and the others were collectively petrified. What the hell? What's going on? The NPC actively informed them of the hidden task trigger conditions? This NPC was way too good to the Son of God. Not only did he actively inform him of the hidden task, but he also provided the trigger conditions. Old Han, the deity that this divine servant serves must be the one who chose you as the Son of God, right? Otherwise, how could he treat you so well? Li Feiyu was also stunned. This was too exaggerated. It was practically cheating. But this kind of cheating was beneficial for their faction. The more, the better. Han Chen was also confused and asked the old divine servant for the reason, but he said nothing, just flattering himself. There was no other way. Han Chen had to bow 7 times to the temple. To be honest, without the old divine servant's hint, it was very difficult to trigger this hidden quest. Little friend truly has unparalleled luck and unique insight, triggering a hidden quest right as the event begins. Hey, can you be any thicker-skinned, old divine servant? It was clearly you who told the divine son how to trigger the hidden quest. Everyone complained in their hearts, while secretly feeling quite pleased. With the divine servant so ingratiating towards the divine son, their faction had a great chance of claiming first place in this level 7 battlefield area, depending on how many divine veins they could secure for the nation. Hidden quest issued. Please proceed to the purple gold bamboo forest according to the coordinates. Defeat the underground boss, the purple poison golden toad, and obtain its poison sac. Quest complete. Reward, 10 divine veins. Although the reward of 10 divine veins was not much, it was just the beginning of the event and all factions had 0 divine veins. As long as they received this quest reward, it would mean a significant lead over the other factions right from the start, and perhaps this step would determine whether the nation would receive the final reward of the event. Old Wang, is this the only hidden quest? The more the merrier. Han Chen, the 6th, laughed. Ah, little friend, I would love to give you more hidden quests, but the game rules restrict you. You can only accept the next hidden quest after completing the one I issued. The old divine servant was completely unreserved. He spoke freely. Was he not afraid of being punished by the game rules later? Quest accepted. Han Chen took Li Feiyu, Chen Xiaoxian, Shin Taishu, and Zhang Tai with him, and they set off together for the purple gold bamboo forest. While Han Chen's 5-man team went to complete the hidden quest, Major General Jie immediately issued orders fully showcasing his commanding abilities. The assassin team was responsible for stealthily scouting the enemy camp's location. Other teams, based on a standard 6-person combination of professions, spread out to search for the hidden boss on the battlefield. There was no need to worry about the enemy launching a surprise attack on the first day. The protection time had not yet expired, and even if the enemy came, it would be useless. According to past best strategies, the primary task on the first day was to search for the hidden boss and scout the enemy camp's location. Of course, exceptions were made for powerful figures like the Divine Sun, who could easily receive hidden quests due to NPCs fawning over them. On the other side, in the enemy faction, the commander of the Fire Nation, Major General Chu Ye, also issued orders. However, his orders were quite different from Major General Jie's. He led everyone to search for the opponent's camp, completely ignoring the hidden boss. In his view, hidden bosses were hard to find and even harder to defeat, so it was better to focus all efforts on locating the enemy's main base. This was a bold move that could easily alert the opponent and expose their position. But Chu Ye was a ruthless person, an unconventional strategist, and also quite clever. He first had his subordinates split into smaller groups to act, then gather at a designated valley location before moving together, deliberately exposing their tracks to make the opponent mistakenly believe their faction was in that area, thus gaining the initiative. Remember, our main goal is to make the opponent think our faction is in this valley. Hey, Major General! In the purple gold bamboo forest, Han Shen arrived at the designated location according to the quest line prompt. Judgment of Light. Boom! Han Shen unleashed the attack forbidden spell. One reason was to lure out the purple poison golden toad. The other was to confirm how much he was suppressed by the game rules. Seeing that the forbidden spell's power was only at the 7th transition level, and the skill range was no longer as vast as a forbidden spell but merely the size of an ordinary 7th transition skill, Han Shen already had an answer in his heart. Presumably, the active skill effect of the Blessing Staff had also been suppressed to the 7th transition level. However, this was nothing for Han Shen. His attributes were still intact and he could unleash skills infinitely, still able to dominate any level 7 job changer. Going head to head, 1v100 was a piece of cake. But this event wasn't just about fighting, the key was the collection of divine veins. No matter how strong he was, if the final collection of divine veins was less than that of other countries' level 7 factions, it would still be difficult for the country to win. What Han Shen needed to do was to suppress the enemy camp as much as possible and gather enough divine veins. If he could obtain a regional transfer item, he could confidently venture into higher level areas to assist his compatriots in acquiring more divine veins. Roar! Under attack, the purple poison golden toad burst forth from the ground. Purple poison golden toad, hidden quest boss, level, LV 210 health, 5 million dual attack, 300,000 dual defense, 250,000. Skills, poison toad mist, toad poison sound, frenzied poison leap, poison toad lotus sitting. Description, hidden quest boss in the ancient ruins battlefield, fond of eating purple gold poison bamboo. Dialogue, another group of fools has come, daring to disturb me while I eat bamboo. Watch as I sit on you to death. This boss had thick health, and both physical and magical attacks were not low. One skill could leave an ordinary level 7 job changer severely injured or even dead. It should be noted that an ordinary level 7 job changer only had a base health of around 300,000. This boss would require at least a team of dozens to defeat, truly deserving of being a hidden quest boss. However, for Han Shen, this kind of boss was just a minor issue. Although his skills were suppressed, even a powerful spell like Shadow Curse, which was an ultra-strong single-target forbidden spell, had turned into the power of an ordinary level 7 skill. With only 5% fixed damage based on mana, his mana was still extremely terrifying. A 5% mana damage was enough to flip this boss onto its back instantly. Before the purple poison golden toad could strike, Han Shen made a move. Shadow Curse. Minus 5 million. Boom! The massive purple poison golden toad collapsed instantly, dropping a quest poison pouch. Major, there seems to be some movement over there. In the Fire Country's 100-man squad, the auxiliary hidden class, Wind Listener, responsible for monitoring the surroundings, paused to report. Chu Ye opened the panel. Map area. That's the purple gold bamboo forest. Let's go check it out. When Chu Ye team arrived at the purple gold bamboo forest, Han Shen and his 5 had already left. Major Chu Ye, look, there's a magical aura here. It must have been a battle not long ago. Chu Ye also sensed the light magic elements, his eyes revealing cunning. Yoshi, it must be our opponents who discovered the hidden boss here and engaged in battle. Find. Track their traces. Hi. At this moment, Han Shen and his 5 had already returned to their territory. Ding, quest submitted, gain 10 divine veins. Looking at the prominent number 10 floating above his head, Han Shen revealed a satisfied smile, which meant he had obtained 10 divine veins. This put him a step ahead of everyone else. However, this was far from enough. He needed to take advantage of the protection period to accept more hidden quests and collect more divine veins. Old Wang, how do we trigger the next hidden quest? Han Shen asked with a smile. As the commander, Major Jie naturally had to deploy defensive measures within the territory, guiding the formation masters and barrier masters to set up the best defenses. Seeing that the divine child had completed the hidden quest, he felt completely at ease. Young friend, the table in the temple that enshrines the divine hammer is a bit old. As long as you pray sincerely, expressing the desire to replace the old offering table with a new one, you can trigger a new hidden quest. He. Li Feiyu and the others all revealed knowing smiles. Then, Han Shen entered the ancient temple, which did not enshrine any ancient deities, only a hammer. A hammer? Offering a hammer? Han Shen was taken aback. What kind of weapon is this for a deity? Is it really worth a divine servant to guard it? Why does this divine hammer look a bit familiar? Han Shen wondered. The table under the divine hammer was indeed somewhat old, clearly having been there for many years. So, Han Shen clasped his hands together, prayed sincerely, and recited according to the hints. From the old divine servant. Buzz. A divine light flashed from the hammer. Ding, congratulations on triggering a new hidden quest. Please go to the divine servant NPC to receive it. Hearing the prompt, Han Shen was delighted and hurriedly stepped out of the temple to accept the hidden quest, trying to take on as many as possible within a day. It is rare for a young friend to trigger hidden quests consecutively. Truly a person of great fortune and luck. I admire you. Listening to the old divine servant's flattery, everyone rolled their eyes again. It was confirmed. This NPC was indeed fawning over the divine son. Ding, hidden quest issued. Please form a team of 12 people. Go to the designated location. Each person must chop down 1,000 divine source trees. Upon completion, reward of 20 divine veins. Oh, this is a hidden quest for a team of 12? General Jie, please arrange for 7 people to come and do the task. Alright, divine son. General Jie smiled broadly and immediately had 7 fast-handed job changers join Han Shen's team. Chopping divine source trees requires specific tools. This is a logging axe, one for each person. As he spoke, the old divine servant handed a bronze axe to each of the 11 people, including Li Feiyu. Bronze axe, a special axe that can only be used to chop divine source trees, takes 18 seconds to chop down one. What about mine? Han Shen wondered. Could it be that this hidden quest only allocated 11 axes? Oh dear, young friend, don't be anxious. I think the bronze axe doesn't suit your temperament. Here. This is the golden axe I have treasured. Saying this, the old divine servant took out a dazzling golden axe. Golden axe, a special axe that can only be used to chop divine source trees, takes 1 second to chop down one, with a chance to yield a strength attribute bonus, permanently increasing one's strength. Holy crap! Everyone was dumbfounded upon seeing the description of the golden axe. This is outrageous. Is there really a difference in treatment? And it can yield a strength attribute bonus? Grandpa divine servant, actually I am your long-lost grandson, could you also give me a golden axe? Li Feiyu stopped pretending and quickly hugged the old divine servant's leg to claim kinship. As long as he could receive the old divine servant's affection, the benefits would be plentiful. The others were also eager to try. If Li Feiyu succeeded in claiming kinship, they wouldn't mind having more grandpas or daddies among the divine servants. I am the exclusive divine servant of the great ancient sun god. How could I have a mere mortal grandson like you? If you keep claiming kinship, divine punishment awaits, fully suppressing your attributes. A divine might was released from the old divine servant, terrifying and far surpassing the likes of Chimera and other deities that had appeared before. In a word, invincible. Everyone suddenly realized this was an ancient deity's avatar, not to be desecrated. Li Feiyu immediately wilted. The others were also intimidated by the old divine servant's divine might, retreating resentfully, not daring to offend. Old Wang, he may not be your grandson, but you can still recognize him as your god-grandson. Old Wang, he is my close friend. Han Shen didn't know if his words would work, but what if they did? If Li Feiyu could also gain an attribute bonus, that would indeed be quite nice. Suddenly, the divine might of the old divine servant dissipated, revealing a fawning demeanor, smiling as if the previous supreme might was fake. Yes, young friend, your words have awakened me from my dream. I am all alone. If I had a grandson, that would indeed be quite nice, but I can only recognize one, no more. Gasp! Everyone was petrified. This is possible? What the hell? What kind of big shot is the deity behind the divine son? Just a word could make this ancient divine servant change his mind. From today on, you are my only god-grandson. Grandson, call me Grandpa. Grandpa, I've been looking for you for 18 years, and I finally found you. Li Feiyu tightly hugged the old divine servant. Grandpa, I don't like the bronze axe, I prefer the golden axe that shines bright. Everyone expressed their embarrassment. It was too shameless. Fortunately, I can limit myself to producing 2 golden axes. Any more would violate the game rules. Here, grandson, follow this young friend closely. Your future is limitless. Got it. Long live Grandpa. Goodness. Li Feiyu just recognized a divine-level grandpa. Soon after, Han Shen's 12-member team set off for the task location, accompanied by a cart specifically for transporting divine source wood. On the way, Han Shen was puzzled, unable to understand why an ancient divine servant would bow and scrape to him. He just couldn't figure it out. But from the current situation, it seemed like a good thing. At least he could receive a hidden task through the old divine servant and also gain attribute bonuses. Old Han, we're going to be amazing now. I wonder how much power bonus we can get from chopping divine source wood. Li Feiyu held the golden axe, almost overwhelmed with excitement. Not long after, they arrived at the divine sourcewood forest and began chopping down the divine sourcewood. Ding! Triggered the passive of the golden axe, permanent +20 strength. Holy cow! +20 strength? Wouldn't that mean 1,000 pieces of divine sourcewood could increase the strength bonus by 20,000? That was comparable to the strength bonus of a level 300 epic weapon. Old Han, we hit the jackpot. Li Feiyu frantically chopped the divine source wood. However, he couldn't trigger the golden axe's passive every time, but it was still good. Zhang Tai, Shin Taishu, Chen Xiaoxian, and others looked on enviously. Meanwhile, Han Chen triggered the axe's passive every single time. This made everyone suspect that Han Chen's golden axe must have a 100% chance of triggering the strength bonus passive. Soon, Han Chen and Li Feiyu finished chopping 1,000 pieces of divine source wood, and the golden axe disappeared, which made them abandon the idea of helping others chop divine source wood. 5 hours later, everyone completed the task. As the team leader, Han Chen received another 20 divine veins as a reward, raising his value to 30. Then, under the old divine servant's cheat-like hints, Han Chen triggered the third hidden task. At that moment, an announcement appeared in the battle report channel, visible to all participating job changers. Congratulations to the level 7 area 202302114 job changers for consecutively triggering 3 hidden tasks, receiving an additional reward of 40 divine veins. This is hereby announced. For a moment, everyone stopped, collectively petrified. What did they just see? The event had only started a few hours ago, and someone had already triggered hidden tasks 3 times in a row? Who is it? Was it one of us from the Fire Nation who triggered the hidden task? If not, it must be a BUG, report it. It must be someone from our great H country. Even if not, it has to be one of our children lost overseas. I hope it wasn't the Dragon Nation's divine son who did it. Unfortunately, with the event starting, they couldn't contact job changers from other regions in their country. Otherwise, they could have confirmed right away whether it was a fellow countryman who triggered the hidden task. Level 7 area 544444444. In the midst of battling a hidden boss, Yifan saw the battlefield announcement and his eyes narrowed. He suspected it was Han Chen who triggered the hidden task, because only Han Chen, this special divine son, possessed such great fortune, and only he could possibly trigger a hidden task. With the blessing of the demon god, I, Yifan, will make you, Han Chen, know that glory will begin to gather around me. Boom! -6 million. Yifan used a reinforced bone spear skill, instantly killing the half-health hidden task boss and earning 13 divine veins. Area 202302114. In tracking the enemy camp, the group of short and stout figures from the Chu Ye department were all stunned, as the reported area was precisely where they were located. They had collectively mobilized without triggering any hidden tasks. This left only one possibility. It was the enemy camp's class changers who had triggered the hidden task. This was not good news for them, because hidden tasks not only provided divine vein rewards but also had a chance to yield items with special battlefield effects, which would greatly disadvantage them. Baka, why do they get to trigger hidden tasks 3 times? This is a BUG. This group of stout figures was clearly unconvinced. Everyone shut up. From the announcement, it seems the enemy just received the third hidden task and triggered the notice they should be coming out to do the hidden task. Perhaps the light magic element appearing in the purple gold bamboo forest is left by the enemy while doing the hidden task. Let's go. Keep an eye out. They can't possibly do the hidden task without making a sound. Chu Ye quickly analyzed the key points and made new deployments. Soon, 100 stout figures dispersed rapidly to investigate. At this moment, Han Chen and the other 24 were mining on a hill. The third hidden task required mining a special ore, the divine source stone. Of course, the items in Han Chen and Li Feiyu's hands were golden, while the others still had bronze. This time, mining the divine source stone had a chance to trigger a passive item effect, permanently increasing constitution by 20 each time, which was an extremely practical attribute. Boost. Old Han, if we can take on a few more hidden tasks that add attributes, our base attributes will far surpass everyone else's, Li Feiyu said with a smile while mining. There's not enough time for you to take hidden tasks. Tomorrow is the open period. Escorting the convoy, hunting the enemy convoy, and attacking the enemy camp will be the main theme. Han Chen didn't tell everyone that it was possible the dark gods would meddle, causing some disasters. This was Han Chen's intuition. In such a large-scale world event, those dark scum gods would definitely not just sit back and watch. After 6 hours had passed and Han Chen's group was nearing the end of their mining, Han Chen suddenly focused his gaze on a distant direction, but all he saw was a dense forest. After all, the distance was too far, and the all-knowing eye was suppressed, making it hard to see clearly. After multiple class changes and the baptism of divine light, Han Chen's sixth sense had become much sharper. He felt that there were people in the forest below the mountain. Old Han, what are you looking at? We have enough for collected, but unfortunately, we only triggered a 20,000 constitution boost, Li Feiyu said, somewhat regretfully. Elder Shen, take Zhang Tai and Li Feiyu to check that forest. I feel there are people over there. Han Chen said. Oh, people? There shouldn't be any of our scouts over there, right? Old Ma stroked his beard and said, enemies. Everyone's eyes lit up. If they are indeed from the enemy camp, you just need to follow and inform Major General Chu Ye of the coordinates. Han Chen instructed. No problem, son of God. Immediately, Shin Taishu summoned a flying lion python, taking Li Feiyu and Zhang Tai with him, while Han Chen led the team back to continue taking hidden tasks. When Shin Taishu and the others approached the forest, they indeed discovered the enemy camp's class changers, not many, about 20 people. Moreover, from their attire, it was clear they were the damned people. From the Fire Nation. The opponent was the Fire Nation. Baka, we've been discovered, retreat. The Fire Nation class changers hurriedly retreated as planned, intending to lure Shin Taishu and the others to Silver Wolf Valley. In the camp, Major General Xia, upon seeing the information and coordinates sent by Shin Taishu, immediately dispatched an assassin team to investigate the location of the Fire Nation class changers camp. Whoever found the enemy camp's location first would essentially gain the initiative. On the other side, Major General Chu Ye, there are 3 people from the enemy tracking us. Yo, good job. After approaching Silver Wolf Valley, just kill yourself right there. Hi. Once you commit suicide, you'll randomly respawn near your own camp, allowing for a quick return and making it harder for pursuers to track you. General Chu Ye, I have successfully tracked the Dragon Kingdom's mission convoy. As long as we follow that mission carriage closely, we can confirm the location of the Dragon Kingdom's camp. The mouse-like Wind Listener class player sent the report. Yo, as expected from the Wind Listener class recommended by His Majesty, it's incredibly convenient. Immediately, Tiayi Buxian ordered the others to return directly to the fake camp built in Silver Wolf Valley to trick the opponents. Half an hour later, Han Shan returned to the camp, completed the mission, and not only received 30 divine veins but also obtained a special item. Wall item. When released, it can form a wall, enclosing the camp and greatly enhancing defensive strength. This item is quite good. With the wall, the camp can more easily prevent assassins from the Fire Kingdom from infiltrating. Checking the time, he could still take on another hidden mission, so Han Shan successfully accepted the 4th hidden mission to go to the secret cave in the Tianga Mountains to hunt the mysterious man spider boss and obtain special spider silk. This hidden mission was simple, though the distance was a bit far. However, he could make it back before tomorrow. Suicide return? No, suicide is painful, and doing it too often can harm the mind significantly. This time, Han Shan set off alone. Since Little Manta had to guard the Huaxia Shrine, Han Shan didn't bring him along this time. The speed of the Wind Thunder Wings was sufficient. Soon, Han Shan arrived at the Tianga Mountains and easily killed the mission boss. When Han Shan returned again, it was already 11:40 p.m. with the stars and moon high in the night sky. Seeing that Li Feiyu and the others had already returned, Han Shan asked, "How was it? Any discoveries?" "Old Han, we tracked that bunch of bastards to the vicinity of Silver Wolf Valley, but they just committed suicide and disappeared. However, the assassin team that joined us has already conducted covert reconnaissance of that area, so we should have news soon," Li Feiyu said. Just then, a message appeared in the regional channel, sent by the assassin team. Reporting, Major Jia, we have discovered the Fire Kingdom camp coordinates, Silver Wolf Valley, 438, 998. Upon seeing the message, everyone was overjoyed, but Han Shan felt something was off. It seemed too smooth. Moreover, regarding the previous mining mission, even if the Fire Kingdom was foolish, they should have sent someone to follow their convoy to find their camp, but Han Shan had not noticed anyone tracking them. The distance was too far. Wind Listener, an auxiliary hidden class that can listen to the wind from a distance to understand the situation far away. Silver Wolf Valley. Tiayi Buxian ordered. Yo, leave some people to continue confusing the opponent, and the rest follow me to commit suicide and return to the camp to initiate the next plan. Victory will ultimately belong to our Fire Kingdom. Upon returning to the real camp, Tiayi Buxian immediately dispatched a hunting team to ambush around the Dragon Kingdom camp. Of course, the team escorting the Divine Vein carriage was also on standby. They just needed to wait for the next day when the carriage appeared, and they could act promptly. At this moment, the initiative was firmly in Tiayi Buxian's hands. The Dragon Kingdom's class changers will definitely attack that fake camp in Silver Wolf Valley. When the ambushers there activate the traps, they will trap many Dragon Kingdom class changers and lead them to defeat. Old Wang, I'm here to submit the mission. The returning Han Shan handed over the spider silk. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, you have received 40 divine veins and a special item. Resurrection point map as a reward. At this moment, Han Shan's divine vein count reached 140. Resurrection fixed point map. Once released, it will create a fixed resurrection point. After a member of our faction dies, they can choose to resurrect at this fixed point, with no distance limit. This is a great item. According to the event game rules, upon resurrection, players will randomly respawn within 100 miles of the camp, which introduces a lot of uncertainty. If, at a critical moment, one cannot return to the camp in time, it could lead to trouble. However, with this resurrection fixed point map, there is a significant guarantee. Once the scoundrels from the Fire Nation launch a surprise attack, everyone can promptly commit suicide to resurrect and defend the camp in time. Thus, Han Chen placed this item next to the national flag, and a resurrection array appeared on the ground. Upon learning of this item's function, Major General Jie immediately conveyed this good news in the faction channel. Major General Jie, can the assassin team in Silver Wolf Valley confirm if the Fire Nation's camp is over there? Han Chen asked. The assassin team's stealth has a distance limit, getting too close will lead to detection. The team reports that the Fire Nation has deployed a large number of defensive measures there, and their national flag has also appeared, giving us an 80% certainty that it is indeed the Fire Nation's camp. Therefore, I have already arranged for 3 teams, 18 people, to rendezvous with the assassin team and set an ambush there. If the enemy sends a large number of personnel to escort the convoy, we will steal their national flag and the battle flag. If not, we will seize the divine veins from 4 carts, Major General Jie said. 80% certainty, huh? Han Chen frowned. Unfortunately, his current speed with the thunder and lightning wings was insufficient, otherwise he could have personally checked it out. Now, with the second day approaching, Han Chen could only hope that it was indeed the Fire Nation's camp. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the event protection period ended and the divine vein value of 140 appeared on the camp's national flag, reflecting the total divine vein value obtained by the camp's transfigured members. If the national flag were destroyed or captured, a significant amount of divine veins would be lost, especially if captured, as half of the divine veins obtained by the camp would fall into the hands of the opposing faction. Therefore, protecting the national flag is of utmost importance. On the vast ancient battlefield, all the transfigured members in every region began to focus as the moment to fight for national honor had arrived. All factions' divine servant NPCs issued tasks at the same time. Brave transfigured members. A batch of divine veins needs to be escorted to a designated location. There may be monsters attacking along the way, and you may encounter assaults from opposing faction transfigured members. Protect the carts well, and you will receive a reward based on the percentage of the cart's health and divine veins. Tip: transporting a convoy often yields divine veins faster than robbing the opposing factions convoy. Subsequently, 10 carts carrying divine veins appeared, each cart containing as many as 100 divine veins, and each cart had a different destination. The transport destinations were confirmed, but the route to take was up to the escort teams to decide. Therefore, 10 teams were needed for the escort, which was the primary source of divine veins that could be obtained in a day. If they were robbed, they would have to find a way to retrieve them, otherwise, the quantity of divine veins would fall behind the enemy. This would greatly test the team and the leadership abilities of the commander. Han Chen glanced at the 10 carts, noting that their transport targets were not far apart, and then requested 1 cart. Oldly, you 4 go escort another cart. I can handle one on my own. Everyone trusted Han Chen's combat strength, so there was no problem with him escorting a cart alone. Thus, the convoy set off one after another. Besides the cart escorted by Han Chen, the other 9 carts had 6 transfigured members escorting them, leaving only 21 people to guard the camp. Of course, those guarding the camp were the elite among the elite. Han Chen used the disguiser badge to disguise himself as an ordinary mage, sitting alone on the cart, controlling it to take the route through the Tianga Mountains to the destination. The value of 140 above his head could not be hidden and was quite eye-catching. The carriage was moving a bit slowly, and it would take at least half a day to reach the destination. Reporting, Major Chu Ye, we have spotted a lone mage escorting a carriage. He has a divine pulse value of 140. Should we attack him? A small ambush team from the Fire Nation had set their sights on Han Chen. One person? And possessing 140 divine pulses? Chu Ye Bushin immediately guessed that the other party must be one of those from the Dragon Nation who had been continuously taking on hidden missions. He didn't believe that an ordinary job changer could easily trigger a hidden mission. He suspected that the other party was a divine son of the Dragon Nation. Only a divine son could possess such great fortune and gain the upper hand. It was very likely that this was a disguise of the Dragon Nation's divine son. Otherwise, how could a single mage dare to escort a convoy alone? This made Chu Ye Bushin's expression turn serious. If his opponent was indeed a divine son of the Dragon Nation, then their side would have a hard time winning. It was well known that the divine sons of the Dragon Nation could unleash skills in an instant, and their control, healing, damage, and burst potential were extremely terrifying. At the same level, even a larger number of people would likely not be enough to withstand his onslaught. However, they were not without opportunities as long as they could seize the other party's national flag and decisive battle token, continuously hunt down the enemy's convoy, and hold their camp. There was still a chance to win. This was not a matter of one-on-one combat. No matter how strong the combat power, without strategy, it would still be useless. Seizing divine pulse resources was the key to victory. That is likely the divine son of the Dragon Nation. Don't bother with him. Just keep your distance if you see him. He is not someone you can provoke. Go attack other convoys. Hi! On the other side, the ambush team in Silver Wolf Valley had not seen the Fire Nation's escort convoy for a long time and felt something was off, quickly sending a message to Major Jie. After learning that there had been no movement from Silver Wolf Valley for the past 30 minutes, Major Jie felt something was wrong. Not good. It's a trap. That must be a decoy. Assassin team, go confirm the situation at the camp. The other 3 teams, return immediately. When the assassin team forcibly went to investigate the Fire Nation's fake camp, they were immediately trapped by the intricate web laid out by the Fire Nation. They couldn't even commit suicide, they could only wait for the confinement time to pass before returning to the camp, which would waste a lot of time. Knowing the situation, how could Major Jia not realize that they had been schemed against by the Fire Nations commander? He immediately sent instructions through the faction channel to all the convoys, warning them to be cautious of their surroundings to prevent ambushes from the Fire Nation's hunting teams. But just as the orders were sent out, 9 convoys were simultaneously attacked. Team 2, Major Jia, it's bad. We've fallen into an ambush. Team 3, damn. Major Jia, we've also fallen into an ambush. Team 9, how could these bastards know our transport route? Unless our camp has been exposed. Seeing that all 9 convoys, except 4, the Divine Sun's convoy, were ambushed, Major Jia's face was serious, but he showed no signs of panic. If we can't hold our ground, then immediately commit suicide and resurrect, then go support the other convoys. Major Jia ordered right away. For now, they could only try to save as many carriages as possible. The 3 returning teams also went to provide support. On the other side, Han Shen had already learned about the situation in his faction through the faction channel, and his eyes turned cold. There was only one possibility for this situation. The Fire Nation had a job changer who was extremely skilled at reconnaissance and could track their camp without him noticing. At this moment, Han Shen had no time to provide assistance and could only decide to escort his carriage to safety first. He believed Major Jia would definitely find a way to break the deadlock. Major Jia, I request to lead a team to provide support. A team leader responsible for guarding the main camp volunteered, but Major Jia waved his hand, his face calm and composed from years of battlefield experience. The commander of the Fire Nation is very bold in strategy. If I'm not mistaken, he should be that extremely famous mad military strategist from the Fire Nation, Chu Ye. Although he is just an ordinary job changer, his strategies are quite daring and he is used to playing by unconventional rules. I already have a countermeasure. This time, I estimate the losses of the convoy will be close to 50%, but we won't let the other side take advantage of us for nothing. Soon, we will know the location of their camp. The Fire Nation has to spit out as much divine pulse as it is consumed by tomorrow. As a Major General of the Dragon Nation, Major General Xia had done extensive homework on various situations that might arise before the operation even began. Naturally, Major General Xia also considered the possibility of the convoy being attacked. Among the members of Team 5, there was a special hidden support class that could attach itself to the body of another. At this moment, Team 5 of the Dragon Nation received Major General Xia's order to abandon the carriages and focus all efforts on capturing a Fire Nation class changer at any cost. Mulan, move, the team leader shouted. In the team, the only weak girl, Mulan, who had always been timid since childhood, gathered her courage for the honor of her country and unleashed her innate skill, attach corpse, on the captured Fire Nation class changer. Mulan transformed into a shadow, attaching herself to the back of the Fire Nation class changer. Put. -3012. The team leader swiftly ended the class changer's life to allow him to be passively resurrected back to the camp. This way, Mulan would know the true location of the Fire Nation camp. Subsequently, the team members committed suicide, waiting 30 seconds to return to the camp. Although suicide would cause pain, it was currently the fastest way to return to the camp. Moreover, once the number of deaths exceeded 10, it would start to harm their mental state and reduce their lifespan. The game rules allowed class changers to resurrect during the operation, but it wasn't without limits, so after 10 times, class changers wouldn't easily die unless absolutely necessary. On the other side, Team 6, Li Feiyu's team also encountered an attack. The opponent was a team of 12. Major General Xie arranged for the 2 class changers following Li Feiyu to be ambushed and killed. Old Iron, activate taunt, absorb damage, block their attacks. Don't let them hit the carriage. Shao Qian, mainly heal Old Iron. President Li, you don't need to worry about us, our self-defense capability is sufficient. You can focus on taking them out, preferably eliminate their support and damage dealers first. Shen Taishu, as an elder of the Dragon King Guild and a national hero with rich combat experience, immediately devised the best combat strategy. Alright, with Shin Taishu controlling the situation, Li Feiyu could fight with confidence. Windwalk, Blood Radiance, Raging Dragon's Roar, Dragon Transformation. Li Feiyu activated all his support skills, transforming into a dragon-like figure with dark golden dragon eyes, his skin covered in dragon scales, and a pair of dragon horns sprouting from his forehead. Not only did his defense increase significantly, but his health also skyrocketed, and with various attribute bonuses, Li Feiyu at this moment was a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, putting immense pressure on the Fire Nation's short and stout members. Ignore him, focus all attacks on the carriage. The Fire Nation's dwarves had a clear goal. Their purpose was to seize the Divine Pulse, not to engage in a brawl. Damn it, you think you can take the Divine Pulse from me? You better level up for another 500 years before you try. Dragon Shadow Flash, a 7th transition skill, allowing for rapid movement, leaving behind multiple afterimages, a powerful skill for both advancing and retreating. Li Feiyu suddenly transformed into an afterimage, charging towards the opponent, his dragon eyes fixed on the only healing support of the enemy. Don't let him get close to output and support. Block him. The meat shield of the Fire Nation team immediately stood in front of Li Feiyu, activating defensive skills. If it were an ordinary warrior, it would indeed be somewhat difficult to break through. But Li Feiyu was no ordinary warrior. He was hidden.